The man was huddled in a shabby, leaky shelter as the blizzard blew on his face like a knife. 3 days ago, the man was still in a city full of tall buildings, sitting in a brightly lit luxurious office, working overtime to revise a plan. When he opened his eyes, he had fallen into a radiation apocalypse with a temperature of -18 degrees Celsius. The blizzard engulfed the ruins of civilization, and humans survived like ants among rotting corpses and mutated insect swarms. In order to survive, the man chose flint and water purification tablets from the novice gift pack, but because the level of his cold-proof clothing was too low, he was almost frozen into a human-shaped ice sculpture. The man survived the first night of death by breaking the bed boards to make a fire. He accidentally touched half a biscuit hidden by the previous survivor, but he didn't expect that this would bring down the curse of the god of death. In the biscuit, a black stick insect quietly awakened, and its stinger pierced the man's ankle like lightning, and the poison flowed through his blood vessels like fire. The man had a high fever, and his whole body was twitching, but the talent awakening in the mall was marked with a despairingly high price. The man gritted his teeth and dug open the insect nest, killing 9 black stick insects. He then used the corpses of the black stick insects to exchange for survival coins and took a gamble to buy the talent awakening. The moment the talent was activated, he felt a sharp pain like a knife cutting through his body, and his blood was flowing backwards, but a mysterious force was gathering in his trembling palms. The man had actually awakened the talent of solidification to control matter. Lu Shun tried to control his talent and placed his hands on the wound, and a strange power was released. Then, the poisonous blood around Lu Shun's ankle wound was drawn out by this force, and the dark red blood gushed out, splashing a shocking pool of blood on the ground. Lu Shun clearly felt that his originally red and swollen ankle suddenly felt much more relaxed, and the itching and burning pain was also significantly alleviated. It really works. Lu Shun's face showed a look of surprise. What could be more exciting than finding a turnaround in a desperate situation? Only 5 minutes after the poisonous blood was forced out, the redness and swelling on Lu Shun's feet quickly subsided. Except for his body still being a little weak, he did not experience any other discomfort, and his mental state also recovered a lot. After a long sigh of relief, Lu Shun lay down on the ground and continued to rest, taking the opportunity to recover his strength. At the same time, Lu Shun also developed a strong interest in his awakened talent. Condensation, traction, and gathering. What exactly does this mean? After a brief thought, Lu Shun vaguely realized that the potential of this talent might far exceed his initial imagination. For example, could compacting the soil in a shelter create a more solid, defensible shelter? For example, when used on hard tree branches, the already strong material may become more suitable for use as a weapon after being strengthened. In addition, this power may have more uses, but Lu Shun has not yet fully figured it out. Even if he occasionally has some inspiration, it is difficult to implement it at present, because Lu Shun clearly felt that his control over his talent was still extremely low. Just expelling the poisonous blood had almost consumed all of his physical strength. He might have to wait until he recovered before he could use it again. However, the awakening of his talent did make Lu Shun feel more at ease. After all, in this doomsday environment full of dangers, it could become an important means of survival. Of course, talent is only an auxiliary tool. If you really want to survive, you have to rely on efforts in various aspects such as obtaining food, resisting radiation, and surviving in severe cold. Talent alone is far from enough. The most important thing now is to get food. Lu Shun whispered to himself, "I'll go look around tomorrow. I hope I can find something." The shelter also needs to be renovated. It's too cold now. Lu Shun threw a hard branch into the fire, and after confirming that the fire continued to burn, he slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Because his body had exhausted a lot of energy, Lu Shun slept very deeply and did not wake up until the next day. When Lu Shun opened his eyes, the fire was still emitting a faint light, but the outside world was still pitch black, which made Lu Shun's judgment of time increasingly vague. Lu Shun could only roughly estimate the time based on the weather. Generally speaking, noon is the time when the temperature is highest, the wind and snow are the lightest, and the radiation is the weakest, while midnight is the worst, with the sky and the earth being completely dark, the wind and snow howling, and the cold being oppressive. Lu Shun observed the current situation, and it should be around 7 or 8 in the morning. Although the wind and snow have weakened slightly, it is still not suitable to go out. Lu Shun stayed in the shelter peacefully. He boiled a cup of water for himself and ate half a piece of compressed biscuit, about 30 grams, to barely restore some strength. In 2 days, Lu Shun only consumed about 50 grams of compressed biscuits in total. For an adult, This amount of food is far from enough to maintain basic life consumption. Lu Xun was already starving. If he couldn't find food, he would probably starve to death in this snowy place. With nothing to do, Lu Xun took out the survival radio, opened the communication interface, and continued searching for signals within a radius of 50 kilometers. Unexpectedly, just a few minutes later, Lu Xun received several messages. Lu Xun's eyes lit up, and he quickly clicked to check. Hello? Hello? Is there anyone in this area? Are you all from Earth? What the hell is this place? Along with the noise of electricity, the middle-aged man's voice came out of the survival radio and echoed in the small shelter. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be from Earth as well. Brother, your accent. Are you from Sichuan? Hey, brother, let's forget about the accents. What's your situation? I'm freezing to death. The shelter is not warm at all. The temperature has dropped to more than 10 degrees below zero. Judging from their trembling tones, the situation of these survivors is also not optimistic. Then, a female voice sounded. When everyone is choosing survival tools, they should all choose winter cold-proof clothing and flint and steel, right? Keeping warm in the short term is not a problem. Afterwards, as long as we improve the shelter, we can barely survive. Indeed, those two are must-haves. Unfortunately, food has become a big problem. I went out for a walk today, but there was ice and snow everywhere, and I couldn't find anything. You're still lucky. I just went to bed when I heard some noise outside. When I opened the door, I found a zombie hanging around at the door. It's hard for me to get out. Zombies. When he heard this information, Lu Xun couldn't help but frown. The zombies that person was talking about were probably the rotting corpses mentioned earlier in the survival radio. Unexpectedly, these monsters actually exist. It should be a rotten corpse. I have indeed seen a few of them when I was out before. Lu Xun judged secretly in his heart. At this time, another urgent voice came from the channel. Emergency help. How do you feel after drinking the water? My throat is burning and my health is getting worse. I seem to have a fever. What's going on? A middle-aged man immediately responded. If my guess is correct, did you melt the ice and snow and drink it directly? Did you not use water purification tablets to purify it? Is this a problem? Of course it is. Apart from the shelter area, other places in this world are more or less radioactive. The same goes for ice and snow. Drinking it directly can easily cause accidents. Fuck. I didn't choose water purification tablets. I didn't. I chose the mini medical kit. It's okay. A small amount of drink is not a big problem. A small amount of radiation can withstand it, at most. I will mutate in the future. Another voice sounded in the channel. Dear survivors, is there anyone who is close to you? You can try to survive together. If anyone finds food or other survival resources, it would be best if everyone can share what they have. Although the content of the communication was not much, the information was valuable enough for Lu Xun. Judging from the existing communication, the situation of other survivors is not much better. Obviously, everyone starts from the same point. Unless they are extremely lucky, it is difficult to make a fundamental difference. At the moment, everyone's goal is very consistent: to obtain food, water, and maintain basic warmth. In other words, the most important thing to do now is to collect food and wood and strengthen the shelter. As for the matter of talent, no one has ever mentioned it in the channel. Perhaps it is because, for most people, it is almost impossible to collect 20 survival coins in a short period of time. When it is difficult to even maintain food and clothing, it is not a wise move to spend 20 survival coins to exchange for a talent awakening of unknown use. If he had not been forced to do so, Lu Xun probably would not have chosen this path. But now it seems that these 20 survival coins were well spent. At least for now, he has tasted the benefits of his talent. Lu Xun checked today's weather. Weather, temperature, -13.6 degrees Celsius. Climate, light snow, wind speed 7. Radiation, mild. If you are outside for more than 72 minutes, the radiation will begin to erode your body, and the radiation intensity will continue to increase at night. Compared to yesterday, today's weather conditions seem to be better. The temperature has risen slightly, the wind has weakened, and the radiation has also decreased to mild. What made Lu Xun even more excited was that the safe time limit for going out reached 72 minutes. This meant that Lu Xun could go further and search for more useful survival resources. When Lu Xun opened the door of the shelter, a cold wind blew in his face. Although it was still biting, it was obviously much softer than at night. Lu Xun looked outside and saw that the sky was gloomy and depressing, covered with dark clouds. The entire vision was shrouded in low light, bringing a strong sense of oppression. Whenever he saw the gloomy scene outside the shelter, Lu Xun couldn't help but feel the heavy pressure brought by the end of the world. Lu Xun rubbed his face, made enough mental preparation, and walked out of the shelter. Looking around, Lu Xun began to weigh the issue in his mind. Since he would be out for a longer time today, Would he have a chance to explore the town ruins that he had discovered yesterday? According to a rough estimate, the distance between the shelter and the dead forest is about 500 meters, and the distance between the dead forest and the town ruins is about 2 kilometers. Lucian calculated that the one-way distance is about 2.5 kilometers, which takes half an hour to walk. Lucian took into account the limited speed of walking in the snow. It would take almost 72 minutes just to go back and forth, not to mention the time required for exploration. He was afraid that it would be too late. After thinking it over, Lucian finally decided not to take the risk and continued to the dead forest to collect more hard branches. The shelter needed to keep the fire burning for a long time, so the demand for wood was huge, and it had to be stockpiled in advance. Hardwood branches are undoubtedly an extremely precious resource. This seemingly mutant plant has a hard texture, is extremely resistant to burning, and can provide a lot of heat. Moreover, there are sleeping black stick insects hidden inside the branches, each of which is worth 3 survival coins, which is undoubtedly a considerable source of income. Even if he cannot find food today, Lucian can exchange survival coins to buy basic food such as black bread to temporarily relieve the pressure of survival. The route was still familiar, and the wind and snow had eased a little, so Lucian reached the dead forest in only about 10 minutes. Due to the dim light, Lucian could only kneel on the ground and search for the hard branches buried in the thick snow. There were fewer branches, and Lucian had already collected a batch yesterday, so it would be more difficult to find more today. Many of them were buried deep under the snow, so he needed to dig deeper. Without any tools, Lucian could only use hard branches instead of tools to slowly shovel the snow. However, this is not without benefits. The deeper the hard branches are, the thicker their diameters are. Some are even as big as a baby's arm, and they burn longer, enough to maintain heating needs for several hours. As long as you collect about 20 logs, you can basically survive most of the day. If you save fuel during the day and reduce the use of the fire when the temperature is slightly higher, the amount of wood consumed throughout the day will also be reduced accordingly. Lucian had to be careful with his calculations. After all, the resources of the dead forest were limited and non-renewable. More importantly, the snow layer is more than 1 meter thick, making it extremely difficult to dig, especially since a hard layer of ice has formed on the bottom layer, which can no longer be pried open with hard branches. Therefore, the collection range of land depth can only be limited to shallower areas. After 40 minutes of intensive work, Lucian was already sweating profusely, but he also achieved great results. The collected hard branches were piled into 2 large bundles, twice as much as yesterday, and the quality was generally better. Lucian tied up the hard branches with strips of cloth and prepared to pack them back to the shelter. These strips of cloth were specially prepared by Lucian before he set out. The original shirt was torn into several strips of cloth. Although it had lost its function of keeping out the cold, Lucian now had winter clothes, and the value of his autumn clothes was not great, so it was just right to be used as a means of transportation. However, just when Lucian had just picked up 2 bundles of wood and was about to start his journey home, something unexpected happened. Roar! A low and hoarse roar came from not far away. The tone was dry, as if it was squeezed out from the depths of the throat, making people's hearts tighten when they heard it. Lucian turned his head suddenly and saw several blurry figures slowly approaching in the snow. They moved slowly, their steps were stiff, and they let out hoarse roars from time to time. Although visibility was low and their faces could not be seen clearly, in this frozen doomsday wasteland, Lucian would definitely not treat these beings as ordinary survivors. Lucian looked carefully and saw that the bodies of those figures were extremely skinny, their flesh was rotten, their skin was torn, and their pale bones were even exposed from the wounds, as if they were corpses that had been dead for many days. Rotten corpse. Lucian took a deep breath and his nerves suddenly tensed up. Chapter 8. The rotten corpse arrives. Lucian's pupils suddenly shrank and his heartbeat quickened. Lucian immediately half-crouched down, lowered his posture, and hid himself. In the distance, a rotting corpse was slowly approaching, swaying strangely in the wind and snow. Lucian held his breath, not daring to act rashly. Lucian had only heard of this thing before and didn't take it too seriously. But now that he saw it with his own eyes, he truly felt the creepy fear. The corpse's entire face was rotten and deformed, with loose skin and flesh revealing white bones. The sight was simply terrifying. What's worse is that even though Lucian had hidden well enough, the corpse seemed to have sensed something and slowly turned towards Lucian. Could it be that this thing relies on smell? Or hearing? It can detect me from such a distance. Lucian gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran. Staying here is a sure way to death. The radiation environment outside doesn't allow for long, so we must return to the shelter immediately. Lucian ran along the original path, almost without stopping, hoping to get rid of this lifeless monster. Fortunately, the corpses moved slowly, and within a few minutes, the snow behind them returned to silence. But Lucian still didn't dare to relax. Lucian pushed open the wooden door of the shelter and quickly hid inside. He then used his backhand to prop the heavy door panel against the entrance and leaned his whole body against it. It was not until this moment that Lucian's tense nerves relaxed a little, but his eyes were still fixed on the gap outside the door panel. About 5 minutes later, the snow was still falling, but two shadows in the distance appeared in sight again, which made Lucian's heart sink. Damn it. How come they followed me? Lucian cursed in a low voice, cold sweat oozing from his forehead, feeling that his luck was too bad. Lucian had just gotten rid of the group of worms when he turned around and encountered rotten corpses. It was really difficult to survive in this place. Lucian took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then turned his eyes to a thick branch beside him. This hard branch was about as thick as a baby's arm and more than 1 meter long. Lucian spent a long time digging it out of the frozen soil. Lucian originally planned to use this wood to make an axe, so that he could chop down dead trees in the future. After all, digging branches was too physically demanding. But in the current situation, it is obviously unrealistic to make an axe. What is more urgent is to make a weapon that can be used for fighting, such as a spear. Let's take care of the present first and worry about the axe later. Lucian murmured in a low voice and immediately used his talent, the solidification skill, to begin strengthening the tip of the branch. Because the use of the ability is limited, Lucian chooses to concentrate on compressing the tip to make it harder and more deadly. A few minutes later, the tip of the branch was pressed into a needle-like shape that was only half as thick as before, about 10 centimeters long, and as sharp as a nail. Lucian knocked lightly on the ground, and the crisp clang-clang sound was like the echo of metal collision. Wood is hard enough to begin with, and after being enhanced by Lucian's talent of solidity, it is now fully capable of serving as a temporary weapon. Holding the weapon, Lucian finally felt confident. He looked again and saw that the corpse was getting closer and closer to the shelter. Although they moved slowly, their goal was clear and they did not deviate at all. They were obviously moving straight towards the shelter. With little time left, Lucian quickly dug a small hole in the door panel so that the spear could be extended from the inside to attack. This small change greatly increased the defensive efficiency, ensuring both vision and safe counterattack. Not long after, a rotten corpse finally approached, less than 2 meters away. Lucian clenched his spear and held his breath. The next second, he thrust out his spear, the tip of the spear hitting the corpse's chest, accompanied by a tearing roar. Oh, woo. Unfortunately, the effect was not ideal. The corpse didn't care about the wounds on its body and continued to pounce on the door. The white bones rubbed against the door, making a sharp scraping sound that made people's teeth itch. Lucian suddenly remembered that this thing might be like the zombies in the movies, and it must be attacked in the head to be completely eliminated. Without time to think about it, Lucian quickly pulled out his spear and stabbed it upwards at an angle, heading straight for the head of the rotten corpse. After hitting the corpse several times in a row, it suddenly screamed miserably, as if it had finally received a fatal blow. It worked. Lucian's eyes lit up, and his attacks became faster and faster. However, the closer the corpse was to death, the more destructive power it became. It banged against the door panels frantically and struggled desperately, causing even the wooden door to shake violently. At this moment, Lucian could already hear the other party's disgusting gasps, and the distance between them was less than half a meter. However, Lucian remained calm, and the spear in his hand kept moving, stabbing at the corpse's head one after another. The door panel finally couldn't withstand the violent impact, and a big crack appeared on the edge, and the corpse's hand was able to reach in. The situation was extremely urgent. Lucian gritted his teeth and kicked out, kicking the door and the corpse out together. Then, Lucian rushed out of the door, and while the corpse fell to the ground, he stabbed the other party's head repeatedly until it completely lost its movement. The other corpse also met the same fate as he pursued it, and the battle finally came to an end. Lucian was gasping for breath, his whole body ached, and he almost fainted, but he managed to save his life. Lucian looked at the tattered door panel, gritted his teeth, and went up to stab the corpse a few more times. "You made my door rotten. You deserve it." Lucian dragged the corpse away and tried to reinstall the door panel, but as soon as he touched the door panel, the whole board fell apart. The cold wind poured into the shelter, causing Lucian to shiver involuntarily, and his face became even uglier. In desperation, Lucian had to take out spare strips of cloth and simply bundle the branches and broken door panels to make a temporary windbreak. But the temporary door panel was obviously not very effective. Snow still blew into the house, making Lucian shiver with cold. Alas, this door is completely useless. It seems that I need to get some materials to rebuild it. Chapter 9. Portable fireplace. Lu Shun sat in the corner of the shelter, looking helpless. In the past 2 days, not only did he not find anything good, but he also damaged the door panel, and the situation was getting worse and worse. Lu Shun knew that if there was no breakthrough, he would probably be trapped to death in this shelter, waiting to be slowly harvested by hunger and cold. Now, Lu Shun's only hope is to see if the store can refresh some useful supplies. Even if it can only improve his living conditions a little, it will help him survive until tomorrow. Compared with other survivors, Lu Shun's biggest advantage is that he has money. The exchange value of the black stick insect is quite considerable, which is simply Lu Shun's private treasury. While there was still a chance, Lu Shun dug out all the black stick insects hiding in the hard branches, whether dead or alive, and put them all into the store in exchange for survival coins. This kind of insect has a characteristic that no matter what its state is, the exchange rate is uniform. One can be exchanged for 3 survival coins, which is currently the most reliable source of income. 10 minutes later, the exchange was completed. Lu Shun counted the survival coins in his hand, feeling happy but also a little regretful. He only found 10 bugs this time. Theoretically, if Lu Shun collected twice as many hardwood branches as before, the number of insects should also double. But the reality was far from satisfactory, and there was obviously some kind of limitation. After analyzing the situation, Lu Shun guessed that only branches on the surface of the snow were likely to be infested by insects. As for those branches that were buried deep and frozen solid, insects could not get in at all. Despite this, Lu Shun accepted it. He had picked up these black stick insects for free, so it was impossible to get a full harvest every time. 30 survival coins were enough for Lu Shun to use for a while. Including the stock, Lu Shun now has a total of 34 survival coins, which is more than enough to exchange for some practical supplies. It would be unrealistic to ask for more. Lu Shun lit a fire, warmed himself with the heat, then excitedly opened the store. There was still one refresh opportunity today, so Lu Shun planned to see if there was any surprise. Looking through the merchandise column, Lu Shun immediately set his eyes on the 2 loaves of black bread. 8 coins for 2 loaves of bread didn't seem cheap, but Lu Shun still gritted his teeth and placed the order. After all, Lu Shun had already eaten half of the compressed biscuits he had, and he could only hold out for 1 more day at most. If he didn't replenish food in time, it would be a matter of life and death. No matter how bad the black bread tastes, at least it can fill you up for a day. Lu Shun couldn't afford to gamble on whether the store would give you a better option in the next round, so he had to be more cautious at this time. The order was placed successfully, and 2 palm-sized pieces of black bread fell in front of Lu Shun. Although the color was dark and the crust was hard, the portion was sufficient to last for 2 days. This deal is not a loss, Lu Shun whispered, finally breathing a sigh of relief. In this apocalypse, living 1 more day is a victory. As for the pair of snow boots in the store that cost 20 coins, Lu Shun decisively gave up. The hiking shoes on Lu Shun's feet were very good, warm, and non-slip, so there was no need to waste resources. Lu Shun then used the refresh opportunity, and 3 new items appeared in front of him. Beer ×2. Portable fireplace, store refresh card. Looking at these 3 things, Lu Shun hardly hesitated and focused his attention directly on the one in the middle, the portable fireplace. This thing is simply the best of the best in the apocalypse. Currently, Lu Shun can only rely on the fire to keep warm, but the fire consumes wood too quickly, so he dare not keep it lit for a long time. But it was different for Lu Shun with a fireplace, which not only saved fuel, but also made him safer. In a small shelter, this thing was definitely the key to improving the quality of life. Lu Shun decisively spent 25 survival coins and took down the fireplace. This thing was about the size of a laptop, with a full metal shell and a 3-meter-long exhaust pipe. Lu Shun placed the fireplace in the inner corner of the shelter, where he usually slept, and then used a spear to chisel a vent on the top to lead the exhaust pipe out. After the fire was moved to the fireplace, the effect was immediate. Although the heating temperature was similar, the consumption of wood was significantly reduced, which was extremely cost-effective. As night falls, the flames in the fireplace flicker, and the water from melted snow in the tin cup is boiling, emitting a hint of warmth. Lu Shun held the hot water, leaned against the earth wall, turned on the communication function of the survival radio, and listened to the radio chats of other survivors. "Can someone save me? I'm starving. There's no food to eat in this place." A weak male voice came from the channel, full of despair. "Brother, I have some food that I can send to you. Are there any landmark buildings near you?" Another voice responded, seemingly offering to help. "Wow, where do you get the food? Share your experience." The channel instantly became lively, and everyone was extremely sensitive about food. "I already have some supplies in my shelter, including compressed biscuits and sugar, enough to last at least a week. The man answered without holding back. I'm so jealous. My shelter is like a doghouse. It's leaking everywhere, and everything is empty except for a few empty cans. My place is not leaky, and the area is not small, a full 20 square meters, but there is no food. Another person interrupted, with the same helpless tone. As Lu Shun listened to these conversations, he gradually understood. It turns out that the shelter configurations of each survivor are completely different, and the resources and environment are completely random. Some people were drawn to an underground garage at the beginning, which was well insulated and well stocked. But for someone like Lu Shun, who only had a small shabby house of 5 square meters, it was a hellish start. Lu Shun smiled bitterly, thinking that he was unlucky. But now living one more day means more opportunities. Maybe he can turn the tables tomorrow. At least for now, he still has some food. The fireplace has been installed, and his survival coins are not completely exhausted, which is enough for Lu Shun to hold on. There was no fairness in the end times. The only thing Lu Shun could do now was to grasp everything he had and hold on. Chapter 10. Radiation Core. Lu Shun turned his head and looked at the simple shelter. The wind and snow poured in mercilessly, and the snowflakes almost hit his face. It was really heartbreaking. At this moment, a deep and hoarse voice of a middle-aged man came from the survival radio, with a hint of warmth in his tone. Are there any brothers who are short of food? Tell me about the environment around your shelter. If it is close to me, I can send some food over. We are all human beings, so we will help if we can. Hearing this, Lu Shun couldn't help but frown. In this doomsday situation, there are still people willing to save people for free? This is too idealistic. You know, in the ordinary world, not everyone is willing to help others unconditionally, let alone when facing life and death, who will consider others first. However, before Lu Shun could continue to complain, a strong and righteous voice sounded over the radio, sounding like he was reciting lines. Hello everyone, I am Zhao Zhongyang, a police officer at the Anti-Fraud Center of Chongling City, Ninghai Province, Police Number 32. In the doomsday environment, fraud is increasing. Please protect your property safety. Lu Shun's mouth twitched, and he almost choked. The anti-fraud app can be launched normally in this environment, and this professionalism is really admirable. But it is also true that in this kind of environment, with a lack of information channels, human nature is easily magnified, and scammers are more difficult to guard against than monsters. For Lu Shun, he does not expect others to help him. He just hopes that no one will target Lu Shun and cause trouble. This is the best situation. Lu Shun continued to keep warm by the fireplace, drinking hot water while casually listening to the conversations between other survivors on the survival radio. Suddenly, a low and obviously processed voice instantly attracted Lu Shun's attention. Does anyone know about zombies? When I came back from outside, a zombie followed me. No matter how I tried to shake it off, I couldn't get rid of it. Now it's almost at the door. His tone was panicked and his breathing was rapid, as if he was really going crazy. Lu Shun could tell that the other party's fear was not pretended. Lu Shun pondered for a moment, then added the other party as a friend and took the initiative to send a message. His tone was quite calm. My experience may not be accurate, but the corpse should rely on heat to track the target, not vision and hearing, so it is basically difficult to get rid of it. Since it is close to the shelter, I suggest you don't hesitate and kill it directly. If you keep it, something bad will happen sooner or later. Not long after the message was sent, the other party immediately agreed to the friend request, and the name displayed was Sherlay. Thank you, big brother, but I really don't dare to fight. If I get scratched and turn into a rotten corpse, then it will be the end, right? Sherlay's tone was panicked, his voice was almost trembling, and the survival radio was even distorted by the vibration. Lu Shun raised his eyebrows and asked in a cold voice, "Who told you that if a rotten corpse grabs you, you will definitely turn into a zombie?" Sherlay said, "Isn't that how it's played out in movies and novels?" Lu Shun said, "It's not up to you whether you really want to change or not. You have no way out, so don't worry about it. Remember, don't stab randomly, just attack the head." Sherlay paused and replied in a low voice, "Okay, brother, I'll try." After saying this, the radio fell into silence. Lu Shun leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and sighed softly. In fact, Lu Shun had thought about the ability of the corpse for a long time. In the current environment, the corpse's ability to track accurately could not rely on eyes or ears. The heavy snow almost blocked the vision, and the whistling wind also interfered with the hearing. Moreover, the organs of the corpse had been rotten to the point that it was impossible to rely on the 5 senses. Therefore, Lu Shun is more inclined to one possibility. The corpses are able to lock onto the presence of living people by sensing temperature. As for whether being scratched by a rotten corpse would definitely turn into a corpse, Lu Shun was not sure. But there was no doubt that the nails of these monsters were already full of bacteria. In such an extremely cold environment with no cure, Once the wound was infected, it almost meant death. It was just a matter of time. Lucian reminded Sherlay that he still had a conscience. But in the doomsday world, whether one can survive depends on their luck and choices. Unconsciously, Lucian fell asleep leaning against the fireplace. It was freezing cold, and hiding in the shelter, he had no concept of time. He could go out for less than 2 hours a day, and the rest of the time he had to rest. He was sometimes tense and sometimes dazed. Suddenly, there was a slight vibration sound in Lucian's ears. It was the prompt of the survival radio. Lucian opened his eyes suddenly and answered the message. Sherlay said, "Brother, I got rid of the corpse. But I think I was also scratched by it. Anyway, thank you for your reminder." Lucian frowned slightly. This result was not unexpected, nor was it good news, but it was not Lucian's business after all, so Lucian did not take it too seriously. However, Sherlay's next news made Lucian sit up straight, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Sherlay said, "Brother, there is a black stone in the brain of the rotten corpse. This thing can be exchanged for a lot of survival coins. Do you know what it is used for?" "There is a stone in the head of the rotten corpse?" Lucian was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Lucian had been fighting for so long, but he had never thought of turning over the head of the corpse. But the words "can be exchanged for a lot of survival coins" made Lucian alert. Without thinking too much, Lucian immediately jumped up from the ground. Lucian rushed out of the shelter and came to the door. The two rotten corpses that had long been frozen solid were still lying quietly in the snow, almost melted into the ice. Lucian took out a spear and stabbed the head of one of the rotten corpses hard, breaking it open. A strong stench instantly hit his face. The brain of the rotting corpse had long since dried up and turned into dregs, mixed with weathered fibers, making one feel sick at the mere sight of it. Lucian resisted the urge to vomit and continued to search. Finally, in the core area of the head of one of the rotten corpses, Lucian felt a smooth foreign object. When he took it out, he found it was a black, irregular stone. The stone had a rough surface and an ugly shape. If you didn't look for it specifically, no one would pay attention to it if you just threw it away. But Lucian immediately put it in the store to check it out. The message popped up instantly. Corpse radiation core can be exchanged for 5 survival coins. It comes from the radiation-infected energy core in the corpse's head. Oh my god! Lucian's eyes lit up, and he exchanged both pieces without hesitation. 10 survival coins were directly deposited into his account, which made Lucian's once tense wallet bulge again. Lucian didn't show any mercy, nor did he plan to stay. After all, this thing itself was a source of radiation. If it contaminated the shelter one day, Lucian would not even have time to cry. Holding the survival coins that had just arrived in his hand, Lucian sighed, feeling a little emotional in his heart. It turns out that doing good deeds really can accumulate blessings. Lucian also did not forget to send a message back to Sherlay. "Brother, although this thing is valuable, it carries radiation. Don't keep it. It's safest to exchange it for currency directly." Chapter 11. Animal Traps X2, Sherlay replied. "Okay, Brother Lu, I'll go change it right away. Thank you so much. If there's anything I can help you with in the future, just let me know. I, Sherlay, will never hesitate." When Lucian saw Sherlay's reply, he couldn't help but smile. Lucian casually replied, "I just said it casually. If you can really survive, it's up to you to do your best. It doesn't matter whether you help others or not. The key is that in times like doomsday, those who can survive do not rely on luck, but on strength and choices." Lucian continued, "If we can really hold on, we can share experiences and information with each other. It's too difficult to survive in this shabby place by yourself." Lucian said this from the bottom of his heart. In this desolate and desperate situation, one more person to contact means one more way to survive. "Also, don't keep calling me Big Brother." Lucian added, "My name is Lucian, and you can see my name." Sherlay immediately replied, "Okay, Brother Shin, I'll contact you when I have news. If one day I really can't make it, if I get infected or can't hold on, I will tell you the location of my shelter, and you can make arrangements based on the situation." Lucian couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw Sherlay's news. Lucian could tell that although Sherlay spoke lightly, he had already made the worst plan in his heart. From this point of view, Sherlay is a fairly open-minded person. If he really dies, leaving his place behind can be seen as leaving some resources for his companions, and maybe he can really make friends. It was a silent night. Although the wind and snow were raging outside, Lucian's shelter was unusually quiet. When Lucian woke up the next day, he felt the room was freezing cold. The fire in the fireplace had long gone out, with only a few pieces of glowing charcoal barely keeping it going. Lucian sneezed, and his throat began to itch, clearly showing some symptoms of a cold. The insulation in this shelter was too poor, and when the snow and wind came in, It was so cold that even his bones ached. Lucian knew that if he didn't repair the hole in the shelter and allowed the cold wind to continue to invade, he would fall ill in a few days. But the problem is that Lucian has neither materials nor suitable tools on hand, and there is no way to solve this difficult problem in a short period of time. Lucian rubbed his sore forehead, reached for the survival radio from the side, and turned it on to check if there was any new message. Lucian speculated that it should be early morning now. It was so dark outside that you couldn't see your hand in front of you, no different from midnight. There were a lot of unread communications on the radio channel, but Sherlay did not appear again. I don't know whether he had escaped safely or had already. Lucian silently put away the radio and stopped thinking about it. Lucian struggled to get up from the ground. His limbs were sore, and he felt as if all his strength had been drained away. Lucian's body had protested against his lack of nutrition and physical exertion over the past few days. Even his basic metabolism had begun to decline, and now Lucian had trouble even standing. There was no other choice, so Lucian took out half a piece of brown bread, boiled a pot of water in the fireplace kettle, sprinkled some salt in it, and used it as a simple saline solution for rehydration. After chewing the bread that tasted terrible and drinking half a cup of lukewarm salt water, Lucian finally felt a little more refreshed. Before daybreak, Lucian opened the store and used today's merchandise refresh opportunity to see if there was anything that could save his life. The product icons kept flashing and finally stopped at 3 items: mechanical alarm clock, 5 survival coins, no batteries required, accurately calibrated. Gas mask, 15 survival coins, can resist mild radiation, extend the time of going out by 30 minutes. Beast trap times 2, 10 survival coins, reusable. When Lucian saw these items, his eyes lit up immediately. These 3 items were all good stuff, and each one was practical. Of course, the one that attracted Lucian the most was the gas mask. With the gas mask, Lucian's safe time outside can be extended by half an hour, which is undoubtedly a great guarantee for operations in the radiation area. If he can hold on for a little longer, he may be able to go deeper into the town ruins and explore more resources. The second is the mechanical alarm clock. In this world that is always dark, it is impossible to distinguish between morning and evening, and time is all guesswork. The body clock has been messed up for a long time, and people feel drowsy and confused every day. If there is an alarm clock, it is very important to have a regular work and rest schedule for physical recovery. Moreover, this is a mechanical alarm clock that does not require batteries. In a doomsday environment without energy, it is absolutely extremely valuable. As for the animal trap, it is an essential survival tool. As long as there are living things outside, whether it is a mutant beast or a hare, this thing is useful. Lucian stared at the store page, but he was troubled. The 3 tools together cost 30 survival coins, but Lucian only had 11 on hand. This means that the black stick insect will have to fill the gap again. Lucian pondered for a moment and decided to buy some traps first. The weather is good today. Maybe he can set a few outside and try his luck. Then Lucian opened the weather panel, and the result made Lucian's eyes light up. The temperature was minus 10.8 degrees Celsius, which was cold but within the tolerable range. The weather was moderate snow, the wind speed was level 10, and the radiation level was only mild. More importantly, today's available time outside is 2 hours and 8 minutes. Haha, I'm lucky today, Lucian muttered, feeling a lot more relaxed. Compared with the less than 1 hour of exploration time in the previous few days, this is simply a golden window period in the doomsday. Lucian quickly calculated in his mind, deciding whether to go to the dead forest as usual today or take the risk to explore the town ruins. Although the dead forest is safe and stable, and you can get black stick insects and hard branches every time, it has no food source after all. Although you can survive by relying on these survival coins, it is not a long-term solution. If you really want to change your living environment, you still have to try your luck in the ruins. After a brief thought, Lucian decisively changed his plan. He would not dig for insects today, but head straight to the city ruins. This decision was a small gamble for Lucian. If Lucian can find high-value supplies in the ruins today, the pressure of survival in the next few days will be greatly alleviated, and may even completely change the situation. On the contrary, if Lucian returns empty-handed, it would mean a waste of an excellent weather window, and Lucian might also suffer consequences from being exposed to radiation for too long. Taking a deep breath, Lucian dressed himself, packed up the survival radio, animal traps, and hard branch spears one by one, then pushed open the door and stepped into the snow. The cold wind blew in his face, and Lucian couldn't help but cough twice. His throat was sore, as if there were fine grains of sand in the air. After walking in a radiation environment for a long time, Lucian's respiratory tract has become extremely fragile. His throat is often itchy, his nose is dry, and there are even signs of inflammation. The weather page clearly states that 2 hours does not mean zero risk, it just means that the radiation is still within the range that the human body can metabolize. If you walk for even 10 minutes longer than this, there will be a higher risk of mutation, and you may even develop into a corpse. Therefore, Lucian has always been very strict about protection when going out. Lucian wrapped his whole body tightly with multiple layers of clothing, and even tied his face tightly with a shirt. Only 2 eyes were exposed on his face, like a medieval quarantine soldier. Only in this way did Lucian dare to step into the snow. Lucian's first stop was still the dead forest. Although today's goal was the ruins of the town, the probability of success was obviously higher if the trap was placed in a familiar place. Lucian chose 2 sturdy dead trees, buried the traps in the snow under the trees, and made a simple cover with sawdust and rags. Lucian didn't know the hunting skills, nor could he understand the animal paths, but it was better to give it a try than to do nothing. After setting up the trap, Lucian did not stay for long. Following the map memory, he took a step towards the city ruins. The wind and snow were still fierce, but today was Lucian's chance to risk his life for the future. Chapter 12. Corn Cobs. This is not an easy journey. The snow underfoot is frighteningly thick. In some places, the snow is even more than 1 meter deep. With every step you take, you get deeper and deeper. If you're not careful, you may fall into a snow pit. In order to save some energy, Lucian came up with an idea. He peeled off 2 pieces of bark from a dead tree, tied them to the soles of his shoes with cloth strips, and made a simple ski board. In this way, the force-bearing area under the feet increases, and with each step, Lucian will only sink a dozen centimeters, so that his entire calves will not be buried in the snow. After tying up his snowboard, Lu walked forward with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. After 40 minutes of rushing in the wind and snow, he finally reached today's destination, an abandoned town. The scene in front of him shocked Lucian. The old buildings were already in a state of disrepair, with cracked walls exposing the red bricks and cement inside. Some corners even had some tenacious moss hanging on them. Covered in ice and snow, the entire town seemed to be frozen. This should be a small suburban town with not many buildings. Most of them have collapsed long ago, leaving only a dozen half-collapsed buildings standing alone. The air of desolation was overwhelming, and occasionally one could catch a glimpse of some frozen corpses in the corners, with pale faces and empty eyes, as if they were still in the pain of death. These scenes made Lucian imagine the end of the world. Society completely collapsed in a short period of time, national order disintegrated, and human civilization fell apart. Rotting corpses were everywhere, radiation was spreading, and the smell of death was everywhere. Lucian was absent-minded for a moment, but soon came back to his senses, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Alas, it's useless to think so much. It's better to find something to eat first, otherwise I will starve to death. While observing the ruins of the town, Lucian also noticed another thing. He seemed to see a few wisps of smoke rising in the distance. Although it was quickly blown away by the strong wind, the white smoke was definitely not a natural phenomenon, but most likely a human-made trace. Lucian's heart tightened, and his mind immediately turned. There may be other survivors nearby? Lucian did not see the entrance to the shelter. It was obvious that these people were hiding very secretly, mostly underground, and also covered with snow. However, the smoke was enough to show that there must be people moving around nearby, which made Lucian raise his alert. Although it sounds like having companions is a good thing, in a doomsday world, contact between people may not necessarily bring warmth, but may instead be the beginning of danger. Lu took a deep breath and shook off his distracting thoughts. There's no point in thinking too much. Let's get down to business first. I bet they don't dare to run so far. I have to hurry. Lucian held the spear tightly and approached the ruins cautiously. Facing an unfamiliar area, Lucian did not dare to be careless at all. Maybe a rotten corpse or even a mutant creature would jump out from behind a corner. The town ruins are quite large, and it is impossible for Lucian to explore them all at once, so he decides to first take a look around the relatively safe places on the outskirts. Soon, Lucian found a relatively intact building, a 3-story rural villa. Although a corner of the roof had collapsed, the overall building was still solid. Not long after approaching, Lucian saw several corpses wandering around the ruins, which made Lucian's nerves tense. What bad luck. There's actually a rotten corpse. Lucian cursed softly and quickly squatted down to hide, trying to lower his breath as much as possible. Unfortunately, the corpse's ability to sense temperature was too strong. Even though Lucian had hidden deep enough, they still found his tracks and walked straight towards him. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Lucian no longer hesitated, turned around and rushed into the small house, intending to fight indoors with the help of cover. In an open terrain like the snow, it was too dangerous to rashly fight with the rotten corpses. If Lucien was injured, the consequences would be disastrous. Sherlay's example was still vivid in his mind. Lucien flashed in and hid behind the door immediately, holding a spear in his hand. His eyes were extremely calm. This time Lucien had experience and knew how to deal with it. As soon as the corpse entered the room, Lucien attacked without hesitation, and several thrusts were aimed at the head, and each one was extremely accurate. The last time he dealt with the radiation core, Lucien observed the structure of the corpse's brain and knew clearly where the fatal point was. When attacking, Lucien would stab first and then stir the spear violently. As long as he touched the core position, the corpse would fall to the ground as if the power was cut off. This time his luck was pretty good, as there were only 2 zombies. Lucien didn't have to spend much effort to kill them one by one, and he also took out 2 radiation cores from them. Not bad, not bad. I have earned 10 survival coins. Lucien's mouth curled up slightly, and his mood instantly improved. After the battle, Lucien had time to look around the interior of the small building. The dust was so thick that it could leave marks, and the air was filled with the smell of decay and dampness. The living room was in a mess, all the furniture was destroyed, and there were many broken daily necessities scattered on the floor, which was obviously a sign that no one had lived there for a long time. Lucien had no interest in rummaging through the junk and went straight to the kitchen, aiming to find anything edible, especially sugar. Sugar is hard currency in a doomsday environment. It has a long shelf life, is high in energy, is easy to carry, and tastes good. But Lucien looked around and his face gradually darkened. The cupboards had been opened, the drawers were empty, and the furnishings also showed obvious signs of being moved. This place had obviously been cleaned a long time ago. However, judging from the thickness of the dust, this is at least not a sign that anyone has been here recently. It is very likely that the indigenous people counted the supplies at the beginning of the apocalypse. Lucien sighed. Even though he knew that there was little hope, he was unwilling to give up easily and continued searching bit by bit. Soon, Lucien's eyes lit up. In the corner of the kitchen cupboard, he actually found an unopened bottle of honey. Although the amount was not large, estimated to be about 150 grams, but in this end times of food and water shortage, this bottle of honey is more valuable than gold. Without saying anything, Lucien stuffed the honey directly into his pocket. Just as he put the honey away, he discovered a storage room on the side of the kitchen. Lucien quickly opened the door and found a bag of dried corn cobs lying quietly inside. Although the dry corn cobs looked ordinary in appearance and many of the corn kernels had shriveled and even fallen off, Lucien's eyes lit up instantly. Lucien quickly found a cloth bag and carefully put all the corn cobs into it. A rough estimate showed that there were at least 30 or 40 kilograms. It's rich. This thing can be eaten when cooked, ground into powder and used to make porridge, and boiled into syrup to replenish energy. Lucien was so excited that he was shaking. This trip to the town ruins has far exceeded expectations. With honey and corn, Lucien can rely on these to survive for a while even if he does nothing for the next few days. Chapter 13. A pound of 52 degrees liquor. This harvest gave Lucien a great boost of confidence, and he became more certain of one thing. Don't expect to find anything to eat by just digging randomly in the wild. What is really worth Lucien's effort are the ruins of these abandoned towns. Those places where people once lived are the places where survival supplies are most likely to be left behind. After making up his mind, Lucien continued to search every room in the small house, leaving no corner unsearched, even under the bed. The situation in the bathroom was terrible. The wash basin and cups were all broken into pieces. They had been frozen like paper and would break at the slightest touch. They were completely unusable. Lucien originally wanted to try his luck and look for pots, pans, and other household items, but he didn't see any iron pots, kitchen knives, or iron buckets. Most likely they had been taken away by the first people who came. It was obvious that the building had been searched once. Lucien was feeling depressed, but he ran to check the rice jar with a glimmer of hope. He almost laughed out of anger. There was no rice, not even a rice buck. How come this group of people won't let go of even a grain of rice? Lucien's mouth twitched. He really couldn't understand why the plunderers back then were so cruel. But what puzzled Lucien was that since he had collected the rice so cleanly, how could he have missed the bag of corn cobs? Maybe it was hidden too well, or maybe people just don't like to eat corn? After all, there was no way to verify this question. However, the rice jar itself caught Lucien's attention. It was a large ceramic jar, incredibly heavy, weighing at least 60 or 70 kilograms, and could hold several hundred kilograms of grain. The quality is excellent. If you take it back to the shelter, it might be of great use. Unfortunately, it is too heavy and not a necessity, so Lucien finally gave up the idea. The situation in the bedroom was not much better. The bedding had long been cleared out, and there were only a few frozen summer clothes left in the closet, which broke when pulled. The entire building was almost completely emptied, leaving Lucien with little space. Looking at these empty shell-like rooms, Lucien felt a little discouraged. However, Lucien did not give up and continued to search the attic on the 3rd floor. The space here was not big, and it could be seen that it was originally a child's room. The bed and desk were still there, but everything had been moved away, leaving only pencils and old papers scattered on the floor. Although they had no practical value, Lucian still picked them all up and put them in his pocket. In a doomsday environment, paper and pen are not so easy to make. Maybe they will come in handy someday. At least Lucian can use them to take notes. After walking around the whole building, to be honest, Lucian was a little disappointed with what he found. A bottle of honey, a bag of corn cobs, and a pack of old stationery. Whether it was edible or useful depended entirely on luck. Overall, it was not a full load. Lucian originally planned to leave and explore the next house, but he found a surprise behind the yard. A little bit of rust was seen in the thatch under the eaves. If Lucian hadn't had a keen eye, he might have missed it. This? Basement. Lucian's eyes lit up and his heartbeat quickened. Many self-built houses in rural areas have this kind of cellar-style underground storage room, which is hidden and not easily discovered. Lucian immediately went over and began to dig through the grass and snow with his bare hands, trying to pry open the rusted iron door. However, due to long-term moisture and extremely cold weather, the entrance was severely rusted. Lucian spent a lot of effort before he finally heard a loud creak. The door opened, and a gust of cold air hit him, and a dim cellar passage appeared before his eyes. Lucian looked inside carefully with the light coming through the crack in the door. The space was not big, about 10 square meters, and he could see the end at a glance. What caught Lucian's attention at the first moment were the 3 corpses sitting against the wall, all leaning together, maintaining a meditation posture, as if they were people who had hidden in here together. It can be seen that this was the original owner of this house. He chose to hide in the cellar at the beginning of the apocalypse, but ultimately did not survive. In addition to the bodies, there were some tables, chairs, pots, and bowls in the cellar, but most of them were cracked and frozen into ice chips, making them almost unusable. But in the darkest corner, Lucian found something, an old wooden box wrapped in newspapers. Lucian hurried over and tore open the newspaper and was stunned. A whole box of liquor. Lucian became excited instantly. He picked up one of the bottles and put it to his nose to smell it. It was 52 degrees, a real strong liquor. Oh my God. I'm rich. Lucian couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, his face full of uncontrollable ecstasy. There were 9 bottles in a box, each weighing 1 pound, which was quite substantial. This kind of thing was a treasure among treasures in the doomsday. In addition to being able to resist the cold, white wine also has strong bactericidal properties, making it very suitable for disinfecting wounds or cleaning the body. Moreover, in such a depressing environment, a sip of strong liquor can even save a person's emotions and give people a brief spiritual relief. Not to mention that this kind of spiritual resources is almost impossible to replenish in the end times. The scarcer it is, the more valuable it is, and it is possible to exchange it for anything in the future. Lucian knew that if he really put these wines on the trading channel, he might be able to exchange them for medical supplies or even food. Lucian packed up the liquor without hesitation. Without a backpack, he could only stuff the bottles into his clothes one by one, making him look like he was wearing a bulging cotton armor. Lucian knew that it was time to end today's exploration. The liquor and corn weighed at least 40 to 50 kilograms. Continuing the search would not only be too much to carry, but it might also bring danger. Lucian patted his chest and muttered in a low voice, "That's about it. Let's stop here today. We must come to this place again." Lucian has made up his mind to make this ruin a key target. He will explore it repeatedly in the next few days and clear out all the buildings that have not yet been looted. There seemed to be no signs of other survivors in this area, which was Lucian's biggest advantage. By the time others discovered the resource advantages of this town and came over, it might be too late. By that time, competition will only become more and more intense, and conflicts may even arise due to competition for resources, and the situation will become more complicated. We have to seize the opportunity now and squeeze this place dry. Lucian made up his mind as he hurried back. But Lucian also knew that all his plans were based on the word smooth. As for whether there will be any changes next, will he be able to plunder this area first? He can't guarantee it, nor can he predict it. But at least at this moment, Lucian still has room for choice. Chapter 14, A Rich Harvest. On the way back, the heavy supplies made the journey much more difficult. With every step, the snow layer would sink about 30 centimeters, almost creating a pit with every step. If it weren't for the help of the bark skis, it would have been difficult to return to the shelter on time. When he rushed into the shelter, there were only 4 minutes left before the end of the exploration time, which scared him so much that he was sweating coldly. However, when he saw the supplies in his arms, he still couldn't help but smile. The harvest this time was indeed very rich. A bottle of 150g honey, about 40 pounds of corn cobs, 9 bottles of 52 alcohol liquor per pound, plus a batch of books and pens. The food problem was perfectly solved, and he also obtained a batch of extremely precious supplies, making him rich instantly. Sure enough, the greater the risk, the greater the income. After closing the door of the shelter, more than 2 hours passed, and the sky darkened again, to the point where you could hardly see your hand in front of you. The slightly calm snowstorm also became intense again. Only by staying in a shelter can one vaguely soothe the fear in one's heart. Call. After letting out a long breath, Lu Shun put all the supplies on the ground and then sat down on the ground. After taking a rest, I lit the fireplace. Most of the hard branches collected yesterday have been used. We must use them sparingly, otherwise we will have to endure the cold in the second half of the night. Leaning against the fireplace, looking at the environment in the shelter, Lu Shun thought secretly. Now we have food, nearly 40 kilograms of corn, which is enough for a while. It's just the condition of the shelter. We need to repair it as soon as possible to increase safety and warmth. On the one hand, the shelter is too small. It is okay to live in it in the early stage, but if you want to improve the quality of life, you must expand the size of the shelter. Moreover, a hole simply dug underground cannot really be called a shelter. It is too crude. On the other hand, the shelter was too close to the ground. The door panel at the entrance was broken, and snow and cold wind often blew in, so it was difficult to raise the temperature of the shelter. These are problems that need to be solved urgently, but we don't know how to solve them. Changing the shelter? Or expanding the shelter? Neither seems to be a good option. To a certain extent, the wine cellars found today are far more suitable for living than shelters. However, his reason told him that he must not move the shelter there. The town ruins are too conspicuous. Once the survivors adapt to the current environment, they will inevitably start exploring outward, and the first target of the exploration will inevitably be the iconic town ruins. Even town ruins will become a transit station for survivors to communicate with each other. If we move the shelter there, it would be equivalent to exposing ourselves to all the survivors and allowing them to slaughter us. Therefore, even if there is a chance to relocate the shelter, the town ruins are not the best choice. Even for safety reasons, Lu Shun felt that the current shelter was too close to the town ruins and might be discovered by other survivors in the future, thus putting them in danger. The ruins of towns and cities present both great opportunities and great dangers. After thinking for a while, and still not being able to come up with a suitable plan, Lu Shun had no choice but to withdraw his thoughts and focus on the supplies he brought back. The first thing he did was to estimate the value of these items. All resources can be divided into two aspects of value. The first is their original use value, and the second is their value as a survival currency. Name: pencil times 16. Introduction: daily necessities. Exchangeable for 3 survival coins. Name: paper times 56. Introduction: daily necessities. Can be exchanged for 8 survival coins. Name: dry corn cob times 37 caddies. Introduction: food. Can be exchanged for 35 survival coins. Name: brand 52 liquor times 9. Introduction: strong liquor. Can be exchanged for 90 survival coins. Frowning as he looked at the value of each item, Lu Shun decided that there was no need to exchange them for survival coins because all the prices were on the low side. For example, a bottle of liquor costs only 10 survival coins, which is much lower than you might imagine. He knew very well that if he sold this kind of strong liquor to other survivors, even if it was sold for 30 survival coins, there would be a lot of people scrambling for it. After all, its value far exceeds 10 survival coins. He also believed that if the store released liquor of the same quality, the price would definitely be far more than 10 survival coins. If he really sold it to a store, he would be a real fool. The same is true for corn cobs and paper and pens. Their value in use is definitely far more than the price given by the store. Especially corn on the cob. Many people's first impression of corn on the cob is to peel the corn or cook it directly. But in a doomsday environment, such use would be too wasteful and would be far from showing the value of corn cobs. Just by changing the thinking and doing some processing, the value of this batch of corn cobs can be increased exponentially. According to Lu Shun's idea, corn cobs would have 2 uses. The first step is planting. Find some corn kernels with better quality and try to plant them. Corn is a crop with high productivity, is not picky about soil, and requires relatively little water. It is one of the easiest crops to grow in a doomsday environment. The only thing to worry about is whether these corn kernels can still germinate after so many years, but no matter what, it's always okay to give it a try. The second is to grind it into powder and use it as food. Moreover, not only the corn kernels are ground into powder, but both the corn kernels and corn cobs are ground into powder. Then salt and honey are added to make tortillas, which can perfectly utilize the 37 kilograms of corn. Few people eat corn cobs, but they are edible, at least for basic survival. And with salt and honey to enhance the flavor, the taste is not bad. This highly filling food is so filling that a palm-sized piece is enough to fill you up. It is also easy to carry and has a long shelf life. It will definitely be the mainstream food in the doomsday. So after resting for a while, Lucian got up from the ground and started processing the corn cobs. I picked out the corn kernels that were full and relatively complete, almost several hundred of them, and carefully collected them. Afterwards, the main task was to grind the flour, which was a big project. In the absence of a stone mortar and a stone millstone, it took a lot of effort to crush it with stones alone. Fortunately, Lucian has nothing but plenty of time, which just adds some fun to his monotonous life. After all, in a full 24 hours, exploration takes up 2 hours at most, sleeping takes up 10 hours, and the remaining 12 hours are spent doing nothing. Finding something to do is beneficial to your physical and mental health. In today's environment, loneliness will be a test that all survivors need to face, and they must make their lives as fulfilling as possible. While concentrating on grinding powder, turn on this survival radio to receive chat communications from other survivors. At first it was just small talk, but halfway through, a topic suddenly caught his attention. Chapter 15 Warmth Resources, Velvet Grass. Has anyone purchased Talent Awakening? Is this thing useful? Dude, you really asked the right person. I spent a lot of money to buy Talent Awakening before, but it didn't have any effect at all. I wasted 20 survival coins in vain. Are you serious? How could there be completely useless merchandise? Stores shouldn't be scamming people, right? Haha, that's hard to say. I'm not afraid of losing face. I thought this was a good thing before, so I sold a survival tool and forcibly collected 20 survival coins to buy Talent Awakening. But in the end, there was no change. Will this work? But it hasn't manifested yet. Can I feel whether my body has changed or not? This thing is just a lie. Listening to the conversation on this survival radio, Lucian couldn't help but frown. Talent Awakening is useless? Why is this different from his situation? Is there some hidden reason? Soon, other different voices were heard. A survivor named Wang Chong sent a message. How is this possible? Is there something wrong with you? After I used the Talent Awakening, I did gain special abilities. What? Brother, you are not lying, are you? You successfully awakened your talent? What talent is it? Not long after, Wang Chong's voice sounded again, replying, I call it physique enhancement for talents that enhance physical fitness. It is more inclined to strength. Recently, my strength has increased by several times. But the disadvantage is also obvious. I am more likely to be hungry after awakening the talent. The food that could be eaten for 2 or 3 days can now be eaten in 1 day. Fuck, can talents really be awakened? Why do I find this so unbelievable? This isn't the end of the world. How can there still be superpowers and talents? Won't you all be flying in the sky in a few days, and I'll be the only one running on the ground? Brother Chong, where is your shelter? Can I come and seek refuge with you? What the hell does this mean? How come some people can awaken their talents, but some can't? Maybe your talent is just that you don't have any talent. Fucking times. It's also possible that talent doesn't like people who like to swear. Woo. Others have spoken out one after another, and after a few days of accumulation, many people have 20 survival coins and have purchased Talent Awakening. However, the situation is different from what we imagined. Among these people, more than half did not have the talent for awakening, and only a small number of them successfully awakened. Moreover, among those who have successfully awakened their talents, the vast majority of the awakened talents are related to physical fitness enhancement. It can also be collectively referred to as physical strengthening. But there are differences between them, and the physical enhancement awakened by different people has slightly different focuses. Some people's strength has been enhanced, some people's speed has been improved, some people's endurance has been increased, some people's cold resistance has been greatly improved, and some people's attributes in all aspects have been improved. In short, all people who have awakened their talents have slightly different talents. Finally, the police officer named Zhao Zhongyang also spoke up. Dear survivors, the item, Talent Awakening, should be useful, but not everyone has the talent. So those who haven't purchased it yet, please buy it with caution. Someone immediately asked, Officer Zhao, you are so sure about this. Have you also successfully awakened your talent? Yes. Tell us the details of the situation. After a long pause, Zhao Zhongyang's righteous voice reappeared. I did successfully awaken my talent. I won't go into details about what it is, but I want to remind everyone that talents are for better survival, not for use against one's own kind. I still hope that everyone can live in peace. After hearing this, Lucian couldn't help but remain silent. Hope is beautiful, but reality is cruel. There is still a great possibility that conflicts between survivors will break out, and all violence cannot be stopped with just a few words. But the fact that this person was able to take the initiative to give advice made Lu Xun unable to help but look up to him. At least he had a good heart. Zhao Zhongyang seemed to know that he was daydreaming, so he added, "If you want to obtain survival resources, you don't have to plunder from other survivors. I see there is a town ruin nearby. There should be a lot of good stuff in it. You can try to explore it or trade with each other. Both are good options." After these words came out, Lu Xun's face turned green, and he couldn't stand being scolded. "You are so talkative. You good guy deserves to die." He had originally planned to explore the town ruins over the next few days, taking all the benefits in advance and accumulating some precious resources. As a result, now that Zhao Zhongyang has said this, many people will definitely go there, and the situation will become complicated. He sighed helplessly. If he planned to explore the town ruins tomorrow, the danger level would be much higher, and he would have to be more careful. Both equipment and action plan need to be carefully designed. As I was thinking about it, the private communication suddenly came to my mind. He only has one personal friend, so he naturally knows who sent the message. A low, hoarse, but excited voice sounded. "Brother Shun, I went out to collect resources today and found something of considerable value." Lu Xun raised his eyebrows and immediately became interested. For this completely unfamiliar world, every discovery of a useful resource could bring huge value. "Oh, what good stuff. A warm item." Sherlay suppressed his excitement and said, "Originally, I wanted to dig up the snow to see if there were any wild vegetables to eat underground. But after digging to a depth of 1m8, I didn't find any wild vegetables, but I found another kind of plant. This seems to be a kind of velvet grass, which is in the underground ice layer and grows close to the ground. It is light yellow in color, and the fibers are very fine, and there are quite a lot of them. After I brought it back, I roasted it for a long time and found that it was inedible. But after it dried, it became very soft and fine velvet, which has a great warmth-keeping effect. It can be used as a mattress to raise the temperature by several degrees, or it can be stuffed into the cracks of the door to effectively keep out the cold wind." Sherlay became more and more excited as he spoke, and was obviously in a very good mood. A hint of joy also appeared on Lu Xun's face. It was a top-notch warming item. In the blizzard doomsday, keeping warm is a problem that every survivor needs to consider. Warm items are also necessary survival resources, and their value is no less than food. He couldn't help but feel touched that Sherlay told him such an important and precious resource without hesitation. However, Lu Xun soon frowned, remembering something he had to consider. Previously, when he was digging through the hard branches, he had dug until he reached the ice layer close to the ground, but because it was too thick, he was not able to dig it completely through. But he didn't see this velvet grass on the ground through the ice. Chapter 16, Shelter Approaching. But after a little thought, he realized that Sherlay had no reason to lie to him, so there was only one possibility. This kind of velvet grass was not available everywhere. Lu Xun asked in a deep voice, "Brother Sher, where did you find this velvet grass?" Sherlay also said everything he knew. "By the river. After all, I want to dig wild vegetables. There must be more water by the river, which is more suitable for the growth of wild vegetables." Lu Xun blinked and couldn't help asking, "Brother, look outside. What can you see?" "Shua, what's wrong?" "When the snow melts." "Shit, it's all water. Look at my stupid brain. I must have found the wrong place." "No." Lu Xun shook his head slightly and said, "You found the right place. If it is a deeper river, the riverbed should not be completely frozen, and there is spring water flowing at around 0 degrees, which is indeed more suitable for plant growth." Lu Xun suddenly realized that perhaps he had neglected it. He thought that since the ground was covered with snow, there was no need to look for a river. But it must be said that areas near rivers are full of running water and are likely to have more plants growing there, with velvet grass being the best example. After all, covered under thick snow, it is impossible for velvet grass to obtain water from the snow. It is most likely that it absorbs the warmer water in the soil through its roots, so that it can survive and grow under the 1.8-meter thick ice layer. "Brother Shin, I have collected a lot of velvet grass. Do you want me to send some to you?" Lu Xun considered for a moment, but still chose to refuse. "Not for now. I'll look around the shelter first, and if there's really nothing, I'll ask you for it." When it comes to exchanging resources, there are still many issues that need to be considered. The two parties are not sure about each other's position, so it is difficult to meet in real life. Moreover, it is not appropriate to take benefits from others for free. It is best to exchange benefits to make the relationship last. The two chatted for a while, and Sherlay suddenly asked, "By the way, Brother Shun, I saw them talking about the ruins of Relocating Town. Do you think it's necessary to go?" Hearing this, Lu Xun was startled and asked, "Have you seen the ruins of a town?" Yes, it's near the shelter, only about 1.5 kilometers away at most. But I never dared to go there because I was afraid there would be a lot of rotting corpses inside. Lu Shun's eyes flickered, and he asked a few questions in succession. What does the ruins of the town look like? How many houses are there? What is the surrounding terrain like? And he had to confirm whether the town ruins that Sherlay saw were the same one he explored today. Survival radio can receive communications within a radius of 50 kilometers. Sherlay may be very close to him or very far away. If the two people are very close to each other and their shelters are close to each other, they can indeed explore the town ruins together, and the safety will be greatly improved. Whether facing corpses and mutated creatures, or facing competition from other survivors, there will be stronger competition. Sherlay didn't understand what was going on, so he gave a detailed introduction to the situation of the town ruins. The more Lu Xun listened, the more excited he became, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. The town ruins described by Sherlay were most likely the one he explored. Both the details in the ruins and the terrain around the town were perfect matches. Restraining his excitement, Lu Xun did not immediately inform Sherlay of the situation, nor did he make an appointment to meet. You can know a person's face, but not his heart. The two parties are only in contact through this survival radio. Goodwill can be pretended, but he does not know whether it is true or false, so he must be cautious. After careful consideration, he chose a safer approach. Brother Sher, the ruins of the town you saw are also seen by me. They are also around my shelter, but they are quite far away. Really? Then the distance between us shouldn't be too far. I thought we were dozens of kilometers apart. This is really fate. Sherlay's voice became a little louder, and he was obviously excited. Lu Xun nodded and said, if the weather permits tomorrow, we can explore the town ruins together. But if the exploration time is short, then you can only go alone. I am far away and may not have enough time to go back and forth. Ha, no problem. I'll contact you before I go out tomorrow. I'll also bring you a bag of velvet grass. Lu Xun did not refuse. He really wanted to see what kind of person the other person was like. If he is an honest person without any ulterior motives, then you can indeed make friends with him. Humans are social animals. When a person survives in a doomsday environment, he or she will still be somewhat weak and unable to obtain the various resources needed for life on his or her own. But if you can find other reliable survivors, trade with each other, exchange resources, and even explore together, the difficulty of survival will be greatly reduced. For example, this kind of velvet grass is indeed a survival resource that he urgently needs. If Sherlay hadn't reminded him, he would definitely not have known about it. And there is a high possibility that this kind of wool grass with excellent warmth retention properties grows in a fixed area and can only be found by Sherlay, so he can only obtain this resource through trading. Whether to go to the town ruins tomorrow became a question he needed to consider again. If you want to go, you must make some preparations and make some plans to ensure your own safety. I opened the survival radio and went to the store page. I hesitated for a long time between the mechanical alarm clock and the gas mask. For safety reasons, if you can wear a gas mask when you go out tomorrow, your safety will definitely be greatly improved and fault tolerance will also be guaranteed. But after thinking for a moment, he still spent 5 survival coins to buy the mechanical alarm clock. There are many reasons for not buying gas masks. First of all, after selling the 2 corpse radiation cores he obtained today, he still only had 11 survival coins. If he wanted to buy a gas mask, he would need to sell other supplies in exchange for survival coins. Secondly, if important props like gas masks are seen by other survivors, they may be coveted and cause trouble. Therefore, it is more appropriate to buy a mechanical alarm clock so that he can better manage time and regulate his work and rest schedule. When Lu Xun saw the time on the mechanical alarm clock, he couldn't help but be surprised. According to his original calculation of the time, it was probably around 1 to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But the actual time was already 17:36 in the afternoon, much later than he expected. This means that the time when the wind and snow are weakest and the radiation is lowest is not at 12 noon, but around 14 to 1600 hours in the afternoon. No wonder I've been feeling a bit overwhelmed lately. It looks like my lifestyle is seriously disrupted. I need to make some adjustments. Lu Xun secretly made plans in his mind. As a self-disciplined young man of the new era, he must make a schedule for himself. Even if he didn't know the difference between day and night, he still had to live according to the schedule of the peacetime era. Chapter 17 Tacos. Taking out paper and pen, he began to write something down. Daily schedule. Get up at 7:30. 7:35 have lunch. Work 2 hours in the morning. Grind corn, plan exploration activities. Go out and explore, time is flexible. Work 2 hours in the afternoon. Grind corn and count the harvest. Have dinner at 1900 hours. Work 2 hours at night. Grind corn, listen to survival radio to get useful information, maintain social circle. 2200 hours go to bed. Of course, planning is one thing, but whether it can be implemented on time is not certain. By almost 7 o'clock, some corn flour had been ground and Lu Xun began to prepare dinner for himself. Due to food shortage these days, I could only eat very little food every day. In 3 days, I ate a total of 2 pieces of black bread and 100 g of compressed biscuits. The physical energy I consumed could not be replenished at all. Now that he had a lot of corn, he didn't plan to treat himself badly and tried to eat as much as possible. If you are in a state of hunger for a long time, it will easily affect your health and your mental state will seriously deteriorate, which is not conducive to your subsequent survival. Take out some corn flour. The flour ground from corn is yellow, and the flour ground from corn cobs is light yellow. When mixed together, they are not much different from the bran eaten by poultry. Put it on a cloth strip, mix some hot water, salt, and honey, and knead the flour into a ball. However, due to the lack of flour, the adhesion is relatively poor and it is difficult to knead it into a tough dough. The final product is a palm-sized, hard, dry yellow corn tortilla that looks similar to a compressed biscuit. Although it looks unpalatable at this time, eating is no longer for enjoyment, but simply for survival, so there are not so many particular requirements. The corn tortillas were placed above the fireplace to bake, and soon the aroma of burnt corn spread throughout the shelter, instantly whetting Lu Xun's appetite. He deliberately pressed the tortillas flatter so that they were relatively easy to bake. Once both sides were golden brown, they were ready to eat. I took a bite and the browned crispy crust was broken into pieces, the burnt aroma spread in my mouth, and then, Lu Xun's face turned red. After taking the first bite, he only chewed it twice. The movements of his mouth gradually slowed down and his face became more and more uglier. At this moment, there were only 3 words left in his mind. It's so fucking disgusting. The grains are rough, taste like chewing wax, and there is no oil or water in it. It is extremely unpalatable. Apart from a slight salty and sweet taste, the taste is extremely bad and does not seem like food for humans at all. But in essence, this is indeed not much different from the bran that poultry eats. This is the taste of corn cobs, and it is not surprising that it tastes bad. Lu Xun forced himself to chew, trying to chew it as finely as possible, and then swallowed it with hot water. This way the taste improved slightly and he was able to barely eat it. It just consumes a lot of water, because the corn tortilla is too dry, and it is very easy to choke if it is not eaten with water. It took me more than 10 minutes to finish a whole tortilla. Although the taste was average, I have to say that it was very filling. When the food in his stomach was absorbed and digested, he clearly felt that the consumed physical strength was restored and his overall condition improved. This was the first time he felt full since coming to this doomsday world, and his condition had recovered a lot, as if he had been reborn. The corn tortillas are pretty good. If we add some oil and flour, as well as other seasonings, the taste will be much better. Lu Xun secretly planned to make the food more palatable when conditions were better in the future. After his physical strength recovered, he had another obvious feeling. That is, his talent seemed to be able to be used more times. Before, after using the talent slightly, I would feel tired and couldn't use it for a long time, but now it has changed significantly. Arriving at the entrance of the shelter, he tried to put his hand on the door panel, using the power of solidity to pull the door panel and the hard branch so that they would slowly connect together. Before long, the hard branches tied to the door panels, with the help of talent, merged with the door panels, and the damaged door panels were slightly repaired. A look of joy appeared on Lu Xun's face, and he could hardly suppress his happiness. On the one hand, it was because the door panel had been repaired, and on the other hand, the level of utilization of his talent had improved. Previously, the talent was exhausted from merely making a spear and was unable to be used. And now, after repairing the entire door panel, there is still some condensed energy left. This shows that the number of times a talent is used is related to one's own physical health and physical strength. After getting the door panel again, the whole shelter is much tighter, and the wind and snow will not blow in. And with the help of the fireplace, the temperature has also increased a lot, and I can feel the long-lost warmth. Back in the depths of the shelter, lying next to the fireplace, feeling the warmth brought by the burning coals, he began to think about tomorrow's trip. He had 2 choices, go to the dead forest or to the ruins of the town. Both have their pros and cons. The dead forest is safe and stable, and you can get hard branches as firewood. Blackstick insects can also be exchanged for a large number of survival coins. And this time, he can also try to find a small river and bring back some more grass. If you were to head to the town ruins, everything would be unknown. He needed to get in touch with Sherlay. It would be dangerous to meet anyone without knowing the details. He also had no idea about Sherlay's character and personality. And in the process of exploration, he may encounter other survivors. Whether they get along with each other in a friendly manner and trade with each other, or plot against each other and scheme against each other, this is not something he can control. So, he needs to be prepared for both situations. If the weather is suitable tomorrow and we can move around in the radiation for a longer time, it would be more suitable to go to the town ruins. In that case, he needs to consider his own safety. So far, the only thing that can bring him a sense of security and increase his safety factor is his solidity talent. Feeling the remaining solid power in his body, Lucian picked up a stone on the ground and tried to compress and gather it. This was really a helpless choice. There were no other materials in the shelter, so he could only use stones for the experiment. The small stone was pressed tighter and changed shape in his hand. Before long, it turned into a small stone dagger. Due to the texture of the stone, although the dagger's hardness has increased, it is still very brittle. It is suitable for cutting vegetables frequently, but it is a bit inadequate to use as a weapon. Lucian was thinking hard, thinking about materials that would be more suitable as weapons. Finally, he really found a suitable material. Moreover, this material is extremely abundant and very common in the Doomsday world. Using it will not attract the attention of other people, and it is quite powerful. If he can use it perfectly, he can keep himself safe even without weapons and protective gear when he is alone outside. Chapter 18 Bald, Strong Man. Having made up his mind, Lucian stopped wasting his natural energy. He lay down deep in the shelter and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Lucian just woke up in a daze. Look at the time. 8:50. Lucian was silent for a while, picked up the paper and pen beside him, and changed the wake-up time on the schedule to 8:50. If you can't follow the rules, change them. By the way, he also took out another piece of paper and wrote down today's date, January 4th. The first day he would arrive in this doomsday world would be January 1st, and now exactly 4 days have passed, which is January 4th. After getting up, simply brush your teeth with charcoal, wash with hot water, and start a new day. Doing the chores in the shelter, grinding cornmeal, listening to the communication on the survival radio, or recording something. At about 2 p.m., he received a call from Sherlay. Brother Shin, the snowstorm and radiation have all weakened to their lowest levels. I'm ready to head to the town ruins. If you have the chance to come, we can explore together. If you really don't have the chance, then I'll leave first. Open weather. Weather. Temperature, -9.6 degrees Celsius. Climate, light snow, wind speed 6. Radiation, mild. If you go out for more than 2 hours and 48 minutes today, radiation will invade your body, and the radiation level will continue to rise as night falls. Today's weather is much better than yesterday's. With light snow and a wind speed of level 6, it is the lightest snow he has ever seen. Moreover, today we can go out for more than 2 hours and 48 minutes, which is the longest time ever. If there are no other factors affecting it, today is definitely the most suitable day for long-distance exploration. However, there was no excitement on Lucian's face. He thought that today was the best day for long-distance exploration, so what about other survivors? Would they also go out today and head to the town ruins? During the communication yesterday, many people mentioned the town ruins and planned to go explore them. However, the town ruins mentioned by different people have slight differences, and there is a high possibility that they are not the same town ruins. The place where everyone is located is probably in the suburbs outside the city. There are many scattered villages, but they are not large in area. Most of them have only dozens of households, which also formed the town ruins that everyone saw. Lucian estimated that there was a high probability that there would be other survivors exploring the town ruins, but the actual number should not be too large. From the frequency of conversations during the communication, it can be roughly felt that there are not many survivors within a radius of 50 kilometers, and the distance between them is quite far. Therefore, there would not be too many survivors in the area around his shelter, only a few dozen at most. In addition, a group of people are timid and dare not go out, so the actual danger is not very great. As long as they pay a little attention, the situation will not be too serious. More importantly, the value of the town ruins is indeed very great. The harvest yesterday made him go from being penniless to becoming rich overnight. Therefore, he had to seize the initiative and collect more important resources from the town ruins before anyone could react. After all, resources are fixed and first come first served. Having made up his mind, Lucian also made a decision to go to the town ruins again. But when responding to Sherlay, he did not answer too absolutely, but just replied calmly, I may go over, you wait for me at the edge of the ruins for 5 minutes, if I don't get there, forget it. No problem. If you see a person without hair, that's me. Just come to me. Hearing this, Lucian frowned immediately and became alert. No hair? Bald? He must be a strong man, so we must treat him with caution and not be careless. Lucian began to prepare for the trip. Bring a survival radio, a hardwood spear, 2 skis, 2 tortillas for energy, and a small bottle of white wine. It is worth mentioning that the liquor is not a whole bottle, but a hard branch is made into a sealed small cup using the ability of solidification, which contains about 100 g of liquor. In a doomsday environment, people's hearts are vicious, so you still need to be extra careful when doing business with each other. Lucian set 3 principles for himself. Minimize the number of transactions. Try to minimize the number of transactions per transaction. Try to change the transaction location. Maybe he was thinking too much, but for his own safety, these thoughts were necessary. If other people knew that he possessed a large amount of precious resources, it would surely make other survivors jealous. When they came, they would come to rob him, and Lucian would have no place to cry. After making adequate preparations, Lucian entered the snowstorm. Today's snowstorm was obviously much smaller, making it more convenient to move. He did not go to the town ruins immediately, but went to the Deadwoods first. He had placed 2 traps there and needed to check out the situation. However, he did not hold out much hope. With such heavy snow and wind outside, there were probably few wild animals around. There is even a high possibility that the strong wind has already blown the trap away, making it hard to say whether the trap can be found. But the final result was relatively fortunate. The traps were still there, but covered with a thick layer of snow, and all of them were triggered. Lucian was not sure whether it was the appearance of a wild animal that triggered the trap, or the wind and snow that triggered the trap. After checking, not a single hair was found, which was completely expected. Continue to place the traps on the roots of the dead tree and wait for the prey to arrive. Lucian continued to rush towards the town ruins. With yesterday's experience, he only needed to follow yesterday's route and his safety was guaranteed. When he reached the edge of the town ruins, he began to slow down, deliberately hiding his whereabouts and observing the surrounding environment. Things are different now. There may be other survivors hiding around. But he soon discovered that he seemed to be worrying too much. Even though now is the best time of the day to travel, the sky is still terribly gloomy, visibility is very low, and it is white all around with snowflakes floating, so you can't see anything at all. Other survivors can't see him, and he can't see other survivors, so it can be said to be very safe. No. Maybe he can see other survivors. Just after he finished taking a quick look and thought he had found nothing, he suddenly spotted a smooth reflective object on a hill not far away. What a bright head. Lucian couldn't help but sigh. I saw a burly man, wrapped in a plush winter coat, carrying a bamboo basket on his back, standing in the cold wind, with a shiny bald head, looking as if he was feeling lonely at the top. Lucian's mouth twitched. Could this be Sherlay? Chapter 19. Great wisdom appears foolishly. I had only heard the voice before, which was low, hoarse, and a little timid, and it was completely incompatible with the image at this moment. Lucian took out the survival radio from his arms and tried to send a message to Sherlay. I'm here. Then, his eyes were fixed on the bald figure. After a few seconds, the man really reached out and took out the survival radio, then turned his head and looked in all directions. Soon, a low-level voice accompanied by the whistling of cold wind rang out from the survival radio. Brother Shin, where are you? Why can't I see you? Lucian said, go to the valley east of the town ruins. After careful consideration, Lucian decided that it was necessary to meet. Sherlay may become his ally or his enemy. No matter what the outcome, it is necessary to take this risk. Moreover, he has the ability to take this risk. When Sherlay rushed over, he was also making preparations, and the power of solidification attached to the ice and snow on the ground. There is nothing unusual on the surface, but changes have already occurred beneath the snow. Ice and snow are definitely the most suitable materials to use for solidification. Not only is the quantity huge and inexhaustible, but the texture is also soft and can be easily compressed and pulled. It only takes a small amount of energy to move a large amount of snow. If he takes precautions, the snow around him is his best defense and can effectively ensure his safety. As Sherlay ran over, a serious look appeared on Lucian's face. It only took a moment to tell whether he was an enemy or a friend. Sherlay's image was more shocking than he had expected. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with a strong and sturdy build, and his shiny bald head gave him a strong sense of oppression, as if he was an iron wall. However, his relatively youthful face and simple smile are inconsistent with his terrifying body shape and appearance. Brother Shin, I finally found you. I've been blowing in the wind for 10 minutes. Sherlay grinned and ran over while shouting, without any trace of hostility. But Lucian still didn't dare to be careless, because he keenly noticed that when Sherlay ran over, he actually reached his right hand into the backpack behind him, as if he was taking something out, which made him alert. When the distance was only 3 meters, Lucian used the solidification in his hand, and suddenly an ice pillar condensed from the snow underground and appeared in front of Sherlay's feet. The next moment, there was a muffled bang sound. Sherlay lost his balance and fell to the ground, falling into the snow. Lucian held the spear tightly in his hand, and would stab forward if any unexpected situation occurred. Moreover, the snow around him also became more solid, like a circle of ice brick walls, surrounding him and ensuring his safety. In order to welcome this meeting, he had made full preparations and used his natural abilities without mercy. But in the next moment, a huge hand rose from the snow, and a bag of woolen grass was placed in front of Lucian. "Shin, brother Shin, your velvet grass." Lucian's mouth twitched. After hesitating for a moment, he took it, checked it, and found that there was nothing wrong. Moreover, this velvet grass is indeed soft and has excellent warmth retention effect. In today's doomsday environment, it must be a very precious resource. Sherlay staggered to his feet from the snow, scratched his head awkwardly, and said with a silly smile, "Sorry, I ran too fast and lost my balance, so I fell down." Although Lucian was still on guard, he felt a little relieved. Judging from Sherlay's performance just now, he did not seem like a scheming person. "Brother Sher, why are you standing on the top of the mountain? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by other survivors?" Lucian asked. He was also curious whether this kid was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, just standing on the top of the mountain like that. "Oh, the visibility is so poor in the snow. I'm just worried that you can't see. So I just wait for you at the top of the mountain." Lucian. As for the other survivors, Sherlay grinned and said, "Look at me, it's good enough that the other survivors are not scared away. Who would have the time to bother me?" Lucian was stunned, looked him up and down, and couldn't help but said, "Fuck, that makes sense. No matter which survivor sees a 2-meter-tall, burly bald man, as long as he is not stupid, he will not regard him as a target of plunder." Sherlay scratched his head and said, "Brother Shin, shall we go in now? I have been observing for a long time and have not seen any rotting corpses or mutant creatures. It should be safe inside." Lucian nodded slightly and looked up to Sherlay. He understood that this man was not a reckless person and that he was thoughtful and considerate. So he said, "I must go in, but why do you call me Brother Shin? I see you're older than me." Brother Shin, I'm 19 years old." 19. The corner of Lucian's mouth twitched, and he looked at him again. The tall figure, the weathered face, the deep eyes, the low tone, gradually became messy in the wind. The two of them braved the wind and snow and came to the edge of the town ruins, which was also covered with a lot of white snow, creating a quiet and desolate atmosphere. Looking at the building in front of them, Sherlay asked, "Brother Shin, how do you think it would be best to explore? Should we work together, or should we each find a house?" Lucian thought for a moment and said, "Let's act together first. After we are sure there is no danger, we can disperse and collect supplies." Although he had been here once, he could not be sure that there was no danger here. There might be some unknown crisis hidden. We came to a relatively complete building. It was also a 3-story self-built house, but its decoration was better than the one we saw yesterday, and its facade was more imposing. It was obviously a wealthy family. It seems that because the materials used are more solid, the house has hardly collapsed, but the outer layer of the wall has fallen off, looking extremely old and covered with a thick layer of ice. But the internal body is almost complete. The two men approached but did not go in immediately. They mainly explored the situation inside through the frosted glass. What came into view were several corpses with twisted limbs, rotten bodies, and hideous appearances, but their heads had been hollowed out and they were lying on the ground motionless. Seeing this scene, Lucian did not feel relieved at all. Instead, he looked around with extreme vigilance to see if there were any other living creatures. Sure enough, in the direction of the kitchen, a rotten corpse with a larger body and a more hideous face was found. It can be clearly seen that this corpse is stronger and more difficult to deal with. Lucian muttered to himself, "Is it because it has eaten the radiation cores of other corpses that it has become even stronger?" This speculation is not without basis. Why did the other zombies die? Why were their heads hollowed out? Why was there only one stronger zombie left? Putting everything together, it's not difficult to guess this. "Brother Shin, should we go in? This corpse looks difficult to deal with." Chapter 20: Pickled Radishes and Pickled Vegetables. Lucian glanced at him and said, "You are such a big guy. Are you afraid of this rotten corpse?" "Of course not." Sherlay stared with fear and said, "I was scratched by a rotten corpse last time and almost died. It's better to stay away from this thing." Lucian nodded slightly, and after a moment of silence, he said, "There is indeed a certain risk. Let's go to another company." "Good." Adhering to the principle of safety first, Lucian gave up this house without hesitation and turned to other houses. After all, there was more than one building here, so there was no need to stick to it. Not far away, we found a new house. It had only 2 floors, looked rather short, and did not occupy a large area, but the overall structure was relatively intact. After a thorough inspection, no trace of a decomposed corpse was found in the house, nor were there any traces of blood or fighting. After confirming it was safe, the two men broke in through the window. Before starting to look for supplies, Lucian grabbed Sherlay and said, "Let's make it clear in advance that all the resources we find will be divided equally to avoid conflicts." Sherlay nodded and said, "No problem, Brother Shin. I know my limits." The two men split up and searched each room for usable supplies. This place had also been looted, and many useful supplies were gone, such as the food in the rice jar, the bedding on the bed, and the clothes in the closet. Lucian could only pray that the people who had looted previously had poor eyesight and left some useful resources behind. After searching for a while, he found a few bowls and iron basins in the kitchen cabinet. They seemed to have been left here, so he naturally accepted them without hesitation. In addition, a backpack, a kettle, and a sack of plastic bottles were found in the room on the second floor. He also had no idea why these three completely different things appeared in the same room. This should be a child's room. It is understandable that there is a school bag, which is a learning material. It is also understandable that there is a kettle, which is convenient for drinking water at night. But why is there a sack of plastic bottles under the bed? Lucian was too lazy to think about it and took everything away. After all, there were not many things he could use. Afterwards, I found a batch of wooden boards and iron sheets in the grocery room on the second floor. The wooden boards had been weathered and broke into pieces when touched lightly. They were completely unusable and inconvenient to take back. However, the quality of this batch of iron sheets seemed to be quite good. Although they were rusty, the overall texture was good. They were definitely very good materials, so Lucian bought them without hesitation. When he returned to the first floor with his harvest, Sherlay was already sitting in a chair waiting. "How's it going, Brotherson? Did you get anything?" Sherlay asked with a grin, and then couldn't help complaining. "This place has been searched many times, and all the useful things have been taken away. It's really infuriating." Lucian waved his hand and said, "It would be nice to have some gains." Then he put the harvest in his hands in the living room, where Sherlay's harvest was also. After a quick cleanup, Lucian found a total of 6 bowls, 2 iron basins, a backpack, a kettle, 56 water bottles, and iron sheets weighing dozens of kilograms. The supplies Sherlay found were relatively few, but they were all of good quality. 4 boxes of 150g chocolate, expired, 6 packs of cigarettes, 3 packs of sanitary napkins, a deck of playing cards, and a box of flying chess. The more Lucian looked at it, the more outrageous it seemed to him. What the hell were these things? Chocolate and cigarettes are both fine products, but the last 3 items, aren't they a bit too much? Why are you taking someone else's sanitary napkin when you have nothing better to do? Are you going to use it? Sherlay was stunned. "I don't need it, but I can trade it. There must be someone who needs it." It seems so." Lucian's brain circuit slowed down for a moment, and his tone softened. However, when he saw the flying chess and cards, he couldn't help but ask again, "Then what are you doing with the toys?" "Leisure and entertainment. Aren't you usually bored in the shelter?" "Well, it is indeed somewhat useful, so take it." Lucian curled his lips helplessly. It was true that his thinking was narrow-minded. These things were really useful. The two began to divide the harvest, dividing the even numbers equally and the odd numbers according to their respective needs. Lucian took away 3 bowls, a basin, a backpack, 28 water bottles, about 7 kilograms of iron sheets, 2 bars of chocolate, 3 packs of cigarettes, 1.5 packs of sanitary napkins, and flying chess. However, after the allocation, Lucian saw that Sherlay seemed to be hesitant, so he said, "If you have something to say, just say it. We can discuss the allocation of resources." Sherlay hesitated for a moment, then scratched his head and said, "Brother Shun, I don't need iron sheets, nor do I need so many water bottles. I don't usually have enough to eat, so?" After listening to this, Lucian immediately understood what he meant, but he also expressed his understanding. Judging from Sherlay's body shape, he must eat more than normal people, and his demand for food must be greater. As for the water bottle and the iron sheet, they are indeed useless to him. Lucian thought about it, threw the chocolate in his hand directly, and then said, "The chocolate is for you. Give me the iron sheet and the water bottle." Sherlay smiled and took it gladly. Considering that Sherlay brought him a lot of precious wool grass, Lucian took out a tortilla from his pocket and threw it to Sherlay. The food tastes average, but it's very filling. I'm trading it with you for the velvet grass." Sherlay grinned and said thank you, with gratitude in his eyes. Food was indeed more important to him. Lucian checked again and made sure there were no basements or hidden rooms. He packed up his harvest and rushed to another house without stopping. "We have plenty of time today, so we have enough time to search for another house." The second house is smaller, with only 1 floor. It is a mud house and looks extremely narrow. The two looked at the small mud house with some disdain in their eyes. However, this house was the only relatively intact building nearby. If they wanted to search for other houses, they would have to walk a long way and climb over the ruins, which was really inconvenient. With a tentative mentality, the two searched the earthen house, but unexpectedly, they found the biggest reward of this time. The house was indeed bare and had almost no useful resources, but it did have a basement. In the basement, they found a jar of pickled radishes and a jar of pickled vegetables. The jar was not big, weighing less than 20 pounds. After it was opened, a rich aroma wafted out. Lu Shun, who had been eating black bread, pressed biscuits, and corn tortillas for a few days, suddenly felt hungry. Lu Xun was also surprised. He didn't expect that the pickled radishes and pickled vegetables inside did not rot. It was probably because the salt content was extremely high and the temperature and humidity were suitable, so they could be preserved for such a long time. Sherlay on the side couldn't help swallowing his saliva. In a doomsday environment, this is an important resource with a lot of value. Pickled radishes and pickled vegetables contain a lot of salt, which can supplement the salt needed by the human body and replace table salt to a certain extent. There is another more important point, which has extraordinary significance for survival in a doomsday environment. That is, supplementing vitamins and minerals. Chapter 21 Female Survivor. Radishes and pickles are both vegetables that are rich in vitamins, which are exactly what survivors need but are difficult to replenish. Therefore, in terms of value alone, it is already comparable to hard currencies such as liquor, food, and thermal insulation items. As for the excellent flavor of pickled radishes and pickled vegetables, it is just the icing on the cake. Brother Shen, do you want radishes or pickles? Lu Shen's eyes darkened and he said, I want both. Half of each. Good idea. The two men took out half of the radishes and pickles and stuffed them in alternately, making sure that each jar contained half pickled pickles and half pickled radishes. The jar feels heavy in my hands, which makes me very happy. This is definitely one of the biggest gains of the day. When the two climbed out of the cellar with smiles on their faces and were about to leave, Lu Shen suddenly reached out and grabbed Sherlay, lowered his voice, and said hurriedly, Hide. Something's happening. Sherlay was stunned, but he quickly lay down, not daring to make a sound, and looked outside the house with extreme vigilance. After a while, Sherlay lowered his voice and asked carefully, Brother Shen, what did you find? There are people nearby. Lu Shen stared at the outside of the house with a deep look in his eyes and explained, Did you see the footprints outside? What happened to the footprints? Aren't they ours? Lu Shen said calmly, I have hidden our footprints so that no one else can find out where we are. The footprints outside are not ours. Sherlay's eyes narrowed and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He glanced at Lu Shen with some curiosity, as if he had guessed something, but did not say much. When Lu Shen went out exploring, he always insisted on doing one thing, and that was to eliminate footprints. Using his talent, solidification, he can easily control the footprints behind him and restore the snow to its original state, as if no one had ever walked there. He could even control the snow and deliberately imitate similar footprints. Compared to compressing hard branches, pulling snow is much easier because the density of snow is very low, only a few hundredths of that of hard branches, so erasing footprints does not consume much of his energy, but the effect is surprisingly good. When he entered the house, he had wiped out all the footprints of the two people. Then, these footprints outside must belong to other people. Lu Shen moved closer to the window and looked in the direction of the footprints. His eyes couldn't help but fluctuate slightly. This is entering the room with the rotting corpse? Just as he was thinking about it, a fight suddenly broke out in the building that the footprints led to, and it was extremely fierce. Sherlay couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, came closer and said, Did someone really go in? Should we go and take a look? Don't get close, it might be dangerous. Lu Shen thought about it for a moment and made a decision immediately. Whether it is the danger from rotting corpses or the danger from survivors, you need to be extra careful. Moreover, this is a special zombie that is larger in size and has devoured other zombies. And this survivor dared to explore the ruins of the town alone, and even broke into a building with rotting corpses. There are only two possibilities. Either this person is mentally ill, or he is extremely powerful. However, he soon realized that this person must be mentally ill. Bang! The door of the building next door was pushed open violently, making a crisp sound. A woman in her early 30s, wearing a cotton jacket, pushed the door open and ran out. The clothes on her right arm had been torn and stained with blood. Her steps were staggering, and it was obvious that she was seriously injured. Blood dripped onto the snow, instantly dyeing a large area red. Lu Shen frowned slightly, feeling a little anxious. The direction the woman fled was exactly the direction they were hiding. In this area, this mud house was the only place that could serve as a hiding place, so it naturally became the direction for the woman to escape. As she approached, Lu Shen directly stuck his head out, lowered his voice, and said in a low voice, There are people here. Go somewhere else. Don't bring that thing here. This was also a helpless move. This mud house had no back door at all. If the woman rushed in with the rotten corpse, she would be very likely to get injured if fighting in such a narrow area. At the same time, he also wanted to see what kind of character this woman had. If he still had some conscience, he would definitely not bring danger here, so there would be no harm in saving her life. But what if? No ifs. When the woman heard the voice, she paused for a moment in fear. Then joy quickly appeared in her eyes, and she actually quickened her pace again. Sherlay saw that something was wrong and showed off his tall stature. He said harshly, "Don't get close to here, or we'll be rude to you." The voice was like a loud bell, carrying a strong oppressive force, and there was even a hint of hostility in his eyes. It was also the first time that Lucian saw Sherlay like this, and he couldn't help but look up to him. He understood that Sherlay was by no means a stupid person, but was extremely smart, and his behavior was very measured. Although the fleeing woman was frightened, she gritted her teeth and did not stop running towards the two men. Behind her, the larger corpse followed closely, roaring and rushing towards her. The disgusting stench of decay had begun to spread around. Seeing that the woman had made up her mind, Lucian's face darkened. He placed his right hand on Sherlay's shoulder and said calmly, "Since she is unkind, don't blame us for being unjust. You step back and I'll handle it." Sherlay was stunned, took a step back, and gave the seat at the door to Lucian. Lucian slowly squatted down and reached his hand into the snow on the ground. A mysterious force began to spread, and the snow began to fluctuate slightly under its traction. The next moment, the woman walking in the snow suddenly lost her balance and fell directly to the ground, falling into the thick layer of snow. It can be clearly seen that at the last moment before she fell, her face was full of fear. At such a critical moment, with the corpse right behind her, she had obviously anticipated the consequences of the fall. A rotting figure lunged at him from behind, and his heart-wrenching screams echoed in the cold air, accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn and chewed. When Lucian saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown and sigh. He just wanted to protect his own safety and was not a bloodthirsty and murderous person. This scene was truly hard to accept. At this time, Sherlay on the side suddenly said, "Brother Shun, the corpse seems to have discovered us. Should we run away quickly?" Lucian had already seen the sharpness of the corpses. Now that the two sides were so close, he could understand being discovered by the corpses. Lucian simply thought about it. His eyes became firm, and he said, "No, it may not be our opponent after leaving the room. Let's get rid of it directly to avoid more trouble." He still remembered the two zombies he had encountered earlier, who had still groped their way to the shelter even after they had lost his sight. The powerful perception ability of the corpses made him extremely alert. If he didn't deal with it today, they would probably find a shelter in the future, and the situation would only become more troublesome. Chapter 22, Is There Anyone Around? Sherlay obviously thought of this as well. After all, he was also deeply harmed by the rotting corpses and almost died. So, without much hesitation, he grabbed the door panel with both hands, broke it hard, and broke it off, holding it in his hands as a shield. Lucian paused, feeling the slightly shaking house. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This kid is really awesome. "Brother Shun, I'll hold the front, and you take action to deal with it." After he finished speaking, Sherlay walked out of the house, staring at the rotten corpse with sharp eyes, waiting for it to approach. Then the next moment, a familiar scene appeared. The rotten corpse suddenly staggered and fell to the ground with a bang, leaving Sherlay stunned. "Don't just stand there, hit him on the head," Lucian growled. Sherlay reacted immediately, raised the door panel in his hand high, and smashed it towards the corpse's head. The powerful blow lifted the surrounding snow and pressed the corpse's head directly into the ground. But it is not over yet. Sherlay knows that the snow on the surface will form a buffer and the corpses will most likely not die easily. So, he lifted the stone slab again and smashed it madly, creating a pit nearly 1 meter deep. Every time he smashed it, there was a dull clang sound. This is the sound of the head hitting the ice. After hitting him for more than 100 times, Sherlay finally stopped. Lucian also cooperated, his spear piercing through the corpse's head and stirring it several times, completely ending its life. I'm so tired." Sherlay threw away the door panel and sat on the ground panting. Lucian walked forward and took out a black stone from the corpse's head. It was the corpse radiation core. But this radiation core is obviously different from the ones obtained previously. It seems to be more transparent and more regular, and should be of better quality. Afterwards, Lucian came to the side of the female survivor again. Most of her body had been eaten and her appearance was really unbearable to look at. But he still suppressed his nausea and searched the body, hoping to find some supplies, but to no avail. Next to the woman was a cloth bag containing a flattened piece of bread, 2 canned beef, and her survival radio. But after her death, this survival radio could not be turned on and seemed to have lost all its function. After checking it, Lucian put it away, hoping it might be useful in the future. Lu Xun threw the bread and a can of meat to Sherlay and said, "I'll take a can of meat and a radiation core. You'll suffer a little loss, and I'll bring food to compensate you next time." Sherlay made an okay gesture and agreed immediately. After this cooperation, the relationship between the two has obviously become much closer, and their trust has been greatly improved, so they are no longer in conflict over a radiation core. After sorting out the harvest and preparing to return to the mud house, Lu Xun suddenly looked towards the ruins not far away and whispered, "You are hiding there. Are you hoping to reap the benefits?" It was completely silent. When Sherlay heard this, he immediately became alert. Lu Xun continued, "Do you want to come out on your own, or do you want me to pull you out? If things get too awkward, it will be bad for everyone." Still no one responded. Sherlay took a step forward and said with full energy, "We have already found you. Why don't you hurry out? Do you want me to help you get out?" As he said this, he was about to walk forward, but was stopped by Lu Xun behind him. "Okay, it seems there is really no one here. I was worrying too much," Lu Xun said calmly, and turned back to the mud house. Sherlay scratched his head awkwardly. He had no choice as the noise was too loud, especially the scream of the female survivor before her death, which could be heard throughout the entire ruins. As long as there were other survivors in the town ruins, they must have known what happened here, and there was a high possibility that they would come over to check the situation. He asked a few questions just in case, but it seemed that there was indeed no one around. After packing their luggage and stuffing most of their belongings into backpacks, they started their journey home, carrying sacks filled with plastic bottles and iron sheets. There are only 50 minutes left before the end of the time. Although it is still plenty of time, there is no time to explore other buildings. I must hurry back as soon as possible. The two said goodbye in the valley and walked in different directions. Before leaving, Lu Xun suddenly asked, "Brother Sher, you are so strong. Did you successfully awaken your talent?" Sherlay was stunned and said, "Yes, I was scratched by a rotten corpse last time and almost died. In the end, I spent all my survival coins to buy talent awakening, and I barely saved my life." "I see. Brother Shun, you should be the same, right? Well, it's a lucky awakening. I look forward to our next cooperation." "Good." After a brief farewell, they each set off on their journey home. Because he had a deeper understanding of the solidity, talent, and was more experienced in using it, he was able to travel much faster. Moreover, there was plenty of time left, so when we passed the dead forest, there were still 20 minutes left. So, Lu Xun collected a batch of hard branches in the dead forest and took them back. The number was not large, but it was barely enough for keeping warm for most of the day. In order to facilitate collection, he directly broke off the branches from the dead trees, so he was able to collect a large number of hard branches in such a short time. When we rushed back to the shelter, there were only 5 minutes left before the exploration time ended. When he saw the familiar and hidden shelter, he finally let go of his worry and lay down peacefully, feeling much happier both physically and mentally. No matter how good a nest is, it is not as good as your own doghouse. Although the shelter is very narrow and simple, it is the only place that can give him a sense of security. It is also the only place where he can find a place to stay in this radiation-filled blizzard apocalypse. Light the fireplace and let the warm light illuminate the sanctuary. After taking out all the supplies and placing them on the floor of the shelter, it looks full and brings a great sense of satisfaction. With these 2 explorations, more and more resources were harvested, and the originally empty shelter became full. This time, we gained more than yesterday. For warming items, I got a large bundle of woolen grass, which weighed about 7 to 8 pounds. It could barely be used as a mattress under my body, and the warming effect was improved. However, the quantity is still a bit small. I can find a way to collect more in the future, or trade with Sherlay. In terms of daily necessities, we received a backpack, 3 bowls, 1 basin, 56 plastic bottles, a kettle, and 15 kilograms of iron sheets, all of which can be used directly. In addition, there are flying chests and 1.5 packs of sanitary napkins, which can be used for leisure and entertainment, as well as for exchanging supplies. In terms of food, we also received a jar of pickled radishes and pickled vegetables, plus a 200g can of beef. Finally, there is a radiation core, and the harvest can be said to be extremely rich. After a short rest, Lu Xun began to organize and classify, which is also the most fulfilling job. Chapter 23 Special Refresh Card. First, take out the black stick insects from the hard branches. There are only 6 of them, which can be exchanged for 18 survival coins. By the way, I also handed the corpse radiation core to the store for inspection and also planned to exchange it for survival coins. However, the information of this radiation core was obviously different, which made Lu Xun's eyes light up. Name, Secondary corpse radiation core times 1. Introduction. A second-level corpse core that has devoured many first-level corpse radiation cores. Its energy is purer and richer. Survivors can absorb its energy, which has a chance of improving their talents, but also a chance of being corroded by radiation. Exchangeable, 30 survival coins, plus a special store refresh card. Second-level corpse core. This is obviously a more advanced item. Just looking at the exchangeable survival coins, it can be seen that it is 6 times more expensive than the first-level corpse core. Moreover, the introduction also shows another function. Survivors can absorb the energy and improve their innate abilities to a certain extent. But what does it mean that there is a chance of being corroded by radiation? Lucian thought for a moment and decided to exchange it for survival coins without taking any risks. In addition to being able to exchange for 30 survival coins, you can also exchange for a special store refresh card, which is obviously very good. Although I don't know what the special refresh card is used for, since it is given by the store, it must be useful and may even be very valuable. At this time, Lucian already had 47 survival coins in his hand, and his deposits reached the highest level in history. First, spend 15 survival coins to buy the gas mask, then click the refresh button to use up today's refresh opportunity. 3 items appeared before my eyes. Gloves, 8 survival coins. Instant noodles times 1, 18 survival coins. Facial cleanser, 12 survival coins. These 3 items made Lucian feel extremely conflicted. So they are useless? They are somewhat useful. But are they useful? Not really. As food, he should have bought the instant noodles, but the price of 18 survival coins made him unable to make up his mind. As for the facial cleanser, although it is relatively useless, he would like to buy it if it is cheap. So, after some careful consideration, he finally bought the gloves. The temperature is too low and I have to work frequently, so my hands now have signs of frostbite. If I had gloves to protect them, the situation would be much better. As for the other 2 items, they were relatively worthless, so I gave up on them. Lucian took out the store's special refresh card and chose refresh again. On the screen, the products that kept rotating appeared with a halo, which was slightly different from usual, and I could vaguely see some products that I had never seen before. As the rotation slowly stopped, 3 new products appeared in front of him. After seeing the names of the products clearly, Lucian couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Name: Corpse Grass times 2. Introduction: a special plant that has mutated due to radiation. Its juice can conceal the smell and prevent the pursuit of corpses. The effect lasts for about an hour. Price: 10 survival coins. Name: Mission Card times 1. Introduction: the store system issues a task card, which randomly refreshes a task. After completing it, you can get a reward. Price: 5 survival coins. Name: Purple Ningting times 3. Introduction: the juice from a special vine plant that has mutated due to radiation can help wounds to quickly clot, inhibit bacteria, and heal wounds. Price: 30 survival coins. Tip: since you use a special refresh card to refresh, you can choose one of the 3 items and get it for free. If the price of the item exceeds 100 survival coins, this function will not take effect. Fuck, this is good stuff. Lucian couldn't help but exclaim. When killing the corpse, he and Sherlay cooperated with each other, and the process was relatively easy, which led him to think that the corpse was weak, so its radiation core value was not high. It seems now that the strength of the second-level corpse is definitely very strong, and the core value of its radiation is far beyond imagination. This is really a great advantage. I have to compensate Sherlay next time. Lucian muttered to himself, but his eyes were fixed on the 3 items, and he was reluctant to leave. The goods refreshed using the store's special refresh card are of very high quality, and each one is very useful. Corpse breathing grass. This is something that can save your life. When I go out now, I worry most about encountering rotting corpses and mutated creatures. 1 or 2 would be fine, but if there are a lot of them, there will be no way to escape at all. Moreover, Lucian had also thought that if all humans in the Doomsday world turned into zombies, the actual number of zombies would be very large, especially in some cities where humans originally gathered. The level of danger would definitely be extremely high. Therefore, the dangers posed by decaying corpses must be considered. At the same time, we also get another piece of information from the introduction. Perhaps the corpse does not rely on temperature perception, but on smell, which is indeed a bit surprising. He didn't quite understand what the mission card was for, but it was probably not useless. Purple vine is also a strategic level material, and its price is even higher than some hard currencies. After all, it is something that can save lives, and is equivalent to a higher quality medicine. After just a little thought, Lucian decided to buy them all. Special Store Refresh also comes with the right to choose 1 item for free, and you can get the most expensive purple vine for free, which is a pleasant surprise. Lu Shun was quite excited as he spent 15 survival coins to obtain these 3 extremely precious items. After placing the purple vine and corpse grass, he took out the task card. It was a small card, not much different from a business card. There is a line of small words written on it, which is the mission. Task: hunt down 10 first-level corpses and 2 second-level corpses. Reward: 50 survival coins. The difficulty of the mission is average, not particularly difficult, but not easy either. The rewards are also average and not particularly exciting. After all, the value of the radiation cores of 10 first-level zombies and 2 second-level zombies has already reached 110 survival coins, so the reward of 50 survival coins can only be regarded as icing on the cake. This task can only be completed at random. It is not suitable to go looking for corpses to kill. On the one hand, you cannot find them, and on the other hand, it is dangerous. Just let nature take its course, and after a period of exploration, there is still a great chance of hunting down 10 first-level zombies and 2 second-level zombies. Checking the time, it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. Lu Shun ate a tortilla as his food for the day. As for the evening time, there were a lot of tasks for him to do, such as squeezing the juice of corpse grass, boiling purple vine, and grinding corn flour. It was destined to be a busy night. I worked until after 2,200 hours and finally finished the task and collected 2 small bottles of juice. One is gray in color and weighs less than 10 grams, but has an extremely pungent smell. This is the juice of the corpse grass. In addition, the liquid boiled from purple vine is about 500 milliliters and is in the form of gray-purple mucus. After carefully hiding himself, Lu Shun lay peacefully on the woolen grass and listened to the communication from the survival radio. Chapter 24. Go to the Dead Forest. Damn it. I finally managed to explore the town ruins today, but I was almost killed by a beast. Don't let me know who you are, or I'll fight you to the death. Haha. If you don't have enough strength, just keep quiet. If you really die outside, you can only blame yourself. Stop talking nonsense and fight with real swords and guns if you have the guts. Don't make a fuss. Solve the problem privately. Don't leave it here and affect public resources. Alas, town ruins are not easy to explore. I went there today, but not only did I not find any useful resources, I was also chased by a dozen zombies. Now the zombies are still outside the shelter. I don't know what to do. Brother, you have to think positively. With the zombies guarding the shelter for you, your safety is guaranteed. There is no need to do this. Brothers, if anyone has extra food, can you give me some? I can move to your shelter. I'm very obedient. 170 centimeters tall and long-legged school beauty. Don't be ridiculous. If people can't even meet their basic needs, who would be interested in you? Food is much more expensive than you. Hey, I want it. Sister, come here. Brother has a lot of food. Haha, that's right. You are my brother's biggest food reserve. TSK, TSK, TSK. Brother, you have such a dark mind. In just a few days, Lu Shun could clearly feel that under the pressure of survival, the relationship between the survivors had undergone subtle changes. At the beginning, they were relatively friendly with each other and retained the morals and ethics of a peaceful society. They even helped each other, and the relationship was relatively clear. But now, the hostility has become several times more serious, and the desire is also spreading. And he was sure that among the existing survivors, there must be some who had plundered other survivors, which was not uncommon in a doomsday environment. I couldn't help but sigh. This change is inevitable. In order to compete for limited survival resources, the competition between survivors will become more and more fierce. Especially in the next few days, many survivors will be running out of food, and even if they don't want to leave the shelter, they have to go out to find food. Moreover, town ruins must be the best choice. By then, many survivors will inevitably gather in the town ruins, and disputes will easily break out, and the degree of danger will increase dramatically. He had already made plans. Tomorrow might be the last time he would go to the town ruins. From now on, he would have to stay away from there and survive in the shelter. Bang! In the middle of the night, Lu Shun woke up from his sleep and slapped himself in the face. Why are there bugs in the shelter? With the light from the fireplace, Lu Shun frowned and looked beside him, and saw that he had slapped a bug to death, which looked not much different from an ant. He immediately became alert. If it was a mutant creature, it might be as dangerous as the black stick insect, and he would be seriously injured if he was not careful. Fortunately, after checking, it seemed to be just an ordinary ant. But how could ants suddenly appear in this snowy place? Lu Shun got up and checked, and found that there were quite a few small insects in the shelter, many of which were surrounding the secret fireplace, as if they were trying to keep warm. This phenomenon is somewhat similar to that of the black stick insect. Many creatures find it difficult to survive in a cold environment, so they hibernate, but when they feel the temperature, they wake up and move closer. In the icy and snowy world, the temperature in the shelter was the only thing above zero. For these little bugs, this was simply heaven. Gather together. But this situation is really uncomfortable for the survivors. If he wasn't wearing thick clothes, these bugs wouldn't be able to crawl in, otherwise it would have annoyed him even more. Alas, living in this mud pit all the time is not a long-term solution. Lu Xun has considered it many times and wanted to renovate the shelter or directly relocate the shelter to find a place more suitable for living. But it has always been just thought, without taking any actual action. But next, if conditions permit, the issue of shelter can indeed be put on the agenda. Half lying in the shelter, under the influence of these bugs, he had no mood to fall asleep. He added a few more pieces of firewood to the fireplace, and under the light of the fire, he poured himself half a bottle of white wine, drinking while thinking about his future plans. Food is still the first priority, and we must find a stable and continuous source of food. It would be best if we could grow it ourselves. We also need to continue to look for living resources. Shelters are also a big problem. As resources increase, the demand for life also increases. This place is still too narrow. And the relationships with other survivors, cooperation, trade, competition. Thoughts kept popping up in his mind, and Lu Xun wrote down some important ideas to facilitate future planning. Rustle. It was a silent sanctuary, with the only sound besides the raging wind outside was the friction between the pen tip and paper. For many survivors, due to various factors, their sleep at night is very light, and they often wake up in the middle of the night like this. The next day, around 2 p.m. Weather. Temperature, -12.4 degrees Celsius. Climate, moderate snow, wind speed of level 10. Radiation, moderate. If you go out for more than 73 minutes today, radiation will invade your body. As night falls, the radiation level will continue to rise. Today's weather has deteriorated significantly compared to the past few days, so the time we have to explore outdoors has been reduced accordingly. However, with the 30 minutes of wearing the gas mask, his outdoor exploration time can still reach about 100 minutes. He was also thinking about where he should explore today. If we want to continue to the town ruins, time may be tight. If something unexpected happens, we may not be able to get back in time. But if you go to the dead forest, there are fewer resources there and the harvest will be much less. More importantly, more and more people will explore the town ruins in the future. If he fails to seize the initiative, the remaining supplies will be looted by other survivors, and he will naturally have no share. After considering for a long time, Lu Xun finally gritted his teeth, put aside his greed, and chose the safest plan, to go to the dead forest. But he didn't know that this choice saved him a lot of unnecessary trouble. At this time, Sherlay's communication came in at the right time. Brother Shin, are we still gathering at the town ruins today? Let's do another big job. No. Lu Xun refused. Today's schedule is too tight. I don't have enough time to go back and forth. I can't go. Don't you have enough time to go back and forth? Brother Shin, you're really far away. Sherlay felt a little regretful, and then said, Then I will go by myself this time. If I find any useful resources, I will leave some for you, Brother Shun. Chapter 25 Whereabouts of Survivors. Okay, then you should be careful. There may be a lot of people heading to the town ruins today. If there is any danger, you should focus on ensuring your own safety. Lu Xun reminded them that although the relationship between the two sides could not be said to be extremely close, they could barely be considered half-friends in this blizzard apocalypse. Sherlay nodded in agreement and said nothing more. Lu Xun took his equipment and stepped into the snow and wind, heading towards the dead forest. This time, in addition to the survival radio and the spear, Lu Xun also carried two other pieces of equipment. Backpack, sack, axe. The backpack and sack were the supplies he obtained yesterday. He had just made the axe this morning, using the iron sheet he obtained yesterday and his talent solidification to make it into the shape of an axe, and then matched it with a wooden handle. Making this axe consumed almost all of his energy, and he gradually recovered after eating 2 tortillas in a row. The density of iron is too high and its strength is too great. It is extremely difficult to use one's talents to transform it. Even the axe in his hand was not compressed to a very high degree, as if it were a series of steel coils mixed together, and it did not look natural. However, if it is only used for cutting wood, it is more than enough. Once you reach the deadwoods, check the traps as usual. The situation was just as he expected. There was nothing there, not even a single hair. Lu Xun shook his head helplessly. He hadn't eaten anything for many days, and his physical condition was getting worse and worse. It was a pity that the trap was not very effective. Not only today, but perhaps for a long time to come, traps will not bring food. Lu Xun did not force it and focused on collecting wood, which was the main purpose of his visit today. Since no one has come to collect wood in the past few days, the amount of firewood is seriously insufficient, and during the day, people are reluctant to light the fireplace. We have nearly 100 minutes today to collect as many hard branches as possible. Use an axe to split the snow on the ground, find the hard branches buried in it, and collect them all. With an axe, even hard snow can be easily split, and the efficiency is obviously much faster. But after collecting in the previous few days, the number of hard branches buried in the snow had become very scarce, and they were gone after a short period of collection. So, Lu Xun directly set his sights on the dead tree. In fact, it would be more convenient to cut down wood directly and obtain a large amount of wood quickly, but he had never done so before. On the one hand, it is extremely difficult to cut down a hard dead tree without tools such as axes. On the other hand, it is also for sustainable development considerations. There is only this one dead forest around the shelter. If it is cut down all at once, where will we get wood from in the future? The scarcity of resources forced him to carefully arrange every available resource. As for now, there is really no other way. There are too few hard branches on the ground, and a large amount of wood is needed for heating, so we have to cut down dead trees. I found a small dead tree, about the thickness of a bowl, about 2 meters tall, and looked rather thin overall. Lu Xun swung the axe in his hand and cut off the thinner branches of the dead tree. The dead tree itself is very hard, even harder than hard branches, so it is very difficult to cut it down. It often takes 7 to 8 consecutive chops to barely cut it down. However, compared to digging hard branches bit by bit in 1.8 meters of snow, the speed is still much faster and the harvest is relatively greater. Excluding the time for going back and forth, we have about an hour to collect wood today, which is plenty of time. During these 60 minutes, Lu Xun did not dare to stop for even a second. He was always working at a high intensity, chopping continuously. Finally, 4 large bundles of hard branches were all we harvested today. Tie them up with cloth strips, stuff 3 bundles into a sack that will barely fit, and carry the remaining bundle on your back. Just as he was carrying the branches on his back and preparing to return, his eyes suddenly looked towards the wind and snow in the north. With just a quick glance, something caught his attention. To the northwest, there is a trail left by survivors, extending all the way to the ruins of the town. Lu Xun couldn't help but raise his eyes. Normally when he went out, he would intentionally cover up his footprints. After all, his talent was very useful in the snow. But other survivors are not so lucky. If you are a smart person, you can use a relatively wide homemade ski board to walk. The footprints left behind will be relatively shallow and will be quickly buried by the wind and water and will not be easily discovered. However, if someone walks on snow that is more than 1 meter thick with their own feet, they will leave a very obvious trace, which is extremely easy to be discovered by others. And this person is in such a situation. Lu Xun narrowed his eyes slightly. Through this obvious trace of footsteps, he could easily find the other party's shelter directly. Whether it is plundering resources, seizing shelters, or even killing people for treasures, it is all easy. This is not a peaceful era, so there is no need to talk about humanity and morality. If we can obtain a large amount of supplies in a short period of time and increase our chances of survival, it is not impossible to do these things. After taking a deep look and recording the route in his mind, Lu Xun picked up the hard branch and returned to the shelter. If there were someone there, they would have seen an extremely magical scene. Lu Xun dragged the firewood forward, leaving deep drag marks behind him. But after he passed by, the snow automatically returned to its original state and became the same as before. This is the benefit of his talent, which makes him like a ghost in the snow, and it is difficult for anyone to find him. As soon as he returned to the shelter, he immediately began to sort out today's harvest. Hard branches not only represent firewood, but also represent a large amount of survival coins. The extremely dangerous black stick insect has become his main source of survival coins. For other survivors, it is very difficult to obtain survival coins. They can only sell daily necessities to exchange them. They are definitely a rare thing in the doomsday. But for Lu Xun, the dead forest is a huge treasure trove that can provide him with a large amount of survival coins. Of course, this way of obtaining survival coins was also exchanged for his life. Squatting at the door of the shelter, he used the back of an axe to knock open the hard branches one by one, took out the black stick insects that were still sleeping inside, and exchanged them for survival coins. This time, there were a lot of hard branches, so the number of black stick insects actually taken out was also not small. Most black stick insects prefer to live in dead trees rather than hard branches in the snow. Although Lu Xun called it a dead tree, in fact the tree was not dead, it just looked rather withered. Chapter 26, Independent Shelter Corps. This means that if the black stick insect lives in a dead tree, it can use the juice in the branches to make its dormant environment more favorable, and the temperature will be higher than that of the hard branches covered in snow. Therefore, all the hard branches were opened, and a total of 28 black stick insects were harvested, which were finally exchanged for a huge sum of money, a full 90 survival coins. Logically speaking, each of the 28 black stick insects is worth 3 survival coins, so there are only 84 survival coins in total. But there was a black stick insect among them that was particularly large, as big as a ping pong ball. It should be a black stick insect that had absorbed more radiation, and it was actually worth 9 survival coins. In this way, together with the remaining 9 survival coins in his hand, he now had a total of 99 survival coins and immediately became rich. It is no exaggeration to say that even among all the survivors, he thinks his wealth should belong to the upper class. And he only needs to get 1 more survival coin to upgrade the shelter. So far, he has been learning about the situation of other survivors through the survival radio every day, but he has never heard that any survivor has upgraded the shelter. After all, it is not an easy task for anyone to collect 100 survival coins. But because of this, Lu Xun was not sure what would happen after the shelter was upgraded. Would it have a larger area? Or would it have more shelter facilities? These unknown factors made him hesitant about whether to upgrade the shelter. After spending a full 100 survival coins, if the harvest is not satisfactory, he will have no place to cry, and it will also seriously affect his survival rhythm. After thinking for a moment, he decided to use today's store to refresh his qualifications first. If valuable items are refreshed, purchase the items first. If the goods you get are not of high value and you are not in a hurry to use the survival coins, it is okay to upgrade the shelter. After all, Shelter Upgrade occupies a separate page, so it is probably not useless and may have important significance. Click the store to refresh and 3 items will appear. Name, Coffee X3, 10 survival coins. Name, Axe times 1, 12 survival coins. Name, Overalls, 100 survival coins. I was lucky. In addition to the unique overalls, I also found 2 valuable items. The effect of coffee is similar to that of cigarettes and alcohol. It can relax the body and mind and release emotions. It is of great value, but it is not very practically useful. Because whether it is cigarettes, alcohol, or coffee, the effect in a short period of time is not as great as imagined. For the vast majority of survivors, they cannot even get enough food and drink and are always hovering around the poverty line. How can they relax? Only after a period of time, when the survivors have sufficient supplies to maintain basic life, will the value of hard currency, such as tobacco and alcohol, be truly reflected. Therefore, in the short term, Lu Xun could not trade cigarettes and alcohol, and of course he would not store too much. Even for him, food and other items were still more valuable. The 3 coffees in front of him were good, but the demand was not high. He had no intention of buying any. As for the axe, it is a must-buy tool for any survivor, without any hesitation. But for Lu Xun, the value of this iron tool is greatly discounted. After all, as long as there are materials such as iron sheets, he can easily make these tools with his solidification talent. The iron axe I made yesterday is the best example. He even considered that after he settled down in the future, he could make specialized tools and trade with other survivors. These tools are absolutely rare in a doomsday environment. Not only is it of high value, every survivor needs it, and it is also the only one of its kind, making it a monopoly industry. Based on this analysis, the value of these 3 items is not high and there is no need to buy them at all. Lu Xun looked at the 99 survival coins in his hand and finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind to upgrade the shelter. The rusty iron cup was worth exactly 1 survival coin. After selling it and collecting 100 survival coins, Lu Xun clicked the button to upgrade the shelter. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Looking around, nothing has changed. When I clicked on the shelter page again, I found that the content had changed. The original shelter introduction is the initial shelter. Initial shelter. Shelter area, 5.32 square meters. Within this area, you will not be affected by radiation. Upgrade conditions, 100 survival coins. But at this point, the message has shifted. Independent shelter. Introduction. The initial shelter cannot be moved, the size cannot be changed, and can be occupied by other survivors. Independent shelters have a shelter core, and survivors can choose the location of the shelter themselves. The shelter core can cover an area of 10 square meters, and within this range, it will not be affected by radiation. In the future, there is a certain chance that items for expanding the shelter and drawings of shelter facilities will be refreshed in the store. Special items and special refresh cards have a higher chance of being refreshed. Looking at the table in front of me, there appeared an ancient stone. It looked nothing special and should be the so-called core of the shelter. According to the information, the so-called shelter upgrade does not mean upgrading from level 1 to level 2, or from level 2 to level 3. Essentially, you spend 100 survival coins to buy a shelter core, and you can choose the location of the shelter yourself. There is also a chance to use other props for transformation and expansion in the future. This is very feasible for future development, so as not to be trapped in this small shelter. Although there was no surprise as he had imagined, Lucian did not feel disappointed. Today, this small shelter is not so suitable for survival. There are few resources around, only a dead forest. Once it is mined, even firewood cannot be collected. Moreover, the shelter is located in an open plain. There is nothing around it except a small mound of earth, so it can be easily discovered by other survivors. The interior is leaky everywhere and the area is only 5 square meters. It is already full just for storing supplies, not to mention growing corn and arranging other living facilities. If he had the chance, he would also like to change the location of the shelter, and the independent shelter core just gave him this opportunity. But in the short term, he probably won't consider relocating the shelter. After all, the workload is not small and it cannot be completed in a short time. But he didn't expect that some unexpected situations would force him to move forward with many of his plans. The communication suddenly vibrated and Sherlay's message came. Brother Shin, I'm in trouble. Chapter 27 Conflict emerges. After hearing the content of the message, Lucian couldn't help but frown, having a bad feeling. What happened? Lucian asked in a deep voice. He was very clear about Sherlay's strength. He was nearly 2 meters tall, had awakened his talent, and had good physical fitness. His strength was definitely not weak. Anything that can cause him trouble is definitely not an ordinary thing. Soon, Sherlay's slightly low and cold voice was heard. Brother Shin, today I went to explore the town ruins and met other survivors. Other survivors? Lucian thought for a moment, vaguely guessed something, and asked, did a conflict break out? Sherlay took a deep breath and said, yes, there are 3 survivors who have awakened their talents. They have united to occupy the ruins of the town and are hiding in the dark, ambushing other survivors who are approaching. As soon as I approached there, I was attacked by them together. If it weren't for my strong physique and awakened talent, I would have died there today. Sherlay's tone was clearly filled with anger and fear. Anyone who encountered such a thing would not feel good. Lucian asked in a deep voice, are you sure there are 3 of them? Are there any other survivors around? There should be 3 people. Sherlay thought for a moment and answered, there were only 3 people who came out to besiege them. There is a high probability that there were no others around. However, I saw several bodies of other survivors. They should have been people who went to explore and were directly killed by them. From the deep tone, Lucian deeply felt Sherlay's depression. After all, he was just a 19-year-old young man. When he truly experienced the cruelty of the doomsday and witnessed the life and death struggle between the survivors, he was deeply traumatized. The same goes for Lucian. Living in a peaceful era, how could he have ever seen such a thing? Although it was expected that fighting would inevitably break out among the survivors due to the shortage of food and various resources, when things really happened, fear still arose in their hearts. Sherlay was silent for a few minutes, then said, Brother Shin, I am no match for them alone, but if the 2 of us join forces, we can definitely defeat them. How about we do it tomorrow? Sherlay didn't finish his words, but Lucian immediately understood what he meant and asked directly, can you 100 guarantee that they don't have other accomplices? And can you guarantee that the 2 of us can easily get rid of them without getting hurt? Oh, no. Since you can't, then you'd better be rational. Lucian's tone became more serious, and he firmly refuted his opinion. If the conflict is for resources, it is undeniable. But if it is just to vent anger, then this approach is too naive. Moreover, even the competition for resources must be based on security. Lu took a deep breath and said meaningfully, Sherlay, the issue you need to consider now is not whether to get your revenge, but another more important matter. What's the matter? Sherlay asked puzzledly. When you fled, you didn't deliberately hide your escape route, right? After hearing this, Sherlay was stunned and couldn't say a word for a long time. Lucian then asked, is it possible for the other party to find the location of your shelter through the route you took when you escaped? Fuck. I forgot about this. I was just busy running away, Sherlay said, crying. Lucian was also helpless. This is a common mistake made by many survivors. Or strictly speaking, it is a problem that almost all survivors find difficult to solve, traces left by walking on the snow. With such deep snow, anyone who walked through it would inevitably leave traces, and they could not be hidden at all. It was easy for people to follow the traces and reversely infer the location of the shelter. More importantly, due to time constraints, everyone has limited time to go out and explore, so they don't consider taking detours and most people go straight. This means that if you look from a high place or from a distance, you can almost see at a glance the location of the shelter that the route leads to. Sherlay, let's consider moving to the shelter first. We can talk about other things later, Lucian advised. Alas. Sherlay couldn't help but sighed. I know, but I'm seriously injured. Not to mention moving to a shelter. Even whether I can go out and explore tomorrow is a problem. Immediately afterwards, Sherlay thought of something and added, what's more, only the shelter can block radiation. Once you leave the shelter, there is no possibility of survival. The first problem is more troublesome, but as for the shelter, there is a solution. Lucian muttered to himself. What do you mean? Lucian did not answer, but continued to ask, are you seriously injured? It's pretty serious. Sherlay nodded and said, the beast across the street got a kitchen knife from somewhere and cut a big wound on me. I'm still bleeding. But I have good physical fitness and talent. If I am given some time to recuperate, I may be able to recover. Sherlay said it easily, but Lucian knew that the situation must be very dangerous, and in the current environment, where would he have time to recuperate? After thinking for a long time, Lucian said, Sherlay, if you trust me, I can give you some advice. Of course, it's up to you whether to listen to it or not. After a few moments of silence, Sherlay sent a message in a low and hoarse voice. Just tell me, I will seriously consider it. Lucian nodded slightly and said, first of all, it's the issue of shelter. I think we have to move. It is very likely that the other party has discovered your shelter. Even if they haven't determined the exact location, they have determined its approximate location. They may come to your door one day. But you don't have to worry about this. After you spend 100 survival coins to upgrade the shelter, you will have an independent shelter core. Then you can leave the original shelter and find a new place to live. So the most important thing now is to treat your injuries first, try to recover in a short time, and collect 100 survival coins as soon as possible. Sherlay was quite surprised when he heard this, and couldn't help asking, Brother Shin, you know so much about it. Have you successfully upgraded the shelter? You should solve your own problems first. Lucian raised his eyebrows, and at the same time couldn't help but secretly feel fortunate that he had foresight and did not go to the town ruins. Otherwise, he would not get any benefits. Sherlay said bitterly, this is really difficult for me. Even if I sell all my resources, I can't get 100 survival coins. And I don't have any medicine. Lucian fell into silence and glanced at the purple vine juice. This juice has the effects of stopping bleeding, protecting wounds, inhibiting bacteria, and repairing injuries. It is absolutely effective for Sherlay's injuries. However, is it necessary to give such precious medicinal resources to an outsider? Chapter 28. The situation of the survivors deteriorates. Exchanging a small amount of purple vine juice for a relatively reliable ally, this deal might not be a bad deal, and maybe I can get other supplies along the way. Lucian thought to himself and had already made a decision. Sherlay, which direction is your shelter? Sherlay hesitated for a few seconds, then said, northeast of the town ruins, about 1.5 kilometers. Lucian's eyes moved slightly. He took out a piece of paper and drew a simple map on it. With the town ruins as the center, Sherlay is 1.5 kilometers to the northeast, and the shelter where he is located is about 2.5 kilometers to the east of the town ruins. So the straight line distance between the two people is about 2 kilometers. Sherlay asked, Brother Shin, why are you suddenly asking me for my address? Are you planning to come over? Lucian nodded slightly. I have some medicine. Although the quantity is relatively small, it will be good for your injury. I will send some to you tomorrow. There was silence for several minutes on the other side. After a long time, 2 solemn words came out slowly. Thank you. Sherlay said many words of gratitude, but these 2 words sounded particularly true. You should take precautions and collect as many survival coins as possible. I can help you this time, but if you encounter this kind of problem again next time, you will have to solve it by yourself. Although Lucian was determined to help him, he still gave him a reminder intentionally. Late at night. Survival radio. An emotional and electronic voice came. Damn it, there was a beast hiding in the ruins today, ambushing me and almost killing me. Don't let me know who you are, or I will never let you go. What do you mean by that? I saw the ruins of the town occupied by 3 people. There were several corpses lying nearby, and blood dyed a large area red. I didn't dare to get close after seeing it. Has it developed to this point? Don't let me know who these beasts are. Hey, I went to the town ruins today too, and I didn't see anyone else. Someone responded, there should be many large and small town ruins in the surrounding area, which belongs to the suburban area of the city. The town ruins everyone is talking about may not be the same. Indeed, there seem to be town ruins to the south and north of my shelter, but it seems that a bloody disaster occurred today. I don't know which beast did it. Don't you want to occupy the ruins of the town? This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Survival resources are limited, but only the capable can take over. If you don't have the strength, don't talk nonsense. Haha, that's what you said. It's best not to regret it when you die. Do you think I was scared? The atmosphere in the communication became increasingly tense, and the relationship between them became increasingly stiff. When everyone is out of contact with each other and cannot meet in real life, it's natural for them to say hello to each other and chat and joke around, or even provide useful information with good intentions. However, once a conflict of interest breaks out, they immediately become hostile and will not hesitate to even kill people. In just less than a week, in the cruel environment of doomsday survival, human nature has undergone tremendous changes. The law has completely collapsed and morality is no longer restricted. In order to survive, killing and plundering are rampant. Lucian turned off the survival radio, the quarreling sound stopped abruptly, and the entire shelter became much quieter. The situation is becoming increasingly tense. It seems that we need to make more preparations. Lucian muttered to himself. These events today undoubtedly revealed two extremely important messages to him. First, incidents of fighting for resources, plundering and killing are increasing, and the trust between survivors is gradually disappearing. Second, some survivors have formed alliances with each other and started to seize important resource points. The deterioration of the overall living environment will be a huge test for survival in the future. The threat posed by the survivors is likely to be more dangerous than corpses and mutated creatures, and must be taken seriously. In addition to the need to hide one's whereabouts when going out, hiding and protection of the shelter has also become a top priority. It seems that we need to renovate the shelter and make it as safe as possible. While Lucian was thinking, he opened Weather to check the current situation outside. Weather. Temperature, -19.9 degrees Celsius. Weather. Heavy snow, wind speed 13. Radiation. Severe. If you go out for more than 2 minutes today, radiation will invade your body. As night falls, the radiation level will continue to rise. It is now evening and the weather has not yet reached its worst, but the radiation has reached severe levels. The snowfall and wind are extremely high, and the temperature is as low as ever. It is conceivable how bad the environment will be at midnight. In the current environment, if we don't consider the impact of radiation factors, we can still go out. Lucian put the independent shelter core into his pocket, and the tent area around it was a radiation-free area. Lucian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If the external environment allowed, he could completely travel far away with the independent shelter core to find a shelter in other places and live a wandering life. Unfortunately, the extremely low temperature and terrible blizzard made it impossible for him to leave the shelter for a long time even if he was not affected by radiation. At this moment, Lucian took the core and carefully walked out of the shelter and breathed a breath of the outside air. There really is no irritating radiation smell. Efficient. A smile appeared on Lucian's face. Although he couldn't leave the shelter, it was more than enough for him to do some work around the shelter. It means he can do more things and doesn't have to waste all his time in the shelter. Especially after what happened with Sherlay, his sense of security dropped significantly. So this time, he planned to use his talent to turn the shelter into a fortress. A fort made of ice bricks. After wrapping himself as tightly as possible to ensure that he would not get frostbite, Lucian walked into the thick snow. He placed his hands on the snow and used the solidification talent to begin compressing and condensing the snow. In just a few seconds, the loose snow was compacted and its volume was reduced by about half, turning into a snow brick. However, Lucian did not compact the snow bricks to the level of ice cubes, because ice cubes are very hard, and if he used his talent to compress them, it would be extremely exhausting for him. On the contrary, if you pour water on it directly, the snow bricks will also condense into ice cubes in a short time, which is relatively easier. He planned to use his talent to make the snow around the shelter into snow bricks of uniform size. Then, with the shelter as the core, these snow bricks were used to build a semicircular fortress with an area of about 10, completely covering the entire shelter. Chapter 29 Ice Brick Shelter. Make the approximate shape of an ice brick, then slowly pour hot water on it, allowing the snow brick to gradually turn into an ice brick in the low temperature. When it comes to construction, water should be poured on the joints of the ice bricks. They will quickly freeze into ice under extremely low temperatures, becoming extremely solid and airtight. It took several hours, until after 3 a.m., when a semicircular ice brick fortress was successfully built. The efficiency was unimaginable. Lucian had thought about the idea of an ice brick fortress for a long time, but never had the chance to make it. After all, the time spent exploring is too precious to be wasted on such things. We must go out to look for survival resources. However, with the independent shelter core, this problem was perfectly solved, allowing him to leave the shelter to work even if he did not use up the time for outdoor exploration. The ice brick fortress plays an extremely important role. First of all, it can hide the shelter. The ice brick fortress is semicircular. Once covered with a layer of snow, it is not much different from a small hill and is not easy to be discovered. Secondly, it is very effective in preventing corpses, mutant creatures, or even other survivors. Finally, the airtight ice brick fortress can also make the living environment inside better, at least the thermal insulation effect is greatly improved. Lucian also considered another problem, that is, the smoke produced by the fireplace would likely attract the attention of other survivors. So, he also used ice bricks to make a passage, hidden under the snow, to divert the smoke to other places. In this way, the entire shelter is completely hidden, and even if someone walks by, they will not be able to discover the location of the shelter. The size of the shelter has also doubled. By placing the independent shelter core in the center of the entire ice brick fortress, which is where the original shelter is near the entrance, it can ensure that the entire ice brick fortress is in an area that is not invaded by radiation. Looking at this igloo shelter, Lucian was in a very good mood. His range of activities had increased a lot. Standing under the ice brick shelter, it was pitch black outside. The howling cold wind carried snowflakes, which scraped on the ice bricks like blades, making a harsh sound. Before long, thick snow had accumulated on top of the ice brick shelter, which meant that the shelter was completely hidden. When we returned to the underground shelter, the temperature there had risen. Originally, even after the fireplace is lit, the temperature will only hover between 1 degree Celsius and 5 degrees Celsius, and the temperature will be even lower away from the fireplace. Because of the low temperature and cold wind outside, which are blowing in all the time, the temperature is kept at a low level. But now, the temperature in the shelter can be maintained above 5 degrees Celsius, and the sound of the whistling cold wind has become much quieter. I have to say that the effect of the ice brick fortress is still very obvious. This night was the most comfortable sleep he had ever had since he came to this blizzard apocalyptic world. There was no invasion of low temperatures, no disturbance of cold winds, and relatively sufficient survival supplies. I felt a sense of security and satisfaction. I slept until 10 o'clock in the morning, but still felt a little unsatisfied. After getting up from the bed and washing up simply, Lucian started a new day's work. The ice brick fort was built in the evening, and it still needs to be cleaned and tidied up today. Lucian left the underground shelter and lit a fire under the ice brick fortress. After illuminating the place, he began to clear the snow. Under the ice brick fortress, there is a 5 area occupied by the underground shelter. After clearing the snow, it becomes very solid frozen soil. However, it can be found that the permafrost above the underground shelter is relatively thin. The main reason is that this embedded underground shelter was excavated relatively shallowly and the overall structure is relatively weak. If the low temperature had not frozen the soil, such a thin layer of soil would have been very likely to collapse during use. This phenomenon also strengthened Lucian's determination. If there is a chance, the shelter must be changed as soon as possible. In addition to the original shelter, there is a 5 vacant area under the ice brick fortress. After sweeping away the snow, it is like a small yard. Lucian did not waste any time. He poured some hot water on the frozen soil, loosened the soil, and planted a small amount of corn seeds, intending to try to develop the planting industry. Although he did not plan to live in this shelter for a long time, it was still necessary to start the planting attempt as soon as possible. First of all, we need to figure out whether these corn seeds left over many years ago have the possibility of germinating. Secondly, we also need to experiment to see what kind of soil environment can meet the requirements for crop growth. He is not a farmer, nor is he an expert in agricultural technology. These are unfamiliar areas to him, and he needs to explore them slowly. Even if some corn seeds are wasted, it doesn't matter. After finding an open space, Lucian carefully planted the corn kernels and watered them. He returned to the underground shelter. I had originally planned to use my talent to make a batch of tools, such as knives, shovels, pickaxes, etc. for self-defense, but considering that I would need to go out in the afternoon, I did not use my talent at will. It was not until the afternoon that Lucian began to prepare to go out. Weather. Temperature, -19.6 degrees Celsius. Climate, moderate snow, wind speed of level 9. Radiation, mild. If you go out for more than 100 minutes today, radiation will invade your body, and the radiation level will continue to rise as night falls. The weather was pretty good, and the 130 minutes of outdoor time made his plan more feasible. After carrying various equipment and the purple vine juice with him and confirming that everything was correct, Lucian embarked on a journey towards the northwest. Although it was only 2 kilometers away from Sherlay's shelter, the unclear direction and distance cast a shadow over the journey. He has made a plan. If he can help, he will help. If he can't, forget it. If you really can't find Sherlay's refuge, there's no need to put yourself in danger. And he had another purpose for going out this time, to find the location of the velvet grass. This material has excellent warmth-retaining properties and is extremely valuable in extremely cold environments. If it can be obtained steadily, it can bring huge profits whether you use it yourself or trade it with other survivors. Before the action, Lucian had already contacted Sherlay in advance. After all, asking him to look for a hidden shelter under the snow in the vast snow is not much different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, when he was heading northwest, Sherlay would also set out from the shelter and head southeast. Since he was seriously injured, he would not stray too far from the shelter. After walking for about 25 minutes, Lucian stopped and looked around with a frown. According to the time, he had walked nearly 2 kilometers, and Sherlay's shelter was nearby. But he still didn't see Sherlay. Chapter 30 Container. This means that the direction is wrong and needs to be adjusted. After contacting Sherlay again, Lucian walked back a few hundred meters based on some obscure terrain, and after correcting the direction, he finally saw Sherlay in the wind and snow. There is indeed a deviation in the direction. The actual direction of Sherlay's shelter is about 25 degrees west-northwest. The locations of the 2 shelters are closer than expected, only about 1.60–1.7 km away. Brother Shin, you're here, Sherlay said excitedly. Lucian glanced at him and saw that his face was pale and he looked tired. He was obviously in very bad condition, and it seemed that his injuries were indeed serious. Go back to the shelter, don't die outside. Okay, but I don't think I can die. Lucian was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he followed Sherlay's lead to the shelter where he was. When he saw Sherlay's shelter, his face turned green immediately, and he couldn't help but sigh why the gap between people was so big. Sherlay's shelter is an abandoned small container with an area of 15 square meters. It is bounded with wooden boards inside and outside. It is not only large in area, but also very effective in keeping out cold and wind. Including the various facilities inside, they are far richer than his own small shelter. Seeing Lucian's envious eyes, Sherlay scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Shin, don't think my shelter is good. There are actually big problems. Oh? What's the problem? The material of this container is mediocre. It is almost cracked under low temperatures and cannot be used for very long. As for the inner and outer layers of wood, there are large gaps between them, and they have not been carbonized or treated with anti-corrosion. So the actual lifespan of the shelter is pitifully short, Sherlay said with a sigh. Lucian also nodded. When he first entered the shelter, he felt that the environment was good in all aspects. But after a closer look, we found many problems, most notably quality issues. Some corners of the container had been cracked by the cold, and it might collapse completely one day. The saying all that glitters is not gold probably refers to this situation. If I have the chance, I would also like to change the shelter quickly. This place is too bad. I'm afraid it will collapse one day. Sherlay was obviously extremely dissatisfied with the shelter. Let's think about the shelter later. Once the shelter is upgraded, changing the shelter will not be a problem. What you need to consider now is your injuries. Let me take a look at the situation first, Lucian said calmly. Sherlay nodded, arranged for Lucian to sit down, then unbuttoned his thick clothes and said, "It was indeed my carelessness this time. The injury is quite serious." When Lucian saw the wound, he couldn't help but gasp. His chest and abdomen were covered in bruises, mostly from being hit by a gravity hammer, and looked terrifying. But the most serious injury, a knife wound that spread from the right shoulder blade to the left chest, was simply wrapped with a cloth strip. It appeared to be quite deep and blood was still flowing out. Lucian was quite amazed and said, TSK, why aren't you dead yet?" Sherlay cried and said, "Brother, I don't want to die yet. I'm holding on. This beast is so cruel. He's trying to kill me." A sharp look also appeared in Lucian's eyes. With such serious injuries, it seemed that the 3 people on the opposite side had no intention of leaving him alive. Although this matter has nothing to do with him directly, killing Sherlay is equivalent to indirectly destroying one of his allies, and will also indirectly affect his future development and survival, reducing his probability of survival. So in short, the other party wanted to kill him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little more angry. "It's okay. We can sort this out later. I'll help you take care of your injuries first." Lucian took out the purple vine juice from his pocket, then uncovered the cloth wrapped around Sherlay's wound, revealing the hideous wound before his eyes. After actually seeing the wound, Lucian couldn't help but doubt, can purple vine juice alone really heal such a serious injury? Because the wound was very deep, with the deepest part being about 1 centimeter, it had split open, revealing the bright red flesh inside, with no signs of healing at all. But no matter what, purple vine juice has the effect of inhibiting bacteria and repairing wounds, which is definitely better than simply wrapping them with cloth strips. Pour out the sticky juice and cover the wound. Oh shit, my mom, it hurts. As soon as the juice touched him, Sherlay jumped up directly, rolling on the spot in pain, and the muscles in his chest twitched continuously due to the pain. Lucian raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, what a great effect. In his impression, the more painful and bitter the medicine is, the better the effect will be. Sherlay was sweating profusely from the pain. He lay on the ground gasping for breath, and it took him a long time to come to his senses. Brother, this thing. Good medicine, very expensive, can cure diseases. Sherlay had a strong will to survive, and he finally endured the severe pain and allowed Lucian to apply the purple vine juice all over his wound. All I know is that in the end, the muscles in his chest kept twitching, and he almost rolled his eyes. After applying it, Lucian looked at the wound that was as big as a canyon, and seemed to have thought of something. Then, under Sherlay's strange gaze, he reached out his hand to the wound. Sherlay struggled and stopped him, saying, "Brother, I like women. Don't do this." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The atmosphere froze instantly. Lucian's face instantly turned black, and he slapped him on the bald head. "Get lost, damn it. A few minutes later, Lucian used his solidification talent to pull the torn wounds together and slightly connect them, just like sewing them up with a needle. Seeing this magical scene, Sherlay was also surprised. "Brother, is this your talent? So special." Lucian's eyes were cold, and he sternly warned, "Don't leak it out, including your own talent, and don't tell anyone. I know my limits." Sherlay nodded seriously and said, "Thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, Brother Shin, I'm afraid I would be in great danger." After he finished speaking, Sherlay forced himself to stand up from his seat, then rummaged around in the corner, took out a few things, and handed them to Lucian. "What?" "Some stock. I know the rules. There is no such thing as free food in the world. Brother, you used your time instead of going out to explore to come here to treat me, and you used such a precious potion, so I can't be vague." Sherlay restrained the silly smile on his face and said very seriously. Lucian took a quick look at the items handed over, which included a compass, some unknown plants, and 8 corpse radiation cores. He did not refuse immediately, but asked, "What kind of grass is this?" Corpse grass is a special plant that can increase the strength of corpses when eaten. It grows in the snow. Many corpses approached to snatch it. I thought it was unusual, so I snatched it away. Chapter 31 Relocation Shelter Plan. Robert. Lucian's mouth twitched. This guy's strength was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he was chased and bitten by the corpses. Then, he looked at the corpse radiation core and asked, "Why do you keep this thing? Aren't you afraid of being affected by radiation?" Sherlay scratched his head and said, "Based on my years of experience reading novels, the crystal stones dug out from this kind of rotten corpse must be very useful. Swallowing it may increase your strength." Lucian's mouth twitched. "You ate it?" "No, I'm not stupid." Sherlay grinned, and then added, "But I lick it every day." Lucian looked at him as if he were a fool and patted his shoulder meaningfully. "Brother, this thing is only level 2, and it can still slightly absorb the energy in it, and there is a great risk of infection. As for the level 1 radiation core, that is pure radiation." After he finished speaking, Sherlay just stood there in a daze. Lucian shook his head helplessly, took away the compass and the corpse grass, threw the 8 radiation cores back, and said, "These 2 things are useful to me, so I'll take them. As for the radiation core, you can keep it for yourself. Gather 100 survival coins as soon as possible. The independent shelter core is very important and will be beneficial to your future development." After saying that, Lucian didn't say anything else and just walked out. The time for exploring was very tight and every moment could not be wasted. Now that he had returned to the shelter, he could also collect some firewood. Sherlay looked at Lucian's leaving back, then looked at the radiation core in his hand, and a touch of emotion flashed in his eyes. He just looks silly, but he is never stupid. As he himself said, he is very sensible. These 8 radiation cores, worth 40 survival coins, are his reward to Lucian for treating his injuries. Lucian took it, so today was more of a transaction. He used 40 survival coins to exchange for medicine to treat his injuries. Although he is still grateful and their relationship remains close, there is a possibility that this gratitude will eventually be repaid. But Lucian doesn't want it, so this is a favor. A few minutes later, Lucian was walking in the snow and received a communication. "Thank you, Brother Shin. The velvet grass is 100 meters northeast of my shelter. You can take some back when you have time. Also, I know a place that is very suitable for moving the shelter there. When I recover from my injury, we can go and take a look together." "Okay, thank you." A smile appeared on Lucian's lips, thinking that this action was worthwhile. As long as Sherlay is not a cold-blooded person who repays good with evil, then the time, potions, and energy he has invested are all valuable. Take out the survival radio and check the remaining time. There are still 50 minutes left. If you add the 30 minutes for the gas mask, the total is 80 minutes. Seeing that there was plenty of time, Lucian changed his route and headed northeast. This is a clear downhill slope. From a distance, you can see a frozen river stretching in the snow with a few trees growing beside it. Unlike the withered dead trees, these are a few plants similar to willow trees. Even in the bitter cold, a small number of tinder buds still emerge, fluttering freely in the wind. Lucian approached the river, picked up an axe and started digging through the thick snow, then chopped the ice underneath until the permafrost layer was exposed. At this time, you can clearly see that near the riverbank, There is a thick layer of light yellow velvet grass growing. The other permafrost areas were all covered with ice chips, but the area where the velvet grass grew was very moist and even slightly warm. Lucian's expression lit up with joy. He collected all the fluffy grass on the ground and put it into the backpack behind him. Although the velvet grass looks like a lot, it is of very good quality. It is a ball the size of a millstone, and when pressed softly, it is only the size of a fist. A lot of it can be put in a backpack. After digging for about 40 minutes, he filled a bag with velvet grass, weighing dozens of kilograms. Only then did Lucian reluctantly stop. When returning to the shelter and passing by the dead forest, I took the initiative to check the condition of the traps. In the strong wind and heavy snow, one of the traps was blown away, and no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find it. The remaining trap also did not catch anything as it was buried by the thick snow. Lucian couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It was all his fault that he got carried away and bought two useless things. In such bad weather, let alone catching animals, even the traps themselves can hardly be saved. It is a blessing not to be blown away. Shaking his head helplessly, Lucian tied the remaining traps to the dead tree with cloth strips. Regardless of whether he could catch the animals or not, he had to at least make sure that the traps would not be lost. Shelter by the fireplace. A large amount of velvet was spread out and dried using the heat from the fireplace. A backpack of plush grass may not seem like a lot, but when it is spread out, it covers the entire shelter. It looks thick and is extremely warm. When they are mixed together and compressed tightly, they become an extremely thick and very soft mattress, about 10 centimeters thick. It sinks slightly when you lie on it, and is no worse than bedding. Lucian lay on the velvet grass mat for a while and found it extremely warm. The temperature under his body reached more than 10 degrees, and the thermal insulation effect was extremely strong. If I had another set of quilts, I could completely keep out the cold at night. What a great stuff. I must collect more when I have the chance. Lucian thought with satisfaction, and he suddenly realized that what was truly important in this world might not just be the supplies and the town ruins. These animals and plants that were affected by radiation but did not die completely but instead mutated also have extraordinary significance and value. To a certain extent, it is even more valuable than ordinary items. However, the functions of these items are unknown, and we need to explore and try them out before we can know their specific functions. Every discovery of a new resource is like discovering a treasure, which allows you to gain an advantage over the survivors and thus gain huge benefits. This is the case with blackstick insects, velvet grass, purple vine, corpse grass, etc. It was almost night. Lucian contacted Sherlay again, asking about his recovery from his injuries and discussing the next steps. Sherlay said that his injury did not affect his movements and he just needed to recover his strength. If nothing goes wrong, we will be able to go out tomorrow and take Lucian to an area suitable for shelter relocation. If the location is suitable, you can accumulate survival coins with peace of mind and then prepare for the shelter migration. The location of his shelter had been exposed, and the container-shaped shelter was very conspicuous in the snow, so it was no longer safe to continue living there. If it were possible to move as soon as possible, Sherlay would not want to stay where he is. At the same time, Lucian was also very curious about what kind of place would be called extremely suitable for building a shelter by Sherlay. Chapter 32 Late Night Visit. After confirming the meeting place for tomorrow, Lucian stopped talking and prepared to rest as soon as possible. I added some firewood to the fireplace, leaned against the earthen wall deep in the shelter, and slowly fell asleep with vague thoughts floating in my mind. The thick and soft velvet straw bedding greatly improves the sleeping comfort and makes the shelter feel more like home. Outside, a blizzard howled, radiation filled the air, and the doomsday atmosphere was suffocating. Inside, a fireplace burned, and there was peace and tranquility. However, at midnight, squeak squeak, squeak squeak. A slightly harsh sound mixed in with the howling of the cold wind. Lucian frowned slightly in his sleep, but did not take it too seriously, thinking it was just some insignificant noise. But the next moment, he suddenly woke up from his dream. He suddenly remembered that he had built an ice brick fortress that could block the wind and snow outside. So, where did the noise come from? Lucian suddenly woke up, hurriedly climbed up from the bed, and looked outside the shelter with a look of surprise and doubt. Squeak squeak. The slightly harsh sound, like claws scratching across glass, rang in my ears again, and I was sure it was not an auditory hallucination. What's coming in? Lucian frowned, his eyes alert, picked up the axe beside him, and approached the door of the shelter carefully. With the faint light of the survival radio, carefully observed the situation outside. But after checking, Lucian couldn't help but feel strange. There was nothing unusual in the ice brick fortress. The ice bricks were still airtight, the crops had not been touched, the stored wood and iron sheets were also there. Everything seemed normal. Moreover, when he checked, even the hissing sound disappeared. Lucian frowned and thought. He was sure that he had not heard wrongly. Something unusual must have happened, but he had not discovered it yet. When his gaze looked outside the ice brick fortress, his eyes suddenly froze. Since there is no problem inside the shelter, there is a high possibility that there is something abnormal outside the shelter. And the sound just now was very similar to the sound of claws rubbing against ice bricks. Lucian immediately became alert and clenched the axe in his hand. Could it be a rotting corpse? Not daring to be careless at all, he walked out cautiously, slowly pushed open the ice brick door, and held the iron axe in his hand ready to chop it down at any time. He was ready to chop it down first no matter what happened. It just so happens that to complete the mission I need to hunt down corpses, so I'll just consider it as giving him warmth and survival coins, which is a good thing. But when he opened the door, there was no rotting corpse as expected. Instead, a cold wind was howling outside, carrying with it a pungent smell of radiation. Lucian could not help but frown and take a step back. Where's the rotten corpse? He still didn't dare to let down his guard and looked around for any suspicious signs. But after looking around, I didn't see a single rotten corpse. Lucian did not give up. He took the independent shelter core and walked out of the shelter. Braving the extremely strong cold wind, he held onto the ice wall with one hand to prevent himself from being blown away, and then checked the surrounding situation. This is Doomsday, full of dangers. Any carelessness or negligence may cost him his life, so the situation must be clarified. Even though it was difficult to move in the snow, he still did not give up this plan. When he walked a dozen steps and came to the back of the ice wall, he suddenly kicked something soft. What the hell? He looked down suddenly and saw a creature with thick hair and a very stupid appearance suddenly appearing in front of him. Lucian was so scared that he took a step back, but after a closer look, he found that there was a trap stuck on the creature's hind leg. The sharp iron teeth pierced into the muscles of the hind legs, probably even breaking the bones. The blood even soaked the entire hind leg hair, which looked horrible. Lucian's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Huh? Isn't this my trap?" The style of this trap is exactly the same as the one he set. Obviously, the creature in front of us may have accidentally stepped on a trap while passing through a dead forest, causing serious injuries. Then he dragged his injuries all the way to the shelter, as if he wanted to dig open the ice wall. Looking at the ice wall under the feet of this creature, a large hole has been dug out. The hissing sound heard before was probably the sound of it digging the ice wall. However, it seemed that because its injuries were too severe, it fainted before it could completely dig through the ice wall. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on Lucian's face. He really didn't expect that such a good thing would happen to him. This is simply a treasure that comes to your doorstep for free. The creature in front of me looks quite large, probably around 30 to 40 kilograms. Its thick hair reveals a solid body, and it looks like it has a lot of meat. Even after removing the skin and removing the bones, there is still a lot of meat left. And this is meat. In a doomsday environment, meat is extremely valuable. It not only supplements the nutrients needed by the human body, but can also be traded in exchange for a large amount of precious resources. As for its fur, it can be made into hats or gloves, which can effectively resist the cold and is a rare resource. Lucian was trembling with excitement. He picked up the creature and brought it back to the shelter. He also filled the hole it had dug with the snow. After returning to the shelter, he looked at the creature carefully in the light of the fireplace. This is probably a kind of cat, with extremely thick fur covered with gray and white patterns, short and strong limbs, a cute face, round eyes, a fat mouth, and some chubby cheeks. If you had to say what animal it looks like a silver tabby, but is much larger than the silver tabby, and slightly more ferocious, with sharper and longer claws. Or, strictly speaking, like another dangerous creature, the manhwa. After all, judging from the weight alone, it is at least 20 kilograms, or even close to 30 kilograms, making it a real fat cat. Lucian picked it up and looked at it, but did not eat it directly. After all, this thing looked really rare. Moreover, this is the only creature other than insects that he has seen since he came to the Doomsday world. Put it in front of the survival radio and use the store test, and information will appear soon. Name Thick Plush Snowcat. Introduction. A creature that has mutated due to radiation, can survive in extremely cold blizzards, has extremely thick fur, excellent warmth retention, strong hunting ability, is good at digging holes, and is relatively human. Can be exchanged for 120 survival coins. Fuck, I found a treasure. After seeing the words 120 survival coins, Lucian's eyes lit up instantly, and he was quite unbelievable. This thing in front of me is actually worth 120 survival coins? Chapter 33 Taming. But it's normal to think about it. The store exchanges survival coins based on the value of the items in the Doomsday environment. And this snowcat in front of us, if it were disassembled, would be worth a lot of survival coins. For example, its hair is specifically mentioned in the introduction that the hair is extremely thick and has excellent warmth retention properties, which shows that its quality is indeed extremely high. Including its flesh and blood, it would weigh at least 20 kilograms. At an average of 5 survival coins per kilogram, it would be worth 100 survival coins. What's more, the one in front of him is still alive, and 120 survival coins are more than enough. However, after thinking for a moment, Lucian did not kill it directly, nor did he exchange it for survival coins. Because in the introduction, there were a few words that caught his attention, more human. These 5 short words may seem nothing special, but they give this creature a new characteristic. That is, it has the potential to be domesticated. He planned to give it a try. If he could successfully tame it, it would be a good thing in the doomsday environment. Whether it is to assist in hunting, or for daily companionship, or even to cover feet in winter, it plays a significant role. If it really cannot be tamed, it will not be too late to kill it and eat its meat later. After careful consideration, Lucian used iron sheets to make 2 small handcuffs and handcuffed them directly on the snowcat's limbs, ensuring that even if it woke up, it would not be able to move freely. Then, they opened the trap on its hind leg. It can be clearly seen that the muscles of the hind thigh have been severely torn, and the huge force of the trap has penetrated deeply into the bones, causing the whole body to be deformed. Lucian was a little skeptical whether this little guy could survive the night. Even if he survived, there was a high probability that he would be disabled. He had no intention of keeping a freeloader in the shelter. If the creature became disabled, it would eventually become food. Lucian ignored it and went back to bed to sleep. When he woke up in the morning, he vaguely heard a whoosh sound coming from the snowcat's throat. The snowcat had woken up, but its eyes were dull and it looked tired. It lay listlessly in the corner, looking vigilantly in Lucian's direction. The unfamiliar environment and the unfamiliar smell made this creature, which had lived in the wild for many years, feel fear from the bottom of its heart. But its serious injuries left it unable to resist. Its physical strength had been exhausted last night, and it could only lick the wound on its hind legs from time to time, its muscles trembling slightly due to the pain. "It's good to be alive," Lucian said casually, then got up, washed, and ate. He knew that this wild animal was too alert, and showing too much care and flattery would likely backfire. The snowcat must first relax itself, so that it can let down its guard and adapt to the environment in the shelter. On the fireplace, I baked myself a corn tortilla, boiled a bowl of hot tea, and took out about 50 g of canned beef and a few pieces of pickled radish as my food for this morning. This breakfast is something that many survivors can only dream of. There are staple foods, vegetables, meat, and you can also supplement salt and vitamins. Comprehensive nutritional intake can ensure that the body is in a healthy state. The only uncomfortable thing was that the tortillas were so disgusting that he rolled his eyes and almost choked to death. In the end, there was only a small half piece of tortilla left, which was so hard to swallow that he threw it directly to the snowcat. This guy is able to survive in such a harsh environment. In addition to his strong hunting ability, he is most likely an omnivore. The snowcat sniffed warily, but out of biological instinct, it still grabbed the tortilla and licked it several times. The tortilla was very hard, and it had to tilt its head to bite it down. It chewed it for a long time with a grunt, but it didn't show any sign of being picky about its food. But before it took a few bites, it rolled its eyes and made vomiting movements, obviously choking. Lucian felt the same way. It turned out that he was not the only one who disliked tortillas. These things were really disgusting. A bowl of hot water was handed to the snowcat, and it licked it without hesitation, taking a few minutes before continuing to gnaw on the tortilla. At this moment, although the creature was still very vigilant and huddled in the corner not daring to come out, it was no longer so resistant to Lucian giving it food. Not bad. He didn't actively attack and his personality was relatively docile. Lucian nodded with satisfaction. In a doomsday environment, in addition to facing the crisis of survival, loneliness is also a challenge that every survivor needs to face. Darkness, cold, hunger, fear put tremendous psychological pressure on people. If it cannot be effectively relieved, they will be crushed sooner or later. After feeding the snowcat, Lucian tried to get close to it and stroke it, but as expected, he was unsuccessful. The snowcat hid in the corner, panting constantly, and was obviously extremely resistant to outsiders approaching. Lucian didn't care. Taming requires a process and cannot be completed overnight. However, since I plan to keep this guy, I need to make some additional preparations. The most important thing is to store all the food in the shelter to ensure that this guy doesn't steal it. In fact, Lucian had already made plans for this matter. The shelter is too small. After piling up a large amount of living resources, there is almost no room to move your feet. It is necessary to replan and transfer some of the resources outside. Lucian did it right away. He collected some snow from outside the house and used hot water and low temperature to condense it into ice cubes, and then built a rectangular freezer. The freezer occupies a small area, only 0.5, but it is deep and can store a lot of daily necessities. Lucian put all the ground corn flour, salt, honey, canned beef, pickled vegetables, and pickled radishes in it, and then covered it with ice bricks. He watered the corn seeds again. There was no movement in this small vegetable patch for the time being, but it was the place where he pinned his hopes. Logically speaking, there is no radiation in the shelter area, and the soil is relatively hard and cold, so it is entirely possible to grow crops. As long as the seedlings can be successfully grown, it means that the planting industry can be developed and there will be a chance to obtain stable food, which is very important for survival in the doomsday. Busy until the afternoon. Sherlay's communication came. Brother Shin, it's time to set off. Lucian looked at the time. It was about 2:25 in the afternoon. The weather conditions had improved and the radiation had dropped to the lowest level. Okay, see you in the river. Lucian took his equipment and, after being fully armed, stepped into the wind and snow, heading towards the north of the shelter. This time our destination is to the northeast of Sherlay's shelter, across the river where I am in Rong Chao, and continue north for 1 kilometer. For both Lucian and Sherlay, the journey was not very far, only 2 kilometers at most. With a compass to guide the direction, Lucian moved more conveniently. He took almost the shortest route and in 15 minutes, he reached the river where he had collected velvet grass yesterday. Chapter 34 Abandoned Train. Sherlay had also arrived early, but his face was pale, his breath was weak, and he looked listless. Lucian frowned and asked, "You won't die on the way, will you?" "Brother, don't curse me, cough, cough, cough." Sherlay spread his hands helplessly and coughed a few times in succession. Lucian's mouth twitched. "Your wound hasn't healed yet, and you caught a cold again?" "I don't want to either. You don't know how unlucky I am. Last night at midnight, another zombie approached and almost got into the shelter. Fortunately, I fought hard and finally got rid of it, but a hole was torn in the container and now it's leaking seriously," Sherlay said with a sad face. Lucian shook his head helplessly. This child really had a miserable life. He encountered dangers one after another. He was lucky to be still alive. "Stop talking and get on your way. You'll be fine after this period of rest." The two said no more and began to move north, crossing the frozen river surface. In front of them was a vast white snowfield. "Sherlay, what place do you think is so suitable for building a shelter?" During the journey, Lucian asked with some curiosity. Sherlay smiled and did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, "Brother, what conditions do you think need to be met in order to build a shelter?" Lucian pondered for a moment and said, "We need to consider many factors. The first is resources. There must be resources that can be collected near the shelter, including wood, food, and other supplies." Sherlay nodded and said, "Indeed, I have considered this point as well. It shouldn't be a big problem." "Well, the second thing is the geographical location. The location must be appropriate to the town ruins, not too close, nor too far, and the number of survivors around cannot be too dense." After hearing the second condition, Sherlay asked in confusion, "Why? Is it to go to the town ruins to collect supplies?" Lucian shook his head and said, "The most important value of the town ruins is not the resources inside, but its role as a landmark. It is likely to become a trading location in the future, with many survivors or forces coming and going. We can't be too far away to ensure that we can reach the ruins of the town and make contact with other survivors. We can't be too close to avoid unnecessary conflict." "I see." Sherlay nodded in agreement and said, "I really didn't notice this." Sherlay lowered his head in thought, and soon understood the reason. Although it was a doomsday environment, no matter how harsh the conditions were, transactions between people would not stop. Lucian continued, "Finally, it's the actual location of the shelter. It should be covered by mountains as much as possible, which will make it more concealed. It should be upwind and upstream, and preferably have a forest." "Brother, stop talking. We don't have the conditions." "Yeah, that's right." The two walked for about 30 minutes, climbed over several hills, came to a relatively hidden valley, and finally reached their destination. "Brother Shin, it's right here. Take a look." Even though they were far away, Lucian's attention was attracted and he squinted his eyes to look over. "This ishes." Sherlay grinned and said, "Hey, Brother Shin, let's take a closer look. This thing is still relatively intact." Lucian kept silent, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. It was not until he walked closer that he was sure that he was not seeing things. This is actually an abandoned train. It stretches for nearly 100 meters and is covered by thick snow, with blue rust faintly visible. Most of it is buried in the snow and has blended into the surrounding environment. The thick iron carriage is more than 3 meters high. Even when buried in the snow, it is still extremely shocking. Only at this moment can we feel the greatness of civilization. If it were in a doomsday environment, how much resources, material, and manpower would be needed to build such a train? Lucian took a closer look. Although the car had been severely corroded due to the passage of time and the erosion of radiation, the iron sheet of the car body was still very hard and obviously of high quality. A part of the carriage, which had been destroyed during the disaster, had been twisted into a knot and lay randomly in the snow, completely covered. But there are still some carriages that are parked on the tracks and stand motionless. Their huge size and weight make them look very safe. Sherlay smiled innocently and said, "Brother, how is it here? I have checked it out. There are several carriages that are very intact. The iron sheets are very thick. They are perfect for use as shelters." "Sherlay, you are so awesome. You can even find such a good thing?" Lucian was so excited that he lost his composure and slapped Sherlay's shoulder hard, causing him to grimace in pain. Compared to his own shabby shelter, the carriage of this high-speed train is simply a top-notch shelter. Both in terms of warmth and safety, it is much better than the initial shelter. Lucian tried his best to suppress his excitement and began to look around. The more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. Although the train is very large and stretches for hundreds of meters like a giant dragon, it is actually difficult to find it under normal circumstances. Because the surrounding area is full of rolling hills, and this railway is located in a valley and is covered by mountains, it is difficult to discover the situation unless you get close to it. Even if you stand on the mountain and look down, it is difficult to see the train carriages below because of the thick snow. More importantly, there are scattered forests on the mountains on both sides. These are collectible resources, and there are quite a lot of them. From any angle, this is a perfect place to build a shelter. At this moment, Lucian understood that Sherlay's friend was not wrong. The value brought by this train alone can make up for all his previous efforts, and even far exceed it, which is simply incomparable. "Brother, let's go into the carriage and take a look. The snow is too thick and has blocked the doors. I couldn't open them last time, so I don't know the situation inside," Sherlay said with some concern. No matter how good the conditions outside are, if the inside is not habitable, the value of this shelter will still be greatly reduced. Lucian nodded, found a relatively intact carriage, and tried to open the door. The car door was almost completely buried, and the surrounding snow needed to be dug out first, which took a lot of effort for the two of them. The inner door of the car was stuck tightly due to years of freezing, and it was difficult to open it with manpower alone. No wonder Sherlay was unable to get in despite his great strength. Lucian checked and found that the doors of this train were slightly different from those of trains on Earth. They were push-pull switches. Although they were extremely thick, the principle was not complicated. He simply used his talent to attach himself to the tiny parts inside and used only a little force to forcibly unlock the buckle. Boom bang. Even the car door was not damaged and it was easily opened. It's just that due to years of disrepair, the car doors are rusted in many places, so the sound when pulling is rather harsh and extremely difficult. But compared to the value of an entire train, these flaws are negligible. After seeing the internal environment, Lucian couldn't help but hold his breath and was unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Chapter 35 New Shelter. The modern carriage instantly comes into view, evoking memories of the civilized era deep in my heart. Neatly arranged sofa seats, embroidered patterns with modern craftsmanship, flat floors, smooth glass. These are all things that do not exist in the doomsday world. After looking around, I found that the carriage was quite large, about 10 meters long. It was slightly smaller than the train carriages on Earth, but taller and more spacious. What's more special is that the glass in the carriage is similar to that of high-speed rail, which is extremely thick and cannot be opened. It is embedded entirely in the carriage. The floor of the carriage looked rather messy, with many things scattered on the ground. There were also several bodies, but they had been frozen stiff. These are probably the passengers in the original carriages. When the apocalypse came, the train was also affected and encountered a crisis. The passengers in some carriages could not escape and eventually died here. However, Lucian also saw that the glass of some carriages had been broken, and it was obvious that some people had escaped at that time. But no one knows what happened in the past. At least there are no living people in the carriage now, but it is filled with the smell of oldness and decay. At the same time, there is another point worth noting. That is the train in front of us. After all, there is some difference compared with the trains on Earth. In addition to the size of the space, each carriage of this train is separated from each other. Each carriage is about 10 meters and is completely independent, just like a room. Brother, what do you think of this place? Is it suitable for building a shelter? Sherlay found a place to sit down casually, looking around comfortably. It's perfect. Lucian's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Whether it was the geographical location, surrounding resources, or the degree of concealment, they were almost perfect. Adding this train, its value is definitely more than tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of survival coins. The shelters that other survivors have worked hard for years and put a lot of thought into building are probably not as good as this crop of human wisdom. You don't even need to occupy the entire carriage. Just find a random carriage and use it as a high-quality shelter. When I first came here, I was busy chopping trees on the hillside outside and didn't notice this place at all. If I hadn't accidentally rolled down the hillside, I would never have discovered this huge treasure. Sherlay recounted his experience with great pride. Lucian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This child had quite a lot of experience, but he was indeed lucky to be alive and well. Brother Shin, when do you think we should move the shelter here? Do we need to make further plans? Or take a look within a few kilometers to see if there are any town ruins? Sherlay restrained his smile and asked seriously. Lucian thought for a moment, shook his head and said, no, for a shelter of this quality, there is no need to consider other factors. As long as conditions permit, there will be no problem moving here tonight. Then let's go back and pack up and move right in? No need. Lucian chuckled and said, it's a waste of time to go back and forth. Let's stay here and explore today, collect the resources in the train, and then stay here tonight and go back tomorrow. Live here. Sherlay was stunned, as if he remembered something, and asked, Brother Shin, did you bring the core of the independent shelter? Lucian nodded slightly, patted Sherlay on the shoulder, and said, you take a rest here. I'll go to other carriages to check the situation and collect as many useful resources and tools as possible. Having said that, he walked out of the car. Sherlay did not try to be brave, and just found a sofa chair to lie down and rest. His injuries were still very serious, and his body was very weak. He had almost reached his limit to be able to accompany him out today, and walk 2 kilometers to the ruins of the train. Lucian came outside and took a more detailed look at the entire train. According to statistics, there are a total of 20 carriages, of which 6 near the front of the train have been completely destroyed and directly rushed off the track. They are now buried underground by snow, and only the rough outline of the ruins can be seen. Near the rear of the train, 4 carriages were also severely damaged, with the windows almost completely broken, the frozen ice filled with blood, and fragments of bodies. Moreover, some of the corpses were already rotten and looked hideous and terrifying. So with this calculation, the only carriages they can choose from are number 7 to number 16. However, this is already the luckiest situation. Not only have 10 carriages been preserved, but they are also carriages close to the middle section. Generally speaking, there will be a restaurant car on the train, which is usually located near the middle of the train, around car number 10, and some food will be stored inside. Of course, many fresh foods such as boxed lunches and fast food are no longer usable after many years, but it is also possible to store foods such as instant noodles, biscuits, canned food, and ham. If you're lucky, you should be able to find quite a few. But unfortunately, after searching for a while, Lucian searched every remaining carriage, but did not find the dining car. Apparently, this train is not equipped with a dedicated dining car, and there isn't even fast food or boxed lunches, which is a bit disappointing. Originally, Lucian had thought that he could find some kitchen utensils and unused seasonings from the dining car's kitchen, but now all that has gone wrong. However, after this search, he roughly understood the situation of the different carriages. The first 8 carriages and the last 8 carriages were ordinary passenger carriages with neatly arranged seats inside, and there were also quite a few corpses. The 4 middle carriages are more upscale. The interior is like a carefully decorated room, equipped with beds, sofas, TVs, desks, and other facilities. They are very spacious and comfortable. Even the material of the carriage was stronger than that of other carriages. Lucian used several methods in succession before he finally opened the door of the high-end carriage. After just a few glances, Lucian had made the decision to use the premium carriage as a shelter because its layout and facilities were excellent. Even after such a long time, the bedding and quilt on the bed showed no signs of weathering or damage except for a little dust, which was incredible. The sofa is also soft and comfortable, and the materials used for other facilities are also of high quality. You can use it directly as soon as you move in. The only thing that needs to be considered is that the high-end carriages are larger, with a length of 10 m, width of about 3 m, and a total area of nearly 30. The area that the independent shelter core can cover is only 10 square meters, which greatly restricts daily activities. Chapter 36, Rich Harvest. But this problem can be solved sooner or later, because when upgrading the shelter, the system has already reminded you. In the future, there is a chance that props to expand the core of the shelter will be refreshed in the store. So although these problems cannot be solved in the short term, they will not be problems in the future. Lucian selected carriage number 10 and cleared out all the corpses, garbage, and dust, leaving only usable living facilities. After cleaning it up, use it as your residence for today. After Sherlay came over, he couldn't help but marvel at the luxurious environment inside. He was used to living in a dusty and simple shelter, and suddenly he was moved to a high-end carriage. He was really not used to it. Sherlay stayed in carriage number 10 to rest, while Lucian continued to leave and collect supplies from other carriages. In this train, besides the carriages themselves, there is another extremely precious thing: resources. A train carries hundreds of passengers who must be carrying a large amount of luggage, including all kinds of supplies. Food, clothing, medicine, tools, none of these necessities of life are missing. Compared to the town ruins, Lucian felt that there might be even more resources in the train. After all, the town ruins had been looted many times since the apocalypse, and most of the useful things had been taken away by the original survivors, leaving only a small number of low-value items. Moreover, the town ruins itself is a small rural area. Even if it has not been looted by survivors, there will not be many survival resources. But trains are different. This train is intact and has not been discovered by other survivors, so the supplies are probably still there, and the variety of supplies should be quite rich. Lucian first searched the more intact carriages, a total of 10 carriages for high-end carriages and 6 ordinary carriages. Among them, only 6 suitcases were found in the 4 high-end carriages, and they were all relatively light and did not contain much stuff. This also made him a little confused. Don't these rich people need to bring luggage when they go out? When he opened the suitcase and saw what was inside, he almost vomited blood. Various cards, cash, ties, belts, sunglasses, weird cosmetics, sunscreen, even contraceptive t-shirts, etc. There are indeed a lot of things, but not many of them are actually useful. The few clothes he had were extremely thin spring and summer clothing, and most of them were women's clothing and were completely unusable. Lucian sighed helplessly, but did not throw them away directly. Instead, he simply sorted them, put the items back into the suitcase, and placed them in carriage number 7. Carriage number 7 is an ordinary carriage and looks very empty. Lucian plans to use it as a warehouse and store useless suitcases and supplies here. He continued to check other carriages. There were also many suitcases in the ordinary carriages, and he found them one by one. This time, the harvest was much better than before. There were 52 suitcases in the 6 carriages, which was much less than expected. On average, there were only 8 to 9 suitcases in each carriage. It seemed that there were not many passengers on this train. All the suitcases were moved to carriage number 9, and all the supplies inside were taken out, sorted and classified, and the usable items were found. This time, seeing a carriage full of resources, Lucian couldn't help but sigh. We're rich. First of all, the largest number is clothes. In almost every suitcase, you can find a large number of various clothes, including men's, women's, and children's clothes, as well as a lot of shoes, socks, underwear, and panties. However, some of the clothes were of average quality and had been severely weathered. And there is another important point. There are not many clothes suitable for winter. I only found a dozen cotton-padded jackets and trousers, and the quality is relatively average. In terms of quality alone, it's not even as good as the winter cold-proof clothing given by the system. After sorting out all the clothes, including t-shirts, shirts, and other light clothes for spring and summer, they filled 32 suitcases. Socks, underwear, panties, shoes filled 3 suitcases. Thick winter clothes, just take it and use it. The second category of items mainly includes various tools, including chargers, power banks, watches, cosmetics, cash, luxury goods, etc., collectively known as useless things, filled 5 suitcases and thrown into a corner. The third category of items is what Lucian cares about the most, and it is also one of the most precious items of all: food. Many people store food in their suitcases. Although the quantity is not large, there is still a lot after putting them together. I collected 5 large boxes of snack foods. Although they were all expired, they could be preserved well at low temperatures and could be barely eaten in harsh environments. However, these snacks are not very filling. Although they taste good, in a doomsday environment, the cost-effectiveness is much lower than expected. Compared to snacks, Lucian would rather find a bag of flour or a bag of rice, but unfortunately no one would bring these things on the train. But fortunately, when Lucian was looking for a carriage, he found a small warehouse, which should contain emergency food stored on the train. There are 3 boxes of unopened instant noodles, 2 boxes of canned beef, 1 box of canned fruit, 1 box of compressed biscuits, and 5 boxes of mineral water. This batch of supplies is hundreds of times more valuable than those 5 boxes of snacks, and is the real hard currency in a doomsday environment. By living frugally, they can at least ensure that the 2 of them will not starve to death for a month or 2, and they can also live a comfortable life. More importantly, he also found an emergency medical kit, which was also specially equipped on the train and contained a large number of basic medicines and medical supplies. For example, iodine, alcohol, band-aids, hemostatic bandages, cooling patches, thermometers, medical masks, emergency flashlights, first aid blankets, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicines, painkillers, etc. These things can save lives in the doomsday. Not only can you keep it for your own use, but if you trade it with other survivors, you can also exchange it for many precious things. The value is self-evident. At the same time, some drugs were found in the suitcase, but the quantity was relatively small and the types were relatively amateurish. Most of them are vitamins, cold medicines, band-aids, cough syrups, and so on. Lucian did not complain. Whether it was a professional emergency medicine box or various scattered medicines, he packed them all into the suitcase and arranged them into different categories to facilitate finding and using them in the future. There were probably 2 suitcases packed, which was quite a lot. Finally, there were a lot of miscellaneous items that Lu Xun was not sure whether they were valuable or not, such as dolls, umbrellas, headphones, and other miscellaneous items, all of which were thrown in the corner and could be exchanged for survival coins. Chapter 37 Trapped in the Train Shelter. In total, the clothes filled 62 suitcases, the snacks filled 5 suitcases, the medicines filled 2 suitcases, and the sundries filled 5 suitcases. In the end, there were still 8 suitcases left empty. As for the emergency food on the train, it was not packed into the suitcases, but moved back to carriage number 10 and consumed as daily food. It looked like there were a lot of items, and the suitcase almost filled the entire compartment, but in fact there were not many useful supplies. Just talking about food, Lu Xun made special distribution and calculations. Even if they eat sparingly, it would be enough for 2 people to eat for about 2 months. Therefore, the quantity of this batch of supplies was much less than Lu Xun had imagined. Originally, he was thinking of finding a carriage that was specifically used to transport goods, and then discovering a whole box of emergency food, enough for them to eat for a year or 2. But now it seems that the trains in this world do not have so much food stored specially, which is indeed a bit disappointing. Lu Xun sighed. He now understood one thing. Whether it is the ruins of a town or the ruins of a train, neither is the best choice in the doomsday. Wanting to survive the apocalypse for a long time by relying on the resources found in the ruins? This is simply unrealistic. Perhaps there are indeed many items from the civilized era in the ruins, such as food, clothing, tools, etc., but these are limited and can only be used for emergency purposes within a short period of time. If you really want to survive for a long time, you must develop your own farming industry or rely on existing resources to survive. However, the items found in the ruins of the train are still of great value. Even if they are exchanged for survival coins, they will be a huge fortune. Sherlay had already walked out of the car, holding his survival radio, and began to check the prices of various items. According to the store system, computers, mobile phones, charging cables, power banks are all considered low-value items. After all, in the doomsday, electricity is a rare commodity. These electronic products that require electricity are almost the same as garbage without a power source. They are not even as useful as a walkie-talkie. The value of daily tools is slightly higher, barely reaching 1 to 10 survival coins. The value of clothes is about the same. After all, they are necessities of life. Even if they are not sold to stores, they can be sold to other survivors in exchange for a large amount of resources and survival coins. If I sell all the clothes, I can get at least a few hundred survival coins. Food has the highest value. Although it is a snack, it can replenish a lot of energy. It can also replenish various elements needed for the whole body, such as salt and sugar. It tastes very good and is a rare thing in doomsday. Finally, Sherlay sold a batch of useless tools and exchanged them for some survival coins. After collecting 100 coins, he directly upgraded the shelter. Looking at the information about the Independent Shelter Corps, Sherlay was also quite surprised. Ha! With this thing, we can migrate here completely. Sherlay grinned, obviously in a good mood. Without the Independent Shelter Corps, Sherlay was still a little worried that the radiation from the outside world would affect him. But now, there is no need to worry at all. The 2 of them took out 2 packs of instant noodles, plus canned beef, ham, dried tofu and other snacks, and made the most sumptuous meal ever, eating until they were almost in tears. Lu Xun couldn't remember how long it had been since he had eaten such rich food. Whenever he thought of the dry and hard corn tortillas, he felt hopeless. And the compressed biscuits were equally disgusting. The rich flavor of instant noodles explodes in the mouth, and the canned beef is full of grains and has a strong aroma. After eating and drinking, when the 2 of them lay on the soft cotton mattress and covered with a thick quilt, the feeling of warmth and reality came over them, making them feel extremely satisfied again. The sense of security brought by this train shelter is far beyond what the small shelter once was. It is completely a paradise and a hell. In fact, Lu Xun couldn't find any fault with it. It was simply the perfect shelter. Brother Xun, I always feel that there is no such good thing in the world. Will this shelter also have disadvantages? Lu Xun's face darkened. Shut up and say something nice. Midnight. A dull roar echoed in the dark snow. Dragging footsteps cut through the snow, and the smell of decay became stronger and stronger. Bang, bang, bang. There were violent slapping sounds as the train's outer iron sheet was hit, causing the entire carriage to shake. What the hell? Lu Xun was suddenly awakened from his sleep and looked out the window involuntarily. The next moment, after seeing the scene outside, I felt dizzy, fear spread from my heart, and my whole body turned cold in an instant. What? A slap hit Sherlay's face. Don't sleep. Something big has happened. Brother, I'm awake. Don't hit me. Sherlay sat up with a heavy face, looking out the window with eyes full of fear. Looking around, the windows on both sides of the carriage were filled with rotting corpses. Their sharp claws scratched across the glass, making a harsh friction sound. The rotten flesh stuck to it gave people a chill. Damn, how come there are so many rotting corpses? Did we disturb their den? Sherlay's forehead was covered with sweat. In his hand, he held a baseball bat, which was a temporary self-defense weapon he had found. His clenched hands were shaking slightly. Lucian's condition was not much better. His breathing was extremely heavy, and his eyes were fixed on the situation outside the window. Looking around, there were densely packed corpses, with rotting hands that revealed their bones, constantly reaching for the inside of the car windows. The glass that was frozen by frost was now covered in blood. Because the view was blocked by frost, it was unclear how many corpses there were, but Lucian estimated that the number was at least over 50. This was the first time he saw so many corpses gathered together, and his heart felt like it was being gripped by a giant hand. Mad, I'm in trouble. Lucian cursed inwardly under his breath. The situation the two of them were facing now was almost equivalent to waiting for death. These zombies have no intelligence at all and rely purely on scent to find prey. As long as the two of them are in the carriage, the zombies will most likely not leave and will remain stuck here. 1 or 2 days would be fine, but if it lasts for a long time, they will definitely break through the defenses of the train, rush in, and eat the two of them. Even if the carriage was strong enough, if the siege lasted for a long time, they would be trapped to death due to lack of food and water. Sherlay looked heavy-hearted, panting softly as he said, I knew there would be no such thing as a free lunch. How can this be a perfect shelter? This is a grave prepared specifically for us. Damn it, where did all these rotten corpses come from? When I came here today, I didn't see any. Lucian looked at the densely packed rotting corpses outside the window and felt at a loss for a moment. He thought hard for a long time, but still had no idea how to solve the problem. Chapter 38 Shelter Destroyed. Kill the corpses. The glass of the car is completely enclosed and cannot be opened, and there is no skylight, so even weapons cannot be extended out. If you want to attack the zombie, you can only open the car door and face it head-on. However, with their strength, how could they possibly deal with so many corpses? However, Lucian still has one last solution, the juice of corpse grass. This juice can conceal one's scent and avoid being tracked by corpses. It is also the only thing that can save one's life now. However, there was another very serious problem that Lucian had to consider. Even if they used this method to avoid the siege of the zombies for a short period of time, the zombies will not leave immediately, but will linger around, which is also extremely dangerous. This means that within an area of hundreds or even thousands of meters, there may be dozens or hundreds of rotting corpses scattered around, and they may come over at any time following the smell. With this level of danger, the two of them definitely didn't dare to continue living here. After hesitating for a long time, Lucian did not use the corpse-breathing grass directly. This was his only backup plan. If he used it carelessly, he would have no chance of survival. At the same time, he was also somewhat confused. Why are there no corpses during the day, but so many corpses suddenly appear at night? Is there something fishy going on? Or maybe, there will be a turning point? With fear and anxiety, the two men stayed quietly in the carriage, holding self-defense weapons in their hands, staring at the situation outside the window. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Apart from the roaring of corpses, there was no other sound. Even the howling sound of wind and snow outside the carriage seemed to be drowned out by the sound of the rotting corpses. Lucian looked at the time on the mechanical alarm clock. The seconds ticked by, and every second was torture. Until 7 o'clock in the morning, it was still pitch black outside the carriage. A gloomy and depressing atmosphere enveloped the dim carriage, with only the sporadic light from the survival radio and the fire flickering. Brother Shun, are we going to die here? Lucian shook his head and said in a deep voice. No. Even if the worst happens and we need to open the car door and fight head-on, we still have a chance of survival. Pointing at the car door, he continued, the car door is narrow and can accommodate a large number of zombies. It's easy for us to defend, but difficult to attack. As long as we hold on, it won't be a problem to kill all the zombies. Sherlay's mouth twitched. Brother Shun, are we that powerful? In theory, there should be no problem, right? Brother, could you please stop being so uncertain? I just had some hope. Lucian shook his head helplessly. In the current situation, he really could not do anything. However, just when the two were feeling desperate, something suddenly happened outside the carriage. The dense group of rotting corpses suddenly began to become sparse, and the roars that came one after another gradually weakened. Lu Xun and Sherlay looked at each other, then quickly stood up and leaned against the window to look out. Through the vague shadows, one could just barely see the retreating corpses. The corpses are retreating? Lu Xun was shocked and confused, and his curiosity and confusion grew stronger and stronger. He really couldn't figure out what was going on. A large number of rotten corpses suddenly appeared, but when the day came, they all suddenly disappeared. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. I opened the car door carefully, revealing a small opening and looking out, and couldn't help but gasp. The corpses retreated like the tide, and their number was even greater than expected, at least hundreds of them. And the quality is terribly high, mixed in with many corpses above level 2. Lu Xun understood that even if he finally opened the car door and fought back based on the geographical advantage, he would most likely be no match for these zombies. They can still barely deal with the first-level zombies, but the second-level zombies, or even the third-level zombies, which are larger and more powerful, are definitely not something they can easily deal with. Fortunately, this time there was no danger. Although it is not clear why the corpse retreated, at least I managed to save my life. After closing the car door and slumping on the bed, Lu Xun couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. Should we migrate here? This question comes to mind again, and it is difficult to make a decision. Brother Xun, what should we do next? Sherlay also had a melancholy look on his face, as if he was still in shock. Lu Xun thought for a moment and said, "It is not appropriate to move the shelter here before we understand the activities of the corpses." Sherlay sighed and said, "To understand the rules, you need to pay a price. At least now we can be sure that the zombies will not continue to besiege the carriages. They will return after a certain period of time. This means that we still have a chance." 2. Lu Xun stretched and continued, "You haven't slept all night, let's rest first. When the weather gets milder in the afternoon, we will go back to the shelter and think about relocation slowly." The two did not say much. After a brief rest, they had a casual lunch, still a hearty meal of instant noodles and canned beef, but the atmosphere was not as joyful as yesterday. All along, Lu Xun actually didn't take the corpses seriously. After all, there were relatively few of them, and only a few were seen in the vast snowfield. After last night's experience, he finally understood how desperate it would be when the corpses came pouring in. No matter how strong they are, the zombies can use human wave tactics to devour the enemies alive, leaving no possibility of survival. However, the train carriage, this perfect refuge, needs to be discounted after all. In the afternoon. Weather. Temperature, -17.4 degrees Celsius. Climate, light snow, wind speed of level 9. Radiation, moderate. If you go out for more than 86 minutes today, radiation will invade your body. As night falls, the radiation level will continue to rise. Lu Xun and Sherlay picked out several pieces of thermal underwear from their suitcases and put them on to keep themselves as warm as possible. Finally, they left with a batch of food and medicine. Lu Xun stuffed his backpack full, and so did Sherlay. According to the previous plan, they would not take anything away, but would transfer the useful supplies originally in the shelter to the carriage. But the threat of the zombies forced them to change their plans. After taking sufficient supplies, the two went into the snow and started their return journey. However, when the two walked to Sherlay's shelter and saw the scene in front of them, they were immediately disheveled in the wind. "I'll fuck you." Sherlay cursed loudly, and saw that the door of the container shelter in front of him was completely opened, and all the useful supplies inside had been moved out. Almost all the food, straw, and daily necessities were gone. Even the tables and beds were dismantled. What's even more annoying is that someone deliberately damaged the container and tore a big hole in it, and the inside is now filled with snow. Chapter 39. Magical Uses of Ice Bricks. Sherlay's face turned pale, and he had roughly guessed what had happened. It must be the three people who besieged him who found out the location of his shelter and came to plunder it. There is both anger and fear in my heart. If he had not gone out yesterday but stayed in the shelter to recuperate, he would have run into the other party head-on, and would have definitely died in this case. Lu Xun frowned and asked, how much supplies were taken away? Food, quilts, pickled radishes and pickled vegetables, and more than 80 survival coins. Sherlay almost gnashed his teeth. This was all the stock he had, especially the 80-odd survival coins, which he had barely exchanged for by selling most of his tools. According to his original plan, he would collect 100 survival coins to upgrade the shelter, but now they have all been taken away. If he hadn't gained something on the train, he would have been penniless and would have completely lost the possibility of surviving the doomsday. The other party's behavior was extremely bad. Not only did they plunder all the resources, they also deliberately damaged the shelter. They had no intention of leaving Sherlay any chance of survival. Sherlay's face was ashen, his eyes were bloodshot, and he exuded a chilling hostility. "Three beasts, don't let me know who you are, or I will peel off your skin, layer by layer." Lu Shun's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart also burning with anger. The other party's behavior was too much. It was simply a hatred that would not end until death. A cold voice sounded. "Don't worry, they should have collected enough survival coins and have probably upgraded the shelter. Where do you think they will move the shelter after they have the independent shelter core?" Sherlay's mind worked quickly. After thinking for 3 seconds, he said word by word. "City, town, ruined, ruins." Having lost his shelter, Sherlay had nowhere to go and could only follow Lu Shun. After these days of contact, the relationship between the two is no longer the same as before. The level of trust has greatly increased, and they also jointly own a large amount of wealth in the train carriage. Therefore, even if this initial shelter was exposed, Lu Shun didn't care much. When the two men entered the thick ice brick fortress, Sherlay was immediately amazed. "Brother Shun, your skills are incredible. You can build this igloo by yourself?" Sherlay touched the thick ice brick wall and suddenly felt incredible. Most survivors can think of using ice bricks to make defensive facilities, but only a very few can actually do it. First of all, it's a matter of time. Only survivors who possess the independent shelter core still have the opportunity to do this. The second is the difficulty of construction. If Lu Shun did not have the advantage of his talent, it would be impossible for him to build such a perfect ice brick fortress in a short time. Lu Shun just smiled, but an idea emerged in his mind. Since he is in the initial shelter, he can create an ice brick fortress for defense and concealment. So, is it possible to make a similar ice brick fortress in a train shelter to cover a carriage or several carriages? While improving concealment, it can also effectively prevent the attack of corpses. Even if you leave a few holes in the process of building the ice brick fortress, you can fight back against the zombies. The more Lu Shun thought about it, the more excited he became. He seemed to have found a way to survive in the train shelter. But whether it is effective or not still needs to be tried, but it is undoubtedly a good idea. The ice brick fortress outside is really nice, but entering the underground shelter is a bit embarrassing. Sherlay was huge in stature and almost got stuck at the entrance of the shelter. He tried several times before finally squeezing in. Once inside, he couldn't even straighten his back and bumped into the roof of the shelter several times. He could only curl up in the corner. Sherlay said helplessly, "Brother, did you rob a wild animal's nest? This is a bit immoral." Lu Shun's face turned dark instantly. What kind of words are these? But when he turned around, he really couldn't refute it. It is called a shelter, but in fact it is just a pit dug in the ground, with walls made of mud on all 4 sides, and the space is pitifully small. There was even a furry animal lying in the corner, looking at the two of them warily. This situation is indeed easy to be misunderstood. Lu Shun was too lazy to explain. After lighting the fireplace, he toasted a tortilla, boiled some hot water, and handed it to the snow cat in the corner. This guy was obviously very hungry. Regardless of his fear, he just started eating. Even the look in his eyes when he looked at Lu Shun became a little softer. Lu Shun tried to stroke its head, and the snow cat did not show any obvious resistance. It just took a step back slightly, no longer as vigilant as it had on the first day. "Sherlay, what are your plans next?" Lu Shun asked while adding firewood to the fireplace. Sherlay was still looking at the shelter curiously. He was stunned when he heard the question and said, "What else can we do? Let's find a new shelter." "Not planning on going back to the train shelter?" "I dare not go back. There are hundreds of corpses here, and many of them are level 2 or above. I'm afraid I'll never come back." Sherlay shook his head repeatedly, and then he seemed to have thought of something and said in a vicious voice, "It's best to find a shelter next to the town ruins, and watch me kill those 3 beasts one by one." Lu Shun waved his hand and said, "Don't rush to retaliate. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Solve the problem of survival first." "Well, Brother Shun, do you have any suggestions?" Sherlay asked with a sigh. After Lu Shun pondered for a moment, he said, "According to my opinion, the train carriage is still the best choice for shelter. But..." Lu Shun interrupted directly. "No buts, the problem of rotting corpses is not unsolvable." "Have you thought of a solution?" Sherlay asked excitedly. Lu Shun pointed to the ice brick fortress outside the shelter and said, "In the end of the blizzard, it will be much easier to build a defensive fortress. This is the best example." Sherlay's eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself, "That makes sense. Using ice bricks to protect the entire train compartment, even if there are zombies attacking, they won't pose any danger to us. Brother Shun, this method works." Lu Shun nodded slightly, but there was one more thing he didn't have time to say. "Ice bricks may be good, but their strength is still too low. They may be able to block level 1 zombies, but if they are stronger zombies, they are still likely to break through. However, he can use his talent to compress the ice bricks more deeply, making them of higher quality and harder than iron. It was precisely for this reason that he made up his mind to continue to use the dangerous train ruins as a refuge in the future. Sherlay nodded and said, "I think this method is reliable. Then let's follow the original plan, return to the train shelter, and then start building an ice brick fortress." Well, I originally planned to take it slow and build the ice brick fort slowly, but now that your shelter has been destroyed, it is necessary to speed up the process. Chapter 40, Jingning Town. Hearing this, Sherlay felt angry again, but he suppressed his emotions and nodded slowly. This night was perhaps the most depressing night for Sherlay. First, he was almost killed, and then the shelter was destroyed. Any of these events could have led to his irretrievable destruction. If we hadn't joined forces with Lu Xun, we would have nowhere to go now, and would have to wait to die in the blizzard and radiation. The two of them were lying in the small shelter. The communication on the survival radio was playing, and various recent information came into their ears. "Jia Yuanxiang, fuck you. I trusted you so much, but you dared to ambush me. Remember this, I will avenge you sooner or later. Red Poplar Forest, this is my territory, Wang Yu. If anyone dares to come here again, don't blame me for chopping you with my sword. Zhang Yueqian, you bastard. We were childhood friends. How dare you team up with that wild man to steal things from my shelter? Don't let me catch you, otherwise." "Hee, you little brat. Do you really think my Yuqian is interested in you? Go ahead and dream on. I'll gladly accept your canned beef, ha 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 ha. Is there any big man who can take me in? I'm really starving to death. Please give me something to eat. Please, please." There is no longer any peace and tranquility in the communication. The amount of mom is increasing rapidly, and useful information is no longer conveyed to each other, and more of it is curses. The survivors have gradually begun to come into contact with each other, but there is no friendliness as imagined, only deception and scheming. Disputes, killings, debauchery, fraud, violence fill this land of survival, and chaos frequently occurs among the survivors. Some of the information also caught Lu Xun's attention. "Hello, fellow survivors. I am Zheng Hai. We have gathered 4 powerful warriors with awakened talents and occupied the ruins of Jingning Town. We sincerely invite you to come and survive together and build a gathering place for survivors together. Hello everyone. I'm Qin Yongwei. I've been surviving in Bailing Town and have awakened my physical fitness talent. Is there any friend who is willing to join forces with me to clean up the corpses in Bailing Town? Then we can occupy Bailing Town together. Oh, let me ask you a question. How did you leave the shelter and survive in the ruins of the town? Are you afraid of radiation? Hey, go home and drink your milk. This has nothing to do with you. Dear survivors, I am Zhou Yunbo. I have occupied the ruins of Jingning Town with 2 like-minded Taoist friends. If there are other survivors around, you can come and survive together and face the dangers of the doomsday together. Jingning Town?" Until they heard this message, Lu Xun and Sherlay's eyes fixed. "Brother Xun, I remember there seemed to be the name of the town at the entrance of the town ruins. It seemed to be called Tai something," Sherlay asked in a muffled voice. Lu Xun didn't say much, and took out a stack of papers from behind the bed. It was a child's homework book that he had found in the ruins of the town before. There were some crooked words written on it. "Jingning Primary School, Grade 3, Class 1. It's really here." Lu Xun raised his eyebrows. "Humph, it seems they are the 3 people who besieged me. It seems that they have indeed upgraded the shelter and officially moved to the town ruins. This is a good thing." Sherlay's eyes were murderous. Lu Xun smiled and consoled him. "You can rest assured now. They will stay in Jingning Town. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with them in the future. As for now, let's go back to the train ruins first." "Brother Xun, I'm still a little worried." Sherlay frowned and said, "They have had conflicts with me before and have met me before. If they see me again next time, they will definitely attack me again. Just in case, how about we go to the town ruins tomorrow and take the initiative to deal with them? Moreover, they have now occupied a ruined town and are recruiting soldiers. If they grow stronger, it will be difficult for the 2 of us to deal with them alone." Lu Xun did not answer. He could clearly feel that Sherlay's obsession was very deep. But this is normal. The other party tried to kill us every time and even chased us to the shelter to silence us. This hatred is extremely strong. But after thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, "Sherlay, with only the 2 of us, although we are quite strong, it will be difficult to defeat the other 3 awakened talents without getting hurt." Sherlay remained silent. "Secondly, you don't need to worry about them growing bigger. With only a 10 square meter, independent shelter core, they can't develop much." Indeed. After thinking carefully for a moment, Sherlay finally suppressed his young and impetuous heart. Although he was angry, he still had some sense and knew that now was definitely not the best time to take action. For the 2 of them, the best choice now is to completely occupy the ruins of the train build a complete shelter there, and survive stably. Thanks to the supplies there, they will not lack food in the short term, and after selling useless tools, they can obtain a large amount of survival coins. As long as they are given some time, they will be able to grow strong enough and even have more potential than those who occupied the ruins of the town. At that time, if conditions permit, we can also gather other survivors and establish a force similar to a survivor gathering place. It is precisely because of this that Lucian is unwilling to take action at this moment, because now is their weakest stage, and there is no need to confront others. After chatting for a while, the two fell asleep in the cramped shelter. The wind is howling, the weather is freezing, and danger and loneliness are the main themes of this world. In the middle of the night, the snow cat huddled in a corner. Apparently because of the cold, it carefully moved to the bed, curled up at Lucian's feet, and fell into a deep sleep. "Brotherchen, what do you want to take with you? I see you have a lot of luggage." Sherlay shouted at the top of his voice while standing outside the shelter. "Sherlay, there is still some time before we set off. Why don't you come to the shelter first?" While Lucian was packing his luggage for refuge, he looked at Sherlay helplessly. "Forget it. Your shelter is too small. I sprained my waist after sleeping there all night last night. It's better to be more comfortable outside." Lucian. He needed to rush back to the train ruins today, so Lucian began to pack his luggage and take some useful items with him. A lot of resources have been accumulated in the shelter now, but it is impossible for him to take them all back. Needless to say, food will all be brought over. Although tortillas don't taste very good, they are food after all, and they are very filling. For many survivors, they are priceless. Chapter 41. Return. In addition, I brought pickled radishes and pickled vegetables, salt, honey, white wine, and water purification tablets. These were the foods that had not been eaten yet, and I stuffed them all into the backpack. The rest of the daily necessities, such as paper and pins, fireplace, flint, kettle, iron sheet, purple vine juice, corpse grass juice, compass, bowls, basins, etc., were also not left behind and were all packed up. It was difficult for Lucian to carry so many survival items by his own strength. Fortunately, Sherlay was there, so everything became much easier. He has good physical fitness. His height of more than 2 meters makes him very strong. He has also awakened his talent in physical fitness and can lift the package easily. Sherlay carried his own luggage on his left shoulder and Lucian's luggage on his right shoulder, and he looked extremely relaxed. Lucian only needs to carry his backpack. The shelter was emptied, and in the end only a fat cat was left, still curled up in the corner. Lucian glanced at it, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Do you want to go with me, or stay here? If you stay, this shelter will be given to you." The snow cat naturally didn't understand, so it just tilted its head and looked at Lucian with some vigilance. When it saw the human in front of it, its eyes were full of kindness, but it seemed to swallow its saliva. Of course, it is impossible to let go. He just wanted to see if this creature mutated by radiation could really understand human nature. If it were a purely wild creature, it would be impossible to eliminate its wildness, and it would not be successfully tamed just by these 2 days of contact. There was no need for Lucian to spend much effort on it. He could just kill it for its meat and make clothes from its fur to maximize its utilization. But if it really understands human nature and has a certain IQ, then it is not necessarily the case. It has the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm, and will make the choice that is most conducive to its own survival, and may take the initiative to follow. 3 minutes later. It turns out that the store's evaluation was correct. Although still afraid of Lucian, the snow cat still came closer and stuck close to Lucian's trouser leg. For it, the doomsday world is extremely dangerous. It is extremely difficult to catch food, and it will die if it survives alone in the wild. But following the human in front of it, it can get food for free and has a warm place to live, which will undoubtedly make its survival easier. That, coupled with its simple wisdom, made it an easy choice. By the time we finished cleaning up, it was already afternoon, and the wind and snow outside the shelter were gradually weakening. "It's time to go, Brotherchen." Sherlay stood under the ice and snow fortress, his head almost touching the ceiling, and said in a muffled voice. Lucian nodded slightly and checked the time and weather. It is now 1:58 p.m. Weather. Temperature, -20.1 degrees Celsius. Climate, moderate snow. Wind speed 8. Radiation, moderate. If you go out for more than 120 minutes today, radiation will invade your body, and the radiation level will continue to rise as night falls. The weather conditions were pretty good. Although the radiation was still moderate, the time available for outdoor use was 120 minutes, which was more than enough for the two of them. I didn't expect that even with moderate radiation contamination, I could still go out for 120 minutes, Sherlay said in surprise. Lucian's eyes moved slightly, and he said, "On the first day of exploration, the radiation concentration was also moderate, but we were only out for more than 40 minutes. It seems that as physical fitness improves, resistance to radiation has also increased." That should be the case. Especially after awakening the talent, the time that can be spent outside is much longer. Sherlay thought so and said, also, the time that each person can spend outside should be different. Lucian's eyes moved, and he also took a look at the survival radio in Sherlay's hand, and found that the time of going out was indeed different. His own out-of-office time was shown as 120 minutes, while Sherlay's out-of-office time was shown as 116 minutes. Although the difference is not big, it is still a significant difference. This is most likely because Sherlay's injuries have not yet healed, affecting his resistance to radiation, so the time is relatively short. This can also be considered a hidden rule, and Lucian kept it firmly in mind. Let's go, hurry up. Once we get to the train ruins, we have to build an ice brick fort, which will take a lot of time. Lucian walked outside, braving the strong wind and snow, and walked towards the north with difficulty. Sherlay had a harder time walking because he was heavier and had a lot of luggage on his back. Every time he stepped down, he created a half-meter deep pit. This is the case when wearing wooden ski boots. If you don't put a wide wooden board under your feet, I'm afraid that the depth of each step will exceed 1 m. With every step he took, Lucian would use his talent to restore the snow to its original state after stepping on it to avoid being followed by others. The snow cat was very smart. It followed beside him, trotting forward and moving very flexibly. And after walking for a while, the snow cat also showed a unique way of traveling. It drilled directly into the snow, dug a hole under the snow, and rushed forward. Not only was its speed extremely fast, but its shape was also difficult to be discovered. Lucian couldn't help but sigh that the creatures that could survive in this doomsday world all had more or less their own unique skills that enabled them to avoid danger. The journey was boring. After walking in silence for 30 minutes, the two came to the hillside around the train ruins again. This time, the two did not rush down, but stood at the highest point of the hillside and looked around. On the one hand, Lucian was investigating the surrounding environment, looking for tree resources and town ruins. The terrain in this area is quite undulating, with many hillsides at higher altitudes, on which there are a few trees growing here and there, not too many, but not too few. But further east, there are mountains with more rugged terrain, where you can see large tracts of forests, which are huge and extremely dense. At this moment, they are all covered with thick snow. After seeing the forest, Lucian first let out a long sigh of relief, but then a hint of caution appeared in his eyes. The emergence of large tracts of forest means abundant resources and the existence of a large number of heating resources. At least there is no need to worry about wood. And there is a high probability that there will be edible plants or animals, which are necessary conditions for long-term survival. However, Lucian still vaguely remembered that the large number of corpses that had previously besieged the ruins of the train finally retreated to the east. What was there in the east? What was the situation? Lucian didn't know, but it was definitely not completely safe, so he had to explore. I looked in other directions, trying to find other clues, but the results were not good. Chapter 42: A huge construction project. The sky at dawn, coupled with the gray-green clouds covering the sky, made the overall visibility very low, and the wind and snow were very strong, making it impossible to see the situation in the distance. Lucian stayed for a while, then walked down the hill towards the ruins of the train. Over the course of one night, the ruins were once again covered with thick snow, almost obscuring the entire train. Only when you got closer could you see the green shell. If the train tracks had not been high, the entire train would have been buried in the snow before they arrived. After digging away the surrounding snow and sweeping away the snow on the top of the train carriage, the entire carriage was revealed. According to the plan discussed last night, they will use ice bricks to cover the entire carriage, forming a thick ice brick fortress to resist the siege of corpses. Sherlay looked around and asked, "Brother Shin, what should we do next?" Lucian put the luggage in carriage number 10, and then said, "Let's light up the fireplace first to melt some snow water and prepare to make ice bricks." Sherlay was responsible for boiling water, while Lucian used wood to make more than a dozen ice brick molds. It is about 50 cm times 30 cm times 20 cm. Just put the snow into the mold, press it tightly, and then pour water on it. The melted snow water will solidify at low temperatures and eventually turn into solid ice. Lucian could use his talent to speed up the process, but because it consumes too much energy, he has not used his talent for the time being. It has to be said that the method of using ice bricks to build buildings is indeed very convenient to use, especially in the ultra-low temperature blizzard doomsday. It is almost easy to do. In just 30 minutes, Lucian made more than 30 ice bricks. If the snow collection process hadn't been slow, the speed would probably have been even faster. As they became more and more skilled, they moved faster in the next 30 minutes and produced more than 50 ice bricks. But they were also very tired. Snow is indeed not heavy, but once it turns into ice, it becomes incredibly heavy, with each piece weighing around 60 kilograms. 1 or 2 pieces would be fine, but once the number is large, Sherlay almost died of exhaustion here. Moreover, 80 ice bricks are not enough. If you want to build a complete ice brick fortress and cover the entire carriage, you will need at least 500 ice bricks. This amount of work is dozens of times larger than the small 10 square meter ice brick fortress in the shelter. By the end of their time outside, the two had only made 120 ice bricks. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, although it was just past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it was already almost the same as night, and the temperature dropped rapidly, reaching minus 25 degrees Celsius. The howling cold wind blew up all the snow on the ground and the blizzard in the sky, making them fly wildly in the sky like ice knives, and almost blew my coat apart when it blew on my body. The radiation situation is actually the best. Although it has returned to severe radiation, it can still stay outside because of the independent shelter core. Brother, what should we do now? Sherlay shouted at the top of his voice. Lucian narrowed his eyes. There was fierce wind and snow in front of his eyes and ears, and his body was shaking. He used his talent to turn the snow beneath his feet into ice, wrapping his feet tightly to prevent himself from being blown away. Looking at the ice brick fortress that had not yet been built, Lucian's eyes showed a solemn expression, and he said, "Let's build a part first. If we build it all during the exploration time, it will probably take 4 or 5 days to complete. We can't wait that long." Sherlay also nodded heavily, and under Lucian's command, he moved the heavy ice bricks over and stacked them up layer by layer around train carriage number 10. When building the initial shelter, Lucian chose to build a semicircular fortress, both for its aesthetics and for its sturdiness and concealment. But now, due to the large area, in order to reduce the consumption of ice bricks and facilitate construction, he finally decided to build a cube ice brick fortress. It only needs to cover the train carriage, which is about 12 meters long, 3.5 meters high, and 2.5 meters wide. In order to prevent collapse, the roof on the top still needs to be made into a semicircular arc, which is conducive to the stability of the overall structure and can also be better concealed. There are not enough ice bricks available, so Lucian plans to build walls around the building first, just by stacking them up one by one. But after a simple calculation, it would take nearly 700 ice bricks just to surround the 4 walls. When they finished building the 120 ice bricks, they had only completed half of the front wall of train carriage number 10, and both of them were exhausted. Sherlay panted and said, Brother Shin, I'm fucking dying." "I am almost there too." Lucian suddenly felt a little regretful. His decision was obviously wrong. The most difficult construction work should be completed when the wind and snow are light and the overall weather conditions are good. When the wind and snow are strong, they can huddle at the back of the train car and do the easier work of making ice bricks. This will not only make it easier, but the overall pace will also be much faster. As for today's work, that's all. The two did not live in carriage number 10, but instead moved the fireplace, bedding, quilt, and food for the day to ordinary carriage number 7, intending to sleep there for one night. The main concern is that a large number of corpses will gather around and push down the ice wall next to carriage number 10. Moreover, carriages 9, 10, 11, and 12 are high-end carriages. The two men intend to use them as shelters in the future. If they are besieged by zombies many times, they are likely to be destroyed, which will not be worth the loss. It would be better to live in the ordinary carriage first, and after enduring these 2 days, completely build the ice brick fortress, and then move back to the high-end carriage. What followed was an ordinary night. But in fact, it is not very common. Just as they expected, the zombies came again at night, in such large numbers that they filled the entire carriage. They bit and attacked each other like crazy, trying to tear the carriage apart. The sleeping snowcat, perhaps awakened by the noise or frightened by the horrible smell of the rotting corpse, jumped up on the spot, with the hair on its back standing up, looking as if it was afraid of everything. It had a very keen sense of danger and felt that it was on the verge of death, so it was naturally very scared. But this time, Lucian and the other man were obviously much calmer, and they just watched quietly. The carriage was of very high quality and made of very hard materials. It was impossible to tear it apart even with the white bones of the rotting corpses. Unless all the besieged zombies are replaced with zombies of level 2 or above, it may be possible to destroy it. Therefore, in the current situation, the two of them are still safe. Chapter 43, Living in the Train Ruins. What's more, even if the carriage was accidentally damaged, Lucian still had the corpse grass juice on him, which could save the lives of the two. I was in a daze, half asleep, until about 8 o'clock in the morning. The rotten corpses seemed to be off work, and gradually retreated like the tide. Lucian opened his eyes calmly and looked out through the gap in the car door. The direction in which the corpses left was exactly to the east of the train ruins, but no one knew where their destination was. You can't see any during the day, but they all come out at night. It's really a strange phenomenon. Lucian muttered to himself, with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Whenever there is any abnormal pattern, there must be an unusual story behind it. But Lucian and Sherlay were not interested in it. For them, the most important thing now was to build the glacier fortress as soon as possible. After waking up Sherlay, who was still sleeping and eating some snacks, the two started making ice bricks again. It was very dark outside, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. The biting cold wind was howling, and the temperature was terribly low, but the two of them still resolutely left the carriage, leaving the snow cat sleeping by the fireplace. This guy was becoming more and more relaxed. He casually lay on the bedding, curled up his body, glanced at Lucian and the other man, and then continued to lie down. Coming to the back of the carriage, which is at the angle between the carriage and the hillside, most of the cold wind is blocked. After lighting a fire for illumination, the two men began to make ice bricks numbly. Fill in snow, compact it, water it, wait for it to freeze, demold it. Lucian also didn't expect that when he was in a civilized society, he punched in and out 996 every day, but now in the doomsday world, he still couldn't escape the fate of working. The same goes for Sherlay. At the age of 19, he has truly come into contact with the dangers of society. There is no light in his eyes anymore, only numbness towards his work. After a whole morning of hard work, the two men stopped working at 11:30 in the morning and made a total of 350 ice bricks. I took another nap, got up at 1:30 p.m., and continued to work, putting together the ice bricks. On the afternoon of the second day, the ice bricks needed for the first ice brick fortress were accumulated, and the first ice brick fortress was successfully built in 113 minutes of exploration time. The walls around were relatively easy to build, and only required a lot of effort to pile them up, but building the top took a lot of time. Afterwards, considering that the two of them couldn't live together all the time, they both needed separate living areas. So after some discussion, they decided to build another ice brick fortress. It was still the same process, and after nearly 2 days, the second ice brick fortress rose from the ground. For nearly 4 days, two sturdy ice brick fortresses covered carriages number 10 and number 12, forming two independent shelters. Looking at the solid and tall ice wall, the two men let out a long sigh. These were definitely the most tiring 3 days. They were working almost every moment and had to face the harassment of corpses at night. Their bodies and minds had been stretched to the limit. But the completion of the shelter brought great comfort to the two men. Moreover, this shelter is very different from the initial shelter because the environment in all aspects is extremely favorable and it is completely possible to survive for a long time. This will be the base for the two of them to survive and develop in the future. The two have already agreed to divide all the supplies here equally, with each taking half, and continue to survive and develop independently in the future. After all, it is impossible for two grown boys like them to live together every day. There will definitely be a lot of daily contact, but going out to explore and daily development will be completely independent. This is also to avoid conflicts and reduce daily friction. It is also to increase future possibilities and make each other's development more diversified. Lucian occupied 5 carriages, namely number 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Among them, carriages 12 and 13 are high-end carriages with complete internal facilities and can be used for living. Carriage 12 is shrouded in an ice fortress and will serve as the main shelter. Carriages 14, 15, and 16 are ordinary carriages with neatly arranged tables and chairs. The bodies and garbage have been cleaned up. They will be used as warehouses in the future to store various daily resources. At present, there are a large number of suitcases in carriage number 14, which are the supplies that the two people divided equally. In fact, according to the original plan, it would be best to cover all the carriages with ice brick fortresses, and then connect the ice brick fortresses to form a large shelter. However, the workload of making an ice brick fortress is too huge, and it consumes too much energy for two people, so it is not suitable to build too many in a short period of time. Perhaps, only when there are more people can such large-scale projects be started again. Now that we have a stable shelter, the most important thing is to find food and various resources needed for survival. Lucian had sorted out all the food, and after calculations, he found that even if he ate frugally, it would only last him 1.5 months at most. He must take advantage of this 1.5 months to explore the surrounding environment as much as possible and find a stable way to obtain food in order to survive here. At the same time, you should also look for the ruins of the surrounding towns to explore whether there are other survivors and prepare for future development. As the night deepened, Lucian lay in carriage number 12. Lucian had completely dismantled the originally expensive and luxurious room facilities. Many of them were useless, as he still paid more attention to practicality. For example, televisions, glass coffee tables, computers, and other items were all thrown into carriage number 14 by him. So at this time, carriage number 12 looked much more spacious. At the deepest part was a bed covered with thick bedding and clothes. Lu Shun took all the bedding, quilts, and winter clothes from other carriages for daily warmth. The anti-cold effect in the carriage is not as good as I imagined. Even through the snow-white glass, I can feel the eerie cold air coming in, and I often shiver with cold when I sleep at night. Moreover, this train will most likely run in summer. The bedding and quilts are not the thickened versions for winter, they are just ordinary quilts. Perhaps they can provide good warmth retention effect when the temperature is around 0 degrees. However, at temperatures around -20 degrees Celsius, the effectiveness of these thin quilts will be greatly reduced. Strictly speaking, the warmth-keeping effect of velvet is even greater than that of these quilts. It can effectively prevent the loss of heat from the body and is still a very precious warmth-keeping resource today. Therefore, Lu Shun still put a layer of velvet under the original bedding, and the effect was surprisingly good. There is still a fireplace next to the bed. The fireplace is an indispensable living resource and can provide a lot of heat. In addition to the bed, there are 2 other facilities in the carriage that have not been moved away, namely the sofa and the table. Chapter 44 Planting Industry. The sofa can be used for daily rest, and the table is only used for daily items such as a survival radio, a mechanical alarm clock, a compass, paper, and pens. In addition, above the windows on both sides, there are 2 rows of shelves for placing suitcases, which are now fully utilized and filled with a lot of food. Next to the table, there is a cat bed made of a suitcase with a lot of clothes on it. This is where the snow cat usually lives. But more often than not, the snow cat would jump directly onto the bed to sleep, as it would obviously be warmer leaning against the fireplace. Lu Shun looked at the rusty iron ceiling, his ears filled with the crackling sound of the flames in the fireplace. The snow cat slowly walked over and laid down at the foot of the bed. It's the 11th day of the blizzard's apocalypse. He had his own second shelter, which was relatively complete and could ensure his safety and future survival. The soft firelight illuminated the carriage, bringing a full sense of security. Lu Shun took out this survival radio and used today's store refresh opportunity. He also refreshed the store 2 days ago, but unfortunately the items he wanted to buy did not appear and the quality seemed to be relatively low. As the merchandise continued to rotate, 3 items appeared. Name: 500 milliliters pure water. Introduction: can filter radiation. Price: 12 survival coins. Name: life-saving warm blanket ×1, 20 survival coins. Name: 1 L of mineral water, 10 survival coins. The quality of the 3 items were all good, but they were not urgently needed, so Lu Shun had no great desire to buy them. If he had bought a life-saving thermal blanket when he first arrived at the shelter, he would most likely have bought it, but there was really no need to waste money now. The same goes for mineral water. Water purification tablets can be reused, so there is no shortage of clean water sources, and there is no need to buy them. The only thing that attracted his attention was the pure radiant water. This is related to another extremely important thing: crop planting. He had been trying to grow corn, but had never been able to do so, and he suspected that a big factor was that the soil was filled with radiation and therefore not suitable for the growth of corn. In today's land, almost all plants visible to the naked eye are affected by radiation and mutated. The corn kernels he harvested did not change due to radiation, and most likely needed to be grown in clean soil to germinate properly. And deradiated water may be able to eliminate some of the radiation in the soil, making it possible to grow corn. Lu Shun bought it without hesitation. Speaking of which, he has quite a lot of wealth now. A large part of the resources in the carriage are useless, at least they are of little significance at the moment, so Lu Shun sold a batch of them and exchanged them for survival coins. For example, toys, power banks, corroded mobile phones and computers, etc. The number added up is not small. Although the price of each item is not high, after selling them all, they can be exchanged for 234 survival coins. Lu Shun bought the Jinggradi water and thought silently in his mind. Now that things have stabilized, I can try to develop the planting industry and explore the surrounding area tomorrow. I hope everything goes well. Now, there are only 2 things that are most important to him. The first is to develop around the carriage shelters, build more solid fortresses, and develop planting and breeding industries. However, it is currently quite difficult. The second is to explore the surrounding area and look for existing resources and the ruins of surrounding towns. If possible, it is also necessary to investigate the condition of the corpse. Thinking of the rotten corpse, Lu Shun glanced at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. It's almost time. Looking out the car window, a faint growl was heard, but it was followed by the eerie howling of the cold wind and the sharp and piercing sound of sharp claws scratching across the ice wall. The corpse arrived as promised. Finally, I'm here. I hope the ice brick fortress can be more powerful. Maybe. I can even harvest a batch of corpse radiation cores. Lu Xun was still very alert. He quickly climbed out of bed, wrapped himself in thick clothes, and held a newly made weapon in his hand, an iron spear. The slender wooden handle is made of a hard branch, and the pointed tip is made of iron sheet. It is sharp and intimidating, and a special barb is also made for it. This is a weapon he specially made in the past 2 days, which is convenient for dealing with corpses. Now that he has an ice brick fortress, the defensive effect of the shelter has been greatly improved, and he has the possibility of counterattacking. Moreover, when making the ice brick fortress, he deliberately left several round holes with a diameter of about 8 centimeters. With such a size, it is difficult for the zombies to accurately reach their hands in, but the iron spears can be extended out to attack the zombies indiscriminately. The location of the hole is also very particular. It is about the height of a person and flush with the head of the corpse, so that it can attack the corpse's fatal position. Lu Xun stood at the car door, holding an iron spear in his hand, and stabbed outwards continuously. Whenever there is a noticeable piercing sensation, the spear will be used to stir continuously, and the barbs on the tip of the spear will cause great damage. After attacking continuously for more than 2 hours, Lu Xun stopped his actions, panting. His face was covered with sweat, and his arms were shaking slightly due to exhaustion. Damn, there are too many of them. I can't kill them all. Lu Xun cursed inwardly, pulled back the iron spear to check, and found that the blade was completely bent, and the iron was full of pits, and was severely corroded. I thought that by only attacking and not defending, I could easily deal with the corpses outside, and it would not be impossible to kill them all. But reality slapped him hard in the face. The hardness of the skull bones of a zombie is not low, especially for a level 2 zombie. The overall strength is greatly improved, and ordinary iron weapons are not very effective and may even destroy the weapons. More importantly, the radiation in the corpse's brain is extremely strong, and direct contact with it will cause great damage to weapons. Looking at the zombies that were still coming one after another, Lu Xun couldn't help rubbing his brows. If he continued to fight like this, he would die of exhaustion without killing a few zombies. After some consideration and confirming that the zombies could not break through the ice brick fortress, Lu Xun threw his weapon aside and returned to the carriage to sleep. Get up the next day. The sky was as dark as ink, no different from night. Looking out through the dim light, the tide of corpses had receded, leaving only a few corpses and blood and rotten flesh covering the ice wall, which made Lu Xun frown. The ice brick fortress that had just been built was still brand new yesterday, but it was turned into this state overnight, which really made him unhappy. Only the sight of the 12 corpses on the ground made his expression look a little better. The radiation cores dug out were all level 1 corpse radiation cores, but they were also worth 60 survival coins, which was a considerable income. By the way, he had completed most of the tasks on the task card. He only needed to hunt 2 more level 2 zombies to get another 50 survival coins. Without rushing back to the carriage, Lu Xun dug up the snow under the train carriage in the ice brick fortress, revealing the frozen soil beneath the ground, and poured the last can of hot water down. He needs to try some. Chapter 45. Try planting. The ice on the upper layer melted slightly, revealing the soil beneath the ground. The soil was brown, hard and poor, and the quality was not very good. Soil quality like this is actually the norm in the apocalypse. Lu Xun dug up several frozen soils, but the soil was not fertile and had been damaged beyond recognition by radiation, making it almost unusable. But he still wanted to give it a try. After all, neither looking for food left over from the previous civilization nor looking for wild fruits and vegetables in the wild was a long-term solution. If the survivors want to survive on this land, they must develop agriculture so as to obtain a stable and long-term source of food. Lu Xun took great pains to dig out the frozen soil from the ground. Almost every piece was like stone, completely dry, and had a pungent smell unique to radiation. Although, the function of the independent shelter core can ensure that there is no radiation erosion within a certain range. But the actual effect is not as good as imagined. It can only ensure that the radiation concentration in the air is reduced so as not to affect human health, but it will not completely remove the radiation in the ground soil and has no effect on purifying water sources. Strictly speaking, whether in the initial shelter or in the independent core of the shelter, the radiation is only reduced, not completely eliminated. Living in this environment for a long time will still put a huge burden on the human body. In the past few days, he heard other survivors talk about this issue on the survival radio. Some survivors have relatively weak physical fitness and no awakening talents. After living in a doomsday environment for a long time, they have developed sore throats, respiratory tract infections, and other symptoms. At first, I thought it was just a cold, but as time went on, my skin began to show signs of being eroded by radiation. It also makes more and more survivors understand that the so-called time available for going out does not mean that they will not be affected by radiation at all. It's just that during this time, the impact of radiation is not that great, and they will not cause mutations like corpses and mutated creatures. But if you think about it carefully, it is not difficult to understand. There is radiation in every corner of this world: soil, water, air. How can it be completely unaffected by radiation? Only those with awakened talents have a higher resistance to radiation and are not significantly affected. But Lu Xun was also not sure whether he could survive in the doomsday world for a long time without being affected by radiation. No one knows the answer. All the survivors are just trying to survive. Lu Xun put all the excavated frozen soil into an empty suitcase, filled it up, and took it back to the carriage. The rocky soil was definitely not suitable for direct planting. Lu Xun used the fireplace to boil several bowls of hot water, then poured them into the frozen soil to melt it as much as possible. But it can still be seen that the soil is very poor, with almost no nutrients inside, and is as brittle as sand. Lu Xun frowned slightly. The radiation had already taken a deep-rooted toll on this world, making it completely unsuitable for crop growth and biological survival. But he still didn't give up. After pouring out the soil, he started digging deeper again. The surface soil has been severely affected by radiation and is indeed unusable. But what about the deeper soil? Lu Xun continued digging downwards, chopping off the surface gravel with an axe to reveal the softer soil underneath. In order to facilitate digging, they even made a special shovel and a pickaxe and dug a pit more than 1 meter deep. Until this time, the excavated soil had turned dark brown and had a hint of moisture, already showing the appearance of normal soil. A look of joy appeared on Lu Xun's face, and he couldn't help muttering to himself. It seems that the soil deep underground has not been completely eroded by radiation. This is good news. This phenomenon means that there is still a way out for survivors. On the one hand, there is soil deep underground that has not been eroded by radiation, which means that it is difficult for radiation to sink deep underground, so underground shelters are less affected by radiation. This is equivalent to a relatively safe area where survivors can survive. On the other hand, usable soil can also support the development of the planting industry, which provides a guarantee for subsequent survival. Lu Xun dug out the dark brown soil and spread it flat in the suitcase. He only needed to pour a small amount of hot water to melt the ice in the soil, and the soil would be ready for use. With excitement, he poured down half a bottle of Jing radiation water. At that moment, a hissing sound was heard, as if what was poured down was not water, but sulfuric acid. It can be clearly seen that wisps of gray gas are rising, filled with a pungent smell. They should be radioactive substances existing in the soil, and the amount is not small. Half a bottle of pure radiation water was obviously not enough. Lu Xun thought for a moment and poured the remaining half bottle in. This time the reaction was more violent, and a large amount of radioactive substances appeared. The soil in the suitcase also regained a bit of vitality from its original gray appearance, and began to emit a slight earthy fragrance again. It really works. A smile appeared on Lu Xun's face, but then a hint of sadness appeared. The current situation is both good news and bad news. Radiation in the soil can indeed be eliminated, and he can indeed develop the agricultural industry. However, he does not have so much clean radiation water to eliminate radiation. How can he develop the farming industry with only a suitcase of soil? Plant 2 corn plants at a time? After 2 months of hard work, you only have 1 meal to eat after harvesting. Just when he was feeling heavy-hearted and thinking hard, suddenly an idea flashed through his mind, and he suddenly sat up from the sofa. He had only one thought in his mind. What was the function of the pure radiation water? Isn't it just about pulling the radiation out of the soil? But if he wants to do this, it seems that with his ability, it is possible to do it. In Lu Xun's mind, he suddenly recalled his innate abilities. Talent, solidity. Introduction, it can pull and gather energy or matter. The more he read this introduction, the more profound it seemed to him. It seemed to have many deeper uses that he had never discovered. From the beginning to the end, his understanding of this talent was limited to compressing a certain substance to make it of higher quality. Or by traction, the shape of a certain substance can be changed, such as compressing iron sheets and transforming them into the shape of an iron axe, shovel, or pickaxe. Judging from these aspects alone, this talent is already very powerful and far rarer than physical fitness talents. But now looking at the introduction of talents again, I find that the abilities seem to be more than that. Energy and matter. He had never tried to attract and gather energy, but he had actually used it in his life. Moreover, you can also try it on crop planting. Chapter 46 Traction Radiation. For example, in the snow, turning snow directly into ice requires not only strong compression, but also heat control to a certain extent. But this is a huge drain on him, even extremely large. However, the consumption of matter in attracting and gathering is relatively less. And does radiation belong to matter or energy? Lucian wasn't sure, but what he was sure of was that his talent could most likely be used against radiation. At this moment, the carriage was suddenly silent, and even the wind and snow outside the window seemed to stop, leaving only the thump, thump, thump sound of the heartbeat. 10 seconds later, Lucian quickly rushed out of the carriage and dug out another batch of soil from the ground. This time, he attached his hands to the soil, pushing the innate ability in his body, and a faint traction force began to fluctuate. The soil fragments were also shaking slightly under the influence of the force. Lucian frowned. For him, there was a difficulty that he had to overcome. That is the object of using talent, and it must be found correctly. He needs to avoid the soil itself and find the radiation hidden in it. This is extremely difficult and requires extremely high use of talent. He tried for more than half an hour and was almost exhausted, but he still managed to find radiation in the soil. When he tried to pull it, the gray smell was slowly drawn out and the soil returned to its original color. It really works? Joy emerged in the depths of Lucian's eyes, and his excitement was beyond words. Strip away the radioactive material. How important is this to the survivors? It is definitely beyond imagination. On a smaller scale, it will be easy to create radiation-free soil in the future, allowing the planting industry to develop smoothly. To put it in a broader sense, he can extract the radiation from a certain area and create an area completely free of radiation, creating a true shelter. Moreover, radiation is also the root of corpses and mutants. If radiation can be controlled, it means that there is a way to deal with corpses and mutants. Finally, the most important point. Just now, in the process of extracting radiation, the process of searching for radiation was indeed very long, but when the radiation was actually extracted, the energy consumed was not much. Radiation, especially radiation in the soil and air. It should also be a kind of matter, and it is a very light substance, so it is not particularly difficult to pull it. After removing all the radiation from the soil in the 2 suitcases, he began to actually try planting. Find the treasured corn kernels and bury them carefully in the soil, about 2 to 3 centimeters deep. Make sure the soil is loose and has sufficient air. Then water them. All you have to do next is wait for them to germinate. Lucian calls this planting method random planting. Because he knew nothing about planting, he only knew to throw seeds into the soil and then water it. If the seeds grow, everyone is happy. But if nothing grows, there is nothing he can do. He was busy until almost noon, when he finally stopped and sat on the sofa to rest. The smooth development of the planting industry and the development and utilization of his talents have made him full of confidence in his future life, and he is in a very good mood. So, I specially opened a pack of instant noodles, a can of beef, and a glass of white wine as lunch today. Even the snow cat was given an extra piece of beef in addition to the usual tortillas as a celebration. But when he thought about the problem of food storage, Lucian was still a little worried. Although he got a batch of food in the ruins of the train, it was enough to last for at most 1.5 months, so he would need to find another way to get food in the future. Just as he was thinking about how to use today's exploration time, Sherlay's call came. "Brother Shin, what are your plans for today?" Lucian slurped a mouthful of noodles and said casually, "Let's explore the surrounding resources first. See if there are any available resources or food in the trees growing on the surrounding hillsides." Wood is still a very important resource. Fireplaces consume a lot of firewood every day, so the importance of tree resources is self-evident. Oh, there's no need to worry about the wood. The surrounding hillsides are steep. When the time comes, we can just cut down the whole tree and roll it into the valley. It's very easy. Sherlay didn't care at all, and then lowered his voice and said, "I got some news here. I wonder if you're interested, Brother Shin?" Lucian raised his eyebrows and asked, "What news?" Sherlay organized his words and lowered his voice. "I heard someone mention in the communication that there is a large town ruin about 5 kilometers north of Jingning Town. It is quite large and is called Jingning Town. The ruins of this town are relatively intact, with only a few buildings collapsed. There are many resources inside, but because there are many rotten corpses gathered, no survivors have been able to occupy it. But recently, the police officer named Zhao Zhongyang plans to gather a group of survivors with good strength to jointly clean up Jingning Town. At that time, the benefits will be shared equally and a gathering place for survivors will be jointly built. Brother Shin, let's go and take a look. Maybe we can get some benefits." After listening to this, Lucian did not answer immediately. After a moment of silence, he just asked a question coldly. Sherlay, has anyone contacted you privately? Oh, no. Sherlay was obviously stunned. Lucian said calmly. First, I also pay attention to the daily newsletter and did not hear this news in the newsletter. Secondly, how could an ordinary survivor know that there is a town ruined 5 kilometers north of Jingning Town, and that it is Jingning Town? Are you kidding me? Third, if Zhao Zhengyang wants to clean up the ruins of the town, can he directly call for help on the public communication channel? Isn't he afraid of being plotted against by other survivors? Fourth, brother, please stop talking. I was wrong. Someone did contact me privately. Sherlay hurriedly stopped him and said with a sad face. Finally, he was a little puzzled. Brother Shin, how come I can't hide anything from you? Are there really so many loopholes? Lucian curled his lips and said, No, I just made this up. I just think that with your language organization ability, you can't speak with such clear logic and detailed content. You must have copied other people's words. Sherlay, don't talk nonsense. Tell me what's going on. Sherlay sighed and said, When I was surfing the communication, someone named by Lin added me as a friend and told me this. Lucian frowned. Then how did he know you were near Deteriorating Town and Jingning Town? Did you leak it? Well, they probably don't know, but I had a quarrel with those 3 beasts in Deteriorating Town, so they guessed that I was also near Deteriorating Town. Chapter 47, The Mutated Willow Tree in Jingning Town. Lucian's face turned green instantly. Is this kid stupid? Who has nothing better to do than curse at others on the survival radio? He sighed helplessly. He knew that Sherlay was not stupid. On the contrary, he was actually very smart. However, he sometimes behaved in confusing ways and was easily impulsive. Sherlay scratched his head and said, Brother Shin, I know my limits. I didn't agree to it at all. You have to decide on this matter. Zhao Zhengyang, by Linen. Lucian pondered for a moment and said, Let them come to me and I'll talk to them. Brother Xingshan, hee. Soon, someone found him in the communication and sent a friend request. The name is by Lin. Hello, Mr. Liu. Nice to meet you. Can we chat in detail? A calm and magnetic voice of a middle-aged man sounded. Speak, Lucian said calmly. There is no need for too much small talk between smart people. Bai Lin continued, Jingning Town is a medium-sized town with nearly 200 households. The actual population should be over 1,000. It is the largest town in the surrounding area. We plan to clear them out and build a gathering place for survivors, led by Zhao Zhengyang. This will not only provide a place for ordinary survivors to live, but also a trading place for other survivors. But in this town, due to its large population, there are many rotting corpses and even mutant creatures hiding. So now we are gathering the survivors around to try to clear them out. I wonder if Mr. Liu is interested in joining our operation? Now all the survivors are living in their own corners. If we can't unite, how can we survive in this harsh environment? The general situation and the way of speaking were not much different from what Sherlay conveyed. After listening silently, Lucian fell into deep thought. After a long while, he considered and asked, I have a few questions. Ask whatever you want. If you can answer, I will answer everything I know. First, there are many ruins of towns around. Why did you choose the most dangerous Jingning Town? Don't tell me that the largest area does not mean the larger the area, the more suitable it is for survivors to gather. Bai Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. The question was more tricky than he thought. Seeing Bai Lin pause, Lucian did not give him time to think, but immediately asked the second question. Second, how can you be so confident that you can build a gathering place for survivors in Jingning Town, and let other survivors come and settle down? With the 10 square meters of independent shelter core in your hands. This is also the question that Lucian is most curious about. All survivors can be roughly divided into 2 categories. The first category is the survivors who are less developed, still hiding in the initial shelters, and have no ability to upgrade the shelters. Most of them live a hard life, and even staying alive is a luxury. They're already on the verge of death. For them, there really needs to be a gathering place for survivors so that they can connect with each other and barely survive. But since these survivors do not have an independent shelter core, how can they leave the initial shelter and go to Jingning Town to live long-term? There is another type of survivors who are better developed and have already exchanged for the independent shelter core. Most people who can collect 100 survival coins in a short period of time and exchange them for independent shelter cores are not ordinary people. They may have awakened their talents, or they may have united with other survivors to establish their own small gathering place, or they may be the children of fortune with great luck. These capable survivors can survive well on their own, and there is no need for them to join other people's gatherings. Therefore, Lucian's first 2 questions actually asked the same question. What was it about the so-called Jingning Town that attracted other survivors and required so much effort to clear it out? Hiss, Bai Lin pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and obviously discovered the problem of the person opposite him, which was extremely precise and tricky. Compared with the big fool before, this person saw the problem more sharply and keenly. Lin pondered for a moment, realizing that he couldn't get away with it. So he said seriously, "Brother Lu, I can see that you are not a stupid person, so I won't hide anything from you and can reveal some in-depth information to you. I hope you can seriously consider it." "Let me listen." Lucian narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that important information was coming. "You are right. There are two crucial reasons for choosing Jingning Town as the target for cleanup. First, the resources inside. We have already explored it. This town has not been explored by other survivors, so the materials inside are intact. As long as we clean up the rotten corpses, we can obtain a lot of survival resources." Lucian interrupted. "This is not the most important thing. Let's talk about the second point." Lin smiled bitterly and said, "The second point is indeed more important, or the most important factor. Earlier, Officer Zhao Zhangyang explored Jingning Town and used special means to avoid the rotting corpses and went deep into the town. He found a group of mutant plants similar to willow trees, and these mutant plants are extremely special." Lucian frowned and asked, "What special effect does it have?" "Isolate the radiation." With just 4 words, Lucian's pupils suddenly contracted. Lin continued, "Officer Zhao Zhangyang has already tried it. The juice that flows out of this mutant plant after it is smashed can be mixed with the walls and soil to effectively isolate it from radiation erosion." There was no need to say more next. Lucian immediately understood the importance of this mutated plant. What does that mean? This means that as long as there is enough mutated plant juice, a safe, radiation-free gathering place for survivors can be built. In the surrounding area, all ordinary survivors who have no awakening talents, no ability to upgrade the shelter, and are on the verge of life and death can come and live here. It is very likely that a large number of survivors will gather in a short period of time, forming a large gathering place for survivors. Lucian immediately realized that if what this person said was true, then Jingning Town would very likely become the center for survivors to gather, trade, and communicate in the future. Finally, Lucian let out a long breath, suppressed the fluctuations in his heart, and asked, "How many willow trees are there? How many survivors have you gathered?" Lin smiled and replied, "There are quite a lot of willow trees. There is an artificial lake inside, and there are a circle of these mutant willow trees all around. There are at least 50 or 60 of them. As for the number of survivors, if you include you and little friend Sher, there are 12 people, and more than 5 of them have awakened talents." Lucian nodded slightly, frowned again, and asked, "This news should not be kept secret, right? Aren't you afraid that people from other small gathering places will also go there?" Lin smiled calmly. "I'm not afraid of them coming. The more people come, the better." Chapter 48. Not reliable at all. Hearing this, Lucian was stunned at first, then nodded slightly. After all, whether it is cleaning up corpses or building a gathering place, what is lacking is people. As long as people come, everything else will be easy. Where exactly is Jingning Town located? When will it be cleaned up? Lin smiled and said, "Jingning Town is located 15 degrees northeast of Teeling Town, about 5.3 kilometers away. The time is the day after tomorrow. I look forward to meeting you, Mr. Lu." Lucian frowned. "The address is so detailed. Are you a native?" "That's not the case. I found a map, and I know all the ruins of towns around here." "Fuck, that's awesome. Give me one." "Ahem, Mr. Lu, please stop cursing. Once the gathering place is established, I will directly make the map public." End the conversation. "Hey, Brother Shin, am I reliable this time? If we miss this kind of thing, we will suffer a great loss." Sherlay grinned. "Reliable ass." Lucian couldn't help but curse. "Do you know how many rotten corpses there are in a town of 1,000 people? Do you really want to rush to the front and be used as a gun by others?" Didn't you just agree?" "I didn't agree." Lucian raised his eyebrows and said, "We can go and check the situation. If it's dangerous, we'll run away. If it's not dangerous, we'll get some benefits." He was still somewhat curious about the situation in Jingning Town. Whether it was the huge amount of supplies or the magical mutant willow trees, they might indeed have the potential to affect the future situation. Lucian also lowered his head and thought, just considering the effects of the materials in the mutated willow trees, perhaps they were not enough to make him interested. There are quite a few resources in the train ruins, and he also obtained a batch of food, so he doesn't have to worry about it in the short term. Although there are a lot of supplies in the town ruins, they are not necessarily of better quality than those in the train ruins. As for the effect of the mutant willow tree, if it was before he discovered the effect of his innate ability, he might have been tempted. But now, he can also use his talent to create an area without radiation and establish a safe gathering place. Therefore, the mutant willow tree did not seem that important to him. The real reason that attracted him there was mainly because Jingning Town was likely to become a trading and communication center for the nearby generation of survivors, and would also gather many powerful and capable survivors. He needs to understand the situation and trends in the surrounding area to prevent himself from being eliminated by the times. But no matter what, safety is the top priority. Get ready. We'll be heading to Jingning Town the day after tomorrow. Let's stay in the shelter for the next 2 days and don't mess around, Lucian said casually. It was almost afternoon, and time for our daily exploration again. Lucian put on his equipment, picked up an iron spear, hung an axe, a pickaxe, and a shovel on his waist, and carried a survival radio, a compass, and a mechanical alarm clock in his backpack. Then put on gloves, a mask, and windproof goggles to cover all areas of your body exposed to radiation. These equipments were all found in his suitcase and were of great use. As they walked into the snowy wind, Sherlay, who was in carriage number 10, also came out fully dressed. The two greeted each other. Brother Shin, where are you going today? Cut down trees on the eastern hillside. There is almost no firewood left, Lucian shouted at the top of his voice. Even though the two were not far apart, they had to shout to communicate because the wind was so loud and sharp, as if countless evil beasts were roaring in their ears, making their eardrums hurt. Sherlay shouted, then I'll look to the north. There is a mangrove forest there. Okay, be careful. The two split up and headed in different directions. Lucian chose the safest plan and went to the nearby hillside to look for usable wood. Walking in the vast snow, this outing was a little different as there was an extra little fellow accompanying me. The snowcat burrowed into the snow and moved forward much faster than Lucian, occasionally poking its head out to look back. Of course, I'm not trying to be cute towards Lucian. Snowcats are pure wild predators. They're extremely vigilant and have hunting abilities, and they monitor the surrounding situation at all times. Even on Earth, a snowcat weighing more than 30 kilograms is not considered a cat, but a medium to large feline predator, equivalent to dangerous animals such as manals, lynxes, and leopard cats. Even though they lived together and even slept in the same bed, the snowcat had a very cold personality and never let Lucian touch or hug it. But Lucian didn't care. He cared more about the practicality of the snowcat. A man and a cat walked in the snow and climbed up the hillside. Fortunately, the slope was relatively gentle, otherwise the climbing difficulty would have increased a lot. The trees here are very different from the trees in the dead forest. They are relatively less hard, but they look more vibrant and larger in size. It is nearly 4 meters high, with lush branches and some yellow leaves. I don't know how it can survive in such low temperatures. These plants that survived and were mutated by radiation are very different from ordinary plants, and more or less have their own characteristics and abilities. Lucian looked around and was about to take out an axe to chop the tree trunk. The snowcat in the snow suddenly emerged from the snow, jumped directly onto the tree trunk at an incredibly fast speed, and quickly grabbed the dead leaves with its sharp claws. Before Lucian could react, it had already pressed a dead leaf under its claws. Just as he was wondering, the creature under the snowcat's feet began to struggle constantly, making a chirping sound. When I looked carefully at this time, I found that it was not a dead leaf at all, but a bird disguised as a dead leaf. It was only the size of a palm, and its feathers were exactly the same as those of the dead leaves. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't tell it at all. Immediately afterwards, the dead leaves on the tree nearby shook violently again, and 2 dead leaves flapped their wings and flew into the vast snow, almost disappearing without a trace. Obviously, there are several birds that look like dead leaves living in the surrounding trees. It seems that an independent ecological environment has developed here. This time, Lucian did not rush to cut down the tree, but searched among the dense branches and dead leaves. Sure enough, in a secret place, I found 2 bird nests woven with dead leaves. They looked extremely delicate and felt warm when I touched them. What's even more surprising is that 4 bird eggs were found, each of which was the size of a pigeon egg, which was truly surprising. Lucian didn't hesitate to stuff it all into his clothes and use his body temperature to keep it warm. Because he couldn't be sure whether the egg was fertilized or not, maybe if he took it back and incubated it for a few days, it might hatch a baby bird. Although the probability is relatively low, you can still give it a try. As for the bird in the snowcat's mouth. Chapter 49, Storing Wood. Lucian grabbed it without hesitation. Although the snowcat was a little indignant, it just scratched its fluffy head with its hind legs and stuck its butt out to burrow into the snow again. The next task was relatively simple. Lucian chopped down trees with an axe while the snowcat wandered around, keeping alert and looking for prey. Today's outing time is 113 minutes, plus the 30 minutes of wearing the gas mask. He has a total of 143 minutes of action time. It is worth mentioning that he did not take the independent shelter core with him, but left it in the carriage. The main reason is still because of the planting industry. Although he transferred all the radiation in the soil, if the soil is exposed to radiation for a long time, it will still be affected by the radiation. Therefore, the soil must be kept within the scope of the independent shelter core. This also made Lucian quite helpless. After all, there were many times when he needed to take the independent shelter core with him when he went out for safety reasons, which was somewhat inconvenient. He is also looking for a more suitable way. It took 30 minutes to cut down a tree with a diameter of about 35 centimeters and a height of 4 m. Lucian was so tired that he was out of breath, but the harvest was indeed not small. This whole tree, including the trunk, branches, and leaves, was enough for him to use for several days. But no matter how much wood is stored, it is never too much. In the cold, snowy apocalypse, wood is even more important than food. After all, you won't starve to death if you don't eat for a day, but you may freeze to death if you don't have a fireplace to keep warm for a day. So, if circumstances permit, you can stock up on more wood. Lucian spent another hour cutting down 2 trees of similar size. The remaining half hour was just enough to transport the trees back to the shelter. Because the slope here is steep, it is convenient to transport wood, as it can just roll down the hillside. However, Lucian soon discovered that this method was not practical. Because the snow was very thick and the trees were heavy, it was easy for them to sink into the snow and get stuck halfway, unable to slide directly to the bottom of the valley. This required Lucian to take action again and push several times in a row before he could barely slide down the hillside again. This resulted in a significant reduction in his efficiency in transporting wood. Until time ran out, he barely managed to push 2 trees to the bottom of the valley, and the remaining one remained on the hillside. As the sky darkened and the intensity of the blizzard increased, the wind and snow in the sky were like rolling waves. Lucian was helpless and had to wait until tomorrow to get it back. Drag both trees into the ice brick fortress. When it was first built, the size of the ice brick fortress was not exactly according to the size of a carriage, but a certain amount of space was left around it for daily activities and to store some goods. These 2 pieces of wood can be directly stuffed under the train carriage, so there is no need to worry about storage issues. After closing the thick ice door of the ice brick fortress, the raging whistling of the wind outside the window instantly weakened a lot. It suddenly became quiet in my ears, and a sense of security came over me. Lucian took off his gas mask, windproof goggles, face mask, and other equipment, put his backpack back into the car, and breathed a long sigh of relief. The sense of security in the shelter always brings him great comfort. Although the exploration time is over, it does not mean that his work is over. With the protection of the shelter, he can work under the ice brick fortress. Get some dry wood and light a fire in the corner of your ice fort, lighting up the interior as much as possible. Afterwards, they dragged out the big tree from under the carriage, chopped off its dense branches and leaves, tied them into bundles, and placed them neatly in the corners of the ice brick fortress. After that, the main trunk is split into pieces of similar thickness and size and piled in the corner. Originally, Lucian planned to let the snowcat do the work. With its sharp claws and thick muscles, it should be easy to chop wood. However, Shuemo simply chose to ignore Jian's unreasonable request, twisted his butt and got into the carriage, laid down on the bed and started to sleep. Lucian worked alone until after 7 o'clock in the evening, and finally managed to dismember the 2 trees. He then piled the wood next to the wall of the ice brick fortress, which covered a whole half of the wall. There was quite a lot of wood. According to conservative estimates, the amount of wood from 1 tree can last him at least 3 days. After finishing his busy work, Lucian had no time to eat or even rest before the diligent rotting corpse arrived again as promised. Lucian couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows and decided to return to the carriage first. He ate a bag of instant noodles, a tortilla, and a small amount of snacks to replenish the energy needed by his body. Now, he usually eats 2 meals a day. For lunch, I have a tortilla and a compressed biscuit. I don't ask for good food. I just want to avoid starving. I have another meal in the evening, which is usually a packet of instant noodles, a corn tortilla, and some pickles. This kind of diet is something that many survivors dare not even think about. Except for the lack of vitamin supplements, almost all other energy required by the human body is replenished, and the satiety level is also very high, which can ensure high-intensity work. However, this would also consume a lot of food, and he would need to worry about food within a few days. What's more, snowcats also need to eat some food, which is also a considerable consumption. The birds caught today and the 4 bird eggs can barely supplement our food supply, but it is just a drop in the bucket. After Lucian plucked the bird and washed it, he placed it directly in a storage box made of ice bricks and froze it for future use. The bird eggs were placed in a suitcase with some fluffy grass under it and placed next to the fireplace to keep them as warm as possible. Perhaps they would hatch. After doing all this, the snowcat continued to sleep lazily, and Lucian also picked up the iron spear and began his daily night activity, forking rotten corpses. It's not that he has a perverted hobby, but this job is not only not tiring, but he can also harvest a batch of radiation cores, which is of great significance to him. As long as you poke for an hour or 2 every day, you can stably obtain about 10 radiation cores, which can be said to be survival coins falling from the sky. It is very difficult for other survivors to earn a survival coin, and they often have to take huge risks. And every night, as long as he works for 1 or 2 hours, He can pick up 50 or 60 survival coins for free, and there is no danger at all. Why not do it? After strictly following the schedule and working mechanically for 2 hours, when it was 10 o'clock, Lucian yawned, called it a day, and went home to sleep. When I returned to the bed, the snow cat was already asleep next to the fireplace, curled up like a snowball. Lucian took off his coat and lay down. He didn't seem sleepy, so he took out paper and pen and wrote down some important information. Chapter 50, Corpse Slaves. 500 m west of the initial shelter, there is a dead forest with hardwood that is resistant to burning. Blackstick insects live in it. Available resources: hard branches, blackstick insects, 3 survival coins. Jingning Town, about 30 degrees north by east, about 2 kilometers beside the river, you can collect supplies: velvet grass, excellent warmth retention effect. Train ruins shelter, east hillside, yellow leaf tree. Resources that can be collected: wood, dead leaf bird eggs. These resource points and resource details may not seem to be of much value, but no one knows whether these seemingly useless information will have extraordinary significance for future survival. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The mechanical alarm clock rang, and Lucian woke up from his sleep. The familiar sound of the alarm made him feel like he was back in the city. The snow cat was also frightened and opened its eyes, looking around with wide eyes. After finding that there was no danger, it continued to lie down and sleep. In the dim carriage, only the faint light of the fireplace was emitted. It's so cold, sleep for another 5 minutes. 2 hours later. Lucian yawned and slapped the snow cat on the butt. You just know how to sleep. What time is it? You don't even know how to wake me up. What's the use of you? The snow cat looked back with its face tilted, its chubby face speechless for a moment, then it changed its position and continued to lie down to sleep. Lucian stretched, put on his coat, got up from the bed, brushed his teeth and washed up, then went outside the ice brick fortress to pick up last night's harvest. But at just one glance, his eyes lit up. This is a second-level corpse? Among the corpses of the rotten zombies on the ground, a stronger corpse was extremely eye-catching. It was obviously a level 2 corpse. There were also 8 level 1 corpses whose heads had been stabbed by iron spears. Lucian collected the radiation cores and then threw the corpses aside to avoid polluting the environment around the shelter. Lucian did not directly exchange the radiation core for survival coins, but stored it and placed it in a box made of ice bricks. Under the ice brick fortress outside the train carriage, 2 refrigerators were made using ice bricks to store meat that needed to be kept fresh and the radiation cores collected in recent days. Lucian roughly counted them and found that there were already 32 radiation cores inside. They were as plain as black stones, but with a pungent smell. As for why he didn't exchange it for survival coins, Lucian also had his own considerations. The main reason is that recently, the items refreshed in the store are relatively ordinary and do not require survival coins to purchase, so there is no need to redeem them. What's more, after he discovered that he could use his talent to attract and focus radiation, he had some ideas about these radiation cores, which might be useful in the future. For example, when used as a weapon, when the enemy approaches, a large amount of radiation will be drawn out to attack. However, he still chose to sell the level 2 corpse core to the store. After all, he could exchange it for a special refresh card, which was very important to him. The quality of the goods that were refreshed a few days ago was so low that he felt like he had money but nowhere to spend it. He opened the store and used today's refresh opportunity. The 3 items in the store kept scrolling, and Lucian's heart was lifted. Soon, 3 brand new items appeared. Name: electric fan ×1, price 15 survival coins. Name: water purification tablets x5, price 10 survival coins. Name: pitaya x1, price 5 survival coins. Lucian shook his head in disappointment. There was really nothing good there. What's the use of the electric fan? The important thing is, there is no electricity. Water purification tablets should be essential daily necessities for other survivors. But for Lucian, he can directly use his talent to eliminate the radiation in the water, which is very easy and quick. So after some thought, he finally bought the dragon fruit. After all, it was a fruit, and eating a bite every day to supplement vitamins was also a good supply. And the price is not expensive. Then, he directly used the store special refresh card. Based on the previous experience, the quality of the goods refreshed using the store special refresh card will be greatly improved. The 3 items, purple vine, mission card, and corpse grass, have never appeared in normal store refreshes. It is very likely that they will only appear with a chance of being refreshed by using special refresh cards. After using the refresh card, a halo vaguely appeared in the store, and the positions of the 3 items began to scroll continuously, and some unknown items kept passing by. Soon, 3 brand new products appeared before our eyes. Name: bicycle ×1, price 30 survival coins. Name: special effect mosquito coil ×1 box, price 20 survival coins. Name: Level 1 Corpse Slave times 1. Introduction. A level 1 corpse that can be controlled, but cannot understand complex commands, just like an ordinary corpse. Price: 100 survival coins. Tip: since you use a special refresh card to refresh, you can choose one of the 3 items and get it for free. If the price of the item exceeds 100 survival coins, this function will not take effect. Sure enough, the 3 items that appeared were all unique and would be impossible to swipe out under normal circumstances. The first item, a bicycle, is definitely not necessary to buy. However, Lucian still planned to buy the second item, the special effect insect repellent mosquito coil. There has always been a problem, both in the original shelter and in the train carriage shelter we are in today. That is, small insects often appear. Lucian already roughly understood the reason. Most of the creatures in this world were underground because of the extreme cold, either hibernating or trying to survive. Once they sense heat, they move as close as possible to live near the heat source. And in the shelter, because the fireplace is lit for a long time, it is absolutely a paradise for these wild insects, so they all gather there naturally. This also led to a significant increase in the number of insects in the shelter. If it were just an ordinary harmless mosquito, it wouldn't matter. But this is a doomsday world full of radiation, and there are probably insects like blackstick insects. Therefore, it is necessary to buy special effect insect repellent mosquito coils. As for the third item, Lucian was in a state of hesitation. Corpse slaves. Just looking at the name made him extremely confused. It was the first time he had seen such a special product. 100 survival coins to buy a rotten corpse? This didn't seem to be a good deal, but he vaguely felt that this product was not that simple. First of all, since they are zombie slaves, they will definitely not attack their masters, which ensures the safety of the zombies. Secondly, being able to control corpses to a certain extent is equivalent to a strong combat power, which can defend the shelter to a certain extent and improve one's own strength. Considering these 2 points alone, the price is already quite good and it can be regarded as a product of very good quality. And there was another idea in Lucian's mind. Chapter 51 Attempt. At this moment, Lucian's eyes were fixed on the corpse slave in front of him, and a question arose in his mind. Is it possible for this corpse slave to improve his strength? Is there a chance to upgrade to a level 2 corpse? Or even a more powerful level 3 corpse? At least in Lucian's opinion, there should be no problem in theory. When he was in Jingning Town, the first level 2 corpse he saw was in a building there. There were also several level 1 corpses scattered around it. It was very likely that it had successfully broken through after devouring corpses of the same level. When Lucian thought of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. You know, there are hundreds of rotting corpses wandering around the ruins of the train. If we could hunt down all of these corpses, take out the radiation cores in their bodies, and use them to feed this corpse slave, perhaps its strength would have the opportunity to increase to an incredible level. By then, I will have a stronger protection in this doomsday world full of dangers. Thinking of this, Lucian no longer hesitated and immediately spent 100 survival coins to buy this corpse slave. With a faint flash of light, a corpse slave instantly appeared before his eyes. This rotten corpse looked like a middle-aged man. He was ugly, with skin that looked corrupted. His eyes were hollow and lifeless, without any sign of life or emotion, and he let out low roars from his mouth from time to time. Lucian didn't care too much about its image, but tried to give it some simple instructions. Running forward, attacking in a certain direction, or crouching in place, etc. Fortunately, this corpse can easily complete these simple instructions. Even though his movements were slow, stiff, and extremely clumsy, at least he could follow instructions and was more than capable of being a mechanized fighter. However, once Lucian gave complex commands, the corpse was unable to respond and became a little confused, seeming to have difficulty understanding Lucian's intentions. This situation is almost the same as the introduction in the store. Obviously, this corpse is not much different from other ordinary corpses. Perhaps it just has a little intelligence. In essence, it is not much different from a wild beast. However, in Lucian's opinion, whether this corpse has intelligence is not the most critical issue. As long as it obeys my orders and doesn't attack me, that's enough. Then, Lucian took out a first-level radiation core. He placed the radiation core in front of the corpse, his eyes full of anticipation. However, time passed by second. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Seeing the radiation core almost being stuffed into its mouth, the corpse remained unmoved, staring at the radiation core in front of it with dull eyes. Hey, what's going on? Lucian was stunned and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Logically speaking, if the corpse can improve its strength by devouring the radiation core, then it must have a great desire for the radiation core and will never be so unmoved. Could it be that the fallout core doesn't like this flavor? But it is also possible that it is simply unable to improve its strength by absorbing the radiation core? Seeing this, Lucian couldn't help but frowning. There must be some reason that he had not discovered yet. However, If he was asked to give up just like that, he would still feel unwilling. Finally, after a fierce ideological struggle, Lucian gritted his teeth and took a tougher approach. He simply ordered the zombie to open its mouth and then forced the radiation core in. But he never expected that this reckless behavior almost cost the life of the corpse worth 100 survival coins. Although the corpse seemed extremely resistant, it eventually swallowed the radiation core. However, just a few seconds later, something terrible happened. The radiation core was not absorbed smoothly by the corpse as expected. On the contrary, as the radiation core was swallowed and passed through the mouth and throat, the intense radiation energy began to frantically corrode the already corrupted flesh and blood. The mouth and throat of the corpse were instantly corroded into a shocking hole, and black pus and blood continued to flow out. The sudden severe pain made the corpse unable to help but let out a shrill wail. The sound echoed in the ice-brick fortress, making people's scalps numb. Seeing this, Lucian was also frightened. He immediately used his innate ability to forcibly take the radiation core out of the corpse's body. Fortunately, after some tossing and turning, the rotten corpse gradually calmed down. After hitting a wall, Lucian frowned, stopped what he was doing, and fell into deep thought. If it were in the past, he would definitely firmly believe that as long as he devoured the radiation cores of other corpses, he would definitely be able to improve. However, after the experience just now, this problem does not seem so simple. It is very likely that the way the corpses increase their strength is not by directly swallowing the radiation core, but through other means. Moreover, there are several unusual points that are worth pondering. First, he did not see any obvious attacking behavior between the corpses. If they could increase their strength by devouring each other, they would definitely not be so harmonious with each other. Second, he had never seen a level 1 zombie successfully break through to a level 2 zombie by devouring the radiation core of another level 1 zombie. Moreover, he suddenly thought of an extremely crucial point. That is, except for the brain, the rest of the corpse is all rotten fibrous tissue, and there are no internal organs. So, even if it swallows the radiation core, how can it absorb the energy in the radiation core? Thinking of this, he slapped his head suddenly and found that his previous behavior seemed a little stupid. This is like throwing a radiation core into a pile of minced meat and forcing it to absorb it. Lucian scratched his head helplessly, feeling a little disappointed for a moment. If this rotten corpse could not improve its strength, its value would be reduced by at least dozens of times. Even doing hard labor would make him too slow. Not only is it weak, but it's also ugly, and it's really disgusting to see it in the shelter. But after all, he spent 100 survival coins. After thinking for a moment, Lucian still felt a little unwilling. So, after pondering for a moment, he decided to change his method, a more direct and brutal method. Direct traction radiation. Using his own talent, he wrapped up the rich radiation energy in the first-level radiation core, and then forcibly pulled it into the mind of the first-level corpse. This attempt actually took a lot of energy from him. Chapter 52: Strengthening and Repairing Shelters. The radiation in the soil is completely different from the radiation in the radiation core. The radiation in the soil is similar to gas, very scattered and scarce, and it only takes very little effort to pull it out. The radiation in the radiation core, both in quantity and quality, was far higher than he had imagined, and it consumed him greatly. But this time the result obviously did not disappoint him. With the attraction of the solidification energy, the radiant energy approached the corpse's head. This time, the corpse did not show any obvious resistance, but instead there was a hint of desire in its eyes. It works. A look of surprise appeared on Lucian's face. It drew the dense radiation energy, like a cloud of black mist, into the corroded head and enveloped its own radiation core. At this moment, the rotten corpse showed obvious changes. Its dull eyes seemed to fluctuate slightly, its body kept twisting, and its leaky throat emitted a slight roar. This change lasted for about 5 minutes. The originally rotten corpse became withered and rotten, ugly in appearance, and the broken pieces of flesh on its body hung randomly like strips of cloth. But now, some of the muscle fibers are beginning to tighten and regain some toughness, wrapping around the bones. Although the change was very subtle, Lucian still noticed it keenly. It seems that the corpse's body is very fragile and cannot withstand the energy in the radiation core. If you want to improve your strength, you must use the radiation core in your mind to absorb other radiation energy. Lucian lowered his head in thought, and roughly understood the principle. Although this method is more difficult and consumes more of his energy, as long as it can improve his strength, then everything is worth it. He roughly estimated that it would take about 1/5 of his innate ability to draw the energy from a level 1 radiation core. This means that in one day, he can draw the energy of 5 radiation cores and have the corpse absorb it. After considering for a moment, Lucian picked up another radiation core and began to pull it. He planned to use 3/5 of his innate abilities and keep the remaining February 5th as a backup to avoid unexpected situations when going out exploring. The following process went extremely smoothly. The corpse stood there blankly, allowing the rich radiation energy to envelop the radiation core in its mind, while its strength continued to increase. In its mind, the radiation core became deeper and deeper, and the energy became more and more concentrated and massive. Originally, the radiation energy in his radiation core was only about that of a bowl of water, but now it has increased by 50. In fact, absorbing a radiation core does not convert all of its energy into a part of oneself. During the absorption process, a lot of energy will be consumed, and the absorption rate is only about 50, so the improvement speed of this corpse is not as fast as imagined. As the radiation core was upgraded, the dried and rotten flesh on the surface of the corpse's body became tighter and harder, like a thick layer of old leather. Even its size had become slightly larger, gradually approaching the direction of a level 2 corpse. After the 3 radiation cores were absorbed, the appearance of the corpse had changed significantly and it looked much stronger. A hint of surprise appeared on Lucian's face. If the corpse continued to improve at this rate, it would soon reach level 2. If he could have a level 2 zombie to protect him, his safety could be guaranteed to the greatest extent whether he was out exploring for resources or having conflicts with other survivors. Strictly speaking, a survivor who has awakened physical talents is only as strong as a level 2 zombie. In a life and death fight between the two, there is a high probability that one will win and the other will lose, as their strength is equal. More importantly, the method for the survivors to improve their strength is still unknown, but this corpse can continuously absorb the radiation core and thus have even stronger strength. The level 2 zombie is already so powerful, so what about the level 3 zombie? Lucian could already imagine that this rotten corpse might very well become his biggest protector. At noon, it was still a simple lunch, mainly consisting of corn tortillas and pickled radish. Inside the carriage, Lucian was chewing on a corn tortilla with warm water and dried radish. The coarse corn cobs made his throat hurt with every bite, and he rolled his eyes. The fireplace was still burning, and there was a plate of insect repellent coils next to it. The faint fragrance lingered in the car, making the overall atmosphere more warm. As for the corpse, since it looked too ugly and smelled too strong, Lucian did not let it enter the train car, but let it stay quietly under the ice brick fortress. At the same time, in order to facilitate daily address, he also gave this rotten corpse a name, Lucier. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was time to go out every day. Lucian checked today's weather. Weather. Temperature, -16.6 degrees Celsius. Climate, moderate snow, wind speed of level 9. Radiation, mild. If you go out for more than 132 minutes today, radiation will invade your body. As night falls, the radiation level will continue to rise. Emergency reminder, there will be a strong snowstorm in about 4 to 5 days. The temperature will drop significantly, the snowfall will increase, the wind speed will reach above level 15, the radiation will also increase, and the exploration time will be greatly reduced. Survivors, please be prepared. In addition to daily information, there is an additional emergency reminder in this weather situation. After checking, Lucian also frowned slightly. Severe blizzard. He seemed unable to imagine how severe the disaster that the system called a severe blizzard would be. After all, the daily snowfall and the living environment of the survivors are already bad enough. Countless survivors have died in this cold land, with no possibility of survival at all. What would an even more severe blizzard look like? Lucian secretly made plans in his mind. In addition to going to Jingning Town in the next few days, it was necessary to make some other preparations for this severe snowstorm. For example, storing more firewood, strengthening the shelter's defense facilities, or even expanding the shelter, etc. As for today's work, it is still the same as yesterday. Continue to store wood and explore the surrounding environment. After putting on his equipment, taking the snowcat and Lucier with him, Lucian walked into the vast snow and wind. Still at the same position as yesterday, Lucian also prepared an axe for the corpse Lucier, and they cut down trees together. However, the efficiency of the zombies is obviously much lower. Although their strength is not weaker than that of humans, their movements are very stiff, like an old car. It only takes Lucian 20 minutes to chop down a tree, while a corpse often takes more than 40 minutes. But after all, this was an extra laborer, so Lucian was quite relieved. In 40 minutes, we cut down 3 trees, which was enough for a while. Lucian did not continue to cut down trees. After all, resources should be used sustainably, and there is no need to consume them all. As for the task of transporting wood, now that there are corpses, Lucian no longer needs to do it himself. Chapter 53 Level 2 Corpse. The zombies were in charge, carrying the heavy tree trunks all the way towards the shelter. The speed was indeed a bit slow, but the work was completed quite well. Every time he would work hard and drag a whole tree to the door of the ice brick fortress, and Lucian would only be responsible for dragging it in. Lucian himself was not idle either, but began to repair and reinforce the ice brick fortress. The shelter is always the most important part of surviving the apocalypse. It ensures his safety and gives him the capital to survive. Therefore, the solidity of the shelter determines the difficulty of his survival. He had two considerations for this reinforcement and renovation. The first thing is to add another layer of ice bricks on the outer layer of the current ice brick fortress to strengthen the thickness of the ice wall and prevent it from collapsing under the attack of blizzards and zombies. Secondly, it is necessary to expand the area of the ice brick fortress. When the ice brick fortress was originally built, in order to save materials and speed up construction, the size was designed to be only slightly larger than a train carriage, barely enough to cover the carriage. The reserved space is difficult to even stack wood, let alone store other items. In order to survive better in the future, Lucian felt it necessary to expand and increase his range of activities. After making plans, Lucian took prompt action. First, expand. On the leeward side of the train car, there is a relatively flat area, just enough for the shelter to extend from. Lucian took action and broke open the ice brick fortress at the back of the shelter, opening a door about 2m x 2m. Then ice bricks were made and piled out to form a small room, which protruded about 3m outwards and had a rectangular shape overall. In this way, on the basis of the original 12m x 2.5m x 3.5m ice brick fortress, a small cube room of 2m x 2m x 3m is extended outward, which can be used to store firewood and other items. As for why not do it bigger? It was really because there was not enough time. After all, he still needed to reinforce the shelter, and he didn't have much time left. By the time I finished all this, more than an hour had passed. Lucian hurriedly began to make ice bricks, using almost all the molds and making them as quickly as possible. However, looking at the thick ice bricks, Lucian was about to start reinforcing them when an idea suddenly occurred to him. Hey, my talent, if I use it on ice bricks, can I compress the strength of the ice bricks again? Lucian did it right away. He used solidification to compress the ice bricks, but after just a slight attempt, he chose to give up. It's not that there is no effect. Under the effect of solidification, the ice bricks are indeed compressed thinner, the color becomes extremely deep, the density is greatly increased, and the hardness is greatly increased. If all the ice bricks were compressed, the defense of the entire ice wall would definitely reach an unprecedented height. However, the end is also very obvious, that is, the consumption is too great. Directly compressing hard solids consumes a lot of innate energy, and the difficulty is not much different from compressing steel. Perhaps, only when he is strong enough, he will be able to compress it more easily. As for this time, it is better to reinforce it honestly. He covered the outer layer of the original ice brick fortress with another layer of ice bricks. This task was actually quite easy. He just had to stick the ice bricks on the original ice wall and then pour some water on them to solidify. Therefore, it took only more than an hour to reinforce the ice walls on all four sides by one layer, increasing the thickness by about 5 centimeters. As for the arc-shaped ice wall on the top of the ice brick fortress, it was covered with a thick layer of snow. Lucian thought for a moment, then climbed directly onto the roof and cleared most of the surface, leaving only about 10 centimeters. Then, water is poured on the snow to melt it. At extremely low temperatures, it will quickly solidify into a thick layer of ice, which is equivalent to reinforcement. When all this was done, the exploration time was almost over, and the zombies had already dragged all 4 large trees back to the ice brick fortress, so today's work was successfully completed. He couldn't help but sigh that the rotten corpse was really good. He is strong enough and willing to work hard, which is equivalent to an extra free laborer. Without the help of the corpses, he would never have been able to complete so much work today. And more importantly, corpses don't need to eat. This is much more cost-effective than the snow cat. This fat cat is becoming more and more lazy and often slacks off from working. If it didn't look cute, Lucian would have eaten it long ago. After returning to the shelter, in order to reward the zombies for their hard work, Lucian once again used his remaining talents to draw the radiation energy in the 2 radiation cores to the zombies for absorption. After the absorption, the corpse's body became stronger again, getting closer and closer to a level 2 corpse. However, Lucian was still a little confused. How did the rotten corpses floating outside improve their strength? The other second-level zombies didn't have Lucian to help them attract the radiation, so how did they break through? Purely by absorbing radiation energy in the air? This may be possible, but the efficiency of absorption will definitely be very low, and the period of improving strength will be infinitely extended. After some consideration, Lucian came up with a good idea. Leaving the car, he came to the ice brick fortress, made a few ice bricks, and then built a refrigerator that was 1.8 meters high, just enough for one person to stand in it. Then, dozens of small grids were dug out inside the refrigerator, like niches, and all the radiation cores were stuffed into them. Then, let the rotten zombies stand in and block the door. In this way, a relatively closed space is formed inside, and it is filled with a rich radiation core, which may speed up the improvement of the corpse's strength. It snowed all night, and the sky was dark. When he woke up the next day, Lucian cleaned up the rotting corpses outside the ice brick fortress as usual, and then went to check the refrigerator. As soon as he opened his eyes, his pupils suddenly froze, and then a surprised smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Successful. I saw that the rotten corpse in the refrigerator had become much larger. Its originally shriveled muscle fibers were now full of strength, and even a look appeared in its eyes. Faintly, Lucian could feel a powerful aura. Overnight, this level 1 corpse successfully broke through to level 2, and its strength increased significantly. Of course, although the role of the refrigerator is not small, it is only an auxiliary role. In fact, after absorbing 5 first-level radiation cores yesterday, Lucian was not far from becoming a level 2 corpse, and was almost just one step away from becoming a level 2 corpse. At night, living in an environment with rich radiation energy, he absorbed a lot of radiation again, and finally his strength completed the transformation. Today is the day they are heading to Jingning Town. Lucian was able to break through at this time, and his strength has been greatly improved. How could Lucian not be excited? Originally, he was still a little worried about today's action, but now with the assistance of the second-level corpse, he has one more powerful means. Coupled with Sherlay and his own strength, it is already a formidable force. Even when facing other survivors, there is no need to worry or be afraid. This afternoon, you can go to Jingning Town with peace of mind. Chapter 54, Meeting in the Valley. At this time, Sherlay also sent a message early. Brother Shin, are we going to Jingning Town today? Should we make some preparations? Just take your weapons with you. Check your injuries and make sure everything is all right before we set off. Lucian replied casually. It was not until after 2 p.m. that the severe snowstorm gradually calmed down. The outside world seemed to have experienced a brief respite after a catastrophe, and the environment returned to its best condition. Today's weather is very good compared to previous days. The howling wind and snow weakened a lot, and the radiation level dropped to a mild level. The time spent outdoors reached 152 minutes, which is considered to be a very long time in history. Lu took a deep breath. Even though the environment had improved, he still needed to be extra vigilant. After all, today's mission was not easy. He and Sherlay carefully walked out of the shelter of the train carriage and stepped into the world covered with snow. With every step you take, you can hear the crunching sound of the snow being squeezed, which seems particularly clear in this eerily silent environment. Behind them, about 100 m away, a second-level corpse was hiding in the snow, always keeping a distance that was neither too far nor too close, making sure not to be discovered. This is his biggest trump card now. If any accident occurs, this level 2 corpse will play a crucial role. The two walked forward. The train ruins were about 3 kilometers away from Jingning Town. This 3-kilometer journey is neither long nor short. Walking in this doomsday wilderness, you need to be extremely alert with every step. Dozens of minutes later, the outline of Jingning Town appeared before their eyes. This is indeed a town of considerable size, standing quietly in the wind and snow. From afar, one can see densely packed buildings in the vast expanse of white. Most of them are 2- or 3-story self-built houses by farmers. These houses may have once been warm homes full of life, but now they appear dilapidated and gloomy after being ravaged by the doomsday. The streets meandered between the houses, and some shop signs could be seen swaying in the wind and snow. Lucian and Sherlay did not rush towards the town rashly, but instead wandered around the edge of the town very cautiously. They knew very well that in this seemingly peaceful town, there might be unknown dangers lurking. When looking towards the town, one could vaguely see a number of rotting corpses, which were parading on the streets of the town like zombies. They were either dragging their mutilated limbs or making creepy growls, and there were at least 50 or 60 of them. Such a huge group of rotting corpses is enough to make one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. No wonder other survivors don't dare to enter this town easily. Even for those survivors who have awakened their talents, it is extremely difficult to deal with so many zombies. Just as the two were concentrating on observing the situation in the town, the survival radio in their pockets suddenly began to buzz. In this silent environment, the sound was particularly abrupt. Linen's voice came from the radio. "Mr. Lu, we have arrived. You can come to a valley directly east. Everyone can gather here." When Lucian heard the news, his heart tightened slightly. What was about to happen might be one of the most dangerous steps in this operation. After all, the danger in the town ruins was still within his expectations. It was an obvious danger, so he was not really worried. What really worries him is the situation of the other survivors. Can they be honest with each other? Will conflicts break out? Will there be hidden dangers? These are still unknown. Lucian and Sherlay looked at each other and finally moved towards the valley to the east. Their nerves were tense along the way. Not long after, a valley appeared in their sight, where 7 or 8 figures had gathered. Lucian and Sherlay slowed down their pace and observed these people more carefully. After a quick glance, I saw that most of these 7 or 8 people were standing in 2s and 3s, and they were very alert to each other, as if they were ready to deal with any possible danger at any time. Obviously, the other people were not very familiar with each other either. When Lucien and Sherlay appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of others. They looked over curiously, their eyes scanning them back and forth. When they saw Sherlay's height of more than 2 meters and his muscular body, many people couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. In this doomsday, someone of Sherlay's height and build, even without awakened talent, is much stronger than ordinary survivors in terms of combat power. If his talent is awakened, his strength will definitely be even stronger. On the contrary, Lucien, who was relatively ordinary in stature, was naturally ignored in contrast to Sherlay's tall and mighty figure. However, Lucien didn't care about it. It was actually a good thing to go unnoticed. Moreover, if you want to survive in this doomsday world, you need more than just a strong body, but also wisdom, courage, and calmness and decisiveness when facing danger. At this time in the valley, the atmosphere was a little dull and tense. Although everyone gathered together, there was still a subtle gap between them. No one knows whether the people around them will stab them in the back at a critical moment and will use any means necessary to obtain those few resources for survival. Ahem, everyone, don't be so nervous. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lenin. I think everyone has contacted me before. The person next to me should also be familiar to everyone, Mr. Zhao Zhongyang. Among the crowd, an elegant middle-aged man was the first to speak with a smile. Zhao Zhongyang also looked middle-aged, with a square face and the image of a leader. He looked like a gentle person and nodded to everyone with a smile. Hello, I'm Zhao Zhongyang. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone for giving me this face and for gathering the system here. Zhao Zhongyang cleared his throat and spoke. Lucien raised his eyebrows. Why did this person speak in an official tone? He felt a little sleepy as soon as he opened his mouth. However, it can also be seen that Zhao Zhongyang is most likely not a simple police officer, but maybe an official of a high rank in the police station. Zhao Zhongyang's eyes were deep and his voice was magnetic. He continued, we encountered an unknown disaster and came to this doomsday land together. Everyone is living in dire straits. I have seen many people die. Some were frozen to death. Some were starved to death. Some were killed by rotting corpses. Chapter 55 Willow Collection Plan. If this continues, sooner or later, all the survivors will die in this dangerous place, including you. Don't think this is alarmist. Perhaps you have all awakened your talents and have become stronger than ordinary people. But when the number of humans continues to decline and the living environment becomes increasingly harsh, can you still survive on this land on your own? So the reason why I called everyone here this time is very simple. That is to build a safe gathering place that is not susceptible to radiation. Survivors with average strength and survivors with no way out can all get a chance to survive in the gathering place. You can also join the gathering place and become the first batch of managers of the gathering place to jointly ensure the safety of this place. Of course, if you don't want to join the gathering place, you can also use this place as a place for trade and communication. In short, we have the opportunity to open up a piece of pure land in this doomsday and protect the survivors. The more Lucien listened, the more confused he became. He felt like he had entered a pyramid scheme. The familiar rhetoric and the soul-stirring voice almost made his blood boil. However, reason still took control of his emotions, allowing him to think more deeply about the meaning of these words. In fact, from the essence, there is nothing wrong with what Zhao Zhongyang said. If a gathering place could be established, it would be a great thing for the surrounding generation of survivors. Regardless of Zhao Zhongyang's attitude, or whether what he said was sincere, the purpose of all this was right. For survivors like them who have a relatively good life, having a gathering place where they can trade with each other is also very helpful to them. Therefore, several survivors around also fell into deep thought. But soon, a female survivor in her 30s with a cold expression suddenly said, Officer Zhao, there is indeed nothing wrong with what you said, and I can accept it. But there are only 10 people here. You didn't invite these people, did you? Zhao Zhongyang was stunned, then smiled and said, It stands to reason that there should be more than that, but I don't know exactly how many people will come. Everyone present, ITM. In the back, a skinny old man said, There are at least 100 zombies in the ruins of this town. It's a bit unrealistic for us to occupy this place with just a few people, right? Lenin thought for a moment and said, To be honest, everyone, we didn't intend to occupy the ruins of this town in the first place. Oh, what do you mean? This town is too big, and there are too many corpses living there. It's really a bit unrealistic to think that we can clean it up with just the people of our town, Zhao Zhongyang explained. What's more, using the ruins of a town as a gathering place is too conspicuous. It is easy to be attacked by corpses and mutant creatures, or even coveted by other survivors. So we have only one goal, which is to sneak into the central area of the town ruins, find that special willow tree, collect a batch of them, and then rebuild an underground gathering place around the town ruins. This is not only more concealed, but also close to the town ruins. We can continue to explore in the future and obtain resources from the town ruins to ensure future development. So that's how it is. Lucian nodded slightly. If you look at it this way, the plan is relatively more perfect and more practical. If he really wanted to clean up all the corpses and occupy Jingning Town, he would definitely turn around and leave and would never get involved in this mess. But even so, it is still quite difficult. In a place with such a high density of corpses, it is easy to imagine the danger of traveling a long distance to the town center and collecting mutant willow trees. So what should we do specifically? Asked a younger female survivor. In fact, this was also the doubt of others. When someone asked it, everyone's eyes turned to Bai Linen and Zhao Zhongyang. Bai Linen thought for a moment and said, "There is no plan. Everyone should find their own way. You can act alone or form a group. There is only one goal, to collect the wicker of the mutant willow tree. Officer Zhao and I have calculated that 1 pound of mutant willow branches can support the establishment of a 20 square meter gathering place. Finally, we will plan the construction of the gathering place based on the number of willow branches collected. Those who have collected more will naturally receive the most when the benefits are distributed." Everyone nodded. It would be difficult for them to really act together and obey orders. For all the survivors, the level of trust between each other is not high enough, and they do not trust each other, so naturally they all want to act independently. Zhao Zhongyang looked at the watch on his wrist and said, "Time is running out. Let's start. Bai Linen and I will also act together. We will still gather here after the end. How about it, everyone?" "No problem. Then let's arrange it this way." "Okay." As the crowd dispersed, everyone remained silent and slowly disappeared into the wind and snow, obviously with no intention of taking any joint action. However, after Lucian took a few steps, his eyes suddenly froze and he stopped. "What's wrong, Brother Shin?" Lucian did not answer, but looked behind him and said coldly, "Come out. How long will it take?" The wind and snow were howling behind me, and not a single sound was made. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The world seemed to be silent. After being messy in the wind for a few seconds, Sherlay scratched his head and said helplessly, "Brother Shin, why are you doing this again? It looks like there is no one here. Let's go." Lucian was unmoved and just glanced at him calmly. "Do you think my talent is just for show?" When these words came out, Sherlay was also stunned, and there was a hint of thought in his not-so-bright eyes. Lucian looked back, staring at a certain direction with cold and indifferent eyes. Sherlay also understood that Lucian didn't seem to be joking, and there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. He took a step forward and clenched his fists. Lucian's talent is not just for traction. Normally, he would often use his talent to restore the footprints behind him, making his whereabouts more covert. As for today, because I had to meet other survivors, in order to prevent my talent from being exposed, I did not repair the footprints behind me. However, he will still attach his innate energy to the surrounding snow, in a state of being about to pull but not yet pulled. This state can help him explore the surrounding situation and avoid unnecessary trouble. Just like before, he clearly felt a slight movement in the snow behind him. Obviously someone had stepped on it. Chapter 56 Entering Jingning. If this noise does not disappear, it means that someone is following behind. After a full 10 seconds, a figure walked out from behind a rock. Is there really someone there? Sherlay's eyes were gloomy, and his aura was revealed, showing that he was ready to fight at any time. Lucian was equally alert, staring at the man intently, but because he was wearing thick clothes, his head was covered by a hat, and he was wearing a mask on his face, he couldn't see who the person was at all. However, he vaguely remembered that this person had spoken before, and seemed to be a young woman. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Lucian asked in a deep voice. The visitor did not answer directly. Instead, he was silent for a moment and then asked, "Your last name is Liu?" Lucian. He clearly remembered that after coming here, he had never revealed his name to anyone else. Among all the people present, perhaps only Bai Linen and Sherlay knew his real name. "Bai Lin told you my name?" The person on the other side shook his head and said, "No, I just think your voice is very familiar." As she spoke, she took off the mask on her face, and a gentle and intellectual face appeared before her eyes. Although her beautiful face was not made up, it was still eye-catching. "You are." Lucian raised his eyebrows and thought hard in his mind. The woman on the other side pursed her lips helplessly and said, "Did you have a girlfriend in your sophomore year?" Lucian scratched his head, but there was still some confusion in his eyes. He nodded slightly and said, "It seems, yes. But you have changed a lot. I can't recognize you. Have you been well these years?" It was obvious that the corner of the woman's mouth twitched, and she covered her forehead with her hands, unable to bear looking at it, and said, "I really don't want to scold you. I'm your girlfriend's roommate. We've met once or twice at most." This. Lucian touched his nose bridge somewhat awkwardly. It had indeed been several years since this happened, and there were obviously some omissions in his memory. However, at this moment, Some memories came to his mind, and he had some impression of the person in front of him. Shuya, who majored in clinical medicine, was in the same class as him and was the roommate of his ex-girlfriend. Although the two had met before, they were not very familiar with each other. Lu Shun was quite moved to suddenly meet someone he had met before in this foreign country. He did not expect such a coincidence. Shuya, right? Lu Shun smiled and said, I thought I would never see my former classmates again after graduation, but I didn't expect to meet them here again. What a coincidence. I also felt that your voice was familiar, so I wanted to confirm it, but I didn't expect you to find out. Shuya put on the mask again, leaving only her 2 eyes exposed. Lu Shun nodded slightly, but without much greeting, he asked, Let's not talk about anything else. What's your plan? Sneak into the center of the town ruins? I'm alone and not very strong, so I naturally won't go in. I should wander around outside and collect some supplies. Shuya said calmly. Not very strong. Lu Shun murmured, not really believing in it. But since Bai Linen specially invited him here, there was a high probability that he had awakened his talent. Perhaps Shuya's fighting ability might not be that outstanding, but she definitely has her own unique qualities. After all, a young girl who can survive in this doomsday and seems to be doing well must have some tricks. What's your plan? Are you going to sneak into the ruins of the town with this uncle? Uncle. Sherlay looked around and found that there was no one else. He pointed at himself in disbelief. Hey, he's only 19, just call me brother. Lu Shun explained helplessly, and then said, We will act according to the situation. If it is too dangerous, we will not go deeper. Okay, since we each have our own plans, it's better for us to act independently. Shuya said with great discretion. Well, it's fate that we meet here. We can contact each other if we have anything. Add friend. Okay. Lu Shun casually sent a message in the communication channel, and then Shuya clicked to add a friend. After a brief exchange, the two said nothing more, nor did they take any joint action, and each walked in a different direction. Although we knew each other before, we were not familiar with each other after all, and we hadn't seen each other for many years, so we didn't understand each other. In his eyes, there is actually not much difference between them and strangers. However, Shuya herself has great value. Because she graduated in clinical medicine and reportedly took the postgraduate entrance examination, so her clinical medicine level should be very high. In a doomsday environment, a doctor who can suppress common diseases and deal with trauma is much more valuable than imagined. For example, the huge injuries left by Sherlay from the sneak attack would take a very long time to recover naturally, and there are still some deep wounds left. It will take at least several months to fully recover. This was partly because the injuries were too severe and partly because there were no professional doctors to treat them. It was because Sherlay had a strong physique, a good living standard, and Lu Shun helped him repair and suppress his injuries that he was able to barely hold on. If it were any other survivor, he would have died long ago. So it is conceivable that Shuya, a top student majoring in clinical medicine, is of great value in herself. If he is a good person and not disgusting, you can indeed get in touch with him in the future. This is also an important network resource. Lu Shun thought in his mind as he walked to the edge of the town ruins and began to turn his attention back to this mission. Until now, he was still a little hesitant about today's plan. What Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linen said was indeed right. If a gathering place could be built, it would indeed be a good thing for all survivors. However, the task of collecting mutant willow branches in the center of the town ruins is much more difficult and dangerous than imagined. How many people are capable of going through a large group of zombies and reaching the center of the town? At least Lu Shun felt that it would be very difficult to accomplish this task with his own strength. On the contrary, if we just search the outer ruins for resources, the danger level may be greatly reduced, and the harvest will probably not be bad. So, should we go deep into the town or explore the periphery? Lu Shun was still hesitant. Sherlay, what do you think we should do? Sherlay scratched his head, squinted his eyes and looked at the ruins around him, and said, I think, for safety reasons. Lu Shun nodded and said, Then let's explore the periphery and collect some useful resources. There's no need to take this risk. Chapter 57, Land Corpse Deep. In this doomsday world, no matter what the circumstances or for what purpose, your own safety is the most important thing. There is no need to put yourself in danger for the sake of other people's ideals. This is the belief that Lu Shun has always held. In this world full of ruins and dangers, every decision may be a matter of life and death. Lu Shun and Sherlay were now alert to the dangers around them and slowly approached the edge of the town ruins. The once prosperous Jingning Town has now become a dilapidated scene, with only ruins and endless silence left. They carefully entered the houses that had not collapsed and explored them, trying to find usable resources. The situation here is no different from the town ruins explored previously. The interior is old and badly damaged. The mottled marks on the walls reflected the bustle of the past, but now there was only desolation. There were also many holes in the roof, and faint light sprinkled through the gaps and shone on the dusty ground. The amount of resources is pitifully small, obviously having been plundered countless times. Although the environment inside Jingning Town was very dangerous, and it was difficult for survivors to enter to search for resources, the areas near the periphery were still looted, leaving only some ordinary daily necessities. Lu Xun and Sherlay searched room by room, not missing any corner where supplies might be hidden. However, after searching all 4 buildings, the harvest was very dismal. Only 3 bags of salt, 5 bags of sugar, and some expired and moldy bread were found. Brother Shun, the periphery should have been searched. If we want to gain more, we still have to go deeper inside, Sherlay said helplessly, his face full of disappointment. Looking at the few supplies in their hands, although sugar and salt are both good resources, such a harvest is actually far from enough for their survival. Lu Shun's eyes were calm. How could he not know this truth? However, there are a large number of rotting corpses floating around in the town, and the danger is extremely high. Once surrounded by rotting corpses, the consequences would be disastrous. An idea crossed his mind. Do you really want to take such a huge risk for some resources and branches of mutant willow trees? But soon, he had an idea. Maybe, there is no need to take risks. Since the danger comes from the zombies, let the zombies go deep into the town to collect the mutated willow branches. This will not only be safe enough, but may also yield greater rewards. After Lu Xun considered it for a while, he arranged, Sherlay, you continue to stay here to collect resources, no matter how much or how little, you will collect as much as you can. I will go closer to the town ruins to take a look and understand the surrounding situation. Sherlay frowned slightly and said with a worried look on his face, Brother, you don't want to go deep alone, do you? Then it would be better for the 2 of us to act together. Maybe it would be safer. Don't worry, even if I throw you in, I won't take risks myself. Lu Xun curled his lips. Sherlay was stunned. Brother Xun, you are so honest. Thank you for the compliment. Don't waste time. Go collect resources quickly. Lu Xun patted Sherlay on the shoulder, then left alone, cautiously approaching the depths of the town ruins. The number of rotting corpses in the periphery was indeed relatively small, so Lu Xun's journey was relatively smooth. But after going about 2 or 3 buildings deep, the number of corpses increased significantly. They were either wandering aimlessly on the streets or gathering at the doorsteps of some houses, emitting bursts of low roars. Lu Xun did not dare to act rashly. He found a relatively secluded house and sneaked in. Then, he began to control the rotten zombies. Although Lu Xun never appeared, he always followed about 100 or 200 meters behind, ensuring that he could rush over at any time to protect Lu Xun's safety without being discovered by others. Lu Xun concentrated on controlling it, feeling the vague connection between him and Lu Shi. After a minute, Lu Shi slowly approached and stood in front of Lu Xun. Lu Xun made careful arrangements and let Lu Shi go deep into Jingning Town. He also gave him orders to collect mutated willow branches. The branches of the mutant willow tree have special uses. If you can get them, they may be of great help to your future survival. He himself came to the attic on the 3rd floor of this self-built house in the countryside and stood on the commanding heights to observe the situation. From here, he could see most of the town. Although the view was a little blurry, it was enough for him to grasp the general situation. While controlling the land corpse, he could barely keep track of the actions of other survivors. Information is a vital resource in any situation. Previously, Bai Linen and Zhao Zhongyang's introduction to Jingning Town was very general, and many parts of it were unreliable. Lu Xun did not completely believe what they said. He had to rely on his own eyes to personally check the specific situation in the town. He could see that the land corpse was moving closer to the depths, and none of the rotten corpses noticed anything unusual about it. The land corpses moved quickly and agilely, and cleverly avoided the main roads, moving along a relatively hidden path, trying not to attract the attention of other corpses and avoid unnecessary trouble. Lu Xun silently observed the movements around him, his sharp eyes scanning calmly without missing any details, while also seeing the actions of several other survivors. Judging from the previous gathering, there are a total of 10 survivors this time. They can be roughly divided into 6 groups, some of which are 2-person allies, and some are independent survivors who choose to act alone. Among them, Bai Linen and Zhao Zhongyang, himself and Sherlay, and another unknown man and woman, all acted as a pair. The relationship between them is relatively close. After all, in a difficult survival environment, It is impossible to establish close relationships and have bad relationships. When you have allies with you, whether you are facing the dangers of going out to explore or dealing with the loneliness in life, you can take care of each other and cope with it together, which is far better than acting alone. The other 4 people, including Shuya, acted alone. As far as Lucian could see, he could easily find their approximate location through the clear footprints left in the snow. Shuya was not far away, perhaps out of trust in her acquaintance, or perhaps subconsciously she felt that being near Lucian would give her a sense of security, so she did not leave Lucian very far away. The distance between them was very close, only about 30 meters. She also did not choose to go deep into the town, but instead searched for survival supplies in a relatively safe area. In addition, Lucian also saw 2 obvious footprints, extending all the way to the depths of the town ruins, and they were both double footprints. Chapter 58, Adding Variables. Obviously, Bai Linen, Zhao Zhongyang, and another couple finally chose to go to the town center to collect branches of the mutant willow tree. The branches of the mutated willow tree have extraordinary significance in today's environment. Lucian could also understand their choice. Personal safety is indeed important, but the mutant willow branches are equally important, and they are of vital importance to future survival. If Zhao Zhongyang could really use the mutated willow branches to create a safe gathering place without the influence of radiation, it would surely attract survivors from the surrounding area to settle down there. This will be the first gathering place. If we can participate in the construction of this gathering place and be allocated certain rights and privileges in it, it will be of great benefit to future development. There are always some people who are eager to re-establish order in this chaotic world and have a relatively stable living environment or a radiation-free shelter. For them, the value of the gathering place is very high, and the value of the mutated willow branches will naturally rise as well. Perhaps the man and woman had this idea and saw the huge potential behind the mutated willow branches, so they were willing to take the risk. Even if we don't build a gathering place, these mutant willow branches are still very useful. We can bring them back to build a shelter, and their effect can barely replace the independent shelter core. Lu Xin just observed quietly and monitored the situation of Lu Shi. However, just when he thought that everything was as he had observed and expected, an unexpected situation suddenly occurred. After observing for a while, Lu Xun's eyes suddenly froze. His gaze fell on the 2 directions of the southwest of the town, and he couldn't help but frown. Because in that direction, he actually saw several footprints. This sudden discovery shocked him, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Huh? Why is there someone there?" There were 10 of them in total, and they all entered the town ruins from the eastern valley. According to common sense, all human footprints should have entered from the east, so how could they appear on the west and south? Moreover, he even saw several footprints of 3 people walking side by side. If all the footprints were added together, the number of people was obviously more than 10. Are there other survivors here? And it seems, there are quite a lot of them. Lu Xin frowned, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Originally, although the situation in the ruins of the town was dangerous, it was at least within his control. After all, with only 10 people, everyone's actions could be roughly guessed. But now these extra footprints made the whole situation complicated. A group of unknown survivors, their exact number is unknown. Their exact identities are unknown, and their purpose for coming is unknown. This will not only make the competition for material things more intense, but will also easily lead to conflicts. Lu Xin frowned, his eyes solemn. After thinking for a moment, he knew that this matter was not simple. He took out the survival radio, found by Linen and Sherlay, and sent 2 messages to inform them of the situation. Sherlay was concentrating on collecting supplies. After hearing Lu Xin's words, his eyes were full of surprise. "What? There are outsiders coming? What should we do, Brother Shen? This place is already dangerous. If there are more outsiders, it will be even more chaotic." As Sherlay spoke, he subconsciously clenched his fists, and his expression became more serious. "It doesn't matter. Let's be as careful as possible. We don't know where these people come from or what their purpose is. Let's hold off for now." Sherlay nodded hurriedly and replied, "Yes, I understand." Bai Linen and Zhao Zhongyang hid in a secluded place on a dilapidated street. When they saw the news they received, their expressions were relatively calm. He just raised his eyebrows slightly, without much panic on his face, and murmured in a low voice, "It seems that someone is coming, which is not much different from the original plan." Zhao Zhongyang nodded and said, "Explain it to Mr. Liu. Although we have our plan, we should not put others in danger because of our plan." "Good." Soon, a message was sent. "Mr. Liu, don't worry too much. Everything is going as planned." Bai Linen said calmly, "The mutant willow branches are too valuable. With them, we can build a safe shelter and gathering place. This is a good thing, and there will definitely be other survivors who want to collect them. Besides, it's too difficult for the 10 of us to safely cross the town, avoid all the corpses, collect the mutant willow branches, and then return safely. The appearance of this group of people is only beneficial to our operation. It can just attract some of the corpses and improve the safety of everyone. You just need to be more careful and try not to cause conflicts. If you encounter any problems, you can also ask me for help. Lu Xun was slightly stunned, thinking about Bai Linen's words in his heart. He felt that there seemed to be some truth in it, but he always felt that something was not right. He continued to ask, with too many people, the situation will become chaotic. I'm afraid it will be hard to control in the end. Is this also in your plan? Bai Linen smiled lightly, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Lu Xun, you have to know that the establishment of a gathering place cannot be accomplished by 1 or 2 people. The more people come today, the greater the possibility of successfully building the gathering place. Hearing this, Lu Xun was stunned, as if he had figured something out, and muttered to himself, "So that's it. Is this your original plan?" At this time, he could vaguely figure out that it was most likely that Bai Linen and Zhao Zhongyang took the initiative to expose the information, allowing more people to know about the mutant willow branches, thereby attracting more survivors to come. Now, the survivors who can cross such a long distance and come to Jingning Town to explore are probably all strong. This group of stronger survivors can, on the one hand, attract the corpses, spread the danger in the ruins of the town, and increase the success rate of collecting mutant willow branches. On the other hand, the survivors have different talents, and perhaps some have more unique means and can obtain the branches of the mutant willow tree in a safer way. Perhaps, for Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linen, today's purpose is very simple. It means collect enough mutant willow branches and build a gathering place. In order to achieve this goal, he even made the situation more chaotic and put more people in danger, including himself. Lu Xun was quite surprised and couldn't help but look at Zhao Zhongyang with a higher regard. In order to build a gathering place, they did not hesitate to make the situation so complicated and involve so many unknown people. Chapter 59. Creatures in the Artificial Lake. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly that in this doomsday-like world, everyone would do anything to survive and achieve their goals. We have to admit that Zhao Zhongyang is definitely farsighted. In today's doomsday, it is actually an undesirable idea for any survivor to fight alone. The most suitable way is to build a gathering place for survivors. Let more people gather together and survive together in this doomsday. Whether they are weaker survivors or stronger survivor groups, it has great significance to them. However, the process of establishing a gathering place may very likely require some people to shed blood and tears and pay a certain price. And all the people who came to Jingning Town this time are the ones who shed blood and tears and need to pay the price. If you successfully find the mutant willow, you will naturally be able to obtain higher privileges in the gathering place in the future. However, if I fail and die here, no one will remember it. Lu Xun sighed. He could clearly feel that Bai Linen and Zhao Zhongyang were extremely determined to successfully collect the mutated willow branches and establish a gathering place. The situation may become even more unpredictable. However, for other survivors, there will indeed be challenges or dangers ahead. However, since he knew the situation in advance, he naturally had more time to prepare and avoid being put in a passive position. Hiding silently in the attic, I watched the corpse's figure moving away. At this moment, it was extremely blurry. I walked out about 500 meters. The artificial lake in the center of the town is actually very close. As long as you can reach it smoothly, you can naturally collect a batch of mutated willow branches. Due to the height issue, as the distance got farther and farther, Lu Xun could no longer see the situation around the artificial lake. So he thought of another way. Bang! Lu Xun chiseled open the wooden board on the top of the attic and climbed out directly from the roof. He understood the principle that if you stand high, you can see far. But the roof was covered with a thick layer of snow, like a black curtain, blocking the way to climb out of the roof. Lu Xun used his talent to melt the snow above his head, creating a passage of more than 1 meter before he climbed out from the roof. This building is already tall, and is almost one of the tallest buildings in the entire Jingning Town. Although it only has 3 floors, if the attic is included, it is equivalent to a 4-story building. Now climbing up to the roof and all the way to the ridge is like going up to a floor. It gives you a feeling of overlooking the whole Jingning Town. At this time, he could barely see the artificial lake in the center of the town. It was a completely frozen lake covered with a thick layer of snow, and it was almost impossible to tell that it was a lake. But you can barely see that there is a circle of willow trees surrounding the artificial lake, but they are very different from ordinary willow trees. They are taller and stronger, but also look drier, and the drooping branches are like the claws of evil spirits, hideous and terrifying. At the same time, the color is also very different from that of ordinary willow trees. Both the branches and leaves are light red in color overall, which is very conspicuous in the vast snow and wind, and even has a hint of weirdness. Lu Shi, as a level 2 corpse, was able to move freely in the dangerous town ruins. The level 1 corpses did not dare to approach him and let him go all the way to the center. Following Lu Shun's request, Lu Shi broke the branches of the mutant willow tree and stuffed them all into the backpack behind him. However, the willow branch was too long, so only the root was in the backpack, with a large piece at the back hanging outside. After all, the intelligence of the corpse is still too low. He can only act according to simple instructions and does not know how to adapt at all. If they were human survivors, they would definitely bundle the willow branches into bundles, which would be more convenient to pick up and allow for the collection of more. But it was obvious that Lu Shi did not have such high intelligence. He just collected all the branches of the mutated willow trees at once. But the next moment, Lu Shun's eyes moved, and he suddenly looked at the surface of the artificial lake, vaguely sensing a hint of uneasiness. Suddenly, he vaguely saw that the snow on the lake had slightly collapsed. Although it looked very blurry, it still caught his attention. What's this? Lu Shi frowned. Snow collapse is not uncommon, but in today's environment, any insignificant movement is worthy of attention. And soon, he discovered that this was not an accident. The snow layer on the artificial lake had collapsed again, and the area was even larger. Oh no, there's something wrong with the artificial lake. Although he did not see the specific situation, Lu Shun had already vaguely sensed that something was wrong. He quickly gave orders to Lu Shi in his mind, asking him to stop collecting willow branches and return as soon as possible. Lu Shi was obviously stunned for a moment. His big head and small brain marrow made his reaction obviously a little slow. But after hesitating for a moment, he picked up his backpack and ran back to the town. After just a few seconds, Lu Shi was glad for his decisiveness. In the center of the artificial lake, the snow first collapsed slightly, and then was pushed up, as if the ice city underneath was broken by some creature. Not long after, a blurry black shadow slowly emerged from the water. It did not reveal its full appearance and shrank back again. However, even from the small half of the shadow that was exposed, one could feel its huge size. Lu Shi's heart suddenly started beating wildly. Although the distance was far and what he saw was blurry, he felt a sense of fear both physically and mentally. It is the fear of huge and unknown creatures. According to his estimation, the exposed part alone is several meters in size, which shows how huge the creature underneath is. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. How could there be such a thing in this fucking small artificial lake? Lu Shi couldn't help but curse inwardly. If he hadn't been cautious enough, Lu Shi would have been dead. Looking at Lu Shi, who was holding the mutated willow branch and running all the way to the outside, he let out a sigh of relief. After calming down, he began to think rationally. Perhaps he should have thought long ago that there must be unpredictable dangers around this mutant willow tree, and this danger is not weak. Previously, dangerous creatures like the black stick insect could be found in a forest of just a few dead trees, let alone the large areas of mutated willow trees here. Moreover, why do mutant willows have the ability to absorb radiation? Perhaps this is to attract certain creatures to come closer, making it easier to prey on them. After all, the evolution of any organism in the natural environment is not without reason. There must be a reason for its evolution. At this moment, the danger level of the artificial lake in his eyes had reached a very high level. If there was no necessary reason, he would never get close to it. He retracted his thoughts and looked at the corpse again. Suddenly, he frowned again. The situation changed faster than he thought. Lu Shi quickly took out the survival radio and sent a message to Sherlay. Sherlay, stop collecting supplies and come here quickly. There is trouble. Chapter 60 Enemies, on the verge of a fight. As Lu Shi held tightly onto the mutated willow branch and ran wildly towards the outside of the town. Standing on a high place, Lu Shi saw at a glance that on the path where Lu Shi was running, near the outskirts of the town ruins, there were 3 sneaky figures. They were obviously 3 survivors. Judging from their appearance, they had most likely discovered Lu's corpse and were quickly hiding themselves. Lu Shi knew that he couldn't just sit back and watch. The corpse itself was of great value, and the mutant willow branches were equally precious. Therefore, even if it means taking risks, he must take action. When Sherlay received the news, although he was confused, he stopped searching for supplies without hesitation and quickly rushed towards the direction where Lu Shi was. He also understood that Lu Shi would not be so anxious for no reason. The two met and nodded to each other. Lu Shi didn't explain much. He waved his hand and headed straight towards the direction of Lu Shi. Before the three survivors took action, he needed to pick up Lu Shi in advance to ensure that both Lu Shi and the mutant willow branches were safe. On the street, Lu Shi ran forward all the way, his movements swift and quick, as if he were in an empty space in the ruins of the town. Just as he ran past an intersection and was about to reach the outskirts of the town ruins, three figures suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. All three were male survivors, wearing thick winter clothes. They formed a triangle in the wind and snow, slowly surrounding Lu Shi. Lu Shi was also obviously stunned. He roared and stopped 2 steps. Ferocity appeared in his eyes, but because there was no order from Lu Shi, he did not take the initiative to attack. What's going on with this rotten corpse? Why is he carrying a backpack, and his purpose of action is so clear? The leading man looked at Lu Shi coldly with an eagle-like gaze, with a hint of doubt in his heart. The other person also nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "It is indeed abnormal. Although it is a level 2 corpse, its intelligence level should not be so high. Moreover, the backpack on his back should contain willow branches. Haha, forget about it. The end of the world has come. What's so strange about that? If we just take action to solve the problem, we can not only obtain a level 2 radiation core, but also collect a large bag of mutant willow branches. Then we will have completed more than half of our mission today." The last man, holding a weed in his mouth, said nonchalantly, "Then let's do it." Ahem. Just as the three were about to take action, a clear cough sounded, breaking the silence. "My 3 friends, I hope you will think twice before you act." Lu Shi walked slowly from behind, looking at the 3 people in front of him with a calm and deep gaze. Behind him, Sherlay, who was more than 2 meters tall, followed calmly. His tall figure brought a strong sense of oppression, like a city wall, blocking the narrow street. Especially when he saw clearly the faces of the 3 people in front of him, his eyes, which originally had a naive look, suddenly became sharp. Sherlay snorted coldly, and a violent aura burst out instantly. He stared at the 3 people in front of him, as if he was going to attack at the next moment. In an instant, the scene became tense. The 3 survivors took a step back and looked at Lu Shi and Sherlay with some caution. "I wonder what you two mean." The middle-aged man in the lead, who should be the oldest of the 3, was the first to ask. "What's the meaning?" Sherlay sneered and clenched his fists. "Guess what I mean?" Then, he turned his gaze to Lu Shi and said in a low voice with anger, "Brother Shun, it was these 3 people who besieged me in Ling Town last time. My shelter was destroyed. It is likely that they did it." Lu Shin's eyes moved. Sherlay's attitude just now had already made him guess something. He didn't expect that he was really an enemy. He chuckled and said to himself that enemies often meet on a narrow road. But at the same time, I was a little curious. Teeling Town is not close to Jingning Town, at least about 5 kilometers away. It was surprising that these 3 people had come all the way here. However, they probably did not plan to return, but planned to stay here tonight. After all, they have most likely abandoned their initial shelter and are surviving on the independent shelter core, which gives them a lot more freedom in terms of movement. The 3 people opposite were stunned for a moment, and then looked at Sherlay deeply. Among them, a short and thin man in the back couldn't help but sneered. Who was I wondering? It turned out to be that big fool from last time. TSK, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You suffered such serious injuries and your shelter was blown up, but you are still alive today, another person echoed. However, the middle-aged man in the lead frowned slightly, quickly stopped the 2 people behind him, and said, "Shut up." Then he looked at Lu Shi and others. "My 2 friends, we may have had some conflicts before, but we can resolve them after we get out." The middle-aged man cleared his throat and continued, "We are now in the ruins of the town. We all come here for the same purpose. There is no need to fight to the death here, right? Once the corpses are attracted here, none of us will be happy. Brother, why waste time talking to them? With our strength." "Shut up." The person behind him wanted to say something else, but was stopped by the middle-aged man. Lu Shin's eye sank slightly. The leader of the other party was obviously very rational and intelligent. He had a very thorough understanding of the situation, which made him feel a little afraid. If they were all brainless, he could have dealt with these 3 people today, but one of them happened to have a brain, which was a bit troublesome. Sherlay did not back down and said in a cold voice, "Last time you had 3 against 1, and I gave you the upper hand. This time, you can try it. I will skin you alive." "Haha, last time 3 against 1 we were able to seriously injure you. This time 3 against 2, we can still kill both of you." Seeing that both sides were getting more and more angry, Lu Shi and the middle-aged man on the opposite side looked more and more gloomy. The situation is developing in an uncontrollable direction. Lu took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, 3 of you, no matter what hatred you had in the past, I will give you a choice now. Get out of here immediately and pretend that nothing happened. Then all the past events will be written off. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. There was an immediate burst of laughter, and a disdainful smile appeared on the faces of the three people. Brother, are you confused about the situation? Can't your dog eyes tell who is superior and who is inferior now? Humph. The middle-aged man in the lead no longer hid his sharp edge and said, Brother, I also advise you, if you two leave now, I can also spare your lives and forgive you for what happened. In that case, then there's nothing to talk about. Lu Shun's eyes were calm. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his innate ability was already operating in secret. Chapter 61 Black Ice Needle. On the opposite side, the three survivors were even more brazen, with powerful auras flowing through their bodies, and they were insidious as they took a step forward. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Sherlay gradually suppressed his anger and became more rational. He said in a low voice, Brother Shun, I'm sorry to have dragged you into this. Stop talking nonsense. What's the big deal about killing 3 dogs? Lu Shun's eyes were cold. Sherlay nodded and said, The 3 of them are all talents awakened. The 2 beasts behind them both have physical talent. One is more inclined towards speed, and the other is more inclined towards strength. However, the last time I fought against them, I felt their strength was average. I had no problem fighting 2 of them at once, but the leader was much stronger. The talent he awakened is very special. He can turn his fingers into metal. I can't hit him at all. On the contrary, he can easily break my defense. The last injury was mainly caused by him. Lu Shun nodded slightly. These 3 people were definitely the strongest among all the survivors and should not be underestimated. So what if they know our situation? The gap in hard power cannot be made up by just a few pieces of information. On the opposite side, the middle-aged man in the lead stood in the back, and the other 2 people behind him took the first step. One of them was running at an extremely fast speed. He rushed quickly through the wind and snow, causing huge waves and rushing forward quickly. Sherlay was not afraid at all. He took the first step forward and stood in front of Lu Shun. His body, like a city wall, directly blocked the attack from the opposite side. Its enormous force immediately knocked the short man, who was mainly known for his swiftness, flying and throwing him into the snow beside him. But right after that, another survivor who relied mainly on strength threw a powerful punch that seemed to explode in the air. Sherlay had no time to attack, so he made a blocking gesture with both hands, trying to resist the opponent's attack, but he was still able to force his way down. It has to be said that although they all have the same talents and physical fitness, the gap between people is still very obvious. Sherlay's fighting ability is obviously much stronger than theirs. Sherlay is a typical example of a high attack and high defense warrior, with thick skin and great strength. He stood still and could handle 2 people at the same time with ease. Lu Shun also had some faith. It seemed that Sherlay could hold his own in a 1-on-2 situation. But since he was seriously injured last time, it must have been because of that middle-aged man. Lu Shun looked downcast as he stood behind Sherlay, observing the situation silently, without rushing to take action. He needed to find an opportunity to strike a fatal blow, to completely break the deadlock and end the battle. However, he is not the only one who holds such thoughts. The middle-aged man on the opposite side also did not take action at the first moment, but wandered around the periphery of the battlefield, always looking for Sherlay's flaws. The strategies of both sides are surprisingly consistent. They all let the awakened ones with physical fitness take the lead and withstand the pressure on the front battlefield. Then, specially gifted awakeners will coordinate the overall situation around the battlefield and look for opportunities to deliver a fatal blow and end the battle. And the situation on the battlefield changed quickly. After being knocked over by Sherlay again, the swift man had a strange smile on his face. This time, he did not immediately fly forward and launch another attack. Instead, he turned around and rushed towards Lu Shun, who was hiding behind him at an extremely tricky angle. The dagger in his hand was sharp and shining coldly, and a dangerous aura instantly filled the air. Sherlay couldn't help but turned around and yelled, "Brother Shun, be careful." But at this moment, while Sherlay's attention was distracted, the middle-aged man on the opposite side quickly joined the battlefield. His fingers turned into metal, and he hit Sherlay directly. The originally evenly matched situation changed drastically in just 1 or 2 seconds. Lu Shun looked downcast and snorted coldly. "Mind yourself, I can handle it." Sherlay was still inexperienced after all, and he easily fell for the opponent's trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. But Lu Shun was not so easy to deceive. When the short and thin man flew towards him, he simply used the simplest method to deal with it, generating an icicle under the opponent's feet. This simple method not only does not consume much of his energy, but also has a very good effect. Caught off guard, the short man stumbled and fell directly into the snow pile. Because of his extremely fast speed, he fell very badly, forming a huge, deep pit on the ground. Lu Xun ignored him and analyzed the situation in an instant and started to help Sherlay out. If Sherlay was defeated on the front battlefield and was seriously injured by the opponent's sneak attack again, the situation would become one-sided. Therefore, he needs to deal with the middle-aged man's methods. Lu Xun took a step forward and plunged his hands directly into the snow, quickly using his innate ability. The next moment, the loose snow began to solidify around Sherlay, forming a relatively solid snow wall that surrounded him. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man sneered and punched him anyway. The snow layer that had not frozen was blown away in an instant, and snowflakes flew all over the sky, creating an extremely beautiful scene. You think you can stop steel with just a little snowflakes? I'm afraid that's wishful thinking. The middle-aged man sneered and looked at Lu Xun with a sneer. Even if it turned into an ice wall, he could smash it directly with his metal fists. What's more, this was just an extremely fragile snow wall. After throwing a punch, the middle-aged man had no more scruples and kicked casually at the snow wall on the ground that had not completely collapsed. The fragile snow wall was kicked open and turned into snowflakes all over the sky again, as fragile as a piece of white paper. But immediately afterwards, a shrill roar sounded instantly. Oh, bang! Snow mist accompanied by blood mist instantly spread in the snow, and the bright red blood spilled on the white snow, which was extremely gorgeous. In an instant, everyone present except Lu Xun's eyes were shocked, and a hint of horror appeared on their faces. Lu Xun slowly stood up and said in a cold voice, "Sherlay, what are you still standing there for? Make a move." Sherlay immediately came back to his senses from his surprise. A ferocious smile appeared on his face, and he punched out fiercely, directly colliding with the opponent's power survivor. Due to the difference in size and weight, Sherlay's punch was significantly more powerful and directly knocked the opponent out. The situation changed rapidly again. The three people on the opposite side all fell in the snow, with expressions of surprise and fear on their faces. The middle-aged man in the lead covered his legs tightly with both hands, grimacing in pain. Looking towards the legs, more than a dozen extremely sharp and tiny ice needles were inserted into the leg muscles. A large amount of blood quickly flowed out, almost soaking the entire trouser leg with a bright red color. This method was specially researched by Lu Xun when he had nothing to do, and it was specifically used for fighting in the snow. Chapter 62 Special means snow sand. He has a very clear understanding of his own strengths and weaknesses. If he could compress all the snow in the snow into ice, his combat power would be very strong indeed. However, this would consume a lot of energy for him and would be almost impossible to accomplish. But if you just control the snow, the damage will be obviously much lower, and it can even be said to be vulnerable. So he chose to combine the two. The snow wall was just a cover, and it was very easy for him to create a loose snow wall, which only required very little energy to complete. But in the snow wall, he compressed dozens of very small, sharp, and extremely hard ice needles. The thickness is only slightly thicker than a medical needle, which allows it to consume less energy while being more powerful. However, the hardness was terrifyingly high. The entire ice needle was almost dark black and was many times harder than ordinary ice. With the snow wall as cover and the black ice needles as the main means of attack, it is almost impossible to defend against them in this vast snowy land. The middle-aged man was seriously injured. He looked at Lu Xun with a ferocious expression and said fiercely, "Zhang He, Wang Bing, what are you two still standing there for? Quickly deal with the one behind you, so that the remaining stupid brother can be dealt with easily." Good. The short and thin man who had fallen had already crawled out from the snow. The humiliating fall just now had made his face flushed red. He grasped the dagger in his hand again and stabbed forward quickly. Lu Xun sneered, grabbed a handful of snow from the ground, and threw it at the short and thin man. "Careful!" The middle-aged man and another power-type survivor shouted almost in unison. The middle-aged man's experience just now is still vivid in his mind. The snow wall that seems harmless is actually fraught with danger. Even until now, they still don't know what the abilities of the man in front of them are. The short and thin man was startled and quickly retreated backwards, covering his face with his hands to avoid suffering serious injuries. But the next moment, gentle snowflakes brushed across his face, bringing a hint of hurt, and then drifted away in the wind and snow. "Are you fucking kidding me?" The short and thin man looked angry and was about to stand up and attack again. But the next moment, Sherlay snorted coldly and came forward to cooperate very tacitly, punching the short and thin man directly in the face, knocking him into the snow. Blood spurted out of his nasal cavity, dyeing the snow bright red again. When he tried to get up again, his face was covered in blood. One of his eyes was completely blown out, and blood was flowing nonstop. Lucian looked at him with a smile, picked up another handful of snow, and threw it casually on his face. It was such a humiliating scene that he instinctively didn't want to hide anymore. However, the middle-aged man's voice sounded again. Don't be careless. There may be real tricks this time. For safety reasons, the short and thin man gritted his teeth and chose to dodge, quickly retreating backwards. But at this moment his steps were already a little unstable, and he was obviously seriously injured. This time, the snowflakes once again drifted away in the wind, which was obviously also an illusion. Lucian was very happy that just throwing a handful of snow could produce such a great result. After all, it cost him almost nothing. This combination of real and fake means made him a complete bug-like existence in this snowy area. His ability lies in solidification, but he does not need to solidify everything. As long as he mixes a small amount of solidified weapons into a large amount of illusions, it is enough to terrify the enemy and make them more threatening. In just half a minute, 2 of the 3 opponents were seriously injured. Except for the power-type survivor who had not seen blood yet, the other 2 were in a very bad situation. Brother, I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding between us. The middle-aged man lying on the ground finally felt a little scared at this moment. He gasped, licked his face, and spoke with a smile. Oh, misunderstanding. Lucian glanced at him calmly, his tone calm, but extremely dangerous. You mean, I hit the wrong person? No. Of course not. The middle-aged man quickly waved his hand to deny it, and said with a smile, We asked for it. We are both survivors. Why do we have to decide who lives and who dies? How about we just call it a day? Just let it go? Do you think I'm playing with you? Lucian's eyes were fierce. No, we can make compensation. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, The 3 of us have accumulated a lot of inventory over the past few days, at least hundreds of survival coins. We can use this as money to buy our lives and ask our friends to spare our lives. How about that? He had obviously realized that the current situation was unfavorable to them, and there was almost no possibility of winning, so he chose the last way, begging for mercy. Oh, buying your life. Lucian slowly approached, stretched out his hand, and said, Let me check the survival coins first. Of course. The middle-aged man smiled and reached out to touch his arms, but the moment he lowered his head, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brother Shun, be careful, Sherlay shouted quickly. However, after 2 seconds, he realized that his shouting was in vain. Lucian held a handful of snowflakes in his outstretched hand, and the moment the young man lowered his head, he sprinkled all of them on his face. The middle-aged man sneered for just 1 second, and the next moment he let out another violent scream, and this time the scream was even more miserable, as if his skin was being peeled off and his bones were being pulled out. He covered his head and face tightly, but the pain could not be suppressed. The more he rubbed his hands on his face, the larger the bloodstains and wounds appeared, and soon his entire head became a bloody mess. Oh, what? Oh, bastard, oh. The miserable roar made the other 4 people present all look terrified, and their hair stood on end. Even Lucian himself couldn't help but touch his nose and whispered, Does it hurt so much? Sherlay, the power-type survivor, the short and thin man, couldn't help but get goosebumps after hearing this. You did it yourself, and you ask others if it hurts? The strong survivor and the short and thin man were all frightened. They swallowed and took a few steps back. Lucian looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. The method he just used was somewhat similar to the previous black ice needle. The black ice needles are about 10 centimeters long, thin and sharp, and can penetrate the body directly and hide in the snow wall. Only when others actively destroy the snow wall can it show its powerful power. And the greater the destruction of the opponent, the greater the damage will naturally be. The method used just now, Lucian called it snow sand, which is a means of active attack. Chapter 63 Invitation to join the gathering place. Using the solidification talent, first compress the soft snowflakes into snow grains, making each grain distinct and harder. Then he used his talent again to compress the snow particles a second time, making them even smaller, only a few tenths of a millimeter in size. During the secondary compression, the snow will naturally condense into ice crystals, like burrs, which are almost invisible to the naked eye. If a large amount of it is sprinkled on the skin, it will form a large number of extremely tiny wounds. Throwing a handful of snow sand on the face will bring a burning pain. If you use your hands to smear it again at this time, It will cause secondary injuries and tear open a large number of wounds on the face and head. This is the principle of this method. This was also an ability that was discovered by accident. It did not require him to have extremely sophisticated control. It was just a weapon formed by the natural changes of ice during the compression process. Lu Xun clapped his hands and casually glanced at the middle-aged man on the ground, who was curled up and twisting, his face covered in blood and flesh, and his face could no longer be seen clearly. And at the moment he took action, the land corpses on the periphery of the battlefield also moved at a swift speed, biting the power survivor on the back and severely injuring him. The three people on the opposite side were seriously injured in a short period of time and collapsed on the ground without any ability to resist. At this moment, the look in their eyes when they looked at Lu Xun and Sherlay was filled with horror and fear, and they crawled backwards one after another. Not only Lu Xun and the others, but everyone who looked at Lu Xun looked as if they had seen a ghost. This rotten corpse seemed a little different from what they had expected. The three people standing opposite were completely ignored by the corpse, some even standing there in a daze, but it just attacked them by surprise, which was indeed a bit weird. However, Lu Xun would not explain to them. He looked at them coldly with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Since the two sides have become enemies, and the hatred is not shallow, it naturally cannot end like this. It is best to kill them once and for all. However, not long ago, he was just an ordinary young man in the city, and it would be a huge psychological challenge for him to really kill someone. Lu Xun's eyes fluctuated as he thought about the environment he was in now, where there was no morality, no law, and society had collapsed. If he couldn't even bear to do something to ensure his own safety, how could he ensure his own safety in the future? Just as he hesitated and was about to take action to get rid of the three people in front of him, he suddenly frowned and looked behind him. He was quick to notice that a sound was approaching here and was not hiding. Who? He asked in a cold voice. Sherlay also snorted coldly, his body stained with blood. He looked back with a gloomy look and obviously found someone approaching. Not long after, two groups of people appeared in sight. When Lu Xun saw the first person, he was not very surprised. She was Shuya, who was exploring resources nearby. Because the two sides were relatively close to each other and the noise of the fight just now was quite loud, she obviously noticed the movement here and came closer to check. However, she just hid in the surroundings and did not show up on her own initiative. Only after Lu Xun spoke did he carefully walk out of a building and waved. As for two of them, they were Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linen. They walked slowly out of the snow, raised their hands and waved to indicate that they had no ill intentions. The two of them looked calmly at the situation on the ground and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise, looking at Lu Xun with admiration. He could clearly see that the three people on the ground were all very powerful, and most likely they were people who had awakened their talents. Logically speaking, with 3 against 2, the advantage was very obvious. However, Lu Xun and Sherlay easily took care of the three people without any injuries themselves. There are probably only two possible scenarios for this situation. Either there is a huge difference in intelligence between the two parties, or Lu Xun has a very special talent and is extremely powerful. Either way, it's amazing. Especially the corpse on the side, which is obviously different from ordinary corpses and seems to be controlled by humans, which is even more amazing. Zhao Zhongyang looked at the two people in surprise, nodded slightly, and an idea emerged in his mind. These two people in front of him are not ordinary. Lu Xun looked calm. After taking a look at Shuya, he didn't say much. Instead, he turned his gaze to Zhao Zhongyang and the other man and said, "My two friends, what's the matter?" Zhao Zhongyang waved his hand and said, "I heard there was a fight going on here, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect it to be Mr. Lu. Just deal with a few blind men, Officer Zhao, don't worry about it." Lu Xun didn't want to talk to him anymore and quickly brushed it off. But Zhao Zhongyang refused to give in and said with a smile, "Mr. Lu, I didn't expect you to be so strong. You easily defeated 3 awakeners, and you even have the ability to control corpses." Hearing this, Lu Xun frowned slightly. He didn't want to expose Lu Shi's existence to others. However, everything obviously did not develop as he expected. At least the people in front of him already knew about Lu Shi's existence. It's nothing special. It's something you can buy in a store. If you have the chance, you can buy one too. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Xun gave a casual explanation. Directly pointing out where Lu's corpse came from can prevent Zhao Zhongyang and others from having wild thoughts and can also prevent them from targeting himself. Besides, the Lu corpse was indeed purchased from the store. If they are lucky and can refresh it successfully, then it is no secret. If they couldn't refresh, it was none of his business. The origin of the Lu corpses is not a very important secret. What really needs to be hidden is his method of improving the strength of the Lu corpses. After all, it is difficult to quickly improve the strength of the corpse through ordinary means. It is necessary to use the means of solidification to attract the radiation force. This is the key. Zhao Zhengyang nodded slightly in thought and did not dwell on this issue too much. Instead, he continued to look at Lu Xun and said, Mr. Lu, you are quite capable and have a decent character. Are you willing to build a gathering place with me? Protect the survivors? Lu Xun raised his eyebrows and looked at the other person's sincere face with some surprise. Finally, he took another look at the willow branch in Lu Shi's hand, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and asked, Are you here to mutate the willow branch? Ahem. Zhao Zhengyang cleared his throat twice and waved his hand. The willow branches are indeed part of the reason. It is understandable to win over those who have the ability to collect mutant willow branches. But what I said is not a joke. I sincerely invite you to join the gathering. After all, for a large gathering place, it is not enough to rely on me alone. It also needs other people to manage it, and it needs strong people to protect its safety. Chapter 64 Agreement with Zhao Zhengyang. Of course, if you can become the management of the gathering place, it will also be of great benefit to you. You will have a more convenient trading environment and the gathering place as a backing. I think you should be able to understand the benefits. Zhao Zhengyang spoke slowly and pointed out all his needs as well as the pros and cons. Lu Xun nodded after listening to it. The other party spoke very honestly. He did not paint a rosy picture for him, nor did he set a trap for him. Every point is something he can take into consideration. After thinking for a moment, he nodded slightly and said, If a gathering place can really be established, I don't mind participating in it, and I don't mind providing some help. However, there is no need for me to move in completely. I have my own shelter and my own development plan. We can cooperate and fight against certain threats together. These are not a problem. Your words are enough. A smile appeared on Zhao Zhengyang's face, and he stretched out his hand towards Lu Xun. After a simple handshake, the two sides established a simple verbal agreement. Officer Zhao, how many mutant willow branches are needed to build a gathering place? If the number is large, it may be difficult. Lu Xun asked. Whether going deep into the town ruins or collecting branches of mutant willow trees beside the artificial lake, it is a very dangerous task and one's life may be in danger if one is not careful. If the required quantity is small, then it would be fine, but if it requires dozens or hundreds of kilograms, then the possibility of successfully building a gathering place will be greatly reduced. Zhao Zhengyang pondered for a moment, then said, I plan to build an underground shelter in a nearby valley. I need to mix the juice of mutant willow branches in the soil on all 6 sides, top, bottom, left, right, front, and back. As I said before, a conservative estimate is that a 20 square meter area would require about 1 pound of mutant willow branches. Lu Xun nodded slightly. This is indeed not much. The area of 20 square meters, plus the 4 walls and the ceiling, is at least nearly 100 square meters, and it only requires 1 kilogram of mutant willow branches. That's right. We don't need to squeeze the juice from the mutant willow branches. Instead, we can boil the mutant willow branches, boil out the essence, dilute it, and mix it with the soil. So the amount required is not as high as you might think. Zhao Zhengyang explained, and then continued. Moreover, it is not as easy as imagined to collect mutant willow branches. Picking them directly would be very dangerous. It is better to dig some withered willow branches buried in the snow around the willow tree. Digging in the snow? Lu Xun scratched his head. What's wrong? This is not how you collect it. Zhao Zhengyang asked with some confusion. Then, he looked at the package in Lu Shi's hand, and seeing the fairly intact willow branches, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. You really picked them hard? Officer Zhao, you didn't warn me in advance. Zhao Zhengyang touched his nose and said, Indeed not. No matter what method is used, as long as we can obtain the branches of the mutant willow tree, it is a good thing. Lu Xun took a deep look at Zhao Zhengyang and thought to himself that this man was not a good person either. He probably knew the dangers of the artificial lake, and that he also knew that he couldn't pick the mutant willow branches at will, but he just didn't reveal this information. Perhaps there is only one purpose, which is to allow others to obtain a large number of mutant willow branches in a faster and more extreme way. As for encountering danger, Zhao Zhengyang can also deny it completely. However, now that he saw that Lu Xun was quite powerful and wanted to win him over, he told the truth. In this regard, Lu Xun also became more vigilant. In this doomsday environment, there is no absolute distinction between good and bad. Many people have their own little thoughts, and if you are not careful, you may be plotted against. If he had rashly gone to collect the mutant willow trees and gone alone, he would probably be in great danger now. Many times, we can't blame others. We can only be more careful and keep our eyes open. If that's the case, then Officer Zhao, how did you collect the mutant willow branches? Did you dig them in the snow near the artificial lake? Lu Xun asked. You don't need to get close to the artificial lake. You can just dig about 100 meters away. There will be a lot of mutant willow branches that are close to rotting and relatively dry. This way it will be safer. I see. Lu Xun nodded. Zhao Zhengyang looked at the time and said, Okay, I won't chat with Mr. Lu anymore. We can still collect data for a while. I'll go get busy first. You can do your own thing. Okay. Watching the two people disappear in the wind and snow again, Lucian turned his gaze to the snow again. Although the three men did not completely lose their ability to move, they did not dare to act rashly because they were being watched by Sherlay and Lucian. When he saw Lucian looking at him, there was an obvious hint of fear in his eyes. The middle-aged man quickly knelt on the ground. "Brother, please spare our lives. We just saw that this corpse was special and wanted to snatch his backpack. We really didn't mean to provoke you. Before he could finish his words, Lucian's heavy voice interrupted him, and he said 5 words lightly. "Sherlay, it's dealt with." And while he was speaking, the spear in his hand had already been drawn. Seeing that there was no chance of survival, the middle-aged man on the ground looked ferocious. He no longer hesitated and began his final counterattack. "Damn, are you really going to force us to death? If that's the case, then you can die too." As he said this, he was about to get up from the ground. Lucian was quick-witted and quick-handed, and used his talent again to form a lump of ice on the ground, which directly wrapped around the middle-aged man's feet, making him unable to move for a short period of time. Sherlay followed closely and hit the opponent's forehead with a stone, causing blood to flow from his head and his entire forehead to sink in. A heart-wrenching scream broke out and instantly dissipated in the wind and snow. Lucian gritted his teeth and thrust out the spear in his hand without hesitation. As the iron spear pierced into the flesh, a life was ended. Lucian could clearly feel that his heart was beating very fast, as if it was about to jump out. The blood in his body was flowing rapidly and his stomach felt churning. It was his first time killing someone, so he still felt a little uncomfortable, but with his strong willpower, he forced down all the nausea. As for the other two, he dealt with them without hesitation. He was not interested in waiting for them to reform, so it would be more appropriate to deal with them directly. The 3 bloody corpses were covered by the cold wind and snow, buried under the vast snow, and soon disappeared. Looking at this scene, Lucian couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Perhaps there are countless such corpses hidden in this vast snow, and killings like this are likely to occur frequently. Chapter 65: The Importance of White Sugar. The meeting between survivors does not mean that the difficulty of survival has been reduced, nor does it mean that they can help each other. In more cases, due to the greed in the hearts of human survivors, more conflicts and contradictions broke out, and many bloody murders occurred. At this moment, an idea suddenly came to him. Perhaps it would be a good idea to build a gathering place with laws, order, and morality. Lucian sighed, put away his thoughts, took out the electronic alarm clock, and checked the current time. There were about 60 minutes left before the exploration time ended, and 40 minutes were reserved for return, which meant they still had 20 minutes to explore. Lucian looked at Sherlay, then glanced at Shuya beside him, and said, "Continue to collect supplies." The 2 men didn't say much. They turned around and went back to different buildings to continue looting supplies. He took the backpack from Lucian, took out the mutated willow branches from it, and then put the backpack on Lucian's back again, wanting to use the last 20 minutes to collect another batch of mutated willow branches. This time, he did not plan to get too close to the artificial lake, but to conduct simple excavation at a distance from the artificial lake to collect a small amount of mutated willow branches. It was still Lucian who acted the move, carrying an iron pickaxe and working tirelessly into the depths of Jingning Town again. They stopped 100 m away from the artificial lake and started digging in the snow underground. Lucian couldn't see the specific situation clearly, but he didn't worry too much. Instead, he returned to the building and began to look for resources there. It has to be said that the items stored in Jingning Town are definitely much more than those in Deteriorating Town. Even the items in some buildings have never been looted at all. Especially the buildings near the interior, although they look a little old, and because the houses are damaged, a lot of snow and wind drift in. But there are still many daily necessities and resources that can be used. Lucian was not picky about anything. He packed up everything, including food, condiments, warm clothes, pots and pans. But he actually looks down on some more common items, such as some spring and summer clothes, which are not very warm and therefore not practical. Moreover, in the ruins of the train, he found dozens of suitcases full of clothes, so he had no shortage of these things. What he cares more about are food and other necessities of life, preferably food that has a long storage time and contains high energy. He also found some snacks, but many of them were expired and severely rotten and could not be eaten. But at the same time, he also found some very precious food. For example, in a certain cupboard, 8 bags of salt, 4 kilograms of white sugar, and 6 bottles of honey were found. These are foods with extremely long shelf lives and very high energy content. They are hard currency in the doomsday. The calories that a pound of white sugar can provide are far beyond your imagination. Generally speaking, a person can only survive for 3 days at most without food or water. But if you drink water, you can live for 7 to 10 days. But if you add white sugar to the water, you can live for at least 20 days. This is the effect of white sugar. 100 g of white sugar is equivalent to 2 large bowls of rice and can provide 400 calories. If mixed with other foods, it can not only increase the flavor but also greatly increase satiety. As for honey, needless to say, it has a higher sugar content and a much longer shelf life than white sugar and salt. These gains are worth all other gains. Sherlay was very depressed. He searched several buildings, and although he found some food, he did not find a large amount of high-quality food such as sugar. His luck was indeed bad. What made him even more angry was that he found a whole jar of rice and a whole jar of flour. He originally thought that he could harvest a large amount of food. After a closer look, I found that the rice was full of dead insects and had been completely eaten. The flour was in a similar situation and was completely unusable. A batch of corn was also found in a warehouse, but it was also full of holes caused by insects and had no practical value at all. These situations also made Lucian deeply understand that after so many years, many of the supplies in the town ruins can no longer be used. Relying on the ruins of towns to search for supplies is not a particularly reliable thing, and sooner or later they will be looted clean, and then food will still be in short supply. In order to survive in the long term, the agricultural industry must develop and find items that can be used today from the natural world in the doomsday environment. For example, hunting wild animals and collecting edible plants are the only ways to survive for a long time. After searching for a while, seeing that the exploration time was approaching 40 minutes, Lucian stopped what he was doing and began to prepare to return. After saying goodbye to Shueya, Lucian took Lucian and Sherlay back towards the shelter. Back in the ruined train carriage, the weather outside had turned dark and pitch black like night, and the howling cold wind was frightening. It wasn't until the fireplace in the carriage was lit that the sense of security increased a little. Sherlay did not return to his carriage directly, but came to Lucian first. The two of them needed to check the harvest and distribute it. The harvest this time was quite rich. It can be roughly divided into food, condiments, daily necessities, and mutant willow branches. There was a lot of food. In addition to the sugar, salt, and honey collected by Lucian, Sherlay also found a batch of corn that had not been eaten by insects, weighing about 30 kilograms. In addition, there were 2 tea cakes, which were very thick and heavy. The tea cakes have been dried and have a low water content, so they are suitable for long-term storage without any rotting, and they also have a fragrance. However, neither of them was well versed in the tea ceremony, and they couldn't tell what kind of tea seeds these were that had such a fragrant smell. Tea is a luxury item similar to coffee, alcohol, and cigarettes. It can be used to relieve fatigue, increase comfort, and improve the quality of life for both parties. Moreover, when they can be sold later, some survivors with good living conditions and pursuit of quality of life will most likely buy them. In addition, there was another major gain that made the two of them quite excited. That was Sherlay finding 5 or 6 bundles of vermicelli, which were very heavy, almost 10 kilograms. Originally, the shelf life of vermicelli is not very long, but under the condition of being dry and not damp, and kept at a low temperature below 0 degrees for a long time, this batch of French fries did not rot or be eaten by insects, and can still be eaten. Chapter 66: Firewood and Ice Bricks. This is food that can be eaten for a long time. It is of great significance to the future survival of the two people. It is definitely one of the biggest gains of this time. In terms of seasonings, I didn't bring back too many, mainly salt and MSG, which can be used for daily seasoning. The quantity is not much, but it is enough. In terms of daily necessities, I mainly brought back a few iron bowls and an iron pot, which are used for cooking food. In the end, there was only the mutated willow branch, which was the most important and special harvest of this time. Lucian took a rough look and found that the quality was not light. The first batch of willow branches that were picked directly weighed about 6 or 7 pounds. They looked heavy and were very juicy. Afterwards, the number of mutant willow branches that Lucian dug out from the snow was relatively small, weighing only about 1 kilogram, because time was tight. Moreover, because it has been buried underground for a long time, it is covered with ice chips and is slightly dry, so the quality is not particularly good. Lucian couldn't help but sigh. It is true that wealth and honor are achieved through risk. It only took a few minutes to pick the mutant willow branches from the tree, and not only were there a large number of them, but they were also of very high quality. However, there are indeed dangers to be faced in artificial lakes. However, even if digging on the ground takes a long time, only a small amount of mutant willow branches can be dug out, and the quality is relatively low. You have to make your own choice between the two, and I can only say that there are pros and cons. After evenly distributing all the harvest, except for the mutant willow branches, Sherlay returned to his carriage. However, before leaving, Sherlay also raised a question about the shelter. The shortcomings of train carriage shelters have gradually begun to emerge, and the biggest problem is keeping warm. Lucian himself didn't feel very cold because he had a fireplace to keep warm, and he could stuff his feet into the snowcat's belly at night, so he wasn't particularly cold. However, Sherlay didn't have a fireplace, so he could only light a fire. But if you want to light a fire in the carriage, you have to consider one issue, which is the need to disperse the smoke. Therefore, he needed to break a small amount of glass for smoke exhaust, which resulted in a very low temperature in the car and a poor heating effect. More importantly, the existence of a bonfire can easily cause a fire. It would be fine if it lasts for a short period of time, but if it continues for a long time, no one can guarantee safety. Therefore, although train shelters seem safe, they actually have many disadvantages and are not necessarily better than underground shelters. The train carriage is indeed a safe fortress with maximum defense, but there are some problems that still need to be improved. Lucian kept this matter in mind. If there was a chance, he could dig a new underground shelter under the ground around the train carriage. Especially now, with the mutant willow branches, many things will actually be more convenient and have more possibilities. Just as he was thinking, the survival radio in his arms rang. It was a message from Bai Linen and Zhao Zhongyang's friend edition. Bai Linen, Mr. Liu, Officer Zhao wants to talk to you about building a gathering place. Lucian simply replied with an okay and accepted Zhao Zhongyang's friend request. Zhao Zhongyang was also a straightforward person. He didn't exchange too many pleasantries and asked directly, "Hello, Mr. Liu. I plan to meet you again tomorrow, still in the canyon where we agreed to meet today. Bring the mutant willow branch over. Then we will discuss the construction of the gathering place together, mainly the site selection and the size of the shelter. I need to follow everyone's opinions." Lucian nodded in agreement. No problem, as long as I have enough time outside, I should be able to go over. In fact, he could keep all these mutant willow branches and build his own private shelter. However, after careful consideration, he felt that the existence of the gathering place was necessary and it was entirely possible to invest in it. If he can become the initial shareholder of this gathering place, he will also be able to gain a lot of benefits when the gathering place develops. As for private sanctuaries, there is no need to worry too much about this. The mutant willow branches can continue to be collected and reconstruction can be carried out after a while. Anyway, living in a train carriage now is pretty good for the short term. On the contrary, the construction of a gathering place may really need to be put on the agenda. If we wait until most of the survivors are dead, then the gathering place will no longer be of any use. By the way, how many mutant willow branches have you obtained? If the quantity is not enough, you may have to go in again tomorrow. Zhao Zhongyang said immediately. Lucian thought for a while and said, about 5 kilograms. If we build a small shelter, the amount should be about the same. He didn't plan to take all the mutated willow branches with him, as that would attract attention, so he left some behind. So many? Zhao Zhongyang asked in surprise. But after thinking about it, he immediately understood. That's right, you can directly pick the willow branches from the mutant willow tree, which is indeed much faster, but this method is too dangerous. You must try to avoid it next time. Hearing this, Lucian's face darkened. You asked me to avoid it? If you had told me earlier, would I have avoided it? He was too lazy to reply and simply put the survival radio aside. The matter of the survivors' gathering place will be considered tomorrow. Now he needs to solve his dinner and start today's work. The dinner was not too sumptuous, still consisting of the same hard-to-swallow corn tortillas with a small amount of pickles and salted radishes mixed with hot water. This kind of food combination is mainly for the purpose of feeling full. Given his current living conditions, he can only focus on eating enough and cannot demand to eat too well. Of course, he would occasionally have a packet of instant noodles, along with some snacks, to add some fat and water to his stomach. After dinner, it's back to daily work. Recently, his work has been very busy, mainly focusing on the development of the planting industry, the manufacture of ice bricks, and the cutting and storage of wood. The problem of ice brick manufacturing is mainly for the expansion and reinforcement of the shelter, which takes a long time and cannot be completed overnight. In order to facilitate future construction and reinforcement, he would use templates to make ice blocks of the same size in the ice brick fortress in advance, and then pile them together. When they were needed, he would push them out for construction. In his opinion, it would never be too much to produce building materials like ice bricks. It would be best to cover all the carriages with ice brick fortresses, and then connect several ice brick fortresses together. In this way, the size of the shelter is greatly increased. Firewood. This is also a long-term problem. The amount of firewood consumed every day is a huge number, and firewood is also a necessary material in the blizzard doomsday. Once the firewood supply is out, life cannot continue at all. Chapter 67 Capturing the Prey. For such daily necessities, it is also necessary to prepare as much as possible. After all, it is impossible to go out to collect wood every day, and he has other things to do. Ice bricks and wood are both daily accumulation issues. You just need to spend time preparing them. There are no requirements on the quantity or difficulty. However, the planting industry is not optimistic. This is a brand new challenge, and it has high requirements in all aspects and requires more energy. First of all, Lu Xun must ensure that the suitcase containing the corn is always within the range of the core of the independent shelter to prevent radiation from affecting the growth of the corn. Secondly, water the plants at a fixed time every day and apply some organic fertilizer to make the soil more nutritious. Finally, he also needs to think about more issues and make more preparations for the future development of the planting industry. If corn cannot be grown successfully, he still cannot give up farming, but needs to find other crops to grow. Because it is still a problem after all, whether it is in the ruins of a town or the ruins of a train, the food left over from the previous civilization cannot last a lifetime. If you want to survive in the doomsday, you must find a new way out, but at the moment, Lu Xun has not found where this way is. Lu Xun completed these tasks step by step, and at the same time settled Lu Shi, allowing him to go back into the refrigerator and slowly improve his strength. After today's experience, Lu Xun felt more and more that the land corpse was of great value. In this doomsday world where zombies were rampant, having a land corpse that was also a zombie could be of great use in many situations. Therefore, the plan to enhance Lu Shi's strength needs to continue to be implemented. Using the remaining innate energy, Lu Xun once again drew the energy from the 2 radiation cores into Lu Shi's mind, helping him to quickly absorb the radiation and improve his strength in a more efficient way. However, compared to yesterday, the changes after absorbing the radiation core today were obviously much weaker. After all, it was a level 1 corpse yesterday. By absorbing the radiation core of the same level, its strength would naturally increase faster. Now that it has been upgraded to level 2, the effect of the level 1 radiation core will naturally be reduced a lot, but I believe that as long as it accumulates over the years, there will still be some results. When he finished these things, stretched, and was about to return to the shelter of the carriage, he suddenly saw the snow cat, with its furry body, staggering out of the carriage. Lu Xun looked at it with some surprise. This guy has become more and more lazier since he started living with him. Except for going out with them when they were chopping wood, they usually stayed in the shelter and kept warm by the fireplace. Lu Xun had the urge to kill it several times. If he chopped it up for meat and made clothes with its fur, it would be a rare and valuable resource. But looking at its innocent eyes and the fact that it would cover its feet every night, I finally couldn't bear to do it. However, today was a strange day. It actually came out for a stroll by itself. But this is not the end. The snow cat happily walked to the corner of the ice fortress and started digging in the snow, soon digging out a hole. When Lu Xun saw this, he was still a little confused, but after a few seconds, his eyes widened when he saw the objects in the snow. This is an animal corpse. Under the sharp claws of the snow cat, the hard ice layer was peeled off, revealing 2 not-so-small corpses, a rabbit and a bird as yellow as a dead leaf. Lu Xun's eyes widened. He didn't believe that these 2 bodies appeared here for no reason. Moreover, it was possible to see at a glance that there were some bloodstains on the snow, and the wounds on the corpse were very fresh, indicating that the hunt had probably taken place not long ago. Lu Xun looked at the snow cat in shock and couldn't help asking, "Did you hunt this?" The snow cat sat motionless, scratching its head with its hind legs, its whiskers full of pride, staring at Lu Xun blankly. Lu Xun smiled helplessly. Through his understanding of cat behavior over the past few days, he realized that this little guy wanted to eat meat. Because on weekdays, the snow cat often stares at the canned beef with this action and this look, but how could Lu Xun possibly give it such a strategic resource? Now it seems that this guy went out hunting on his own. But it is not surprising. The snow cat weighs about 40 kilograms, which is already considered a large cat. In the wild, it is definitely a good hunter. Moreover, before living in the shelter, the snow cat survived alone in the wild. To have grown to this size, its survival and hunting abilities must be very strong. Lu Xun rubbed the snow cat's head excitedly and dug out the 2 corpses from the snow. I weighed them in my hand and found that they were quite heavy, especially the rabbit, which weighed almost 5 or 6 kilograms. The average weight of a dead leaf bird is only about half a pound, and it should be lighter after removing its fur. Even so, he was already very satisfied. In this doomsday world with snow falling all over the sky, even basic living resources could not be obtained, let alone eating meat. For any survivor, meat is a rare and precious food ingredient. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xun brought the 2 bodies back to the train carriage and took out the other leaf bird from the refrigerator as well. This was the first leaf bird that Snow Cat caught during the last woodcutting, but he had never been willing to eat it. Seeing that Lu Xun had taken out all the ingredients, Xue Mao's eyes lit up. He jumped back into the carriage and even stood up and hugged Lu Xun's legs. This was the first time Lu Xun saw the Snow Cat look so excited. Obviously, eating corn tortillas every day these days has made the Snow Cat tired of it, and it is in urgent need of oil and water. Lu Shun placed all 3 frozen corpses next to the fireplace and used the temperature from the fireplace to thaw them, making it easier to pluck the hair and drain the blood. First, we deal with the rabbit. It is a medium-sized snow rabbit with grayish-white fur. It should be difficult to be found walking in the snow. I don't know how the blood cat caught it. It can also be clearly seen that this snow rabbit is very fat, with a bulging belly, and it is obvious that it eats well on weekdays. Lu Shun planned to peel off the fur completely and make some warm items, which should be of higher quality than the clothes for spring, summer, and autumn. Only the highest quality clothes made by humans will be effective in Blizzard Doomsday. In this Doomsday world, naturally grown warm items are actually much better than ordinary clothing, such as velvet grass. Using sophisticated techniques, Lu Shun almost completely stripped off the snow rabbit's thick fur. Next, cut the whole snow rabbit into pieces and remove as many large pieces of meat as possible. It took Lu Shun about 50 minutes to split a whole snow rabbit into 5 parts. Chapter 68 Broth. They are flesh, bones, rabbit heads, internal organs, and fur. These are all usable resources and are quite valuable. There was a lot of flesh and blood, including fat and fatty ones, which were the most important meat resources. Lu Shun didn't plan to eat them today, so he threw them all into the refrigerator and froze them. In today's living environment, we still need to have the awareness of stockpiling goods in order to survive for a long time. The same goes for internal organs, which can replenish some trace elements and are also very important resources. They are also stored in the refrigerator. After some thought, Lu Shun decided to keep the bones and rabbit head and stew them as food. The other 2 leaf birds are relatively smaller in size, and the resources that can be obtained from them are also less. The first is that the fur is gone. After plucking the feathers, they have to be thrown away and cannot be reused. The remaining meat and bones were very small and difficult to disassemble. After everything was processed, there was only about 70 or 80 grams of meat and bones. But looking at the bright red flesh and blood, Lu Shun was still very excited. He took out a pot he had collected, scrubbed it clean, poured in clean water, and placed it on the fireplace to heat it. After the water boils, chop up the bones and head of the snow rabbit, as well as the flesh and bones of the dead leaf bird, and throw them in. What follows is a long period of boiling and waiting. The gurgling hot steam rose up, and the whole carriage was filled with the rich aroma of meat. Even the snow cat became excited. In order to make the taste better, Lu Shun also added salt and MSG. Just simple seasoning will greatly improve the flavor. After boiling for several hours, the soup becomes snow white and has a layer of fat floating on it. The rich aroma whets your appetite. Although I had just eaten dinner, I couldn't help but drool when I saw this pot of soup. In fact, why do we need to cook a pot of broth after dinner? In addition to rewarding the snow cat, Lu Shun also has other ideas. The purpose of drinking broth is not to fill you up, but to increase the oil and water in the human body and store fat, which can help the body recover to a better state. It is more about supplementing nutrition than eating, absorbing some lacking trace elements, and ensuring the health of the body. Lu Shun was not polite to the snow cat, the important contributor to capturing meat. He directly took out the meat of the 2 dead leaf birds, scooped a large bowl of broth, and put it in its exclusive wooden bowl. The hot broth, combined with tender beef and tender bones, filled a large bowl, and Snow Cat started eating. As for Lu Shun himself, he mainly ate the leftover rabbit heads and drank some broth. But halfway through, he suddenly remembered that Sherlay was still cold and hungry next door, so he packed another bowl for Sherlay and sent it over. When Sherlay saw the greasy broth, tears welled up in his eyes, and he wanted to pick it up without hesitation. Unfortunately, the broth was frozen and turned into an ice lump just a few seconds after it was brought outside. Sherlay could only go back to the shelter and reheat the food before eating. Lu Shun also tried to feed Lu Shur some broth, but it seemed like it was not interested, so he had to give up. The 2 people and the cat shared almost the entire pot of broth. Although they did not feel particularly full, their bodies felt warm and their depressed moods also improved a little. When I poked the rotten corpses at night, I felt a lot more powerful and it was really exciting. And I can obviously feel that the quality of sleep at night has improved a lot, and I can fall asleep in a short time, which is also a good phenomenon. When I woke up the next morning and had regained my strength, the faint light from the fireplace flickered, illuminating the dark carriage. The snow cat was sleeping at his feet, and its thick fur wrapped around Lu Shun's feet. He could clearly feel that the temperature of his feet was at least 30 degrees, which was very comfortable. At this time, Lu Shun also deeply felt that saving this snow cat was not in vain. Able to capture prey and provide a scarce resource in life, meat. It can also provide emotional value and help cover feet, which makes it a perfect doomsday pet. After resting for a while, Lu Xun climbed out of bed, dealt with the zombies outside the ice brick fortress, and then brought the radiation core back to avoid being completely covered by the snow. There were a total of 12 today, all still level 1, and the number was about the same as usual, and they were all thrown into the refrigerator where Lu Xun was. Looking at the refrigerator full of radiation cores, Lu Xun suddenly had an idea. Is it possible to draw the radiation from a level 1 radiation core into another level 1 radiation core, making the radiation inside more concentrated and thus achieving a higher quality? Just by thinking about it for a while, he felt that there was great potential. If the radiation core is pulled directly into the mind of Lu Xun, it is relatively difficult, because in addition to requiring Lu Xun to pull it, Lu Xun also needs to actively absorb it. However, if the radiation energy is pulled into another radiation core, it is just a change of position. The energy consumed should be less, and the process should be easier. Thinking of this, Lu Xun began to try. Take out 2 radiation cores, use the condensation talent to pull them, drive the radiation energy to migrate, and then compress it into another radiation core. This process went much smoother than I imagined. The radiation energies in different radiation cores did not repel each other, but instead merged together very quickly. It can be clearly felt that the energy in this radiation core seems to have become more concentrated, and the quality has also slightly improved. Lu Xun tried again, and drew the energy from the 3rd radiation core into this radiation core as well. This time, the difficulty has been slightly increased. It seems that the space in the radiation core has been filled with the energy of the first 2 radiation cores, and it takes more effort to squeeze it in again. If we say that the first one is pure traction, filling the unfilled space, the second one is to compress the density and store more radiation energy in the same space. After accommodating the energy of 3 radiation cores, there have been obvious changes. The entire stone has become darker and looks closer and closer to a level 2 radiation core. Lu Xun looked at this scene in surprise. Perhaps it was really possible to use this method of continuous compression to forcibly create a level 2 radiation core. If the higher quality energy in the secondary radiation core is drawn to the land corpse for absorption, can its strength be improved as quickly as before? The more Lu Xun thought about it, the more excited he became. His hands kept moving, constantly compressing and pulling. However, all this seems to have its limits. The energy of 4 radiation cores is squeezed into the same radiation core, which already contains the energy of 5 radiation cores, and the radiation concentration reaches a very high level. Chapter 69 Reunion. At this time, this radiation core is infinitely close to the secondary radiation core. Just one more opportunity, and you can successfully reach a higher level. Put this radiation core in the refrigerator, and the radiation energy released will be more concentrated than other radiation energies. After the corpse absorbed the energy, the rotten flesh on its body began to tremble slightly, as if it was madly absorbing the energy. This change also made Lu Xun certain that higher quality radiation energy could indeed bring greater improvements to the corpses. However, today is not suitable for making more attempts because he needs to go out in the afternoon and he needs to preserve some of his innate energy. 2 p.m. Lu Xun put on his clothes, took his equipment, and began to check today's weather. Weather. Temperature, -18.6 degrees Celsius. Climate, moderate snow, wind speed of level 9. Radiation, moderate. If you go out for more than 126 minutes today, radiation will invade your body. As night falls, the radiation level will continue to rise. Emergency reminder. There will be a strong snowstorm in about 2 to 3 days. The temperature will drop significantly, the snowfall will increase, the wind speed will reach above level 15, the radiation will also increase significantly, and the exploration time will be greatly reduced. Survivors, please be prepared. The weather today is still good, but the arrival of a strong snowstorm is getting closer, which makes Lu Xun feel a little nervous. But today's plan still needs to continue. After dressing himself, Lu Xun also took out the snow cat and helped him open a small door at the bottom of the ice wall to facilitate its daily entry and exit, so that it didn't have to dig holes every day. Although the snow cat was a little reluctant, it still staggered into the snow. It has to be said that as the indigenous inhabitants of this world, snow cats' ways of surviving and traveling in the snow are far more scientific and faster than those of humans. I saw it dive into the snow pile, then began to arch forward and disappeared in a flash. This method of traveling has many advantages. First of all, it is highly concealed, and its whereabouts are not easily discovered by other predators or prey. Secondly, its movement speed is also very fast. When the snow cat moves at full speed, its speed is at least 5 or 6 times that of Lu Xun. More importantly, Walking in the snow has a certain thermal insulation effect, and its thick hair can keep the body at a constant temperature and reduce unnecessary energy consumption. It can be said that this is a very scientific and efficient method of action, but it is a pity that humans cannot learn it. Seeing the snow cat walking away, Lu Xun also gathered with Sherlay and started to head towards Jingning Town. Lu Shi still followed behind, serving as Lu Xun's greatest guarantee of strength. Today's plan is actually very simple. It mainly involves discussing the location and size of the gathering place. If you have extra time, you can continue to explore Jingning Town and collect some useful supplies, or continue to collect mutant willow branches. The two of them took the same journey and soon arrived at the valley where they had gathered yesterday. From a distance, they saw two people standing at the bottom of the valley waiting. They were Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linen. The two of them should be closer to Jingning Town, so they can arrive faster. Mr. Lu, it seems you are the most punctual. Zhao Zhongyang greeted with a smile. Lu Xun also smiled slightly and said, for something as important as establishing a gathering place, we must come quickly. Your Excellency is thoughtful. A smile appeared on Zhao Zhongyang's face, and he looked at Lu Xun with satisfaction. Lu Xun didn't care and asked, how many people came today? No more than 5 people. Lu Xun frowned. Are there only so few people? There weren't many people who entered the town center yesterday to collect the mutant willow branches, but it should be enough. Zhao Zhongyang's expression didn't change much, and he still spoke calmly. Perhaps in his plan, only a few people were needed to collect enough mutant willow branches. The key is to inform more survivors about the gathering place, let them participate, spread the word, and bring more survivors here. Moreover, the construction of a gathering place is not suitable for having too many leaders. After waiting for a few more minutes, someone finally approached. However, the person who came was not one of the 10 people yesterday, but a completely unfamiliar face. He is about 1.75 meters tall and completely wrapped up, leaving only his 2 eyes exposed, but one can probably tell that he is a young man. Hello, Officer Zhao. A clear voice sounded, and the visitor greeted him and nodded to Lu Xun. Zhao Zhongyang smiled and said, we should have met yesterday. You were about 50 meters away from me, digging out mutant willow branches in the snow. But I remember. You should have 2 companions, right? The visitor nodded and smiled. Yes, they have other work to do today, so they arranged for me to meet them. Lu Xun's eyes moved, and he looked at the man deeply. It is not difficult to see that they have formed a small gathering place, with perhaps 3 to 5 people, and they already have the ability to survive in this doomsday. Moreover, the internal division of labor is clear, and the overall strength should be strong. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder why the other single survivors were unable to arrive in time today. Even if they collected the mutant willow branches yesterday, they probably wouldn't be able to go out for 2 consecutive days. After all, they still need to work hard to survive. Most survivors have 2 essential supplies for survival: food and wood. Moreover, there are many people who probably do not have iron axes and can only use more primitive and inconvenient methods to cut wood, which will greatly reduce their cutting speed. So, many people went out exploring yesterday and needed to chop wood at home today, so they naturally didn't have time to come. It is indeed difficult for a group of people who are hovering on the brink of life and death and food and clothing to have much free time. There is even a large number of people who probably haven't even upgraded their shelters, nor do they have independent shelter cores, and their lives are still going through the most difficult times. Today, those who can participate in the construction of gathering places are most likely to be extremely strong and have basic survival abilities. Through a brief conversation, Lu Xun also learned that the young man was named Zhang Shua, 29 years old, and had also awakened his talent, making him one of the stronger survivors. He is also cheerful and straightforward, and the two of them added a communication method to facilitate future exchanges and transactions. After a few minutes, 2 more groups of people arrived. One of them was a lone survivor and one of the 10 people who gathered in the valley yesterday. This person looked short and had a hoarse and old voice. He was most likely a middle-aged or elderly person, not young at all. His name was Wang Haishan. Lu Xun was still somewhat surprised that this person could come. Chapter 70, Gathering Place Founder. He survived alone, successfully collected mutant willow branches yesterday, and had time to come and get together again today. All these conditions added together show that this person should be quite powerful. The other group of people are coming in pairs. Both of them are male survivors, about 30 years old. They should also work together to survive. The 2 men also introduced themselves. The leader was older and his name was Hu Linyu. The other one was younger and his name was Qin Lu. It seems that we are the only ones left, Zhao Zhongyang said with a smile. There were a total of 5 groups of people present, and only Zhao Zhongyang, Lu Xun, and Wang Haishan were among the 10 people who gathered yesterday. The other two groups of people were small gatherings formed spontaneously. After hearing the news from other places, they came to Jingning Town to collect mutant willow branches. The few of them didn't exchange too many pleasantries. Zhao Zhongyang spoke directly. The purpose of calling you all here this time is to gather the mutant willow branches together and then build a gathering place. What do you think? Since we are here, we will naturally do as you wish, Zhao Jingwang. Zhang Shuo said with a smile. The elderly man, Wang Haishan, also grinned and said in an old voice, yes, building a gathering place is a good thing. If it can really be done, we will naturally support it. Seeing this, Zhao Zhongyang's nervous expression relaxed a bit, and he said, thank you all for your support. There are several main aspects that I need to discuss with you. But it's okay. The first point is about the mutated willow branches in everyone's hands. How big a gathering place can be created depends on the number of mutated willow branches. Zhao Zhongyang looked at everyone, then took out a cloth first. Among them, there were quite a few willow branches dug from the ground. I have about 3.5 pounds here. How about you? Lu Xun was a little surprised. Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linen dug out 3.5 kilograms of mutant willow branches from the snow. This was a lot, which showed that they were quite experienced. Wang Haishan followed closely behind and took out a handful of mutant willow branches from the bamboo basket behind him. He said, I don't have much, just a little over a pound. I saw something was not normal in the artificial lake, so I didn't dare to get too close. Everyone nodded slightly. Those who were able to successfully collect the mutant willow branches and stand here to discuss had more or less noticed the abnormality in the artificial lake. Moreover, while surviving in the doomsday, everyone has long developed the habit of careful observation and is very sensitive to this hidden threat. Luckily I asked Officer Zhao in advance how to collect mutant willow branches. Zhang Shuo said with a smile, and took out a handful of mutant willow branches, which looked like they had been frozen in the snow. Here, I have less than 3 pounds. Afterwards, Hulin Yu also took out a package, but there were not many mutant willow branches in it, only a little over 1 kilogram. Obviously, although there were 2 of them, they did not put all their energy into collecting mutant willow branches. They probably also spent a large part of their time searching for other supplies. Finally, everyone turned their eyes to Lu Xun and Sherlay. Lu Xun didn't say much. He took out a large bag of mutant willow branches from his backpack, handed it to Zhao Zhongyang, and said, here are about 5 kilograms. Everyone's eyes changed, and they looked at Lu Xun and the other man with a hint of surprise and fear in their eyes. Although the number of mutated willow branches does not represent anything, it at least shows to a certain extent that the labor force and ability behind Lu Xun are of top quality. In the doomsday of material scarcity, the ability to collect supplies also represents a person's value to a certain extent. Moreover, Sherlay is nearly 2 meters tall and has a body as big as a mountain. He looks intimidating and is obviously a man of considerable strength. Mr. Lu, your methods are truly extraordinary. Zhao Zhongyang couldn't help but admire. Lu Xun smiled faintly. I was just lucky. I was almost discovered by the things in the artificial lake. Indeed, the things in the artificial lake are indeed quite dangerous. Otherwise, collecting the mutated willow branches should be a very easy task. The elderly man Wang Haishan said in a deep voice. Hulin Yu also looked at Zhao Zhongyang and said, tell me the truth, Officer Zhao, do you know what's inside? Zhao Zhongyang thought about it for a while, shook his head, and said, I'm not sure. I only saw the outline, but I don't know what kind of creature it is. But just from the exposed outline, this thing is not small. Everyone nodded slightly. They all had noticed something to some extent and were keenly aware of the danger. Due to time constraints, everyone did not chat for long at the artificial lake, and Zhao Zhongyang began to discuss other issues. Second, we need to discuss the location and size of the gathering place. Zhao Zhongyang counted the number of mutant willow branches and continued. Now there are a total of 13.5 kilograms of mutant willow branches. Build a gathering place with a height of 3 meters. Make sure all 6 sides are coated with juice. That's about it. Lu Xun silently calculated in his mind and said, if 1 kilogram can cover 20 square meters, 13.5 kilograms can cover about 500 square meters. This calculation method is not just 13.5 by 20, but requires some additional calculations. Zhao Zhongyang heard this and added 500 square meters to the calculation. He found that the difference was not big, so he nodded and said, Mr. Lu is right. According to our current mutant willow branches, we can build a gathering place of about 500 square meters. What do you think? Hearing this, Wang Haishan frowned slightly and said in a hoarse voice, if we want to build a medium to large gathering place, will 500 square meters be too small? That's right. Hulin Yu also said, the public area should be at least 1/3. The managers need to occupy a part of the area. Finally, add in the private residences. I'm afraid it's not enough, right? Zhao Zhongyang had obviously anticipated this. It was unreasonable to want to create a large gathering place based solely on the mutant willow trees collected in one day. Since everyone is not satisfied with the area, do you have any good suggestions? Let's collect another batch of mutant willow branches and then plan to build a gathering place. Zhao Zhongyang asked. Although he was the leader of this matter, Zhao Zhongyang did not have the final say, but gave everyone the opportunity to participate in the discussion. Lucian listened to the discussion of the crowd, his eyes slightly downcast, and then he said, "Everyone, a gathering of 500 square meters is actually not impossible." "Oh, Mr. Liu, what do you think?" Zhao Zhongyang asked. Lucian thought for a while, sorted out his words, and said, "If we are building an underground gathering place, then blindly expanding the area is not the best option." Chapter 71 City Map. Because this requires taking into account the topography and the complex topography underground, and if the area is too large, it is likely to cause partial collapse, and living in it will be very dangerous. So to a certain extent, a gathering area of about 500 square meters is exactly the most suitable and safest area. The elderly man Wang Haishan suddenly interrupted and reminded him, "My friend, what you said does make sense, but what development potential does a gathering place of only 500 square meters have in the future? In my opinion, it should be at least 1,000 square meters." Lucian shook his head. "If you feel that the area is not enough, you can expand it further in the future. Moreover, compared to expanding the area on the same floor, it is better to increase the number of floors of the gathering place. The gathering area on the first floor is 500 square meters, and the two floors are 1,000 square meters. This will also greatly save the consumption of mutant willow branches." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. They only think about expanding the area on the same floor, but forget that they can increase the number of floors in the gathering place, which is also a way to increase the area. Moreover, this method has more advantages. After all, how big can it be expanded in terms of floor plan? 1,000? 2,000? Once the stall is spread too wide, the risk of collapse will be higher and the requirements for the terrain environment will be higher. However, although increasing the number of floors in the gathering place will also cause some troubles, the troubles will be obviously less. After hearing this, Wang Haishan didn't say anything more. Zhao Zhongyang said at the right time, "In this case, how about we follow Mr. Liu's suggestion and build a gathering place of 500 square meters? No problem. Can. The gathering place should be built sooner rather than later, so let's just say 500 square meters. Then, what are your ideas for the location of the gathering place?" Hu Lingyu said, this question. "Officer Zhao, you have already started planning the construction of the gathering place, so I guess you already have an idea in mind." Zhao Zhongyang grinned and said, "I do have some ideas. In order to facilitate future expansion and exploration of resources, I think the area around Jingning Town is a good choice." Lucian nodded slightly. The gathering place was not built in one go. If he wanted to continue to expand the area in the future, he would still need to mutate the willow branches. Moreover, Jingning Town is the largest town ruin in the surrounding area, and there are still many buildings that have not been explored, which can be the object of exploration in the future. However, Zhao Zhongyang obviously had a bigger reason for choosing this area. Bai Lin, who was standing by, took out a map and said, "Everyone, Officer Zhao and I have discussed this. Based on the surrounding conditions, Jingning Town is indeed the best choice." "Oh, tell me why." Bai Lin spread out the map. It was a very old map with obvious creases. The entire spread out area was very large and was rustling in the wind. In order to prevent the map from being blown away, the few people had to hurry on their way. They first found a house outside Jingning Town and went in to discuss the matter. After spreading the map on the ground, Lucian also looked over in surprise. In fact, he also tried to draw a map of the surrounding area based on the information obtained from the survival radio, but unfortunately he was unsuccessful. He only knew the relative positions between Teeling Town and Jingning Town. As for the ruins of other towns, he knew almost nothing about them and had only heard of their names. So, I was quite surprised to see the complete map of the surrounding area. Bai Lin pointed at the map and said, "We are now in Jingning Town, which is considered a relatively large town in the surrounding area. However, this is just a small town after all. In fact, there is a large city ruin 8 kilometers to the west of us, and we are most likely in the suburbs." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and quickly leaned over, staring at the map on the ground with wide eyes, all with an expression of disbelief. Sure enough, the map clearly indicated that there was an icon of a city 8 kilometers west of Jingning Town. The dense transportation network and the rows of town buildings all demonstrated the prosperity of the place. Of course, this was once a prosperous place, but it is probably in ruins now. Lucian observed silently. The entire map was centered on the city. This should be a city route map. The city is not small in size, at least a second-tier city. On the east side of the city, there are a large number of towns densely scattered around, which should be the town ruins that everyone is exploring. The survivors in the surrounding area are most likely next to the ruins of these towns, because he had never heard of any survivor who had found the city, and all they were discussing were the ruins of small towns. As for the east of Jingning Town, there are forests and mountains in the distance. The terrain is rolling and covered with a large number of tree icons, which obviously belongs to the wild area. However, Lucian saw a railway that ran through this long mountain range. Apparently, a certain section of this railway is where the train fair area is today. If you walk along the railway, you will most likely find the ruins of the current train. From this perspective, the location of the train ruin shelter is quite good. It is not far from Jingning Town to the west, and deep into the mountains and forests to the east, so its development potential is very high. Although there may be dangers in the mountains and forests, they also represent huge resources. If we want to develop and survive for a long time in the future, we still need to rely on the support of these natural resources. Bai Linan and Zhao Zhengyang's ideas obviously coincided with his. Bai Linan looked at everyone and continued, from a long-term perspective, it will be difficult for Jingning Town to maintain the long-term development of the gathering place. If we want to further obtain survival resources, we mainly consider two aspects. First, we need to explore the city ruins that are larger in area and have more supplies. We should be able to obtain a large amount of survival resources, including food and other items. We are only about 8 kilometers away from the city. Although it is difficult to reach now, it may be possible in the future. Secondly, we also need to consider the mountains and forests to the east. After all, the city has been abandoned for so long, and we are not sure what is inside. And there is a high possibility that a large number of rotting corpses have gathered in the city. This is very dangerous for us, and it will be difficult even if we want to explore. So, we also need to focus on the mountains and forests in the east. There are plenty of wood, food mutated by radiation, and various wild animals. Although it is equally dangerous, it is also a way to survive. Chapter 72:20 Interest. The people present listened silently and nodded slightly. They were not stupid, so they could naturally understand these principles. The city is a road. The mountains and forests are also a road. Jingning Town is located in the middle of these two roads. It is a place that can be used for attack or defense. No matter which direction it develops in, it can choose freely in the future. If that's the case, the location of Jingning Town is indeed very good. Wang Haishan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Hu Linyu also agreed and said, and since everyone can come here, it should be not far from Jingning Town. If we use this place as the gathering place, it will be more convenient for everyone. Seeing that no one objected, Zhao Zhengyang also spoke up. Since everyone agrees, the position will be chosen. I plan to use this as the gathering place in an area about 800 meters northeast of Jingning Town. There is a relatively flat valley with not too many ups and downs. The location is relatively hidden. How about using this as the gathering place? After thinking for a moment, everyone nodded in agreement. Okay, then it's settled. Zhao Zhengyang smiled and said, there is one last thing we need to discuss, and this is probably what everyone cares about the most, which is the distribution of benefits. When they heard the words benefits distribution, everyone's eyes lit up. We have spent so much time and energy collecting mutant willow branches and discussing the construction of a gathering place. Our work is not in vain, nor is it for charity. If there is absolutely no benefit, who would be willing to do this? Zhao Zhengyang smiled and said, this is what I plan to do. The benefits are mainly divided into land and survival coins, and they will be distributed according to your contributions. What do you think? Several people looked at each other, and no one answered immediately. Hu Linyu said in a deep voice, can you tell me in detail? Land, of course, refers to the land in the gathering place. Based on the number of mutant willow branches you have contributed, each of you will be allocated a portion of land, which is equivalent to real estate. Zhao Zhengyang tried to use simple language to explain. I plan to divide the gathering area into two parts. One is the trading area, and the other is the residential area. As for which area of land you need, you can choose it by yourselves. I have arranged the specific area to be allocated like this. Every kilogram of mutant willow branches can be exchanged for 10 square meters of area. How do you think? Everyone looked at each other, thought about it for a while, and finally nodded. Everyone contributed a total of 13.5 kilograms of mutant willow branches, which is equivalent to allocating an area of 135 square meters. This is a considerable area for the entire gathering place. If they want more, then this gathering place will have no meaning to exist, and other survivors will have no space to survive. Among the crowd, the richest are Lucian and Sherlay. 5 kilograms of mutant willow branches are equivalent to an area of 50 square meters. Whether you live in it yourself or sell it to other survivors, it is a very good choice and can bring you a huge profit in the future. Seeing that no one had any objections, Zhao Zhengyang continued, as for the remaining area, it will be rented out or sold to other survivors. which will earn a relatively generous amount of survival coins. I plan to use 40 of this batch of survival coins for the daily operation of the settlement. I plan to use another 40 for the expansion and construction of the settlement. The remaining 20 will be distributed among us, the original builders. How do you think? After the words were spoken, there was silence for a few seconds, and then everyone frowned slightly. Wang Haishan, the oldest, spoke first. 40 of the operation of the gathering place is already a lot, but the expansion and construction of the gathering place will take up another 40. Isn't this inappropriate? Moreover, the uses of the two seem to overlap to some extent. Zhao Zhengyang shook his head and said, the operation of a gathering place depends more on internal operations and the establishment and management of a trading market. This requires a large amount of startup capital, and 40 is not much. As for expansion and construction, they will be used more to build up the defense force of the settlement, explore for resources, resist corpses and mutant creatures, and fight against other possible hostile forces. These are completely different aspects. One focuses on the inside and one focuses on the outside, which together account for 80. I think this is too little, and I do not recommend any changes. Regarding the distribution of this part of survival coins, Zhao Zhengyang was extremely tough and looked very serious, with no intention of backing down at all. This surprised everyone. Zhao Zhengyang's attitude had always been relatively gentle, and he would accept everyone's opinions. However, when it comes to the specific operation of the gathering place, he still shows an extremely tough side. The few of them discussed it again, but in the end they still couldn't convince Zhao Zhengyang, so they could only do things according to his ideas. But in the future, they will also find that Zhao Zhengyang's ideas are more far-sighted and more in line with the needs of the development of the gathering place. According to this ratio, Lucian will eventually get about 7 of the income, which is already a large proportion. If the gathering place can develop healthily and obtain a large amount of survival coins, his income will also increase. At the same time, this method of distribution is equivalent to the people present becoming shareholders of the gathering place. As long as the gathering place develops well enough, they will naturally gain more benefits. The interests of both parties are tied together, which is equivalent to tying them tightly together in the gathering place, so that they will prosper together and suffer together. Lucian couldn't help but sigh that Zhao Zhengyang's methods were indeed extraordinary. He successfully built the prototype of a gathering place just by talking and contacting a group of survivors. In this process, he did not pay a lot, but he easily tied a group of strong survivors to his ship and formed a community of interests. This kind of ability and means are not something that ordinary people can possess. However, whether the ship can set sail smoothly in the future still depends on the ability of Captain Zhao Zhengyang. When the conversation was about to end, Lucian suddenly frowned and asked, by the way, Officer Zhao, is there a most important link that we haven't discussed? Everyone paused, vaguely guessing something, and looked at Zhao Zhengyang. Zhao Zhengyang smiled calmly and said, is it about the excavation and construction of the gathering place? You don't have to worry about this. Just leave it to me. Are you alone? Lucian asked in surprise. Zhao Zhengyang waved his hand and said, I have a few survivors who will help me complete it, but I am the main person in charge. I think everyone has awakened their talents, and my talent is related to the soil. Chapter 73 Hu Linyu's Transaction. Hearing this, everyone showed a look of understanding and looked at Zhao Zhengyang in surprise. It seems that Officer Zhao has a lot of secrets. Talents related to soil must be more special and mysterious than talents related to physical fitness. But since Zhao Zhengyang didn't say anything, they didn't dare to ask more. Zhao Zhengyang said, in the next period of time, I will excavate and build a gathering place in the selected area. You can also come to help or supervise. We still believe in Officer Zhao's character. Okay, we'll come over if we have time. No problem. After discussing everything, everyone dispersed. In addition to the construction of the gathering place, survival is equally important. In the limited time, they either enter Jingning Town to explore or return to their own shelter to store food and wood. Everyone was very busy, so they only spent a short time discussing and then started to busy themselves with their own things. Lucian looked at the time and saw that only half of the time had passed, so he was no longer in a hurry and took Sherlay into Jingning Town to explore. The two people's work division was the same as yesterday. Sherlay was responsible for collecting supplies, while Lucian controlled Lu Shi and approached the artificial lake to collect mutant willow branches. Near the ruins of the train, he also plans to build an underground shelter. It can even be built at a distance from the train carriages. He understood very well the principle that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Although the quality of the train carriages was good, he still needed to be on guard and arrange several escape routes to avoid unexpected situations. Control the landed corpse and move towards the artificial lake. In the surrounding snow, they began to dig up the mutant willow branches scattered on the ground. Although the speed was slow, it was now safe. After observing for a while and making sure that Lu Shi was not dangerous, Lucian left the highest attic and went to other buildings to search for supplies. They still didn't dare to go deep into Jingning Town and just search the outskirts. But before long, he saw a figure not far away, approaching the building they were searching. Because there were other survivors nearby, Lucian did not cover up his footprints. The others probably knew that there were people here, but they still came closer. Lucian frowned slightly. Knowing that someone was approaching, he still approached? There are probably only two situations. First, the other party wanted to discuss something with him. Second, the other party wanted to cause trouble. As the other person approached, Lucian could see his face clearly. It was one of the people just now who leaned you. I have never seen this person's face, but from his voice I can tell that he is probably middle-aged. His tone is calm and steady, and he looks quite imposing. He is probably a leader in the small settlement where he is. However, there was another survivor beside him before, but now he was alone. Lucian's eyes moved slightly. If the other party really came to cause trouble, he would definitely not come alone. If that's the case, then this person must have something to discuss with him. Hello, Mr. Liu. Can we chat? Hu Linyu's tone remained steady, and he spoke in a calm and restrained manner. Okay. Lucian made a gesture of invitation, inviting the other party to enter the building. I wonder what brings you here? Lucian asked. Hu Linyu did not speak directly, but untied the cloth wrapped around his head and politely revealed his face. He looked like a middle-aged man around 35 years old. Then, he said, Mr. Liu, I want to make a deal with you, and I come here with sincerity. Transaction? Lucian was stunned. He didn't sell anything and never advertised anything. What transaction was he going to make? Hu Linyu nodded deeply and pointed at the tools on Lucian's waist. Seeing this, Lucian suddenly realized that the other party seemed to want to buy a batch of tools. But he was still a little curious and asked, Mr. Hu, why do you think I can sell tools? These things are extremely valuable in the apocalypse, and I also need to survive. He clearly remembered that he had never revealed that he was able to make these tools, so he couldn't help feeling a little strange. Hu Linyu grinned and said, Mr. Liu, you don't have to hide it from me. I used my little cleverness to vaguely guess some of the situation, so I dared to come to you to buy it. Tell me about it. First, your tools are too new. I have also come into contact with other survivors and found some tools in the ruins, but they are very old and almost rotten. Secondly, the material of your weapon seems to be of inferior quality. Normally, tools made of this kind of iron would not be used. After listening to this, Lucian couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. The other party's observations were so detailed that even he felt a little surprised. He noticed these 2 points himself and even tried to hide them. For example, if the axe was too new, he would wrap it in a cloth strip and take it out when he needed it. Unexpectedly, it was still discovered by the other party. It is enough to show that the person in front of him has extremely sharp observation skills and is definitely not an ordinary person. As for the material of the tool, it is made of iron sheet. The quality of the iron sheet is not very high, and Lucian's suppression of it is not strong enough, so the overall quality of the tool is relatively average. Only experienced people can understand this. Having said that, Lucian no longer concealed anything and said, to be honest with you, I do have the ability to make tools, but the price I paid is not small. I understand. Hu Linyu looked sincere and said, I understand the importance of tools, and I also know the difficulty of making them. As for the price, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Can you tell me more about this? After thinking for a while, Hu Linyu said, I need 2 axes and 2 pickaxes. You can pay survival coins to buy them. How about 30 each? 120 survival coins used to make 2 axes and 2 pickaxes. This deal is definitely profitable, and it can even be said that it is a lot of profit. But Lucian thought about it, shook his head, and said, I don't need survival coins. I want staple food, fruits and vegetables, or food that can be preserved for a long time. Hu Linyu frowned slightly when he heard this. Mr. Liu, isn't this request a bit too much? Food is in short supply. It is absolutely impossible for me to use food to buy tools. Even if I agree, the other survivors under my command will not agree. No room for negotiation? Hu Linyu said firmly, absolutely not. If you have any food, we are willing to buy it at a high price. Seeing the other party's determined gaze, Lucian could only smile bitterly. It seems that for everyone, food is the most urgent problem to be solved. Chapter 74 Preparations Before the Snowstorm. But the environment at the end of Blizzard is destined to cause food shortage. Hunger, severe cold, radiation, are the main themes here, and any survivor cannot avoid them. With a helpless sigh, he said, then I need the radiation core in the corpse's brain. How about 6 level 1 radiation cores for 1, or 1 level 2 radiation core for 1? Hu Linyu was slightly stunned and looked at Lucian with some surprise. They would rather radiate the core than generate coins, which can actually explain a lot of problems. At least it was confirmed that Lucian had no shortage of survival coins. And this kind of survivors must have developed well. I have some first-level radiation cores, but the number is not 24, only about 13. Can the rest be replenished with survival coins? Okay. Lucian nodded in agreement. No matter how he deals this deal, he will make a lot of money, so there is definitely no reason to refuse. What's more, he no longer cared about the piece of iron sheet that he obtained first. Even more, when I make tools myself in the future, I will most likely not use that piece of iron sheet as material, because the quality is relatively low and the hardness of the tools made is also limited. If he hadn't had time recently, he would have upgraded and made more sophisticated tools long ago. You know, he has another kind of material that is of higher quality, larger in quantity, and more suitable for making props. That's the steel from the train wreck. The iron sheets found in residential buildings are as soft as plastic and can only be used for daily household purposes. But the steel from the train wreckage, especially the part used for the support, was incredibly hard. Even when he used his natural ability to compress it, it was difficult to change its shape. This is truly the right material for making tools. It is very easy to make 4 ordinary tools with iron sheets, and you can also earn 200 survival coins for free. Such good things don't happen often. The two parties finished their conversation, added each other's contact information, and agreed to conduct the transaction the day after tomorrow. However, after Hu Lingyu left, Lucian suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a snowstorm in the near future. Moreover, it was a super severe snowstorm that the system had specifically warned about, a large-scale disaster whose power certainly should not be underestimated. The weather conditions in the next few days will certainly be very bad, and I am afraid it will be difficult to carry out the transaction normally on the day after tomorrow as agreed. Lucian shook his head and didn't pay too much attention to it. There were many uncertainties and transactions in a doomsday environment, and these were all acceptable. Moreover, these problems can also be discussed and solved on survival radio, so they are not big problems. Putting this matter aside, Lucian continued to search the surrounding buildings, looking for resources that could be used. But unfortunately, most of the buildings on the outskirts have been looted, and there are very few items left. After working hard for dozens of minutes, Lucian found a barrel of homemade bayberry wine in the warehouse. The alcohol content was very high, and it was drinkable. Regarding this precious resource, Lucian did not hesitate and directly lifted up the entire glass bottle, intending to take it all back to the shelter. This barrel of liquor contains a lot of liquor, weighing at least several dozen kilograms. If it can be exchanged for other resources in the future, it will definitely make a lot of money. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lucian also found Sherlay, called back Lu Shi, and started rushing back towards the shelter. Their gains were both average, not particularly rich, but not completely fruitless either. After braving the heavy snow and rushing back to the train carriage, they began to check today's harvest. Lucian only brought back a large barrel of bayberry wine. Lu Shi brought back more than a pound of mutant willow branches. Sherlay looted a lot of things, which filled a large package, but there were not many useful things. Among them, Lucian saw a 500 milliliters bucket of cooking oil, a bottle of vitamin B, as well as cups, wooden barrels, ladles, etc. for drinking water. Lucian looked through it with some disdain and couldn't help but say, "Where did you pick up this garbage? I can make daily tools like cups and barrels directly, and the quality is better than these. What do you want?" Sherlay scratched his head and said in a muffled voice, "There really isn't anything left. We have to bring something back, right?" Lucian shook his head helplessly. Among these items, only the barrel of oil was useful. The rest were all garbage, including the bottle of vitamin B. This stuff has a shelf life, and it appears to be of average quality. Not to mention the vitamin content, the pills inside have turned black and moldy and are 99 unusable. After throwing all the garbage into a carriage, Sherlay sat on the sofa in Lucian's train carriage, and the two had a brief conversation. Now, the two of them are equivalent to a small gathering place and are close allies in this doomsday. They also need to discuss the future layout and development and jointly decide on some future plans. "Brother Shin, a snowstorm is coming soon. Do we need to prepare in advance?" A trace of worry appeared in Sherlay's eyes. A snowstorm is not a good thing. God knows what kind of accidents it will bring. Moreover, blizzards will affect the time for going out to explore, and it is even possible that you cannot go out to explore at all. By then, resources will be consumed without being replenished, and the survivors may not be able to hold on. Lucian's eyes moved slightly, and he said, "We must make some preparations. Starting tomorrow, we should try not to go far away, collect more wood, and reinforce the shelter." "Yeah, that's what I thought. My wood is almost used up." Sherlay scratched his head and said. Lucian asked in surprise, "You didn't store more wood?" "We have stored enough wood from 2 trees, but after being out for 2 consecutive days, it's almost all used up," Sherlay said honestly. Lucian couldn't help but hold his forehead and said, "Don't go anywhere tomorrow. Collect more than 45 pieces of wood and expand the ice brick fortress." Finally, after thinking for a while, he added, When the snowstorm comes, we can move in together as much as possible to reduce the consumption of wood. It shouldn't be a problem then. Sherlay nodded and agreed. In the following time, although it was almost evening and the sky was getting dark, the two did not rest, but continued to work in the ice brick fortress. Sherlay is tall and strong, and is responsible for making ice bricks. Bring in the snow from outside, put it in a wooden mold, pour water on it to melt it, and it can be easily made into ice bricks. Then, stack them up in a corner. After discussion, the two made a plan to further expand the ice brick fortress, and to expand it by at least 30. Chapter 75 Candle. On the one hand, it ensures that even if you are unable to go out, you can still move around in the ice brick fortress and carry out tasks such as wood decomposition and tool making. On the other hand, Lucian needs to reserve some space to dig an underground shelter. When you have nothing to do, you can just dig out the underground shelter. Then you can just apply the juice boiled from the mutated willow branches on it and move in directly. Of course, Lucian did not plan to move the shelter in the short term. After all, the environment in the train carriage was good. However, an underground shelter that is completely free of radiation is very suitable for growing crops, which is its most important function. Having a piece of land without radiation and able to provide a stable supply of food is the greatest confidence in living in the doomsday, and it is also the work that needs to be completed in the next period of time. The pace of life was stable and peaceful. Lucian and Sherlay chatted casually while doing their work. When it gets completely dark, the zombies still come in waves. This has become a daily routine. From the initial panic and fear to the current familiarity, Lucian looked at his old friends coming over and habitually took out his iron spear and poked out through the hole reserved in the ice wall. You can obtain about 10 radiation cores stably every day, which is equivalent to 50 survival coins, which is not much different from the salary. Moreover, Lucian didn't think much of the money, so he threw it all into the refrigerator where Lucian was, to help it improve its strength. Tonight, Sherlay simply did not return to his shelter. He directly moved the bedding, fleece, independent shelter core, and other items to the carriage where Lucian was, and slept there for one night. After waking up the next day and eating some simple food, the two continued to make ice bricks without stopping. 2 consecutive days of being outside had slowed down their pace of survival. Now it was a race against time, and they spent almost all their time working under the ice brick fortress. By the afternoon, there were so many ice bricks that they almost filled the entire ice brick fortress. There were even many piled up outside the glacier fortress. Seeing that the time to go out for exploration had arrived, Lucian took direct action and forcibly broke open the woodshed behind the ice brick fortress again. This small firewood shed is still too small and needs to be expanded. According to the two's plan, they will most likely fill up all the reserved space at the rear of the train carriage, which is about 35 square meters. Weather. Temperature, -20.6 degrees Celsius. Climate, moderate to heavy snow, wind speed of level 9. Radiation, moderate. If you go out for more than 106 minutes today, radiation will invade your body. As night falls, the radiation level will continue to rise. Emergency reminder, there will be a strong snowstorm in about 12 days. The temperature will drop significantly, the snowfall will increase, the wind speed will reach above level 15, the radiation will also increase, and the exploration time will be greatly reduced. Survivors, please be prepared. The temperature became lower and the snow was heavier. We spent less time outdoors and the environment was obviously worse than in the previous few days. Walking out of the ice brick fortress, the visibility outside was very poor. It looked gray and gloomy, with heavy snow covering the sky, swept by the cold wind. Sherlay, you are responsible for expanding the ice brick fortress. Just stack it up as I taught you. I'll go outside to collect wood. Lucian shouted in the cold wind. Sherlay made an okay gesture and began to drag all the ice bricks in the ice brick fortress outside and began to expand the ice brick fortress. Lucian was not idle either. He took Lucian and the snow cat and stepped into the vast snowfield. There are many trees growing scattered on the hillsides in the surrounding area, most of which are 7 or 8 trees clustered together to form a very small forest. There are dozens of super small forests like this around, which is definitely a very rich timber resource. Moreover, in most very small forests, the trees growing are slightly different and the species are slightly different. Lucian randomly found a large forest with about a dozen trees gathered together and started cutting down trees. This type of tree is relatively sturdy, with a diameter of about 30 centimeters and a height of more than 4 meters. It is definitely a big tree in a doomsday environment. Most of the trees in other woods are short and thin, and many of them don't even have leaves. Compared with this forest, the difference is huge. It took Lucian nearly 20 minutes to chop down a tree with great effort. He then handed it to Lucian and transported it back to the shelter. According to his estimation, one of these large trees would be enough for 3 to 4 days, which is very cost-effective. Then he chopped down 3 more trees in succession and only stopped when he was sweating profusely. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue chopping, but the axe's blade had become bent and was about to fall off the wooden handle, and his chopping efficiency was getting lower and lower. What's more, the ice brick fortress has limited area, and it is not easy to accommodate 4 trees. Lucian wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked Lu Shi to take charge of the process, while he himself planned to go to the back of the hillside. Earlier, he saw a forest in that direction, with about a dozen trees, but the trees there were rather special and looked very similar to pine trees. If this is a pine tree that has mutated after being affected by radiation, it is very likely that there are some resources there, and he needs to go and check it out. On the backside of the hill, halfway up the mountain, we indeed saw a patch of pine-like trees, and they were generally very tall, nearly 15 meters or more. But this wood is relatively thin, with a diameter of only 10 centimeters. Logically speaking, in the doomsday environment with raging winds, such tall and thin trees would find it difficult to withstand the wind, and there is a high probability that they would be blown down. But this piece of forest stood tall in the wind and snow, and was not affected by it at all, and its branches did not even bend. This is enough to show that the hardness of wood is very high. Lucian took a closer look and found that it was indeed very similar to a pine tree, with dense pine needles clustered together. The emerald green color was very conspicuous in the wind and snow, and was full of vitality. A hint of surprise emerged in Lucian's eyes. Discovering pine trees in the wild is a rare and precious material. A large amount of survival resources can be obtained from a pine tree. Pine needles themselves are excellent fire starters. However, many people do not know that green pine needles can be eaten or used to soak in water. They contain a variety of minerals and amino acids, which can supplement the various substances needed by the body and play a very important role. Pine cones, which are the source of pine nuts, can be used as food, and they are also a very high-quality heating material and can be burned as wood. Chapter 76 Snowcat's Luck. It is just not clear what species of pine tree this is, because the pine nuts of some pine trees are edible, while some pine trees do not. Finally, the most important thing. That is, another extremely precious substance can be extracted from pine trees, pine resin. Pine resin is found in the branches of pine trees. After being collected, it can be used to make candles. Its value in a doomsday environment is beyond imagination. Most of the fireplaces are made of iron sheets and have no glass to let in light, which makes the entire shelter very dark. Whether it is day or night, the field of vision is always greatly affected. This is not only a problem faced by Lucian, but also a problem faced by other survivors. If they can make candles, it will definitely be a precious resource in the doomsday. After a little thought, Lucian immediately returned to the train compartment and found a dozen plastic bottles and some strips of cloth. Cut a groove in the pine tree, and the resin will overflow from it, then be guided through a cloth strip and flow into a plastic bottle for collection. Then use another piece of cloth to tie the plastic bottle tightly to the tree trunk. A plastic bottle was tied to almost every pine tree, and the slow collection process began. Lucian also roughly counted them and found that there were 19 pine trees in total, which was not a small number, so he should be able to collect a lot of pine resin. He just hoped that the snowstorm would come later so that he could accumulate enough pine resin to make candles before the snowstorm. After finishing all this, it was almost time, so Lucian picked a handful of green pine needles and dozens of pine cones and brought them back to the train carriage. When he came back, Sherlay had also completed the expansion of the ice brick fortress. Behind the original ice brick fortress, there was an additional rectangular space of 35 with a height of about 2.5 m, which was slightly shorter than the ice brick fortress in the train carriage. But looking at the interior, it is actually very spacious and very sturdy. This is equivalent to doubling the living space of the 2 people. Even if a blizzard comes, they can still complete many daily tasks under the ice brick fortress. Not long after they returned to the shelter, the sky outside was shrouded in darkness. Huge snowflakes hit the glacier fortress like a violent storm, creating a daunting doomsday scene. Sherlay wiped the sweat off his head and couldn't help but sigh. The weather is really getting worse and worse. I really don't know what the scene will be like when the snowstorm really comes. Lucian's eyes were equally solemn as he looked at the pitch-black night outside. It was extremely depressing and dull, making people feel a sense of despair. Don't think too much. Prepare as many supplies as possible. The snowstorm is coming either today or tomorrow. It's already very urgent. Sherlay also nodded and agreed. The 2 lit a fire in the ice brick fortress, and then began to split wood in the expanded area. We cut down 4 trees in total today. They were all very large, so we were able to obtain a lot of firewood. The wood from one tree was enough to fill up half of the wall. The 2 men swung axes, first chopping off the small branches and leaves, and then tied them up to use as fire starter. The main branches are chopped into small sections and then neatly stacked in the ice brick fortress. It looks full and can be used for at least a month. This can at least ensure that in the next month, there is no need to go out to cut wood and the warmth problem can still be ensured. and the two of them also have more time to complete other tasks. After all the wood was chopped, the two returned to the carriage to eat as usual. The lunch was relatively more sumptuous. Generally speaking, the staple food is corn tortillas or compressed biscuits, and is also accompanied by snacks, dried radishes, canned food, instant noodles, etc. But fortunately, when the snow cat went out today, he actually caught 2 leaf birds. Lucian had no idea where he caught it. He only knew that when he went out, the snow cat followed him. When he returned to the shelter, the snow cat was already sleeping there. No matter what, being able to obtain 2 dead leaf birds as food is definitely a good thing. It can provide a lot of oil for the 2 of them and improve the taste. So today's dinner consists of compressed biscuits, dried radish, and broth. The dead leaf bird is processed as usual, plucked, cut into small pieces, cooked in an iron pot, and then seasoned with salt and chicken essence. The taste is very delicious. As for the distribution of the meat, 2 people and 1 cat, the 3 of them shared it equally. Now, snow cats have become the main labor force and can bring in a stable amount of meat. They're a great helper in the shelter, so they must not be treated unfairly. To a certain extent, it even needs to be well provided for and ensured to have enough food and water so that it can work better in the future. It is also indispensable to today's survival team. 2 people and a cat sat around the fireplace eating hot broth. The swirling hot steam made them feel warm all over. The faint firelight illuminated each other's faces, making them look quiet and peaceful. The 2 chatted idly. "Brother Shin, how's the quality of the goods in your store recently?" "It's quite ordinary. There are just some useless props and very few useful items," Lucian answered casually while gnawing on a bone. "Alas, you're the same." Sherlay sighed helplessly and said, "I've been browsing for 3 consecutive days, and none of the products are worth buying. I am almost losing my mind." Lucian looked calm and said, "The goods in the store are just icing on the cake. If you want to survive, you still need to explore this world." "That's true, but I finally got a few hundred survival coins, but I can't spend them." Sherlay looked like he deserved a beating. Lucian also shook his head helplessly and said, "Save it. After the gathering place is established, there will be many places to spend money." "That's right." Sherlay nodded, then turned his gaze to the snow cat and said, "Brother Shin, I've always felt that there's something wrong with my luck. I can't get high-quality goods. How about letting this fat cat try?" Lucian raised his eyebrows. Snow cat obviously sensed the malicious intent, so he stopped eating and took 2 steps back. Meow. 10 seconds later, the snow cat's meat pad was pressed on the survival radio, and the 3 items began to refresh. Snow cat's emotions were relatively stable. He withdrew his feet speechlessly and went back to the bowl to eat his meal. 3 items also appeared in front of the 2 of them, and they couldn't help but show surprised expressions. Name, canned yellow peach times 1, 10 survival coins. Name, potatoes times 500G, 20 survival coins. Name, eggs x5, 20 survival coins. Chapter 77, Valuable Commodities. Brother Shin, this fat cat is really lucky. 3 pieces of food were refreshed directly, Sherlay said in surprise. Lucian's eyes lit up and he said, "This is no ordinary food." "Huh? Why is it unusual?" Sherlay asked with some confusion. Lucian said seriously, "Potatoes are very filling and easy to grow, so they are definitely the most suitable seeds. If our method is correct, we will most likely be able to grow them for a long time. There are also chicken eggs. If they are fertilized, they may have a chance to hatch into chicks. I have taken out a few dead leaf bird eggs before and put them in the suitcase for several days, but I haven't succeeded in hatching them yet. In today's circumstances, anything that can bring about long-term development and provide stable long-term food must be the most precious item. And potatoes are the best among them. This pound of potatoes only costs 20 survival coins, but in Lucian's eyes, he would definitely buy it even if it was worth 200 survival coins. Sherlay scratched his head and raised a question. "Brother Shin, I heard before that potatoes are not suitable for growing as a staple food. Although this crop is easy to grow and has a large yield, it has a single nutritional value and is not convenient to store." Lucian glanced at him and said, "It's nutritious, so you can't eat anything else? It's inconvenient to store, so why don't you make it into potato starch? It's good enough to have something to eat, but you're still picky." "Well, that seems to make sense." Sherlay also grinned. The 2 bought the potatoes and eggs without any hesitation. The potatoes are about the size of ping-pong balls, look very regular, and are of very good quality. There is nothing special about the eggs. They are the same as ordinary eggs, but it is not possible to tell whether they are fertilized. It takes 5 or 6 days of incubation in a constant temperature environment of about 38 degrees Celsius to barely see whether the eggs are fertilized, and only then can you know whether they can hatch. Lucian placed the 5 eggs in the suitcase next to the fireplace, which was filled with warm clothes, with 4 bird eggs placed in the middle. "Put 5 eggs in it as well and try to hatch them." If successful, the eggs can turn into chickens and may even provide food for a long time. In today's doomsday environment, catching wild chickens or birds in the wild is much more difficult than hatching bird eggs. Looking at the harvest, Lucian couldn't help but marvel at the result. The snowcat's claws were indeed useful. In addition to catching prey, it can also bring good luck. After a few seconds, Lucian hugged the fat body of the snowcat and pressed his paw on his survival radio again. He still has one chance to refresh. Soon, 3 brand new items appeared before his eyes. Name: Darkwood ×1. Introduction: a special wood that has mutated due to radiation. It has the function of absorbing radiation. It can attract the surrounding radiation into the darkwood and store it so that it is not easy to spread. Price: 15 survival coins. Name: Flint X1. Price: 10 survival change. Name: Soul Condensing Potion ×1. Name: Special Commodity, High Value. It is a precious substance condensed from the radiation core of a corpse above level 2, with the inferior radiation energy removed. It can be taken by humans. After taking it, the innate ability will be improved to a certain extent. It is worth 50 survival coins. Fuck, these are all good stuff. Lucian's eyes widened. Except for the flint, the rest were products he had never seen before. Needless to say, it is a good thing to stock up more when making a fire. The price is not expensive, so you can just buy it. As for the sunken wood, after carefully reading its introduction, Lucian fell into deep thought. A type of wood that can absorb radiation and store it within the wood so that it does not dissipate. The function of this wood is actually somewhat equivalent to that of mutant willow branches. If you have a large amount of sunken wood, you can also make shelters and gathering places, and the effect is likely to be good. But the principles behind the two are actually completely different. The juice of the mutated willow branches is more likely to repel radiation, keeping it out and thus forming a safe place. The dark wood absorbs all the surrounding radiation into itself and can also create a safe area. There is even another effect of the sunken wood, which is that it can be used as a radiation core, and it is a higher quality radiation core. It has now been confirmed that radiation is not completely useless. At least rich, high-quality radiation can help the corpses improve their strength, which in itself is a very important function. However, the amount of radiation that a first-level radiation core can store is actually very limited. If you use sunken wood to store radiation, the effect might be good. This is a better, higher quality, and recyclable fallout core. For other survivors, the value may not be that great. But for Lucian, he could just buy it and put it in the refrigerator where Lucier was, to help it improve its strength. Or placing it in other areas with dense radiation to absorb higher quality radiation, and then bringing it back for the land corpse to absorb, is a very good choice. As for the last item, Lucian's eyes widened. Soul Condensing Potion, a purified product of beneficial substances and radiation cores above level 2, can be taken directly by humans and improve their talents. The effect is simple and crude, and it is definitely the highest quality product in the entire store. When he obtained the level 2 radiation core, he knew through the introduction that there were some substances in the level 2 radiation core that could be absorbed by humans. However, this substance is less in quantity and cannot be extracted, so Lucian does not dare to take the level 2 radiation core easily. At that time, he also thought, if it was a level 3 radiation core, or even a level 4 radiation core, which contained more beneficial substances, would humans be able to take it directly? Unexpectedly, this special potion is now available in the store. This is really amazing luck. Moreover, he believed that the probability of this level of goods appearing was extremely low. Without much hesitation, he bought all 3 items. The sunken wood is a piece of wood about 10 centimeters long and as thick as a baby's arm. It looks pitch black and nothing special. However, when it is placed outside the independent shelter core, it can be clearly felt that it is attracting radiation from all directions and storing it inside it. And soon, an area with a diameter of about 1 m formed around him. In this area, there was no radiation at all. Lucian was also very surprised. Strictly speaking, the effect of this sunken wood was even better than the mutated willow branches. It was a pity that the quantity was too small. The soul condensing potion was a bottle of milky white liquid, only as thick as a finger, and the amount seemed very small, with a faint fishy smell. Chapter 78, Strength Improvement, Level 2? Ruthershin, this thing looks a bit indecent. Sherlay touched his chin and said seriously. Lucian's face suddenly turned dark, and he cursed, "Get lost. If you hadn't said it, no one would have thought of it. I don't believe you didn't think of that. I fucking..." Lucian couldn't help but roll his eyes, but this thing did look a little strange. However, the things extracted from the radiation core will naturally not look very good, which is actually expected. After thinking for a moment, Lucian drank it all in one gulp. At first, there was no reaction. I just felt that the taste was average and cold, and even had a faint pungent smell unique to radiation. It was not until 5 minutes later that some miraculous changes occurred in the body. First, the temperature of the skin on the surface of the body becomes higher and higher, even exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. The skin becomes red, an inexplicable energy rushes through the body, the heartbeat speeds up, and the blood flow speeds up dramatically. He could clearly hear his own heartbeat and the speed of his blood flowing, and he had endless energy that seemed to explode from his body. Fuck, this thing is so powerful. Lucian covered his chest, feeling that the force was about to break through his body. Even his talent, solidity, became uncontrollable at this moment and seemed to be undergoing some inexplicable changes. The use of talents is not like game skills, which can be used as soon as you think about it. This kind of talent was never given by others, but Lucian himself possessed it. It was just that it had never been awakened until he came to the Doomsday world and was stimulated by some power. Just as the product says, this is talent awakening rather than bestowing talent. This is like an instinct that comes from his genes. When he needs to operate and mobilize, a powerful force will operate deep in his blood and genes, allowing him to use solidification. At this moment, the power buried deep in the blood and genes seem to be greatly enhanced. If the previous strength was 1, it is now at least 3, which means it has expanded about 3 times. He couldn't endure this huge change in a short period of time, so his body was in so much pain. He persisted for 30 minutes before he slowly accepted the expansion of energy. The high temperature in the body slowly dissipated, and the energy that was constantly expanding and overflowing in the body also slowly converged and returned to calm at this moment. Call. Lucian let out a long sigh, silently feeling the changes in his body. The energy of the talent, condensation, has expanded by about 3 times, greatly improving both the control over the talent and the number of times the talent can be used. And his strength has reached another level. In addition, even his physical fitness has been significantly improved. His muscle lines are more clear, and his strength, endurance, and speed have all increased. This is an all-round improvement, as if breaking some kind of boundary and reaching a higher level. This change is very mysterious. If I have to describe it in words, it is equivalent to a breakthrough from a level 1 corpse to a level 2 corpse. Since the zombies have levels 1, 2, 3, 4, is it possible for the human survivors to have a breakthrough in strength? He had never thought about this problem before, but now it is almost certain that human strength will also increase. However, it is likely that only those who have awakened their talents can use some special means to improve their strength. This special method is most likely very rare and uncommon. For most survivors, it is still very difficult to improve their own strength. It is also extremely difficult for zombies to improve their strength. He has seen quite a few zombies, but only a small number of them can actually reach level 2. Logically speaking, the apocalypse has lasted for such a long time. If the zombies had a way to steadily improve their strength, then most of them would have been upgraded to level 2 or even 3 and would not be lingering at level 1. Moreover, the zombies cannot increase their strength by forcibly devouring radiation cores, but can only absorb radiation imperceptibly, which means that their path to promotion is destined to be very difficult. Lucian was able to reach level 2 in a short period of time. This was also the benefit brought about by Lucian using his talent to help him absorb a large amount of radiation in a short period of time. After thinking for a while, Lucian shook his head and temporarily put these thoughts out of his mind. For all survivors, the most important goal has never been to improve their strength, but to survive. Although his physical fitness has improved slightly and his natural abilities have also been enhanced, it doesn't seem to be of much use. He still felt very cold and very hungry, and walking in a snowstorm could still easily cause him to be blown away. This level of improvement would at most give him more confidence when facing humans and beasts, so that he would not be at the bottom of the food chain. But in front of this nature, we are still as small as dust. Sherlay stared at Lucian with wide eyes. Seeing him gradually waking up, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Shin, how do you feel?" Fortunately, the strength has improved a lot. It's a good thing. Lucian didn't say much, just mentioned it briefly. That's good. Snowcat's claws are really useful. That's true. Lucian took this very seriously. For several days in a row, no useful product had been refreshed. As a result, the snowcat pressed its paw, and the products that were refreshed twice in a row were both of extremely high quality and great value. It looks like Snowcat will have one more job in the future. Brother Shin, it's already past 7 o'clock. Should we continue working or take a break? Sherlay asked with a yawn. Since arriving at the end of the world, my daily routine has become much more regular, especially my sleeping time, which has been greatly increased. It is normal to get up at 7 or 8 in the morning and go to bed after 9 at night. After all, the workload on weekdays is very high, and without enough sleep, one will be extremely exhausted both physically and mentally. After Lucian thought for a while, he said, "Rest later. The corpses will come over soon." That's right. The two of them have become accustomed to besieging the corpses on time every day. They can obtain a stable batch of radiation cores, and such a good thing cannot be wasted. Before the zombies arrived, the two came to the expanded ice brick fortress and looked at the land here. Lucian looked calm and said calmly, "Starting tomorrow, we will prepare to dig an underground shelter. Let's set the location here. We will dig diagonally downwards, extending about 2 m downwards." Sherlay listened carefully and said, "Okay, but how big a space do we need to dig?" Chapter 79, Digging an Underground Shelter. I have less than 4 kilograms of mutant willow branches here. I plan to use half of them to build an underground shelter of about 40 square meters, mainly for storing materials, growing crops, and preventing disasters. Lucian said seriously. He had been thinking about these things for a long time. Then, he immediately added, "After the snowstorm passes, I will use the remaining mutant willow branches to build you an underground shelter. The train carriage is nice, but without a fireplace, the warmth retention is too poor. You live in an underground shelter and build a brick bed, which should be able to withstand the cold." Hearing this, Sherlay nodded repeatedly. He didn't have a fireplace and suffered from the cold every night. This was a problem he had always faced. After the two discussed it for a while, they vaguely heard the roar of corpses outside the ice brick fortress. "Let's continue the conversation tomorrow. It's time to get to work." Lucian yawned. He no longer had the initial fear. He picked up the iron spear beside him with both hands. The same goes for Sherlay. He also has a spear that Lucian made for him. Lucian also specially opened several holes in different directions of the ice brick fortress so that the two of them could poke the rotten corpse together. The number of zombies was still very large, surrounding the entire ice brick fortress. Perhaps it was because the two of them were the only living creatures in the surrounding area and they happened to be exposed to the zombies' field of vision, so they all surrounded them. Lucian was also not polite. He stabbed out with his iron spear continuously, piercing their heads again and again. It's like a job. They have to work on time every day, work for 2 hours, and then go to bed. This has become a habit for both of them. At about 10 o'clock, Lucian yawned, put away his weapon, and returned to the train carriage to sleep. Get up the next day. Looking at the 26 level 1 radiation cores in his hand, Lucian nodded with satisfaction and threw them all into the refrigerator where Lucier was. At the same time, he said to Sherlay, "I'll take your radiation core. I'll buy yours for 5 survival coins. Do you have any more?" Sherlay was squatting in the corner brushing his teeth. He answered vaguely, "I sold them all. I'll give you the rest." "Okay." Compared to 5 survival coins, improving the strength of the land corpse is obviously more cost-effective. Lucian stood outside in the dark night, looking at the messy traces left by the rotting corpses on the ground. A hint of thought emerged in his eyes, and he looked towards the east. What on earth is there? Why do all the corpses disappear to the east during the day and reappear at night? It's so strange. This phenomenon has been going on for a long time, but he doesn't know the reason. He had secretly made up his mind that if he had the chance in the future, he would go to the forests and mountains in the east to see what was in there. But for now, he seems to still have to work hard to survive and doesn't have many opportunities to travel far. Today's work is still very busy and requires all our efforts to dig an underground shelter. In the past, there was not much demand for underground shelters. After all, people could live in train carriages, and growing corn did not take up too much area. However, now that we have obtained a pound of potatoes, it means that the planting industry can be fully developed, and enough land must be dug up as soon as possible. He took a few pieces of iron sheets from the train carriage, which were very hard, and used his talent of solidification to compress and deform them into the shape of a shovel. A tool was made, and the quality was very good. Only the edge of the shovel needs to be polished and sharpened to facilitate subsequent digging. He and Sherlay each held a sword and began digging downwards at the deepest part of the expanded ice brick fortress. The upper layer of ice and snow had been cleared yesterday, and we just had to start digging from the permafrost layer. There is not much difference between the hard soil and the stone. Every time you dig out the soil with a shovel, you have to spend a lot of effort to barely dig it out. I originally thought it would be an easy task, but after actually starting the work, I discovered that digging an underground shelter is a task that is extremely difficult. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be exhausted after digging only 2 or 3 shovels, and it is even possible that the first shovel could not even penetrate the frozen soil. Fortunately, both of them have awakened their talents, and Sherlay is a power-type person. He is over 2 meters tall and has a lot of strength. Relying on his terrifying strength and physical strength, he dug a big hole in the frozen soil. But this also made Sherlay exhausted. He couldn't help but gasp and said, "Brother Shin, how about we boil some hot water to melt the frozen soil? That way we can dig faster." Lucian also wiped his sweat and shook his head, saying, "No, boiling water requires a lot of wood, and we can't afford it. Besides, the surrounding temperature is too low, and the hot water will freeze as soon as it is poured on, which will make it more difficult to dig." Shit. This must be exhausting. Sherlay looked as if he had lost all desire to live. Lucian waved his hand and consoled him. The frozen soil above is harder and more difficult to dig. Just wait until you get to the bottom. An hour later. The excavation depth reaches 2 m. Sherlay raised his head stiffly and asked helplessly, Brother Shin, the soil down there is still so hard. Well, maybe it's due to the environment, so I'm freezing deeper. Sherlay. After discussion, the two finally decided to set the depth of the underground shelter at about 3 meters underground. Bury it as deep as possible to get better warmth retention and make it less prone to collapse, but the workload will increase slightly. The two men dug diagonally downwards. According to the Pythagorean theorem, the angle was about 45 degrees and the depth was 3 m, so the excavated passage was about 4.2 m wide. When the depth reached 3 m, the soil was indeed a little softer, but because the temperature was too low and the soil was severely hardened, it was still a little difficult to dig. But this is not a bad thing. Because the soil layer is hard enough, the risk of collapse can be avoided and the underground shelter can be more stable. Continue digging straight down from the area 3 m underground. This is the main part of the underground shelter. In terms of height, the excavation is expected to be about 3 m. This means that the depth of the entire shelter is 3 m 6 m underground, which is not very deep, but definitely not shallow either. If it was just Lucian using it, a height of about 2.5 m would be enough. Unfortunately, there was also Sherlay, who was over 2 m tall, so he really had to dig deeper. Just the preliminary excavation work took 4 or 5 hours, which shows that the workload was huge and far beyond imagination. As it was almost afternoon, the two decided to have lunch first and then use up today's outing time. When it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon and Lucian checked the weather for today, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Chapter 80, on the eve of a heavy snowstorm. Weather. Temperature, -21.6 degrees Celsius. Weather, heavy snow, wind speed of level 10. Radiation. High. If you are outside for more than 32 minutes today, radiation will invade your body, and the radiation level will continue to rise as night falls. Emergency reminder, there will be a strong snowstorm around tomorrow. The temperature will drop significantly, the snowfall will increase, the wind speed will reach above level 15, the radiation will also increase, and the exploration time will be greatly reduced. Survivors, please be prepared. This is the shortest time ever allowed for exploration, at just 32 minutes. The environment is the worst in every aspect, with extremely low temperatures, strong winds and snow, and high radiation levels. It has also been clearly stated that a severe snowstorm will arrive tomorrow, which means that today is the last day we can go out. And even if you go out, it is not suitable to explore faraway places. At most, you can look for some supplies at your doorstep. Lucian thought for a moment and arranged, Sherlay, let's go out to the pine forest together and collect some resources that we don't have in stock. Maybe they will be useful next time. Sherlay also nodded. After putting on all their equipment, the two of them took the snowcat into the snowy wind. The target was very clear. It was the pine forest discovered yesterday, located on the back of the mountain, not far from the two people's shelter. In just a few minutes, the two arrived in the pine forest. Although there was a howling cold wind and heavy snow outside, it was still relatively quiet inside the pine forest. Lucian first checked the resin and found that the amount of resin in each plastic bottle was very small, with only a small layer at the bottom, about 2 to 3 grams. A dozen plastic bottles together weigh less than 50 g. It has to be said that the collection speed is much slower than expected. However, he also thought that on the original Earth, the speed at which pine trees collected resin was probably even slower than it is now, so this was already a good harvest. Lucian was responsible for collecting the resin from all the plastic bottles, then reslotting them and hanging them up to continue collecting more resin. Sherlay is responsible for collecting pine cones and pine needles, which are also two very important resources. And we discovered yesterday that there are still quite a few pine nuts and some pine cones. Although the grains are not plump, they can still be considered food and we can collect a batch and store them. He specifically asked Sherlay to carry the largest backpack and basket so that he could bring back more pine cones. The two did not stay outside for long. About 10 minutes after Lucian collected all the rosin, the two hurried back to the shelter. Because the weather conditions are so bad, even though it is possible to go out, it is actually not suitable to go out. The wind and snow almost blew people away from the snow, and the radiation is extremely pungent and can be smelled even with a gas mask. For their own safety, the two collected some resources and returned to the shelter. Today's weather, even at the best time at 2 p.m., was as dark as evening, and the clouds in the sky were so dark that they seemed to be falling down from the sky. This was a real doomsday scene. The two of them no longer dared to go out. Although the strong snowstorm would not arrive until tomorrow, the weather today was already extremely terrible. All the survivors were also discussing endlessly in the communication of survival radio. Oh shit. Oh shit. The weather is a bit scary. I don't even dare to go out. When it's only 20 minutes, where can I go even if I go out? I might as well stay in the shelter and get some sleep. Sleeping? Do you have enough food? Do you have enough wood? Do you have enough warm things? Don't ask. Please, everyone, if anyone has food, can you share some with me? Is there any big boss willing to take me in? I really can't survive anymore. I'm a beautiful girl with a sweet voice. I'm a junior student at Tsingyuan Art College. If any big brother is willing to survive with me, I can do a lot of things for him. Oh, forget it. For people like us who don't have awakened talents, have weak survival abilities, and don't have enough resources stored, who would be willing to survive with us? Even if you stick to us for nothing, it will be of no value to many people. Yes, everyone is on the brink of life and death. It's already difficult for us to survive. Who will provide help at this time? I suggest that you all find a way to survive on your own. In fact, there are still many items that can be used in this world. You don't have to search in the ruins of the town. You can also think of other ways. Yes, I found a red root plant in a snowy area. It looks similar to a radish, but tastes very sweet and can be eaten as food. Where did you find it? Why haven't I seen it before? It depends on luck. Many plants only grow in certain areas, and most of them are covered by snow. It depends on luck if you want to find them. In the absence of disputes, the atmosphere and the communication was still very peaceful. All survivors talked to each other and provided some useful survival information. Hey, I heard that Officer Zhao Zhongyang is planning to build a gathering place so that more people can gather together to survive together. I wonder if they have started the operation. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? In this icy and snowy apocalyptic world, do you know how much time and energy it takes to build a gathering place that can accommodate many people? Indeed. Although I also hope this is true, it is indeed too difficult. Let's think about it. Even in peacetime, how long would it take to build a small or medium-sized gathering place? Not to mention now. But soon someone responded, but I heard that Officer Zhao and his team have already started to take action. Action is action, but who knows what the success rate of the action is? The survivors had different opinions. Many people knew about the gathering place, but they were skeptical about its truth and the final probability of success. Until a voice appeared, calm and steady, and the communication suddenly became quiet. Hello, fellow survivors. I'm Zhao Zhongyang. After hearing you discuss the gathering place, I came out to respond. I hope it will be helpful to you. The construction of the gathering place is already underway. We have also found a way to isolate the radiation and form a safe area for the survivors to live in. At present, due to various reasons, the area of the gathering place is set at 500 square meters, and the location is determined to be a few hundred meters northeast of Jingning Town. Chapter 81 Candle Making. Many survivors have provided assistance in the construction of this gathering place, and we would like to thank them for their efforts. After the strong snowstorm passes, we also invite all survivors to come. You can pay a certain amount of survival coins or other hard currency to purchase or lease land. I sincerely hope that this gathering place can be successfully established, and I look forward to meeting you all. Thank you. It is an extremely official language, but it is a breath of fresh air in communication information. Zhao Zhongyang's voice was calm and powerful, which gave many survivors hope of life and added some confidence at this moment. Is what Officer Zhao said true? Why don't I believe it? There is a certain probability that it is true. I know a friend who is a survivor. He lives just south of my shelter. It is said that he also went to Jingning Town and indeed met Officer Zhao and his men. Well, I've heard that they found a mutant willow branch. The juice after boiling can repel radiation, thus forming an area that will not be corroded by radiation. Fuck, there's actually such a thing. That's not the point. I also heard that the construction of this gathering place was not undertaken by Officer Zhao alone, but by several groups of members from small gathering places with strong strength. Now that you mention it, I kind of believe it. It can block radiation, and there are enough people. If it is organized and built by a few powerful bosses, there is indeed a chance of success. Haha, you were fooled by this idiot's words? How can a gathering place be so easy to build? Are you planning to treat us like leaks? Indeed, I am skeptical about this matter and suggest that my friends think twice before acting. Various opinions appeared in the newsletter. Some people were optimistic about it, while others expressed doubts. But Lu Shen didn't care too much about this situation. Because once the gathering place is established, some people will eventually come and become the first survivors to move in. If the gathering place is really good, word of mouth will naturally spread and more people will come. However, the gathering place can only accommodate a small number of people and is not suitable for all survivors to come together. The vast majority of capable survivors, or survivors who have gathered into small settlements, such as Lu Shen and Sherlay, will most likely still focus on their own shelters and will not migrate directly to the settlements. A gathering place is more like a coordinate, a coordinate for everyone to contact, trade, and communicate. He could not fully predict how the future would develop. Only when the settlement was completed and the survivors moved in would he know what the final outcome would be. When his attention turned back, Lu Xun looked at the present. The current task was still to dig an underground shelter. Sherlay was already busy underground, digging out a large amount of soil and piling it into the passage, which was then cleaned up by Lu Xun. At the same time, Lu Shi was also working nearby, responsible for transporting the soil outside the ice brick fortress. After a few hours, Sherlay dug out a larger space underground, and Lu Xun could enter it. The two of them dug together, and the speed was much faster. The soil 5 meters underground is indeed much softer, making it easier to dig. However, another problem arose. That is, there are a lot of stones underground, small gravel and large rocks, which can be encountered every once in a while, which makes excavation much more difficult. Generally, when this happens, the small stones are dug out and thrown away. But if the stone is larger in size, you can only use a pickaxe to chisel it, break the stone completely, and then transport it out together. This caused the progress of the two to slow down slightly. They dug until night, and even though they worked nonstop, they only dug out 5 square meters, which was already exhausting. The depth of 3 m and the size of 5 means that the excavated soil and rocks are as much as 15 cubic meters. It can be seen that the workload is far beyond imagination. This is by no means an easy task. It will inevitably consume a lot of time, energy, and physical strength to be gradually completed. Lu Xun has already made plans. He does not seek to achieve success overnight. He will dig a little bit every day. It will take at most 10 days or half a month, and he will definitely see results. Anyway, a severe snowstorm is coming and we can't go out recently, so we can spend all our time digging the underground shelter. In the evening, Lu Xun and Sherlay, who had been busy all day, also returned to the train carriage. Although the two worked hard all day, their dinner was just a tortilla, 2 compressed biscuits, and a bowl of salt water. The arrival of a severe snowstorm means there is no chance to go out and explore, and the food will be gone once it is eaten, so we must save as much as possible. But fortunately, the two of them don't have high requirements for food, as long as they can eat their fill. When night fell, a special thing happened today. The rotten corpse that everyone had been thinking about did not come today. It seemed to be because of the weather. The wind outside had reached level 15, and it was difficult for the zombies to wander in such an environment, so there was no zombie siege tonight, which made the two of them feel a little regretful. This is a huge loss of income. There was no need to spend time poking at the rotten corpses. The two could only use this time to continue digging the underground shelter. At the same time, taking advantage of his free time, Lu Xun also did another thing, making candles. There is about 50 g of rosin, which is just enough to make a candle. The collected rosin is washed and screened to remove some impurities, then put into a pot and boiled to make it completely melted. Then make a container. This is very simple for Lu Xun. He only needs to use his talent to transform the wood and compress it into the size of a candle. First put the fuse in the container, then pour the completely melted resin into the mold, cool, and solidify, and finally you will get a candle. A 40-50 g candle can burn for about 67 hours. The burning time will vary slightly depending on the quality of the resin. In a doomsday environment, candles are actually a kind of hard currency and an item that is extremely helpful for survival. Since coming to this world, we have never seen the sun and our vision has always been dim. This is a big problem for everyone. After all, only a small number of survivors own fireplaces, but fireplaces can only be used as heating items and cannot be used directly as a light source. The vast majority of survivors simply lit a fire, which could be used for both warmth and illumination. However, the hazards of a bonfire are very great. On the one hand, the heat is not concentrated enough, and even if a large amount of wood is consumed, it cannot provide enough heat. Chapter 82: Snowstorm Coming. On the other hand, there are hidden dangers. Many survivors' shelters are very small, and they contain a large amount of warm materials, which can easily ignite if not handled with care. So, everyone is looking for a better way to provide enough heat to bring enough light. Lu Xun cannot provide a fireplace to all the survivors, but he can use pine resin to make candles, a precious resource. It is not only for daily lighting, but also has many uses at other times, like when digging an underground shelter. Because it is extremely dark inside and there is almost no light, you need to light a fire to see what is going on inside clearly. However, if you light a fire in a relatively closed underground environment, it will consume a lot of oxygen and fill the underground space with carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide, which may suffocate people to death. But with candles, this problem was solved. Lu Xun came to the underground shelter, dug a deep niche on the side wall, and placed the candle in it. In an instant, a soft orange light illuminated the entire underground space. Although the light was not particularly bright, it was still easy to see the surrounding environment. Wow, it's so easy to make a candle. Sherlay wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked in surprise. Lu Shun also smiled and explained, "It's not particularly difficult, but the quantity is relatively small. I don't know how long it will last. It's understandable that the amount of rosin is small since this is the first time you collect it. Once you collect enough in the future, there will naturally be enough for candles." Sherlay consoled with a grin. "In the evening, I worked for about 2 hours. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, so I returned to the train compartment to sleep." Looking at the candles at this time, about 1/5 of them had been consumed, which surprised Lu Shun greatly. Isn't this a bit too burn-resistant? According to his original expectation, this candle could burn for 6 hours, which would be very durable. But according to current consumption, one candle can be used for about 10 hours, which shows that the quality of the pine resin is very high and can burn for a long time. This is also good news. At least it means that the lighting problem can be solved in the future. Back in the train carriage, Lu Shun slept on the bed and Sherlay slept on the sofa, with the fireplace sandwiched between them, ending a busy day. That is tonight, the severe snowstorm officially arrives. Even though they were still asleep, the bone-chilling cold penetrated into the quilt, making them shiver. The snow cat also felt the cold, so it crawled into the quilt and slept next to Lu Shun. Lu Shun was not polite either. He just hugged the snow cat to sleep, holding it in his arms and tucked his hands into his stomach to keep warm. But without the snow cat to keep him warm, his feet were already cold and even a little stiff. Finally, in the second half of the night, Lu Shun was woken up by the cold. He huddled in the quilt, looking around the dim carriage, and felt that the temperature had dropped to a terrifying level. On the side, Sherlay, who was lying on the sofa, had been woken up by the cold, and his teeth were chattering. He wrapped himself tightly in the quilt, but still couldn't hide the cold. "Shun, brother Shun, this is too damn cold. I feel like I'm going to die." "I am cold too." Lu Shun almost stuffed his head into the quilt and said helplessly, "A strong snowstorm should be coming. But why is the temperature so low?" Sherlay was trembling as he typed, and reached out to pick up his survival radio from the chair next to him. Then in the next second, there was a sharp explosion. "What the hell? Minus 38.8 degrees. Lu Shun looked calm and checked the current weather. Weather. Temperature, -48.9 degrees Celsius. Climate, severe snowstorm, wind speed of level 18. Radiation, very severe. It is a severe snowstorm, so it is not suitable to go out today. The temperature is -48 degrees Celsius. There is a severe blizzard, and the wind speed is level 18. If you walk out of the glacier fortress in this environment, there is a high probability that you will be blown away or frozen to death." At this moment, he had to be thankful that the ice brick fortress was built relatively solidly. Otherwise, in such an environment, it would most likely be blown away. Even many ordinary buildings are unlikely to withstand such a disaster, but the ice brick fortress is made of ice bricks and is completely connected to the ground, so it has very high durability. "It's too cold. I feel like I can't stand it anymore," Sherlay said in despair, wrapped in a quilt. Lu Shun also sighed and added a few pieces of wood to the fireplace. There was a hint of depth in his eyes, as well as some doubts. How could the temperature be so low? Lu Shun muttered to himself. Logically, -48 degrees is the temperature outside the car, and the temperature inside the car is at least -20 degrees. How could it be so cold? Upon hearing this, Sherlay nodded heavily and said, "Brother Shun, my family is from the 3 provinces of northeast China. Logically, we should be able to withstand the cold, but this cold is really abnormal. It feels like this cold air is extremely penetrating." "It does feel that way." Lu nodded deeply. This situation was indeed rare. The outermost layer had an ice brick fortress as protection, which could maintain the internal temperature at a certain level. Train carriages also have a certain degree of cold-proofing effect. When a fireplace is lit inside, the temperature can be maintained at a relatively high level. Moreover, they were covered with such a thick quilt, and there was also a very good warming velvet grass underneath, but they were still frozen like crazy. With this cold-proof effect, even in an environment of -50 degrees Celsius in the 3 northeastern provinces, it would not be that cold. With doubts in his heart, Lu Shun also turned on the survival radio. At this moment, the communication almost exploded. Fuck. It's so cold. I'm dying. The roof of my shelter was blown off. I miss my mom. What the hell is going on? How can it be only -48 degrees Celsius? I've lived in places where it was -50 degrees Celsius, and it's nowhere near this cold. There's something wrong with the cold here. It's very penetrating. Even with the protection of the shelter, The cold outside is still seeping in. Everyone, put on your clothes, wrap yourself up in your blankets, and sleep by the fireplace. I don't have a fucking fireplace. I can't sleep with a fire. Many survivors were awakened by the cold and noticed the abnormality of the environment. Similar to what Lu Xun and the others had guessed, there was indeed a big difference between the temperature shown in the weather and the actual temperature perceived. This should be related to the environment of the doomsday world. The cold here is obviously unusual and has very strong permeability. Even with the resistance of shelters and ice brick fortresses, it will still force its way in. Chapter 83, Extremely Cold Night. Only by wearing close-fitting warm clothes and wrapping yourself tightly can the warmth effect be improved. At this moment, Lu Xun and Sherlay had no intention of sleeping. They quickly put on their warm clothes, then got into the quilt again, and added firewood to the fireplace to ensure more heat. But at this moment, Lu Xun made a surprising discovery. The quilt covering the body has a relatively low cold-proof effect, and the cold air can easily penetrate into it, but the plush grass underneath the body has a very good warming effect. I touched the rest of the bed, and it was still very warm, which was obviously the effect of the velvet grass. After a brief thought, Lu Xun pulled out the velvet grass from under the bed and stuffed it all into his clothes, using it as a warm layer. The result of this attempt was quite good, and it really made me feel much warmer. Sherlay, quickly stuff the velvet grass into your clothes. It will work very well. Sherlay received the reminder and did not doubt it, and hurriedly followed suit. Not long after, he said in surprise, "Hey, the effect of velvet grass is really good. It is even warmer than a quilt." Lu Xun nodded slightly and speculated. After all, velvet grass is a plant that has been affected by radiation and mutated. Moreover, it is a plant that grows natively in the doomsday, so it must have a certain resistance to the doomsday environment. It is indeed possible that items from the civilized era are really being gradually eliminated. Sherlay also nodded. Then, Sherlay seemed to remember something and said, "Brother Xun, if we have time, we need to go to the river to collect some velvet grass. This thing is really valuable." Yes, if a gathering place is established in the future, well, grass may be a very important resource. Lu Xun nodded in agreement. At the same time, he also considered whether there was any way to obtain other resources besides cashmere beside the river. The area of this river is not small. Although the surface is frozen, there must be river water flowing underneath. Can we catch some fish as daily food? Although the probability is relatively low, you can still try it in the future, and you may get something out of it. The two chatted casually like this, and instead of going to sleep, they waited until dawn. Survival radio is also on the communication channel. For many survivors, it is also a sleepless night, with constant conversations on the communication channel. The power of the blizzard is undoubtedly demonstrated at this moment. Many people think that the disaster that a severe snowstorm can bring is more about food shortage. After all, during a snowstorm, survivors cannot go out and cannot get food and firewood, which will be a very troublesome problem. But now, on just the first night, the sudden cold caught everyone off guard. Looking at the time on the watch, it gradually approached 7 o'clock in the morning. Lu Xun got up as usual. It was almost pitch black outside, with no sign of light. The violent wind was howling outside the ice brick fortress, which was frightening. In the face of such a natural disaster, any survivor has no ability to resist and will probably be blown away by the strong wind as soon as they leave the shelter. The lazy snow cat was acting out of character today. It stood up straight and alertly paced in the train compartment, looking quite nervous. As a native inhabitant of this world and a wild animal, its perception of the environment far exceeds that of humans. At the same time, it also knows very well how terrible a disaster a severe blizzard is. Perhaps in the past, every time a strong snowstorm occurred, it was a terrible disaster for snowcats. Out of a desire for safety, the snowcat always followed Lu Xun, being much clingier than usual and even making slight noises. Lu Xun rubbed its head and took him to the excavation site of the underground shelter. He lit a candle and started working. Being underground, the catastrophic wind outside was obviously much lighter, giving people a greater sense of security. Even the snow cat gradually calmed down. It has to be admitted that in such a doomsday environment, underground shelters are still the best choice. They can withstand most disasters and are safe and hidden enough. 2 people, a cat and a corpse, also started today's excavation work. Lu Xun and Sherlay each took a different direction and dug deeper. The snow cat also participated in the work, and its digging ability was very strong. Its claws could easily break the soil, and its speed was not slower than Lu Xun and Sherlay. Once enough soil is dug out, Lu Xun will pack it up and put it in the passage outside so that Lu Xun can transport it outside the shelter. However, There was a strong snowstorm outside and it was not suitable to go out, so he thought of another effective method. A tube was inserted into the hole reserved in the ice brick fortress, which was the hole previously used to poke the corpses. Strictly speaking, this is a tube that looks like a funnel. The inner side is wider, so soil and stones can be stuffed in and then transported to the outside through the pipe. Because the wind outside is very strong, the soil and rocks will be blown away before they even hit the ground and will be carried away directly by a strong blizzard. Using this method, you can directly clean up all the dirt, and it is also very quick and safe. With the cooperation of 4 laborers, the excavation work went on in an orderly manner. But during the excavation process, Lu Xun was also keeping a close eye on the blizzard. For example, the current weather is the worst in history. It is simply hell on earth. Weather. Temperature, -49.6 degrees Celsius. Weather, severe snowstorm, wind speed 18. Radiation, extremely severe. If you go out for more than 0.1 minutes today, radiation will invade your body. As night falls, the radiation level will continue to rise. The extremely low temperature, terrifying wind speed, and extremely heavy radiation all demonstrate the horror of the outside environment. In fact, today until 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it was as dark as night outside, and there was no light at all. If you are a survivor, you have to keep the fireplace or fire burning 24 hours a day, which consumes a lot of firewood and can be described as horrible. Only survivors who form small settlements can gather together and use less wood for heating, and perhaps consumption will be less. Lu Xun was relatively fortunate, as he only needed to light a candle to dig in the underground shelter. Even during a snowstorm, there is still work to do and the rhythm of survival will not be disrupted, which is equivalent to being far ahead of other survivors. It was almost evening when the two stopped working early. They had completed more than half of the underground excavation work for the day. Chapter 84. Making a secondary radiation core. It will only take 1 to 2 days at most to complete the excavation. At that time, you just need to cover it with the juice of the mutant willow tree and it can be put into use. At the same time, the planting industry can officially begin to develop and become an important guarantee for the survival of the two. Although the fulfilling life made the two of them very tired, they still couldn't help feeling excited when they saw the living camp being gradually built. This means that they have more confidence to survive in this crisis-ridden doomsday world. After finishing a day's work and having a simple dinner, it was already past 7 in the evening. Sherlay curled up on the sofa early in the morning, fiddling with his playing cards and entertaining himself alone. The snow cat found a warm place, curled itself into a ball, and began to rest. Lu Xun yawned, tightened his clothes, walked out of the train car, and came to the refrigerator where Lu's corpse was. He opened the refrigerator, and after seeing what was inside, his eyes lit up. He uttered a word of doubt, then picked up a radiation core from it. This is a level 2 radiation core. A look of surprise appeared on Lu Xun's face. The experiment he conducted was indeed useful, and the effect was better than he expected. 2 days ago, he used his talent to draw the radiation from the other 4 first-level radiation cores to 1 radiation core. This means that this radiation core contains the energy of 5 radiation cores, and the aura it contains is infinitely close to that of a level 2 radiation core. Unexpectedly, after just a few days, this radiation core was automatically transformed into a secondary radiation core. This is definitely exciting news. Just in terms of price, 5 level 1 radiation cores can be exchanged for 25 survival coins. However, after being fused into a secondary radiation core, it can be sold for 30 survival coins, plus a special refresh opportunity. Of course, this is not the most important point. Now, Lu Xun's strength has reached level 2. Even if it absorbs a level 1 radiation core, its strength will not be greatly improved. Only by absorbing the level 2 radiation core can the strength grow rapidly and continue to approach level 3. However, obtaining a level 2 radiation core is not an easy task. Not to mention how many level 2 corpses there are. Even if you encounter one, you will not take the initiative to provoke them. After all, the second-level zombies are very powerful, and even if they fight against them, there is a high possibility that they will be injured. Therefore, the difficulty of obtaining a level 2 radiation core is much greater than imagined. In Lu Xun's original expectation, Lu Xun's strength would not make any rapid progress in a short period of time. He could only slowly absorb radiation energy and gradually improve his strength. But today's new discovery brings him new hope. He can easily collect enough level 1 radiation cores, and then use his talent to pull them together so that 1 radiation core contains a huge amount of radiation energy. After a few more days of gestation and fusion, a level 2 radiation core can be produced like this, and then absorbed by the land corpse. Perhaps within a few days, Lu Shi will be able to quickly improve his strength again through this method. It was not until this moment that Lu Shi deeply understood that the effect of his talent was indeed far beyond his imagination. The ability to quickly improve the strength of the corpse alone is unmatched by any other talent. Next, Lu Shi immediately put it into practice. All the first-level radiation cores were taken out, totaling 52, which was the accumulation over the past few days. Using his own solidification talent, he drew the radiation energy from it and channeled it into the same radiation core. Almost one level 1 radiation core contains the energy of 5 radiation cores, which is equivalent to the embryo of a level 2 radiation core. A total of 10 of these level 2 radiation core embryos were produced. All of them contained extremely rich radiation energy and were very close to level 2. Lu Shi could clearly feel that after taking this soul condensing potion, his strength was greatly improved and he could use his talents more often. Even after condensing 10 level 2 radiation core embryos, there is still a lot of innate energy left. So he drew the energy in the level 2 radiation core into the corpse's brain, helping it to absorb it and thus quickly increase its strength. As the radiation increased, Lu Shi's body also underwent obvious changes. The strands of body fibers began to become stronger and began to have the toughness and strength of muscles. It was as if a corpse that had been completely dead, as its strength gradually increased, once again acquired the characteristics of life. The overall body of Lu Shi became much stronger again, becoming taller and more powerful, and his aura became more dignified, surrounded by a layer of light gray radiation energy, which made people afraid. Yes, if everything goes well, it shouldn't take long to break through again, Lu Shi said with satisfaction. Now, Lu Shi has become the biggest trump card in his hand. Even in a life-and-death battle, Sherlay may not be his opponent. With Lu Shi guarding the shelter or following him when he goes out on weekdays, his safety will be greatly improved. Moreover, Lu Shi himself is a labor force. He can help with work and does not need to eat. He is simply a first-class model worker. Oh, it would be great if the corpse slaves could be refreshed a few more times, Lu Shi said with emotion. But he could only think about it. For special commodities like corpse slaves, the probability of getting them was very high. In the past 2 days, the daily refresh opportunities are still used, but unfortunately no useful supplies have been refreshed. The snowcat's claws seem to no longer bring good luck. While thinking about all sorts of things, he stuffed Lu's corpse back into the refrigerator and then returned to the train compartment. But as soon as he came back, Sherlay, who was lying lazily on the sofa, said, "Brother Shin, there was a prompt tone on your survival radio just now. Someone must be looking for you." "Someone is looking for me." Lu Shi was stunned. He only had a few friends. Who could be looking for him at this time? I picked up the survival radio and checked it and saw Shuiya's name jumping. Lu Shi couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What does she want from me?" 2 seconds later, "Shuiya, Lu Shi, I want to ask you a question. Is the gathering place true?" Hearing this, Lu Shi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked back, "Haven't you been to Jingning Town? You should know the specific situation." Shuiya said somewhat awkwardly, "I only went to Jingning Town to collect supplies. I did not actually participate in the construction of the gathering place, nor did I collect mutant willow branches, so I don't know the situation clearly." Hearing this, Lu Shi nodded to Wei Wei and said, "According to Officer Zhao, an underground shelter is indeed being built now, and Officer Zhao's talent is related to soil, so it may not take long before it can be successfully built." Chapter 85, Ramming the Walls. "But I'm not sure about the specific situation right now. After all, I can't go to Jingning Town every day, and it's a snowstorm right now." "That's right," Shuiya nodded and replied. "Then you should have collected mutant willow branches and owned some land in the gathering place, right?" "Good. Then after the gathering place is built, can you rent one to me? I will rent it at the market price," Shuiya said in a soft but somewhat urgent voice. Lu Shi was a little surprised. He didn't expect the gathering place to be so popular. Some people had already made reservations for rental before it was fully built. Even recently, news about gathering places has often appeared in the communication channel of survival radio. Some people are skeptical about this, but there are also people who choose to believe it and are ready to move into the gathering place. This may also be related to Officer Zhao's character. Zhao Zhongyang often speaks on the communication channel, providing some useful survival information, such as how to keep warm, how to identify edible food, things to pay attention to when exploring town ruins, etc. He also persuades survivors to try not to kill each other. Some people also met Officer Zhao while exploring the ruins of the town and spoke highly of them as well. This also led to the fact that Zhao Zhongyang has always had a good reputation among the survivors of this generation and is trusted by many people, including Lu Shi, Through these two contacts, it was found that Zhao Zhongyang did not have any major problems. He was a relatively upright person, very thoughtful in considering things, and a person with leadership qualities. Because of this, the gathering place led by Zhao Zhongyang was able to be successfully established and operated. Before it was fully completed, it had already attracted the attention of a large number of people. Lucian was also very satisfied with this. After all, he was also one of the shareholders of the settlement and owned a lot of land. The increase in the value of the gathering place is equivalent to an increase in his assets, and he will naturally be able to obtain more benefits in the future. So after thinking for a while, Lucian did not give a definite answer, but said ambiguously, "I can't give you a definite answer for now. After all, the gathering place has not been built yet. We have to wait for a while to know the specific situation. But if there is extra land, and the price is right, and it complies with the rules and regulations of the gathering place, I can give you priority to lease it." Hearing this, Shuya couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "Okay, then I'll wait for your news. But don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you in terms of price." "Okay, I'll consider it," Lucian replied calmly. This kind of thing is really not suitable to be agreed to lightly. Although the two knew each other before, they were not very familiar with each other, not even friends, so there was no need to give up his interest for her. What's more, as he said, the matter of the gathering place has not been settled yet and the situation is not clear. In order to maximize their own interests, it is better to discuss these matters after the gathering place is established. If conditions permit, it is not unacceptable to sell part of the land to acquaintances. Shuya is a medical major, and it might be helpful to make friends with her in the future. The snowstorm lasted longer than expected. It was another cold night. Neither Lucian nor Sherlay slept well. Even though the carriage was well heated, they still felt chilly. Moreover, the fierce cold wind can still be clearly heard even through the glacier fortress and train carriages, making people feel panic and unable to sleep. It was not until the second half of the night that the two of them managed to fall asleep. Due to a regular lifestyle, I didn't wake up from my drowsiness until after 9 o'clock the next morning. But it didn't matter. During the snowstorm, there wasn't much to do, so the two of them could rest for a while. As for the excavation of the underground shelter, it will be almost completed tomorrow, and only a few dozen square meters of area will need to be excavated. The two men yawned, carried shovels and pickaxes, slapped the sleeping snow cat to wake it up, and walked into the underground shelter. After 2 days of excavation, the underground shelter has achieved initial results. More than 20 square meters of area have been excavated. Although it looks bumpy, it is also spacious and comfortable. Every time I walk into the underground shelter, I feel a full sense of security, which is a feeling that a train car cannot bring. Today's excavation work will be slightly different from the previous 2 days, and the distribution of work tasks will be different. The work of the others remained the same. Sherlay and Shui Mao were responsible for digging, and Lu Shi was responsible for transporting gravel and soil. And Lucian will start another task, using his talent to reinforce the shelter. Today's underground shelters are just unfinished houses, which are very simple. There are dirt and debris falling from the top of the head, and the walls and the ground are uneven, which are not suitable for living. Lucian will use compacting to compact the soil on the roof, ground, and walls to make them look smoother and more solid. This work is neither complicated nor difficult, but it consumes a lot of land depth. If it weren't for the improvement in his strength and the significant increase in his innate energy, he would have collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion before he could last long. But now the situation is relatively much better. With my hands attached to the ceiling, I began to use the solidification technique. The originally loose and uneven soil, under the pressure of a force, continued to condense together and was compressed like stone. This process lasted for more than 10 seconds, and a flat ceiling appeared. Lucian reached out and pressed it, and found that it was very solid, as hard as stone, and had a bit of toughness, which almost eliminated the risk of collapse. He exhausted all his natural energy and pressed down the entire ceiling. Looking up now, it is completely invisible that the shelter was dug by hand. It seems that it was an underground structure specially built using modern equipment. At around 5 p.m., Sherlay finished all the excavation. The shelter of about 40 square meters looks very spacious. It is a large space that is enough for 1 to 2 people to survive. Next, Sherlay was responsible for using a shovel to tamp the ground and walls to make them slightly compact, and then Lucian took action to continue compacting them with his talent. This work continued until the next evening. After a day and a half, Lucian exhausted his innate energy several times and finally compacted all 6 sides of the shelter, making it extremely solid and with no risk of collapse at all. Moreover, the internal environment seems to have been specially carved, the walls are extremely smooth, and the overall look is extremely beautiful. This underground shelter is even more perfect than what I had imagined. Looking at this huge project, Lucian and Sherlay also showed happy smiles. Finally, it's done, but I'm so tired. I have to add some canned beef today, Otherwise, it would be a waste of the energy I've consumed in the past 2 days. Sherlay said while wiping his sweat. Chapter 86 Planting Potatoes and Corn. Lucian nodded. It's a snack today. Tomorrow, apply the juice of the mutant willow branches, and then we can consider developing the planting industry. On the third night of the snowstorm, the shelter was built at an unimaginable speed. Such a fast speed is also due to the influence of many factors. First of all, there are Lucian and Sherlay, both of whom are gifted awakeners. They have stronger physiques and naturally stronger working abilities. Secondly, with the help of snow cats and land corpses, it is equivalent to having 4 laborers, so the speed will naturally be much faster. If it were any other survivor, it would be impossible to dig out such a huge underground shelter in less than half a month. Tonight, the 2 of them changed their food and had a big meal. Each person received a can of beef, a packet of instant noodles, a compressed biscuit, a few slices of pickles, a bowl of hot pine needle water, and a few packets of snacks. This is almost the most luxurious configuration nowadays, and it is rich in oil and water, allowing the body that has been empty for a long time to restore a lot of energy. After eating, I felt warm all over and extremely comfortable because of the sufficient meat intake and complete nutritional supplement. The snow cat also had an extra meal and drank a small bowl of broth to supplement its nutrition. The next day, the 2 of them still got up early, put on their clothes excitedly, and went to the underground shelter together. Today is the time to harvest the fruits, and there is another very important thing that they need to start. That is the development of the planting industry. When digging an underground shelter, a portion of the more fertile soil is deliberately left at the end of the excavation. This part of the soil is mainly used to develop the planting industry. In a sense, for today's doomsday environment, agriculture is the most important industry. Without a stable agriculture, it will never be possible to survive in the long run. The improvement of the planting industry means that the small settlement established by the 2 of them will truly have long-term security. The first thing the 2 did was to build a fire under the ice brick fortress and then put an iron pot on it to boil water. After the water is completely boiled, put the branches of the mutant willow tree into it and boil it. The cooking time is very long, and the mutant willow branches need to be completely boiled and the internal nutrients and juice are completely squeezed out. You can clearly see the juice in the pot, gradually changing from transparent to green. After that, you just need to take out the juice and apply it evenly on the walls of the underground shelter. When applying it, you can find that the seemingly clear juice turns into a jelly-like gel after gradually cooling down, and it also has a layer of oiliness, which can easily adhere to the wall and form a protective film. This protective film is very thin, but it can effectively suppress the invasion of external radiation and create a safe, radiation-free area. All 6 surfaces were completely coated, even the edges and corners were not spared, and a solid wooden door was made, also coated with juice, to form a relatively enclosed space. At this time, Lucian took out the sunken wood again and placed it in the underground shelter to absorb the remaining radiation energy in it. This process took most of the day. By 3 p.m., the shelter was completely built, and there was no trace of radiation inside. Lucian and Sherlay tacitly placed the independent shelter core in the train carriage, and then walked into the underground shelter. The clean air rushed into their nostrils, and the 2 of them took a greedy breath. This is normal air. Sherlay couldn't help but sigh. Lucian's eyes also flashed, and he looked at this underground shelter with great excitement. But after looking around, Sherlay suddenly said, "Brother Shin, there seems to be another problem now." "What?" "This place is completely sealed off. Where does the oxygen come from? Wouldn't we suffocate to death if we live here?" Lucian was also stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a while, he said, "This is indeed a problem that needs to be considered. However, the juice of the mutant willow tree only repels radiation and should not block the flow of air." "That makes sense." Sherlay nodded and suggested again, "But this place is underground after all, and we may need to light candles or fires in the future, which will definitely consume a lot of oxygen. If there is no ventilation hole, will it be inappropriate?" In response, Lucian nodded and said, "Then open another ventilation duct directly outside the ice brick fortress and draw some oxygen in." "What about radiation?" "Don't worry." Lucian waved his hand and said, "Put the dark wood at the mouth of the pipe to absorb the radiation." The 2 then dug out a wider ventilation duct deep in the shelter, about 0.5 square meters in size, leading to the outside of the ice brick fortress. Then placed the sunken wood in the upper middle part of the pipe to absorb all the radiation when exchanging air. At this point, the shelter has been completely built and no longer poses a safety hazard and can be used as a stable rear base. Even though it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening, the 2 of them continued to work nonstop and with great excitement. The soil in the ice brick fortress was carried back to the underground fortress in a backpack and spread flat on the ground deep underground. The 2 have used wooden boards to enclose 2 15 square meter areas, intending to use them to grow corn and potatoes respectively. After filling the wooden board area with soil, clear out neat rows of vegetable fields, then water them, add some organic fertilizer, and they are ready for use. Planting corn is relatively easy. Just bury the relatively plump corn kernels at a depth of 3 to 5 centimeters in the soil. Planting potatoes is relatively troublesome, and the soil layer needs to be piled thicker because potatoes prefer deep, loose and dry soil, which makes it easier for them to expand and grow. Then the potatoes were taken out, and a large part of them had begun to sprout. This is actually the disadvantage of potatoes. Once they sprout, they cannot be eaten. Lucian cuts the sprouted potatoes into small pieces of about 30 g, ensuring that each small piece has complete sprouts to ensure that it can grow healthily. After that, dig a hole in the soil and bury it to a depth of about 20 centimeters. The two of them were busy until 11 o'clock in the evening. Neither of them was an agricultural expert, and many of the things they were doing were for the first time, so it took more time. But the results are also very obvious. In the underground shelter, 30 square meters of land have been planted, watered, and fertilized. The neat and uniform appearance makes the two people feel very comforted. The only issue that the two need to consider now is how to obtain fertilizer. Most of the land at the end of the world is frozen soil. Even the soil deep underground is severely lacking in nutrients and is essentially unsuitable for growing crops. Therefore, the two need to collect organic fertilizer. Chapter 87: Relocation to the underground shelter. Of course, this is only a temporary method. If there is a more suitable fertilizer in the future, it can be replaced. What's more, the organic fertilizer produced by the two is really limited and is not enough for the use of these 30 square meters of land. After completing the work, the two did not return to the train car, but carried the portable fireplace to the underground shelter. Afterwards, he directly used the wood to build 2 wooden single beds and placed them in the underground shelter. He also brought bedding and quilts down with him, planning to live in the underground shelter. Because he had clearly discovered that the temperature in the underground shelter 6 meters underground was much higher than that on the ground. Under normal conditions, the temperature can be maintained at around 10 degrees Celsius. When the fireplace is lit, the heat cannot dissipate and the temperature can be maintained at 10 degrees Celsius. In the absence of radiation, the intensity of the cold has also decreased, and there is no longer that feeling of piercing the bone marrow. Instead of freezing in the carriage, it is better to move directly to the underground shelter, which is obviously more comfortable to sleep. At the same time, crop growth also requires temperature, and this system can provide the crops with suitable temperature, which is simply the best of both worlds. Lying on the thick bed, leaning against the clean and flat wall behind him, Lucian casually flipped through the survival radio. The communication channel is still playing the conversations of the survivors. Some of the survivors, who are barely able to survive, are begging for mercy, hoping to get help from others. Some survivors of conflicts and contradictions are still shouting and cursing. There are also some survivors who get to know other people through communication and try to form alliances with each other, trade resources, and survive together. In short, various situations emerge one after another, and Lucian is also trying to understand the development of the current situation. It is difficult for most survivors to survive in this doomsday, especially those who have no awakening talents, insufficient abilities, and no alliances with others. There is almost no room for survival. They hovered on the brink of life and death every day, constantly collecting food and wood, but still faced the possibility of freezing to death or starving to death. Especially after the snowstorm hit, being unable to go out to collect supplies was almost a death sentence for them. If the blizzard lasts too long, I'm afraid these people won't survive. According to his estimation, the overall mortality rate of survivors may have reached more than 40. Most of them starved to death and frozen to death, and some died of various injuries and illnesses. However, any survivor who managed to survive managed to find a way to survive. For example, find resources such as hard branches and velvet grass to qualify for survival. Life is in despair, struggling to find a way out, and even forcing its way out. Lucian was also quite emotional. He just hoped that the snowstorm would pass as soon as possible and that a gathering place could be established as soon as possible. This might give more people a chance to survive. Humans are social animals. When they develop alone, they will have many limitations, but once they gather together, they will develop rapidly. Listening to the information in the communication, Lucian's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. It was 11 o'clock in the evening, time to go to bed, but Lucian still closed it and opened the store. After using today's refresh opportunity, 3 items appeared in front of me. A quick glance. Name, eyebrow pencil ×1, 79 survival coins. Name, kettle ×1, 30 survival coins. Name, thermos cup ×1, 20 survival coins. Lucian's mouth twitched. The memory of the dead was attacking him. He just closed the store and went to sleep. It was the 5th day after the snowstorm hit. Lucian and Sherlay gradually fell into a state of doing nothing. They stayed in the underground shelter every day, lying down and listening to the survival radio. Although it was very comfortable, it was indeed too lazy. After careful consideration, Lucian felt that he could not be so decadent, and he needed to find something to do. For example, during the days when the snowstorm came, he would still use up his innate energy every day, sometimes to compact the soil, sometimes to make tools, and sometimes to draw energy from the radiation core. Lucian put on his clothes and came to the ice brick fortress to check the condition of the radiation core in the refrigerator. There are only 7 radiation cores left, 2 of which are ordinary level 1 radiation cores, and the remaining 5 combine the capabilities of multiple radiation cores and have a chance of reaching level 2. When he opened it to check, he was pleasantly surprised to find that 3 radiation cores had successfully reached the 2nd level intensity, with more intense radiation and higher quality. Lucian did not hesitate too much. He directly used his talent to pull the energy in the radiation core into Lucier's mind. After absorbing the first secondary radiation core, the changes on the corpse were relatively small. It just became a little stronger. Its body trembled slightly, as if it was accepting the transformation of the radiation. After absorbing the 2nd level 2 radiation core, the trembling became more obvious, and one could even clearly see the muscle lines of the body shaking and twitching constantly. Even Lucier's face showed an expression of pain. However, it can be felt that as the rich radiation enters the mind, Lucier's strength is constantly expanding, becoming more and more powerful, and his aura is extremely terrifying. As the 3rd radiation core began to pull, the overall changes of the land corpse became more obvious. His height reached about 1m9, and his muscle lines were very obvious. You could even vaguely see something like blood flowing in the muscles under the skin. A completely dead and rotten corpse came back to life at this moment and regained some of the functions of a living person. From the beginning to the end, a total of 4 level 2 radiation cores were absorbed, and the land corpse underwent tremendous changes. The terrifying radiation energy continued to spread, containing the power of an explosion. Lucian estimated that even among the level 2 corpses, Lu's corpse was the strongest one. Even if he and Sherlay besieged Lucier at the same time, there was a high probability that they would not be his match. TSK, so this is the correct way to use my talent. Making tools? What a waste of talent. Lucian couldn't help but sigh. For other survivors, even if they purchased corpse slaves from the store, it would be meaningless. Because they couldn't improve the strength of the corpses, what use could a level 1 corpse be? Even ordinary people, if they had the courage to take action, could easily deal with a level 1 corpse. As for daily work, the 1st level corpse has a stiff body and weak strength, so it can only be considered to be doing it barely enough. However, with the help of the solidification talent, the corpse slaves are simply a bug-like existence. Improving their strength is as easy as drinking water, and they can easily become powerful beings. Chapter 88. Backpack and Charcoal. If all goes well, it might not be long before Lucier will be able to improve his strength again and reach level 3 corpse. But this matter cannot be rushed. After all, there are limited radiation cores now. Since the blizzard came, the army of zombies has not come for several nights, which has greatly reduced Lucian's income. Perhaps, once the gathering place is established in the future, he will be able to collect a large number of radiation cores. After stuffing Lu's corpse back into the refrigerator, Lucian returned to the underground shelter. Sherlay, who was originally lying on the bed, has now put on his clothes and is about to walk out of the underground shelter. Lucian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What are you going to do? Sherlay scratched his head and said, "It's really boring to rest. I want to find something to do." "What?" "Continue making ice bricks to prepare for building an ice brick fort later." After hearing this, Lucian thought about it for a while, then shook his head and said, "It's not suitable. We have to go outside the ice brick fortress to get snow, which is too dangerous. But you can try to do another job." "What?" Sherlay asked puzzledly. Lucian thought for a while and said, "I remember that the basket you carried before was woven by you yourself with rattan, right?" "Well, it is. There were several vine plants growing around the original container shelter, so I collected them and made a backpack. I didn't expect it to be quite sturdy." Sherlay nodded in acknowledgement. Lucian made an okay gesture and arranged. The trees where the dead leaf birds live are very tough, and the branches are full of water. If they are cut into thin strips, they should be able to be used for weaving. You can consider this aspect. Woven backpack? You only know how to weave a backpack? Lucian curled his lips and looked at Sherlay, saying, "The backpack is indeed good, but you can also develop in other directions, such as a fish cage that can catch fish, more sophisticated ski boots." Having said this, Sherlay's eyes lit up obviously, and a happy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fuck, why didn't I think of it? Sherlay seemed to have discovered a new world and soon began to get busy on his own. Lucian also shook his head. This was an idea he had just thought of. It was indeed a good way to kill time, and he could also make some tools at the same time. As for himself, after careful consideration, he also found a meaningful job, making charcoal. Today, the ice brick fortress is completely filled with firewood. Whether it is around the train carriage or the newly expanded ice brick fortress, it is full to the brim with wood, occupying a large part of the living space. Wood contains moisture and is large in size. It may seem like a lot of wood, but when put into a fireplace, it is not very burn-resistant and produces a lot of smoke and pollutants. This is mainly because charcoal contains many impurities, such as moisture, nitrogen, oxygen, sulfur, etc. These impurities will not only not generate energy during the combustion process, but will consume energy. During the charcoalization process, these impurities can be removed, thereby producing charcoal with smaller volume, higher heat, and more purity. Lucian had actually thought about making charcoal a long time ago, but had never put it into practice. The main reason is that according to the law of conservation of energy, burning charcoal will inevitably waste some energy, which is equivalent to loss. However, after repeated consideration, this part of the loss is actually acceptable, and charcoal has higher energy conversion efficiency and is more burning resistant, making it a better choice. So Lucian no longer hesitated and immediately started burning the wood. First, a portion of the soil is taken out and mixed with water to make it viscous, thus making a small kiln. Although it was a kiln, Lucian was not very clear about the principle of the kiln. He just used soil and branches to pile up a semicircular mound of earth, leaving a smoke exhaust hole on the top. Then, lay pine needles and pine cones, which are easier to burn, on the bottom layer, and lay larger wood on the top layer, which are then lit. After the kiln starts to burn, the smoke exhaust port above is directly sealed with mud, allowing it to smolder in the absence of oxygen. This is a traditional method, and the conversion rate of charcoal is actually not very high. But this was the only choice, because Lucian had never seriously studied the matter of charcoal burning and did not have a deep understanding of it, so he could only let things take their course. However, judging from the final results, it seems to be pretty good. After the kiln has cooled down completely, pieces of black wood are taken out of it. They are hard in texture and make clanging sounds when knocked together, which shows that the wood is of very good quality. In this doomsday world, most of the plants that have survived the effects of radiation are of very high quality and are considered fine woods, so the charcoal made from them is also of very good quality. So in the following period of time, Lucian and Sherlay each found a job that suited them. The blizzard lasted longer than they had originally imagined. According to original forecasts, this snowstorm should be fierce and sudden. Although it is very intense, it will only last for 2 or 3 days at most. However, 5 days have passed and the weather conditions have not improved at all, which makes me, a survivor, anxious. If you are unable to go out for a long time, the consumption of food and wood will increase significantly, and you will eventually starve to death or freeze to death. This way of dying is so cruel that every survivor lives in great anxiety. However, Lucian and Sherlay lived a fulfilling and comfortable life. As for wood, the two of them had no shortage of it. They had already stockpiled a large amount of it in advance, enough to last for a long time. As for food, they have corn, vermicelli, and compressed biscuits as staple foods. If they live frugally, they can survive for at least another month. There are also white sugar and honey, which are foods that can replenish a lot of energy. Therefore, they can eat their fill every day and even have the energy to work, thus enriching their survival lives. The 6th night. Lucian sipped instant noodles, standing beside the kiln waiting for the charcoal to come out of the oven, staring at the dark night sky and shivering in a daze. Just half a month ago, I was still working and living as usual. I didn't expect that half a month later, I would be eating instant noodles, burning charcoal, and beating corpses. What a bad fate. Lucian couldn't help but sigh. Roar. However, just as he was lost in thought, a sudden noise came from outside the ice brick fortress, which immediately attracted his attention. What's that sound? Lucian quickly put down the instant noodles in his hand, quickly approached the ice brick fortress, and looked out through the reserved hole. Amidst the wind and snow, a huge number of rotten corpses came out of the forest in the east. The number was still very large. Their roars echoed in the wind and snow, and they moved forward in the snow step by step. Is this a rotten corpse? Chapter 89, Going to the Gathering Place. Lucian exclaimed, a look of surprise on his face. The rotten corpses that had disappeared for nearly a week appeared outside the shelter again as expected. This also seems to predict that the severe snowstorm will soon leave and the original survival life will return to peace. This must be great news for all survivors, and it also brings a glimmer of hope of survival to all those in despair. Looking at the hideous and terrifying corpse full of the smell of decay, Lucian actually felt a little moved. He called Sherlay, picked up the iron spear together, and the two began to reap the lives of the corpses again. The familiar stabbing sensation and the deep roar of the corpse had an inexplicably familiar feeling. By night, the temperature had risen significantly. Although it still remained around -20 to -30 degrees Celsius, it was no longer freezing. There is no need to stuff straw into your clothes. Just ordinary warm clothes are enough to keep you warm. Ruthershan, the snowstorm is over. Where do you plan to explore tomorrow? Sherlay was lying on the bed, chatting casually. For now, we still have enough wood. If we have enough time to explore tomorrow, let's go to Jingning Town and take a look at the construction of the gathering place. That's good. I wonder how the progress is after the snowstorm. However, just as the two were talking, Lu Shun's survival radio began to beep. Lu Shun glanced at the message and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Speaking of the devil, here comes the devil. I didn't expect Officer Zhao to come here himself." Zhao Zhongyang. Mr. Lu, the gathering place has been almost built. After the snowstorm is over, will you have time to come to Jingning County to gather together? The construction has been completed? Lu Shun widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. Zhao Zhongyang smiled and replied, "During the snowstorm, we did not return to the shelter, but moved some of our daily necessities to the gathering place. So we did not waste any time during these days, and since we could not go out, we simply built the gathering place." Officer Zhao, are you being a bit too aggressive? Lu Xun just felt a little unbelievable. This may not sound unusual, but it actually contains many surprising facts. The fact that they had the confidence to move to a shelter during a snowstorm was enough to show that they had enough manpower, sufficient supplies, and considerable strength. Moreover, they were still able to fully engage in work during the snowstorm, which shows that their food reserves were sufficient to replenish the energy consumed by the high-intensity work. The most important thing is that in just 1 week, he managed to build a 500 square meter underground gathering place. This shows that Officer Zhao's talent is absolutely terrifyingly strong. Although a group of survivors have awakened their talents, there are still huge differences between different talents. For example, the most common talent must be the talent of physical fitness. Even within physical fitness talents, there are 369 levels. Some have increased strength, some have increased speed, but some have improved in all aspects. The gap between them is quite large. People like Sherlay have improved their physical fitness across the board and are among the more outstanding ones in terms of physical talent. Zhao Zhongyang's talent is obviously more special, and his solidification talent belongs to the category of special talents. Lu Xun thought for a while and asked, "Officer Zhao, is the gathering place ready for occupancy?" Zhao Zhongyang nodded and said, "It's just a simple opening of an area of 500 square meters, but there are no facilities built inside. It's just an empty space. If you want to live there, it will probably take some time." "I see." Even so, Lu Xun still felt shocked enough. He and Sherlay spent most of the snowstorm just to dig out a 40 square meter underground shelter. As a result, Officer Zhao built a 500 square meter house in less than a week. He only wanted to say, "It's really awesome. Officer Zhao, we'll go take a look after the snowstorm is over." "Okay, I look forward to your arrival. During these 2 days, I will also promote the gathering place and make it famous." "Ha ha ha. Thank you for your hard work, Officer Zhao." The two exchanged pleasantries and ended the communication. The original plan was to go to Jingning Town, but through the communication just now, this plan has become more certain. When I got up the next day, although the sky outside was still gloomy and the wind was howling as if doomsday was approaching, it was obviously not as strong as during the snowstorm. The weather around here seems to be returning to normal. Lu Xun got up as usual and collected the radiation cores outside the house. There were 21 in total, which was not a small number. After pulling it, pseudo-secondary radiation cores were created and thrown into the refrigerator. Originally, there were several pseudo-secondary radiation cores in the refrigerator, but now they have transformed into real level 2 radiation cores. Nowadays, the manufacturing of level 2 radiation cores has become increasingly easy. You only need to follow a fixed process and then spend a few days to make them, and they can be easily manufactured. Lu Xun took out the level 2 radiation core and drew the radiation energy inside it into Lu Shi's mind. At this moment, the muscle fibers of the land corpse are almost the same as those of humans. Whether walking or making various movements, it is no longer as slow as a rotten corpse, but extremely smooth. Because the muscle structure of a corpse is very different from that of a human body, and it has no sense of pain at all, it can perform many movements that humans cannot. The efficiency of converting biological energy into power is much higher than that of humans, so under the same physique, the strength of the corpse will be stronger. After absorbing a large amount of level 2 radiation cores, Lu Shi's body is filled with explosive power, and his strength has been raised to a very high level. But unfortunately, although he has absorbed 5 second-level radiation cores, he still has not reached a higher level, and has not even reached the bottleneck. Obviously, if you want to upgrade a level 2 corpse to level 3, it will most likely require the accumulation of more energy, and it is not something that can be achieved overnight. 2 p.m. Check the weather as usual. Weather. Temperature, 17.6 degrees Celsius. Climate, moderate snow, wind speed of level 9. Radiation, mild. If you go out for more than 165 minutes today, radiation will invade your body, and the radiation level will continue to rise as night falls. Reminder, the climate in the doomsday environment is extremely unstable. Please be alert to special disasters such as blizzards, extreme cold, snow thunderstorms, avalanches, etc. that may come at any time. The overall environment is becoming stable, and like a rainbow after a storm, it is very good weather. Chapter 90 Discussion Gathering Place. The time available for outdoor exploration is a full 165 minutes, plus 30 minutes with the gas mask, which is equivalent to 3 hours of outdoor exploration. This is the longest exploration time in history. At this time, Zhao Zhongyang's communication also came over. Mr. Liu, if you have time, you can come to the gathering place today. Mr. Hu Linyu and friend Zhang Shua will most likely come today, and we can discuss some things. Lu Shun's eyes moved, and after thinking for a moment, he replied, "It depends on the situation. If the situation allows, I will go over." Good. Considering safety, Lu Shun still tried to cover up his appearance problem to avoid being tricked by others. But this time, it was clear that he had to go to the gathering place again. After all, this was the gathering place that he had successfully built with 5 kilograms of mutant willow branches. He was also one of the shareholders of the gathering place, so it was necessary for him to go and inspect it. Step into the snow. The snow cat ran into the snowdrift and soon disappeared in the snow, apparently looking for food. Lu Shun and Sherlay walked in the front, heading towards Jingning Town against the wind and snow. The most powerful land corps followed far behind. The two sides maintained a certain distance so that they could see each other but not easily attract the attention of others. It was still the familiar environment. The world was shrouded in white snow, but because the sky was dark and visibility was poor, all the snow was covered with a layer of shadow. All the ice and snow in sight were gray and black, filled with a depressing atmosphere. Moreover, after several days of snowstorms, the snow layer had obviously become much thicker, which greatly reduced the speed of movement. Even though they were wearing ski boots made of tree bark, every time they stepped down they sank about half a meter, which significantly reduced their travel speed. In addition, in order to prevent danger caused by terrain factors, Lu Shun also took 2 very long wooden sticks and poked them into the snow twice before walking to ensure that the ground was flat before continuing to move forward. Therefore, it took about 40 minutes just to get to Jingning Town. It was still the same valley where they had met before. Zhao Zhongyang had been waiting there early, wearing a thick military coat, which made him very conspicuous in the wind and snow. "Mr. Liu, I didn't expect you to be the first one to arrive again," Zhao Zhongyang said with a grin. Lu Shun also smiled back, but didn't say much. Soon, other people arrived one after another. Lu Shun was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Hu Linyu, Wang Haishan, and Zhang Shua didn't need to collect wood or food on the first day after the snowstorm ended. They came directly to the gathering place to meet. This is enough to show that the small gathering place behind them can provide them with sufficient resources. In today's environment, a small gathering place of this strength must be the strongest group of survivors. Wang Haishan appears to be acting alone, but there is a high probability that he is not a simple person. It is very likely that there is a small gathering place behind him. It is also possible that his special talent can greatly help him survive. No matter which one it is, it represents that the forces in front of us are definitely worth making friends with, and are the survivor forces most worth contacting. Hu Linyu grinned and said, "Officer Zhao, I am getting more and more curious. What exactly is your talent? How can you build an entire gathering place in just 1 week?" The others also looked at him curiously. Zhang Shua couldn't help but say, "It's really scary. What the hell is this speed? Even if I make a model out of clay, it can't be this fast, right?" Wang Haishan was a little skeptical. "Officer Zhao, the gathering place is for many survivors to live in, and it will probably be used for a long time, so we can't cut corners." Hearing this, Zhao Zhongyang smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry, the gathering place is fine, and my talent is not suitable to be revealed. You will understand the specific situation after you see the gathering place." Having said that, he directly asked everyone to walk towards the northeast. Everyone was half believing and half doubting, and followed Zhao Zhongyang. After walking about 800 meters, they saw a relatively flat valley. Strictly speaking, there happens to be a piece of flat land between these two hillsides with higher altitudes. The area is not small, and the terrain is flat. From a geographical point of view alone, the location of this valley is very suitable. The mountains can shield the wind and snow, which can greatly reduce the invasion of blizzards. Moreover, there are large tracts of forest growing on the surrounding mountains. They are a kind of inky black trees, and they appear to be numerous and relatively large in size. It is really not easy to find such a large forest in Doomsday. This means that the survivors in the gathering place do not need to run too far to obtain a large amount of wood resources for daily warmth. It's indeed a good position. Lucian couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Zhongyang led the way and replied with a smile. When I was rushing to Jingning Town, I accidentally discovered this valley. I originally planned to move here to live, but after careful consideration, I still felt that it would be more appropriate to use this place as a gathering place. Officer Zhao is very generous. Zhao Zhongyang waved his hand and brought everyone to the center of the valley. There was snow all around, except for one place where a tall pole was inserted. Zhao Zhongyang came to the pole and dug away the snow on the ground with his hands. Soon a huge wooden board was revealed. After lifting the board, an earthen staircase slanting downward appeared. The texture is very simple and exquisite, and the soil looks very fresh. Obviously, it was built not long ago. The size and depth of the stairs also shocked the people present. Lu Shun walked all the way down and climbed 2 floors of stairs before he saw the main part of the underground gathering place. TSK, Officer Zhao, how deep did you dig? Zhang Shuo looked around and couldn't help but ask. Zhao Zhongyang said calmly, we dug 6 meters down. The gathering place itself is 4 meters high, so the deepest point should be 10 meters underground. The area is the same as what we agreed on, 500 square meters. After hearing this astonishing number, everyone present was silent, but there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. If any other survivor were to build a gathering place of this level, it would take them several months to complete. But in the hands of Officer Zhao, it took less than a week to complete it. Moreover, looking at the soil on the ground and walls, one can see that it is very compacted and is obviously not a product of shoddy workmanship. Lucian also took a look at it. Although it was not as compacted as the soil he had compacted using his talent, the degree of compaction was also very high. Chapter 91 Distribution of Land. And in the gathering place, Zhao Zhongyang was not the only one there. Bai Linen was also here, leading 8 survivors to carry out some simple construction deep in the gathering place. Lu Shen took a look at the people in the gathering place. This should be Zhao Zhongyang's small gathering place. It was truly amazing that 10 people could be gathered together. The strength that Zhao Zhongyang possesses is also stronger than he imagined. Everyone, please sit at the table inside. We can discuss the construction and allocation of the gathering place. Zhao Zhongyang invited everyone to sit down and poured everyone a cup of hot tea. Out of caution, Lu Shen simply held the hot tea in his hands to keep it warm and did not drink it directly. Only after everyone was seated did Zhao Zhongyang begin to get the topic back on track. As you can see, the gathering place has been completed, but the internal division of areas and construction of buildings still need to be discussed separately. Do you have any opinions? Several people looked at each other, and the more stable Hu Linyu was the first to speak. Officer Zhao should have some ideas, right? Why not tell us about it? Zhao Zhongyang smiled and said, it's still the same as the previous plan. The overall division is into residential and commercial areas, with a ratio of roughly 7:3. I plan to arrange 70 of the residential area inside. The area is about 10 m times 35 m, a total of 350 square meters. I have to mention here that the shape of the entire gathering place is 10 m times 50 m. In the residential area, I also plan to divide it into 2 parts, with the dormitory area on the left and the independent housing area on the right, with a 2 m wide walkway reserved in the middle. I have calculated that a total of 14 houses can be built in the independent housing area. Each house has an area of 10 square meters, but it can be built on 2 floors, which means 20 square meters. It can be rented or purchased by some survivors with good strength. As for the dormitory area, the specifications are the same as the independent housing area, but each room can accommodate multiple people. All you need to do is arrange the bunk beds inside. According to my estimation, it is not a problem to accommodate 200 people. Lucian couldn't help but gasp. The population density was quite high. The per capita floor area was less than 2 square meters, which was not much different from a slum. The independent housing area is relatively better. It is a single-family 2-story building with a total area of 20 square meters, which is barely enough for a small gathering of 2 to 3 people to live in. But it is conceivable that truly capable survivors would most likely be unwilling to live in such a narrow area. But on second thought, many survivors now are not well fed, suffering from cold and hunger, and it is difficult for them to survive. So how can they care about the quality of life? For many people, being able to provide a safe, radiation-free area to live in is a godsend. Moreover, if the accommodation environment in the gathering place is too good, many powerful survivors who already have their own shelters may come to seize the territory of the gathering place. This will make it impossible for ordinary survivors who need the gathering place more to survive. Seeing that everyone was lost in thought, Zhao Zhongyang said, "You may all be able to see that the gathering area is very compact, so if it is not necessary, you should all stay in your own shelters and not compete with these refugees for space." As expected, Zhao Zhongyang obviously did it on purpose. Lu gave him a deep look. As Officer Zhao, his character was indeed unexpected. He really wanted to build a gathering place to shelter the survivors. Therefore, all designs and arrangements are not entirely based on the interests of managers, but more on caring for ordinary survivors. However, the people present did not raise any objection to this matter. Compared to the gathering place, they each had an independent shelter, and the environment was not bad, and it was safer. Gathering places are more often used for communication and transactions, and are functional places. I have no objection to the design of the accommodation area. Officer Zhao, you can make the arrangements. Can you tell us about the commercial area? Lu Shen asked calmly. I didn't design the commercial area too much. It is still based on the specifications of the accommodation area. A total of 12 two-story shops with an area of 10 square meters can be divided. Zhao Zhongyang briefly introduced and explained. For the vast majority of survivors, they only need to trade and do not need special stores to sell items, so the number of stores does not need to be large. Everyone nodded. Supplies were so scarce now that even the better-off survivors like them couldn't come up with enough resources to sell. In Lu Shen's eyes, there is no need to even distinguish between residential and commercial areas, because business cannot develop at all. Strictly speaking, the entire accommodation area is more like a slum, with a large number of survivors gathered in one place, sleeping on large bunk beds, and the environment must be dirty and messy. On the contrary, the commercial area is much more spacious, with 2 rows of independent two-story buildings and a 2 wide walkway in the middle. What's important is that people who can buy and rent shops in commercial districts have more or less some financial strength, which also facilitates daily communication and cooperation. Having said this, everyone present had a general understanding of the layout of the entire gathering place. Hu Lingyu asked, "If that's the case, then should the land we are allocated be allocated based on the area occupied or the actual area?" This is a question that everyone is concerned about, because the gathering place is relatively high, at 4 meters, so all the houses can be built in 2 floors. If we go by floor space, the number of buildings they can actually control can almost double. But in response to this, Zhao Zhongyang just answered with 4 words coldly. Actual area. Hearing this, Wang Haishan frowned, coughed twice, and said dissatisfiedly, "Officer Zhao, this is probably inappropriate, right?" There's nothing inappropriate. If calculated based on the area occupied, there is too little living space for other survivors. Zhao Zhongyang restrained his smile and said without giving in. But according to the initial allocation, the gathering area of 500 square meters will be allocated to our 5 forces with 135 square meters. This was agreed upon in advance. Zhao Zhongyang waved his hand and said, "I hope everyone can understand this question. Moreover, I was the one who built the entire gathering place. Whether it was digging the gathering place space or building the buildings in it, you didn't contribute, right?" There was no way to refute this, so I could only nod. Zhao Zhongyang continued, "If I hadn't helped, you wouldn't have been able to build this gathering place, right? Good. I will regard what I have done as a favor to the survivors. I will not ask for more benefits, but the distribution of land should be based on my plan. How about that?" Chapter 92 Tool Trading. Everyone was silent. After thinking for a while, they could only nod helplessly. Lu Shen had no objection. From beginning to end, he only provided the mutant willow branches and did nothing else, so naturally, he couldn't ask for too much. Whether it was the previous preparations, the construction of the gathering place, or the subsequent publicity, the one who really put in the effort was Officer Zhao. Next, several people present chose the land they wanted. Not surprisingly, the 6 forces present, including Zhao Zhongyang, all chose buildings in the commercial district. Zhao Zhongyang provided 3.5 kilograms of mutant willow branches, which could occupy 35 square meters, and finally chose a building in the commercial district, plus 15 beds in the collective residential area. Hu Lingyu and Wang Haishan both provided 1.5 kilograms of mutant willow branches, which should only occupy 15 square meters. However, the 2 had the same request, which was to own a shop in a commercial district, and the missing part would be paid directly with survival coins. Moreover, in the future distribution of benefits, The two of them will also be able to get a portion of survival coins, which can be directly deducted when the time comes. Zhang Shuo provided 3 kilograms of mutant willow branches and also acquired a shop in the commercial district, plus 10 beds in the collective residential area. Lu Shun provided the largest amount of mutant willow branches, weighing a full 5 kilograms, so he naturally took over 2 shops in the commercial district and 10 beds in the dormitory area without hesitation. As a result, half of the 12 shops in the commercial district were directly occupied. 35 beds in the collective accommodation area were also taken away, but they will most likely not be used. Instead, they will be rented out or sold to other survivors. After the distribution, the atmosphere eased a lot. Zhang Shuo joked, "Officer Zhao, now that we're done with business, why don't you invite us to stay for dinner?" Zhao Zhongyang's face suddenly turned black, and his hands trembled. "Get lost. I have to go out and beg for food to provide you with a meal." Ha! The others also burst into laughter. Zhao Zhongyang pushed and chased them out of the gathering place. When he reached the door, he spoke seriously. "If you have the chance, you can collect some more mutant willow branches to prepare for the second expansion of the gathering place. As you can see, the area of the gathering place is very limited. If we want to continue to develop, we must expand to the second and third floors." Hu Linyu waved his hand. "This matter is also good for us. We will keep it in mind." "Yes, but Officer Zhao will have to worry about the publicity work at the gathering place." Wang Haishan's old face showed danger, and he coughed twice and said, "Our face is useless, and promoting the law will have a counterproductive effect. Officer Zhao will be responsible for this. The publicity is already being done." After this incident, the relationship between the people present became much closer. On the one hand, everyone is an angel investor of the gathering place, which is equivalent to the management of the gathering place, so the relationship is naturally closer. On the other hand, since everyone has bought a shop in the commercial district of the gathering place, there is a high probability that they will have frequent contact in the future, so it is necessary to handle the relationship well. Of course, the most important point is that everyone understands that the people present are all top survivors, and they will inevitably deal with each other in the future. Lu Shun and Sherlay left the gathering place and were not in a hurry to return. They had plenty of time to explore today and could explore Jingning Town. By the way, it's time to complete the deal with Hu Linyu. When they reached the edge of Jingning Town, they saw Hu Linyu standing in front of them, smiling and waving at them. "Long time no see, Brother Lu, Brother Sher." Sherlay scratched his head. "Didn't we just meet?" Hu Linyu's mouth twitched. "I'm just being polite. You don't have to take it so seriously." "Oh, I thought you had a bad memory." Lu Shun also smiled and took out 4 tools from the backpack on his back, including 2 axes and 2 pickaxes. Hu Linyu didn't say much and took out a bag of radiation cores and some survival coins from his pocket. 15 first-level radiation cores, plus 45 survival coins. "Please count them." Lu Shun glanced at it casually, and after making sure that the numbers were roughly the same, he nodded and accepted it. "No need to count them in detail. I believe in your character." Hu Linyu grinned and said, "Thank you very much. I will definitely buy tools from you in the future, and I can also promote you." Hearing this, Lu Shun was shocked and said, "That's not necessary. Making tools requires a lot of my energy. It's better if you don't come to me too often." Hu Linyu raised his eyebrows and said, "I see. I misunderstood. It's okay, but if you need a few tools, you can still ask me for help. But I don't need survival coins. I only trade with other more precious resources." Lu Shun didn't say anything definite. The materials consumed in making tools are not worth mentioning, because there is a large amount of high-quality steel in the ruins of the train, which is enough to make tools. However, making tools requires the consumption of his innate energy, and the harder the material, the more energy is consumed. It would be fine to make 1 or 2 occasionally, but once he produces in large quantities, the loss to him will be huge. If he really wanted to run a shop, he would definitely run other resources, and it would be impossible for him to specialize in making tools. Even if he had reached level 2, he could not withstand such consumption. After accepting the deal, Lu Shun explored Jingning Town as usual. There were 2 people and 1 corpse, and the division of work was very clear. Lu Shur was responsible for going deep into Jingning Town and continuing to collect mutated willow branches. This extremely precious doomsday resource, no matter how much you collected, it was never too much. Moreover, the mutated willow branches should be considered a non-renewable resource, so he should grab as many as he can. Once it is too late, it will not be his turn. Lu Shun and Sherlay continued to search the periphery. But this time, it was not completely free at the outermost edge, but went a little deeper. Faced with a small number of rotten corpses, They can be easily dealt with the strength of 2 people. Especially in the snow, with the control of snow and ice, level 1 zombies can be easily dealt with. After cleaning up about 7 of them, I finally cleaned up a house. Moreover, this was a house that had not been looted, and the supplies inside were very complete. Most of the houses that had been searched before had already been looted by other survivors. They looked in a mess, and many important resources had disappeared. But this time, the internal supplies were very complete. The only pity was that because it had been so long, many items could not be used. For example, food and plastic products have all become corrupt and weathered, and only a small part of them can actually be collected. In the kitchen, I found more than a dozen packets of salt, 2 packets of sugar, an iron pot, and dozens of bowls. In the basement, a jar of pickled vegetables was found, but unfortunately, it was not sealed well and had become moldy and could not be used. Chapter 93 Purple Leaf, Thorny Vine. Lucian couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Even if the house had not been looted, the truly useful survival resources were still limited. But Sherlay's luck seemed to be good, and he found a pile of corn in the corner of a warehouse. It seems that the residents of the surrounding towns are particularly fond of corn. Almost every household has the habit of growing corn, and corn has become a common food among the survivors. As a result, Lucian now feels nauseous and choked whenever he sees corn. But there is no way around it. If you want to maximize the use of corn, you must eat the corn cob as well, which will significantly reduce the taste, as if you were eating pig food every day. But since it was food, there was no reason to miss it, so I packed it all up and took it home. Lucian kept searching the house. Although it seemed to be full of things, there was almost nothing he could use. After searching for dozens of minutes, not many useful items were found. Alas, the resources that the town ruins can provide are still too monotonous. Lucian sighed helplessly. He did not plan to stay any longer. He planned to summon back Lu Shi and return to the shelter. After receiving the information, the Lu corpse who collected the mutated willow branches started to return with a backpack. However, when he was about to reach the outskirts of the town ruins, he suddenly stopped, let out a painful roar, and then stomped his feet hard. But after stepping on it several times, I still couldn't get rid of it completely. Lucian's eyes moved, and he immediately noticed the movement there. His expression changed, and he hurriedly approached carefully. At the same time, I felt a little strange. In this town ruin, there was something that could hurt a level 2 corpse? It must be something extraordinary. When he saw the item under Lu Shi's feet, he couldn't help but wonder, hey, an unknown mutant plant. I saw a lavender vine wrapped around Lu Shi's feet. It had sharp thorns and a few very thin leaves on it. It was tightly wrapped around Lu Shi's feet and had already dug into the flesh. Even though Lu Shi pulled hard, he was unable to pull the vine completely off. Lucian couldn't help but feel curious. This plant was quite tenacious. Lu Shi's strength had reached level 2. Even with such powerful strength and such tough skin, he was actually restrained by it. If the attack was on an ordinary survivor, there would be no chance of survival. This also added a hint of seriousness to his eyes. The small vine in front of him might be more dangerous than he imagined. Moreover, after observing for a while, Lucian keenly realized that this purple vine was not just entwined around Lu's feet, but was constantly absorbing the power within Lu's body. Like a living creature, it continuously devoured the rich radiation energy from the corpse. And the more it absorbs, the tighter it gets. A mutated plant affected by radiation? And it looks like it feeds on radiation. Lucian pondered silently, vaguely guessed the characteristics of this plant, and also thought of a specific countermeasure. Seeing that it was difficult for Lu Shi to pull off the vines, Lucian took the initiative and used his talent solidification to attach himself to the vines and forcibly extract the radiation energy from its body. After Lucian's strength reached level 2, the intensity of his solidification more than doubled, and he absorbed radiation energy from the vines at an almost crazy speed. This speed is much faster than the speed at which the vines absorb the radiation energy of the land corpses. So, after just a dozen seconds, the vines seemed to have lost all their strength and fell down with a snap. Radiant energy is like the life of this vine creature. When the radiation energy is concentrated, it has extremely terrifying attack power. Even a level 2 corpse can hardly resist its entanglement. But once the radiation energy is exhausted, it poses no threat at all and becomes limp like an ordinary vine, with nothing special about it. Lucian used a small wooden stick to pick up the purple vines on the ground, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Plants that have mutated due to radiation should have a lot of value, right? Whether it's the black stick insect, velvet grass, purple vine, the value they bring is not low. Lucian thought secretly. According to past experience, The creatures found in this doomsday world are either valuable enough to survive or have extraordinary value. So the purple vines in front of us are likely to be in a similar situation. Without much hesitation, Lu Shun took out a cloth bag, wrapped the vines, and stuffed it into his pocket, intending to take it back for careful study. Train carriage shelter. Lu Shun and Sherlay rushed back exhausted. After dividing the spoils, they returned to their own carriages. The first-level radiation core was pulled and made into 3 pseudo-level 2 radiation cores, which were then stuffed into the refrigerator to be slowly absorbed by the land corpse. Afterwards, Lu Shun returned to the underground shelter with all the spoils of this trip. The harvest this time was not much. Salt, sugar, corn, pots and bowls are all daily necessities with considerable value, which enriched the inventory. The only special thing is this purple vine. For other survivors, this purple vine should be very dangerous. Even for survivors who have awakened their talents, once they are entangled, it will be difficult to break free. After all, Lu Shi's strength is stronger than most of the survivors. But it happened to meet Lu Shun, whose unique solidification talent perfectly restrained this plant. Looking at the palm-sized purple vine in his hand, Lu Shun first placed it in front of the survival radio and checked its condition through the store system. Soon, a message appeared. Name Purple Leaf Thorn Vine. Introduction. The mutant plants born under the influence of doomsday radiation have certain predatory nature and are extremely sensitive to radiation. They can forcibly absorb radiation and gather radiation around them. The stronger the radiation intensity, the higher the quality, and the more dangerous the creature is. Worth 75 survival coins. Obviously, this is also a plant of high quality, and its value reaches 75 survival coins. Moreover, its habits were exactly what Lu Shun had guessed. This kind of food that feeds on radiation was dangerous and special. TSK. It's really a good stuff. If you can fully control it, it will be an incredible killer. Lu Shun pursed his lips and thought secretly. The more dangerous an object is, the greater the threat it poses to others if it can be controlled. For now, Lu Shun has thought of a very effective way to use it. On weekdays, he uses his talent to absorb all the radiation from the purple leaf thorn vine, rendering it completely harmless, and then hides it in his pocket. Chapter 94, Royal Sister. If you encounter danger or an enemy, just extract the radiation energy from the radiation core and inject it completely into the purple leaf thorn vine to restore its aggressiveness, then throw it at the enemy. Whether facing other mutated creatures or hostile beings, this is a very effective attack. Even if you can't kill it directly, it can divert attention to a great extent and give you an advantage in the battle. Thinking this way, Lu Shun also made a plan. Keeping this vine, it might be of great use in the end. Using mud, he made a closed earthen box, stuffed a whole vine directly into it, and threw it in the corner of the underground shelter. There is no radiation in the underground shelter, so there is no need to worry about the revival of the purple-leaved thorn vine. This environment is simply hell for this plant. After dealing with the purple-leaf thorny vine, Lu Shun was not idle either. After lighting the fireplace, he checked the plants he had planted. In just a few days, the corn and potatoes did not change much, but because the temperature was too low, the soil had become somewhat hard. Lu Shun used warm water to water the seeds separately, hoping to protect the seeds and increase the probability of germination. He even considered keeping a fireplace lit permanently in the underground shelter to ensure a constant temperature if necessary. But after careful consideration, I gave up this idea. After all, it would consume too much wood. Although there is a lot of wood in the surrounding area, it cannot withstand such consumption. Once all of it is cut down, we will have to go to more distant places to collect more, which will be much more troublesome. Moreover, if the doomsday environment really makes it impossible to grow crops, then there is no need for him to force it. Just as he was worrying about the planting business, a prompt sound suddenly came from the survival radio next to him. Well, who is looking for me again? Sherlay? Zhao Zhongyang. Lu Shun muttered while checking the content. The person who came was neither Sherlay nor Zhao Zhongyang, but Shuya. Shuya, student Lu, Officer Zhao has already started promoting the newly built gathering place through the communication. I heard that you were one of the original builders of the gathering place. Lu Shun was stunned for a moment, and instead of answering immediately, he opened the communication first. Before long, Zhao Zhongyang's calm and restrained voice began to echo in the underground shelter. Dear survivors, I am Zhao Zhongyang. The gathering place built by me, Lu Shun, Hu Linyu, Wang Haishan, Zhang Shua, and other 4 members of the survivor group is about to be completed. To all the survivors struggling on the brink of life and death, if it is difficult to make a living, those who are interested can go to the gathering place and work together to survive. The gathering place is located in a valley 800 meters northeast of Jingning Town. You may not be familiar with the map of the surrounding area. I can introduce it to you. About 5 kilometers south of Jingning Formation is Jingning Town, 3 kilometers northwest is Qinghe Formation, and 3.5 kilometers to the north is Bailing Town. Everyone can go to the gathering place according to the coordinates. The living houses and shops in the gathering place will also be officially rented and sold. I hope you will trust my character and come to live in the gathering place. Lu Shun touched his nose bridge. He didn't expect that Zhao Zhongyang would bring them along during the promotion. It seems that Lu Shun's name is quite famous nowadays, so it's no wonder that Shuya would go directly to him. However, Lu Shun couldn't help feeling a little worried. Zhao Zhongyang's high-profile publicity of the gathering place would not only let ordinary survivors know about it, but would also attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. After all, in this doomsday land, in addition to the weaker individual survivors, there are also many talented awakeners with considerable strength. They gather in small groups of 2 or 3, occupying either town ruins or other shelters, and their overall strength is not weak. For example, Zhao Zhongyang himself, a small gathering of 10 people, although not all of them have awakened talents, they are also very strong. Including Hu Linyu, Zhang Shuo, and him, all belong to small gathering groups. Such powerful groups would certainly know the value of the gathering place, and it is hard to guarantee that they would not have thoughts of plundering and fighting for it. This is definitely a big challenge for the gathering place. Zhao Zhongyang is indeed very courageous to dare to promote it in this way. But, you dragged us all into this. What the hell is this? Lu Shun shook his head helplessly. If the gathering place was really in danger, he would probably need to consider going there to help, otherwise all the early investment would be wasted. In response to Shuya's question, Lu Shun thought for a while and replied, "Yes, any questions?" Shuya responded quickly, saying, "I heard that the gathering place will sell houses. Do you know the details? Could you please help me reserve one?" Lu Shun thought about it and felt that it would not matter if he helped out with such a small favor, so he asked, "Do you live alone?" "No, there are 2 other people. They both find it difficult to survive on their own, so they get together to keep each other warm." Shuya gave a brief explanation, with a hint of nervousness in her tone. Lu Shun nodded slightly. It seemed that this was also a small gathering place, but the overall quality of the members was relatively low. "How many survival coins do you have? If you have fewer survival coins, then you can rent a dormitory. If you have more survival coins, then you can rent an independent shop." Lu Shun made a simple suggestion. After thinking for a while, Shuya said, "How many people are there in a dormitory? Are there any triple rooms?" "Probably not. There are probably more than 7 or 8 people living in one room. According to the specifications of the dormitory, a 10 square meter area can accommodate about 5 bunk beds, so the number of people living together should be more than you think." When Lu Shun said there were 7 or 8 people, he was already trying to keep the number as low as possible. Shuya hesitated for several minutes, as if discussing with others, and finally replied cautiously, "We have a total of 19 survival coins. If we pool them together, we can barely have 30. Where do you think we should live?" Lu Shun's mouth twitched, and he replied helplessly, "Sleep on the street, bring straw and a quilt." The other party was obviously stunned for a long time. After 5 minutes, another cold and gentle voice sounded. "Mr. Lu, we don't have many survival coins. Can you please make an exception? We can replenish the survival coins you need in the future." Lu Shun's eyes lit up and he said, "What a nice voice. Where did this lady come from?" "Your companion." In a simple underground shelter, 3 figures gathered here. Their faces are all very delicate, but they appear a little thin due to malnutrition in the doomsday, but their solid foundation cannot be concealed. Shuya's forehead veins jumped when she heard the reply. She looked at the person beside her helplessly and said, "Sister Su, I forgot to tell you one thing. This guy likes royal sisters. My roommate wore a Chong Sam at the beginning, so he pestered her and finally got together with her." Chapter 95 Recruiting Employees. What do you mean by that?" At the side, the cool lady with a ponytail couldn't help but look dark. "Sister Su, please be gentler." "Impossible. At worst, I can just not go to the gathering place. He's quite handsome." "Mr. Lu, I'm Shuya's friend. We really can't afford to give up more money. Can you please be a little more flexible? Sorry for the trouble." The soft, pliant voice, mixed with a slightly hoarse tone, echoed in the underground shelter. Lu Shun couldn't help but touch his nose, his mouth twitching. Is this seducing him? He shook his head helplessly. Although he had his own hobbies, he would not be tempted by them in the current environment. After all, this is a doomsday world full of dangers. Profits are everything. The value of beauty here has been greatly reduced, and more often than not it will even bring disasters. Moreover, resources and strength are king. Once you have these two, the so-called beauty and desire are nothing but passing clouds and are easily accessible. With someone like him, there are naturally a lot of survivors who are attached to him. So why would he be bewitched by this? When it comes to choosing his own interests, he is completely rational enough and will naturally not be affected. However, listening to the soft and gentle voice of the royal sister and thinking of Shui Ya's delicate face, Lu Xun suddenly had another idea. Ahem, it's not impossible to be flexible. Lu Xun cleared his throat and said, I can even give you the house directly without any survival coins. Shui Ya looked at the content of the communication and was obviously stunned for a moment. She asked with some difficulty, then, what do we need to pay? The other two women beside her also looked unhappy, and they vaguely guessed something. I also have a shop that I may run in the future, and I'm in need of a few waiters. If you come to work in my shop, your salary will be the rent for your residence. Lu Xun said calmly. Also, I can't stay in the gathering place all the time. There are some things I may need your help with. How about it? Shuya was obviously stunned when she heard this, and asked, that's it? Otherwise, Lu Xun raised his eyebrows and asked, do you really think I think with my lower body? How could Lu Xun not understand what they were thinking? He does have the right to choose freely and is entitled to indulge his desires, but this is never a reason to act arbitrarily. Self-control and restraint are lessons that need to be learned, rather than being bound by one's own desires, which is a step down. Shuya was silent for a moment, and finally replied in a deep voice. Okay, we accept your proposal. And, thank you very much. It's okay, Lu Xun said calmly. When the gathering place is completely built, you can move there. Just tell me my name. Good. Lu Xun was relatively calm about accepting 3 employees and renting out 3 beds. But this incident gave him a new idea. He also privately discussed the rental of the bed with Zhao Zhongyang. The rental price was roughly 1 survival coin per day, which was 30 survival coins per month. The price is not expensive, at least for Lu Xun. It is not a huge income. What's more, in today's circumstances, transactions between survivors are sluggish, and survival coins cannot be exchanged for precious resources, so the value is not as high as imagined. However, if you can use the bed rental fee to hire a group of employees, it may be a good option. With him as the core, a circle of peripheral forces is established to facilitate his understanding and contact with the gathering places. Some things that are not convenient for him to do can also be handed over to others. In this way, the number of manpower will be greatly increased, making it much easier to do many things. Yes, this method is indeed worth implementing. He had made up his mind to rent out his beds in this way. If possible, he could even buy a dormitory directly. However, considering that hiring too many survivors in a short period of time is not a good choice, this kind of thing needs to be done slowly. Ding ding ding. Just as he was thinking, the reminder sound of survival radio interrupted his thoughts. Zhao Zhongyang. Mr. Lu, I need your help with something. Lu Xun took a look and replied, what's up, Officer Zhao? The gathering place is expected to be fully built tomorrow, and survivors will arrive the day after tomorrow. But I'm worried that there may be people with ulterior motives, so public security issues need special attention. But the manpower I have may not be enough. Zhao Zhongyang said in a deep voice. So that's it. Lu Xun murmured to himself. He had also thought about this problem, and it really required special attention. Do you need my help? Zhao Zhongyang smiled and said, yes, Mr. Lu, your strength should be able to solve a lot of problems. However, I hope you don't show your rotten corpse in public. If there is a problem that cannot be solved, how about letting it come out again? No problem. If I have time, I will come over. Lu Xun did not make any promises and gave an ambiguous answer. No problem, but I still hope Mr. Lu can come. We will also allocate the locations of specific shops and dormitory beds at that time. I'll try my best. Lu Xun let out a long breath. Zhao Zhongyang's speed was faster than he had imagined. If nothing unexpected happens, I should go to the gathering place the day after tomorrow, which is also a very important thing. In this case, try not to stray too far from the shelter tomorrow, and focus on collecting wood, pine resin, pine nuts, and pine cones. The tree resources around the shelter are actually very abundant. In addition to providing wood, they can also provide many other resources. For example, leaf birds, resin, and the like. The next morning, Lu Xun adhered to his habit of self-discipline and got up early in the morning. With sleepy eyes open, he made himself a pot of hot tea and sat on the bed in the underground shelter in a daze. The dark, dangerous, and lonely doomsday world puts tremendous mental pressure on people, and they often need to relax like this. It's really nice. In this environment, I can still drink a sip of hot tea. It's really a pleasure. Lu Xun picked up the iron cup, and the rich aroma of tea wafted out, lingering around his nose. making him feel extremely comfortable. Bang! A loud bang suddenly sounded. The entire ground was shaking, and even Lu Shun in the underground shelter was shaken so violently that the hot tea spilled directly on his face. Ouch, what the hell? Lu Shun was immediately grimaced due to the burn and felt a burning pain on his face. But the next moment when his anger rose, he immediately suppressed his emotions and turned to look up. What's going on? What happened? Chapter 96, Giant Elephant Mutant Creature. After thinking for 1 second, a hint of surprise and fear appeared in his eyes. The shaking was so violent that the entire shelter was shaking. How could one not be terrified? He rushed out of the underground shelter as fast as he could and carefully laid down at the entrance to check. When I saw the scene outside, I couldn't help but gasp and almost cursed. The right half of the entire ice brick fortress had collapsed, and a large amount of broken ice hit the train carriage, causing it to become dented and twisted. The ice brick fortress that took 2 people's hard work and many days to build collapsed just like that. Lu Shun's heart was bleeding. But at this moment, he didn't pay much attention to the ice brick fortress because there were more troublesome things happening. Not far away, Sherlay's ice brick fortress had also completely collapsed, and the degree of collapse was even greater, almost covering the entire train carriage. What was even more shocking was that outside the ice brick fortress, 2 creatures as big as small hills were walking slowly. It was so huge that its height almost exceeded that of the train car, about 4 to 5 meters, and its shadow covered almost the entire ruins of the train car. It was even taller than a train, and its rough skin was visible to the naked eye. It was like a wall, and every step it took shook the ground. Boom! There was a thunderous sound, but it was not the sound of a collapse, nor the sound of walking, but the long roar of this huge creature. Fuck, what a huge elephant! Lu Shun looked up, his forehead wrinkles appeared. Looking at this horrible body, his original resentment disappeared, only fear and sigh remained. This is a creature similar to an elephant, as big as a mountain, covered with a layer of keratinous skin, and with brown-red hair on its back. Its 2 horns are several meters long, and its trunk is equally thick and powerful. Lu Shun saw with his own eyes that the giant elephant only used its huge trunk to lightly touch Sherlay's ice brick fortress, and it collapsed directly. Moreover, its eyes are scarlet, its facial muscles are distorted, and its yellow and black teeth are exposed, which can easily cause physical discomfort. Next to this giant elephant, there was another baby elephant, which was much smaller, almost the size of an ordinary cow or sheep. It should be a newborn baby elephant. It looked relatively good, not as ferocious as the elephant. Looking at the 2 creatures, Lu Shun didn't dare to show his head. He retreated back to the underground shelter again and contacted Sherlay urgently. Sherlay, are you still alive? If you are, make a sound. Brother, half alive. Sherlay's helpless voice came. After hearing the sound, Lu Shun couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the structure of the train carriage was relatively strong and the materials were also very solid, so it was not completely smashed by the ice bricks. Just encountering this kind of thing really made the 2 of them speechless. How could they always encounter such a situation? What's more troublesome is that the source of this trouble cannot be dealt with, and we can't even complain. We can only watch and hope that these 2 big guys will leave quickly. Feeling the ground shaking, Lu Shun felt a little worried. If these 2 giants continued to fight to the death and were determined to destroy the entire train carriage, he and Sherlay would be in great danger. He could only stay at the entrance of the underground shelter, holding the snow cat tightly in his arms, ready to escape at any time. He was ready to abandon the shelter. It was better to survive than to die in a shelter. As for Sherlay, if he unfortunately dies, all we can do is light 3 candles for him to commemorate his former best friend. But fortunately, fate was on their side after all. After about 5 minutes, the heavy footsteps gradually faded away, and the long and ethereal shouts also gradually faded away, until the entire ground returned to complete peace. Finally left. Lu Shun let out a long sigh and felt a pain in his heart. We had barely lived a peaceful life for a few days when this kind of thing happened. It was such an unexpected disaster that made people feel like they had no place to vent their anger. He stuck his head out to check and found that his ice brick fortress was still in good condition, only half collapsed. After some repairs, it should be able to be used again. However, Sherlay's ice brick fortress had collapsed beyond recognition, and even the train carriages had been damaged a lot. Without any hesitation, Lu Shun rushed into the wind and snow, came to the train where Sherlay was, and forcibly pulled open the twisted door. Sherlay took great effort to pull his huge body out of the twisted carriage. Sherlay almost burst into tears. The elephant's breath was only 0.001 centimeters away from me. I almost thought I was dead. I thought so too. Lu Xun was inexplicably moved. Since arriving in this doomsday world, he had encountered many crises, including mutant creatures, rotting corpses, extreme cold, hunger. But this time alone made him feel desperate. Huge creatures of this level are even larger than elephants on Earth. They can move mountains and fill up the sea with just a wave of their hands. There is no human power to resist them at all. Moreover, this is most likely a mutated creature that was affected by radiation. It does not have the cuteness of an elephant at all, and its ferocious appearance makes people feel scared. Looking at the direction where these two huge creatures are going away, it is the mountains in the northeast. Two figures stood still in the wind and snow, walking forward indifferently, occasionally uttering long wails, and the air around them vibrated. What is in the east? Lu Xun once again wondered in his heart. The forest in the east is definitely not ordinary. Corpses come out from there, and mutated creatures also go there. There must be something attracting them. But Lu Xun has no ability to solve these mysteries. Only after solving the problem of survival can he do more things. Brother Xun, what should we do now? My house has been ransacked. Sherlay said aggrievedly. Lu Xun came back to his senses and said, It's all trivial. As long as you are alive, it's good. You can move in with me first. Okay. Sherlay nodded in agreement and said with some fear, I dare not ride in a train carriage anymore. It's too dangerous. I have to dig an underground shelter quickly. Well, instead of looking for another place to dig, let's dig a passage from my underground shelter and then open up another underground space. Lu Xun suggested. Sherlay nodded. That's good. It saves us from digging another 5 or 6 meter deep pit, and it will be faster this way. Sherlay returned to the train carriage and packed up his belongings. He moved out all the warm clothes, bedding, straw, and all the food and daily necessities, and transported them to the underground shelter. Chapter 97: Collecting Resin. Fortunately, although the train carriage was twisted by the attack, the degree of distortion was not serious, and all the daily necessities inside were not damaged. Strictly speaking, the biggest loss this time was the destruction of 2 ice brick fortresses. This also made Lu Xun a little worried. The ice brick fortress was their first and most important line of defense against the zombies. Now that it has been destroyed, the overall security has been greatly reduced. We can only hide in underground shelters at night and survive, and we can no longer launch an effective counterattack. Sitting in the underground shelter, the two sat opposite each other and warmed themselves around the fireplace. Lu Xun arranged. It seems that today is indeed not suitable for long-distance exploration. We have to stay in the shelter and repair the ice brick fortress first. Sherlay also nodded and said, Then I will continue to make ice cubes and help you build your ice brick fortress first. I guess I can't repair my fortress. Looking at his completely collapsed ice brick fortress, Sherlay still felt a little sad. Well, I'll go to the pine forest and come back to help you. After a brief discussion, the two decided on today's plan. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The two walked out of the shelter, and Sherlay went back to his old job, continuing to make ice bricks using molds. Lu Xun took Lu Shi and the snow cat out of the shelter and walked towards the opposite hillside. Just like before, the snow cat quickly dived into the snow and began to catch prey. The snow cat's harvest in the past few days was obviously not very good. It did not hunt any food, and it had not had any broth for several days, so it was particularly energetic today. Lu Xun brought Lu Shi to the pine forest on the back of the hillside. After a few days, a lot of rosin was collected in the plastic bottles again. Almost every plastic bottle contained a fingernail-deep level of rosin, which was a very large amount. This is obviously a pine variety with a very high resin yield, and the resin quality is also very good. Lu Xun collected all the rosin, almost filling up an entire plastic bottle, which was enough to make at least 5 candles. Then he used the blade of the knife again to cut a hole in the pine branch and moved to another place to continue collecting pine resin. Lu Shi, who was standing aside, couldn't do very detailed work, so Lu Xun asked him to be responsible for collecting pine cones. All you have to do is hold on to a tree and shake it wildly, and the pine cones will fall down, which can then be collected by the Lu Shi. In just over 10 minutes, a large basket of items was collected. Lu Xun was not too greedy. After collecting pine resin and a basket of pine cones, he immediately returned to the shelter and began to help Sherlay build an ice brick fortress. Because of his talent, building an ice brick fortress for him will be more solid and easier. He only needs to apply a little bit of his innate energy between the 2 ice bricks to make them better fit together and reduce the risk of collapse. When their time outside was up, the two had just finished repairing the ice brick fortress. Looking at the newly rebuilt fortress, Lu Xun let out a long breath and regained a sense of security. And today, the snow cat also had a good harvest, catching 3 leaf birds and a snow rabbit. This was the largest number of prey obtained by a snow cat in history, which surprised both Lu Xun and Sherlay. As expected of a predator in this doomsday world, it can easily find and capture prey in such a harsh environment, which is something the survivors cannot do. At least so far, Lu Xun hasn't even seen the shadow of the snow rabbit. The same goes for the dead leaf bird, which is camouflaged among the withered yellow leaves. Even if he gets close and stares at the leaves carefully for a few minutes, it is difficult to tell that it is a bird. Only a native creature like the snow cat can use its own abilities to easily hunt other creatures. Just as before, the snow rabbit's fur was plucked, the larger pieces of meat were cut into strips and then frozen in the refrigerator. As for the 3 dead leaf birds, I cleaned them and boiled a large pot of broth for today's food. In addition, today's staple food has also been changed. Instead of eating compressed biscuits and corn tortillas, some vermicelli was taken out and cooked together with the broth. Looking at the crystal clear vermicelli and the greasy broth, which mixed together and exuded a unique food aroma, the eyes of the 2 people and the cat lit up. TSK, TSK, TSK. Everyone else is gnawing on tree roots and compressed biscuits, and we're here eating vermicelli and meat soup. Life is really comfortable. Sherlay couldn't help but grinning. Indeed, it seems that this fat cat is still useful. Lu Xun rubbed the snow cat's big head hard. The snow cat dodged impatiently, slapped his hand with its thick claws, and shook its body in disgust. Lu Xun didn't care. Snow cats were not friendly by nature. Rather than saying that it was a pet he raised, it would be more accurate to say that the 2 of them and the cat were working together to survive. He provides the snow cat with safe and warm accommodation, as well as some food for protection. The snow cats are responsible for hunting fresh meat and are also used for nighttime surveillance to ensure the safety of the shelter. The cooperation between the 2 sides makes survival in the doomsday easier. Lu Xun took out the meat and vermicelli and cut them into small pieces for the snow cat. He then put them all into its bowl. The snow cat then began to devour them. After eating and drinking, the 2 had no time to rest and started working immediately. In order to build his own shelter, Sherlay had already started digging with a shovel. With the experience from last time, this time it was easier. Lu Xun is mainly responsible for making candles and helping Lu Xun improve his strength on a daily basis. This time, I had enough rosin to successfully make 5.5 candles, which should last for a while. You can also consider building a brick bed in the underground shelter to increase warmth while sleeping, so there is no need to light the wall all the time. The earthen Kong provides heat and warmth, and the candles provide light. The combined effect of the 2 is definitely much better than a single fireplace. Lu Xun also checks on Lu Shi's condition every day. At present, all pseudo-secondary radiation cores have been converted into level 2 radiation cores, and under the influence of Lu Xun's talent, the pure radiation energy in them is directly guided to Lu Shi for absorption. So far, Lu Shi has absorbed nearly 10 level 2 radiation cores, and his strength has been greatly improved, reaching a very high level. Lu Xun has clearly felt that continuing to absorb the level 2 radiation core will only slowly improve Lu Shi's strength. This shows that Lu Shi has gradually reached the top of level 2 and is in a new bottleneck period. If he takes one more step forward, he may be able to successfully break through to level 3. Lu Xun couldn't help but sigh that if Lu Shi could break through level 3 today, he would be more confident when he went to the gathering place tomorrow. Judging from the gap between level 1 and level 2, the gap between level 3 and level 2 is also huge. By then, Lu Shi, as the last trump card, will be enough to calm the situation at the critical moment. Chapter 98, Gathering Place Pattern. But if he thinks about it carefully, he and Lu Shi now both have level 2 strength. Even if they encounter some unexpected situations tomorrow, they will be able to suppress other survivors. Of course, there is also a prerequisite. That is, there are no other owners of level 2 talent abilities. Nothing happened at night. The blizzard continued. Early the next morning, Lu Xun received a call from Zhao Zhongyang, specifically instructing him about today's gathering place. Lu Xun thought for a moment and gave the other party an accurate answer, saying that he would arrive on time today. I even made plans in my mind to take the independent shelter court with me. If I don't have time to return, I might stay there for a night. Therefore, more preparations are needed for this outing than before. In addition to daily equipment and tools, he also stuffed a large amount of velvet and 2 quilts into Sherlay's backpack. This is an oversized backpack that he specially wove. It can hold a lot of things. When it is full, it is so heavy that only he can carry it. In addition, Lu Xun also brought survival coins, 2 days of food, 2 candles, and other items. Since he had too many items to carry, he couldn't carry them all by himself, so he gave Lu Shi a backpack so that he could carry some daily necessities. The 2 men and the corpse set out on their journey in a dusty mess and left the shelter in the wind and snow before the feng shui reached its weakest point. But obviously, this choice is unwise. Although it was already past 1 p.m., the extremely low temperature and violent winds made it difficult for them to move in the snow. After nearly an hour, they only covered half a kilometer. It was not until 2 p.m., when it was time to go out and explore, that the weather became significantly better and the two could continue their journey normally. Damn, we still have to follow the rules. Lucian was so tired that he was out of breath and shouted that he would never suffer such torture again. But because they set out early, the two arrived at the gathering place about half an hour earlier. When Zhao Zhongyang saw the two, his eyes lit up and he asked in surprise, "Did you two fly here? It's only been a few minutes, how come you're here?" To be honest, when we heard that the gathering place was completed, we were so excited that we couldn't sleep all night and went out in the middle of the night. Lucian answered seriously. Zhao Zhongyang twitched his mouth, dragged the two into the gathering place, and said, "Stop talking nonsense and come in quickly." Lucian grinned and walked in with Sherlay. But the next moment, after seeing the scene inside the gathering place, Lucian was completely stunned. What? Although it is dark inside and the view is not very clear, when you look over there, you will see an exquisite building. Although it looks very compact and crowded, it is still amazing. Officer Zhao, your construction speed is so fast that it's scary. I can't even stack building blocks so fast. Lucian couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Zhongyang stroked his stubble and said calmly, "To be honest, it's not much different from playing with building blocks." As he spoke, he also gave a brief introduction to the construction method of the gathering place, which was indeed an extremely simple, but very effective method. Because the gathering place is only 4 m high but has to be divided into 2 floors, the structure is very tight and it is impossible to make a single-family building. Therefore, Officer Zhao built 3 walls directly against the wall of the gathering place, connecting the ground and the ceiling to form a 4 m times 2.5 m space. This is pretty much the most space-efficient way to build. Then add another partition inside this space to divide it into 2 parts. The lower part is 2.2 m high, and the upper part is 1.8 m high. Whether it is a collective dormitory area, an independent residential area, or a commercial area, all are of the same specifications. Seeing this, Lucian asked in confusion, "Officer Zhao, your house is made entirely of mud, and it doesn't even have load-bearing walls. It won't collapse while you're living in it, right?" It's no wonder that he has such concerns. In the entire building, except for a pillar in the middle of the first floor that bears the weight, the rest of the building is made of relatively thin soil. From a normal person's perspective, soil is fragile and easy to crack. If it is not compact enough, it may crack one day. In response to this question, Officer Zhao just smiled and said, "Don't worry, my talent is related to soil. It can enhance the stability of the structure, so it won't collapse so easily." "I see." Lucian also nodded. Since it involved the other party's talent, it would not be appropriate for him to ask too much. He also took the opportunity to check out the specific conditions inside the building. The outer commercial areas are all equipped with earthen doors and windows, which looks very safe. However, there are no facilities inside, only a staircase leading to the second floor. It is also dark inside and the vision is very poor. The residential area and independent residential area are in the same situation as the commercial area, with no facilities inside. However, the situation is different in the dormitory area, where bunk beds are specially arranged. In an area of 10 square meters, there are 5 bunk beds, and 10 people can live on one floor alone. The environment on the second floor is relatively better. Since the floor height is only 1.8 meters, it would be very crowded to arrange bunk beds, so single beds are arranged. There are 5 single beds arranged side by side, which is more spacious than the layout downstairs. Lucian couldn't help but ask, why are there differences in beds in the dormitory area? Are there also differences in prices? Zhao Zhongyang nodded and said, "I have decided on the price. The bed downstairs is 0.5 survival coins a day, and the bed upstairs is 1 survival coin a day." "So cheap?" Lucian said in surprise. Zhao Zhongyang was stunned and said helplessly, "It's cheap for you. It's impossible for the truly wealthy survivors to live here. Most of them have their own independent shelters. Most of those who can be transferred here are elderly people and women, especially those who don't have awakened talents and have poor survival abilities. Even if they take out a survival coin, it is very difficult for them, so we can't force them." "That's right." Lucian nodded silently. Who would be willing to give up their own shelter and move to the gathering place? Anyone who has the conditions will not completely abandon the shelter. At most, they will choose to run between the 2 places, living in their own shelter most of the time, and occasionally going to the gathering place to trade and buy. Or they may live in the gathering place for a long time, but occasionally return to their own shelter, store some precious supplies in the shelter, and make a living in the gathering place. In any case, the survivors who are forced to live in collective dormitory areas are not in good conditions. What about the prices of the independent dormitory area and commercial area? Have they been determined? Chapter 99 Survivors Arrive. About the same. Zhao Zhongyang nodded and said, "Independent dormitory area, the rental price of one building is 20 survival coins per week. The shops in the commercial area are 30 survival coins per week, and they can all be rented out on a week-by-week basis. Lucian frowned slightly and said, "This price is not cheap. There should be few people who can afford it, right?" "That's right." Zhao Zhongyang also smiled and said, "But if you want to rent an independent accommodation area and a shop, you don't need to pay survival coins directly. You can also use other materials of the same value to rent, such as food, warm items, hard currency, mutant willow branches, and so on. Even if the survivor is strong enough, we can directly hire him to work and give him the independent accommodation area and shops as salary." Hearing this arrangement, Lucian nodded deeply. Such an arrangement is obviously more reasonable and more attractive, and will attract more capable people to the gathering place. Moreover, this method is similar to the method he used to rent his own bed. Some people cannot provide enough survival coins, nor do they have enough supplies, so their own labor is the most valuable commodity. The two talked as they walked in the underground gathering area, checking out the environment. Lucian couldn't help but sigh. Although the entire gathering place was relatively small and looked relatively crowded, it was well organized under Zhao Zhongyang's standardized layout. In addition to the houses and shops, the road in the middle is also eye-catching. Stones of different sizes and shapes are embedded in the soil, making the road cleaner and more eye-catching. It is incredible that all the excavation work was completed and the houses and shops inside were built in just over a week. Lucian became more and more curious about what Zhao Zhongyang's talent was. It can be imagined that this is definitely an extremely special talent that has great significance in a doomsday environment. Just the ability to quickly build a shelter can infinitely increase its value. However, Zhao Zhongyang did not take the initiative to ask such private questions, and it was not appropriate for others to ask too much. Zhao Zhongyang always had a peaceful smile on his face as he strolled around the gathering place with Lucian and Sherlay. After looking around for a while, he asked a question. "Mr. Liu, I remember you have 2 shops. What do you plan to do?" Hearing this, Lucian was stunned for a moment. Although he had some plans in his mind, he had not made up his mind. So after thinking for a moment, he replied, "I have no plans yet. I need to think about it again." Zhao Zhongyang looked slightly disappointed and said carefully, "There are only 12 shops in the entire settlement. I still hope that the shop owners can sell some valuable items to improve the survival ability of the survivors and promote the development of the entire settlement." "Then Officer Zhao, do you have any suggestions?" "No." Zhao Zhongyang shook his head. "Every survivor has different resources. You all have your own opportunities, more or less. It's up to you to choose what to do." Lucian looked at Zhao Zhongyang calmly and deeply, and roughly understood what he was thinking. This Officer Zhao is indeed considering the survivors. Such existence is indeed rare in today's doomsday environment. But Lucian did not reveal too much about his business plan, and he himself needed to think about it for a while and choose a path that would bring him greater benefits. The two chatted idly, and after about 10 minutes, other people arrived one after another. Hu Linyu, Zhang Shua, and Wang Haishan arrived one after another. As high-level officials in the gathering place, they naturally had to come in advance to show their support. Moreover, a large number of other survivors will arrive today. Some of them will settle in the gathering place sincerely, but some will have ulterior motives and have other ideas. They arrived early just in case and to maintain law and order. Therefore, Hu Linyu and Zhang Shua did not come alone, but brought 2 other survivors with them, who seemed to be very powerful people. Obviously, they have made adequate preparations for what happened today. Before long, other survivors began to approach one after another. It is worth mentioning that at the entrance of the gathering place, Zhao Zhongyang specially erected a bamboo pole with a piece of red cloth tied on it. It was very conspicuous in the snow and was used to guide the survivors. Therefore, as long as there are survivors nearby, they can accurately find the location of the gathering place. The first to arrive were 2 survivors who looked like middle-aged men. They were wearing tattered cotton jackets, their faces were covered with stubble and dirt, and they were extremely thin. But judging from their tall stature, they should be 2 survivors with good physical fitness and certain survival ability. However, neither of them possessed any talent, so their lives were rather miserable. Zhao Zhongyang personally came out to greet them and brought them to the gathering place. But these 2 survivors were very vigilant. They held a small iron knife wrapped in cloth in their hands, ready to attack at any time, and their muscles were tense. Only after they were led to the gathering point and saw the facilities inside, as well as other survivors such as Lucian, did they feel a little more relaxed. Afterwards, many survivors arrived one after another. Some of them came alone, exhausted. Some survivors have formed small groups of 2 or 3 and have come together to gather at the gathering place. Most of them wrapped themselves up tightly, leaving only their eyes exposed, making it impossible to tell whether they were male or female, or whether they were old. But it can be seen that most of them are very thin, almost skin and bones, and like the man at the beginning, they are extremely wary of other survivors. It is conceivable that if it were not for Officer Zhao's excellent reputation, these survivors would never have taken the initiative to come looking for a gathering place. Of course, as the number of survivors arriving increases, we can also see some survivors with better blood complexion and sufficient qi and blood. Although these people were equally vigilant, there was less fear in their eyes, and they even looked at Lu Xun and others with scrutiny. There is no doubt that these are survivors who have awakened their talents. They are superior to all the survivors and have stronger survival abilities. Survivors of all kinds began to appear here. Lu Xun's eyes fluctuated and he felt quite touched. This was the first time he saw so many other survivors since he came to the Doomsday World, and they were gathered together in a peaceful way. Perhaps this is the meaning of Zhao Zhengyang's efforts. Only if someone takes the lead in setting up a benchmark of trust and brings together people in the dark forest can we avoid killing each other and build civilization. Chapter 100 Zhao Zhengyang's Principles. Moreover, we have to admit that human beings are social animals. If they are always scattered around, development will inevitably stagnate. Only when everyone gathers together and has a gathering place for communication and trade can the overall development get on the right track. Zhao Zhengyang also made preparations and proper arrangements in advance for the survivors who arrived. After entering the gathering place, all people were taken by Zhao Zhengyang's men to stay in a shop at the outermost edge. There will be someone responsible for recording their names and numbers. Only those whose names and numbers are recorded are allowed to go deep into the gathering place and stay there for a long time. The same goes for Lu Xun and others. Their names and numbers were all recorded. This is also an important measure to regulate gathering places and facilitate future management. After the information is recorded, a special person will lead the survivors to the gathering place to purchase or rent housing. Most of the survivors frowned after hearing the prices of independent accommodation areas and shops. The price could not be described as high, it was a price they could never afford. Maybe it was okay to stay there for a day or two, but there was no possibility of long-term rental. Therefore, in the end, we can only focus on the collective dormitory area. The price of 0.51 survival coin made their ugly faces slightly recover. Although the cost is still not low for long-term residents, at least they can afford it. What's more, the gathering place is full of opportunities. It is very likely to be the center of future transactions and exchanges. It is a place where every inch of land is valuable, and they can also seek opportunities to earn survival coins here. Many people gritted their teeth and chose to rent a bed. Seeing the survivors arriving one after another, Lu Xun's eyes showed a hint of surprise. I originally thought that there wouldn't be too many survivors in the surrounding area, probably only a few dozen at most. But in the past few dozen minutes, 15 people have arrived, which is more than he imagined. It is obvious that the density of survivors is not low. Or strictly speaking, the survivors might not be evenly distributed, but concentrated around the ruins of the town. After all, the areas near city ruins with huge numbers of zombies in the unknown primeval forests and mountains are not suitable for survivors to survive. This resulted in the number of people within a radius of 50 kilometers being greater than expected. The higher the density of survivors, the greater the possibility of conflicts and the greater the challenges the gathering place will face. This also made Lu Xun, Hu Linyu, and others more vigilant to avoid the possibility of trouble increasing due to the increase in the number of people. But fortunately, among the survivors who have arrived so far, only a small number have talents, and most of them are individual survivors, and there is no group of strong survivors. Not long after, 3 figures appeared, and Lu Xun's eyes suddenly lit up. Shueya, Lu Xun murmured in his heart. The 3 of them were obviously thin, and Shueya's clothes were very familiar. After all, they had met last time. It can be clearly felt that Shueya and the other 2 were very alert. Although they saw the erected red pole early on, they did not dare to get close. It was not until Lu Xun stretched out his hand and waved at them that they quickly approached. Lu Xun, Shueya asked cautiously. Lu Xun nodded slightly and said in a low voice, I'll take you in. I'll keep the beds for you. The 3 of them remained alert, looking carefully through the arranged fabrics. Lu Xun didn't care and led the way all the way to the dormitory area. At this time, there were already quite a few people here, and it looked quite lively. Shueya and the other 2 also showed curious expressions and turned their heads to look at everything around them. They hadn't seen such a lively scene for a long time since the end of the world. As the general person in charge of the gathering place, Zhao Zhengyang is also here. He is in charge of purchasing beds for the survivors and arranging them in place. Officer Zhao, may I ask, which of the beds I was assigned to are located? Lu Xun walked over naturally, patted Zhao Zhengyang on the shoulder, and asked. Such a casual action also startled the others around him, and they all looked at him curiously. They naturally knew Zhao Zhengyang's identity. He was the builder of this gathering place and was also a prominent figure among the survivors. His status was naturally extraordinary. But the person in front of him was talking to him so familiarly, so his identity must be extraordinary. Among the survivors nearby, many of them had slightly changed expressions and talked to Lucian cautiously, with no one knowing what they were thinking about as their eyes moved. The expressions of Shuya and the other two also changed slightly. Although they had known for a long time that Lucian's identity and status were not simple, they were still surprised when they saw it so directly. On the contrary, Lucian and Zhao Zhengyang still looked normal and were communicating casually. You should have 10 beds, right? Zhao Zhengyang said with a faint smile, just upstairs between number 13 and number 14. No one has been assigned to those two houses yet, so you can do whatever you want. Okay, thank you very much. Lucian also smiled in gratitude, turned around and was about to leave with Shuya and the other two. But the content of the conversation between the two was clearly heard by others, and they couldn't help but gasp. A skinny middle-aged man couldn't help but say, Officer Zhao, how come that person has 10 beds? And we have to pay survival coins to rent them? This is probably a bit unfair. Hearing this, some people also agreed. Yes, they are all survivors. Why should they be treated differently? My request is not high. Just assign me 2 beds. It's first come, first served. Lucian frowned slightly and turned to look at the crowd. At this moment, everyone in the crowd turned their eyes to him, but their eyes were obviously unfriendly, with a hint of hostility and jealousy. Originally, everyone was equal, but suddenly a privileged class appeared. They felt that it was Lucian's appearance that seized the interests that originally belonged to them, so they naturally showed hostility. Lucian curled up the corner of his mouth with a barely visible sneer. He did not speak, but just cast his gaze towards Zhao Zhengyang. He also wanted to see how the Zhao police officers would handle this matter. At this moment, looking at the increasingly noisy crowd, Zhao Zhengyang's face became slightly gloomy, his smile obviously restrained, and he looked at the crowd with a frown. Then, he slapped the table in front of him. Bang! A loud bang drowned out all the discussions. A deep and powerful voice sounded. Why? You want to know why? Then I'll tell you. Because he was one of the builders of the gathering place. Because he went deep into dangerous places to collect the main materials to resist radiation. Without him, you would not be able to come here. The scene was instantly silent. Chapter 101 Young People Need to Exercise More. I, Zhao Zhengyang, built this gathering place not to be a good guy. It's not for a certain person, but I hope that as human beings, we can have a better continuation and inheritance. So, don't think I'm easy to talk to. Since you're here and want to live in this gathering place, you have to follow the rules here. Zhao Zhengyang rarely showed anger and instantly calmed the situation. No one who had been making a fuss just now dared to speak. Finally, he raised his voice and asked, Did you understand everything? Understand. Understood. Clear. The person who spoke just now looked at Zhao Zhengyang, felt great pressure, and took a step back in fear. Lucian stood there, slightly stunned by the scene. This was the first time he saw Zhao Zhengyang showing such an attitude. But this also greatly changed his impression of Zhao Zhengyang. If he was just a good guy who helped the survivors blindly, provided help and kindness unconditionally, and did not use any tough measures, then it would be meaningless. But at this moment, Lucian was indeed surprised by the toughness and tactics displayed. At the same time, a hint of fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. People like Zhao Zhengyang have very clear positions. They only help the right side and not their relatives. Today, he can help him deal with other survivors. If one day in the future, if he, Lucian, affects Zhao Zhengyang's interests, is it possible that he will stand on the opposite side? It's just that these things are not suitable for deep contemplation. Lucian looked indifferent. He turned around, patted Shuya on the shoulder, and left. Shuya also followed directly and came to dormitory number 13 and number 14. There are a total of 14 dormitories in the entire gathering place, which are numbered from 1 to 14. Most of the people who have come to the gathering place are arranged in dormitory number 1. Therefore, there was no one in dormitories number 13 and 14, and they looked unusually clean and tidy. Shuya and the other two looked at the independent beds on the second floor. Although it was very dim, it was extremely warm and comfortable, and their eyes couldn't help but light up. You guys just live here. The entire second floor is mine. No one else should come here. Lucian made casual arrangements. Yeah, Shuya responded in a low voice, and then couldn't help asking, I didn't expect that you have such a high status in the gathering place and have so many beds. Lucian glanced at her and said, Why? Do you want to continue to use seduction to trick a few beds from me? Shuya was stunned for a moment, then blinked and said, If this is your condition, it is not impossible to consider it. Lucian paused and looked at her strangely. I remember that you were not this kind of person before. Under the scrutiny, Shuya felt so angry that her face turned red. She spread her hands and explained, You should understand that I was joking. Lucian waved his hand and said nonchalantly, Can you take off your masks? After all, you will be my employees in the future. I can't not recognize you, right? As for Shuya and the other two, except for having vaguely seen Shuya once in the snowy wind, he didn't know any of the others. If you really want to hire them in the future, you will definitely have to have some contact with them. It is necessary to understand their character, abilities, etc. Shuya and the other two thought about it, and then took off their masks and hats. When he saw their faces clearly, Lucian couldn't help but look away and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Unexpectedly, the faces of the three people were all stunning. She knew Shuya's situation. When she was in college, she was a beautiful woman with a gorgeous appearance, gentleness, and elegance, and her beauty was naturally impeccable. The other two completely unfamiliar women also made his eyes light up. Among them, the smaller one also has a small and delicate face and fair skin, but is a little thin, has clear eyes, and looks young. He is tall, with a calm expression and eyebrows like ink painting, which reveals a sense of coldness, but he has a tall figure, and even thick clothes cannot hide the curves of his body. Shuya introduced, "This is Tong Yun. She's in a similar major to me, a sophomore nursing major, 19 years old. But she's minored in Chinese medicine, so she knows a lot about some herbs. This is Chiao Suying, Sister Su, 28 years old, a master's degree in finance, a white-collar worker in a company, your favorite." "Shut up. Shut up." The corner of Lucian's mouth twitched, and Chiao Suying's forehead veins also throbbed. Lucian rubbed his brows and said, "I roughly understand. You guys stay here first. After the shop determines the business direction, you can go to the shop to work." The three of them nodded, and Chiao Suying suddenly said, "Mr. Liu, I have a question." "Ask. Do all three of us have to stay in the shop every day? As for the income, is it the rental price of the bed? If so, we would rather pay the rental fee ourselves." Lucian thought about it and understood her thoughts. If the income is just the price of renting a bed, then they are no different from selling themselves. All their time is tied up in the shop, but they have no source of income of their own. In fact, if Lucian didn't provide food, they might not even be able to afford a meal. After thinking for a while, Lucian didn't make things too extreme, and said, "Before the shop opens, you can do whatever you want. After the shop opens, I will discuss the wages separately, so you don't have to worry about this. But don't expect the price to be too high. After all, there is no shortage of cheap labor in the gathering place." Chiao Suying frowned slightly, but still agreed with her lips pursed. Even though they once had a high status and were considered elite, they do not have much bargaining power in today's doomsday environment. Even if they offer to pay for the bed themselves, with their income, it can only last about half a month at most, and the accumulated survival coins will be used up. Therefore, now they still need to rely on Lucian to survive. Lucian did not stay long. After giving a few instructions, he planned to leave. But before leaving, he saw Chiao Suying and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He said, "Chiao Suying, right? Since you are a finance major, you should understand business operations, right?" Chiao Suying stroked her hair and said, "I know a little bit, but they are all modern business theories. I don't know if they are applicable in today's situation." "It's okay, come with me. I'll take you to see the shop and you can give me some suggestions." Lucian waved his hand. Chiao Suying's eyes fluctuated and she hesitated a little, but in the end she followed carefully. As he was walking down the stairs, Lucian heard a whisper behind him. "Sister Shuya, is he planning something bad to Sister Su? Should we help him?" "Sure, it should be fine." "I am worried." Lucian was very upset. How could someone whisper crickets behind someone before they left? This was a bit rude. It was not until they walked out of the dormitory that Lucian turned around and explained, "Are you guys always so timid?" Chiao Suying smiled faintly and said, "Not really. Tong Yun will say a few words. Don't worry about it." "Well, I don't mind." Lucian made up his mind that after the shop was established, he would give the dirtiest and most tiring work to the little girl. She was young, so she had to exercise more. Chapter 102, Making Trouble. As the two walked onto the street, Lucian couldn't help but frown. Chiao Suying's stunning appearance attracted the attention of many survivors, who all turned their heads to look at her with obvious desire. Chiao Suying felt quite uncomfortable and leaned closer to Lucian. Lucian couldn't help but sigh that in today's environment, beautiful women are the most dangerous. If they cannot awaken their talents and find a backer, they will be eaten up by wolves without even a bone left. "You put on the mask." Bang. Lucian was about to give a reminder when he was suddenly interrupted by a loud noise not far away. Lucian's eyes focused, and he looked outside quickly, which was the direction of the entrance to the gathering place. Also attracting attention was Zhao Zhongyang, who was deep in the gathering place. He immediately rushed over from not far away. When he and Lucian looked into each other's eyes, they saw the tension in each other's eyes. Such a huge commotion is obviously not a simple matter. "Let's go and take a look," Zhao Zhongyang said briefly and concisely. Lucian did not hesitate, turned around and walked quickly towards the entrance of the gathering place. Before I got close, I heard shouting. "A gathering place? I think this is a den of thieves. How dare they steal my survival coins? This incident today really cannot be forgiven. Hurry up and call Officer Zhao out, so we can have a good talk about this matter." Humph, you dare to steal Brother High survival coins. If we can't solve this matter today, we will destroy this broken place. That's it. That's it. Lucian frowned. It was obvious that someone was deliberately causing trouble. I saw Sherlay, Hu Linyu, Wang Haishan, Zhang Shua, and others standing aside with cold eyes. There were 6 unfamiliar faces in the middle, shouting and cursing. In addition, there was a survivor at the entrance, lying on the ground holding his stomach, almost dying. If he was not mistaken, this person should be a subordinate of Officer Zhao. He did not expect that he would suffer such a serious injury. When Zhao Zhengyang saw this scene, his face turned gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, "May I ask what you mean?" "Humph, Officer Zhao, you were the one who promoted this gathering place yourself, but the 500 survival coins in our pockets were stolen as soon as we got here. What do you say we do about this?" The tall man in the lead shouted at the top of his voice. Zhao Zhengyang snorted coldly. He naturally would not believe the other party's nonsense. Besides, he had already guessed that there was a high probability that someone would cause trouble today. "So what do you want to do?" The man sneered and said, "My request is not high. 500 survival coins, just consider it as me buying half of the gathering place. I can let this matter go today. Otherwise..." Humph. As the cold snort fell, 2 of the other 5 people behind him took a step forward, and their auras obviously changed. Lucian lowered his eyebrows and could vaguely see that these 3 people should all be people with awakened talents. Both their physical physique and the aura surrounding them were very different from ordinary people. A small gathering place that can have 3 talented awakeners does have the qualifications to be arrogant. However, the people present looked at the 3 people in front of them coldly without moving their eyes. The 3 people with awakened talents might scare others, but they definitely wouldn't scare everyone present. Whether it is Zhao Zhengyang, Hu Linyu, Wang Haishan, Zhang Shua, or Lucian, their strength is not weak, and some are even stronger than the other side. However, this is Zhao Zhengyang's territory after all. If he doesn't speak up, it will be difficult for others to take the initiative to resolve the problem. Zhao Zhengyang looked deep in his eyes and said, "I know why you are here. Don't play any tricks on me. If you really want to join the gathering place, I can give you a place to stay. But if you insist on making trouble, don't blame me, Zhao, for being rude. Haha, either give me half of the gathering place, or compensate me with 500 survival coins. It's up to you." The man sneered, his eyes like a poisonous snake, staring at Zhao Zhengyang. The atmosphere at the scene froze instantly, and an inexplicable aura was brewing, as if it was about to explode in the next moment. Looking at this scene, Lucian couldn't help but frown slightly. How could the other party have the confidence to dare to speak so arrogantly when surrounded by so many people? Does he really think that with the strength of these 3 people, they can be stronger than Zhao Zhengyang? But soon, the sounds coming from outside the gathering place dispelled his doubts. I saw 5 or 6 more people coming in from outside. Although his attire was not much different from that of other survivors, his aura was obvious, and it was obvious that he was not an ordinary survivor. "Zhang Hai, what happened? Why did you get into an argument with Officer Zhao?" a tall and thin man asked in a low voice. The survivor who looked like a woman beside her said, "What's the matter? Can Officer Zhao still bully us?" "Humph." Zhang Hai sneered and said, "It seems that this Officer Zhao is really planning to use his power to overwhelm others." "No way? No way? Officer Zhao, you shouldn't be that kind of person, right?" the woman said in an exaggerated manner, deliberately covering her mouth. Zhao Zhengyang's eyes were sharp. How could he not understand the current situation? He had more or less guessed the identities of the people before him. The leader, Zhang Hai, was the first to be active in the communications of survival radio. It is said that he had gathered 4 talented awakeners in the early days and occupied the ruins of Jingning Town. They were a group of survivors with considerable strength. That woman should be the one who occupied the ruins of Dama Town recently. She is also the leader of a small settlement named Qin Hong. As for the tall and thin man, although his specific identity is unclear, but with the correspondence between the first 2, he is most likely someone from the ruins of a town. The forces from the 3 gathering places have united to cause trouble, and the number of people with awakened talents has reached 7. This wave of impact was more violent than originally expected. Moreover, the situation on the scene has become evenly matched. The number of talent awakeners on both sides is not much different, and Zhao Zhengyang's side has at most 3 or 4 more. Sherlay looked at the situation and said in a low voice, "Brother Shin, we have the advantage in numbers. Why don't we just attack them?" Lucian shook his head. Under the current situation, if we all rush in and start a fight, we will definitely fall to the bottom. Why? We can indeed suppress the other party in terms of strength. However, today is the first day that the gathering place is open. If something like this happens, this gathering place will be ruined. The other party has found the right opportunity to strangle us. Lucian looked calm and continued, "What's more, even if we can suppress them, we can't kill them all and solve the problem from the root." "I see." Sherlay nodded slightly. On the other side, Zhao Zhongyang's face also looked ugly. How could he not understand the current situation? Chapter 103. That woman. Fight? Even if they could win, it would also consume the survivors' trust in the gathering place, making all the previous efforts go to waste. This means that everyone's interests are damaged. Talk? The other party seemed to have no intention of talking at all. It seems like you guys are determined to wrestle with me, Zhao Zhongyang, today? The atmosphere on the scene was stagnant for a moment. The woman, Qin Hong, chuckled and said, Officer Zhao, we won't beat around the bush. This gathering place doesn't belong to whoever built it. That's right. Zhang Hai said coldly, in the apocalypse, there is no such thing as first come first served. It always comes down to the capable. You should understand the principle of the survival of the fittest. Our strength is not weaker than yours. Why not share half of the gathering place? Do you think you are strong enough to take a piece of meat from us? Zhao Zhongyang's eyes were cold. Hu Linyu and others also looked unfriendly. Haha. Zhang Hai laughed. It's not a matter of whether we feel it or not, but the facts are right in front of us. Either you run this gathering place with us, or we're done together. Having said this, the other party has made his attitude clear, and Zhao Zhongyang no longer holds any hope. After thinking for a moment, he said bluntly, Since you are so confident, let me give you a suggestion. If you were really strong, it would be fine to give you half of the gathering place. If you were just a good-for-nothing, don't blame me for being rude. Whatever you want, just draw a line. As long as it's fair and just, we'll be happy to follow suit. Zhang Hai said proudly that they had made full preparations when they came to them at this point in time, just to ensure that they could control Zhao Zhongyang. After a brief thought, Zhao Zhongyang said in a deep voice, Since you think you are very powerful, let's send 3 people each to fight in a ring, 2 out of 3. If you lose, get out of here immediately, and promise all the survivors in the communication that you will never set foot in this gathering place in the future. How do you do that? Bet fight. Everyone present looked at Zhao Zhongyang in surprise. I didn't expect that in the end, he still chose to take action, and in this way. But this may be the best solution now, to defeat one party in a fair and peaceful confrontation. In this day and age, any negotiation without fists is nothing but bullshit. Only hard power is the determining factor of everything. Zhang Hai and the other 2 looked at each other, nodded, and then nodded to accept the bet. However, Zhang Hai's eyes moved slightly, and he grinned and said, What if we win? How should this matter be settled? What do you want? Zhang Hai smiled and said, First, half of the gathering place belongs to us. No problem. Second, we need 2,000 survival coins. I hope you don't go too far. Haha, you can just mortgage your half of the gathering place, or take other resources. Zhao Zhongyang opened his lips slightly, but after thinking for a moment, he glanced at Zhang Hai coldly and said, Okay. Third, I think that woman is pretty awesome. If you lose, how about sending her to me? Lucian originally said that he was eating melon in the corner, but suddenly he saw the gaze coming towards him and felt a pain in his forehead. Looking at Chiao Suying beside him, he couldn't help but twitch his foot. What was this? Zhang Hai pursed his lips and said, Boy, do you have any objections? Fuck you. Sherlay started to scold without any hesitation and almost went up to fight. Although he didn't know Chiao Suying, she was next to Lucian, so she must be one of his own. How could he tolerate such humiliation? However, Lucian just touched his nose, stopped Sherlay, and said casually, You can ask her opinion, I don't care. Girl, make a sound. Chiao Suying's face looked extremely ugly. He had tried his best to hide behind the crowd, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Moreover, they are like goods, being picked up at will and used as bargaining chips. Chiao Suying took a few deep breaths and looked into those pairs of eyes. The oppressive atmosphere was overwhelming. Finally, when her eyes met Lucian's calm ones, Chiao Suying took a deep breath and pretended to be calm and said, I am his person. As long as he agrees, I have no objection. The various gazes of the people around turned to Lucian again. Even Sherlay looked over with surprise. Brother Shin, you are really fast. Zhao Zhongyang, Hu Linyu, Zhang Shuo and others also looked at him with a hint of curiosity. Hearing this, Lucian also sneered, restrained the smile on his face, and a hint of calmness appeared in his eyes. Although Chiao Suying followed him and was nominally his employee, she was still an independent individual with the right to make her own choices, so he naturally would not make choices for her. However, when Chiao Suying stood by him without hesitation, gave him the choice and was willing to follow his decision, he could not sit idly by. Looking at Zhang Hai again, Lucian's voice became a little colder. You also heard that she said she was mine, so are you sure you still want to include her in the bargaining chip? Are you fucking deaf? Do you have to make me say it again? Zhang Hai was still careless, not paying any attention to the change in Lucian's tone. I'll say it again. I want this woman. Do you have any objection? Then add it. There was a hint of coldness in Lucian's eyes. He could see the previous provocation as being directed at Chiao Suying's beauty. In this doomsday age of indulgence and desires, it is not unforgivable to desire beauty. But now, it has been clearly stated that Chiu Suiying is his, Lucian's, person, but the other party still refuses to give in, which is a deliberate provocation. Lucian nodded slightly. He had already made a plan in his mind. Since the two sides had to fight, he might as well help Zhao Zhongyang once. It was also a good opportunity to deter some villains at the beginning of the gathering place. After all, if you want to survive in this area, you have to show off your muscles. He ignored Zheng Hai and looked at Zhao Zhongyang, asking, Officer Zhao, since the other party wants to fight, we can't be disrespectful. However, let's put the fighting venue outside the gathering place to avoid destroying it. That's right, but don't destroy my gathering place during the fight. Zheng Hai replied immediately. Zhao Zhongyang glanced at Zheng Hai as if he was looking at a fool, and then looked at Lucian deeply. Although he didn't understand Lucian's talent, he knew very well how strange Lucian's ability in the snow was. Previously, they were outnumbered 2 by 3, and Lucian easily dealt with the 3 survivors. He could still remember this scene clearly. So, when Lucian made this request at this time, how could he not know what it meant? Chapter 1043 Gambling Fights. Okay, then in the snow. Lucian then asked, since my people are among the bargaining chips, will you, Officer Zhao, arrange the 3 people to appear, or will I be in charge directly? A more meaningful sentence made Zhao Zhongyang's pupil shrink slightly. What does it mean to select people and who is responsible? Lucian's meaning was very clear. If you have the confidence to win, then you can pick the people. If you don't have the confidence, then I will lead the team. However, it's not that he is arrogant, but he does have the confidence to do so. At worst, we can find the corpse hiding outside. Anyway, it is wrapped in cloth and it cannot be seen as a rotten corpse. He and Lu Shi will fight each other. If he loses in the end even with a level 2 awakener and a level 2 top-level rotten corpse, then he will admit defeat. If you can't do it, don't blame him for being ruthless. Zhao Zhongyang thought for a moment and took over the task. He said, I'll take charge, but you have to take action. Okay. The gathering places. More than a dozen people gathered here. Except for Chiu Suiying, all the others are gifted awakeners. This may be the first time in history that a large number of people with awakened talents have gathered together, and it will definitely be remembered by history. Zheng Hai put on his hood, stood in the biting cold wind, and said, Stop talking nonsense, let's get started. Who will go first? Zhao Zhongyang's eyes darkened slightly. Although there were more awakened people on their side, it did not mean that their individual strength was stronger. What's more, he was not very clear about the strength of Hu Linyu, Wang Haishan, Zhang Shua, Lu Xin, and others, so he was a little embarrassed when he needed to choose candidates. Just as he was thinking about whether he should go on stage and take the lead, Zhang Shua walked out and said, Officer Zhao, let me take the first game. Zhang Shua. Zhao Zhongyang frowned slightly, deliberately lowered his voice, and said in a low voice, This is not a joke. Are you absolutely sure? That's definitely no problem. Zhang Shua waved his hand and stood up. The other party did not waste any time. The tall and thin man who spoke the least among the group took a step forward and stared at Zhang Shua with his slightly pale dead fish eyes with a calm expression. Lucian looked at this scene with a slightly lowered brow. His keen sixth sense sensed a dangerous aura from this tall and thin man. If nothing unexpected happens, this person's strength is definitely extraordinary. The two sides agreed temporarily. Zhao Zhongyang spoke in a deep voice, Let me introduce the rules again. Although it is a fight on the ring, killing is prohibited. Surrender and loss are prohibited. Killing is prohibited. Does it count as accidental killing? Zheng Hai asked with a smile. Zhao Zhongyang glanced at him coldly and warned, You'd better not have such an idea. The two people who came on the field stared at each other, and an inexplicable momentum surged. Lucian also calmed down and stared at the scene. This was the first time he witnessed the battle between two talented awakeners as a spectator. For him, this is also a chance to get to know other people and see what talents and abilities the other survivors have. The tall and thin man stood calmly, staring at Zhang Shua indifferently, extremely calm. Zhang Shua was obviously more impatient. He took the lead in attacking, quickly moving forward and swinging his fists. The next moment, everyone felt a burning sensation, as if a heat wave was coming. Zhang Shua's fist turned red in an instant, emitting a hot breath, like a stone melted by flames. When mixed with the cold air, a large amount of water vapor evaporated. Some kind of fire talent? Lucian couldn't help, but his eyes lit up. This was a special talent that was different from the physical enhancement type of talent. Moreover, it demonstrated its terrifying power just after it was used. Even the tall and thin man opposite couldn't help but shrink his pupils slightly and took a step back. As the power gathered, Zhang Shua's fist turned red and was surrounded by a layer of flames, and in an instant it hit the tall and thin man in the chest. The tall and thin man quickly made a blocking action, trying to block the attack, but the force was easy to block, but the high temperature brought by his talent was difficult to resist. A punch landed, instantly burning a big hole in the clothes on the tall and thin man's arm. There were even obvious signs of burns on his forearms. So strong. This is what everyone is thinking. Such a special and powerful talent is not something that ordinary people can resist. This punch can defeat an ordinary survivor. This is the unique power possessed by those who have awakened their talent. Even if everyone present asked themselves honestly, who could block this punch? Probably few people dared to guarantee it. Especially those who have awakened the physical enhancement talent. Their strength has only been enhanced and their physical fitness has improved a little, but it is indeed difficult for them to resist this kind of flame. Zhang Hai and Qin Hong, who were originally full of confidence, now showed a hint of caution on their faces. At this moment they understood that these 3 gambling fights would be difficult to win. On the field, the tall and thin man was extremely calm. Looking at the blisters on his arms, he just pulled at his clothes to prevent the friction from further aggravating the injury. Then, he performed standard fighting moves, his eyes like an eagle, his feet nimbly jumping, and he made movements as if trying to attack. Professional fighter? Others were also shocked. Such professional fighting moves showed that he was not an ordinary person. Playing tricks. Zhang Shua curled the corner of his mouth with a look of disdain and quickly punched out. Although he spoke with disdain, he was obviously much more vigilant, punching faster and with more power, without any carelessness at all. Perhaps, the professional boxer has great strength and agility, but he is a talent awakener after all. In addition to possessing the talent of fire, his physical fitness has also improved. He will not necessarily be slower or weaker. However, the tall and thin man simply took a step back, shook his head slightly, and quickly dodged the attack. In the moment he turned around, he threw a swing punch, and using his height advantage, he hit Zhang Shua directly on the temple. Oh no, this guy wants to kill me. Whether it was Zhao Zhongyang or Lucian and others, they all took a deep breath. This person's speed and skill were more troublesome than they expected. However, the changes in the situation were also beyond our expectations. Seeing the punch coming, Zhang Shua was a little surprised at first, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He actually quickly retracted his fist and grabbed the tall and thin man's arm at an extremely tricky angle. Fingers as sharp as branding irons grabbed his forearm. The strength of his innate ability has never been in his fists, nor in his speed and strength, but in the high-temperature burning. If this is all your strength, then I will accept this fight. Chapter 105 Seriously Injured. His advantage lies in the highlight burn. Therefore, there is no need to punch the enemy, nor do you need to rely on combat skills, just make contact with the enemy. Once caught by his flaming hand, even a strong person with awakened talent would most likely find it difficult to resist. The continuous changes made everyone present hold their breath, too nervous to make any sound. Phew. At the critical moment, when everyone thought the outcome had been decided, a stabbing sound was heard. You. The surprise in Zhang Shua's eyes did not last long. After only 1 second, an incredible expression appeared, and then a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The hoarse voice of the tall and thin man was blown away by the wind like catkins. You've been fooled. The tall and thin man completely ignored the injury on his right hand and let the flames burn it, while he used his other hand to punch Zhang Shua in the abdomen. Why do you say stabbing? Because extending from its fist is a sharp bone spur, which is sharp and appears in an instant, making it impossible to guard against. Everyone was startled, with a look of amazement in their eyes, and couldn't help muttering to themselves, is this a natural ability? An ability similar to a bone spur, hidden and special, like a killer's dagger. Zhang Shua covered his abdomen, his pupils dilated instantly, and he collapsed to the ground, completely losing the ability to resist. His strong physique barely kept him alive, but his physical condition was already precarious. Behind them, the 2 gifted awakeners who came with Zhang Shua rushed up almost immediately to prevent the tall and thin man from continuing to attack. Zhao Zhongyang also admitted defeat immediately and quickly came on the scene to check on Zhang Shua's condition. After just a quick inspection, his face turned completely gloomy. Are you not being too harsh? Are you intending to kill someone? Zhao Zhongyang said in a deep voice. I'm just following the rules. He is too weak. The tall and thin man replied calmly. Seeing that there was no chance to continue attacking, he naturally retreated. However, his terrifying strength and mysterious fighting style also attracted the attention of everyone present, and they all became alert. It also made many people understand that although they were all awakened, the difference in their abilities was indeed huge, even a world of difference. If they were allowed to take the stage, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to deal with Zhang Shua, let alone this tall and thin man. Lucian looked deep as he analyzed the battle just now carefully. In terms of talent and ability, the gap between the 2 sides is not that big. Strictly speaking, Zhang Shua may be stronger. However, the tall and thin man is obviously not to be underestimated. Not to mention his fighting ability, his combat thinking and endurance alone are amazing. Whether he took the first punch or the second time he endured Zhang Shua's burning fingers, he suffered serious injuries, but he never made a sound and quickly turned defeat into victory. This kind of strong demeanor indeed brought great shock to everyone present. At this moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield was a little depressing, and no one was laughing anymore. Zhang Shua's face was pale and he was seriously injured. The scarlet blood on the ground was reflected on the snow and penetrated into everyone's pupils. Haha. Lucy, you are still the awesome one. Haha. Zhang Hai laughed heartily. His tearing laughter made the atmosphere on the scene a little more gloomy. TSK, what a pity that I didn't completely destroy the guy opposite. His ability to control fire is really amazing. It makes me excited just by seeing it. Qin Hong licked her lips with a hint of madness in her eyes. Lucian looked calm, but he was also a little wary. This first battle was enough to show the opponent's powerful strength. Perhaps part of the reason was Zhang Shua's carelessness, but the tall and thin man named Lu Si was indeed incredibly strong. Moreover, it seems that under the tremendous pressure of doomsday and the complete release of desire, Zhang Hai and Qin Hong's spirits are obviously a little crazy, so it is indeed necessary to pay attention. While thinking silently in his mind, Lucian looked at Zhang Shua and shook his head slightly. After all, the young man was too careless and almost lost his life. However, after a little thought, he took out a small bottle from his arms and handed it to Zhang Shua's companion. The small bottle is made of wood and is filled with about 30 milliliters of purple vine juice, which has bactericidal and hemostatic effects. In the doomsday, this is a life-saving thing and can be used for some simple external injuries, so Lucian carried several bottles with him just to prevent accidents. What is this? Zhang Shua's companion asked in confusion, with a hint of vigilance on his nervous face. Lucian said calmly, a potion that can effectively stop bleeding and inhibit bacteria, just apply it on the wound. But as for the injuries inside the body, it's up to you. This. The man's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the wooden medicine bottle and said, thank you. Zhao Zhongyang also took another look and obviously understood the value of this medicine, but he didn't say much. Instead, he said in a deep voice, I have a doctor here. Take him down to bandage him. With Mr. Lu's medicine, it won't be a problem to save his life. Zhang Shua also said nothing. He looked at Lu Xun and Zhao Zhongyang with gratitude, and was helped back to the gathering place by the other two. Hush, Zhang Hai leaned against a stone, blew comfortably, and said, you have quite a few people, but you are not too disabled. If we fight 2 more rounds, won't your doctors be busy to death? In my opinion, just give us the gathering place directly, send the women to my bed, and then get out of here. Haha. Zhao Zhongyang looked cold and took a step forward. This is only the first game. Humph, it seems you won't give up until you see the Yellow River. Then I'll kill 2 more of you and let everyone see some blood. Zhang Hai's voice gradually became colder. He took a step forward. His aura suddenly changed, and there was a hint of harm in him. In the second match, I will come in person. Let's not play any fancy tricks and just finish it quickly, and get the hell out of my gathering place. The arrogant voice echoed in the wind and snow, and Zhao Zhongyang's face looked extremely ugly. On the one hand, the other party has made no secret of their intentions. If they lose the arena, I am afraid that they will not abide by their promise to divide the gathering place equally, but will most likely occupy it completely. It is even possible to go even further. On the other hand, and more importantly, he was not completely sure of Zhang Hai's strength. How could a person who was able to gather a group of survivors at the beginning of the apocalypse be weak? If you want to ensure victory in the bet, you must ensure that you win the next 2 games. However, compared to letting others play, Zhao Zhongyang obviously believed in himself more. After hesitating for a moment, he took a step forward. But the next moment, Lucian stepped forward, stopped Zhao Zhongyang, and said calmly, leave the remaining 2 games to me. Chapter 106, Lu Shi takes action. You. Zhao Zhongyang's eyes fluctuated. Are you sure? I think so. Lucian added, the main reason is that I don't trust you. I'm afraid you'll lose my people. Zhao Zhongyang felt like 100,000 horses were running through his mind. Young man, please be more tactful in your words. But thank you very much anyway. I'm just protecting my interests. Lucian replied indifferently. Zhao Zhongyang nodded slightly, looked at the calm face of the young man in front of him, and said, then be careful. Hearing the conversation, others also looked over. Qiao Suying's face was also pale. Her eyes were tense, her lips were slightly open, but she didn't know what to say. Having witnessed what happened just now, although she was still strong-willed, she was still deeply shocked. Although I know that the end of the world is cruel, it is still difficult to accept it after witnessing its cruelty with my own eyes. The others also remained silent. Qin Hong smiled and propped up her chin as she said, after seeing Lucy's strength and the miserable state of that young man, this person actually dared to be the first to do this. I'm really curious about what he was thinking. Humph, just a bunch of hot-blooded young men chasing after their beloved. Zhang Hai whispered and said sinisterly, Do you really think I'm horny? I just wanted to try and see if there are any young people who can't stand the stimulation. I didn't expect there would be two bastards. Haha, it looks like I don't need to do anything. Wang Haishan whispered in a deep voice, the opponent is very strong. If you deal with it rashly and lose again, I'm afraid things will be troublesome. Hu Linyu frowned and glanced at him, then said, how about you go ahead, old man? Higi, old man, I won't join in the fun. Wang Haishan refused outright, but didn't say anything else. Since Mr. Liu took the initiative to ask to play, he must be confident. But Zhao Zhongyang was the calmest and said lightly, then changed the tone. Even if they really lose, this matter is not up to them to decide. Hearing this, Wang Haishan and Hu Linyu were not surprised, but their expressions became more nervous and serious. How could they not understand that such a huge benefit to the gathering place could not be decided by just 3 gambling fights? We win, and everyone is happy. If you lose, you don't have to follow the rules. But by then, the scale of the battle will expand, and there will probably be a lot of casualties, and it will be difficult to determine who will win or lose, so several people's faces looked a little ugly. They're ready to turn the table. Humph, kid, why don't you come over here and die? Are you scared to pee? But don't worry, even if you pee in this weather, it will freeze quickly. Zhang Hai shouted, seemingly arrogant, but actually trying to provoke the other party. How could Lucian not see that the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger? He said calmly, who said I was the one making the appearance? Oh, is it the bald guy next to you? Fuck. Sherlay was immediately unhappy. Who the hell are you calling a moron? Lucian held Sherlay down. He was in no mood to joke at this moment. He said calmly, I have another friend. He will play the second game. Haha, stop playing tricks on me. Zhang Hai looked at Lucian calmly with a cold gaze. Lucian looked calm, his eyes looking towards the wind and snow not far away. Not long after, he saw a figure slowly approaching. Who is this? Someone obviously noticed it and asked in confusion. I don't know. Could it be a survivor who came here for refuge? Not really, Mr. Liu's friend? Lu Shi walked slowly towards them, wrapped in several ill-fitting coats, his face wrapped in red and white cloth strips, a huge hood covering his entire face, and his strong body gave people a great sense of oppression. The aura around him also made the others present frown slightly. Although they could not know his strength clearly, their vague sixth sense still made them feel threatened. Even physical discomfort. This battle will be between it and you, Lucian said calmly. Zhang Hai looked deep in his eyes and said, you don't show up in person. Are you afraid of being beaten to death by me? You don't need to use provocation. I'm not interested in listening to your nagging. If you can fight, then fight. If you can't fight, then get out of here. Lucian didn't give in either. His voice was cold. Lu Shi had already walked to the center of the crowd, staring at Zhang Hai motionlessly, ready to take action. Humph, let me see what kind of strength gives you the confidence to be so arrogant. Zhang Hai restrained his smile and turned his gaze towards Lu Shi. When both sides stood firm, the battle was about to begin. Since he was not clear about Zhang Hai's strength, Lucian did not rashly order Lu Shi to attack, but focused on defense and observation. Zhang Hai was indeed the first one who couldn't wait any longer. After a brief observation, he took the lead in launching an attack. A layer of gray-black appeared on the surface of his arm. The originally smooth skin became extremely rough, like the keratin layer of a wild beast. Even his arm became much thicker. Zhang Hai punched Lu Shi without hesitation, and even the flying snow around was shaken away. The terrifying force mixed with the wind and snow was so fast that it was invisible to the eyes. Lucian frowned slightly. This person's strength was also very terrifying. His physical fitness must have been greatly improved, and he was several times stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, his innate ability should be similar to skin keratinization. Combined with his strong physical fitness, he will most likely be able to unleash even greater power. Unfortunately, his opponent was a level 2 corpse, and it was a top-level level 2 corpse. A fierce punch went straight to Lu Shi's chest. Everyone's eyes widened. They could also feel how powerful this attack was. However, Lu Shi stood still. It's not that it doesn't want to move, but the unique body structure of the corpse allows it to react faster and utilize its joints more efficiently, so it can complete some movements without any preparation. Careful. Seeing the attack coming, Zhao Zhongyang shouted softly, trying to warn Lu Shi. Unfortunately, the attack speed was too fast, and before he could finish his words, the fist had already hit his chest. At this moment, the faces of Hu Linyu and others looked very ugly. They were completely unprepared to take this punch. Even if they were those with awakened talents, they would be half-crippled if not dead. Moreover, he couldn't even react to the opponent's attack, which showed that there was a huge gap in strength between the two sides. There was a high probability that he would be won in the second game. The development of things was completely beyond their expectations and had reached the worst point. With this little ability, you still dare to come and fight? Zhang Haijing sneered, looking arrogant. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. You are not afraid. Huh? That's not right. According to the original plan, this punch should have sent the opponent flying backwards, spurting out blood, and falling to the ground speechless. But, Chapter 107, severely injured Zhang Hai. When his fist hit the chest, it was as if he hit a wall. The keratinized skin that he was so proud of seemed to have lost its strong penetrating power and completely blocked the blow. How is it possible? In just a moment, Zhang Hai's mind was full of thoughts, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. Boom. Bang. No bells and whistles, just pure power and speed. Lu Shi also responded with a punch, and the explosive force burst out in an instant, hitting Zhang Hai's right shoulder blade hard. The dull impact, accompanied by the invasion of bones, sounded in the wind and snow. Following closely behind was Zhang Hai's miserable roar that was about to erupt. But before he could open his mouth, Lu Shi's new round of attack had already arrived. His fist was like a hammer, swinging at an incredible angle, hitting his head directly. Lu Shi had been specially trained in this type of combat method, which mainly focused on attacking the head. After all, in this doomsday world, the most common creatures are humans and zombies, and the two have one thing in common. Their heads are their weak points. No matter whether it is a human survivor or a rotten corpse, if the head is smashed, it will most likely die. At this moment, Lu Shi's target was extremely clear, and he rushed straight to the face and temple. The tough muscle fibers of the second-level corpse were tensed at this moment, bursting out with terrifying power. It has no talents or other strange abilities. It relies on pure strength and speed to deliver one punch after another cleanly and neatly. Due to the characteristics of our bones, muscles, and joints, humans are unable to fully exert all of their strength, but corpses do not have this problem. Bang, bang, bang. The eye sockets were cracked, the skull was shattered, and blood was gushing out. Seeing that Zhang Hai was about to die, Lu Shi hurriedly asked Lu Shi to stop and lifted the half-dead body, looking in the direction of Qin Hong and others. You still don't admit defeat? The scene paused for 3 seconds. We admit defeat. We admit defeat in this battle. The person brought by Zhang Hai spoke with a little fear, but did not dare to come forward again, allowing Lu Shi to grab Zhang Hai's broken body. Lu Shi looked at the half-dead Zhang Hai and ordered the corpse to be thrown back. It's not that he showed mercy, it's just that it's better for this person to be alive than dead. If he died, who would publicize the strength of the gathering place? Who would deter the villains? Who would prove the fairness and justice of the gathering place? Therefore, the best way for him to die is to become disabled or wait a few days before dying. In any case, he cannot die here. Looking at the half-dead Zhang Hai, the scene was silent for a while. Whether it was Zhao Zhongyang and others or Qin Hong and others, their expressions were somewhat stiff, and it was obvious that they had not reacted to the sudden change in the battle situation. Although the battle between Zhang Shua and Lu Si was equally fast and the difference in strength was obvious, the two sides were ultimately evenly matched. But this time, it was like an old man teasing a naughty boy. Zhang Hai had no room to resist from beginning to end. Zhao Zhongyang had a complicated expression. He originally thought that Lu Shi's friend was the rotten corpse, but after this battle, he began to doubt it again. He knew very well that the zombie did not have this level of strength the last time he met it. Moreover, he did not smell any stench of corpse, nor did he even see any lingering radiation. Zhao Zhongyang took a deep look at Lu Shi and murmured to himself, he is so unfathomable. If Lu Shi knew what he was thinking, he would probably just smile helplessly. Lu Shi's situation had indeed changed a lot as his level increased. As the muscle fibers regained vitality, the corpse odor naturally disappeared. And after reaching the second level, it can also control its own radiation energy more delicately to prevent it from leaking out. But no matter what others think, Lu Shi naturally won't explain too much. Lu Shi looked at Zhao Zhongyang and said, Officer Zhao, the second round is over. The third round, leave it to me as well. Okay. Lu Shi looked at Qin Hong and slowly walked into the crowd. He has always adhered to the principle of safety first and being cautious in doing things, but this time he took the initiative, and it was also after careful consideration. No matter from which perspective, now is the most cost-effective time to demonstrate your strength. First, use absolute strength to intimidate other groups of survivors, strike a fear into their hearts, and avoid a lot of trouble. Secondly, helping Zhao Zhongyang to protect the gathering place can be regarded as gaining a favor and deepening the relationship between them, while also increasing his own status and weight in the gathering place. Finally, it is also to show Zhao Zhongyang, Hu Linyu, and others their strength. In the future, they will have a say in both transactions and allocation of resources. Now, we must kill Qin Hong, the chicken, to warn the other monkeys present. Qin Hong's face looked unsightly. She restrained her originally flamboyant and exaggerated movements and looked at Lu Shi cautiously. But after thinking for a while, she gritted her teeth and walked out, saying, Humph, Just because your friend is strong doesn't mean you are strong too. Then let me see how capable you are. Seeing this, Zhao Zhongyang whispered to the side, Lucian, be careful. This woman's talent is said to be related to radiation. It seems that she can use radiation to attack. Radiation? Lucian was also stunned. This was the first time he heard of talents related to radiation. The others also had lingering looks. They were naturally aware of the dangers of radiation. Losing the fight would be fine, but if they were infected by radiation, the consequences would be even worse. Qin Hong sneered and said, It's too late to end it now, young man. I hope you can bear it. Lucian raised his eyebrows. He had originally prepared many methods, such as ice needles, ice sand, ice shield. However, seeing the radiation gradually emanating from Qin Hong, he suddenly had another idea. The purple-leaved thorn vine would probably like such a large radiation source. As both sides stood still, Lucian fumbled in his pocket and a hint of sympathy appeared in his eyes. As they looked at each other, Qin Hong frowned slightly and couldn't help muttering to herself, There's something wrong with this person's eyes. Is there any despicable way to deal with him? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly raise his alert, and more radiation surged out of his body. This is an extremely unique talent that allows it to absorb radiation to a certain extent, like a corpse, without mutating. This not only increases her survival rate and prevents her from being affected by radiation, but also greatly increases her combat power, making it difficult for others to come into contact with her. Qin Hong's confidence increased again when she thought that no one had ever posed a threat to her since she awakened her talent. When she was testing the waters and preparing to fight, Lucian's actions left him confused for a moment. Lucian acted decisively. He took out the purple-leaf thorny vine and used a level 1 radiation core in the center of his palm to condense a ball of relatively dense radiation energy, which he then fed to the purple-leaf thorny vine. Have you ever been sucked dry? Qin Hong frowned. What? Chapter 108 Weird Victory. Originally, the purple-leaf thorn vine was limp and motionless because its energy had been drained, but now it has reabsorbed the radiation energy and seems to have come alive again. After ensuring that the purple-leaf thorn vine had a certain strength, Lucian attacked without hesitation and threw it directly at Qin Hong. What is that? Qin Hong's expression changed drastically, but before she could react, the purple-leaf thorny vine had already attacked. Qin Hong grabbed the thorny vine and tried to tear it apart, but the purple-leaf thorny vine, which had absorbed the radiation energy, was extremely tough and had great strength. However, she did not feel too threatened in the short term, so she stopped what she was doing and could not help but cursed coldly. Humph, you don't dare to fight me head-on, so you use these crooked methods? Lucian looked calm and didn't say a word. He counted silently in his mind. 5, 4, 3, 2. Before the number was finished, Qin Hong, who was cursing, suddenly changed his expression drastically. The purple-leafed thorny vine began to absorb radiation energy at a very fast speed, as if it had a natural restraint on corpse-like creatures. If it were an ordinary human, they might not feel anything unusual, but Qin Hong has a special talent. At this moment, her body was out of control, and the radiation energy that was the source of her power disappeared, causing great consumption to her. Qin Hong closed her eyes tightly and tried to resist, but her expression became more and more strange. Oh shit. What's going on? Sherlay scratched his shiny forehead, feeling quite curious. On the other side, adult men such as Zhao Zhongyang, Hu Linyu, Wang Haishan, and Lucy all had subtle expressions after seeing this scene. They pursed their lips and looked at each other, with words that were as fierce as a tiger or a wolf, but they dared not say them out loud. Even the two parties, who were originally in a tense relationship and confronting each other, had an inexplicable smile on their faces when their eyes met. The tacit understanding between men was undoubtedly demonstrated at this moment. Lucian couldn't help but touch his nose. This wasn't what he thought. After hesitating for a moment, he said seriously, Ahem, Miss Qin Hong, can you stand up and fight me? I hope you will respect our duel. The only response he got was heavy breathing and murderous eyes. You, bastard, beast, Qin Hong just said a few words and stopped talking. She began to seriously regulate the energy in her body. Due to her talent, her body can withstand radiation, and the radiation energy is spread to every corner of her body, which is equivalent to her physical strength to a certain extent. Strictly speaking, Qin Hong and the corpse are not much different. Both of them are centered around radiation energy. However, the mutated plant, purple-leaf thornvine, seems to be naturally able to restrain corpses. Even if it is a land corpse that has reached level 2, once it is entangled by this plant, it will be difficult to escape by its own strength. Lucian thought that for a corpse, when encountering a plant like purple-leaf thornvine, there might be only one way to escape. That is, when the energy of the purple-leaf thornvine is far weaker than his own, he would forcibly pull it off his body and prevent it from absorbing any energy. Otherwise, once it starts absorbing, its own energy will weaken, and the radiation energy in the body of the purple leaf thorn vine will increase. As a result, it will become increasingly difficult to remove it, and finally it will be sucked dry. This is also why Lucian needed to feed it radiation energy before throwing out the purple leaf thorn vine, just to make it have a certain combat power. Qin Hong failed to pull down the purple-leafed thorny vine in the first place, which had already foreshadowed her fate. The radiant energy in the body, like a flood, was madly pulled from every corner of the body and then pulled out of the body. The strong feeling of peeling made the body almost completely unable to use any strength, and I only felt dizzy and had difficulty breathing. Qin Hong gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment, which made Lucian feel creepy. The feeling of having all the energy stripped away from one's body was hard for others to imagine. Qin Hong collapsed in the snow, only being able to hold up his upper body with difficulty. In fact, the situation is getting worse. At first, Qin Hong wanted to rely on her own willpower to resist this strong feeling of discomfort. But as time went on, her thoughts and attention were completely drawn to her physical discomfort, and she couldn't even bring herself to admit defeat. This process lasted for 3 minutes. For the first time, Lucian felt uneasy and uneasy. He looked at the meaningful eyes of the people around him, and his eyes gradually became disheveled in the wind. The radiation energy in Qin Hong's body was limited after all. As the absorption force became stronger and stronger, it was quickly absorbed. Until a certain note arrives. The yellow liquid spread on the snow, melting into a large area. The radiation energy is completely absorbed, and the body becomes uncontrollable to the highest degree, even causing urinary incontinence. Qin Hong collapsed to the ground, clenched her teeth, and lay in the snow, no longer having any strength left. I give up. Ahem, Lucian, I think it's about time. Zhao Zhengyang reminded with a complicated expression. He had always firmly believed that as long as he didn't lose badly, it would be fine. But he never thought that if he made others lose badly, he would be embarrassed. Oh, yes. Lucian really didn't want to continue, so he hurried forward, using his talent to absorb the energy of the purple leaf thorn vine and peel it off his body. However, Qin Hong's complex and emotional look made him feel uneasy. I'm sorry, I didn't know the effect was so strong, but I won't give this thing to you. I have to take it back. Lucian explained sincerely. The veins on Qin Hong's forehead jumped. Her completely powerless body gained a little strength and anger, and she said in a hoarse and weak voice, "What use do I have for this thing of yours? Take it away from me now." Brother Shin, this woman said you were useless. Can you tolerate this? Sherlay, who was watching the fun, shouted with a grin. Lucian's face was filled with black lines, and he cursed, "Shut up, kid." His serious, solemn, powerful, and mysterious image was almost destroyed by this duel, which really broke his heart. If he were given another chance, he would rather win by more troublesome means than use such a weird method. It was not until the purple leaf thorn vine was peeled off that Qin Hong recovered a little, just like a person whose throat was strangled and finally able to breathe. Lucian understood that it was no longer appropriate for him to say anything more, and quickly shrank behind the crowd. However, Chiao Suiying's strange look made him roll his eyes again, but he could only pretend not to see it. Ahem. Zhao Zhengyang cleared his throat twice, walked out of the crowd with a serious face, and said, "The 3 gambling matches are over. You 3 should follow the rules. You won't regret it, right?" Chapter 109 Attitudes of All Parties. I dare not. Lu Si, who had remained silent, was the first to answer. After all, among the 3, he was the only one who had the ability to speak. However, he immediately added, "Do everything according to the rules. Don't let Mr. Lu take action." You don't need to say this, Lucian said in a faint voice. Zhao Zhengyang forcefully woke up the unconscious Zheng Hai and asked him to speak something into the survival radio. I am Zheng Hai. Today I swear again that I will never come to the gathering place to cause trouble again. This recording is my proof. Lu Si and Qin Hong also took out their survival radios and made similar recordings. For them, this was the approach that minimized the loss, and it was also Zhao Zhengyang who spared their lives. Otherwise, no one would know if they were all killed. But Lu Xun knew that with Lu Shi's attack style, Zheng Hai was most likely disabled. Even if he didn't die, he would at least have multiple fractures all over his body and damaged internal organs. In this doomsday environment, he would not be able to survive for a few days. Zhao Zhengyang looked at the few people and said in a cold voice, "From now on, you are allowed to trade with the gathering place. But if you have any ill intentions or thoughts of revenge, don't blame us for being rude. If there is a next time for what happened today, the 3 of you will all stay here." Lu Si and Qin Hong didn't say anything. Zheng Hai had fallen into a coma again and naturally couldn't recover. After Zhao Zhengyang finished speaking, he saw the guests off and drove away all 3 groups of people. However, when Qin Hong left, her eyes were still filled with humiliation and resentment, as well as inexplicably complicated emotions. A dispute disrupted the gathering place's first opening. However, the final effect was not that bad. At least in the communications, the reputation of the gathering place was not affected. The communication sent by Zheng Hai and the other two caused quite a stir among all the survivors, highlighting the powerful strength of the gathering place and attracting even more survivors to come. It can only be said to be a blessing in disguise. At the same time, among the senior management, the strength displayed by Lucian also shocked many people. Shop number 1. The small fireplace emitted a dim light, illuminating the faces of the three people. Zhao Zhongyang, Bai Linin, and another female survivor sat opposite each other. Old Zhao, that guy named Lucian, his strength is really terrifying. Bai Linin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Zhao Zhongyang nodded slightly, his voice steady. At present, in the group centered on him, there are at least 3 talented awakeners, plus a rotten corpse, and their strengths are extraordinary. Indeed, especially the man wrapped in cloth strips, his strength has already crushed Zheng Hai. It is very likely he has reached level 2, the same as you, Lao Zhao. The woman said. This is also what amazed me. Zhao Zhongyang took a sip of tea and said, I used 3 special shop refresh cards and got a bottle of soul condensation potion by luck, barely reaching level 2. And Lucian's subordinates actually have people who are this strong. Then what about his own strength? It's really scary. Well, it is indeed my luck that a person like him can become one of the founders of the gathering place. Zhao Zhongyang sighed and said, if you were one of the invaders today, I am afraid the situation would be completely overturned, and it would be difficult for me to defend the gathering place. Bai Linin nodded slightly, but said with some worry, however, this person is so powerful, how can we contact him in the future? Zhao Zhongyang pondered for a moment and said, give him the greatest respect, give him sufficient status and benefits, win him over to become our man, and jointly manage the gathering place. After saying this, Zhao Zhongyang seemed to have thought of something and immediately added, this person is not obsessed with profit, nor does he show a desire for power, but he seems to be attracted by beauty. Beauty. This is not difficult to do. Try to send him a few beauties, Bai Linin suggested. Zhao Zhongyang pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, he should not be short of it. Just let it go. This person is very important. Shop number 3. Hu Linyu and another person sat opposite each other. Old Hu, do you think that with our strength, if we were to fight against the young man surnamed Lu today, would we have a chance of winning? Hu Linyu frowned upon hearing this and weighed the situation in his mind. He said, although we have 4 talented awakeners, our strength is not even comparable to Zheng Hai and others, let alone this person. I'm afraid we will definitely lose. Definitely going to lose. Indeed, he easily defeated the 2 leaders of the survivors group. As long as this kind of person survives, he will definitely be a difficult person in the future. Well, we can only make friends as much as possible and not make enemies. Otherwise, we will have to rely on our strength. We can get in touch with each other next. Shop number 4. The wound on Zhang Shua's abdomen had been bandaged. He was half lying on the bed, looking pale and weak. I was so careless today that I almost got caught here. You were still too careless. If it weren't for Mr. Lu's medicine and Officer Zhao's doctor saving you, you wouldn't have survived today. At the side, a square-faced man said in a deep voice. Indeed, not only did I lose a game, but I also owe you a life-saving favor. Oh my god. Stop howling like a ghost and get some rest. I've already thanked Lucian for you. The square-faced man said seriously, but when you get better, bring some supplies and go apologize to them in person. Do you understand? Uncle Zhang, I understand. You're such a ruthless person who won 2 games in a row. That's good to know, but it's also thanks to you. You set the stage for a 1 after 2 situation. It makes me, an old uncle, excited. 3.5 kilometers north of the gathering place, in the ruins of a town. Qin Hawk's eyes were as sharp as knives and her teeth were clenched tightly. She couldn't help but tremble when she recalled the shameful scene in the snow. Asshole. He slapped the bed, unable to dispel the anger, his chest heaving. But suddenly, he recalled the situation when he was collapsed to the ground with no room for resistance after being forcibly devoured by the purple leaf thorn vine. The feeling at that time came back to him again, and he couldn't help but feel moved. I couldn't help but purse my lips and tighten the muscles in my waist and thighs. I really don't know where this mutant plant was found. Damn it. Shop number 7. Lucian did not return to the shelter, but also stayed in the gathering place. The light of the candles illuminates the 2nd floor of the shop, adding a touch of softness to this cold world. Chiao Suying looked calm, her brows slightly furrowed, and she said in a calm voice, according to my advice, if you want to choose a business type, you still have to start from the needs, mainly food, warm items, clean water sources, and other aspects. Lucian's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, I know, but these 3 categories are too broad. Can you be more specific? Chapter 110 Business Planning. Chiao Suiying pursed her lips, thought for a while, and said, in terms of food, there are many types, including staple food, fruits and vegetables, meat, salt, and food that can supplement trace elements. But no matter what, food is too scarce in the doomsday. I don't recommend it. Lucian nodded. I think so too. What suggestions do you have for warm items? Chiao Suiying looked at the velvet grass under her body and said, this kind of hay is very suitable. If there is enough of it, it can be sold as a commodity. Also, if we are able to obtain some iron resources and make some simple fireplaces, the sales will probably be very good. After all, it is an item that every survivor needs. Besides, Chiao Suiying spoke in a steady voice and patiently made many suggestions. She also pointed out many things that needed attention, many of which Lucian had not considered before. Now that they were reminded, they nodded in agreement one after another. These were all very important opinions. Chiao Suiying made a very thorough analysis of the doomsday situation, and many of her ideas were similar to his, so communication went extremely smoothly. At least it's much easier to communicate with him than with Sherlay, who was sleeping. The two chatted until late at night. After discussing most of the items that could be traded, both sides looked tired, and Lucian had roughly made a decision in his mind. Plush grass, a portable fireplace, and a clean water source are the three most suitable items for him. Water resources are a very important but very difficult problem to solve for today's gathering places. Many survivors chose water purification tablets when choosing the first three survival tools. However, water purification tablets are consumables, and after a period of consumption, there are only a few left. Some survivors have even started taking ice and snow directly, causing irreversible damage to their bodies. If the water problem cannot be solved, the survivors may not be able to survive for long. This is definitely the most important and extremely scarce resource. Of course, Zhao Zhongyang can try to use mutated willow branches or other mutated plants to filter radioactive water sources. However, the type of mutated plants are rare and most of them have important functions, so it would be a waste to use them to purify water. Lucian knew that if he could provide clean water for a long time, he would definitely make a fortune. And this matter was not a particularly troublesome thing for him. Both the sunkenwood and the purple-leaved thorny vine can absorb radiation in the water source to a certain extent, reducing the radiation to a very low level. The adsorbed water is almost ready for use by the survivors. However, he can also use his solidification talent to further purify the water, completely rejecting the radiation and creating a truly clean water source. Moreover, this does not consume much energy for him. Therefore, managing freshwater resources became his first confirmed business project. All you need to do is collect snow every day, melt it into fresh water, filter out the impurities, and then remove the radiation. Apart from time and talent, there is almost no cost. Portable fireplaces are also very necessary survival resources. Living in an underground settlement is not suitable for lighting a fire. A fireplace would be safer and more convenient for cooking food. Moreover, when the settlement was first built, a flue was specially reserved to accommodate a fireplace. For Lucian, making a fireplace is not difficult. He only needs to use iron sheets to make a rectangular block, open a door, and add a chimney. He didn't even need to use his talent. He could just hand it over to others to make a portable fireplace of good quality. However, this requires hiring a group of employees and providing them with iron sheets to help complete the task. But this is not a very difficult problem, and you can try to solve it. Finally, Lucian was still hesitant about whether to run a wool grass business. There are some difficulties that are always difficult to solve. The first thing is to collect the velvet grass, which requires a group of people to run a long distance to the river to collect it. Moreover, not all riverbanks have velvet grass, and one needs to dig through the snow to find it, which is not an easy task. After careful consideration, Lucian decided to give up this plan for the time being and just run fresh water and portable fireplace for the time being. Seeing that it was getting late, Lucian stretched himself, looked at Chiao Suiying, and said, "It's too late. Let's just sleep here." Chiao Suiying paused and nodded slightly, without any other thoughts. After all, in this freezing cold environment, everyone was sleeping in thick clothes, and there weren't even any beds, so naturally they weren't in the mood to do anything else. The environment here at Lucian's place is better than that on the second floor of the dormitory. After all, there is a portable fireplace for heating, and there is also plush grass. When Chiao Suiying and the other two came to the gathering place, they did not bring much supplies with them, and warm items were scarce, so it would be more comfortable for them to sleep here with Lucian. They each found a corner around the fireplace, wrapped themselves tightly in clothes, and curled up on the ground to fall asleep. And this is also the norm in the doomsday. For most people, the first night at the gathering place can only be described in 2 words: cold and unbearable. Most people only brought a few resources or did not have enough warm clothing, so they huddled in their beds, shivering with cold. The same went for Lucian. The second floor of the shop was too empty, and there wasn't even a bed. It gave him a headache when he slept on it. When I woke up in the morning, the fire in the fireplace was almost out, with only a small amount of residual heat. The room was pitch black, with no trace of light. Light the candles to move normally. Chiao Suiying also woke up from her drowsiness. She slept very soundly, facing the wall, and hardly moved. What time is it? Are you up so early? A cold and hoarse voice sounded. Lucian nodded slightly, glanced at the time on the mechanical alarm clock, and said, "It's 7:18 now. You should be able to sleep a little longer." Chiao Suiying's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the alarm clock in surprise. "You actually know the exact time? Is this an alarm clock?" "The items in the store are not rare." Lucian just smiled faintly. As long as it could be bought in the store, it was not a particularly rare item. Chiao Suiying did not continue to sleep. She got up from the corner and sat there for a while. Then she stood up and said, "No need to sleep anymore. I still have to prepare for today. I have to go back and move the remaining supplies from the shelter." Lucian also nodded. If nothing unexpected happened, he would most likely have to go back to the shelter. Although the gathering place is very good, the area here is too small and has no development potential. It is only suitable as a center for trading and communication. Therefore, his development focus is still in the shelter, and most of his time in the future will definitely be in the shelter. Chapter 111 Potato Sprouts. Then the three of you will go back together? There are not many supplies left, so the two of you can go back. Do you need any help? Chiao Suiying asked while fixing her hair. Lucian nodded calmly and said, "There will be another group of survivors coming today. Please keep an eye out for me and use the remaining 7 beds to hire the next 7 survivors. I need some employees." Chiao Suiying paused and asked, "Any specific requirements?" "Healthy, honest, and quiet." "Okay, I'll take care of it." In the afternoon, Lucian and Sherlay set off and began to return to the shelter. The entrance to the gathering place is now extremely busy, with many survivors who arrived yesterday also planning to return to the shelter today. For many people, yesterday they just came to explore the way. After making sure that the gathering place is peaceful and safe, and that they can survive for a long time, they will need to return to the shelter and bring back the collected supplies. Similarly, many survivors, after receiving accurate news, began to gather from all directions. This caused the number of people in the gathering place to increase dramatically again. Lucian took a rough look around and found that most of the survivors were pale and thin, with gloomy expressions. They were obviously lacking food and nutrition and were in extremely bad physical condition. And many survivors, because they consumed radioactive water and food, had coughing symptoms, just like refugees. Most of these people have no awakening talent and are doing very poorly in the doomsday. Chiao Suiying also came to the entrance of the gathering place and began to select suitable survivors. After the conversation last night, he could clearly feel that Chiao Suiying had strong personal abilities and clear logic, and could be entrusted with important tasks. As for her safety, Lucian was not worried at all. He had already informed in advance that if he encountered any trouble, he could ask Zhao Zhongyang for help. With his performance yesterday, whether it is Zhao Zhongyang, Hu Linyu, Zhang Shua, and others, they will give him face. Dozens of minutes later, the familiar ruins of a train carriage appeared before our eyes again. However, there was no joy of returning home in Lucian and Sherlay's eyes. Instead, they frowned tightly. Because a few hundred meters to the east of the train carriage, they vaguely saw a huge creature. "Brothershin, why is this thing still here?" Sherlay couldn't help but shrink his neck. But he vaguely remembered that his solid ice brick fortress only lasted for 1 second under the attack of the elephant's trunk before it collapsed. Lucian's face also looked a little grim, and he guessed they are likely to live in the eastern forest. This area is their range of activity. I'm afraid there will be trouble in the future. Sherlay also nodded deeply. Elephants are scary enough in themselves, and after being affected by radiation, they have undergone horrific mutations, becoming even larger in size and more dangerous than imagined. If it was just a matter of destroying the ice brick fortress, Lucian would not be too worried. But if this creature attacked humans, it would definitely be a disaster. From now on, if we want to move around in the surrounding area, the threat posed by this mutant elephant will inevitably have a serious impact on our development. The more he thought about it, the more worries appeared in Lucian's eyes. If these two creatures could not be properly dealt with, the development prospects of the train carriage shelter would decline significantly. If possible, this trouble must be solved. Sherlay obviously guessed what Lucian was thinking and asked in a low voice, "Brothershin, you are not going to attack this guy, are you?" "If possible, getting rid of them is the best option." Sherlay scratched his shiny forehead and said with a bitter face, "Brother, please don't mess around. This thing is much taller than a train and weighs at least 10 tons. Please don't put our lives at risk." Lucian pursed his lips and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? If there's no certainty of victory, who would want to mess with this fool? Well, it's better for us to hide." Lucian also sighed and quickly hid in the ice brick fortress. Even though I was away for just one night, I still felt at home and had a strong sense of security. Looking around the entire shelter, nothing had changed. Neatly stacked wood and charcoal, frozen meat in the refrigerator, and the snow cat swooping over. On a night without a fireplace, the snow cat was obviously very cold. It rubbed its big round head against the trouser legs again and again, and they had already developed a strong bond. Lucian rubbed the snow cat, then stuffed the charcoal into the fireplace and lit it, lighting up the dim carriage. By the way, I checked the suitcase next to the bed, which contained 5 chicken eggs and 4 bird eggs, which I originally planned to hatch. However, after being out all night without a fireplace to provide warmth, the bird eggs and chicken eggs would have become cold and would most likely have no chance of hatching. Lucian shook his head helplessly and took it out of the suitcase directly, planning to have it as a dinner in the evening. After all, maintaining a constant temperature and hatching eggs in today's environment is almost impossible. Afterwards, he went to the underground shelter and checked the condition of the crops. The situation of corn is not optimistic. Perhaps it is a problem with the seeds. There is no sign of any germination at all. It looks dead. However, when he dug up the soil around the potatoes, Lucian clearly saw a very small seedling in the picture, and the emerald green color caught his eye. Sprouting. Lucian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His excitement was hard to contain. Although he tried hard to grow crops, he never had much hope because the environment here was too harsh and normal crops could hardly survive. But unexpectedly, after just a few days, the potatoes actually sprouted. Although he didn't know exactly how many days it would take for potatoes to sprout, it would definitely be more than 15 days. This means that the potatoes given to him by the system are most likely different from the potatoes on Earth. They are likely to be a type of potato that has undergone a certain mutation in a doomsday environment. The seedling germination time is shorter and the survival ability is stronger, otherwise the current phenomenon cannot be explained. Lucian vaguely remembered that he seemed to have seen on TV before that the environment suitable for potatoes to survive is probably above 10 degrees Celsius, and it is almost impossible to grow them in temperatures below zero. But now, not only have the seedlings sprouted successfully, but they are also growing very well. Stores are still the best. The quality of the goods is so high, much better than that broken corn. Lucian grinned, obviously in a very good mood. If nothing unexpected happens, he will most likely be able to grow potatoes for a long time and have a stable supply of food, which will be of vital importance for his subsequent survival. Not daring to be careless at all, Lucian quickly boiled a pot of water and started watering the potatoes. He also took out a hoe and did some simple loosening of the soil. Chapter 112 Survivor Group. In addition, he also tried to make some fertilizers to help loosen the soil and increase its fertility. His agricultural knowledge was limited, but he knew of 3 things that helped potatoes grow, and he had ways to get them. They are urea, bird droppings, and wood ash. The first 2 are helpful in increasing fertility, but they are more troublesome to collect, which is not completely impossible. Wood ash also plays a significant role. It can provide potassium fertilizer, disinfect and sterilize, effectively resist insect pests, and loosen the soil. This is very important in the doomsday. After all, there are many small insects living in the soil here. More importantly, wood ash is very easy to obtain. Just burn plants like hay into ash and cover the soil. Lucian did not stop and began to rush about for the planting industry, making some simple fertilizers. He was busy until after 8 o'clock in the evening, when he stopped panting. In order to reward myself and celebrate the successful germination of the potatoes, I took out a can of beef and cooked a bowl of noodles and 2 eggs for dinner. With the sufficient nutrition of meat and the noodles eaten, the consumed physical and mental strength was restored again, and I felt relaxed all over. Leaning in the corner of the underground shelter, feeling the warmth from the fireplace, Lucian's mind relaxed. He took out the survival radio and started contacting Chiao Suing to inquire about the situation at the gathering place today. How's it going today? How's the staff recruitment going? Soon, Chiao Suing replied, not very optimistic. Although many survivors are interested, they haven't made up their minds right away. They still want to discuss it with you, the boss. Let's discuss it? Lucian asked with a frown. Well, they feel that the bed fee alone as salary is not enough for them to live on, so they want to raise the stakes. Hearing this, Lucian nodded. This was actually within his expectations. Whether it was Chiao Suing, Shueya, or other workers, their wages were only enough to pay for the bed, which was indeed too little. After all, Lucian couldn't possibly provide them with meals. They needed extra time to work on their other survival needs, such as finding food, clean water, warm supplies, and so on. So after thinking about it for a while, Lucian said directly, it is indeed my fault for not considering it carefully. Let's put the recruitment of employees aside for now. I will talk about it after I return. Okay, do you need me to report on the situation in the gathering place? Well, you can briefly explain it. Chiao Suying spoke in a steady and gentle voice and said in an organized manner, "This afternoon, there were about 30 more people coming to the gathering place, which is a lot more than yesterday. In addition, some people with awakened talents have begun to appear. Zhao Zhongyang will contact them." "I don't know the specific situation." Lucian nodded slightly. There were many people gathering in the place, which was definitely a good thing. As for the appearance of people with awakened talents, it was also a normal thing. After all, the number of survivors is so huge. Even if the probability of someone with awakened talent is small, the overall number is definitely not small. Moreover, there is a huge difference between ordinary survivors and gifted awakeners. For any force or gathering place, gifted awakeners are important resources and objects that need to be snatched. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing, which should be very important. Chiao Suying seemed to remember something and said with a frown. "What's up?" "Today, a group of survivors, who should be quite strong, came to Officer Zhao to discuss cooperation, but I don't know their identities." "Did any conflicts occur?" "No, they left directly afterwards. I have no access to these matters. You have to ask them in person." Lucian's eyes moved slightly. The other groups of survivors coming to the gathering place generally only had two goals: snatch and cooperate. Yesterday, Zhang Hai and others came here, obviously for the former, trying to use their own powerful strength to plunder part of the gathering place. However, since there was no conflict or contradiction among the people who came today, they were most likely here to discuss cooperation, and Zhao Zhongyang should be able to handle it. If an accident occurs, we will most likely consult with the management. Lucian thought about it, and the situation was not beyond his expectations. About 10 minutes later, Zhao Zhongyang's message came. "Lucian, a very powerful group of survivors came today and discussed a cooperation with us. I think it is necessary to inform you." Upon hearing this, Lucian frowned slightly. A very strong group of survivors? If the other party could be described like this by Officer Zhao, then his strength must be strong. How strong? He answered a question concisely. "The person who came today, led by someone with level 2 strength, should be on par with you." Zhao Zhongyang spoke in a deep voice, obviously quite fearful. Lucian was even more stunned. Is level 2 so common now? He could just meet a random survivor and he would find him so powerful. What kind of cooperation? Is it beneficial to us? The other party wants to join forces with us to jointly clean up the entire Jingning Town and occupy all the mutant willow branches as a shared resource for both parties. I see. A look of understanding emerged in Lucian's eyes. It was indeed for the rare resource of mutated willow branches. For any force that wants to develop in the long term, mutated willow branches are crucial items, including Zhao Zhongyang's gathering place. Lucian thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "The mutant willow branches were originally next to the gathering place. They want to come over to share a piece of the pie, and they have to use the name of cooperation? Are they taking us for fools?" Zhao Zhongyang smiled and said, "The other party also promised some benefits and provided a follow-up cooperation plan. I am quite tempted. Maybe we can indeed make contact." "What benefits?" Lucian asked with some confusion. "First, we have the mutant willow branches. The other party is willing to split it 46:6, 6 for us and 4 for them." Zhao Zhongyang cleared his throat and continued. "Moreover, we don't collect all of them. We only collect the willow branches in the snow. As for the willow trees themselves, there are agricultural experts on the other side who will come to take care of them and even cultivate them. I am very optimistic about this. Secondly, they intend to purchase a shop that will deal in a very important resource, salt." Salt. Lucian's pupils shrank slightly. There was no need to explain the importance of this resource. Although a lot of usable salt can be found in the ruins of towns and cities, where can we replenish it once it is used up? Do you want to drink animal blood every day? Even if you are willing to drink it, you have to be able to catch prey. Therefore, from a long-term perspective, the necessity of salt is absolutely very high. Yes, the other party should have a channel to obtain salt and be willing to sell it at a lower price and sell it stably for a long time, Zhao Zhongyang said, and added, "This can also be regarded as one of the contents of the cooperation between the two parties." Chapter 113, Heading to the Eastern Forest. From this point of view, this group of survivors should be here for the purpose of friendly cooperation? Lucian asked. Zhao Zhongyang nodded and replied, "Yes, today's discussion was very harmonious. The other party was willing to make concessions, and the conditions they offered were very sincere. We even discussed some future cooperation." Future cooperation? What will it be about? First of all, we need to help each other. If both sides encounter threats from rotting corpses or mutant beasts, we can support each other if we are able. The other party has clearly stated that they have more than 10 talented awakeners, and they are no weaker than us. Hiss. Lucian couldn't help but take a breath. Secondly, the other party's goal is very big. They proposed that if we explore large city ruins or go to explore mountain forests in the future, both sides can cooperate with each other to seek the greatest benefit. Tisk. After hearing this, Lu Xun could only marvel. Whether in terms of strength or foresight, the other party was not comparable to Zheng Hai, Qin Hong, and Lu Si. Officer Zhao, it does sound good, but is it really reliable? I don't know. Zhao Zhongyang gave the most honest answer and said seriously, at least the attitude shown by the other party today is calm and sincere enough. It is indeed worth contacting him. Okay, since Officer Zhao thinks there's no problem, let's get in touch. If something really happens, we can all solve it together. Lu Xun thought for a moment and finally gave his support. In the harsh doomsday environment, there are morals but no laws. A large number of people indulge in their desires, especially the powerful survivors, who do whatever they want and become local tyrants. Just like Zheng Hai and others yesterday, they came with evil intentions and no longer have the normal human code of conduct. In this environment, it is not easy to find a group of survivors who are calm enough, have normal thinking, and are reliable in what they say and do. If the two sides can establish cooperation, it will bring huge benefits to both sides. When Zhao Zhongyang heard the answer, he also grinned and said, "Okay, thank you for your support. It doesn't matter. Survival is the first priority of every survivor. I am also trying to survive better." The next morning, go out and pick up the corpse core as usual. I was lucky today and picked up 23 of them. After fusing 20 of them into 4 pseudo level 2 cores, I threw them all into the refrigerator where Lu Shi was. Sherlay got up early in the morning and started digging an underground shelter. His ice brick fortress was destroyed and the train carriage was not suitable for survival, so he had a huge obsession with shelter and had been busy with it. Lu Xun is also considering whether it is necessary to expand the shelter. Whether it is to expand the area or increase the number of floors, both are very good options. It has now been confirmed that potatoes can indeed be grown in a doomsday environment, and after the first round of potatoes are harvested, there is a high probability that expansion will continue. Therefore, the area of the current shelter is still too small after all. Moreover, planting, eating, sleeping, going to the toilet, all things are crowded on the same floor of the shelter, and the environment is indeed poor. If possible, he wanted to dig 2 more floors of shelter, so that there would be a total of 3 floors of underground shelter. The first underground floor is used for growing crops, the second underground floor is used for daily life, and the third underground floor is used to store goods and as a studio. However, the expansion of the shelter must take into account 2 factors, namely human resources and mutant willow branches. If these 2 points are not sufficient, there is no possibility of completion. At the same time, the ice brick fortress can also be expanded to increase ground defense facilities and improve the safety of the shelter. However, the mutant elephants around the sanctuary are still a difficult problem to solve, which gives him a headache. We can only take it one step at a time and let nature take its course. Lu Xun was also quite helpless. Now he not only needed to worry about the expansion of the shelter, he also needed to worry about food. Half of the food obtained from the train carriage has been eaten, and it will not last for much longer. If we cannot find other food quickly, I am afraid the stock will run out. If food is a problem, then there is no need to even think about expanding the shelter. In the afternoon, when the time to go out arrived, Lu Xun and Sherlay put down their work and began to prepare to go out. The weather was good today. We were outdoors for more than 158 minutes, and the wind was very light, which was very suitable for going out. Even if you exceed the time limit, you can still use the gas mask and independent shelter core to stay outside for a while longer. Brother Shin, what are your plans for today? Continue collecting pine resin. Lu Xun shook his head. Collecting pine resin is not difficult and will not take long. We have plenty of time today, so let's go to the eastern forest. Sherlay was obviously stunned. He touched his bald head and frowned. Are we really going to the east forest? That place might be a little dangerous. The huge number of rotting corpses, the mutated giant elephant creatures, the fear these two brought to Sherlay has become deeply rooted. And in the inherent impression, the forests and mountains in the east are synonymous with danger and terror. Even Lu Xun hesitated for a long time when considering whether to go east, but finally he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. If we want to survive here for a long time, the east is a problem we cannot avoid. We must go there to see the situation, Lu Xun said firmly. Sherlay hesitated for a while, then nodded helplessly. This time, knowing that the destination was dangerous, the two made full preparations and carried almost all the equipment they could carry. The land corpses and snowcats were also brought along. These two were also very important fighting forces and could provide considerable help when encountering danger. When everything was ready, the two men, the corpse and the cat began to walk eastward. The snowflakes flying all over the sky, reflected by the gloomy sky of the city, were filled with deep darkness and depression. Especially the forests and mountains in the distance were covered with thick snow. There was no trace of green, only extremely rich inky black. Even just looking at it for one more second would make you feel extremely depressed. Lu Xun had a vague sense of danger. The closer he got to the forest in the east, the faster his heartbeat became, and he felt palpitations and hesitation from time to time. As they climbed over a hill and got closer to the forest, an unexpected situation occurred, which made him nervous. Originally, the snow cat that had been following behind, when it saw everyone heading towards the forest in the east, suddenly let out a sharp cry and stood still, refusing to move forward. Lu Xun and Sherlay looked at each other, their hearts already wavering. As a native doomsday creature, the snow cat has no obvious symptoms of mutation, but it is likely to be affected by radiation. Its ability to survive in the doomsday is definitely much stronger than that of the survivors. This also means that its perception of danger is definitely stronger. Chapter 114, Severe Radiation Zone. What kind of danger exists that can make the snow cat so nervous and scared and dare not move forward? Lu Xun's eyes moved, and he tried to hold the snow cat, wanting to continue taking it east. However, the snow cat reacted violently, making a sharp popping sound, and broke free from his arms and ran back in a flash. He was so panicked that he didn't pay attention to the strength of his claws, and even left a scar on Lu Xun's hand. Lu Xun felt pain and had to let it go, but his brows furrowed even deeper. Turning around to look at the deep and vast mountains and forests, my steps froze for a moment. Should I continue moving forward or turn back in time? Brother, how about? No, let's take a look. Lu Xun shook his head. This place is definitely no more than 3 kilometers away from the shelter. Instead of waiting until the disaster strikes and there's no escape, it's better to see for ourselves what's going on. Upon hearing this, Sherlay fell into deep thought, restraining his usual joking expression and looking serious. That makes sense. It's too close to the shelter and has too many secrets. Let's go take a look. Well, just look at it from a distance. Safety first. Lu Xun still treated the possible dangers in the forests and mountains with the utmost vigilance. The two continued walking eastward and could clearly feel that the radiation concentration around them was gradually increasing. The sky became more depressing, as if it was shrouded in a layer of black fog. Even with the independent shelter core on him, there were wisps of black fog approaching. This was the substance condensed from the rich radiation, indicating that the radiation concentration here was already very high. The two went deeper and deeper and stopped 500 meters away from the forest. It's not that I don't want to move forward, but the road ahead has been blocked. I saw a large number of rotting corpses standing densely on the outskirts of the forest. The number was far beyond imagination. It was like a black ocean of corruption, which made people's scalps numb. Fuck, so many rotten corpses. Sherlay's face turned pale with fright. Just a rough estimate. The number of corpses here is at least over 10,000. Previously, they thought that the zombies surrounding the core of the shelter were all the zombies, and their number was no more than 1,000 at most. But when they saw the scene before them, they realized that they had thought too much. Every night, it is likely that only a few zombies on the periphery will go to besiege the train carriages, and they are all weaker zombies. Because among the group of corpses below, it can be clearly seen that a large number of corpses near the periphery are generally level 1 in strength. They look rotten, their muscle fibers are fragile, and they can't even stand steadily. Many of them are missing limbs. However, the deeper into the zombie group you go, the more high-level zombies there are. At a glance, you can see several zombies that are not much different from land zombies. Obviously, there are quite a few level 2 corpses here. Then in the core area, there are many more special corpses with stronger muscles and more bizarre appearances. They are likely to be above level 2. Brother, why don't we move? I think the train carriage is just average. Sherlay shrank his neck and suggested in a low voice. That makes sense. Lu Xun was also deflated. The scene before him really made him lose all confidence. Even if there are thousands of zombies, and their strength is generally level 1, he is not particularly afraid. At worst, he can hide in an ice brick fortress and even harvest a batch of radiation cores every day. However, there were tens of thousands of zombies, and some of them were above level 2. Just a few of them could destroy the entire ice brick fortress. This threat is no less than that of the mutated giant elephant. This means that every day they live in the train carriage, they are on the verge of life and death, and if they are not careful, they will become food for the corpses. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Lu Xun took a breath and continued to look in the direction of the rotting corpse. He was still somewhat confused as to why these creatures without any intelligence would all gather here instead of dispersing in all directions. Thinking about this question, Lu Xun continued to walk forward for a while, hiding on the back of the hillside, observing as closely as possible. At such a dangerous distance, he finally discovered some secrets. Deep in the zombie group, deep in the forest, he vaguely saw an open space where all the zombies were gathered. In the center of the encirclement, it was pitch black. In the wind, snow, and dark eyes, it was impossible to see what was there. Lu Xun wanted to get closer to check the specific situation when the survival radio in his arms suddenly vibrated. Lu Xun, whose nerves were tense, stopped immediately, hid himself carefully, and took out the survival radio to check. It was not a communication from other survivors, but a notification from weather, or rather a warning. Emergency notice. The weather environment in your area has changed dramatically in a short period of time. The radiation concentration has reached a high level and is about to reach a severe level. The radiation resistance time has been reduced to 3 minutes. Survivors, please take precautions. Emergency notice. Lu Xun's pupils suddenly contracted, and he was surprised to find that as he got closer to the forest, the independent shelter core could no longer resist the radiation and was surrounded by black fog. Brother, leave quickly, otherwise we will have to die here. Sherlay was also frightened when he saw the content of the notice, and hurriedly shouted in a low voice. Mad, go back first. Lu Xun did not hesitate. Without even taking a second look, he quickly turned around and rushed towards the shelter at almost the fastest speed. 3 minutes. If he stayed here any longer, it wouldn't be long before he would join the zombie army, and they would attack his shelter together at night. In order to increase the speed, Lu Xun deliberately walked in front, using his talent to solidify the snow on the ground so that it would not sink, allowing him to leave quickly, as if walking on flat ground. Sherlay followed behind him, and the two of them quickly escaped from this dangerous area at a running speed. After running for 10 minutes, their natural energy was almost exhausted. They were running out of breath and finally stopped slowly. I was so scared. I almost died there. Sherlay patted his chest, his forehead covered with sweat. Lu Xun's face was not looking good either. Not only did he not gain anything today, but he also saw even more desperate scenes, which made him extremely hesitant as to whether he should continue to live here. If one day, stronger and more numerous zombies besiege the shelter, how should he defend himself? If you continue to live there, you will be walking on a tightrope all the time, and you will fall off the cliff if you are not careful. At the same time, we also need to consider that in addition to the huge number of rotting corpses, there are likely to be other mutant creatures there, such as mutant giant elephants. Chapter 115 Materials for Portable Fireplaces. You know, the radiation concentration is already severe just near the periphery, so how terrible would the radiation intensity be in the forests and mountains? Lu Xun no longer dared to imagine that the danger here was even more terrible than he had expected. Forget it, let's go back to the shelter first. Lu Xun said in a hoarse voice, waving his hand. The two continued to walk back. The radiation concentration here had decreased, and there was an independent shelter core defense, so at least they would not be threatened by radiation. The two thought about it and finally headed towards the pine forest to collect pine resin and some pine cones. Some pine cones contain a small amount of pine nuts, which can be considered a good food, but the quantity is too small, so they can only be used as snacks. After collecting everything, the two of them hurried back to the shelter without further exploration. The shock they received today was so great that the two of them felt extremely insecure and really didn't want to stay in the snow and ice any longer. Until he returned to the shelter below, Lu Xun kept thinking about what to do next to effectively avoid the threat posed by the corpses. Fundamentally speaking, there may be only two solutions: move away or improve your strength. But in this deserted doomsday world, where is there no radiation, no danger? Even if the shelter is moved away, where can it be moved to? Therefore, there is only one core issue, which is to continuously improve your strength and make your foundation strong enough to face the dangers of this world. Thinking silently, Lu Xun removed the unnecessary fear in his heart and began to seriously think about what he should do next: survive. If you want to survive better, you need sufficient and stable supplies and strong enough to protect yourself. Regarding resources, Lu Xun thought about it for a long time, but in the end he felt helpless. This was really not something he could decide. He could indeed obtain food resources in the long run by growing potatoes, but the cycle was too long, at least a month. Velvet grass, candles, survival coins. Resources like these also require time and manpower to accumulate. Needless to say, there are only 3 ways to improve your strength. Improve your own strength. Add more weapons and equipment. Improve the strength of land corpses. After considering for a long time, I found that the most reliable way was to enhance Lucifer's strength. If a large number of radiation cores can be obtained through transactions, then there is indeed a great possibility that the land corpse will continue to break through in a short period of time and become a level 3 rotten corpse. In this way, even among a huge group of rotting zombies, he would have a considerable say, enough to ensure his safety. At the same time, if he could hire a group of employees in the gathering place, he would have enough manpower to collect and obtain various resources. Alas, it seems that the development of the gathering place is indeed indispensable. Next, I have to participate in the management of the gathering place as soon as possible. Lucian thought silently in his heart. Managing freshwater resources and making portable fireplaces are urgent matters, and he must return to the shelter as soon as possible to complete some preparatory work. Thinking of this, Lucian no longer hesitated and immediately began to seize the time to complete some necessary preparations. To manage freshwater resources, water does not need to be prepared in advance, but another tool is needed, a bucket and a scoop. In an entire gathering place, the number of survivors is likely to be close to 100, and the demand for water must be huge, so sufficient fresh water must be prepared. But after thinking for a moment, Lucian gave up the idea of making a bucket with iron sheet. He was worried that the iron sheet was too thin and could not withstand the pressure of water and would probably burst eventually. Therefore, a better option is to use wooden boards and a relatively ancient method to make medium to large wooden barrels, and then use wire hoops around the outside. In this way, there is no need to prepare the wooden barrels in advance. You can just go to the gathering place and collect wood around the gathering place, which will be more convenient. In order to make a portable fireplace, Lucian needs to start preparing in advance. The amount of iron sheets obtained from the town ruins was too little after all, and they have almost been used up in making tools these days. Moreover, ordinary civilian iron sheets are very thin and relatively fragile. If used as fireplace materials, they are not resistant to burning at all. But fortunately, in addition to ordinary iron sheets, he also has another kind of iron material in large quantity and of higher quality. That's a train car. Part of the train carriage was buried deep in the snow and was twisted into a knot when it was first hit. He can completely recycle and make use of this batch of iron resources. Lucian left the ice brick fortress and came to the west side of the train tracks in the howling cold wind, where there were several train carriages buried in the snow. It looks like a small mound, slightly raised on the ground, but the shape of the carriage is completely invisible. In order to avoid being blown away by the wind, Lucian took the lead in making a batch of ice bricks in the ice brick fortress. Then, a super small ice brick fortress was temporarily built at the place where the carriage ruins were excavated. It was only about 5 square meters in size and could be easily built by one person. He would stay in this little igloo and just dig down. After digging about 1.5 m deep and clearing away the upper layer of snow and the deeper layer of ice, the outline of the train carriage emerged. Lucian wiped the sweat from his head and knocked on the ruins of the carriage with the manuscript. Ding ding. The sound was crisp and loud. Obviously, the iron was of good quality. Even though it was exposed to ultra-low temperatures for a long time, it was not frozen. But mining it is not an easy task. The steel used in the main frame of the train carriage is too hard to be chopped with an axe, and even using this solidity, talent, it is difficult to cut it. Therefore, he had to change his method, avoid the main body, and look for a thin layer of iron sheet on the floor and walls inside the carriage, which could be collected more easily. For this purpose, Lucian also specially found Sherlay and Lucifer to help with the collection to maximize the efficiency. Fortunately, although the front end of the carriage was twisted into a pretzel, after entering the interior, the entire carriage was still intact, so it was relatively easy to collect the iron sheets. The 2 men and 1 corpse worked until night, tearing off a large piece of iron sheet, weighing hundreds of pounds, and then dragged it into the ice brick fortress. This batch of iron sheets is thicker, of better quality, and more numerous than the iron sheets found in the town ruins, making it more suitable for making tools. But its disadvantage is also very obvious. That is its extremely high density, which makes it difficult for Lucian to easily change its shape even if he uses his talent. Therefore, in the process of making a portable fireplace, he could only reduce the number of times he used his talent as much as possible and splice it in other ways. Chapter 116 Small Transport Vehicles. After all, the fireplace does not require a perfect fit. It just needs to be assembled into a square rectangle and reserve doors and smoke exhaust ducts. He only needs to cut a whole piece of iron sheet into the same size, then bring it to the gathering place and arrange workers to fold and splice it to assemble a complete fireplace. He did not rest at night, and was busy cutting the iron sheets. Sherlay also temporarily put aside the excavation work of the shelter and helped with the measuring and cutting. Lucian did not treat him badly. He provided him with an all-inclusive dinner and even gave him 2 eggs to replenish his energy. It was not until 12 o'clock in the evening that the work was barely completed. 30 pieces of iron sheets of the same size were made, all in the shape of a cross, and could be directly assembled after being brought to the gathering place. This means that being able to produce 30 portable fireplaces is already a considerable number. However, transporting all 30 pieces of iron sheets to the gathering place tomorrow will be a rather troublesome task. Sherlay and Lucian each carried 10 pieces, which should be quite heavy, at least 30 or 40 kilograms. However, when the two were chatting casually in the evening, Sherlay's casual words once again inspired Lucian. Late at night, the two of them lay in the underground shelter, and the snow cat was curled up in the quilt. The atmosphere was quite peaceful. Sherlay propped his bald head up with his hands, stared at the ceiling, and chatted. "Brother Shun, isn't it a bit too troublesome for us to carry things back and forth? There's nothing we can do about it. The road is long, the snow is strong, and it's hard to transport supplies quickly. Is there any way to make some means of transportation?" Lucian raised his head and thought for a while. "How about you raise a few dogs and make a sled? Sledding is easy. Just take a flat piece of wood and iron and make it into something similar to a ski. But where can we find a dog?" Sherlay touched his bald head habitually. Since he often doesn't wear a hat and his forehead is exposed to the wind every day, he has developed several chilblains. They become itchy when the temperature rises, so he has been scratching his head recently. Lucian raised his eyebrows, slapped his hand that was scratching his head, and then threw a small bottle of purple vine juice over to him. "Stop scratching. Apply the medicine." "Hey, thanks a lot." Lucian's eyes did not move, and he said, "How about I make a sled, and you and Lucian will be responsible for pulling it? It should be easier for the transportation company." Sherlay paused, his eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "Brother, you want me to be a dog?" "Lucian, it's not what you think. I definitely won't agree to that." Sherlay said carelessly, "It's okay for you to ask me to pull goods, but you're humiliating me by asking me to pull people. Besides, the snow here is so thick, even with a traditional sled, it should be difficult to pull it, right?" "Indeed." Lucian nodded and said, "If the weight is too heavy, it will be difficult to pull the goods in this environment. Well, at most I can only pull a small sled. The little sled." When Lucian heard this, his brows slightly frowned, and thoughts kept churning in his mind. In this doomsday world, blizzards rage all year round. The upper layer of snow is soft and thick, while the lower layer of snow is hard. Most traditional means of transportation cannot be used here, so transportation is a big problem. It's not just him. Even other survivors such as Zhao Zhongyang, Hu Linyu, are probably also deeply troubled, not to mention ordinary survivors. However, Sherlay's words just now woke him up. Although large transport sleds cannot be used in this environment, what about small sleds? Wouldn't a small sled that was only used to transport a small amount of cargo, could be pulled by one person, and wouldn't sink deeply into the snow be more suitable for this environment? Moreover, he seems to have unique conditions. Large area, but relatively thin iron sheet. Count 10 suitcases of the right size. If we can combine these two, is it possible to create a small transportation tool? The more he thought about it, the brighter Lucian's eyes became. He seemed to have found a new survival item that could be sold as a commodity and would greatly help his own survival. "Sherlay, your new brain, without hair, is really useful." Lucian patted Sherlay's shoulder fiercely and exclaimed in surprise. Sherlay's mouth twitched. "Fuck. Don't curse, kid. I'll have new work tomorrow. I'm sure you'll make a lot of money this time." "I don't want to work." "You like to work? That's good." The next morning, Lucian got up early and kicked Sherlay awake. Then he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and wrote January 28th on it. This is the 28th day since they arrived in this doomsday world. They have completely been separated from the life of civilized society and returned to the primitive doomsday society. Since the two had to rush to the gathering place this afternoon, they needed to get up early and make some preparations. Including the production of small transportation equipment, it should be completed in the morning as much as possible, and you can also try it on the road to see if it can be used. After a simple breakfast, Lucian went to the next train carriage and took out 5 or 6 of the treasured suitcases. Sherlay collected all the iron sheets that were not used yesterday and selected some that could be used. "By the way, I found some wooden sticks of uniform thickness and suitable length in the pile of firewood outside." The principle of using a suitcase to make a small means of transportation is actually very simple. It is to use wooden sticks and iron sheets to make a large ski board to be used as a base for sliding, and then add a handheld handle. Then, fix the suitcase on the iron sheet, and the manufacturing is completed. During the process, only the fixing of the suitcase and the iron sheet requires special attention, and the rest of the process is very simple. By almost noon, the two had successfully made 5 small sleds. Although it is a small sled, it uses a large suitcase and can carry a considerable amount of cargo. At least when traveling alone, you can put down all the food, clothing, tools, and bedding you need. Moreover, the two of them also went outside to try it out and found that the small sled could be pulled in the snow, which saved a lot of energy. One person just needs to walk in front and pull the small sled, while still being able to carry a backpack and a backpack basket, which is equivalent to doubling the carrying capacity. This is not only of vital importance to individual survivors, but is also a rare and important resource for many survivor groups. When you go out exploring in the future, you can also use this small sled to collect more resources in a single round trip and increase your chances of survival. A smile also appeared on Lucian's face. This was not just a survival tool, but could also be sold as a commodity in exchange for other more useful resources. Chapter 117: The Girl Killer. Therefore, when it was past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lucian packed all the items he needed to carry today into the suitcase. Because there was plenty of space, I carried several days' worth of food, the tools I needed for daily life, and the iron sheets for making a portable fireplace. The sled has 5 full suitcases, more than enough to hold all these items. After checking the weather, I found that I had 145 minutes to go out today, which was plenty of time and more than enough to get to the underground gathering place. The 2 men and 1 corpse did not hesitate. They just dragged their suitcases and started on their way. As for the snowcat, it still stayed at home to guard the house, but Lucian left some food for it and also left some gaps in the ice brick fortress to make it easier for it to go out and look for food. After all, this time, Lucian himself was not sure how long he would stay in the gathering place. If he wants to run a shop and sell items to gain resources, none of these will happen overnight, and he is ready to spend a lot of energy and time. More than 40 minutes later, rushed to the gathering place in a dusty state. Compared to the first time I came here, this place has undergone tremendous changes. A simple wooden shed was built at the entrance of the gathering place, and many survivors came in and out. Some survivors came from far away to seek shelter in the gathering place. Others came out of the gathering place and began to explore the surrounding area in search of resources. Judging from the flow of people alone, there are at least a dozen people at the entrance of the gathering place alone. It can be seen that in the past 2 days, many survivors have come to the gathering place, making it full of vitality and vigor and gradually becoming a real gathering place. The arrival of Lucian and Sherlay also attracted a lot of people, who all looked at them with curiosity. On the one hand, Sherlay's image was too eye-catching, with his tall stature, shiny head, and aura alone, which was not comparable to that of ordinary survivors. On the other hand, the 5 suitcase sleds dragged by the 2 men also made the other survivors' eyes light up. They were surprised at first, and then a little envious. Hey, this is a suitcase? It can actually be dragged directly on Snow City? Oh my god, 2 people brought so many supplies and were able to get here so easily. That's amazing. Some people's eyes fluctuated, realizing the great role of this tool. This kind of transportation tool can definitely improve the efficiency of going out for exploration, but I don't know if the other party will sell it. We can try to contact them. Maybe we can use other supplies to exchange to from them. Well, I just don't know what their identities are. If they're ordinary, then it's okay. Haha, my friend, you are not thinking of anything evil, are you? The Gathering Place Convention issued by Zhao Zhongyang clearly stipulates that all registered members of the Gathering Place are not allowed to attack or harm each other, otherwise they will gang up on each other. Do you want to risk the wrath of the world? Someone said in a deep voice. Hee, of course I won't break the rules, of course not. He could only grin while speaking, but there was no fear in the smile on his face. In this doomsday, the law of the jungle is the law, and murder and robbery are common. Even if Zhao Zhongyang established a convention, it can only maintain peace in the Gathering Place. But once you leave the Gathering Place, the sky is high and the birds fly freely. Lucian was very calm about these malicious looks. This was an era where strength was important and selfishness was deeply rooted in people's minds. It was normal for some people to have the idea of robbing. This only shows that the suitcase sled is indeed of great value among the survivors. As for someone trying to snatch it away, you can give it a try. He had the confidence to dare to carry so many supplies out. But soon, some survivors became aware of his identity and whispered in surprise. Fuck, man, stop talking. This guy is not an ordinary survivor. I'm afraid we can't rob him. What's going on? Is he from Class 2? Class 2 has special privileges? Ahem, he seems to be a high-ranking member of the Gathering Place and one of the original founders. What you just said, you'd better pray that he didn't hear it. He's one of the founders of the Gathering Place? That means he is on the same level as Officer Zhao. The person who spoke suddenly turned pale, and his playful expression subsided a little, with a hint of worry in the depths of his eyes. I remember this person. It is said that a very powerful group of survivors came to cause trouble. Boss Zhang from shop number 4 was beaten so badly that he was on the verge of death. In the end, it was this person who took action and resolved the matter. Yes, it is said that he killed one person with one punch. The female survivor on the other side was frightened to the point of incontinence. You're wrong. That's to push the battle to a climax and celebrate with the victory by spraying champagne. What a wild and unofficial history. Are you talking about it seriously? A female survivor said with a frown and disdainful expression. I don't know if he's serious or not, but I advise you not to mess with him. Besides, you're a woman, so you'll get hurt. Fuck. Girl killer. Lucian originally planned to take a sled ride with the suitcase as a promotional opportunity. However, when he heard the strange conversation, he felt dizzy and confused. What he did the day before yesterday, shouldn't he be regarded as a divine soldier who suppressed the whole scene? How did it get spread like this? Damn it. That old woman Qin Hong misled me. Lucian didn't want to stay any longer, so he hurried into the gathering place. As expected, there were more people inside, and the survivors had filled the middle road. The gathering place of only 500 square meters now houses at least 50 survivors, not including those who have gone out, so it is naturally very crowded. Men, women, young and old, were all wrapped in thick cold-proof clothes. Almost all of them looked pale and thin, with slightly depressed expressions, and coughing could be heard from time to time. Some people catch colds due to colds. Others develop respiratory tract infections due to accidentally eating radioactive food or being exposed to radiation for a long time. In the corner of the entrance, there were a few survivors, mostly elderly men and women, holding a sign with a few words written on it, looking for employment. I can do anything as long as I get food. Some people also said, please support me. Just provide a bed, food, and clean water. Or, beds are provided, and you can help with the work for free. Lucian looked at these people and shook his head helplessly. The demands they made were not excessive, but their own conditions were too poor and no one looked down on them. Most of the people hiding in the corner are thin and short. The men are very old and the women are very ugly. They are the ones who have been missed by the market. The survivors with truly good qualities, such as strong, healthy, and good-looking women, have successfully settled in the gathering place and no longer have to stay here begging. Chapter 118 Refugees. Even when they are out exploring, they are reluctant to leave the gathering place and instead beg for alms from others. It is conceivable that both IQ and diligence are questionable. Ignoring these people for the moment, Lucian suddenly saw that there was a notice posted on the wall next to him with the words, Gathering Place Convention, written in large letters. He also stopped and looked around. Gathering Place Convention. 1. All survivors of the settlement must first go to Independent Dormitory Area Number 1 and register their names and numbers. 2. Survivors who are on record, have beds, rent independent residential areas or shops, are employed, or have someone to guarantee them can stay overnight at the gathering place. Other survivors should return to the shelter in time and do not stay. 3. Members of the gathering place are prohibited from hurting each other, fighting, killing each other, or maliciously competing for resources. If the above phenomena occur, others can attack them in groups. 4. The shop is still for sale. Survivors are welcome to rent it as a group and trade goods and money. 5. A total of quite a few regulations are listed, most of which are to restrict the members of gathering places and avoid certain chaos. Little brother, please give me something to eat. Please be kind. Lucian was looking at the convention when an old man holding a sign in the corner suddenly crawled over from the ground and grabbed his trouser leg. Unable to help but frown, Lucian said 2 words coldly. Let go. Please, I haven't eaten for 3 days. Please give me something to eat. Just one bite. Just one bite will do. The old man's expression gradually became agitated, spit flying as he spoke. His dark and frost-cracked face looked heartbroken because of the excessive expression. How can you be so ignorant of reason, young man? Can't you see that I'm almost starving to death? Yeah, you're carrying so much luggage. Can't you give me something to eat? Why? On the other side, another survivor who looked like a middle-aged woman also crawled over quickly, her eyes full of hunger. Damn, he brought so many suitcases, they must be all full of food. We don't have anything to eat, but they are eating so much. Why? Someone roared in a hoarse voice, his eyes full of indignation. The sound stirred the emotions of others. The refugees crowded in the corner seemed to have their inner desires aroused at this moment, and they all crawled over. He ignored Lucian's attempts to stop him and started to forcibly open the suitcase, trying to loot the supplies inside. At this moment, Lucian's face was completely cold. Brothershin, do you want to give them something to eat? Sherlay scratched his bald head and said with a silly smile, I have a fist as big as a sandbag. Give them a good meal. Have fun before you die. No, don't be so brutal. Lucian waved his hand, took out the survival radio from his arms, and said, "When we go out, we must be polite." "Well, Officer Zhao, is killing allowed in a gathering place?" Just 2 seconds passed. "No, don't mess around. I'll take care of it for you." Deep inside the gathering place, Zhao Zhongyang, who was handling official business, suddenly jumped up from his seat, startling the survivors next to him. Zhao Zhongyang rushed to the entrance of the gathering place without hesitation. Lucian sent him this message, and he naturally understood the meaning at a glance. 2 minutes later, the refugee, holding a sign in the corner, was dragged up by the survivors under Zhao Zhongyang and thrown out of the gathering place. Merely plundering is a violation of the gathering place convention. What's more, it happened in the gathering place, and if one of the high-ranking officials of the gathering place was robbed, there would naturally be no mercy. It's a good thing you asked me. This gathering place has just been established. If a bloody incident happens at the door, it will have a bad impact. Zhao Zhongyang smiled helplessly. "I know, so I asked in advance," Lucian said with a smile. It was indeed inconvenient for him to deal with these dirty things. If he really killed them all at the entrance, it would not be of any benefit to the gathering place, Zhao Zhongyang, or even to himself. In short, this group of people were not worthy of dirtying his hands. "Officer Zhao, if we just throw them out like this, they won't die outside, right?" Lucian couldn't help but ask. "It's okay. These people are the cancer of the gathering place. They block the entrance all day long, affecting the lives of other survivors. They have no desire to survive and don't care about their life or death." Zhao Zhongyang rarely said such cold words and continued. "To be honest, I gave them the opportunity to participate in felling wood, digging through the snow to find wild vegetables, and doing some work within their ability, but they directly refused. They want to stay at the gate of the gathering place and gain something for nothing. They also affect the environment here and waste the air of the gathering place. Not killing them is already giving them face." "I see." Lucian also nodded. He knew Zhao Zhongyang's character. He was willing to spend so much energy and time to build a gathering place just to shelter the survivors. However, he protects survivors who have a desire to survive, not parasites who want to suck other people's blood. Even Zhao Zhongyang would probably feel disgusted with this kind of people. "By the way, let's not talk about these things, let's talk about business." Zhao Zhongyang smiled again, rubbed his hands and asked, "You have 2 shops in your hands? Do you have any plans?" Lucian raised his eyebrows and asked warily, "What? This is my share. You don't want to take it back, do you?" "Of course not." Zhao Zhongyang waved his hand and sighed. The gathering place has just been established, and everything is still in ruins. The commercial market is also in its infancy. Many survivors are only doing small-scale transactions with each other, which cannot drive market development at all. This happened mainly because the shops were unable to provide important supplies and were unable to drive capital flow, so. Upon hearing this, Lucian also nodded. Although he didn't understand finance, he knew that if there was no consumption and no flow of funds, there would naturally be no commercial market. "According to what you said, you want to find some valuable resources to operate and sell. Officer Zhao, do you have any ideas?" Zhao Zhongyang shook his head. A trace of sadness appeared on his face and said, "Not yet, but I'm trying to find a way." Lucian nodded slightly and said, "We have some plans here. We may manage freshwater resources. As for other things, we are still considering them." "Freshwater?" Zhao Zhongyang stared in surprise. "Can you provide a large amount of freshwater resources for a long time?" Chapter 119, Salt and Medicine. "Barely. Okay." Lucian did not reveal too much, nor did he say anything too certain. After all, these private matters were not suitable to be fully revealed. "Haha, I didn't expect you to be that capable." Zhao Zhongyang laughed in surprise. "I was still worried about freshwater resources a few days ago, but I didn't expect you to solve it for me just like that. Don't worry, as long as you can provide freshwater resources for a long time, I will give you the green light for all the procedures for running the shop." "Thank you very much." Lucian smiled and suddenly asked, "What products are currently being sold in the gathering place?" "There aren't many at the moment. There are only 3 things including fresh water." Zhao Zhongyang thought for a moment and said, "First of all, the powerful survivor group I told you about before bought a shop and will sell salt. In addition, the survivor group headed by Hu Linyu has a doomsday mutant plant called cabbage grass, which has the functions of stopping bleeding, inhibiting bacteria, and healing external injuries. It will be sold. Finally, your freshwater resources are essential for the survival of the survivors. As long as they can develop normally, they will surely drive the development of the entire settlement." Lucian nodded in surprise. Salt and medicine are indeed indispensable and important resources. It seems that the gathering place is indeed on the right track, and if one can seize the initial development opportunities, almost everyone can gain huge benefits. "Okay, I won't chat with you anymore. I still have a lot of things to do. You can go around on your own first." Zhao Zhongyang chatted for a few words and then said goodbye in a hurry. It was obvious that things in the gathering place were very annoying. Lucian also said a simple goodbye, then dragged the sled and suitcase behind him and headed to shop number 7 where he was. His two shops, number 7 and number 8, are close to each other, which means that he occupies a full 20 square meters of area. After putting all 5 suitcases into the shop, Lucian contacted Chiao Suying. Soon, Chiao Suying came to shop number 7 alone. Lucian asked with some confusion, "Where are Shueya and the other little girl?" Chiao Suying straightened her hair and said, "It will take them some time to go to Jingning Town to find survival supplies. Do you want me to call them back?" "No need." Lucian was very understanding. After all, the 3 of them also had to eat. "How's the recruitment going? Don't they want to see me?" Hearing this, Chiao Suying was stunned for a moment, and then said, "It was indeed like this before, but after the gathering area convention was issued, those without beds were not allowed to stay overnight in the gathering area, so they all agreed to it." "I see." Lucian nodded and asked, "So they didn't make any other requests?" "There are 2 requirements. I hope that the exploration time every day can be free for them to do their own things, and we must ensure that they get enough sleep every day and cannot work for long hours." "This is nothing." Lucian waved his hand and said, "When the exploration time is over, bring them to see me." "Good. What do you need?" "Stay and help me." Okay." Although Chiao Suying felt that she was being exploited, she didn't dare to bring it up. Lucian looked at the time and saw that he still had about 50 minutes of exploration time. So, he took Chiao Suying and Sherlay, as well as the suitcases and sleds, and left the gathering place. There are also quite a few scattered woods on the hillsides surrounding the gathering place. Although the number is not large, it is sufficient for daily use. At this time, there were already quite a few survivors, holding various simple stone axes and other tools, collecting wood on the surrounding hillsides. Food, wood, and water are necessary conditions for every survivor to survive, and are also the first resources to look for when going out to explore. And you can also see some survivors around here holding stone pickaxes and digging on the hillside. They are digging wild vegetables. If you dig up nearly 2 meters of snow, the permafrost underneath will be exposed. In some of the moister permafrost layers, edible wild vegetables will grow, or fungi will grow close to the ground, a large part of which are edible. For many survivors, this is their main source of food and the work they need to do every day. After taking a few looks, Lucian came to an uninhabited forest. There were not many trees, but they were generally large, about 15 centimeters thick and 5 or 6 meters tall. Because the main trunk was too thick and there were no extra branches, many survivors did not have enough tools to cut it down, so no one came to visit. Lucian didn't hold back and started chopping with Sherlay. With the strength of 2 people and the fine iron axe, it was not a difficult task for Pai to chop down a big tree. As for Chiao Suying, Lucian also gave her an axe and asked her to remove small branches and scrape off the rough bark on the surface of the trunk. Looking at the brand new iron axe with a metallic luster in her hand, Chiao Suying's eyes brightened up and she couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Once tools of this level appear in a gathering place, they will become the survival tools that all survivors will scramble for. It is no exaggeration to say that if an ordinary survivor has such a sophisticated axe, it is enough to survive in this doomsday. You only need to chop wood every day, then use the wood to interact with other survivors and take other survival supplies, and you can easily exchange them for the survival resources you need for the day. However, to Lucian, this axe is just an ordinary and inconspicuous prop. And this is also the huge gap between ordinary survivors and top survivors. It took Lucian 40 minutes to cut down 3 large trees in total. In comparison, the other survivors had small branches tied with cloth strips in their hands, each of which was only as thick as a finger, and it took a long time to collect them. However, the harvest from one tree cut down by Lucian is equivalent to the harvest collected by others in 4 or 5 days. The difference in work efficiency is like heaven and earth. When the other survivors saw Lucian and Sherlay, each dragging a huge tree down, they thought the scene was so mysterious. How can we compare? Even cutting down a tree is a huge gap. Lucian even wanted to stuff a whole tree into the gathering place, but after trying for a long time, he almost collapsed the entrance. In desperation, they had to split it in half, and it took quite a while before they managed to transport the 3 trees back together. Walking on the road to the gathering place, he once again attracted the attention of other survivors, which made Lucian feel creepy. He only breathed a sigh of relief after returning to shop number 7. Chiao Suying helplessly looked at the trees in front of her, which almost filled up the entire shop, and sighed. The efficiency of chopping trees with the iron axe is equivalent to the workload of others in a week. As he said this, he handed the iron axe in his hand to Lucian. Lucian waved his hand and said, "I'll leave it to you. After a while, you can arrange for people to cut some wood for heating. By the way, go and see if the employees have returned." Chapter 120 Planting and Weaving. "Oh, okay. Thank you very much." Chiao Suying was stunned, and a hint of gratitude appeared in her eyes. Lucian looked at the thick wood and thought to himself that it was troublesome. It was really difficult to cut this thing into planks. Fortunately, there is no need to worry about tools. He can make a saw. Although it is slow, it should be able to cut relatively smooth wooden boards. However, he didn't plan to do this job by himself. The exploration time was almost over and his employees should be back soon. Dozens of minutes later. Shop number 7, second floor. A fireplace was lit in the corner, candles were placed on the table, and 7 people were standing in front. Lucian looked at them calmly. They're the employees selected by Chiu Suiying. Both parties have agreed that Lucian will provide them with accommodation, and they will also help Lucian with work outside of exploration time. The 7 people, both men and women, all looked relatively healthy. At least compared to that group of refugees, they were in many times better condition. Moreover, they are all willing to go out and explore to find survival supplies, which not only shows that they have sufficient personal abilities, but also a strong desire to survive. At least they are survivors full of vitality and vigor. After a rough check, there were 4 men and 3 women in total. The 3 male survivors were all middle-aged men, aged 30 to 40, with dark skin and an honest look, typical image of rural men. Most of these people have good survival abilities. Although they cannot be said to be extremely good, at least they have no problem surviving in such a harsh environment. Therefore, the 4 men were all quite strong and had considerable strength. As for the 3 women, they didn't seem to be anything special. They were about 30 years old, but they were rather weak and didn't look like they could do heavy work. As if she could see Lucian's confusion, Chiu Suiying lowered her voice and explained, "Boss Lu, I chose these 4 men mainly because they can do some physical work. I recruited these 3 women because they each have some skills that I think may be useful for survival." "What skills?" Lucian asked. Chiu Suiying looked at an older woman who appeared to be in her early 50s, and because of the doomsday environment, she looked thin and frail. Introducing. Her name is Jiang Wei. She used to be a teacher at the agricultural college, so she is very knowledgeable about plants. She can find wild vegetables underground more easily according to the environment. Jiang Wei also took the initiative to speak, saying, "Mr. Lu, I can reach some cooperation with you to pay for the bed. Is that okay? Tell me about it." Lucian was also quite curious and wanted to hear what the other party thought. "I go out to dig wild vegetables every day, and I dig quite a lot. I can provide you some of them as the cost of your bed." Jiang Wei said sincerely. Her expression was very natural and she was quite magnanimous. Lucian thought about it for a while, and considering that wild vegetables can supplement vitamins and necessary elements for the human body, they are actually quite valuable. "Okay, if you have extra wild vegetables, you can sell them to me first, and I can buy them at the market price." "Thank you. If the quantity is large, or it can be grown, I will give priority to cooperating with you." Jiang Wei was obviously an educated person, and her speech was quite methodical. Lucian also nodded. This kind of cooperation model was beneficial to him with no disadvantages. Then, Chiu Suiying turned her gaze to the other 2 women and said, "They are both proficient in some weaving techniques. If they have the materials, they can make mattresses, clothes, gloves, hats, etc." Hearing this, Lucian's eyes lit up. This was also a very necessary skill. On the one hand, his clothes had been damaged a lot during the usual fighting, and there were still holes in many places, so it was necessary to repair them. On the other hand, the snowcat often catches prey, the fur of which he hides in the shelter. He originally planned to make it into gloves, hats, etc., but unfortunately he was not good at it at all, so he just threw it aside. But in the future, we can hand it over to these 2 female survivors and ask them to help weave and transform the useless fur into useful warm items. He even thought that it was not necessary to use survival coins in the process of opening a shop. If other survivors take out more precious resources such as furs, wild vegetables, flesh, mutated plants, etc., they can also be traded and more scarce resources can be obtained. By trading some furs and making them into warm items, it can bring considerable profits whether for personal use or for sale. Yes, these are all very useful skills. Lucian nodded with a smile. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that humans are indeed social animals. Communication and cooperation between people can magnify each other's strengths and profit from it. Planting and weaving skills are also an important part of human development history. He was also thinking that it would be necessary to have more contact with Jiang Wei and learn some planting techniques. Even if necessary, agricultural experts like this can be brought into her own team, forming a deeper bond and providing her with land for large-scale planting. Having such an expert will definitely make things smoother and easier than if he had to figure things out on his own. Lucian was relatively satisfied with the contracts of these 7 people and approved them. The 3 women were temporarily allowed to return to the dormitory. After all, they were not strong and were not needed in the current work. As for the 4 men, they did not have any special skills, but they had good physical fitness and could do some physical work. For example, They break down wooden boards and use the saw that Lu Xun prepared for them to cut them into appropriate thicknesses. For a whole tree, if you cut off the head and tail, the middle part with uniform thickness is about 3 meters long. During the transportation process, it was cut into 2 halves, so the length of each section is 1.5 meters, so the cutting difficulty is still relatively high. On average, 2 people shared a saw, and it took more than 10 minutes to cut a piece of wood by pulling and cutting back and forth. These 4 men were very tired. However, the 4 men were really down-to-earth people. They never complained of being tired and worked diligently until after 9 o'clock in the evening, having cut all the wooden boards. Lu Xun gave each person 2 survival coins as a token of gratitude. Next, he also started the carbonization process and trimmed each piece of wood to ensure the surface was smooth and the edges were neat. Then he used his solidity talent to directly connect the wooden boards together and put a circle of wire around the outside to make a larger wooden barrel. The height is about 1.5 meters and the diameter is about 1 meter. Chapter 1:21 Preparation. Using the existing wooden boards, we eventually managed to make 4 wooden barrels of this specification. Although it may not seem like a lot, it is more than enough for today's gathering place. This is 16 cubic meters of fresh water, which is more than enough for drinking. At night, I stayed in shop number 7 for one night. This time, we brought a lot of daily necessities, including bedding, straw, and a fireplace, so we slept well and were not affected by the cold. After getting up the next day, Lu Xun started arranging his work early. Arrange 4 male survivors to come to the shop to make a portable fireplace. The iron sheet has been cut, and you just need to fold it and fix it with wire, which is relatively easy. He and Sherlay were mainly responsible for the storage of fresh water. Go outside the gathering place to collect snow, then transport it back to the shop, melt it in wooden barrels, and filter out impurities and radiation. The originally turbid water gradually became clear, and the pungent smell disappeared as the radiation was absorbed. There are 4 large buckets of clear water, which makes people feel happy. When the 4 employees working in the shop saw the fresh water, they couldn't help swallowing and glanced into the wooden barrel from time to time. Seeing this, Lu Xun couldn't help but ask, "How do you solve your drinking water problem?" "Water purification tablets." The younger man among the 4, whose name Lu Xun remembered was Tang Zhongqiang, said, "Boss, we also chose water purification tablets at first, but they can only be used a certain number of times and are almost used up now. We can only use our own water purifier to filter the water." "Homemade water purifier?" Lu Xun's mind moved, and he asked, "How is the water purification effect?" "To be honest, it's pretty average." Tang Zhongqiang sighed and said, "I put some pebbles and sand in it, and used some absorbent hay to barely absorb some of the radioactive substances, but the water still has a pungent smell, which is far inferior to the water here, boss. And to be honest, my throat has been affected by the radiation, and I started to have dry coughs and cough up blood." Tang Zhongqiang had a complicated expression. He looked at the clean water in the barrel and said with a hint of desire, "Boss, are you planning to run a freshwater business? Can you sell some of this fresh water to us?" "Don't worry. We will buy it at the market price." Lu Xun thought for a moment and said, "Since you are helping me, fresh water is not a problem. I can provide you with some for free. When the shop starts operating, just ask Chiu Suing for it." "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Thank you." Several people expressed their gratitude one after another. Sherlay frowned and sighed. "Alas, I didn't expect that there are still so many survivors who can't even get clean water. Of course, even for us, it is so difficult to survive, let alone these ordinary survivors." Lu Xun just said lightly without saying much. This is the current situation. Only survivors who have awakened their talents have a certain ability to survive. As for ordinary survivors, they can only rely on the strong to seek a chance of survival. There are even many people who have completely lost their lives in this freezing cold world. Today, the survivors are still troubled by various factors such as hunger, radiation, cold, etc., and are on the verge of life and death. Lu Xun suddenly thought, perhaps this is the meaning of establishing a gathering place. If there were no gathering place, these people would most likely see no hope if they survived alone. Precisely because of the gathering place, they can rely on other strong people who are capable of survival and contribute their own strength or skills to seek opportunities for survival. Lu Xun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Zhao Zhongyang is indeed far-sighted, and the survivors here really bring hope of survival. After the portable fireplace and freshwater resources were all prepared, Lu Xun finally relaxed. However, it is not suitable to open now because it is already 2 p.m. and many survivors are out exploring. Moreover, for Lu Xun himself, going out to explore is a very important thing. These are the most valuable hours in a survivor's day. Lu Shun and Sherlay, also fully equipped, went to Jingning Town to explore and look for some useful resources. Nowadays, there are a lot of people gathering there, and many people go to Jingning Town to explore. But in reality, there are very few areas that ordinary survivors can explore. In the town ruins, the large number of wandering corpses would seriously hinder their pace of exploration, resulting in the fact that the area explored now is still only the outer circle. Lu Shun and Sherlay directly avoided the survivors on the periphery and found a building close to the interior. After hunting down the corpses inside, they looked for useful supplies. It has to be said that there are indeed many precious daily necessities in the buildings that have not been looted at all. Although they did not obtain any food resources this time, the two found a batch of bowls, pots, and other items such as ladles in the building. In fact, supplies like pots, pans, and bowls are not rare. They used to see them frequently, but they didn't collect too many. After all, there were only 2 of them, and a dozen bowls were enough. There was no need to collect too many. However, considering that they would soon be operating a freshwater business and would need a lot of containers to hold water, the two collected as much as they could. Finally, carrying a suitcase full of pots and pans, they returned to the gathering place and began to prepare for the sale of the shop in advance. As the sky darkened and the snow and wind became fierce again, the survivors gradually returned to the gathering place, and the flow of people gradually increased. In the commercial district of the gathering place, 2 shops have already opened early and started selling supplies. They were salt and medicine bags. Survivors walked by in groups of 3 or 4, and many of them would gather around to buy or trade. Survivors of accidental injuries would grit their teeth and buy the medicine packs, and with the help of the store clerk, boil and melt them and apply them to the wounds. Pharmacies have fewer customers, but they can make a lot of money from every customer. The salt shop on the other side has a heavier flow of people coming and going. After all, salt is a necessity of life. Every survivor needs it and will store as much as possible. Lu Shun also found out that the price of salt was not expensive. 1 survival coin could buy 50 grams. If it is just to supplement the nutrients needed by the human body, then 50 grams of salt can be used for a long time. This also shows that the mysterious and powerful force mentioned by Zhao Zhongyang did not raise the price too high and took the path of small profits but quick turnover. Chapter 122 Shop Opening. Moreover, they most likely have a stable access to large quantities of salt, otherwise they would not be able to sell it in this way. After a quick look, Lu Shun silently sighed that he needed to establish good relationships with these 2 stores, as the resources they had were what he needed. While thinking, he returned to shop number 7 and began to prepare for the sale of fresh water. At the same time, I am also waiting for Zhao Zhongyang to arrive. In fact, in a gathering place, you cannot just rent a shop and prepare goods and start selling them immediately. And it requires a series of procedures. In the gathering place, the opening of each shop is personally under the responsibility of Zhao Zhongyang. Each shop needs to be reviewed and approved by him to ensure that the resources are valuable to the gathering place, that the price is appropriate, and that it can be sold for a long time before it is allowed to open. Not long after, Zhao Zhongyang came out from the depths of the gathering place, surrounded by a group of people and carrying a huge plaque in his hand. His arrival also attracted a lot of people's attention. As the founder and manager of the gathering place, almost everyone knows Zhao Zhongyang. The survivors around also began to whisper, "Hey, why is Officer Zhao here? And the scene looks quite large. Is something going on?" "You idiot, this is obviously a shop opening, and Officer Zhao is here to present a plaque." Is there such a thing? Is it necessary? If you want to open a shop, just open it. Why do you have to trouble Officer Zhao?" someone asked in confusion. "Of course it is necessary." Someone responded immediately. "There are only 12 shops in the settlement. Selling any kind of survival resources needs to be strictly reviewed. Otherwise, if someone makes trouble, it may affect the development of the entire settlement." "I see. This is the first time I've heard of this." "Hee. There is one more important point. Any store that Officer Zhao allows to open is guaranteed in terms of quality and price. Just look at the salt and medicine bags, and you will know. If you buy them privately, how could the price be so low?" The arrival of Officer Zhao also attracted the attention of many survivors. Almost everyone gathered around the small gathering place. Zhao Zhongyang looked calm as he came to the door of shop number 7 and handed the plaque to Lu Shun. He smiled faintly and said, "With my plaque, it is equivalent to my permission and guarantee. The survivors will naturally feel at ease to buy." "There is actually such a saying?" Lu Shun was also quite surprised. Zhao Zhongyang smiled and said, "This is equivalent to an official sign, different from ordinary shops." Lu Shun nodded slightly. He understood Officer Zhao's good intentions. It was obviously to regulate the operation of shops, establish an order, and avoid excessively high prices of goods. As the cloth strip on the plaque was pulled down, two large characters carved with a knife and painted with red paint suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Freshwater. Simple and concise. Just 2 words, Tamsui, represent the authority of the gathering place. The survivors around could not help but read out loud after seeing these 2 words, with surprise appearing on their faces. Fuck, this store sells fresh water. Someone looked puzzled and said, Ahem, it's so strange to see chicken feathers here. Isn't there ice and snow outside? Do I need to come here to buy water? Ahem. The person next to him couldn't help but glance at him and said helplessly, Are you afraid that you drank too much radioactive water and damaged your brain? If they dare to say they are selling fresh water resources, then they must be selling clean water sources without radiation. Ahem, what's the difference? Ahem, you don't usually drink radioactive water every day, do you? Otherwise, I didn't choose the water purification tablets. I started drinking radioactive water from the first day I came here, but I'm still fine now. Cough, 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 cough. For no reason. The person next to him twitched his mouth and shook his head speechlessly as he saw that he was about to cough out his lungs. Brother, I advise you not to drink this radioactive water. If you keep drinking it, you'll start coughing up blood soon. Hey, how did he know I was coughing up blood? I've had a cold for a long time, and I don't know why it hasn't healed yet. You're just having a cold. You're infected by radiation. Stay away from me. Hearing everyone's whispers, Zhao Zhongyang's eyes moved, and he looked at everyone and explained, Everyone, if possible, I advise you not to drink radioactive water as much as possible. It may cause physical discomfort and be corroded by radiation. According to my understanding, some survivors have developed severe esophageal infections and severe tracheal fibrosis due to long-term drinking of radioactive water. In severe cases, they may even have turned into corpses. So, everyone should be more careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of several survivors who often coughed changed drastically. They touched their throats and were unable to speak for a while. Fuck me. Don't be silly. If the price of fresh water is cheap, you can buy some. It's better than becoming a rotten corpse one day. A middle-aged man sighed. All the water purification tablets at the beginning have been used up. Clean freshwater resources are indeed a big problem. Good. Zhao Zhongyang's assists clearly boosted the survivors' desire to buy. Or strictly speaking, the vast majority of survivors know that clean, radiation-free fresh water is one of the necessities of life, and its priority is even higher than salt and food. The only thing to worry about now is the price of fresh water. Looking at the eyes of the people around him, Lu Shun did not rush to speak, but asked Shuya and Xiao Suing beside him to light 2 fireplaces and bring them up to illuminate the area around the store. Looking at the exquisite fireplace, Zhao Zhongyang couldn't help but let out a light exclamation, but didn't say much. Lu Shun looked at everyone and said, From today on, our store will provide a stable supply of clean fresh water. Although you can't use water freely, at least you can guarantee basic drinking water. Mr. Lu, there's no need to say more about this. Just tell me the price. Someone who knew Lu Shun said with a smile. Lu Shun nodded slightly and said, You don't need to worry about the price. Currently, 1 survival coin can be exchanged for 2 kilograms of fresh water. There is no upper limit on the exchange amount. This price was determined by Lu Shun after careful consideration and discussion with Xiao Suing. For a normal adult, it is necessary to drink about 1,000 milliliters of fresh water a day, which is 2 kilograms. But in harsh environments, try to reduce water consumption as much as possible, and about 1 pound will be enough. For some people who cannot afford drinking water, they can also mix some radioactive snow into clean fresh water. The human body has a certain resistance to radiation. If you only drink a small amount, it will not cause permanent damage but will gradually be metabolized by the human body. Chapter 123 Special Hobby. Therefore, 1 survival coin can buy 2 kilograms of fresh water, which is enough for a survivor to use for 2 to 3 days, and the price is not very expensive. Moreover, for the vast majority of survivors, as long as they go out exploring every day, whether it is chopping trees, digging wild vegetables, or looting town ruins, the survival coins they earn are enough to support freshwater consumption. However, after he finished speaking, Lu Shun added, Of course, in addition to purchasing with survival coins, you can also exchange it with other survival materials. Hearing this, the survivor did not show any surprise, because the other 2 stores had similar regulations. Survival coins are needed to sell survival supplies to stores, but the prices given by stores are often seriously low. Therefore, many survivors would rather barter than sell to stores. The value of survival coins is more reflected in purchasing items in stores, which will refresh a lot of important resources, many of which are not available in the Doomsday Society and can only be purchased from stores. For example, zombie slaves, soul-condensing potions, etc. Therefore, in the eyes of survivors with stronger strength, survival coins can be used as circulating currency. But for ordinary survivors who have fewer resources and cannot afford items in stores, food and fresh water are more suitable as hard currency. It might be difficult for them to take out survival coins, but it would be easier if they took out some ordinary daily necessities. Afterwards, Lucian also made some special regulations, listing the resources that could be used for exchange and marking them with corresponding survival coins. Level 1 Corpse Radiation Core, 6 survival coins. Wood, 20 gene/1 survival coin. Wild vegetables, half a pound /2 survival coins. Fur, prices vary according to size. Food, rice, noodles, corn, and other staple foods, 1 gene/5 survival coins. Special unknown resources, survival coins will be given according to the situation. The price given by Lucian was slightly higher than the price in the system store. 1 corpse radiation core can be used as 6 survival coins, which can be exchanged for 12 kilograms of fresh water, which can be used by ordinary survivors for a long time. Even wood can be exchanged for fresh water, which makes many survivors' eyes light up. This regulation can at least ensure that many extremely poor survivors can also obtain fresh water. 20 kilograms of wood is difficult to obtain, but as long as you work hard to collect it, it is still very likely to be completed. Finally, Lucian also set a special rule. Use the survival radio to refresh the store every day. If valuable goods appear but you cannot buy them yourself, you can send them to shop number 7. If Lucian needs them, he will pay for them. In return, 5 kilograms of fresh water will be given. Lucian has discovered that the daily refresh opportunity does not produce any useful items, resulting in him having a large amount of survival coins but being unable to purchase important items. Similarly, there are also a large number of survivors who accidentally refreshed important resources, but were ultimately unable to purchase them because they had no survival coins. Lucian made such arrangements in order to maximize his profits and obtain more rare resources in the system store. At the same time, the survivors around all looked thoughtful when they heard this, and were obviously interested in this. After all, as long as a rare item is refreshed once, they can get 5 kilograms of fresh water for free, which is equivalent to obtaining survival resources for free, which can greatly reduce their survival pressure. Standing next to him, Zhao Zhongyang couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard the rules being announced one by one, and couldn't help but sigh. Young people are just playing around. He really hadn't thought about this before, so it was definitely a new path. After explaining the rules clearly, Lucian arranged Qiu Suiying, Shuiya, and Tong Yun to be responsible for selling water. Furthermore, in order to increase the survivors' desire to buy and to celebrate the opening of the new store, all items were sold at a 20% discount on the first day. The survivors of the gathering place hesitated for only a few seconds before making their choice and lined up in front of the store. Clean fresh water is a necessity in life. Being able to store a batch of it at a 20% discount is definitely a sure-win business. What's more, they cannot guarantee that Lucian can provide fresh water indefinitely. Maybe it will be gone after this batch is sold, so they have a strong desire to buy. Seeing this, Lucian nodded with great satisfaction. As long as the business can be successfully opened, we will be able to obtain a stable income in the future. It is a guaranteed profit. When Lucian saw Officer Zhao next to him, he suddenly had an idea and thought of the portable fireplace that had not yet gone on sale. So he said, "Officer Zhao, I have an idea about the other store as well. Can we discuss it in private?" Hearing this, Zhao Zhongyang's eyes lit up, a hint of surprise appeared on his face, and he said, "Oh, what do you think?" Lucian did not say it directly. He took Zhao Zhongyang to the second floor of shop number 8, where all the portable fireplaces were neatly arranged. "Officer Zhao, heating should be a problem in the gathering place. Many people don't have portable fireplaces, so they may make a pile of fire to keep warm, which can easily cause a fire. So, small portable fireplaces should be a scarce survival tool in the gathering place, right?" Lucian said calmly. Zhao Zhongyang nodded repeatedly, looking at the numerous portable fireplaces on the ground, his eyes stunned for a moment. Are these all the fireplaces you made? I didn't expect there would be so many." "Yes, so shop number 8. I plan to sell this kind of fireplace. Do you think it's feasible? Is it possible? This is too good to be true." Zhao Zhongyang patted Lu Xindao's shoulder suddenly. His squinting eyes widened, and his joy was beyond words. The problem of heating has always been his concern. There are nearly 100 people gathered in a gathering area of only 500 square meters. Especially in the dormitory area, where 15 people live in one room and a large amount of daily necessities are piled together. If a fire is ignited, the probability of fire is extremely high. He had been thinking about whether it was necessary to make a built-in fireplace to keep the survivors warm. But if you think about it carefully, this approach is not practical because the gathering place is too narrow and each house is separated by mud walls. Where is the space to build a fireplace? He didn't expect that when he was troubled by this, Lu Xun would bring him such a big surprise. Looking at Lu Xun's calm face, Zhao Zhongyang almost wanted to kiss him. Lu Xun, as long as you can provide a large number of fireplaces, not only will there be no problem opening a store, but even you being my father will be no problem, Zhao Zhongyang said solemnly, his eyes sincere, as if he had made some kind of decision. Lu Xun raised his eyebrows and said with a strange look, Officer Zhao, do you have any special hobbies? I am a serious person. I am expressing my gratitude using exaggerated rhetoric. You'd better clean your mind. Zhao Zhongyang's face suddenly turned dark. Chapter 124 Obsession in the Dark. Lu Xun patted his chest and said, I almost thought that you were under too much pressure in the doomsday, and your hidden nature was exposed. Get lost. Zhao Zhongyang was overwhelmed and felt that talking to young people was indeed a bit brain-consuming. He rubbed his eyebrows and asked an important question. Lu Xun, there is no problem opening a store, but how much do you plan to set for this fireplace? Lu Xun thought for a moment and said, I plan to sell it for 30 survival coins. Although it is a necessity in life, after buying one, it can be used for a long time, and many people can buy it and use it together, so the price is naturally higher. Indeed. Zhao Zhongyang nodded. In a dormitory, 1 or 2 portable fireplaces can provide the necessary temperature. But the price? I'm afraid many people can't afford it. If it can be lower. Lu Xun's eyes were calm, and he naturally understood what Zhao Zhongyang meant. He said tactfully, Officer Zhao, the cost of the fireplace is here. Whether it is materials, production, or transportation, it is not comparable to Danshui, so the price cannot be cheap. Of course, there is one thing he didn't say directly, which is that he worked so hard to make a portable fireplace, and he also needs to make money. Portable fireplaces are different from fresh water. This is a one-time transaction. After the first batch is sold, there will be no business for a long time, so the price must be as high as possible. Considering the gathering place and the survivors, the price is naturally better to be lower. But for his own benefit, Lu Xun does not want to make too many concessions. Hearing this, Zhao Zhongyang sighed helplessly and fell into deep thought. After about 2 minutes, he suddenly looked up at Lu Xun and said, If I buy all the fireplaces from you in the name of the official gathering place, can the price be cheaper? You? Lu Xun frowned tightly, and for a moment he was unsure of what Zhao Zhongyang was thinking. Zhao Zhongyang explained, If the survivors were allowed to buy the portable fireplaces themselves, the wealthier survivors would likely buy multiple portable fireplaces to resell them and deliberately drive up the price. On the contrary, even if ordinary survivors unite together, it may be difficult to raise enough money to buy a fireplace. They can only buy it from others at a high price or rent it. This will increase their survival pressure and even cause market chaos. Lu Xun nodded slightly. He could also think of these issues, but he would not consider them deliberately. After all, what does it have to do with him? Zhao Zhongyang continued. So, why don't I just buy it and equip every dormitory with a portable fireplace to avoid adding to their pressure? I have quite a few fireplaces. If you want to buy all of them, it will cost you a lot of survival coins. Can you afford it? Well, you can owe me. Give me some face. When the gathering place starts to make a profit, you can deduct it from my share. After listening to this, Lu Xun frowned tightly, his eyes full of confusion. It's not that he disagrees with this approach, but he really can't understand why Zhao Zhongyang, as the owner of the gathering place, has to go to such lengths. Big love. Mercy. You provide fireplaces to dormitories, but you may not even be able to recover the cost. Why do you do that? He still asked the question in his mind. If these ordinary survivors can survive by their own abilities, then there is nothing wrong with them living. If they can't survive, it is normal for them to be eliminated. There is no need to deliberately provide help, right? Hearing Lu Xun's doubts, Zhao Zhongyang was stunned for a moment. After pausing for more than 10 seconds, he sighed and smiled faintly. Is it strange? Maybe it has something to do with my obsession. Zhao Zhongyang's eyes flickered, and there was a vague sense of vicissitudes, and thousands of thoughts were condensed in them. Can we talk about this in detail? Lu Xun also became interested. I also wanted to see how a good person is made. Zhao Zhongyang pondered for a moment, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a puff, then said calmly, Speaking of which, I am also half an antique. I came from the 1950s and 1960s and experienced that special era. As he spoke, Zhao Zhongyang looked at Lu Xun and asked, Have you ever experienced hunger, kid? It's okay. but I've experienced it. Zhao Zhongyang said in a heavy and hoarse voice. That was an era when people didn't have enough food. I once thought that starving to death was the most horrible punishment in the world. I have seen with my own eyes that some people, because they had no food, gnawed on tree bark and soil, and finally bloated themselves to death. I have seen people cannibalize their own children, and people's hearts have become numb and their spirits have collapsed. I even saw someone biting her fingers into bones due to extreme hunger, and she was my mother. Lu Xun's pupils shrank slightly, and he felt his hair stand on end and goosebumps all over his arms. This was an era he had never experienced before, and it was a kind of suffering that was unimaginable. Zhao Zhongyang took a puff of his cigarette and said, When I was about to starve to death, an anti-Japanese war veteran used his remaining little money to buy me food, which allowed me to survive and come this far. So, when I was only 5 years old, I made up my mind. When I grew up, I became a policeman and did everything I could. Fortunately, the country was getting more prosperous and no one was starving to death. It seemed that there was not much I could do. I thought I would live my life like this, but I didn't expect that overnight, all human beings came to this apocalyptic world, an even more terrifying disaster befell, and countless people suffered. Having said this, even though Zhao Zhongyang didn't say anything further, Lu Xun already understood it in his heart. He took out his treasured white wine from his arms, poured a glass for Zhao Zhongyang, and took a sip himself. He said calmly, Officer Zhao, perhaps you are on the right path. Although in this era, people's hearts are unpredictable, selfish, and the laws are disordered, but people's hearts ultimately yearn for peace and hope. Some people walk forward in the darkness and finally sink into the abyss of darkness. But there are also some people, even after experiencing countless hardships and setbacks, are still willing to become the light of others and provide shelter and harbor for a group of people. Perhaps Zhao Zhongyang is such a person. Lu Xun sighed slightly, thinking that he could not do it to such an extent, nor was he willing to do so. He couldn't even tell whether it was right or wrong to do so. However, I don't understand, but I support it. Lu Xun pondered for a moment and said, If you want to use the portable fireplace in the dormitory area, I can give you 20 survival coins, which is the cost price. As for selling it to other survivors, it will still be 30 survival coins. Zhao Zhongyang was relieved when he heard this and said, Hee, thank you very much. But there are still a group of survivors who may not even be able to afford water. The veins on Lu Xun's forehead jumped, and he said with a dark face, Officer Zhao, don't go too far. Chapter 125, Labor Force and Security Force. Zhao Zhongyang grinned and said, I have an idea. Maybe I need your support. It's okay if you have this idea. I'm not a wealthy man. Lu Xun was also quite helpless. It didn't matter if he earned less money from the fireplace, but the freshwater business was his main source of income and he absolutely could not give it up. Zhao Zhongyang cleared his throat and said, Don't worry, you won't suffer any loss. There is a group of survivors who can't afford fresh water or fireplaces, but it's not suitable to give them away for free, so you can use fresh water and fireplaces as part of their wages to hire them. Lu Xun was stunned. Isn't this similar to what he did? Zhao Zhongyang said in a deep voice, It just so happens that many places in the gathering place are short of manpower. We can hire them to do the work, and also strengthen the stickiness between them and the gathering place. What do you think? Not bad. Lu Xun nodded. Not only is there a gathering place, he is also short of manpower. If he had a group of employees, many problems could be solved. Next, Lu Xun and Zhao Zhongyang also had an in-depth discussion on this issue. In fact, there are two departments that need to be established in the gathering place, namely the security team and the labor team. The so-called security team is mainly responsible for public security management, resisting corpses and mutated creatures, as well as assisting in exploring town ruins and improving the safety of the entire gathering place. After all, Zhao Zhongyang has limited manpower, and it is impossible for him to patrol the gathering place all the time, nor can he cover everything. As for Lu Xun, it is even more impossible for him to participate in the patrol system of the gathering place. After all, his base camp is still in the shelter. He only comes to the gathering place to make money and obtain supplies. Therefore, a security team of medium strength to maintain order in gathering places is very necessary. As for the labor team, it was also an idea specifically proposed by Zhao Zhongyang, and they can be responsible for many aspects of work. The first is the excavation and expansion of gathering places. Although Zhao Zhongyang's talent allows him to quickly build a gathering place, it consumes a lot of his energy. Moreover, Zhao Zhongyang himself mentioned that if he needed to excavate a second underground gathering place, his ability would be greatly limited and might even cause the upper gathering place to collapse. Therefore, the best option is to carry out manual excavation, which requires a lot of manpower and material resources. The role of the labor force can be reflected here, contributing to the expansion and development of the gathering place. In addition, Lu Xun can also hire a labor team to cut wood, make ice bricks, collect snow, dig wild vegetables, etc. Strictly speaking, the security team is more like a private combat force cultivated by the gathering place, with relatively more restrictions and better treatment. Zhao Zhengyang will provide better accommodation, a certain amount of fresh water, and if conditions permit, some food. The labor force is more like labor that can be hired for money, with poorer treatment and relatively fewer restrictions. The two finally agreed that Lu Xun would provide some weapons and equipment to the security team and some simple survival tools to the labor team. Zhao Zhengyang will use the corp's radiation core or other resources to purchase these weapons, equipment, and tools. Compared with the normal market price, the price will be slightly cheaper, but not too much lower, and it is still a very lucrative income. In addition, he will provide a batch of fresh water free of charge, specifically for supplying these two departments, as a benefit for joining. Zhao Zhengyang also promised that as long as Lu Xun needed it, he could mobilize the security team and labor team. Human resources are also a very precious resource in Doomsday. After repeated considerations, Lu Xun formally agreed after making sure his own interest would not be harmed. That night, Zhao Zhengyang took away all the portable fireplaces, paid 200 survival coins, and 30 corpse radiation cores. Altogether, the total value is 350 survival coins, which is still much lower than the total value of the portable fireplace. Zhao Zhengyang knew that he was in the wrong, so he promised Lu Xun that in the future, all the radiation cores of corpses obtained by the security team when hunting corpses would be provided to him first until the price was paid. Lu Xun readily agreed to this condition. If it was just survival coins, he wouldn't care much, but if it was a radiation core, that would be different. In his hands, the value of the radiation core will increase infinitely, far beyond the reach of survival coins. At the same time, the two also discussed the prices of weapons, equipment, and tools. Each member of the security team will be equipped with a knife and a rectangular iron shield, and the price of a set is 2 radiation cores. Both parties thought they had made a big profit from this transaction. Zhao Zhengyang does not have materials such as iron, and even if he does not have the ability to make weapons, so he is deeply troubled by various props. Therefore, being able to spend 2 radiation cores to exchange for a set of equipment is simply a free benefit. For Lu Xun, this is definitely a sure win. A knife? It's just a piece of iron with a wooden handle. A shield? It's just a piece of wood and a layer of iron. For him, this was a piece of cake. It was equivalent to paying a batch of materials and exchanging them for a large number of radiation cores. Moreover, if these weapons and equipment are used frequently, the probability of damage is very high, so they can be sold for a long time, which is simply money given to your doorstep for free. The tools of the labor team, including shovels, pickaxes, and axes, are surprisingly consistent in price, with 4 radiation cores per handle. Why is the value of tools higher than the price of weapons and equipment? This is actually very easy to understand. On the one hand, good tools are even more scarce in a doomsday environment, and scarcity makes them valuable. On the other hand, in today's environment, tools must have a higher priority than weapons and equipment. After all, once you have tools, you have the ability to obtain resources, maintain your survival, and accumulate wealth. Weapons and equipment only improve combat power. If you want to deal with corpses and mutated creatures, you will have to take certain risks. It is not the best choice for survivors. If you randomly pick any survivor and ask them to make a choice, they will choose tools without hesitation. In fact, the price of 3 radiation cores cannot be any lower. Thinking back then, Hulin Yu only bought 4 tools and spent a full 120 survival coins, which was equivalent to 24 radiation cores, an average of 6 radiation cores per tool. Therefore, the price that Lu Xun gave to Zhao Zhengyang was indeed very affordable. However, Lu Xun only promised Zhao Zhengyang that he would only sell him 3 of each of the 3 tools: shovel, pickaxe, and axe. This is mainly to avoid the proliferation of tools and the resulting decline in value, which would not be of any benefit to him. Chapter 126 Employee Selection. He is different from Zhao Zhengyang. Zhao Zhengyang can sacrifice his own interest for the survivors, but he will never do that. The starting point of everything is still for his own interests. However, he did not deny Zhao Zhengyang's dream and would only provide some help. Zhao Zhengyang hesitated a little, but then agreed, thinking that the tools were difficult to make, so the quantity was relatively small. The two finished their discussion. Zhao Zhengyang worked almost nonstop and immediately began to arrange the establishment of a security team and a labor team. 15 minutes later, a notice was posted in the gathering place, attracting the attention of a large number of survivors. The content above is the number of students to be recruited by the two teams and the benefits to be provided. The security team is limited to 10 people. Requirements: a person with awakened talent, or a strong male. Benefits: 2 kilograms of fresh water per day, free accommodation on the second floor of the dormitory. You can move freely during the 5 days of exploration in a week. This kind of treatment makes almost all survivors jealous. However, the restrictions on the security team are also very strict, excluding almost the vast majority of survivors, and only a very small number of people meet the requirements. More importantly, under the leadership of Zhao Zhongyang, the security team will carry out some tasks of exploring the ruins of the town, which is dangerous and many survivors will have to think twice. The restrictions on the labor force are relatively loose. The labor team will recruit 30 people, and the only requirements are that they must be healthy, free-handed, and nimble. Therefore, the salary was relatively reduced, and each person was given half a pound of fresh water per day, plus a bed on the first floor of the dormitory. On weekdays, the labor team stays at the gathering place, mainly responsible for digging the second underground gathering place and acting as diggers. There is no requirement for working hours. You only need to dig a certain amount of soil every day. Although it is quite hard work, it is not unacceptable. Even in some aspects, it can be beneficial. For example, when going out to explore, most of the time, the labor team still acts alone, going out to find survival resources to ensure their own survival. However, if Zhao Zhongyang accidentally discovers some precious resources while going out, for example, an area with abundant wild vegetables, a forest with wild fruits, or the roots of certain plants, members of these labor teams will be arranged to help with excavation and collection outside the exploration group while ensuring their safety. Of course, a small portion of the final harvest will also be used as wages for the labor team. This is a win-win model, which brings great benefits to both Zhao Zhongyang and members of the labor team. Because, as the number of people gathering there increased, the wild vegetables in the surrounding area had been almost dug up. The survivors who rely on wild vegetables grown in the permafrost will sooner or later run out of food and will have to go to more distant places to dig and collect. Therefore, joining the labor force has become the choice of many people. Lucian didn't know much about the recruitment situation of the two teams, but he knew roughly that both teams were fully recruited in just one night. The next morning, Zhao Zhongyang contacted him early and told him that the labor team had been officially established and could be mobilized at any time if needed. In addition, Zhao Zhongyang also plans to lead the security team to explore the town ruins this afternoon and asks Lucian if he wants to join. In response to this, Lucian directly refused. He had a lot of things to deal with and naturally had no mood to get involved in these matters. In shop number 7, there is a wooden table with a lot of survival coins and various daily necessities on it. Xiao Suying looked tired, but she still managed to report, "Last night, we harvested a total of 46 survival coins, 14 radiation cores, 5 kilograms of wild vegetables, more than 300 kilograms of wood, and 3 rabbit furs." Lucian nodded slightly. The income on the first day was much more than expected. Moreover, they are all very valuable materials, which greatly enrich his inventory. What can be burned into charcoal and stored for use over time. Wild vegetables can also be pickled and made into pickles for storage to supplement salt and some minerals and vitamins. These are all hard currencies. If you rely on collecting them by yourself, it will probably take a long time, but the efficiency of buying and selling has been greatly improved. All he had to give was an inexhaustible supply of snow and a little bit of his talent. The benefits of talent have gradually emerged and begun to create huge value. Whether it is the production of fresh water, the making of portable fireplaces, or the manufacture of weapons, equipment, and tools, it is inseparable from the huge role of talent. Xiao Suying, what are your plans for today? Xiao Suying was stunned and said, "I was busy all night yesterday. I should have a good sleep today." Hearing this, Lucian couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I asked about your exploration time in the afternoon, and I didn't have any plans." Xiao Suying couldn't help but hold her forehead and said helplessly, "We should go explore the town ruins, or go to the lumberyard. The food is running out, and a lot of wood is needed every day." Lucian nodded slightly. This was the real situation of the survivors. The need for food and wood alone was enough to tie them up tightly, and they could not use their time to do other things. "Go ask Tang Zhongqiang and the others if they have time to go out together this afternoon." Xiao Suying's expression changed, and she lowered her voice and asked, "Boss Lu, are you going out to collect some important supplies?" Lucian just smiled faintly, and Xiao Suying immediately understood and nodded slightly. "Okay, go ask them for their opinions." A little after 2 in the afternoon, 5 people gathered in shop number 7. They are Xiao Suying, Shuiya, Tong Yun, plus Tang Zhongqiang and Jiang Guiying. "Are you the only ones here?" Lucian asked with a frown. Logically speaking, if he personally led a team out to collect resources, it must be profitable. How could there be only 5 people coming? Hearing this, Xiao Suying looked a little unhappy, as if she had something to hide. Lucian frowned. "Just tell me what you want to say." Is there something wrong? Chiao Suying nodded slightly and said, after seeing the announcement issued by Officer Zhao yesterday, the other people seem to have joined the labor team again. There should be action today, so they can't come to participate. Join the labor team? Lucian's mouth twitched, and a hint of displeasure emerged in the depths of his eyes. He was clearly employed by himself, but ended up joining the labor team, occupying 2 beds and getting benefits from both ends. Lucian couldn't help but laugh out of anger. Everyone has so much time every day. If they participated in the labor team, how could they work for him? Chapter 127, Heading to the River. On the side, Sherlay was also quite indignant and cursed. Do some people know the rules? They are playing both sides. They eat and take at the same time? Even if they want to take advantage, the way they eat is too ugly. Tang Zhongqiang also showed an embarrassed expression on his face. I have advised them before, but the benefits of the labor team are indeed very rich, and they can occupy an extra bed for free. And what? Lucian asked impatiently. Tang Zhongqiang took a deep breath and said, and they still think that Officer Zhao Zhongyang is more reliable than you, Boss Liu. So when weighing the two, they are more inclined to Officer Zhao. Although Lucian's expression remained calm, a hint of anger had already emerged in the depths of his eyes. The contract that had already been agreed upon was torn up just like that. Moreover, before joining the labor team, he was not notified at all, thinking of continuing to occupy the bed he provided. This behavior has touched his bottom line. Let them go away. It's more than enough for me to keep you guys to help me with the work. Lucian just gave the order calmly, but he could not hide the coldness in his tone. Chiao Suying also nodded seriously. Okay, I will arrange it. Sherlay wanted to curse a few more times, but Lucian stopped him and said nothing more. He ordered, 1 suitcase per person, just follow me. Each person was given a suitcase sled, and then they walked into the gray snow in the fierce wind and snow. A group of 7 people began to walk southwards of the gathering place. In comparison, Lucian and Sherlay were the closest. They were both gifted awakeners, and their physical fitness was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Both their physical strength and cold resistance were at a relatively high level. As for Chiao Suying and the other 2, as well as Tang Zhongqiang and Jiang Yueying, due to their relatively weak physical fitness, it was difficult for them to walk in the strong wind and they soon fell behind. Lucian had no choice but to slow down and wait, but his pace was obviously much slower. It took a full hour before the familiar glacier appeared before our eyes. Seeing that there was not much time left, Lucian sighed helplessly and asked, Don't you usually travel far to collect resources? Jiang Yueying smiled bitterly. I am not young, and I am a woman. If the wind is stronger, I am afraid that even I will be blown away. Shuiya also had a bitter look on her face and spread her hands, saying, At most we can get about 1 kilometer away from the shelter. It's impossible for us to get that far. This is beyond our capabilities. Finally, Tang Zhongqiang scratched his head and said, I am a road idiot and I dare not go far. Lucian's brow was suddenly filled with black lines. What kind of problems could possibly arise? But this is also the current situation of other survivors. What he takes for granted is extremely difficult for others. Not all survivors can explore places several kilometers away within the limited exploration time. That is why so many survivors choose to join Zhao Zhongyang's labor team to find a safer way to go out and explore. After figuring out the situation, Lucian sighed and said, Forget it, come with me to the river and collect some important resources. If the quantity is sufficient, it will be of great help to your survival. Several people followed him and came to the river bank. There was a thick layer of snow here, and they had to dig through the snow to see the ice underneath. Moreover, the ice was very, very thick. It would take at least several hours to break the ice even if you were to use tools, not to mention whether you would fall off if you stood on it. Lucian had 3 purposes for coming to the river this time. The most obvious goal is to continue collecting a batch of velvet grass. This precious thermal resource has better thermal insulation effect than cotton-padded clothes and quilts. It can be used as a mattress under the bed or inside clothes for insulation. The effect is first class. Whether you use it yourself or open a shop to sell it, velvet grass can reflect extremely high value. Now, all the portable fireplaces have been bought by Zhao Zhongyang, so shop number 8 is still empty. We must find some other survival resources to sell and earn more resources. The second goal is to find other usable resources along the river. Since there is velvet grass here, will there be other mutant plants growing? For example, edible food, similar warming items, or other unknown uses? Although there is no definite answer, Lucian still decided to give it a try. Maybe he would get some unexpected results. After all, this place is close to the river, and the bottom soil has warm moisture, which is very suitable for the growth of certain crops. There are also many trees growing near the riverbank, which is obviously a good phenomenon. Even in a doomsday environment, these mutated plants will choose a more suitable living environment. This is their biological instinct. Finally, there is a third target, which is the fish and shrimp in the river. Lucian had also thought about it for a long time. In this doomsday world affected by radiation, there are mutated plants and various creatures. Are there aquatic animals in the river, such as fish and shrimp? If they really exist, there must be very few survivors fishing for them, but there may be a large number of them, which can provide a lot of food. No matter from which level, food is what all survivors care about most, including Lucian. The food he found in the train car, plus the food he found in the ruins of the town, although a lot, would not last more than 2 months. So, recently I have been thinking about how to get more food, and catching fish and shrimp was one of the methods he thought of. After arriving at the destination, Lucian assigned tasks to the 5 people. The 4 women had low physical fitness and relatively little strength, so they were all assigned to dig wool grass. 2 of them took pickaxes and 2 took shovels and began to dig the snow on the surface, looking for velvet grass underground. This work is not easy. It takes a lot of effort to dig through the snow, especially the ice layer close to the permafrost, which is difficult to dig even with tools. The important thing is that even if you dig through the snow and ice, you may not necessarily find velvet grass, so it is only possible that velvet grass exists in the surrounding area. No matter what the result is, just dig it first. Lucian, Sherlay, and Tang Zhongqiang were responsible for digging the ice on the river surface and trying every possible way to break it. The difficulty of this task has once again increased significantly. God knows how long the river has been frozen? How thick is the ice on the surface? Moreover, the hardness of the ice layer also gave the 3 of them a headache. Even with an axe, they could only chop off a thin layer. The blade of the axe was already bent before the ice was split open, which frightened Tang Zhongqiang so much that he shivered and dared not continue to chop hard. Tang Zhongqiang didn't feel relieved until Lucian assured him that he could use the axe freely and he wouldn't have to pay for it even if it was damaged. Chapter 128 Velvet Grass and Fishing. I couldn't help but secretly sigh in my heart. He is indeed a big shot. Even using an extremely precious axe as a disposable item, he is really rich. The 3 of them formed a square on the ice and chopped at it continuously, working very hard. Even Sherlay, who had the best physical fitness, was exhausted by such high-intensity work, with sweat all over his face. His entire face turned red, and his smooth head was constantly steaming, with ice crystals condensing from time to time. Even with a hat on, heat can still come out of it, making it look like a steamer. The difficulty of this field trip was much more difficult than expected. The 7 people worked for about an hour and a half without any obvious results. At this time, Qiao Suiying was obviously a little anxious. She found Lucian and whispered, "Boss Lu, today's outing time is only 145 minutes. 90 minutes have passed. Should we prepare to go back? If it's any later, I'm afraid." Lucian wiped his sweat, took out the mechanical alarm clock, and checked the time. There was indeed less than an hour left before the end of the exploration time. But looking at the current progress, I haven't discovered any resources yet. If I go back like this, then today's exploration time will be wasted. After thinking for a moment, Lucian said, "Let's all stay here today." The moment the words fell, Qiao Suiying, Shuiya, Tong Yun, Jiang Yueying, and Tang Zhongqiang all raised their heads suddenly and looked over at him in unison, their faces extremely pale. "Boss Lu, you're not going to kill us, are you?" "You." Lucian was immediately furious. "What I mean is, stay here for 1 night and continue working tomorrow." "Oh," the 5 of them breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Lucian in confusion, and said, "It's freezing here, and there's not even a shelter. Where are we going to live?" "Let's build an igloo temporarily." Lucian said casually, "If we go back and forth every day, we won't be able to collect important resources at all. We might as well build a temporary shelter here." It can be seen that after hearing this, Qiao Suiying and others had obvious doubts and worries in their eyes, but they did not say it out loud. Lucian did not explain. He temporarily put down the work in his hands and started building an ice house with Sherlay. Since we were outdoors and the snow and wind were very strong, we couldn't light a fire, so we couldn't boil hot water to melt the snow. This made the production of ice bricks much more difficult. If it were an ordinary survivor, he would not be able to build an igloo in such an environment. Lucian pondered for a moment and sighed secretly. "It seems that I can only use my talent to compress it forcefully." He randomly chopped a few wooden strips, assembled them into a square mold, filled it with snow, and then began to compress it. However, it is difficult to completely compress it into ice cubes. It can only be compressed into extremely dense snow bricks, which are slightly lower in hardness than ice bricks, but can also be used. Sherlay was responsible for carrying and building a super small shelter of about 7 or 8 square meters under a tree by the river. This ultra-small shelter consumes very few snow bricks and is relatively easy to build, and 1 hour is more than enough. The only trouble is the process of Lucian compressing the snow bricks. He has to compact them completely and prevent them from being blown away, which requires a lot of innate energy. Next, Qiao Suiying and others also witnessed a miracle. In just 1 hour, A large number of solid and flat snow bricks were compressed and then stacked up one by one to build an igloo. The igloo is 2 times 4 in size, rectangular, and only 1.5 meters high. The top is a semi-elliptical arc. It looks very mini, but it stands still in the wind and snow, giving people a great sense of security. For ordinary people like Chiao Suing, this is simply a magical skill. On normal days, they don't even dare to travel far away, let alone spend the night in a completely unfamiliar place. Even Tang Zhongxiang, a rough man, couldn't help but sigh. I never thought that I could stay overnight in the wild. This is really an eye-opener. Jiang Wang looked calm and said, it must be Boss Lu's ability. Otherwise, in such an environment, ordinary people would not be able to make snow bricks, and snow bricks hard enough to make an igloo. This must be talent. There really is a world of difference. Chiao Suing couldn't help but smile bitterly. For ordinary survivors, they will never be able to imagine what talent is like. It is not much different from superpowered people and psychics, and it is beyond their imagination. Seeing that the exploration time was about to end, the wind and snow began to get stronger, and the sky began to darken. Lucian also called everyone and began to return to the ice house. In the wild environment, it is dark in the igloo, and there is almost no light. However, Lucian had already arranged in advance for Sherlay to cut some wood nearby for making a fire at night. The ice house is 8 square meters, with 2 square meters reserved for lighting a fire, and the remaining 7 people are squeezed into an area of 7 square meters, which is extremely crowded. Especially Sherlay, who is more than 2 meters tall. In this small ice house, he has to hit the ceiling even when half bending over. It is really painful. After all, this is outside, so it is normal that the conditions are bad, and everyone can only endure it. Sherlay was responsible for lighting the fire, while Lucian was counting today's harvest. There is no plan to go fishing for the time being. After all, the ice has not even been broken, so there is no catch so far. However, the 4 female survivors who were responsible for digging for velvet in the frozen soil did gain a lot. At first, they dug 2 frozen soils in succession but did not get any results. Finally, Jiang Weiying took action and found an area suitable for plant growth. She reframed the location and dug, and finally she found the velvet grass. With the help of this plant expert, we finally collected about 20 kilograms of velvet grass. Although the weight does not seem much, because the velvet grass is very fluffy, it looks like a huge quantity. Lucian didn't keep it and started using it directly. Dig out the snow and frozen soil on the ground, lay a layer of dry branches and bark, and then spread the velvet grass on top, which looks thick and soft. But at this time you can find that 20 kilograms of velvet is indeed not enough. When you put it under your body, only a thin layer is left, which reduces the warmth effect a lot. Moreover, the velvet grass just dug out from the frozen soil still contains a lot of water, so its weight will be inflated. After drying beside the fire, the weight was reduced again, and only a thin layer could be spread under the body. However, Jiang Yueying and the others felt the warmth beneath their bodies, with a look of surprise in their eyes. Boss Lu, the velvet grass you found has a very strong warming effect. It should be considered a precious and special material, right? Jiang Yueying picked up a few strands of velvet grass and asked with surprise. Chapter 129, Overnight in the Ice House. Lucian smiled and said, yes, the mutant plant that was discovered accidentally can be used as a mattress. I even think it is possible to use it to make clothes and quilts. Hearing this, Jiang Yueying showed a thoughtful look. The texture is indeed very soft, but if you use it directly on your skin, it will still be a little rough after all. There's nothing we can do about it. In today's environment, it's already very difficult to have a piece of warm clothing. Lucian spread his hands. In fact, if it undergoes secondary processing, it might really be possible to use it as cotton and even make clothes and quilts directly. Jiang Yueying muttered to herself in a low voice. Huh. Lucian was obviously stunned. If someone else said this, he might not care much, but this was said by Jiang Yueying, a botany expert. Teacher Jiang, what do you think? Jiang Yueying pondered for a moment and said, if you look closely at the velvet grass plant, you can roughly divide it into 2 parts. One is the rhizome that is rooted in the soil. It looks thin, but the fibers are relatively hard. Lucian nodded slightly. And then, the second part is the spike at the top of the velvet grass. This is actually a very soft material similar to cotton. If the 2 parts can be separated, the rhizome part can be used to make mattresses, and the velvet spike part can be used as cotton. The effect should be better. After listening to this, Lucian's eyes lit up. The velvet grass was very delicate, and he had never observed it carefully. Now that he was reminded, he immediately realized that it made sense. That makes sense. We can collect more wool grass this time and give it a try when we go back. Maybe it will be of great use. Lucian nodded solemnly. Perhaps this unexpected discovery and idea will make greater use of this warming resource. After the 7 people lay down side by side in the igloo, They didn't chat for too long and soon fell asleep. But before long, in the silent ice house, apart from the sound of the wind and snow blowing wildly outside, a gurgling sound began to be heard. It's not that they want to sleep, it's just that they didn't prepare any food when they went out today, so now they have to go hungry, which is really frustrating. Even Lu Shun and Sherlay now felt their stomachs churning and were in urgent need of food. Lu Shun lay flat on his back. Xiao Suiying, who was on his right, pursed her lips helplessly and said, "Boss Lu, if there is such an event next time, you have to pay for the meal." Lu Shun rubbed his brows and said, "Don't worry, we'll have something to eat when we catch some fish tomorrow." "I hope so." The 7 people had nothing to do but fall asleep as quickly as possible. Although it was in the wilderness, the igloo had a good thermal insulation effect, and the fire provided some heat. In addition, 7 people were squeezed into a small space, so the temperature inside was not low. Even before going to bed, Lu Shun put out the fire, leaving only some red charcoal, in order to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. There was no conversation that night. The 7 of them fell asleep wrapped in thick clothes and slept soundly. When he woke up in the morning, Lu Shun felt very warm and felt a warmth in his chest. Xiao Suiying seemed to be clinging to him, curled up on his chest, bringing him an extremely warm feeling, and her warm oval face was calm and gentle. Lu Shun couldn't help but blink. He remembered that before he went to bed yesterday, the person sleeping on his left was Sherlay. How come when he woke up in the morning, there was a different person? Turning around, I saw that the others were sleeping even more chaotically. Shuya had run behind him at some point. Her upper body looked normal, but her feet were stuffed directly into his pants, as if because of the cold. The corner of Lu Shun's mouth twitched, and only then did he feel a pair of slightly cool feet behind his butt. Shuya is really weak. Her feet are so cold. She must have rewarded herself a lot. Lu Shun couldn't help but complain in his heart. Except for Jiang Yueying, who was relatively well behaved, the rest of them all slept in a mess. However, it seems that the warmth-keeping effect of the igloo is quite good, and everyone slept relatively soundly without being woken up by the cold in the middle of the night. Fortunately, there were so many people, otherwise we would have had to work in the middle of the night. Just as he was thinking, Lu Shun suddenly felt the feet behind him move suddenly, but then suddenly stopped. Lu Shun helplessly whispered, "Take it out when you wake up, don't pretend to be asleep." "Ahem, sorry." Shuya's expression suddenly turned awkward, and her delicate face flushed slightly. Xiao Suiying in his arms gradually woke up from her deep sleep, looking at her strange sleeping posture with a puzzled expression. "Hee, I didn't do anything, you don't have to care about it." Lu Shun explained helplessly. "It's okay. It's good that I didn't freeze to death." Xiao Suiying had a cold expression. She tidied up her messy hair. With her lowered face, she could see a blush on it. It was dim and couldn't be seen clearly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Suiying did not break free, but continued to close her eyes for a while. The others also lay down for a while before getting up one after another. Feeling the pitch-black night outside and the roaring sounds like those of wild beasts, perhaps only this small igloo can bring them some warmth and comfort. Tang Zhongxiang yawned and rekindled the extinguished fire, illuminating the small ice house and reflecting everyone's faces. Xiao Suiying's face was still slightly rosy. She tidied her hair and tied it into a ponytail again. She said, "Boss Lu, what are your plans for today?" "Just call me Lu Shun." Lu Shun waved his hand and said, "Today's plan is the same. The girls will be responsible for digging the velvet grass, and you, Teacher Jiang, will be mainly responsible for this matter. Collect as much as possible." Jiang Yueying nodded. "Don't worry, leave it to me." "Well, Sherlay, Tang Zhongxiang, and I are still responsible for digging the ice and trying to catch as many fish as possible today. If we can catch any, maybe we can stay here for another night or 2. If we can't catch any, we'll go back as soon as possible." Lu Shun made arrangements calmly. It was a rare opportunity for him to travel so far, so he naturally wanted to stay for 2 more days to collect as many resources as possible. If food cannot be obtained, the plan will be affected and it will be necessary to return to the gathering place as soon as possible. "So what should we do now? Continue sleeping?" Sherlay yawned and scratched his bald head out of habit. Lu Shun glanced at him and said, "Come with me to collect some tree bark and weave a fish basket to prepare for the next fishing trip." Okay." Lu Shun took Sherlay and forced his way into the strong cold wind. The wind speed now reached over level 15, which could almost blow people directly into the air. Lu Shun needs to use his talent to solidify the ice and snow under his feet and firmly fix his feet to ensure that he can stand steadily. Sherlay relied on his strong physique to hold on to the tree next to him, and with his heavy weight, he was able to stand. Chapter 130 Special Fish. TSK, The plants in Doomsday are really powerful. In such an open area, subjected to such strong winds every day, they are not hurt at all. Sherlay couldn't help but sigh. Lucian raised his eyebrows and said, "How can you survive in this environment without some skills? Stop talking nonsense and get to work." The two men picked up the axes in their hands, broke the ice on the surface of the tree, tried to cut the bark on the surface of the trunk, and then peel it off. The trees growing by the river are obviously different from the trees growing in other places. They have more water and are more vibrant. The bark is 0.2 millimeters thick and slightly oily, and looks of very good quality. It can be peeled off in one whole piece, which greatly improves the work efficiency of the two people. It took nearly 20 minutes to tear off almost all the bark of the tree. The area looked large and very tough. Bring it back to the igloo, use a knife to cut the bark, and divide it into thinner ropes that can be used to weave fish baskets and fishing nets. It is quite difficult to weave a fishing net with a larger area, and it is likely to be difficult to complete. After careful consideration, it is better to choose to weave a larger fish basket. The overall structure is woven with a large entrance, narrow passages, and a spacious interior. Sherlay, Jiang Yueying, and Tang Zhongqiang, we all know how to make fish baskets, so this was a pleasant surprise. With the cooperation of the three of us, it didn't take too long to make a large fish basket that was more than half a meter long. Since there was still a lot of free time, Lucian went out again to cut bark and brought back 2 more pieces. By the afternoon, a total of 3 large fish baskets had been woven, all of which were very sturdy and worked very well. Seeing that the wind and snow gradually weakened and the time for exploration had arrived, the 7 people no longer hesitated and began to walk out of the igloo to work. Jiang Yueying took Chiu Suying and others to dig cashmere on the shore. With yesterday's experience and the help of Jiang Yueying, an expert in determining the location, their efficiency increased several times. Lucian's fishing work went much more smoothly today. He used an iron spear to poke a hole in the ice and finally saw the river water below. The hole was nearly 1.5 meters deep. Lucian's mouth twitched as he looked at it. The difficulty of fishing here was really extremely high. But now, all the hard work has paid off. All we have to do is split the ice layer around the hole and make it expand. It only took a few dozen minutes to dig a hole big enough to put down the fish basket. Looking down, there were sparkling spots of light in the dark deep water, and fish could be vaguely seen swimming in it, but it was not clear enough to know how many there were. Lucian threw the woven fish basket directly into the lake, and then fixed it to the ice with a piece of bark to prevent the fish basket from being washed away. Afterwards, he used the same method to dig another hole dozens of meters away and stuffed the other 2 fish baskets into it. Next, it was time to wait, and Lucian and the other 2 could help dig the wool grass. With 50 minutes left before the end of the exploration time, Lucian looked at the time seriously and walked towards the fish basket. Whether the fish basket can catch fish is related to his action plan for today. If you can't get it, you must rush back to the gathering place as soon as possible and wait until the next time. With excitement and nervousness, Lucian pulled up the first fish basket. The slightly heavy feel of it made his heart surge. When the fish basket was lifted to the ice surface, the outer layer was opened, and the situation inside was seen. Lucian couldn't help but sigh. There was nothing inside, not even a single water plant, let alone fish. But the next moment, he suddenly felt a clicking sound on the ice beside him. What the hell? It's a fish. Looking over suddenly, I saw a small fish flapping its wings. Moreover, the appearance of this fish is very strange. It is only the length of a palm, with a very thin head and tail and a relatively enlarged belly, which looks very weird. Then he looked at the back of the fish basket and saw 2 or 3 similar fish stuck in the fish basket in a place he had not seen before. What kind of weird fishing method is this? The corner of Lucian's mouth twitched, feeling a little puzzled. There was not a single fish inside the fish basket, but there were actually several fish stuck on the outside of the fish basket. It can be clearly seen that this fish had a sharp and thin mouth, so it was inserted directly into the gap of the fish basket, making it impossible to pull it out, and was therefore successfully caught. Lucian felt quite helpless. It was really an unexpected success that he caught fish in such an unconventional way. When Sherlay saw this scene, he scratched his head in surprise. This was completely different from the fishing method he had expected. Jiang Yueying frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "This fish looks very special. It keeps swimming forward and gets stuck in the fish basket. It's hard to pull it out. Maybe we don't need to make a fish basket. We can just make a fishing net. It might be easier to catch it." Tang Zhongqiang also nodded. "We are overthinking it. This kind of fish may be easier to catch than we thought." A smile appeared on Lucian's face. No matter what the process was, being able to catch fish was a good thing. At least it meant that he could use this method to obtain a lot of fish resources. The other 2 fish baskets were also taken out, and the situation was not much different. There was nothing caught inside the baskets, but there were several small fish stuck on the outside of the baskets. There are a total of 8 fish in the 3 fish baskets, which is a lot. Moreover, although this small fish is only the length of a palm, it actually has a lot of meat, because its head and tail are slender, but its belly is very fat. After cutting it open with a knife, you can find the fish meat in its belly, which is full of rich oil and has a crystal clear color, which looks very tempting. As Jiang Yueying cleaned the fish, she guessed, this should be a fish that has been affected by radiation and has undergone some mutations. The slender structure of its head and tail allows it to swim quickly, and the large amount of fat stored in its abdomen allows it to survive for a long time in harsh environments. I just don't know if the meat of this fish can be eaten. Hearing this, a serious look appeared on his face. It would be a big joke if you couldn't use the fish after finally catching it. Lu Xun thought for a moment, walked forward, and tried to wrap the fish meat with his talent. It is clearly noticeable that there is also some radiation in the meat, but the amount is not large. After being easily removed by gazing, the fish meat becomes purer. Don't worry about the radiation problem. The radiation in the fish is very low, and I have removed it, Lu Xun said calmly. However, Teacher Jiang, you have to check to see if the fish is poisonous or has other problems. Chapter 131, Shop Trouble. Although Jiang Yueying majored in plants, she was a highly educated person after all, and she also had some knowledge of other majors. After a quick inspection, she gave a positive answer. At present, there is no problem. It is very fresh fish meat, somewhat similar to salmon. The quality of this fish meat can be eaten raw. After receiving a positive answer, everyone felt relieved. But for safety reasons, Tang Zhongqiang ate a piece of fish first. After confirming that there was no problem, everyone felt relieved. A smile also appeared on Lu Xun's face. The rich fish meat and fat, coupled with the velvet grass used for warmth, made the value of this glacier increase rapidly, making it an extremely important resource point. Moreover, you can also use the fish basket to store a large amount of fish food. I glanced at the time and saw that there were still about 40 minutes left before the exploration time ended. He pondered for a moment and said, since we have found food, let's stay here for another day or two and continue to collect more velvet grass and fish. With a stable home, woolen grass for warmth, and relatively stable food, the others had no objections and nodded. Then, Lu Xun looked at Qiu Suiying and said, Qiu Suiying, you and I will go back to the gathering place first. The others will stay here. Hearing this, Sherlay was stunned and said, Brother Xun, do you want to go back first? Well, since the shop is already open, there's no reason to keep it closed every day. Lu Xun answered simply, that's right. How about I go back with you in person? Sherlay suggested. No need. Lu Xun waved his hand. You stay here. If there is any danger, you can save everyone's life. All kinds of dangers may occur in the wild. Lu Xun would not feel at ease if he only left a few ordinary survivors here. What's more, whether it is digging the ice or collecting bark and wood, Sherlay must participate. After a brief explanation, Lu Xun took Qiu Suiying and returned to the gathering place first. Sherlay, Shuiya, Tong Yun, Jiang Yueying, and Tang Zhongqiang were left behind to continue collecting wool grass and catching fish. The sky was dark all the way and the wind and snow continued. It wasn't until I stepped into the gathering place and saw the dim firelight inside that I felt relieved. I'm finally back. Lu Xun breathed a sigh of relief, returned to shop number 7, and began preparing to sell fresh water. The establishment of Zhao Zhongyang's security team and labor team has affected his business to a certain extent, but even so, he can still earn a lot of income from the fresh water he sells every day, especially the radiation cores. Now he has accumulated nearly 50 radiation cores, which is a huge fortune. However, he had no chance to give it to Lu Xun to use, as it might help him to improve his strength to a higher level. As the shops opened, survivors began to line up one after another. The number was not as many as yesterday, but still not small. And a large part of them are small and medium-sized survivor teams. They have a greater demand for fresh water and have more wealth, so they are the big buyers of water. Qiu Suiying was busy, and Lu Xun sat casually on the second floor of the store. But the next moment, I saw several familiar figures standing cautiously in the team, their eyes looking wandering. After seeing these people, Lu Xun's expression became slightly deep. These people were none other than his former employees, 2 women who knew the organization, and 3 rural men. After learning about the situation of the labor team, they all chose to leave. However, when he saw several people holding bowls and coming to Qiu Suiying to ask for free fresh water, Lu Xun's face darkened even more. Chiu Suing was selling water with a spoon. Suddenly, she saw the face in front of her and couldn't help but frown. She said in a deep voice, "Survival coins, the same price as others." The middle-aged woman's expression changed, and her tone softened a little. She said, "Suing, have you forgotten? We are all Shalu's people, and we can get some fresh water for free. Give me a little more, and we are all family." Chiu Suing couldn't help but glance at her, but she didn't deliberately make things difficult for her. She said directly, "Your share has been cancelled. Since you have gone to the labor team, then go to the labor team to receive their benefits." Having said that, he motioned for them to leave. However, the next moment, the middle-aged woman grabbed Chiu Suing's spoon and said, "Oh, what are you talking about? Although we have joined the labor team, we are also Shalu's employees. We agreed on it at the beginning, and now you want to regret it?" "That's right. We agreed on it at the beginning. You said you could get fresh water. Why are you going back on your word now? I think you want to deduct money on purpose. Little girl, don't think I don't know what you are up to." Another middle-aged female star also said in support, with a hint of harshness on her face. The people in the back line couldn't help but complain when they saw the traffic jam ahead. "Hey, what are you doing in the front? Can you go faster? What are you dithering about? Is there anything worth talking about? TSK, girls selling water, you like to chat so much. Why don't you chat with me tonight? I still have half a piece of bread here." Chiu Suing's face changed slightly and became a little gloomy. Although she was considered academically successful and very capable, she was not good at dealing with such occasions, especially when facing the harsh words of middle-aged old ladies and some obscene voices. The two middle-aged women also lowered their voices and said, "Girl, hurry up and give us some more fresh water, and this matter will be over today. Otherwise, humph, we will just block here and see who will take the responsibility. You don't want to make things worse, do you?" Lu Xun was on the second floor, listening to the sounds below. A gloomy look appeared in his eyes, and he slowly walked downstairs. Seeing Lu Xun appear, the two middle-aged ladies were stunned at first, but then the harshness on their faces disappeared, and they softened a little, saying, "Xiaolu, we just talked about it yesterday, but today this girl refused to give me fresh water. You should talk to him quickly." Lu Xun glanced at the two of them and said in a cold voice, "She's right. Your share is cancelled, including the bed you're currently staying in. I'll give you 1 day to get out of here immediately." We all agreed on it at that time. Why change it just like that? The middle-aged lady's voice was a little weak, but she still muttered softly. Lu Xun also felt a headache. He was not good at dealing with this kind of people and just felt his scalp tingling. Seeing that the team behind him was gradually rioting, Lu Xun was not going to endure it any longer. He waved his hand and said, "Since you have joined the labor team, don't think about taking advantage of both sides. Get out now, and I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." After the cold voice came out, the two of them were obviously stunned for a moment. Facing Lu Xun's vicious gaze, they didn't dare to say anything more for a while. He just glared at Chiu Suing fiercely and muttered, "Slutty woman, you only know how to snitch. I told you to stop talking, but you still." Chapter 132, Broken Seam. However, he did not stop moving and left reluctantly. The three men behind also looked embarrassed and followed him away, not daring to stay for a moment. In terms of class, Lu Xun is several levels higher than them. Even if the gathering place does not allow mutual harm, it is definitely not difficult for Lu Xun to kill them if he really wants to. Seeing that the situation was stable, Lu Xun breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was just a minor episode. "I just didn't expect that these pieces of garbage that were not properly handled could cause some trouble." After the water was sold, the queue dispersed. Lu Xun stretched and helped to pack up the wooden barrels and water-selling tools. Chiu Suing returned to the dormitory area, while Lu Xun was in shop number 7, treating it as a normal night. However, in the second half of the night, he was awakened from his sleep by several rapid vibrations. He woke up in a daze and took a look at the information on the survival radio. His expression changed again and again, becoming so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Then, he calmly stood up, left the shop with a candle, and went directly to the dormitory area. Although the distance was still quite far, he could see flickering fires there. Many people gathered there, and he even saw the figure of Zhao Zhongyang. When I got closer, I saw Chiu Suing with disheveled hair and cold eyes, and the two middle-aged women from the day were standing next to her. Lu Xun walked forward and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Before Chiu Suing could speak, a middle-aged woman spoke first. Her voice was sharp. "Oh, Xiaolu, this girl is so careless. She didn't even notice that she had knocked over the fireplace, and she almost burned down a dormitory. If we hadn't discovered it in time, I'm afraid the whole gathering place would have caught fire." Yes, yes. This bitch is such a disaster. I think she just wants to burn all of us to death. We shouldn't have rescued her. She should be burned to death. Another person echoed. The other survivors around couldn't help but frown when they heard this, and whispers echoed. Chiu Suing looked grim. She was half paralyzed sitting on the ground. Her fluffy hair was disheveled. Her cold face was covered with frost, and it could be seen that many parts of her body were burned. There were clear burns on his arms, thighs, and neck. His thick winter clothes had been thrown into a corner, burnt beyond recognition. In the cold air, Chiu Suing's hands and feet were visibly trembling slightly. Lu took a deep breath, glanced coldly at the two middle-aged women, walked forward, and covered Chiu Suing with his clothes first. What's going on? Lu Shen asked calmly. Chiu Suing said in a slightly hoarse voice. Someone overturned the fireplace and fell directly on the pile of firewood. Lu Shen nodded slightly. Although I don't know the specific circumstances of the incident and did not witness the fire with my own eyes, a conflict had just occurred during the day and the fire suddenly broke out at night. What's more, it happened to be Chiu Suing's room. Lu Shen's eyes had become extremely cold. He didn't expect these two people to be so cruel. Haha, someone overturned the fireplace? Are you kidding me? Come on, point it out to everyone. Who did you see overturn the fireplace? Who did you see throwing the fireplace on the firewood? If you can't explain it, it means you deliberately set fire to the gathering place. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the other people around him also changed. Intentionally causing a fire in a gathering place was a serious crime. Even Zhao Zhongyang, who was standing next to him, kept changing his expression, especially when he saw the survivors gathered around. His expression became increasingly heavy. This was the first time a fire broke out in a gathering place, and it was possible that the fire was deliberately started. If this matter was not handled properly, it would very likely affect the prestige of the gathering place. How to deal with it? This is equivalent to roasting Zhao Zhongyang on the fire. Get to the bottom of the matter? But not everything can be figured out. There is no surveillance in the gathering place, and no one can figure out what exactly happened. Moreover, if time is prolonged and the matter is not dealt with seriously immediately, survivors will inevitably raise questions. They will question whether Chiu Suing was condoned by the gathering place because she has connections. But Chiu Suing happened to be Lu Shen's person. Lu Shen, can we talk in private? Zhao Zhongyang asked in a low voice, his expression obviously heavy. Lu Shen nodded slightly, and the two walked into an empty, independent accommodation room. What's going on? There must be something fishy going on. I had a conflict with the two people across the street during the day. This must be a deliberate revenge. Can you show me the evidence? Lu Shen was stunned and shook his head. This kind of thing was the most difficult to deal with, and it was hard to explain even if he had the right answer. In that case, I don't care whether there is anything fishy or not. The incident has already happened, and it almost caused a fire in the gathering place. If this matter is not dealt with seriously, the prestige of the gathering place will be lost. I need to consider the overall situation. Zhao Zhongyang said seriously. Lu Shen frowned. So what do you mean? Zhao Zhongyang lowered his voice and said, deal with them seriously. Compensate for the losses in the gathering place, apologize to other survivors, and disappear from the gathering place forever. Don't show up again. No room for compromise? Lu Shen frowned even deeper, having understood the meaning of the words. Zhao Zhongyang had no intention of making concessions. Even though Chiu Suing was Lu Shen's subordinate, she still had to be dealt with. Even if conditions permit, Zhao Zhongyang would most likely want to make an example of someone and use this incident to tighten the rules of the gathering place to prevent such incidents from happening again in the future. After all, the gathering place has just been established, and Zhao Zhongyang's prestige as the founder is not very high. Similarly, many survivors did not take the various rules and regulations he issued seriously. So when this incident happened, Zhao Zhongyang definitely wanted to deal with it seriously. It's a pity that the matter involved Lu Shen, so he was left with a way out and didn't do anything too absolute. It's not that I don't want to be flexible, but everything still has to be considered for the overall situation. Lu Shen's face was grim. This matter was obviously framed by someone. It's probably inappropriate to handle it so easily, right? Zhao Zhongyang stretched out his right hand, patted Lu Shen's shoulder, and said meaningfully, I said, the overall situation is important. For the development of the entire gathering place, even if one person is sacrificed, it is not a bad idea. Lu Shen's eyes fluctuated slightly, and he looked at Zhao Zhongyang deeply. His understanding of this person became even deeper. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shen's eyes also showed a sharpness. Officer Zhao, I will give you a favor. I will take the person away tomorrow, and I will never appear in the gathering place again. But also give me a favor, how about it? You say? Leave the two middle-aged women to me secretly, and I will take care of them. A hint of murderous intent appeared in Lucian's eyes. Chapter 133, You Take the Initiative. He, Zhao Zhongyang, needs to kill people to establish his authority and thus build up the power and prestige of the gathering place. And he, Lu Shun, needs it too. If he were to be provoked by two ordinary survivors, and they didn't even dare to fart, how would he survive if word got out? No, Zhao Zhongyang refused decisively. They are members of the labor team. This team was established less than 2 days ago, and 2 members disappeared inexplicably. This will have a bad impact. As if he felt that the rejection was too decisive, Zhao Zhongyang added, Lu Shun, you are also one of the founders of the gathering place. You also advocated the establishment of the security team and the labor team. Now that everything is on the right track, you should take a step back and put the overall situation first. The overall situation is more important. Lu Shun looked at Zhao Zhongyang deeply, his pupils deepened, and it was unknown what he was thinking. 10 seconds later. Okay, let's stop here. I'll take the person away. I'm sorry about what happened today. I'll compensate you later. Zhao Zhongyang added with an embarrassed look on his face. Lu Shun's face was cold. He turned around and left without stopping, taking Qiu Suiying back to shop number 7. Shop number 7, second floor. The floor was covered with velvet, the little fireplace was crackling, and a candle was burning on the pot. Qiu Suiying took off the few remaining clothes, revealing her fair and elastic skin, which had a unique beauty under the dim candlelight. Lu Shun took out the bottle of purple vine juice and applied the sticky juice to the injured area on his body. The cool touch will cause slight goosebumps when it touches the skin, but it will be followed by severe pain. Qiu Suiying was relatively calm at first, but when the severe pain came, the muscles around the wound could not stop trembling, and her body was covered with fine beads of sweat. 10 minutes later, Lu Shun patted Qiu Suiying's shoulder. Okay, take a break. Qiu Suiying nodded slightly and lay obediently on the woolen grass, not caring that a large area of the scenery was exposed. Tomorrow, I will pack my luggage and return to the original shelter. Please, take care of Shuiya and Tongyun. They are very capable and should be able to help you share some of the work. Qiu Suiying narrowed her eyes and whispered. Lu Shun's eyes did not move. He lay aside without answering and asked, You don't hold a grudge against Officer Zhao for what he did? Qiu Suiying smiled bitterly. This is the fate of ordinary people. If you hadn't come forward, he would have executed me directly, completely established his prestige, and strengthened the constraints on the entire gathering place. Now, this is the best result. The concealment of filth under the guise of fairness and justice, the selfish judgment that puts the overall situation first on the moral high ground. Lu Shun uttered silently. To a certain extent, Officer Zhao did care about the gathering place. From the perspective of the interests of more people, there is nothing wrong with doing so. Hearing this, Lu Shun lowered his head slightly, his eyes hidden in the shadows, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. At this moment, a sentence came to his mind. Those who can do great good can also do great evil. The way Zhao Zhongyang did things made him wonder whether it was the right choice to participate in the gathering place's system. After all, this is still Zhao Zhongyang's territory. No matter how much he paid, how many shops he opened here, how many gathering places he participated in building, or even how much help he provided to Zhao Zhongyang. However, once joining this system, Zhao Zhongyang will eventually be the owner of this gathering place. If something happens, Zhao Zhongyang will inevitably put the gathering place first. Lu Shun sighed deeply. A hint of determination appeared in his eyes, and he made a decision vaguely. This is his territory after all. Zhao Zhongyang is only suitable to be a traitor, not a close friend. He muttered to himself, then looked at Qiu Suiying and said, You don't have to go back to your shelter. Come with me tomorrow. Okay. Lu Shun thought about it for a long time. After all, the Train Ruins shelter was his base camp and his main development goal. The foundation of external exchanges and transactions is always based on strong personal strength and sufficient confidence. Opening a shop in a gathering place can obtain a large amount of resources, but it is not the main goal of survival, and there is no need for him to pick up sesame seeds and lose watermelons. And at the Train Ruins, well, we need manpower too. The planting industry requires professional personnel to carry out planting and cultivation. The most important thing is to improve the development of the planting industry as much as possible and to have a stable harvest of food. The expansion and construction of the ice brick fortress also needs to be put on the agenda. It is best to expand the area of the ice brick fortress and thicken the ice wall to defend against corpses and mutated creatures. It is already difficult for Qiu Suiying to survive in the gathering place, and she may not even be able to come here in the future. It will definitely be difficult for people who question her to survive, so it would be better to absorb her in and give her a way out. Qiu Suiying nodded slightly, her eyes moving slightly. As the candles went out, the only light left in the room was the fireplace flickering on and off. Chiao Suiying was injured and her clothes easily stuck to the wounds. Her winter cold-proof clothing was also burned in the fire, so she could only cover herself with the bedding that Lucian brought. The soft curves, slightly curled up in the quilt. Because they were so close, the woman's unique body scent floated in the air. Feeling the curves beside him, although Lucian tried his best to restrain himself, his breathing was still slightly heavy. A few minutes later, he turned towards Chiao Suiying and put his arms around her shoulders. Chiao Suiying paused slightly but did not obviously struggle. "Do you need me to turn over?" An unusually gentle voice sounded, almost inaudible. "Just lie down. I'll take care of the wound." After dozens of minutes, Chiao Suiying's body trembled slightly and both sides gradually calmed down. "Ahem." Lucian touched his nose and said with a little embarrassment, "This matter has cost." A cold and calm voice, but one that suppressed its trembling, said, "With such great pressure to survive, it's normal to have some needs. What you need?" "I need it too. Don't worry too much." "That's good. Then just consider it as your initiative." "No, you." Chiao Suiying's forehead vein visibly jumped. The next day, Lucian stretched his muscles and felt in very good condition. All his fatigue was gone. However, when he picked up the survival radio to check, his face darkened slightly when he saw a message. Chiao Suiying's hair was scattered, her voice was slightly hoarse, and her face was full of fatigue as she asked, "What's wrong?" "Zhao Zhengyang's information." Chiao Suiying was stunned. "I will prepare today and go back to the shelter directly. There is no need to have a quarrel with Zhao Zhengyang. You know the importance of the gathering place. It's not about you." Lucian shook his head and said calmly. Chapter 134 Sugu. "Just stay in the shop. If you don't leave, no one will dare to chase you away." "Okay, then go to your business and don't worry about me." Lucian also nodded slightly, turned around and left the shop. Deep in the gathering place, on the second floor of Zhao Zhengyang's residence. When Lucian came up, he saw two people there. One of them was Zhao Zhengyang, and the other was a stranger. Looking closely, I saw that this man was wearing a black tight leather jacket, which was extremely thick. Although he was not tall, he was extremely strong. He was about 40 years old and had the aura of a superior. Sitting together with Zhao Zhengyang, his aura was obviously much more impressive. "Lucian, you are here." Zhao Zhengyang smiled, then pointed at the middle-aged man next to him and introduced him. "I've told you about this man before. He's the leader of that extremely powerful survivor team and the operator of the salt at shop number 9. Lucian's eyes moved, and there was a hint of curiosity in them. He had heard of this powerful force before, but had never seen it. Now that we meet, I can clearly sense that this person's aura and strength are indeed worthy of his reputation." The middle-aged man looked indifferent and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Zhou Yong." Then he extended his hand towards Lucian. Lucian's eyes were calm. After a simple handshake, he dragged over a wooden chair and sat down. "Officer Zhao, why are you calling me here so early in the morning? What's the important matter? Have a cup of hot tea first to warm yourself up." Zhao Zhengyang just smiled peacefully, took out an old kettle, poured a cup of hot tea for Lucian, and then said, "There is indeed something to discuss, and it is very important, related to future survival." "Oh." A hint of surprise also appeared on Lucian's face. Zhao Zhengyang did not keep the secret and said, "I don't know much about the situation, so let this friend named Shou talk about the details." Lucian cast his gaze towards the unfamiliar face. Zhou Yang also smiled, put down the teacup in his hand, and said, "This time I came to see Officer Zhao to seek cooperation. Let's go to a certain area together to find a highly valuable mutant plant." "Extremely valuable mutant plants?" Lucian couldn't help but ask back. "Not bad," Zhou Yang said, and took out a plant that looked like a wheat ear and also very much like dogtail grass from the bag behind him and placed it on the table. Zhao Zhengyang and Lucian's eyes both lit up. They looked at the plant curiously and soon noticed its difference. This plant is very similar to dogtail grass, with extremely slender branches and a cluster of heavy, hard-shelled fruits on the top that look smaller than rice grains. However, when you crush one with your hands and peel off the shell, you can see that there is a light yellow fruit inside, which is somewhat similar to rice. "This is," Zhou Yang said in a steady tone, "I call this plant that is mutated due to radiation millet. After peeling off the shell, the food inside is similar to millet. It is rich in starch and can be used as a staple food. And, most importantly, this plant can grow in a doomsday environment because of the influence of radiation, but the yield is relatively low. If we can provide soil without radiation and clean water, the yield will increase significantly, making it very suitable for cultivation." Hiss. Lucian couldn't help but take a breath. His eyes changed constantly, and his mind was full of thoughts, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. The value of growing crops is so great that it is even unimaginable. Can be planted, high yield, can be used as staple food. For the survivors of the doomsday, it is definitely an important material for survival, and it is even easy to use it to build a large gathering place. After all, in this barren doomsday, whoever owns food, has the greatest capital and power will surely have a lot of people willing to follow. However, when Lucian took a sip of tea and examined the millet in his hand repeatedly, his expression changed and a barely visible fluctuation appeared in his eyes. The stuff is good, but it seems. Lucian raised his eyes and looked at Zhao Zhongyang and said, "So, you came here for this mutant plant?" Zhao Zhongyang nodded heavily and said seriously, "This mutant plant was found by Zhou Yang in an extremely dangerous area. The radiation there is extremely heavy. If you get close to it, you will be seriously corroded. There are also many severely mutated creatures living there. It is extremely difficult to go deep into it. However, danger also brings opportunities. In this special area, there will be some special mutant plants growing, similar to this millet." "That's right." Zhou Yang nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "In this doomsday world, there will be some areas with extremely dense radiation. The radiation concentration in the periphery can reach extremely high levels. There are also some strange and terrifying creatures living inside. The danger level is extremely high." As he spoke, Zhou Yang's face also showed a trace of fear, and he said, "I have entered an area like this before, and I almost died in it. And I took it upon myself to call this place the Deep Corruption Area." Deeply corrupted area? Although Lucian looked calm, his heart was already in turmoil. He seemed to have seen the area described by Zhou Yang. The mountains and forests on the east side seemed to be in a similar situation. At a distance of 300 to 500 meters, the survival radio directly issued an alarm due to the sharp increase in radiation concentration. Even with the independent shelter corps, they still couldn't withstand the extremely dense radiation, and finally had no choice but to retreat. The densely packed rotting corpses have been a huge psychological shadow for him till now. However, judging from what Zhou Yang said, there is more than one such strange and terrifying area in this world. There may even be many. Thinking about the name Deep Corruption Zone, Lucian also felt that it was extremely appropriate. Zhou Yang was able to enter the Deep Corruption Zone, find the mutated plants in it, and come out safely, which made Lucian look at him with admiration. Zhou Yang continued, "I used special means to enter the deeply corrupted area and picked this millet plant by accident. However, because it was too dangerous, I only picked a few plants. I came to see Officer Zhao this time because I hope to cooperate with you to explore the Deep Corruption Zone again and find more millet. I believe this special mutant plant is what you need." As he spoke, Zhou Yang turned his gaze towards Zhao Zhongyang and Lucian. Lucian lowered his eyes, thousands of thoughts surging in his mind. If this mutant plant is really as good as it is said to be, and can provide staple food for a long time, then even if he enters a dangerous area like the Deep Corruption Zone to search for it, the benefits will definitely outweigh the disadvantages. However, many things are not as perfect as imagined. Lucian looked at Zhao Zhongyang with deep eyes and asked, "Officer Zhao, what do you think?" Chapter 135, Killing Intent. Zhao Zhongyang thought for a moment and said, "I have checked this plant. It can be used as the main food. It is also convenient to grow it in the gathering place. It is very necessary to take it down. Even if the so-called Deep Corruption Area is very dangerous, it is worth a trip." Lucian nodded slightly. "How many people are currently planning to go?" "We will tentatively form 3 parties, and the number of people should be no more than 7. Brother Zhao will bring a few more people," Zhao Zhongyang said calmly. Hearing this, Lucian frowned. "Hu Lingyu, Zhang Sha, Wang Haishan, and the others are not going?" "Yes, their strength is still far inferior to yours, Lucian. Moreover, in such a dangerous area, the more people there are, the better. The more refined the team is, the higher the success rate will be." Lucian's eyes darkened a little. He turned back and took a sip of tea, hiding his eyes in the shadows, and then asked in a low voice, "When do we leave?" "As long as you are ready, you can do it any time. Don't need to wait until the afternoon exploration time?" Zhou Yang spoke calmly. "The deeply corrupted area is located in the southwest, more than 10 kilometers away from here. It will take many days to get there if we rely solely on exploration time. We are all level 2 awakeners with strong physiques and can barely withstand the wind and snow. Let's start our journey directly. We can stay overnight in my shelter and head directly to the Deep Corruption Zone to explore tomorrow. This is the quickest way." Hearing this, Lucian nodded slightly and said, "Since the 2 of you have already discussed it, then there will be no problem on my side. I will go back and prepare, and then we will set off directly." "Okay, after all, the journey is long, so let's make preparations in advance." Zhao Zhongyang also responded in a deep voice. Lucian didn't say much. He looked at Zhao Zhongyang deeply, then drank the water in the teacup and turned away. The moment he walked out of the room, the indifference on Lucian's face disappeared, and in an instant it became terrifyingly gloomy. He took out the survival radio from his arms and sent 2 messages as quickly as possible. "Qiao Suiying, pack my backpack as quickly as possible and wait for me under shop number 7. Sherlay, stop collecting the items for now. Go back to the train carriage ruins this afternoon and bring back the people you traveled with. His pace quickened, and he quickly arrived in front of shop number 7. After only a few minutes of waiting, Chiao Suying packed her luggage, put on her clothes, and hurried out, saying in a deep voice, "What happened? Was there an accident?" Lucian took the backpack, nodded, and said, "Leave the shelter immediately. We can't stay here for long." "Leave now?" Chiao Suying frowned and said, "It's snowing heavily now, and the wind speed has reached level 15. Normal people can hardly walk in a wind speed of level 6 or above. If we go out now, we will die without knowing how we died. You have to go, though. Do you want to die outside or in the gathering place?" After these words were spoken, Chiao Suying paused, obviously not expecting the matter to have become so serious, and she said no more. The two men remained silent, but kept walking as they quickly passed through the narrow passage of the gathering place and arrived at the entrance. There are 2 of Zhao Zhongyang's men guarding here. If it were in the past, the person in charge here would most likely be a member of Zhao Zhongyang's team, or even a survivor with awakened talent. However, after the security team was established, this place is usually guarded by members of the security team, and their strength is relatively weak. Lucian breathed a sigh of relief. In order to prevent the news of his departure from reaching Zhao Zhongyang's ears, he immediately chose the most decisive approach. As he approached to say hello, he quickly grabbed the throats of the 2 security team members with both hands, and a burst of condensed power directly crushed their necks and broke them. The 2 of them collapsed to the ground in silence. When Chiao Suying thought of this scene, her pupils couldn't help but dilate. This was the first time she saw Lucian kill someone, and he killed so decisively. At this moment, she also deeply understood how critical the current situation was. The situation outside the gathering place was no different from what was expected. The sky was as dark as night, without a single trace of light, swallowing up everything around. The gale reaching level 15 was strong enough to blow people directly into the sky, mixed with ice and snow as sharp as blades, creating a terrifying storm whirlwind in this barren doomsday land. Lu took a deep breath and stepped directly into the vast snow. Just as Chiao Suying said, it is difficult for normal people to walk normally when facing a level 7 gale. If it is a level 8 or 9 gale, there is a high probability that they will be blown away, not to mention a level 15 gale. In such a harsh environment, even though he was a second-level talent awakener whose strength and physical fitness were far superior to ordinary people, he did not dare to go out easily. But considering the possible dangers, he has to take this risk. The moment he stepped into the snow, he used his solidification talent to solidify the snow under his feet, forming ice that wrapped around his feet. This time, he didn't even wear wide skis, so that he could dig his feet deeper and better connect with the snow underneath to ensure stable walking. As for Chiao Suying, he helped her fix her feet in the same way, but due to her weak physical condition, it was still difficult for her to walk normally. Logically speaking, in this situation, the best option is to just throw her away so as not to affect one's own speed. However, after some consideration, Lucian came up with another idea. Call out the corpse hiding in the dark. Normally, the land corpses would stay in the gathering place, bury themselves directly in the snow, and enter a dormant state. This is how corpses can survive in the ice and snow, while minimizing their own consumption and avoiding being blown away by strong winds. Lucian crawled out of the snow. He had also reached level 2, and was at the peak of level 2. His physical fitness was even stronger, and he could barely walk. 2 people and 1 corpse supported each other, reached a balance with the strong snowstorm, and barely walked in the snow. Although the speed was very slow, Lucian breathed a sigh of relief as he saw they were getting farther away from the gathering place. At the same time, there was still a hint of coldness and confusion deep in his eyes. He has always believed in Zhao Zhongyang's character. Whether it was the initial construction of the gathering place, the subsequent establishment of the gathering place, or the management of the gathering place, he saw this man's compassion and mercy. He once thought that Zhao Zhongyang was a good guy with a simple but ridiculous dream of building a shelter for other survivors. They even sacrificed their own interests, selling portable fireplaces and tools at a reduced price and providing large amounts of fresh water for free, just to help him build a security team and a labor team. He couldn't figure out why Zhao Zhongyang would team up with an outsider to try to kill him. Chapter 136, each with his own agenda. Moreover, he firmly believed that his perception was absolutely correct. There were too many abnormalities, and he felt weird and scared, so he fled the gathering place as quickly as possible, even at the risk of braving a force 15 gale. It took nearly 20 minutes, and we had walked about 300 meters. Lucian's arms vibrated, the survival radio prompt sounded, and Zhao Zhongyang's message came. "Lucian, what do you mean?" A cold voice came from the survival radio. Obviously, Lucian's act of killing 2 guards had been exposed in the gathering place, and Zhao Zhongyang had also learned the news. Turning his head to look in the direction of the gathering place, he saw several figures standing at the entrance, swaying in the wind and snow. Among them he saw Zhao Zhongyang and Zhou Yong. Picking up the survival radio, Lucian's voice was equally cold. He chose to answer Zhao Zhongyang's question, but just asked calmly, Zhao Zhongyang, since you and I have known each other, there should be no hatred, right? The figure not far away was slightly stunned, and then replied, no, when the gathering place was established, you provided the largest number of mutant willow branches, and you are one of the founders of the gathering place. After establishing the gathering place, you successfully helped repel Zheng Hai and his men and survived the initial danger. After that, you opened a shop, sold fresh water, and provided weapons, equipment, and tools. It is reasonable for me to thank you on behalf of the survivors of the gathering place. Haha. Lucian sneered and said sarcastically, thank me on behalf of the survivors of the gathering place? You are such a good leader. But I am still curious, what kind of interest can make you choose to join forces with outsiders to deal with me? Zhao Zhongyang frowned. What do you mean? I don't understand what you were talking about. Seeing that Zhao Zhongyang was still hiding something, Lucian said in a cold voice, do you have to let me expose everything before you dare to admit it? The cup of tea you poured for me, was it really just plain water? Nothing else added? There was silence for a few seconds on the other side, and Zhao Zhongyang's blurry figure stood in the wind and snow. Is that millet really edible? Is it really an extremely important staple food? You should know better than anyone whether it is food or poison. The other side remained silent. You, Zhao Zhongyang, are such a cautious person, but you are so easily convinced by outsiders and choose to go to an area 10 kilometers away outside of the exploration time, without hesitation to look for a mutant plant? Moreover, only 2 people went to such a dangerous area, leaving behind Hu Linyu and others? This is not like your style at all, right? Lucian's consecutive words, accompanied by the wind and snow, were transmitted to Zhao Zhongyang's ears through the survival radio. Zhao Zhongyang's expression changed from cold and angry to slightly pale and ugly. He didn't expect that the seemingly perfect plan would have so many loopholes and be easily discovered. In fact, Lucian didn't notice anything unusual at first. Until he drank the tea, he vaguely realized that something was wrong. After drinking the tea, I keenly noticed that in addition to the bitter taste of inferior tea, there was another substance mixed in the tea. It seemed to be an item used for paralysis and hallucination, causing slight discomfort to the body. Although it was very subtle, it still aroused his vigilance, and he used his own solidification talent to forcibly peel off the substance to prevent himself from absorbing it. Afterwards, after seeing Sugu, a huge flaw appeared. That is this millet, which looks like an extremely precious crop, but actually holds a secret. The surface of millet grains looks like millet, but inside, they actually contain extremely rich radiation. Rather than saying that it is similar to millet, it is more accurate to say that this plant is similar to an ultra-small radiation core. If an ordinary person eats a few grains of it, he might be directly corroded by the radiation. He often attracts radiation and is extremely sensitive to this energy, so he can sense it. From this moment on, he had been on guard. As for the plan for subsequent actions outside, he was even more certain that Zhao Zhongyang and Zhou Yong intended to kill him. Thinking of the risks involved, beads of sweat appeared on Lucian's forehead. If it were any other survivor who also had level 2 strength, there would be a high probability that they would also be defeated in this situation and would have no chance of survival. He was able to escape this time thanks to his carefulness and precautions. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Dozens of seconds later, a deep, magnetic voice came from the survival radio, and Zhou Yong said calmly, "You are more perceptive and smarter than I thought. It was me who was careless." Lucian's face showed a clear expression, but in the end, out of confusion, he still asked, I just don't understand what kind of interests and reasons can convince Officer Zhao to choose to take action against me? After a long time, Zhao Zhongyang's calm and slightly bitter voice came. Indeed, if there is no absolute benefit, how could I give up such a high-quality ally like you? Tell me the reason. I want to hear it too. What kind of benefits have made me a victim? Fresh water is one of the most important items for survivors. I am still not at ease when it is in the hands of one person. This is one reason. Lucian's eyelids jumped and he thought of the first reason, which was the reason he had never thought of. He was just selling fresh water, but he didn't expect that there would be something wrong with it. Secondly, you are too powerful, and you are one of the founders of the settlement. You have provided a lot of help in the establishment of the security team and the labor team. Your existence will sooner or later make you a privileged class in the settlement. For the sake of the overall situation and to avoid some unnecessary consequences. So, Lucian's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that Zhao Zhongyang could force such a matter into the overall situation. Kill me, and the gathering place will have no fresh water supply, and you will not be able to obtain weapons, equipment, and tools. Is this the result you want? Haha, since you have chosen to take action, then I have naturally made preparations for my safety. Zhao Zhongyang said calmly. Whether it is stripping away the radiation in the fresh water or making tools and equipment, it should be related to your talent, right? Perhaps. In the store, using a refresh card, there is a very small chance that an item will be refreshed, which can deprive others of their talents and pass 70 of their abilities to a survivor without any talent. So that's how it is. Lucian felt a chill on his back. Your talent has the ability to strip away radiation. If you can use it on millet, perhaps you can really strip away the radiation in the seeds, and then grow truly perfect millet in a radiation-free environment. This is a good thing for me, Zhou Yong, and all the survivors. Chapter 137: Escape to the Shelter. As for whether getting rid of you will lead to a significant decline in the strength of the gathering place, there is no need to worry. As an external collaborator, Zhou Yong can completely replace your role and become an ally of the gathering place. It will not affect the development of the gathering place and will prevent the emergence of a privileged class. The benefits will also outweigh the disadvantages. Zhao Zhongyang spoke in a calm voice, revealing almost all the information at once. This also gave Lucian a more intuitive and profound understanding of this person. A person with a heart of great good can also have a heart of great evil. When obsession is too strong, any choice a person makes seems possible. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Zhou Yong's deep voice sounded. The deep corruption zone I mentioned does exist, and it is indeed very dangerous inside, and there are indeed many opportunities. And I just happen to have been there and gained some precious mutations, so the 2 level 2 experts you have are not worth mentioning. Even if you run away today, we can still calculate your approximate location. We will just kill you later and plunder your talent. Then let's give it a try. Lucian's voice also contained a hint of coldness and murderous intent. Having said that, I no longer have the desire to continue the conversation. Lucian Shin took a deep look at the figure at the entrance of the gathering place, then turned and walked into the vast snow and wind. He now understood the purpose of both of them. Zhao Zhongyang intends to eliminate the privileges within the gathering place, truly monopolize power, and achieve power concentration. As for Zhou Yong, perhaps it was more for his talent and the desire to gain cooperation with the gathering places while weakening them. But he still couldn't understand why Zhao Zhongyang was so determined to get rid of him based on this reason. But there is no need to understand, just think that you have misjudged the person. The only thing to do now is to get away from the gathering place as much as possible and get away from this place of trouble. No matter what the threat was, as long as he could successfully return to the ruins of the train for shelter, he would have time to prepare and deal with various dangers. There was heavy snow and gust of wind, and Lucian was quite helpless. He never expected that when he left the gathering place, he would encounter such a miserable scene. We walked until about 2 in the afternoon, when the strong winds gradually began to subside, but we were still only halfway there. However, the rest of the road was relatively easier to walk on. The wind speed had dropped to level 8. Although it was still very strong, walking was no longer a problem. After walking for dozens of minutes, the familiar train ruined shelter appeared before our eyes again. After not returning for a few days, the ice brick fortress and the ruins of the train have been covered with snow. The only way to determine the location of the ice brick fortress is based on the familiar terrain. But even so, Lucian still felt a strong sense of security, which was a warmth that came from home. However, the various situations that have occurred recently still put him under considerable pressure. To the east of the shelter, the threats from mutated giant elephants, zombie hordes, and the deep corruption zone are like a time bomb, making him alert at all times. The danger from the gathering place is also a very troublesome matter, and it can even be said to be urgent. Since Zhao Zhongyang and Zhou Yong chose to make things clear, it means there is no room for maneuver and the two sides are already standing on absolute opposite sides. Even though he escaped this time, the two of them will never give up. Whether for the sake of their own interests or to eliminate hidden dangers, they will most likely encircle and suppress him. He also had to consider how strong Zhao Zhongyang was and how strong Zhou Yong was. At present, Zhao Zhongyang's strength is not that strong. At most, he has 1 to 2 level 2 talent awakeners, plus 2 to 3 ordinary talent awakeners. Although it is very powerful, it is not completely impossible to deal with it. However, Zhou Yong's strength is a completely unknown situation, but at least it is certain that in Zhao Zhongyang's judgment, Zhou Yong is definitely stronger than Lu Shun. Sighing deeply, Lu Shun felt a little regretful. He should not have left the train carriage shelter and should not have participated in the establishment of the gathering place. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many troubles. Now he had to consider what methods to use to withstand these coming storms. The only thing to be thankful for is that his talent can conceal his tracks, so his current location is most likely unknown to others, and he has plenty of time to recuperate. After digging through the ice brick fortress covered with snow, a sturdy train carriage appeared before our eyes. Seeing the fruit of modern society, Xiao Suying's pupils contracted, and she was obviously frightened. Is this a train? Well, there should be a railway nearby. We found this shelter by accident. It is quite safe. Lu Shen answered casually. Xiao Suying couldn't help but sigh. There shouldn't be many survivors who can compare to this level of shelter, right? With such good conditions, why do you still go to the gathering place? Lu Xun smiled bitterly. Maybe my brain is not good, but next, I will probably not leave. As he was speaking, a fat cat crawled out from the bottom of the train car, shook its body with a cold look, and just glanced at Lu Xun. Qiu Suiying was shocked. She never expected that there were other creatures in the shelter. Lu Xun bent down and touched the snow cat's fur, which was still smooth and strong. The food had been good these days, and he didn't starve. And in the snow nearby, we saw a lot of bird feathers and relatively intact fur, which were obviously the harvest of the snow cats over the past few days. The snow cat shook its body, without any intimate movements, and just left the ice brick fortress on its own, probably to go hunting alone. Is this your pet? Not really. Lu Xun shook his head. That's a cooperative survival. It's a native of the Doomsday world. It has strong hunting abilities and can often bring back some meat. I provide it with shelter and warmth. Lu Xun has always had a clear understanding of snow cats. This medium to large cat is also a predator. If you keep it as a pet, you will definitely suffer the consequences. Until now, he didn't dare to rub the snow cat casually, and the two sides always maintained a level of mutual respect and cooperation. Seeing that the snow cats had gone out hunting, Lu Xun looked at the time and did not waste too long in the ice brick fortress. He brought Qiu Suiying and Lu Shi and went to the hillside with an axe. As the number of people in the shelter increased, the consumption of wood would inevitably increase, so it was necessary to store more. Qiu Suiying was cutting trees on the front slope, Lu Shi was responsible for carrying them, and Lu Xun went to the back of the slope to collect pine resin. The amount of resin is less than expected. Although it has been collected for several days, the amount of resin flowing out of each crack is limited, and due to the low temperature, it is very easy to solidify. Chapter 138 New Member Joints. In fact, collecting once a day should be the most suitable collection method. While collecting information, Lu Xun was also thinking in his mind, considering the future development direction of the shelter. 5 more people were added to the shelter, and first they needed to be housed, but the train car could solve this problem. There were beddings in the train carriage, and he could also make a portable fireplace. He just needed to arrange them in the train carriage, and there would be no problem with survival. However, there will be great problems with food, and we must find ways to increase food income to keep the shelter going. Small fish in the glaciers, wild vegetables in the snow, meat caught by snow cats, potatoes grown in the fields. These are all food sources, but they are far from enough, and we must find ways to increase them. After thinking for a long time, I couldn't think of a particularly good solution. I could only wait for Sherlay and others to come back to discuss this issue. After all, there is now a botany expert in the team, and Zhang Yuang may be able to provide some advice. In addition to food, defensive facilities in the shelter also need to be built as much as possible. Now that there are more people, making ice bricks and building fortresses will become easier, and many tasks that were impossible to complete before can now be attempted. Whether it is to defend against the zombies or to defend against possible dangers, the necessary defensive buildings and facilities are of vital importance. After all, he didn't know whether Zhou Yong and others would come to the ruins of the train one day and encircle and suppress them. Therefore, it is urgent to enhance our strength and build defense facilities. Dozens of minutes later, Sherlay also brought Shuya, Tang Zhongxiang, and others back from the heavy snow and wind, and happened to meet Lu Xun, who was collecting pine resin. After Lu Xun told Sherlay what had happened, his expression turned cold. We helped him so much and tried our best to build a shelter, and this is how Zhao Zhongyang treats us. Sherlay said, gritting his teeth. Every failure is a learning experience. Lu Xun's eyes were deep, and he said calmly, it's not a bad thing to leave the gathering place in time. Now it may be better to develop around the train carriages. That's right. Sooner or later, I will return to the gathering place and let them see the river of blood. Sherlay still had the temper and passion of a teenager. Lu Xun didn't say much. As the wind and snow grew stronger and the sky darkened, the group did not stay in the snow for long and returned to the shelter of the train carriage together. Looking at the extremely sturdy and spacious train carriages, everyone's expression was surprisingly consistent. That is, amazement. For most survivors, being able to find an abandoned train car in this desolate and barren doomsday land is something that would make them smile even in their dreams. Strictly speaking, the living environment inside a car is much better than that in a gathering place. Even if it takes another few decades, it would be difficult to build a shelter like a train carriage. Shuya, Tong Yun, Tang Zhongxiang, and Zhang Yuang all showed surprise and desire on their faces. However, Lu Xun still couldn't be completely at ease with these people. We have only been in contact for a few days, and although no unpleasantness has arisen, One cannot know a person's heart through his appearance. Everyone gathered in the train compartment. Lucian looked around with a frown on his face. He said, "To be honest, Zhao Zhongyang and I have completely broken off, and we are even at loggerheads. The place where you are now is my personal refuge." When they heard this, they all looked at each other and had a rough idea of what had happened, but when they actually heard it, they were still a little surprised. Lu Shen continued, "Since I have brought you back, I will naturally consider accepting you into my group, but whether you are willing or not depends on your own wishes." Tang Zhongxiang grinned and said, "We all followed you, Boss Lu. Besides, we have nothing to do with Zhao Zhongyang. There is no benefit in staying in the gathering place. How can the environment here be better?" "Not bad." Jiang Yueying nodded calmly and said, "Although Zhao Zhongyang's idea of a gathering place is good, there are actually many problems. When so many people gather together, there will definitely be a lot of dirty things hidden in the dark. It is better to establish an independent team of survivors than to stay there together. The prospects are definitely better." Lu Shen nodded slightly and said, "I can absorb you into my group, but I also have some requirements for you. I hope you can do it. Just say it. As long as it's not something too extreme, it should be fine. First, I need to collect all your survival radios to prevent you from contacting the outside world and to prevent the location of this shelter from being leaked. Is there a problem?" Lu Shen looked at everyone with a gloomy gaze. "What kind of self-will is there? We have already come here. If we can't do what he wants, he will never hold back." This request also made several people hesitate. For any survivor, a survival radio is vital to them. It is an important tool for communication and can help them understand the daily weather. However, after a brief thought, the few of them understood Lu Shen's concerns, and Lu Yifan still handed over his survival radio. Survival radio is very important, but for them, it is not as indispensable as they think. Stores? They don't necessarily have the ability to buy goods. Communication? There is not much valuable communication, and the final communication is most likely within the group. Weather? That's not a problem. The coldness on Lu Shen's face also became a little gentler, and he continued, "In this case, our future survival still requires our joint efforts. I hope everyone will perform their duties and work together to survive. In fact, the only purpose of gathering everyone together this time is to check their thoughts and take away the survival radio." From the looks of it, these 5 people are still very reliable. Shuya, Qiu Suying, and Tong Yun are originally one. If Qiu Suying and Shuya stay, Tong Yun will naturally follow. The 3 of them are the most stable factors. Tang Zhongxiang is a simple and honest person with an easygoing personality. As long as he doesn't encounter too much injustice, it's not a problem. Jiang Yueying was smart enough to see the situation clearly and distinguish the important from the unimportant. She was definitely not a troublemaker. Because the personalities of these people are considered good among the survivors, Lu Shen made up his mind to bring them back. Afterwards, the atmosphere in the truck became much more harmonious, and everyone looked around curiously. After getting familiar with each other, Lu Shen began to arrange accommodation for them. When the first day arrived, the other train carriages had not been packed up yet, so you could live directly in the carriage where Lu Shen was. Chapter 139, The First Night. In this carriage, most of the food and resources have been transferred to the underground shelter, so it is quite spacious. You just need to move 2 bunk beds from other train cars, and you can move in directly. For safety reasons, and to deepen their relationship, Sherlay and Lu Shen did not live in an underground shelter, but lived together in a train carriage. For women, divided into 2 groups, occupied 2 bunk beds. Lu Shen, Sherlay, and Tang Zhongxiang each occupied a double bed, because they were heavier and it was not safe to sleep on the upper bunk. If Sherlay slept on the upper bunk and Lu Shen stayed on the lower bunk, he would most likely not be able to sleep at night, for fear that the bed would suddenly collapse and crush him to death. 5 bunk beds are neatly arranged in the carriage, successfully transforming it into a dormitory. However, it is still very spacious and the overall conditions are very good. In order to increase warmth, Lu Shen specially lit 2 fireplaces to ensure that everyone could feel the heat. Moreover, in a relatively closed environment, the heat was not easy to flow out, and the temperature in the carriage quickly rose. As for the food in the evening, Lu Shen was not stingy. He gave each person a corn tortilla, some pickles and dried radishes, and also cooked some vermicelli with minced meat. This meal left everyone stunned. Tang Zhongxiang couldn't eat it for a long time. This. I can actually eat meat. I've been eating leafy vegetables for dozens of days. Jiang Yueying was also quite emotional. He was considered a survivor who was doing well. He had a lot of wild vegetables almost every day, but they were just wild vegetables. Only occasionally can one find some edible insects in the soil under the frozen ground, which can barely provide protein. However, this kind of ordinary home-cooked food is the most scarce thing in this era. The same went for Chiao Suiying and the other two. Whether it was the fat in the meat or the special flavor of the dried radish and pickles, they all made them dream of returning to life in civilized society. This meal also enhanced everyone's sense of belonging. At least in this small carriage, I can feel a bit of the warmth of home, and the environment and conditions in all aspects are far from comparable to those in gathering places. In the end, several people drank up all the vermicelli soup with tortillas, leaving almost nothing. At the same time, there was a hint of kindness in everyone's eyes when they looked at the snow cat. They have also learned that some of the fresh meat food was obtained by the big fat cat when it went out hunting, so their favorability increased significantly, and everyone wanted to try it. This made the already extremely vigilant snow cat feel very uncomfortable. It dodged here and there in the train carriage, and finally rushed out and went to sleep in the underground shelter by itself. This also made everyone laugh and cry. Lucian secretly felt lucky that the snow cat had lived with him for some time and was not particularly afraid of humans. Otherwise, given the nature of this wild predator, if others approached it easily, they would probably be attacked by it. After eating and drinking, before they had time to lie down, the first task for everyone arrived as scheduled. The howling of the biting cold wind was mixed with the low roars of zombies, which were getting closer and closer. The originally peaceful atmosphere in the carriage suddenly became tense. Lucian had already told them in advance that there would be siege by zombies at night, but when they actually faced this situation, everyone was still nervous. Lucian picked up the iron spear and said calmly, "Don't be afraid, just do as I say. Stab it out from the hole in the ice brick fortress. The position is just where the corpse's head is. There will be no danger." Chiao Suiying and others looked at each other and then nodded. Outside, Lucian dug a few more circular holes on the ice brick fortress and made an iron spear for each person. Since the ice brick fortress is also filled with radiation, the holes are located close to each other. Lucian and Sherlay carry the independent shelter core with them, which is just enough to protect everyone. At first, everyone was a little unfamiliar with the situation, especially Chiao Suiying, who was afraid to move too big because of her injuries. But as you become more proficient, a simple task becomes easier to accomplish. You just need to poke the spear out. If you hit a zombie, think about it in your mind to make sure the zombie is killed. Lucian was busy until after 11 o'clock in the evening. He rubbed his sore arms, greeted everyone, and returned to the train compartment to sleep. Early the next morning, the mechanical alarm clock made a ding-ling-ling sound, breaking the silence in the carriage. Almost in an instant, 5 figures woke up from the bed and sat up with a thump. Tong Yin still had her eyes closed and began to put on her clothes in a daze. However, after a few seconds, the mechanical alarm was still ringing with no sign of stopping. Everyone then turned their eyes to Lucian and Sherlay, only to see that they were sleeping soundly, not affected by the alarm clock at all, and their eyelids didn't even move. Should we get up? I don't know. Since I set the alarm for this time, I must be working at this time, right? But why are they still sleeping? Sure enough, the alarm clock can wake up everyone except the person who set it. That makes sense. Tang Zhongxiang nodded, yawned, and said, but it's our first day after all, so we can't be too lazy. We should get up early and do some work. The wood we dragged back yesterday is still outside, so we can just go and chop it down. After thinking for a while, they got up, dressed, added some charcoal to the fireplace, and then carefully left the carriage to work. Snap, snap, snap. The sound of chopping wood echoed in the ice brick fortress. A few minutes later, a roar sounded. Fuck, who's not sleeping so late at night? Ahem, sorry Uncle Chong, I indeed overslept. You continue to work and don't worry about me, don't worry about me. Lucian scratched his head in embarrassment and comforted the frightened Tang Zhongxiang. Tang Zhongxiang blinked in horror. I was still a little shocked. I didn't expect that I would be scolded for getting up early to work. Lucian scratched his head helplessly. It seemed that he really needed to change his habit of sleeping in. Finally, after learning from my mistakes, I took out my schedule and changed the wake-up time from 8:50 to 7:30. From today on, he will start a new life. After this brief episode, Lucian and Sherlay got up rather lazily, brushed their teeth and washed their faces, and then started looking for something to eat. Looking at the lazy living habits of the two, Chiao Suiying and others were stunned. We can't imagine such living habits, living in such a harsh doomsday environment, and still living so well. Look at them. They get up early and come back late every day. If they cannot go out to explore, they will find ways to do something meaningful to enrich their lives as much as possible. Chapter 140 Potato Farming. I originally thought that other survivors with better living conditions would be more self-disciplined, but I didn't expect that. However, when he officially started working and needed to strive for survival, Lucian also showed his capable side. Today, there is actually a lot of work that needs to be done in the shelter, and a large part of it is extremely important and urgent. Lucian also roughly standardized it, which can be roughly divided into basic development of the shelter and strength improvement. The basic development of a shelter starts with the collection of resources. In this barren doomsday, there are very few ways to obtain resources, especially some knowledge necessary for survival. For example, wood, food, candles, and warm items. Therefore, the time spent exploring outside every day is still an important opportunity that cannot be missed, and all members need to go out to collect resources. At present, the personnel can be roughly divided into two teams. Men such as Lucian are mainly responsible for cutting wood and collecting pine resin for lighting. The four women, who have slightly less physical strength, can, under the leadership of Jiang Yueying, go to the surrounding hillsides and valleys to look for possible wild vegetables and food around. In addition, Lucian also considered that the fish resources and wool grass in the glacier are also very important survival resources. During my most recent outing, I spent 2 days collecting resources on the glacier and harvested dozens of kilograms of velvet grass and more than 20 small fish, all of which are now frozen in the refrigerator. Moreover, these small fish are the food they store after satisfying their own consumption. This is enough to show that the fish resources in the glaciers are very abundant and can serve as a major source of food. If there is an opportunity, he or Sherlay can lead the team to the glacier to collect. However, since the glacier is far away and it is inconvenient to travel back and forth, most people have to stay there for a few days. Therefore, you need to be extra careful every time you travel to the glacier. These are all tasks that need to be completed outside the shelter during the exploration time, and almost everyone has an assignment. However, they can only go out for about 2 to 3 hours a day, and most of the time they stay in the shelter. For example, nowadays, most people wake up early in the morning, have a lot of free time, and also need to arrange some work. Lucian also made arrangements according to their respective abilities. The women, led by Jiang Yueying, are mainly responsible for the planting industry. After thinking for a moment, Lucian took Jiang Yueying to the underground shelter to check whether the crops were growing normally and whether they could be grown. Jiang Yueying came to the underground shelter, bent down and looked down, carefully checking the situation in the fields. A few minutes later, a professional answer was given. There's no need to have any illusions about corn. There's absolutely no sign of growth. There's a high probability that it won't survive. The cold words made Lucian stunned for a moment. He scratched his head with some regret. He had more or less expected this result. Afterwards, Jiang Yueying dug the corn kernels directly out of the soil to check. Then, he told Lucian a truth that made him helpless. The corn kernels are too old. They have been grown for too long and have already died. There is no way they can be grown. Lucian nodded slightly. This meant that no matter how hard he tried before, he would not be able to gain anything. He couldn't help but feel lucky that he bought this special potato from the store, otherwise the planting industry would not be able to start at all. However, there was also a pleasant surprise, which was the growth of potatoes. Jiang Yueying checked the land as usual and couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's really strange. In such a harsh environment, it should be completely unsuitable for potatoes to grow. Why are these potatoes growing so well?" Jiang Yueying lay on the ground and checked the green seedlings growing from the potatoes again. She muttered to herself, "They are not much different from potatoes grown at normal temperature and in normal environment. In fact, they grow much faster." Lucian did not hide it and said, "Teacher Jiang, this potato was purchased from a store. It should have been affected by radiation, so it is quite special." "I see, that's normal." Jiang Yueying nodded slightly, then said, "They are growing very well. We just need to add more fertilizer, keep the soil loose, and water it in a few days. This batch of potatoes will most likely survive. However, the final output is still uncertain." After getting such a result, a look of joy appeared on Lucian's face. It was almost certain that the potato-based planting industry would most likely be on the right track. Lucian thought for a moment, and finally handed over all matters concerning the planting industry to Jiang Yueying, a professional, and Jiang Yueying nodded in agreement. Jiang Yueying also showed great enthusiasm for being able to participate in the establishment and development of a shelter from scratch. "Don't worry, leave all the tasks concerning planting and collecting wild vegetables to me," Jiang Yueying responded with a smile. "By the way, I saw a lot of trees growing on the surrounding hillsides. I will check them out to see if there are any resources that can be used. Also, the environment of the surrounding hillsides is very suitable for plant growth. Maybe we can find some edible wild vegetables." Listening to Jiang Yueying's thoughts, Lucian couldn't help but sighed that such a botanical expert was indeed a treasure. Especially in this doomsday, most plants have mutated due to radiation, and it is impossible to figure out what their functions are, so we can slowly explore. As long as we can figure out the functions of these mutated plants, it is equivalent to digging up a huge treasure house, and Jiang Yueying is obviously the key to some treasure house. Lu Xun also assigned tasks to Qiu Suying, Shuiya, and Tong Yun, whose main task was to help Jiang Yueying. As for Sherlay and Tang Zhongqiang, Lu Xun also has other work arrangements. Moreover, this work is urgent and concerns the life and death of everyone, so it must be completed as soon as possible with all our strength. It's the construction of defensive facilities. The threats from Zhou Yong and Zhao Zhongyang were like a thorn, firmly embedded in Lu Xun's heart, causing him to feel itchy all the time. He had been thinking that it was very necessary to expand and reinforce the ice brick fortress to improve the protection capabilities of the shelter. Moreover, in addition to defending against danger, it can also expand people's living area and prepare for future development. Returning to the train carriage, Lu Xun took out the collected papers and pens, drew a map based on the environment around the train carriage, and planned to plan the area of the new ice brick fortress based on the terrain. The train carriage number 12 where we are now is backed by a steep hillside, which serves as a natural barrier and can be used as a wall. He planned to build 3 more ice walls around the mountain, enclose an area, and build a larger ice brick fortress to provide for the survival and development of 7 people. According to conservative estimates, the area needs to be around 300 to 500 square meters. Chapter 141, Expanding the Ice Brick Fortress. Such a large area is enough to store a large amount of wood, charcoal, freezers, wool, grass, and other resources. Even if you encounter a strong snowstorm again and cannot go out for a long time, you can rely on the stored resources to survive in the ice brick fortress. Even if possible, you can try to transplant some mutated trees and plants into the shelter to enrich the internal resources. Of course, the plan is good, but to truly achieve it, the time, energy, and manpower required will be extremely huge. There are many difficult problems that need to be solved slowly. The first and most important thing is the ice bricks needed to build the ice brick fort. An ice brick fortress covering an area of 300 to 500 square meters must consume an enormous amount of ice bricks. Even if everyone in the shelter used all their spare time to make ice bricks, it would probably take a long time to accumulate a sufficient number. Secondly, when building small and medium-sized ice brick fortresses, there is no need to consider the load-bearing capacity, but if the area is too large, there may be a risk of collapse. Therefore, the specific method of building an ice brick fortress remains to be discussed. Finally, there is an extremely important issue, which is radiation in ice brick fortresses. If the ice brick fortress is always full of radiation, daily life will be troublesome. Of course, Lu Xun can also spend survival coins to help everyone upgrade their shelters, and have everyone carry an independent shelter core with them. But this is ultimately a last resort and cannot fundamentally solve the problem. In fact, the best way is to use mutant willow branches. You just need to apply a layer of mutant willow sap on the ice wall to effectively prevent radiation. However, Lu Xun recently discovered a problem. That is, in the underground shelter, although the juice of mutant willow branches was applied, the effect of the juice was gradually reduced as time went on, and a small amount of radiation began to penetrate again. This is enough to show that the effect of the sap from the mutant willow branches is not permanent, but will gradually dissipate over time. In this way, the consumption of mutant willow branches will become very large. If it were in the past, Lu Xun could often go to the gathering place and go to Jingning Town to collect mutated willow branches. But now, I have completely broken up with Zhao Zhongyang. Let alone going to Jingning Town, even going close to the gathering place is very risky. Taking a step back, there are not many mutant willow trees in Jingning Town, only about 50 or 60 at most. If consumed for a long time, there may be a shortage of supply. Therefore, it is a very difficult task to build a permanent and radiation-free gathering place using the juice of mutant willow branches. Lu Xun must find other ways to isolate radiation. He sighed, there is still a long way to go in building the shelter. But now, there are more people in the shelter, and he can spend a lot of time on developing the shelter. The construction of the shelter will begin today. Lu Xun found Sherlay and Tang Zhongqiang and asked them to build a large number of ice bricks in preparation for the expansion of the shelter. Sherlay naturally had no objection. He used a suitcase to transport the snow outside the ice brick fortress back into the ice brick fortress. Tang Zhongqiang uses a mold, fills it with snow, then pours hot water on it, and waits for the melted ice and snow to solidify naturally. Regarding the number of ice bricks, Lu Xun only gave one requirement, no upper limit. Everyone was doing their own job, and Lucian himself was not idle either. There was a more important thing that he needed to complete personally. In addition to resource collection, agricultural development, and shelter construction, there is one extremely important thing that affects the development and survival of the entire shelter, and that is strength. In this doomsday, without strong power, it is impossible to support the development of the shelter. Whether heading to the town ruins to look for resources or exploring in the wild, strength is of paramount importance. In today's shelter, the strength can be roughly divided into two parts. On the one hand, there is the strength of Sherlay and Lucian. As talented awakeners, these two are much stronger than ordinary people. They are the foundation of the shelter and the core of today's group of survivors. Therefore, it is imperative for both of them to improve their strength. Lucian was also thinking, what method is there to improve their strength? At present, there are roughly 3 known ways, namely, soul-condensing potion, radiation core, and deep corruption area. Soul-condensing potions are hard to come by, and the chance of them appearing in a store is very low. The possibility of using them to help Sherlay reach level 2 is still too low. The secondary radiation core contains certain substances that can help human talent awakeners improve their strength. Unfortunately, there is a risk of infection, so Lucian dare not use it easily. However, you can try to upgrade the second-level radiation core to the 3rd level, and perhaps the risk will be reduced. Or he could try to separate from the radiation core the energy that would help the human survivors ascend. But after he tried it, he found that it was extremely difficult. Finally, the deep corruption zone is also an option. He still remembers Zhou Yong's words. A large part of the introduction to the deep corruption zone may be true. There may be great dangers in the deep corruption zone, but there are also a lot of opportunities and benefits. And next to him, there seems to be a deep corruption area. Lucian's eyes flickered. If there was a chance, he must find a way to explore the deep corruption zone again. Such a special place must have something extraordinary inside. Now it seems that it is actually very difficult to improve his and Sherlay's strength, and it will take a long time of exploration and experimentation. However, there is another fighting force in the shelter, and improving its strength is relatively simple. That's Lucian. As a rotten corpse, Lucian's strength is improving so fast that it is beyond imagination. Now he has reached the peak of level 2. His strength is stronger than Lucian and Sherlay. He is only one step away from reaching a higher level. Lucian came to the refrigerator and counted the radiation cores he now had, a total of 95 first-level radiation cores. Among them, 30 coins were used by Zhao Zhongyang to pay for the portable fireplace, and more than 20 coins were obtained when he was running a freshwater business. As for the remaining 40 or so coins, they were the income from last night. With 7 people poking the rotten corpse together, the harvest increased a lot immediately, which made it easier to obtain the radiation core. Lucian used his solidification talent to begin drawing the energy from the radiation core, turning the first-level radiation core into a pseudo-second-level radiation core, creating a total of 19. Extremely rich radiation energy instantly filled the freezer, and Lucian's strong body became even stronger under the nourishment of the radiation energy. Chapter 142 Small Wind Power Generation Equipment. If the second-level radiation core cannot help Lucian reach a higher level, then this time, it would be best to try to upgrade the second-level radiation core to the 3rd level. Perhaps there will be different results. Lucian thought silently and had already made a plan in his mind. He needs to improve the strength of Lucian again at all costs and create a top combat force to improve the overall strength of the shelter. After doing all this, he did not join in the production of ice bricks, but returned to the train carriage alone. Apart from daily labor activities, there are more important things to do. First, take out all the survival radios. There are 6 in total, except Sherlay's, which has not been handed in. The others are all here. The daily store refresh should not be wasted. Lucian tried them one by one. Sports shoes, 15 survival coins. Table, 10 survival coins. Washing machine, 80 survival coins. All useless. Lucian shook his head helplessly and threw Tang Zhongxiang's survival radio aside. Continue to pick up Chiao Suying's survival radio. Noodles, 20 survival coins. Lipstick, 5 survival coins. Candle, 10 survival coins. Lucian's eyes lit up, and he went straight to buy some noodles. He would buy almost anything that could be used as food and wasn't too expensive. Now, he had a lot of survival coins in his hands. Some of them were obtained by selling fresh water and fireplaces, and some were obtained by selling useless daily necessities in the train compartment. In total, there are almost 700 pieces. Afterwards, he used Shuya, Tong Yun, and Jiang Yueying's survival radios to refresh the goods in the store, but did not produce any important resources. Most items are either completely useless or too cheap to buy. Finally, I took out my survival radio and clicked refresh, almost giving up hope. However, when 3 items appeared in front of me. Lucian was so shocked that he almost jumped off the bed. 1 caddies of cotton, 20 survival coins. Small wind power generation equipment, 1,000 survival coins. Equipped with basic power generation equipment, wind blades, batteries, wiring, light bulbs. Shovel, 20 survival coins. The cotton and shovel, while both good, pale in comparison to the item in the middle. Lucian rubbed his eyes and confirmed it several times before he was sure that he was not seeing things. This is actually a wind power generation equipment. In fact, he discovered a long time ago that in stores, some electrical appliances would be refreshed, such as hairdryers, washing machines, light bulbs, etc. However, he just thought it was a joke by the store system, deliberately placing these useless goods there. But now, he found that maybe it wasn't the case. Although, the human survivors have never come into contact with electrical appliances, even if they occasionally find engines, power generation equipment, and electrical appliances, they are all damaged and unusable. But this does not mean that it is really impossible to restore electricity. It may be a fantasy, or even impossible, to fully return to the electric age. However, if we only use a small wind turbine, combined with the wind and snow outside, to collect some electricity needed for daily use and provide the use of small appliances such as electric lights and flashlights, there will most likely be no problem. It doesn't need to play a big role, just providing electric light and lighting for the shelter is worth far more than you can imagine. After all, whether it is a fire, a fireplace, or a candle, they are all consumables, which consume a lot of basic living resources, and the amount of light they provide is not enough. If you replace it with an electric light, it only needs 6 watts of brightness to completely replace the candle. Even more, if we use some equipment to make weapons similar to electric batons, wouldn't it be easy to deal with the primitive people in the doomsday world? After hesitating for a moment, Lucian called Sherlay, who was making ice bricks. When Sherlay saw this small wind power generation equipment, he was also shocked and almost swore. Ruthershin, can this thing still be found in stores? I can't believe it. Are we going back to the electric age? Lucian shook his head slightly. It's not as good as you think. At most, it can keep the lights on. It's very difficult to use it in other places. But at least there's hope, right? Indeed. So I thought about buying it. Buy it. Anyone who doesn't buy this level of merchandise is a fool. But I'm short of money. I think the demand for this thing isn't that great, and it costs 1,000 survival coins. Sherlay scratched his head, a look of embarrassment on his face. Pa. Lucian patted his forehead and said, don't waste time. Each person has 500 survival coins. Buy this thing. At least it can solve the lighting problem. Even if other electrical appliances are refreshed, maybe we can buy them and use them. That makes sense. In the end, the two of them paid 500 survival coins each to buy the item. Soon, many small parts appeared in front of us, the core of which were the fan blades and batteries. The specifications are relatively small. The fan blades are equivalent to those of a larger electric fan, and the battery is not that big either. Obviously, this small wind power generation equipment cannot support large electrical appliances and can only provide a small amount of electricity. But even a small amount of electricity can play an extraordinary role in this doomsday environment. Moreover, the principle of this small wind power generation equipment is very simple, and ordinary people can complete both installation and use. The fan blades need to be placed outside the ice brick fortress, and the wind force is used to drive the fan blades to rotate, converting mechanical energy into electrical energy, which can be stored in the battery. The battery can be connected directly to the wires to make the light bulb light up. After working for more than half an hour, when the light bulb connected to the wires emitted a bright orange light, everyone in the shelter couldn't help but feel dazed. They made the same movement at the same time, narrowed their eyes slightly, and put their fingers in front of their eyes, but still couldn't help staring blankly. Because they have lived in a dark environment for a long time, it was pitch black whether it was day or night. Suddenly seeing the brighter light, they felt a little uncomfortable for a while. However, when I felt the bright orange-yellow light from the electric lights, I felt that the whole world was lit up, and I could also feel the breath of a civilized society. Although it is still not as good as that in modern society, in this doomsday era, the brightness of this light bulb is enough to surprise people. More importantly, wind power generation and electric lights have at least solved the lighting problem for now and do not require consuming too many resources. Whether it is day or night, even if the light bulbs are on 24 hours a day, the wind power generation equipment can provide sufficient electricity, which makes their daily work much more convenient. Chapter 143 Black Ice Brick. During the installation, Lucian also took into account the movement of the light bulb, so he opened a hole in the train carriage. At night, the bulbs can be placed in train carriages. During the day, the bulbs can be placed under ice brick fortresses to illuminate daily work. Even if the wires are extended, the light bulbs can be pulled directly into the underground shelter. Once the lighting problem is solved, the consumption of wood will be reduced a lot, which is equivalent to reducing the survival pressure of everyone and allowing them to spend more time on more meaningful things. In the small ice brick fortress, under the warm orange light, Sherlay and Tang Zhongxiang kept making ice bricks, and their movements became faster. After Lucian finished his own work, he joined in and made a few molds with wood to speed up the production of ice bricks. It didn't take too long for the small ice brick fortress to be filled with ice bricks. Lucian then arranged for Lucier to carry the ice bricks outside the shelter and begin building an ice wall. The initial construction work was actually very simple and did not require Lucian to go out in person. Even if it was handed over to Lucier, it could be easily completed. You just need to dig up the snow on the ground to expose the frozen soil underneath, lay the foundation for the ice wall, and then stack the ice bricks. Since the ice brick fortress this time is planned to be built over 300 square meters, in order to ensure that it is firm and does not collapse, the ice wall must be thick enough and the foundation must be solid. Therefore, when building an ice wall, 6 ice bricks will be used in the area close to the permafrost at the bottom, and even at the top, at least 3 ice bricks will be used. The ice wall is about 4 meters high and 1 meter thick, almost equivalent to a city wall, and you can stand directly on top of it. However, this construction method requires an increased number of ice bricks, and the manpower and material resources consumed have also reached an outrageous level. But in order to solve the problem once and for all and have a safe enough shelter in the future, Lucian felt it was worth it. At worst, the construction time can be extended and completed later. However, while making ice bricks, Lucian suddenly had an idea and remembered a previous idea. That's compressed ice bricks. Before, he tried to use his talent to compress the ice bricks. It was quite difficult, but the effect was very good. Ice bricks compressed by solidification are harder, stronger, and more durable, and not easy to melt. The material is even better than some steel. However, he was only at level 1 at that time, and the compressed ice bricks consumed too much of his energy, so he did not continue. This time, Lucian thought for a moment and decided to try again. Today's ice brick model is 50 cm times 30 cm times 30 cm in size. When the force of solidification acts on it, the ice brick begins to be compressed rapidly. If it is just a physical compression density, the ice bricks will break apart very quickly due to their brittleness and cannot be compressed at all. However, the effect of solidification is different from physical compression. It is rich in some special substances and belongs to a deeper level of traction and compression, so the effect produced is also quite special. After a few minutes, the ice brick, which was originally 30 centimeters thick, was reduced to only about 10 centimeters. Today's ice bricks have become different in other aspects besides the thickness, the first of which is the color, which has turned a light gray. Due to the extremely strong pressure, some ice cracks appear inside, which are very fine and compact, like naturally formed patterns. Moreover, the hardness has reached a new high. Lucian punched the ice brick several times in a row but failed to crack it. India was even taller than a block of iron. It's amazing, the texture has changed so much. While Lucian was thinking, he continued to output the power of solidification, wanting to try to see to what extent the ice brick could be compressed. After another 10 minutes of effort, Lucian had consumed almost all of his energy and performed strong compression again. This time, he compressed the ice brick to the point where it could no longer be compressed. Even if he continued to apply pressure, the ice brick did not move at all. And this time, the ice brick seemed to have reached a critical point and some changes occurred again. The originally light gray ice brick had now turned dark black, becoming a piece of pure black ice. The cracks inside also disappeared, and it looked like a 5 centimeter thick, very thin and black stone brick that exuded a cold atmosphere. This time, even when Sherlay punched it, the ice brick showed no signs of breaking. Instead, it collided with the ground, making a crisp ding-ling-dang sound. The hardness is so terrifying that it is staggering. Sherlay picked up the black ice curiously, punched it several times, and tried to break it into pieces, but to no avail. Tang Zhongxiang also stepped forward and tried it, but to no avail. In fact, because Tang Zhongxiang was just an ordinary person, the sharp edge of the black ice cut a cut on his palm while he was breaking it. Suddenly, blood flowed out, which frightened Tang Zhongxiang. At the moment when my palm was scratched, I didn't even feel any pain. The low temperature and sharp ice crystals cut the skin in an instant. How was it possible? The edge of the ice brick is obviously very rough. How could it cut my hand? Tang Zhongxiang said in disbelief, with a little embarrassment on his face. Lucian frowned slightly, but did not blame him. He took out the medicine box from the car and asked Shuya to help him with a simple bandage. Then he explained, the ice bricks are indeed not sharp. It is the ice crystals inside that are squeezed by huge forces, like extremely tiny spikes. They are also extremely hard. If you touch them directly with your hands, you are likely to get hurt. Hiss. Ruthershan, your talent can actually reach this level. Sherlay also took a breath of cold air, quite shocked. Apart from anything else, compressing ice to such an extent and then making it into a weapon could be even more powerful than weapons made of steel. Judging from what happened just now, the speed at which ice crystals cut the hand is much faster than a knife. And it also has a frostbite effect. I was also a little surprised that the ice bricks that have been compressed to the extreme are indeed of very high quality. Lucian said lightly. Brother Shin, if we use this kind of black ice bricks to build an ice brick fortress, it would be difficult for even a second-level talent awakener or an extremely powerful mutant creature to break through, let alone a corpse, right? Sherlay said, touching his chin with his eyes wide open. Hearing this, Lucian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Don't let your imagination run wild. I just compressed this ice brick and almost consumed all the energy. Do you want me to compress all the ice bricks to this extent? This. At this time, Tang Zhengqiang, who was being bandaged, suddenly said, Boss, I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it. Say, you're welcome. Chapter 144 Mutated Wild Boar. Tang Zhengqiang nodded and said seriously, there is no need to compress all the ice bricks to the level of black ice. Just add a layer of black ice in the middle of the ice wall to cover the entire ice brick fortress. On the one hand, only a thin layer is needed to increase the hardness and strength of the entire ice brick fortress, and the effect should be very obvious. On the other hand, didn't we mention before that without materials to serve as load-bearing columns, collapse is likely to occur? This black ice should be able to solve this problem to a certain extent. When Lucian heard this, he thought about it for a moment and his eyes lit up. What Tang Zhengqiang said does make sense. Black ice bricks, this higher quality material is naturally not suitable for large-scale use. But if you only use a thin layer, you may be able to use it. At worst, when your capabilities increase in the future and you can produce a large number of black ice bricks, you can add more black ice bricks. Now, just by adding a layer of black ice bricks outside the ice layer, the defense of the entire ice brick fortress can be greatly enhanced. Even so, Lucian still felt cold sweats coming out, and the consumption on him seemed to be still extremely huge. It is indeed something we can consider. We can wait until the ice wall is built first and then do secondary processing later. Lucian pondered and kept this suggestion in mind. A little after 2 in the afternoon, Lucian and his companions temporarily stopped making ice bricks. After working for a whole morning, they had accumulated a lot of ice bricks. Jiang Yueying and a few others also walked out of the underground shelter, also sweating profusely. It seemed that they had a lot of work to do in the morning. It's time for daily exploration. Today you can go out for 158 minutes. Everyone, get ready and go out to collect resources. Lucian glanced at the survival radio, looked at the weather outside, and spoke. Then, he arranged a task. Teacher Jiang, take Chiao Suying and the others to walk around the area to see if there are any wild vegetables that can be dug, and check the surrounding trees by the way. At the same time, he also said a word of comfort. Today is the first day. There is no need to be too stressed. Even if there is no harvest, it doesn't matter. Just learn as much as possible. Also, pay attention to safety. Jiang Weiying nodded. Just leave it to me. Lucian didn't say much, giving them enough trust. Then he looked at Sherlay and Tang Zhengqiang and said, Sherlay, the two of you act on your own. I won't assign you any tasks. Sherlay touched his bald head, put on a hat made of hair fur, and grinned. Okay. Sherlay has always acted alone, except when they went out together to explore the ruins of the town. They either go to cut wood or look for food, each with their own ideas, so Lucian usually doesn't make too many arrangements. Lucian himself, along with Lu Shi and the snow cat, walked into the vast snow and went. As soon as the snow cat walked out for a distance, it sank directly into the snow and headed towards the dead leaf forest. That dead leaf forest is the snow cat's favorite place to go, because there are many dead leaf birds living there, and most of the trees in the dead leaf forest are relatively short, so the snow cat can easily catch the dead leaf birds. Therefore, it often brings back some frozen bird carcasses. Of course, the snow cat must have embezzled a lot of it. Moreover, according to Lucian's observation, because dead leaf birds live in the dead leaf forest, small predators often approach and prey on the dead leaf birds for food. Sometimes, snow cats will also catch some larger prey of these predators. Previously, a mouse-like creature was caught. It was about 15 centimeters in size, with dark gray-black fur and a lot of meat. Lucian has become more and more confident in the snow cat's abilities. He doesn't need to worry too much about this top predator. Lucian himself brought Lu Shi to the pine forest and collected pine resin as usual. Although we have electric lights now, candles are still a valuable survival resource, and it is necessary to store some. Whether for personal use or to sell to stores, it is a good choice. Besides, he really has nothing to do. The nearest town ruins are Jingning Town, which is also inaccessible now. The closest place worth exploring must be the mountains and forests in the east, but he doesn't dare to go there. If he was blocked by Zhao Zhongyang, given the current relationship between the two sides, he was not sure if he could run a second time. Therefore, The time for going out to explore is indeed a bit useless for Lucian, as he seems to have nothing to do. But soon, he couldn't help but slap himself in the face. Even though he has nothing to do, there is always someone who will find something for him to do. I had just finished collecting rosin and hadn't rested for a few minutes when Sherlay's message came. Brotherson, come and save us. We are blocked. Sherlay's slightly panicked voice came, mixed with the whistling sound of the wind, and it was not clear. Lucian's heart tightened, and he frowned and asked, "What's going on? Where are you?" "Let's go northeast, about 500 meters away. Take the corpse with you. There are mutant creatures here." Sherlay's voice became much more serious, and it was obvious that the situation was a bit troublesome. Lucian did not dare to be careless, and immediately took Lucier and rushed to the northeast. On the road, you can clearly feel that the radiation concentration around you is constantly increasing. In the northeast direction, it has also begun to approach the mountains in the east. The radiation concentration around it is also very high, and mutant giant elephants are active around it. Lucian couldn't help but curse inwardly, his face looking a little ugly. It would be strange if Sherlay didn't encounter any accidents when he went there for nothing. When he got closer, he searched in the vast snow and finally found the figures of Sherlay and Tang Zhongqiang. But the situation at this moment is already extremely serious. From a distance, one could see Sherlay and Tang Zhongqiang, with their backs against a sparse forest and a gray creature standing in front of them. The two sides were in a state of confrontation. After a careful inspection, Lucian couldn't help but gasp. It seemed to be a wild boar. The wild boar is not very big, about 1 meter tall, but it is extremely strong, with hard gray-black bristles that are almost distinct and huge fangs with a hint of scarlet. This is very different from a domestic pig. The muscles on its forelimbs and head are obvious, and its eyes are full of ferocity. Sherlay bent slightly, ready to deal with the mutant wild boar's attack at any time. In the current wild environment, the terrain is flat and wide. If the strong wild boar were to charge at him with all its strength, even he would not dare to take it down easily. There is even a high possibility that you will be seriously injured by the collision. Needless to say, Tang Zhongqiang next to him would be seriously injured or even die if he was touched at all. Lucian gradually approached, and when he was about 30 meters away, the mutant wild boar looked over at him suddenly at an extremely fast speed. Lucian's face darkened. This beast has such a keen sense. Chapter 145, Life and Death Showdown. I had originally planned to launch a sneak attack, but now it's obviously failed. Sherlay also looked over immediately. When he saw Lucian's figure, a hint of surprise appeared on his face, but he did not dare to relax at all and remain vigilant against the mutant wild boar. Now that he had been discovered, Lucian no longer hid. He came out from the back with Lucier following closely behind him. In the past, the land corpses would most likely be hiding in the dark, ready to launch a sneak attack or provide support at any time. But this time, Lucian was afraid that he would be hit to death, so he asked Lucier to stay by his side. "Sherlay, how did you get involved with this thing? Why didn't it kill you?" Lucian said unhappily. "Ahem." Sherlay stared at the mutant wild boar intently and said bitterly, "Brotherson, please stop talking. I almost got hit to death just now." As he spoke, he pointed to the tree behind him. When Lucian looked over, the corner of his mouth twitched suddenly. The distance was far and he couldn't see clearly. "Now that I'm getting closer, I can see a broken tree in the snow behind me. It's about 30 centimeters thick and about 10 meters tall, which is obviously a big tree in Doomsday. However, at a height of 1 meter, it was broken by the huge force and collapsed in the snow. You know, the density of mutated plants in a Doomsday environment is mostly very high, and it is difficult to cut them down even with an iron axe. However, this seemingly small wild boar could cause such huge damage simply by charging, which made Lucian's already tense heart even more nervous. The mutant wild boar's eyes were slightly scarlet. Even when it saw Lucian approaching with Lucier, it still had no intention of leaving. Instead, it kept kicking its hind legs and emitting a deep breath from its nostrils. Careful. The next moment, the mutant wild boar did not hesitate and rushed towards Sherlay and the others again at an extremely fast speed. The snow on the ground had been flattened due to the previous battle, allowing the mutant wild boar to move as if on flat ground at an extremely fast speed. Sherlay's reaction speed was also very fast. He jumped into the snow behind him immediately. The extremely thick snow could effectively affect the wild boar's movements. Although the mutant wild boar is extremely lethal, its weakness is also very obvious, which is that it can only rush forward and cannot stop during the rush. Sherlay grabbed Tang Zhongqiang and barely avoided the attack of the mutant wild boar. He then rushed into the snow without hesitation and ran towards Lucian. He knew very well that in the snowy environment, his big body was of no use and could not match Lucian's talent. Lucian narrowed his eyes slightly and was ready to mobilize his not-so-much talent. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He should have known not to compress the ice bricks. Most of his innate energy was exhausted. which made it difficult for him to deal with the mutant wild boar in time. What bad luck. I must hurt this beast in one go, otherwise if I continue to pester it, I might be exhausted to death. Lucian thought silently in his mind, his hands already stretched into the snow, ready. Beneath the seemingly calm snow, some of the snow has already turned into extremely thin and hard black ice needles under the extremely strong pressure of the solidification talent. The black ice needle fighting method is still one of his most effective fighting methods. The consumption is not very high, but the effect is surprisingly good. After a round of collision, the mutant wild boar broke several large trees again, but it just shook its head and was not injured at all. Its red eyes looked at Lucian and others again. Its low intelligence made it completely ignore the enemy. After a slight hesitation, it attacked towards Lucian at an even faster speed. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. As the distance got closer, Lucian's heart sank slightly and he couldn't help but hold his breath. Although he was very confident in the black ice needles, he was still not sure whether this method would be effective against the mutant wild boar. After all, this was the first time the two sides had fought. When the distance was only about 5 meters, the mutant wild boar pushed away the snow like a bulldozer, showing an unstoppable momentum. But the next moment, its figure suddenly became unstable, and its front feet obviously hit something, causing its running movement to be obviously deformed. A smile appeared on Lucian's lips. He raised icicles in the snow, and this method of combat, which tripped the enemy, was as effective as ever. The mutant wild boar broke the icicle with one kick, and its speed of charge was obviously affected. It staggered forward a few steps and plunged face first into the snow pile. Ouch. The painful howls rang through the ears, the mutant wild boar's eyes became clearer, and it rolled several times in the snow. Lucian and Sherlay took a few steps back, trying to stay as far away from the beast as possible. The black ice needle, with its hard material, successfully penetrated into the mutant wild boar's head. A large amount of blood gushed out, dripping onto the snow. However, the mutant wild boar rolled over several times, roared continuously, and then actually climbed up from the ground again. Lucian's pupils contracted, and he took a few steps back. What a tenacious vitality. What a terrifying defense. It is almost certain that the black ice needle has actually pierced into the mutant wild boar's head, but it is likely that it has only pierced the skin and caused minor damage to the bones, but did not directly penetrate the brain. The mutant wild boar now suffered serious injuries, but they were definitely not fatal. Without any hesitation, Lucian once again squeezed the energy in his body and condensed black ice needles around him. Perhaps, the strength of the black ice needle is indeed not comparable to the bones of this mutant creature. If it is inserted from a soft position such as the abdomen, the effect should be very different. But after experiencing a failure and suffering great pain, the mutant wild boar became much more cautious. This time, he did not rush around, but wandered around Lucian and others, pacing back and forth. Beads of sweat appeared on Lucian's forehead. This kind of confrontation was what he least wanted to see. Once he was involved in it, things would become very troublesome. I glanced at the time on the mechanical alarm clock and saw that the end of the exploration time was getting closer and closer. If he waited until the snowstorm started and the temperature began to drop, he could not guarantee that he would be able to deal with this powerful mutant creature in this wild environment. So after a little thought, he decided to take the initiative. Sherlay, I will find a way to restrict its movements. You cooperate with Lucian and attack it from the side. Lucian whispered. Sherlay nodded slightly. Okay, and said, picking up the spear in his hand. Sherlay and Lucian took a step forward, getting closer and closer to the mutant wild boar, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Lucian's talent began to be used, and without his knowledge, the snow under the mutant wild boar's feet began to gradually solidify into ice, slowly wrapping around his hoofs. Chapter 146 Green Fern and Ground Ear. When it tried to move again, it clearly felt a strong suction force under its feet, and it immediately let out a long cry of horror. Good opportunity. Sherlay's eyes lit up, and he quickly stabbed forward with the iron spear. Lucian did not hesitate either. His strong body burst out with terrifying power, and his blue-gray rotten claws directly grabbed the mutant wild boar's belly. Phew. Hiss. 2 consecutive attacks both hit the target, and the iron spear and sharp claws were all embedded in the mutant wild boar's strong muscles. But at the moment of being stabbed, Sherlay secretly said, not good. Ouch. The muscles of the mutant wild boar were too strong. After about 3 to 4 centimeters of insertion, the iron spear was caught in the muscles and could no longer cause damage. The land corpse was stronger and the injuries it caused were more serious. It forcibly tore off a piece of flesh and blood, causing the mutant wild boar to feel excruciating pain. Sensing the crisis, the mutant wild boar completely let down its guard and fell into a manic state. It tore the ice under its feet away, raised its front legs suddenly, and jumped and struggled on the spot. The extremely thick fangs knocked the corpse away and sent it flying several meters away. Even the ribs on its chest were broken and deeply sunken. Lucian's pupils contracted, and he was horrified. Lucian's strength had reached the peak of level 2. In addition to the rich radiation energy all over his body, his muscles and bones were also as strong as iron walls. His physical fitness was even stronger than Sherlay's. However, he was hit by the mutant wild boar and was seriously injured. It can be seen that the force of the collision was absolutely terrifying. If it was him or Sherlay who was hit, there would be a high probability that they would lose their lives. At this moment, I suddenly felt like giving up. The danger is too great. It would certainly be a good thing if we could deal with this mutant wild boar, and we could even obtain a lot of meat and materials, but it's too dangerous. They took advantage of the time and place, and used their wisdom to launch sneak attacks on the mutant wild boars several times, attacking their weak spots, but in the end they achieved nothing. This is enough to show that there is a huge gap in the strength of the two sides, and even if they continue to fight, it will be difficult to get a result. Just as he was thinking about how to end the battle and escape from the battlefield, the mutant wild boar, which was jumping wildly due to pain, finally suppressed the pain in his body and gradually calmed down. After taking a look at Lucian and the others, he did not continue to attack. After licking his wounds, he actually ran straight to the east and soon disappeared in the wind and snow. This ran away? Lucian was stunned and didn't react for a moment, but finally he let out a long breath. I understood it immediately. From the perspective of the mutant wild boar, it also felt a huge threat. After all, Lucian and others were injured and could return to the shelter for treatment. But if the mutant wild boar is seriously injured, it will be difficult to recover in a short period of time in today's harsh doomsday environment. If the wound is infected with bacteria, the situation will be even worse. The price it would pay for being injured is much higher than that of humans, so it is even less willing to participate in such a fight. No matter what, the crisis was finally over, and Lucian let out a long sigh, his heart still pounding. This time, he deeply felt how dangerous it was to encounter mutant creatures in the wild. His strength might be considered very strong among the human survivors. However, whether facing a swarm of zombies or mutated creatures, they are still somewhat stretched. The mutant wild boar's strong physique, the strange abilities of mutant plants such as the purple leaf thorn vine. If you happen to encounter them in the wild, you will almost certainly die if you don't have the corresponding solutions. It seems that we must be more careful when we go out in the future. Moreover, the mutant wild boar's perception is extremely sharp. It may have recorded our breath. If we get close to it again in the future, it may be dangerous. Lucian's face turned a little ugly, and he secretly said to himself that he should be careful when going out next time. Then he took Sherlay, Lucian, and Tang Zhongqiang and quickly returned to the shelter. The two people and the corpse all suffered some minor injuries to varying degrees and needed to be treated promptly. Especially Lucian, his entire chest collapsed and he rolled several times on the ground before he could barely get up. Under the ice brick fortress in the train carriage, Sherlay and Tang Zhongqiang were lying on the bed, and Shui was treating their wounds. In the previous battle, Sherlay was slightly scratched by the mutant wild boar and had a lot of bruises on his arms. Although it was not a serious injury, the injury looked quite serious. Tang Zhongqiang was slightly better, but he had some strains and bruises in the process of dodging, and he didn't feel anything yet. After it was over, he just felt sore back and waist, with a lot of bruises and some wounds that hadn't been discovered before. However, after encountering such a crisis, not only did the people not lose their lives, but they also only suffered some minor injuries. It was a blessing in disguise. They only needed to rest for a while and they would be back to being full of energy again. Only Lucian was seriously injured and needed some time to recover. But fortunately, as a rotten corpse, the most important part of the land corpse is the radiation core in the head, so even if the body is severely damaged, it doesn't really matter. As long as you absorb enough radiation, you will most likely recover. Lucian threw it directly into the refrigerator. There were 19 second-level radiation cores in it, enough for it to absorb slowly. After dealing with these things, Lucian found Jiang Yueying to learn about today's exploration. Jiang Yueying was not vague either. She took out a suitcase and took out some green and yellow plants from it. She said, there are indeed some wild vegetables around. There are quite a few of them, but they are relatively old and taste average. But they are barely enough to make an impact. Lucian looked at this green and yellow wild vegetable. Each one was very flat, but the leaves were very broad and not light in weight. It was a food of good quality. Jiang Yueying also gave this plant a name, calling it green fern. In addition, at the bottom of the suitcase, there is a black fungus food that is somewhat similar to a deer. Jiang Yueying also introduced it. It is a kind of fungus that grows close to the ground, usually on sand and stones, and is somewhat similar to lichen. While digging wild vegetables, she saw mice gnawing on them, so she noticed this food and brought it back. Since mice can eat it, it means that the food is not poisonous, but the quantity is relatively small. Jiang Yueying also combined the characteristics of wood ear and lichen and named this food ground ear. Jiang Weiying finished her introduction and then said, I took a rough look today. The soil near the shelter is average, but on the north and south sides, after crossing the hillside, the soil is obviously much more fertile. Maybe we can go there to take a look tomorrow. Okay, I'll leave this to you. Lucian nodded with satisfaction and then said, what do you think of the surrounding tree resources? After thinking for a while, Jiang Weiying said, I didn't find it has much value. Most of it can only be used as wood. However, the dead leaf forest you mentioned is a bit special. Oh, what's so special about it? Chapter 147 Level 3 Land Corpse. The dead leaves in the dead leaf forest have a layer of fluff on the surface, which has a very good warmth-keeping effect. Therefore, many dead leaf birds will build bird nests in the dead leaf forest and reproduce. Some wild hunters will go to the dead leaf forest to catch birds for food, which forms a small ecosystem, so the chances of successful hunting there should be quite high. Lucian's eyes lit up. He also discovered that various animals could often be found in the dead leaf forest, and snow cats often like to run there. It seemed that there was indeed a reason. Teacher Jiang, how does the warming effect of the dead leaves of the deciduous forest compare to that of the ground velvet? Lucian asked. Jiang Weiying gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. Definitely not comparable. The warmth-retaining effect of velvet grass is better than many materials made by humans, especially the spikes on the tips of velvet grass, which have a texture similar to cotton. If we collect them and make them into clothes, they can completely resist the cold here. The warmth-keeping effect of dead leaves is only about one-third of that of velvet grass, which means that compared with ordinary materials, the warmth-keeping effect is slightly better, and the material is also very rough. So that's it. Lucian nodded. It seems that the value of velvet grass is still rising. Boss Lu, I have an idea that may be able to bring some stable supply of meat to the shelter. Jiang Weiying suddenly spoke. Tell me about it. Lucian was slightly surprised, with a look of surprise on his face. Jiang Weiying's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. After organizing her words a little, she said, I found that even though the dead leaf birds are often hunted by predators and their nests are often robbed, their numbers are still large. This means that their reproductive capacity is not weak, and they can be used as long-term meat. Hearing this, Lucian frowned slightly. You're indeed right. I also tried it at first, but unfortunately it is difficult to hatch a bird in the current environment. Even if it is hatched, we probably won't be able to keep it alive. We don't need to raise them. Jiang Weiying shook her head and explained, without a constant temperature and without knowing the incubation conditions for this type of bird eggs, it would be extremely difficult to incubate them artificially. So we can try another method. What's the meaning? Jiang Weiying said seriously. There are roughly only two factors that affect the death of the dead leaf bird, cold and predators. If we eliminate these two dangers, the number of leaf birds will increase significantly, and we can naturally catch more leaf birds and get more eggs. And in the process, do you think it's possible for us to capture newly born chicks or live dead leaf birds and bring them back for breeding? After saying this, Lucian's eyes suddenly lit up. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? You can raise them in a shelter or outside. As long as you can increase the number of leaf birds, the probability of obtaining this food will naturally increase. After a little thought, Lucian came up with two solutions based on the two dangers faced by the dead leaf bird. Predators hunting? Most predators are creatures such as snowcats, squirrels, mice, and snow hares. Because the dead leaf trees are not very tall, they can easily climb up, so many times the eggs of the dead leaf birds are hollowed out by them. However, if a barrier is added to the tree trunk to block their climbing path, the threat of these predators can be effectively avoided. Moreover, you can let the snowcat take a walk from time to clear out the predators around it. However, we must also prevent snowcats from stealing bird eggs. After all, this guy has caught a lot of leaf birds these days. In addition, the dead leaf bird is often attacked by the cold, so it will take risks and come to the dead leaf forest to build its nest. In this case, Lucian can use the velvet grass to make some bird nests with better warmth retention to help the leaf bird get rid of the cold. With these two approaches in place, the number of leaf birds will definitely increase significantly. After making the decision, Lucian immediately arranged for everyone to have an additional job making bird nests. In the slightly crowded train carriage, everyone began to get busy. Sherlay, Tang Zhongqiang, and Jiang Weiying began to use wool grass to weave bird nests in preparation for their bird-raising business. However, before weaving, Jiang Weiying also did another job, which was to separate the spikes and stalks of the velvet grass. The fluff is similar to cotton and can be used directly as the core of clothes and bedding. The texture of the velvet grass stems is relatively hard, and after being rolled up, they are just right for making bird nests. Qiao Suiying, Shuiya, and Tong Yun are responsible for preparing the food. Bake corn tortillas, cook wild vegetable and ground fish soup, and add some side dishes. Lucian took another pot and was responsible for melting the rosin and making candles for storage. The dim light provides a stable source of light, harmonious and warm, making work much more convenient, as if returning to the civilized era. At night, my life was still fulfilling and stable. After fucking the rotten corpse, I had a sound sleep. However, in the refrigerator where no one cares, the corpse is undergoing inexplicable changes. 19 pseudo-secondary radiation cores were gradually nurtured in the dense radiation environment and slowly became secondary radiation cores. The energy of the secondary radiation core brings the radiation quality in the entire refrigerator to a new level. Even the ice cubes used in the refrigerator were stained with a hint of black, looking as if they were infected, and even had a slightly pungent smell. In the extremely strong radiation environment, the sunken ribs and damaged muscle tissue on Lucifer's chest gradually recovered and became tougher and stronger. At the same time, the radiation core in its mind was also changing imperceptibly. Its aura became stronger and stronger, and its color became deeper and deeper. Until the energy within it reached a certain critical point, Lucifer's cold face wrinkled slightly and his body trembled slightly. Late at night. Bang. Boom. The energy in my mind, like a flood, instantly broke through the final critical point. The aura of Lucifer reached a new height at this moment. The 19 secondary radiation cores were quickly absorbed almost at the same time, turning into ordinary creatures with no radiation at all. The radiation surrounding the corpse became increasingly heavier. There was also a hint of wisdom and agility in his eyes, no longer as rigid and stiff as those of an ordinary corpse. At the same time, a magical phenomenon occurred outside the ice brick fortress. In the area near the refrigerator, there were several level 1 zombies roaring continuously and pouncing on the ice brick fortress with their claws. But after Lucifer successfully broke through, he slowly stopped his movements, a hint of hidden fear appeared in his eyes, and then he stood obediently by the side. Until the early morning, when all the other zombies had retreated, the 8 zombies were still standing outside obediently, without making any sound. Chapter 148 wanted. The next day, Lucian opened the ice brick fortress and collected the first level radiation core as usual. TSK, having more people is indeed beneficial. The number of radiation cores has increased a lot. Holy shit. What the hell? As soon as he turned the corner, Lucian was startled. 8 rotten corpses came into view, standing straight in front of him. After he calmed down, he looked at the 8 corpses warily, and some doubts arose in his mind. Why did all the other corpses retreat, but these 8 corpses stayed outside? This phenomenon has never occurred before. Lucian frowned slightly, his thoughts churning in his mind, but when his eyes looked into the ice brick fortress, his eyes suddenly moved. He suddenly discovered that the location where these 8 level 1 zombies were standing was actually outside the refrigerator where Lu's corpse was. Is there any connection between the two? With doubts, Lucian returned to the ice brick fortress, opened the refrigerator to check, and after a quick glance, his expression changed again and again. This is a breakthrough to level 3? There was a hint of excitement in Lucian's voice. At this time, Lucifer's height had grown a few centimeters taller, and his physique had become stronger. His originally gray-green muscles had become deeper, and one could even see blood flowing inside, which was completely different from an ordinary corpse. Moreover, the aura lingering around him became extremely condensed, revealing a pungent black smell, which was radiation that was dense to a certain degree. However, Lucifer was able to use his control over radiation to completely surround himself with the black air, which looked very strange. The most special thing is that there is a hint of intelligence in Lucifer's eyes, and he seems to have become more intelligent. Lucian tried to give some more complicated commands, and Lucifer did them easily and effortlessly. Yes, both the IQ and the understanding of commands have improved significantly. Lucian couldn't help but sigh. Then, thinking of the 8 rotten corpses outside, Lucian had some guesses in his mind. It is very likely that after the land corpse's strength is increased to level 3, it will have a certain degree of suppression power over other rotten corpses, and thus be able to command and control other rotten corpses. This phenomenon is not very rare. Lucian had seen it before in a huge group of zombies. The stronger zombies were distributed in various positions, and most of them were surrounded by a large number of zombies. This is probably a rule unique to the zombie community. In order to confirm his guess, Lucian still made an attempt to let Lucifer leave the ice brick fortress and control the rotten corpses outside. Lucifer, make them all squat down. Lucifer raised his head slightly and let out a low roar like a wild beast. The 8 first-level zombies heard the sound, hesitated for a moment, and then squatted slightly with their stiff bodies. It's true. A surprised smile appeared on Lucian's face. The help that Lucifer's ability can bring to the shelter is beyond imagination. At least in terms of manpower, with 8 more zombies, digging wild vegetables, cutting wood, or transporting supplies will become a piece of cake. Moreover, there is no need to eat. Just throw yourself in the radiation to replenish your energy. The improvement in strength is also extremely huge. The 3rd level Lucifer is powerful enough to crush Lucian and Sherlay, and is undoubtedly the strongest in the shelter. Added that 8 level 1 zombies, this is also a strong force. In addition to Lucian's talent, he can easily improve their strength and create some equipment and protective gear for them, which will definitely greatly improve their strength in a short period of time. Lucian has already seen that this seemingly disorganized first-level zombie team can definitely become a well-equipped and powerful zombie team. However, Lucian was again troubled about how to deal with these corpses. Staying outside is not a solution. It would be bad if we get blown away by the wind. But if we stay in the shelter, I'm afraid the radiation energy will be a bit serious. Lucian scratched his head and suddenly felt that it was necessary to speed up the construction of the ice brick fortress. This area was indeed too small. Finally, after some thought, he decided to leave these corpses outside as a hidden fighting force. There is no need to show all your strength to the members of the shelter. It is still necessary to keep some hidden tricks or reserve forces. Outside the ice brick fortress, on the hillside behind, Lucian arranged the loot corpses and built a small ice house using ice bricks, and then stuffed all the first-level corpses into it. Afterwards, we checked the radiation cores collected this time. There were 52 in total, which was still a large number. After he pulled it, it condensed into 10 pseudo-secondary radiation cores. But this time, it was not thrown directly to Lucian for absorption. After all, he had reached level 3. Even if he absorbed the level 2 radiation core, the effect would not be great. Therefore, we planned to nurture these pseudo-secondary radiation cores into real secondary ones. At that time, whether you sell it to a store to obtain a special store refresh card, or give it to a level 1 corpse, the cost effectiveness will be higher. So, he rebuilt a freezer next to Lucian's refrigerator and threw all the radiation cores into it. It just so happened that he also wanted to try to see if it was possible to extract the substance in the secondary radiation core that could enhance the strength of human survivors and make it into something similar to a soul-condensing potion. Or, try to breed a level 3 radiation core. All in all, in the next period of time, many experiments can be tried, which may greatly improve our strength. After doing all this, Lucian returned to the train carriage. The others also woke up and were doing their own work in the carriage, but they all looked a little unhappy. Seeing Lucian coming back, Sherlay said in a muffled voice, "Brother Shin, Zhao Zhongyang just sent a message on the survival radio that's related to you. Do you want to listen to it? Is it related to me?" Lucian glanced at the expressions of the crowd, vaguely guessed something, and said, "Let's listen." A deep, electronic voice sounded from the survival radio. One of the founders of the gathering place, Lucian and Sherlay, openly violated the rules in the gathering place, set fire to the dormitory, killed 2 members of the security team, and escaped from the gathering place. I, Zhao Zhongyang, hereby announce that Lucian and Sherlay have become public enemies of the gathering place. I have officially issued a wanted warrant for them. If anyone can kill the 2 and hand over the bodies, they will be rewarded with 500 survival coins, 5 kilograms of salt, 5 kilograms of wild vegetables, and permanent residency at the gathering place. If you provide the location of the 2 people and the location is confirmed to be accurate, you will be rewarded with 100 survival coins, a pound of salt, a pound of wild vegetables, and the right to reside in the gathering place for half a year. Chapter 149. Leaving. The corner of Lucian's mouth twitched and his face darkened. In order to find him, Zhao Zhongyang actually issued a wanted order for him directly during the communication, and the reward was so generous. This means that Zhao Zhongyang has made up his mind to kill him and is probably sending people to look for him everywhere. This beast, we left the gathering place and didn't cause him any trouble, but he actually had the guts to issue a wanted order for us? Sherlay's eyes also became more fierce. Don't worry about him. After thinking for a while, Lucian said in a deep voice, it's impossible for them to spend most of their time and energy looking for us. Moreover, the environment in the Doomsday world is harsh. Even if they know our approximate location, it will be difficult for them to find us in a short time. Without a clear goal, trying to find them in the vast snowfield with more than 100 minutes of exploration time is like looking for a needle in a haystack. As for the other survivors, Lucian didn't care. There were not many small and medium-sized groups of survivors that could pose a threat to him. What's more, now that the land corpse has been upgraded to level 3 and has also controlled a group of level 1 rotten corpses, its strength has been greatly enhanced, so there is no need to be afraid. The only thing that worries him is Zhao Zhongyang and Zhou Yong. They're strong enough. Once they join forces to attack him, he will be in great danger. It's really troublesome. Lucian sighed, and his heart felt heavy. At this time, several other messages in the survival radio also caught his attention. It was sent by Hu Linyu and Zhang Shua, but I didn't notice it when I was outside the ice brick fortress. Hu Linyu, Mr. Liu, what happened between you and Zhao Zhongyang? Why did things become so tense? Zhang Shua, what's going on? Why did you fall out with Officer Zhao? You wouldn't set fire to anyone, would you? What's going on? Hu Linyu and Zhang Shua both have a pretty good relationship with him. Although not particularly close, they have had contact with him to some extent. Hu Linyu had bought things from him before. He was a leader of a survivor group with strong strength and good background. Zhang Shua was injured before, and he provided some help, so the relationship between the two sides is good. Lucian did not hide anything from the two people's doubts and briefly explained the matter. That's roughly what happened. If you believe me, then leave the gathering place as soon as possible and don't stay there for long. After sending the message, the other party was obviously stunned for a long time. 5 or 6 minutes later, a message came back. How could this happen? At the same time, in the two shops in the gathering place, Zhang Shua and Hu Linyu's expressions were surprisingly consistent, changing again and again, which seemed a little incredible. The information obtained from Zhao Zhongyang and the information obtained from Lucian are completely different, and each has its own set of explanations. But after a little thought, my choice is surprisingly consistent. Hu Linyu's expression changed slightly, and he told the people around him, "You stay in the gathering place first. I will return to the shelter today. If Zhao Zhongyang makes any unusual movements, remember to contact me in time." Zhang Shua also looked gloomy, and looked at the middle-aged man beside him. "Uncle Zhang, let's prepare to return to the shelter. Leave this place to the ordinary survivors. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time." The middle-aged man's eyes darkened slightly, and he asked, "Do you believe Lucian's words so much?" "What Lucian said is that he will not gain any benefit from us. It is just pure advice. But Zhao Zhongyang's behavior is indeed a bit abnormal. Indeed, let's pack up today and prepare to go back." "No, you don't need to pack. Just leave your things here. Treat it as a daily outing. Go to Jingning Town first, and then find a way to get back to the shelter. So careful. I'm a little worried about Zhao Zhongyang. Lucian is so powerful and provided so much help in the establishment of the gathering place, but in the end he still made the relationship so tense. I'm afraid." "Okay, I'll do as you say." Lucian naturally didn't know about this, because his reminder caused many groups of survivors to flee to the shelter overnight. This also almost drained the middle and high-level forces of the newly established gathering, leaving only ordinary survivors who were unaware of the situation. The impact of Zhao Zhongyang's actions gradually became apparent in the gathering area. But Lucian was no longer in the mood to care about these things. He had a lot of things to do in the shelter. Everyone is making ice bricks and working hard to expand the ice brick fortress. Moreover, Lucian suddenly discovered something very important. The black ice bricks made yesterday seemed to have a peculiar ability that he had not even thought of: isolating radiation. Lucian held a black ice brick in his right hand and a radiation core in his left hand. The rich radiation energy approached the black ice brick, but could not erode or penetrate it. After a careful inspection, it was found that it was not completely impenetrable, but because the density of the black ice bricks was too high and the quality reached an extremely high level, so under normal circumstances, radiation energy could not penetrate at all. After all, radiation is also a substance, and it has a strong corrosive effect on ordinary objects. If the quality is higher, or even higher than the radiation energy, its corrosive ability will be greatly reduced. This discovery brought a hint of surprise to Lucian's eyes. Originally, he was indifferent about whether to cover it with black ice bricks. After all, it would consume too much of his energy. But now, there is no need to think too much. If the black ice bricks really have the ability to resist radiation, then a layer must be built outside the ice brick fortress. In this way, the space inside the ice brick fortress can also be protected from the effects of radiation, thus forming a truly safe area. Lucian has made preparations. From now on, he will use up all of his natural energy every night to produce as many black ice bricks as possible. At the same time, the members of the shelter discussed again and replanned the final form of the ice brick fortress. If we really want to build a super large ice brick fortress covering an area of 300 square meters, it would be extremely difficult, and the risk of collapse would increase significantly. It's okay to build the walls around it, but it will be very troublesome to build the roof. So, finally decided to change the construction method. A smaller ice brick fortress is still being built, with an area of about 30 square meters, which is a rectangle of 5 meters by 6 meters. However, many of them will be built one after another, and ice bricks will be used to create passages between them to connect different ice brick fortresses. In this way, the living area can also be greatly increased, and the manufacturing difficulty is relatively low. More importantly, once one is built, it can be used, and when a new one is built, it can be connected with ice brick passages, gradually forming a larger gathering place. This construction method is more suitable than the previous one. Chapter 150, Exploring the East Again. Now, construction has begun. Everyone in the shelter began to be responsible for making ice bricks. The production speed was very fast, and about 1,000 bricks could be accumulated in a day, with an average efficiency of about 200 bricks per person per day. So, just to make an ice brick fortress, one day is more than enough. Lucian arranged Lu Shi to drag the prepared ice bricks out, and then built a second ice brick fortress about 5 meters to the right of the current ice brick fortress. The land corpse broke through level 3, and its intelligence increased a lot, so it became extremely easy to build an ice brick fortress. Lucian has already made plans. Even if the members are in the same shelter, it is not suitable for all of them to live together. It is necessary to separate the people. For example, he himself needs an independent shelter, which will be more convenient whether it is to cultivate corpses or conduct some experimental research. The same goes for other people. Having your own living space can greatly improve your happiness. It is not suitable for men and women to squeeze in the same train compartment, as it will cause many inconveniences in daily life. If multiple ice brick fortresses are opened up, the personnel can be dispersed and each of them can be responsible for some tasks. Now, almost all of my free time is spent on making ice brick fortresses. By the afternoon, the second ice brick fortress was successfully built. Ice brick fortress number 2, Lucian planned to provide a place for female survivors such as Chiao Suiying to live in, so he separated the men and women first. Chiao Suiying and a few others also moved in daily necessities such as fireplaces and bedding. In order to ensure warmth at night, Lucian used his talent to compact the soil and made 2 earthen kangs to enhance the warmth at night. The earthen kang uses a complex flue to keep warm for a long time, and the amount of wood consumed is not as much as imagined. The effect is better than a fireplace. As long as 2 people sleep on one bed with velvet straw, the temperature of the quilt can be maintained above 20 degrees even in an igloo. In order to increase the warm feeling, when you have free time, you can lay wooden boards against the ice walls in the ice brick fortress to provide insulation and increase beauty. During the afternoon exploration time, everyone was still out. Jiang Huiying continued to be responsible for collecting wild vegetables. Lucian and the other 2 set their sights on the dead leaf forest. The bird breeding program has been formally incorporated into the development of the refuge. When we arrived at the dead leaf forest, there were about a dozen trees here. They were relatively short, but the yellow leaves were lush and green. I took out the bird's nest I woven yesterday from my backpack. It was made of velvet and felt warm in my hands. It was of much higher quality than the bird's nest built by the leaf bird itself. Fix these bird nests on the tree trunks, and then just wait for the leaf birds to move in and live there. In addition, Lucian used wooden boards to surround the main trunk of the tree, blocking it in the middle to prevent predators under the tree from climbing up the tree. In this way, a safe environment can be created for the leaf bird, and its number will naturally increase. Brother Shin, let's chop some wood around here today to avoid encountering the situation we experienced yesterday, Sherlay suggested after finishing his work. Obviously, what happened yesterday still shocked him. What's more, he was injured at this time. Lucian thought for a while, handed the axes to the 2 men, and arranged, go to the pine forest, collect the pine resin for today, and cut some wood by the way. What about you? I'm going to look somewhere else, don't worry about me. Lucian didn't explain much. He first returned to the shelter, took Lu corpse and the 8 level 1 corpses with him, and then walked east. He needed to make some attempts, some that he didn't dare to do himself, and could only be left to the zombies to complete. Whether it was the group of corpses, the mutant wild boars that appeared yesterday, or the information about the deeply corrupted area learned from Zhou Yang, they all proved one thing to him. That means there must be a lot of precious resources in the mountains and forests to the east. Therefore, if he is able, he must find a way to explore it. The further east you go, the denser the radiation energy in the air becomes, and the sky becomes darker and grayer. It was still the same route as last time, but this time, Lucian walked more carefully, with the corpses following closely around him, always on guard against possible dangers around him. Soon, the gloomy and dark forests and mountains appeared before our eyes again. At the same time, there also appeared the still dense swarms of zombies. Although dozens of them were killed every day, it was just a drop in the bucket for the zombie horde near the forest. Just like the last time I saw them, the corpses were gathered around the edge of the forest and showed no signs of leaving. I didn't know what they were doing. It can attract so many corpses and have them gather here every day. There must be something extraordinary in there. Lucian muttered to himself, already having a plan in mind. Lu Shi's strength has reached level 3, which is considered powerful even among the group of rotten corpses, and he is fully capable of going to take a look. Just as he was about to give the order, he suddenly realized that Lu Shi seemed to have a great desire to go to the forest. It was as if there was something extremely precious there that was attracting it. Not only the land corpse, but even the other 8 first-level corpses also showed some desire. It's true. Lucian gave an order, asking Lu Shi to go to the forest, close to the core area of the zombie group, and ask it to bring back anything it finds that is helpful or any strange items. In order to facilitate carrying, he was given a backpack. Afterwards, Lu Shi was seen leading 8 other zombies and starting to approach the group of zombies. This also attracted the attention of other zombies, but when they saw that they were the same kind, they did not react much. Instead, When they saw the third-level zombies, many of the first-level zombies showed fear, took a few steps back, and made way. The land corpse was not polite at all and went straight into the group of zombies. The level 1 and level 2 zombies didn't dare to come out at all. However, when it went deep enough, the first-level corpses behind it stopped one after another and dared not go any deeper. Lucian moved his eyes and found that the first-level corpse stopped about 100 meters outside the forest. There are almost no level 1 corpses around. Most of them are level 2. Obviously, there are also clear levels in the group of corpses. The closer the corpses are to the periphery, the weaker they are, and the deeper they are, the stronger they are. Lucian continued to live alone. As the distance got farther and farther, his vision became increasingly blurred. Finally, he completely disappeared into the darkness. Lucian was very patient. He crawled on the hillside, looking at the situation near the forest and digging on the ground casually. Chapter 151. Sunkenwood? Jingning had said before that some mutant plants might appear in areas with more intense radiation. However, she was weak and did not dare to approach such a dangerous area easily. Since Lucian was here, he couldn't go back empty-handed. While waiting, he searched around. Waited for almost an hour. Lucian was holding a few rhizome plants in his hand, and then he saw a small group of zombies approaching in the distance, led by Lu. Unexpectedly, the number of corpses around Lucian not only did not decrease, but increased, reaching 11 in total. Yes, even if there is no gain, but being able to subdue more corpses is also a good thing. Lucian murmured to himself. Lucian came up to him and let out a low roar. Then he handed the backpack behind him to Lucian. As soon as he took it in his hand, he could feel an extremely strong radiation energy. Even he felt his heart trembled and did not dare to touch it. Carefully open the zipper, and you will see several pieces of dark wood inside. The darkness is surrounded by rich radiation, which looks chilling. Is this what came out of the core of the zombie swarm? Such a strong radiation energy. Lucian didn't look at it any further. He threw the bag back to Lucian's hand and then took them back to the shelter. In the shelter, Sherlay and Tang Zhongxiang were cutting down trees under the military fortress, while Jingning and others were looking after the crops. Lucian was alone in the train carriage, taking out today's harvest. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh that he really needed to find a new place to live, otherwise it would be quite inconvenient. There weren't many things in the backpack that Lucian brought back. There were only 4 pieces of blackwood, stained with a little mucus. They looked sticky and surrounded by radiation. Lucian didn't even dare to touch it with his hands. How could the radiation floating in the air around the forests and mountains break through the independent shelter core, let alone this kind of radiation energy condensed into substance? Even when the backpack was brought into the train carriage, thick black radiation began to seep out. Now the radiation concentration in the train carriage was almost reaching a severe level. Lucian held the independent shelter core in his hand, wore a gas mask on his face, and used his solidification talent to dispel the radiation around him. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, what on earth is this thing? The radiation energy is so strong. When he looked at it carefully, he suddenly couldn't help but let out a sigh. When thick and sticky liquid fell on the 4 pieces of blackwood, the appearance of the liquid inside was somewhat familiar. This is the dark wood? Compared to this piece of dark wood, the dark wood in the bag seemed to be carbonized. The black lines were extremely clear. The radiation had penetrated into the interior, and the quality had improved several times. After thinking about it, Lucian roughly understood the essence of this thing. The mucus on the sunken wood should be extremely rich radiation energy gathered together, almost condensed into substance, like liquid. The sunken wood has been immersed in this radioactive liquid for a long time, and its interior has absorbed a large amount of radiation. He still remembered that the system store's introduction to sunken wood said that this kind of wood has the effect of absorbing radiation and is not easy to leak out. But looking at the current situation, radiation is continuously emerging from the sunken wood, which is enough to show that the radiation energy inside has become so dense that it is unimaginable. So this is what attracted so many zombies to come closer? But I can understand it. The corpses cannot directly devour the radiation core, but can only absorb the radiation energy scattered in the air. Therefore, it is more suitable for them to survive and improve their strength in areas with higher radiation concentrations. Looking at this dark wood, Lucian's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he couldn't help but say, what a good thing. The survivors have always kept their distance from radiation, not daring to get close to it or touch it, treating it as poison. For him, radiation energy is the basis for improving strength. With sufficient radiation energy, Lucian and his army of corpses can continuously improve their strength. Previously, radiation cores could only be obtained by hunting zombies, but now there is a new way, and it's even more efficient. After thinking for a while, Lucian finally made a decision to move out of the train car and build a private shelter. If this kind of sunken wood is kept in the ice brick fortress, the entire shelter will become an area with extremely high radiation concentration, affecting the survival of other people. What's more, he doesn't want too many people to see the cultivation and improvement of the corpse. This is his private secret. After making the decision, Lucian went outside the train carriage and took out all the ice bricks he had made earlier. Seeing this, Sherlay wiped his sweat and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Brothershin? Are we going out to build an ice brick fortress now? I'm afraid there are not enough ice bricks." Lucian didn't explain much, just said, "I plan to move out and live independently in a shelter. Please help make some more ice bricks." Hearing this, Sherlay was stunned at first, then thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, leave it to us." As for why Lucian wanted to move out, why did he want to live in a shelter alone? He didn't ask a single question. Even though there are 5 more survivors in the shelter now, there are still only 2 core members, him and Lucian. Many things are not suitable for others to know, and they really need an independent space environment. Moreover, living together for a long time will lead to becoming too familiar with each other and losing their original authority, which is not a good phenomenon. Even he himself was planning to move away. As for the train carriages today, they are only used as collective dormitories and areas for growing crops. The main body of their private shelters may have to be found elsewhere. Sherlay and Tang Zhongxiang temporarily put down their work and began to make ice bricks urgently. Because there are more and more molds and sufficient materials, the speed of making ice bricks is getting faster and faster. Lucian pushed all the ice bricks out of the ice brick fortress and handed them over to Lu Shi to carry them. And in the invisible place, there are 11 first-level zombies helping to carry the ice bricks, which greatly improves the efficiency. As for the location of the private shelter, Lucian thought about it and chose a remote area. About 200 meters to the east of the current train carriage, there is a hillside with a high altitude. After crossing the hillside, there is a flat land below. He plans to choose this as the site. Because of the long distance, the train carriage cannot see the situation here, and the location is also very hidden, with some trees growing around it. Strictly speaking, this location is more suitable as a shelter than a train carriage. Chapter 152 New Shelter. Moreover, it is close to the mountains and forests to the east, which is conducive to future development and exploration. Lu Shi led 11 level 1 zombies and worked diligently to build an ice brick castle. As for the shape, it was built in the simplest way, with 4 square walls on all sides and finally a semicircular roof. The area is about 5m times 6m, the same as Chiao Suiying and her friend's ice brick fortress, 30 square meters in size, which is completely sufficient for daily living. In order to keep warm, Lucian also made additional designs. Take out some velvet grass stems and some soil, mix them with hot water, and then cover the inside of the ice brick fortress to form a layer of warm earth wall. Then, some wooden boards were cut and laid on the soil to serve as floors and wooden walls. The ice brick fortress itself has a certain cold-proof effect. With the 3 layers of protection of soil, velvet grass, and wooden boards, the warmth-keeping effect is greatly enhanced again. During the construction, flues for the earthen bed and fireplace were reserved to facilitate daily smoke exhaust. Since he was building a shelter for himself, Lucian did not intend to compromise and directly build a fixed fireplace, which was larger and had a better warmth retention effect. The corpse was responsible for building the outer ice brick fortress, while all the internal construction was completed by him, so it took a long time. But fortunately, Sherlay and Tang Zhongxiang helped him make the materials, and Lu Shi helped transport the materials, which greatly accelerated the construction progress. And at around 7 o'clock in the evening, he successfully built the shelter and transferred all his resources over. Although Chiao Suiying and others have joined the shelter, it does not mean that they will share the resources in the shelter. They are more like employees or servants. Lucian and Sherlay provided them with food, warmth, and shelter, and then they provided labor. Most of Lucian's unique resources, including food, snowcats, and candles, were brought over, as well as a batch of charcoal. However, some collective resources collected together, such as green ferns, ground ears, fish, are still left in the train carriages. That night, Lucian also moved in and lived in the new shelter. Of course, the main purpose is to conduct some research to make it easier to improve our capabilities. However, the construction of the shelter has not actually been completed. The area being built now is just his own living area. He also needs to build another space to house the corpses. Outside the ice brick fortress, Lu Shi was still busy. The other zombies are responsible for transporting the snow, while the land zombies, because of their higher IQ, will fill the snow into the molds. Lucian provided water to help melt the snow and make ice bricks. It has to be said that the corpses are very capable at work. Although their movements are stiff, they are tireless and can keep working. If there are enough of them, it would be possible to build not only a small ice brick fortress, but also an ice and snow city. At an extremely fast speed, the corpses used ice bricks to temporarily build 4 walls, which took on the general appearance of an ice brick fortress. At this time, the swarm of corpses also arrived as usual. The radiation core of the corpse is still a very important resource, and we must not miss this opportunity. Lucian's own shelter did not have any reserved holes. After all, it was where he lived, and he needed to consider the issue of keeping warm. However, the ice brick fortress where the zombies live has dozens of holes of various sizes reserved on the four walls, which are specifically used for hunting zombies. He also equipped each of Lucian's zombies with an iron spear, specifically for nighttime fighting. Lucian himself stayed in the shelter peacefully, and an unexpected action brought him considerable gains. The dark wood in the backpack contained too much radiation energy and was not suitable for storage in the residence, so it was thrown directly into the ice brick fortress where the corpses were. As a result, in the howling snowy night, a large number of zombies sensed the radiation and slowly approached and stayed outside the ice brick fortress. Iron spears kept stabbing out from the reserved holes, reaping the lives of the rotten corpses. Get up the next day. Lucian fell into deep thought as he looked at the pile of rotting corpses outside the house, as well as the dozen or so that had not yet left the house. What is going on? He clearly noticed that the dozen or so corpses standing outside were not under the control of Lucian. Although the third-level land corpse has the ability to control the corpses, the number it can control is limited, probably around 10 to 15. Any more will be uncontrollable. The dozen or so rotten corpses outside were obviously attracted by other objects. When he saw the backpack filled with dark wood, Lucian roughly understood the situation. Why do the zombies gather near forest mountains? It is very likely that the extremely rich radiation energy there attracted these corpses. After all, living in such an environment for a long time helps them improve their strength. The sunken wood brought back also had a similar effect, and therefore also attracted some first-level corpses. Lucian raised his eyebrows, not expecting an unexpected gain. So he didn't hesitate and directly arranged for Lucian to take action and deal with these rotten corpses. Afterwards, all the crystals in the minds of the corpses on the ground were collected. There were a total of 162 crystals, which was much more than expected. Afterwards, just moving the bodies away took a lot of his energy. Tisk, TSK, this is great. With so many radiation cores, maybe we can breed a level 3 radiation core. Lucian couldn't help but sigh. However, the most urgent task today is to complete the construction of the ice brick fortress of the corpses. The walls around it had been built, but perhaps not covered, as snow had piled up after a night of wind and snow. Arrange the first-level zombies to take action, clear the snow, and then continue to make ice bricks to cap the ice brick fortress. This ice brick fortress, also with an area of about 30 square meters, is specially used to house corpses and is equivalent to a larger refrigerator. At the same time, if he needs to conduct some research on radiation, which is easy to cause contamination in the shelter, he can do it in the corpse room. After the corpse room was built, Lucian walked into it. Now, with a large number of radiation cores and dark wood soaked in strong radiation, he needed to conduct some research and experiments. This time, there was no direct traction of the radiation energy in the radiation core. Instead, he tried to use the solidification traction effect to pull the radiation energy in the sunken wood directly into the radiation core. This process went extremely smoothly. The radiation all came from the same source and did not produce any rejection. In the first-level radiation core, the energy became increasingly dense, and soon it was filled up, reaching the strength of a pseudo-second-level radiation core. What amazed him even more was the almost terrifying radiation content in the sunken wood. With 4 pieces of sunken wood, he only needed to draw out the radiation energy from one piece, and then he could turn all 162 first-level radiation cores into second-level radiation cores. Chapter 153 Eyes in the Dark. He couldn't help but be amazed. No wonder the radiation energy was seriously exceeded when approaching the forest by hundreds of meters. Even the survival radio warned him that the radiation energy inside was indeed dense to a terrifying level. Perhaps, this is the deep corruption area. The forbidden area for survivors and the forbidden area for humans is full of dangers and various horrors. Anyone who approaches will be in great danger of life. This is also a treasure house. If you can enter it with the key, it is very likely that your strength will be greatly improved. And now, he seemed to have uncovered a corner of this treasure. After taking a deep look at the gloomy wood, Lucian felt both shocked and surprised. If such a huge amount of radiation could be fully utilized and absorbed by the land corpses, how powerful would it be? In the corpse room, Lucian used ice bricks to make a freezer, and then stuffed the 162 pseudo-secondary radiation core and the remaining 3 pieces of sunken wood into it. As long as it takes a period of incubation, you can harvest more than 100 secondary radiation cores. After doing all this, Lucian stretched comfortably. He could already imagine the corpse's rapid improvement in strength. A gathering place, an independent dormitory area deep inside. Zhao Zhongyang said in a steady voice, during this afternoon's exploration time, arrange for the security team to go to Jingning Town and clean up another batch of rotten corpses. Linen's face changed slightly, and he said hesitantly, Officer Zhao, there are no talented awakeners in the security team. During the previous 2 cleaning of corpses, many people were accidentally injured. I'm afraid. Even if our people follow, can't we avoid casualties? Zhao Zhengyang said with a low look, with a hint of worry. Difficult. Right now, we only have 5 talented awakeners, even if you and I are included. It's not enough. Are we so short of manpower? Zhao Zhengyang thought for a moment and said, how about this? You contact Hu Linyu and Zhang Shua and ask them to send some people to help us clean up the corpses. This. Linen's expression turned even uglier when he heard this. Zhao Zhengyang frowned in confusion. Is there any problem? Officer Zhao, to be honest, most of Hu Linyu, Zhang Shua, Wang Haishan, and the others have already left the gathering place and returned to their own shelters, and they haven't been here recently. Zhao Zhengyang's eyes moved. What do you mean? I see that the shop they opened is still in business. Indeed, but there are only some ordinary people guarding it. Those who have awakened their talents, that is, the core members of the group, have all left. Linen spoke truthfully, and then added, and I heard that the number of medicine packages sold by Hu Linyu is very small, and there is no sign of replenishment. Zhao Zhengyang paused and lowered his eyes. He looked at the portable fireplace in the room and the little fresh water left beside it, wondering what he was thinking about. Officer Zhao, Mr. Lu's incident has made many people wary. Many survivor groups have secretly begun to leave the gathering place, so their development has also been greatly affected. Zhao Zhengyang sighed and said, perhaps it is true, but since it has been done, there is no turning back. Don't we need to take some rescue measures? No need. With the security team and the labor team, we control the vast majority of the manpower in the gathering place, and our development speed will definitely exceed that of other survivor groups. Zhao Zhengyang said in a deep voice, when the time comes, they will rely on us for survival and seek our cooperation, and they will naturally come back. Linen also nodded. What about Lucian? Zhou Yong is in charge of the search. If we can find him, we will fully cooperate to get rid of him. Since we already have hatred, let's not leave any trouble behind. Good. A little after 2 in the afternoon. The wind and snow gradually subsided and the survivors left the shelters one after another. A group of people stood at the door of the train carriage shelter. We have to go to the river again. The fishing nets we left behind last time should have caught a lot of small fish. We can also collect some wool grass, by the way, Sherlay said. Lucian nodded slightly and said, take Tang Zhangqiang, Shuiya, and Tong Yun with you. Be careful on the road and keep the time limit to about 3 to 5 days. Contact me in time if anything happens. Good. After a brief explanation, Sherlay led the other 3 people, dragging 5 or 6 sled suitcases, and began to walk south. The glacier is also one of the important resource points in the shelter. It has 2 important resources, fish and wool grass. It is necessary to go there every once in a while. Lucian, Chiao Suing, and Jiang Wing stayed behind at the gathering place. However, when the 3 of them dispersed and started to get busy, they did not notice that on the hillside not far away, 2 figures hidden under the snow were quietly watching them. To think that we can actually spot a train if we walk along the railway tracks, one of them exclaimed in a low voice. Hey, we're going to make a killing this time. The ruins of a train, how many resources are there? But it looks like this place has been occupied by other survivors. Old cat, what should we do next? Humph, in this world, if they take it in advance, does that mean it's theirs? Besides, they are in the open and we are in the dark. As long as we are careful, not only will the train carriage be ours, but even the resources they have collected will be ours too. Hey, old cat, what you said makes sense. Let's go back to the shelter first, bring some people here tomorrow, and rob their house directly. Lucian walked in the snow, followed by Lu Shi and a dozen rotten corpses, walking towards the north in a swagger. Close to the north, closer to the mountains, it is also where mutant giant elephants and mutant wild boars are found. This time, he had no other purpose but to encounter the mutant wild boar. The strength of the land corpses has been upgraded to level 3, and they have a team of rotten corpses, so their combat power has been greatly improved. If they encounter the mutant wild boar again, there is a high probability that they can get rid of it. This means that a large amount of meat will be available immediately, and there will be no need to worry about food for many days. Unfortunately, after walking around for a few times, he didn't see any trace of the wild boar. Instead, he saw a mutated giant elephant wandering near the mountains from afar. He was so scared that he had to go back. He dared to challenge the mutated wild boar, or even kill it and eat its meat. If he were facing a mutated giant elephant, it would be better to run as far away as possible. After all, if such a huge creature, even a level 3 land corpse, approaches, there is a high probability that it will be crushed to pieces, leaving it with no room for resistance. In the end, he had no choice but to go to the eastern forest again and let Lu Shi go deeper into the group of zombies in order to dig out a few more pieces of sunken wood. But this time, it obviously didn't go so smoothly. Chapter 154. A large number of secondary radiation cores. When Lucia returned with 2 pieces of dark wood, there were obvious scars on his body, and it was obvious that he had a conflict with other corpses. It can be seen that, in fact, for the group of corpses, these dark woods containing strong radiation are also extremely precious things, and they are not allowed to be taken away at will. The first time, the other zombies might not have reacted, but when they took it the second time, they obviously encountered considerable obstacles. Moreover, Lucian also saw that Lucia was holding the dark wood directly in his hands and did not have time to put it into the backpack, so the muscles in his hands had been corroded by the rich radiation energy, and dark red liquid and internal flesh and blood flowed out. A corpse can only use the radiation core in its brain to absorb radiation. If the body comes into direct contact with radiation, it will also suffer great damage. However, I was able to bring back 2 pieces, which is not a small harvest. I just need to be more careful when I go there next time. Return to the shelter and put the sunken wood harvested today in the freezer. The situation in the freezer has also changed greatly, mainly because the 162 pseudo-secondary radiation cores have become deeper and more profound under the nourishment of rich radiation, and the aura has also become deeper. Lucian's eyes also showed a hint of surprise, and he murmured to himself, "Yes, the radiation energy is strong enough. In such a short time, it has successfully bred a secondary radiation core." This batch of second-level radiation cores are absolutely precious treasures. Even if they are exchanged for survival coins, they are worth more than 4,000 survival coins. But so many survival coins seem to be useless. He planned to use these radiation cores for 3 purposes. First of all, take out a part of it and sell it to the store in exchange for survival coins. At the same time, it is important to obtain this special store refresh card. Secondly, most of the secondary radiation cores will continue to introduce radiation energy into the interior, trying to upgrade it to pseudo-level 3, and then incubate it. After all, whether for Lucian or Lucia, the 3rd-level radiation core has greater value. Maybe we can extract substances from it that will help improve the strength of human survivors. Finally, a portion of the 2nd-level radiation cores will be reserved to help the 1st-level corpses under Lucia improve their strength. The only thing that needs to be paid attention to is whether the land corpse will lose control over the 1st-level corpse after its strength increases. For this, some attempts are still needed. Finding a stronger 1st-level corpse, Lucian used the power of solidification to draw the radiation into its brain and wrap around its radiation core. This rotten corpse showed the same condition as the previous land corpse. Its body was trembling slightly, and its muscles felt as if there were worms crawling inside. The rotten muscles on its body gradually regained their toughness and strength. Every time a 2nd-level radiation core is absorbed, the body's strength becomes stronger. Finally, after absorbing the 6th one, his aura had reached its peak and was only 1 step away from level 2. The radiation energy was filled to the extreme, almost overflowing from his mind. After all, it's just a level 1 corpse. Absorbing 5 level 2 radiation cores is equivalent to eating a lot of supplements. It's holding on now. According to Lucia's experience, he should be able to reach level 2 after a period of absorption. After guiding the corpse, Lucian stopped what he was doing and returned to his shelter with 10 radiation cores. After lighting the fireplace and putting charcoal into the earthen Kong, he took out the survival radio. 10 radiation cores, exchanged for 300 survival coins, plus 10 special store refresh cards. He put all the survival coins into a small purse, which looked like a bulging bag. They were all his stocks. Looking at the 10 special store refresh cards, I couldn't help but feel a little excited. Previously, in order to improve strength, most of the secondary radiation cores were fed to Lucia. Now that I have obtained the special store refresh card, again, I am naturally in a good mood. These days, although I insist on refreshing the store every day and have several survival radios, there are very few useful items, and I can only pin my hopes on refresh cards. As the store was covered in a pale light, 3 items began to rotate rapidly. Finally, it stops at 3 icons. Snow boots times 1 pair, 30 survival coins. Potatoes times 500G, 20 survival coins. Gold x 300G, 50 survival coins. Tip: since you use a special refresh card to refresh, you can choose one of the 3 items and get it for free. If the price of the item exceeds 100 survival coins, this function will not take effect. After some simple thinking, I got snow boots for free, and then spent 20 survival coins to buy potatoes, and got a lot of rewards. I used the second photo right after that, and there were still 3 items showing up, but after looking at the specific contents, I still felt a little disappointed. They're an iron pot, a fine iron axe, and a table. For other people, these are pretty good tools, especially the iron pot and iron axe, which are considered scarce items, but Lucian naturally looks down on them and does not want to waste his survival coins. So, After getting the iron pan for free, I directly used the third one. Battery car, a box of turkey noodles, a pack of sanitary napkins. Take the turkey flour and the sanitary napkin for 25 survival coins. It's easy to get. However, the 4th, 5th, and 6th special store refresh cards did not produce any particularly useful resources, but only gave me a pack of ham, a warm cashmere underwear, and a bottle of soy sauce for free. In fact, for other survivors, being able to obtain these resources for free is already very good, but Lucian is just greedy. However, after using the 7th special store refresh card, several valuable items were found. Aoki ×3. Introduction. A special plant that has mutated due to radiation. It has rhizomes that can be planted. It is extremely tough and resilient after being dried. 80 survival coins. Advanced nutrient solution formula. Introduction. Use special materials to make advanced nutrient solution and pour it on special plants that have mutated due to radiation to speed up their growth. 100 survival coins. 8 treasures porridge x5, 30 survival coins. After just a little thought, Lucian decided to take them all. As a mutant plant, green vine can also be cultivated. It is obviously a crop of extremely high value, and it seems to have great uses. Needless to say, the advanced nutrient solution is equivalent to chemical fertilizer, which can accelerate the growth of plants and is an item urgently needed in the shelter today. Until now, food has always been like a sword hanging over everyone's head, giving everyone a headache. Although the potatoes were successfully planted, it still takes a long time to harvest them. If this nutrient solution is available, the situation may improve. Therefore, as soon as the product appeared, Lucian took the lead in checking the advanced nutrient solution formula. When he saw the required materials and production methods, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Chapter 155, 11 Level 2 Corpses. The materials mainly include the water-bearing rhizomes of green broadleaf mutant plants, feces of organisms above level 1, clean water sources with certain minerals, and wood ash. Mix these materials together, add hot water, ferment, and it can be used after about 10 days. Lucian thought about it and found that the materials were relatively common and not particularly difficult to obtain. The rhizome of the green broadleaf mutant plant seems to have a special name. There are quite a lot of broadleaf plants. If you dig on the surrounding hillsides, you can still find quite a few, including wild vegetables, which should be counted among them. A clean water source containing minerals can directly remove the radiation in the water, and then soaking it in pine needles will also have a very good effect. The only thing that is quite troublesome is the feces of the secondary organisms. Where should I find the feces of this second-level creature? Lucian scratched his head and was really distressed for a moment. Both looked at the corpse room, outside, and shook their heads helplessly. This thing didn't need to be excreted at all. Then he turned around and thought for a while. Now in the entire shelter, it seemed that he was the only one who was doing research. He could barely be considered a level 2 creature. As for whether the snowcat counts, he couldn't tell for the moment, but judging from the strength, the snowcat should not be as good as the second-level corpse. However, there is still a solution to the problem of feces. Although there are fewer secondary creatures in the shelter, there are many in the wild. Whether it is a mutated wild boar or a mutated giant elephant, the level is at least level 2, and they must have a lot of feces. If you find a few piles, you can make a lot of nutrient solution. It seems that I have to follow the mutant elephant and pick up more feces in the future. Lucian secretly included picking up feces into his future work. The next 3 refresh cards still didn't yield much, except for a bucket of salad oil, a pair of cotton pants, and a box of quick-heating rice. In general, there are not many items on the 10 special refresh cards that are truly valuable and worth buying. They're just potatoes, green vines, and advanced nutrient solution formulas. The probability of a special store refresh card swiping out valuable items is indeed much higher than that of an ordinary store, but the performance is not overly amazing, which inevitably makes Lucian a little disappointed. From now on, he will still need to hesitate whether to sell the secondary radiation core to the store or feed it directly to the corpses. After all, the improvement in strength is real, but the quality of the goods sold in the store varies greatly, and it is even possible that you will get nothing in return. If he didn't have a special talent that allowed him to use a large number of first-level radiation cores to forcibly create second-level radiation cores, he probably wouldn't be so generous. But the harvest this time was indeed quite good. Lucian took out the self-heating rice and used it as food for tonight. Although it was a relatively inferior rice with potatoes and beef, it still made his eyes light up. The rich taste was definitely not comparable to tortillas. It's a good thing I moved here, otherwise I would feel embarrassed to eat it all by myself with Chio suing and the others seeing me. Lucian thought quite comfortably while lying on the earthen kong. After finishing his meal, seeing that it was already past 7 o'clock, he left his shelter and went to the corpse room. The moment he entered, his eyes lit up. The corpse that absorbed 5 level 2 radiation cores had already reached level 2. And more importantly, although his strength has reached a higher level, he did not launch an attack on Lu Xun. He still just stood there in a daze, being controlled by Lu Shi. There was just a hint of agility in his eyes, no longer as stiff as those of an ordinary corpse, and he even had a certain ability to think independently. Because he, like Lu Shi, was standing close to the refrigerator, which was filled with dark wood and radiation cores. This is enough to show that they possess a certain level of intelligence and a desire to improve their strength and hope to be close to areas with rich radiation energy. This is the same situation as the forest in the east. The powerful zombies are close to the center, and the weak zombies are around the periphery, absorbing radiation energy in clear classes. There was an irrepressible excitement in Lu Xun's eyes. This successful example indicates that as long as there is enough radiation energy, he can produce a large number of secondary corpses. In a natural environment, how long would it take for a level 1 corpse to be upgraded to level 2 by absorbing radiation energy in the air? 1 year, 2 years, or longer? Level 1 corpses do not have intelligence, so their absorption speed is naturally slower. In a large group of corpses, it often takes a long time for a level 2 corpse to appear. But now, he can create a large number of second-level corpses, which is definitely a bug-like ability. At the same time, it can create a group of extremely powerful forces for the shelter, hiding in the dark to guard and protect it. Next, Lu Xun did not hesitate and directly helped the other zombies absorb the radiation energy. In the current corpse room, there is a level 3 land corpse, another level 2 corpse, and 10 level 1 corpses. So, Lu Xun pulled them one by one. On average, each corpse would absorb 6 to 7 level 2 radiation cores. The energy in its brain would then be full and reach the peak of level 1. At this time, you need to arrange them aside and let them rest and absorb alone. In the end, a total of 106 level 2 radiation cores were consumed, leaving all the corpses in a pseudo-level 2 state, with 42 level 2 radiation cores remaining. These can be used to make a tertiary radiation core. However, Lu Xun's innate energy has been used up at this time, so he can only try again tomorrow. Looking at the room full of rotten zombies, Lu Xun nodded with satisfaction. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have a group of level 2 zombies tomorrow. Afterwards, before the herd of zombies arrived, Lu Xun instructed Lu Shi to deliver a pound of potatoes, 3 green vines, and a high-grade nutrient solution formula to the train carriage shelter and hand them over to Jiang Yueying. By the time Lu Shi came back, the rotten corpses in the forest to the east had already spread over like an ocean. Listening to the low roars of the corpses, Lu Xun fell asleep peacefully. Get up the next morning. The ground was still full of rotting corpses, a total of 103. The number was still huge, but much less than yesterday. It should be in the first half of the night. Most of the first-level zombies were still in the state of absorbing energy, so they were unable to move and did not hunt zombies. I waited until the second half of the night, and only started working after successfully breaking through to level 2. The situation in the radiation core was not enough to make him particularly excited. It was only when he actually saw the situation in the corpse chamber that his excitement was revealed uncontrollably. There were 11 level 2 corpses standing upright in the room. Rich radiation energy filled the air, almost dyeing the ice bricks black. Chapter 156, Outsiders Invade. The terrifying aura was even more shocking than when hundreds of first-level zombies were besieging. Even he himself felt a huge threat. He was almost certain that if he were to deal with these zombies, even in the snow, he could only kill 3 at most. If the number exceeds 3, I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death. The same goes for other survivors. Although the second-level zombies do not have high IQs, their strength is not weak at all. 1 or 2 may be able to be dealt with, but once the number increases, even humans with talented awakeners will still be unable to cope with it. This is the value of the zombie tide. With the combat power of this group of corpses, Lu Xun's sense of security was greatly improved. He did not plan to save his innate energy and directly began to pull the secondary radiation core. If a third-level radiation core can be created, Lu Shi's strength can continue to increase and he can control more corpses. But this time, it didn't go so smoothly. The energy in the secondary radiation core is far from comparable to that of the primary radiation core. Even if he pulls it up, it is very difficult and consumes a lot of energy. The important thing is that traction radiation is not the most tiring step. The most troublesome thing is to compress the pulled radiation into another secondary radiation core. With his current abilities, just gathering the energy from the 3 radiation cores consumed more than half of the condensation energy. And this second-level radiation core was only slightly filled, with improved quality, but not reaching the level of a pseudo-third level. Alas, it seems that with our current strength, it is still difficult to forcibly produce a level 3 radiation core. He made a rough estimate and concluded that it would take at least 2 to 3 days of his natural energy to create a pseudo-level 3 radiation core. The most fundamental reason is that his strength is not enough. If he could also reach level 3, it would be much easier to complete this task. It's a pity that so far, he still hasn't found a way to improve his own strength. Or strictly speaking, so far, all human survivors have not found a way to steadily improve their strength. Many people's hopes are placed on the third-level radiation core. It was afternoon. Lucian has been eager to try today's exploration plan. With his current powerful forces, it is more than enough to surround and kill the mutant wild boars, so he chose to split his troops into 2 groups. First, let Lucian order all the corpses to spread out near the mountains in the northeast, digging feces in the ground while looking for traces of the mutant wild boar. And Lucian is still responsible for going to the forest and looking for opportunities to get some good stuff out. Lucian himself was relatively relaxed. He wanted to collect pine resin and check on the bird breeding situation in the deadleaf forest. However, some hidden dangers are approaching secretly. A team of 8 survivors grope their way eastward along the vaguely exposed railway tracks. The 2 people in the lead are about 30 to 40 years old. They look ruddy, strong and solid, and have a very good aura. They are the survivors of awakened talents. The 6 people behind him sounded a little thin, but they were also very strong. They were all middle-aged men with good physical fitness. Everyone, be careful and don't attract the attention of the survivors. We will sneak over and catch them all in one fell swoop. Hee. This time, we have brought almost all of our manpower here, and it's a sneak attack, so there will definitely be no problem. Be careful. Okay. I think you're just too nervous, old cat. The 2 men in the lead were chatting casually and seemed determined to succeed in this operation. As they groped closer, the full view of the train carriage appeared before them. The tall carriage frame, the green copper rust, the modern metal texture, and the airtight ice brick fortress left the 8 people stunned. Damn, this is a fucking shelter. Our dirt pit is dark and cold, and you can't even stand straight in it. It's nothing compared to this place. The man called Old Cat also showed a look of shock. He stroked the hard train car and was speechless for a long time. After a long while, he spoke. It seems that we have come to the right place this time. If we can occupy the shelter, we won't have to worry about future development. At the side, a smaller middle-aged man also grinned and said, Hey, what are we waiting for? Just clean up all the survivors here, and you will be ours. The Old Cat nodded slightly, with a firm look in his eyes. Go and search. Find the people here. Then he added, but don't alert the enemy yet. When you find them, come and call me in Lao Hei. After giving the order, the 8 people quickly took action and began to search along the ice brick fortress. Chiao Suiying and Jiang Yueying, who were digging wild vegetables on the surrounding hillsides, were discovered first. The 2 leading men used extremely skilled and experienced methods to go around the hillside at the back and carry out encirclement tactics. When Chiao Suiying and the other person discovered the abnormality, it was already too late, and there was no time to call for help. In order to avoid injury, the 2 men wisely chose to surrender and were tied up with vines and tied directly to a tree nearby. Looking at the 8 men around them with lustful eyes, Chiao Suiying and Jiang Yueying both looked extremely ugly. Who are you? What do you want to do? Chiao Suiying asked in a deep voice. Kiki, what a young girl. Even younger than the ones I robbed before. My saliva is flowing just by looking at her. The man called Lao Hei didn't intend to reply at all. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth, and his smile became more and more lewd. Don't worry, there should be another person. Once we find him, we can have some fun together. The Old Cat spoke calmly, grabbed a handful of snow mixed with leaves and stuffed them into the 2 people's mouths to avoid making any noise by shouting. Afterwards, he kicked Chiao Suiying and Jiang Yueying twice without any mercy, causing severe pain. They felt their entire abdomen go numb instantly, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. TSK, Old Cat, why don't you know how to be gentle and considerate to women? With those legs of yours, you can kick a grown man to death with one kick, let alone such a young woman. Lao Hei said with some heartache. Don't let your lust get to your head. Go find the remaining person quickly to avoid any more trouble. The Old Cat glanced at Chiao Suiying and Jiang Yueying, and seeing that they were almost unable to move, he turned around with peace of mind. He is a person with awakened talent, and his physical fitness is also biased. His legs have been specially strengthened, so his strength is extremely great. These 2 kicks are enough to make ordinary people have no room for resistance. Among the 8 people, 1 was left behind to guard, while the rest dispersed to investigate. At this moment, Lucian was going uphill to collect pine resin. Suddenly, his eyes moved and he looked in the direction of the shelter not far away. No, something's wrong. Chapter 157 Conflict. At the first moment, Lucian quickly laid down, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He clearly felt that the snow around him was vibrating, which must be a sign that someone was approaching, and there were quite a few of them. After just a few seconds, several men, wrapped tightly, could be seen walking up the hillside cautiously. Lucian's expression changed again and again, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. He knew very well what it meant to have a group of outsiders wandering around the hillside around the train carriage shelter. Without any hesitation, he immediately called Lu Shur in his mind, and with the faint perception, he hurried back as far as possible. However, he didn't know whether Lu Shur could react with his intelligence. At the same time, he also went around the other side of the hillside as quickly as possible and came to the train carriage shelter to ensure the safety of the shelter in the situation of Jiang Weiying and Qiu Suying. From a distance, one could see Qiu Suying and Jiang Weiying tied to a tree on the hillside, with another figure guarding them. What a trouble! Someone actually got here. A sharp gleam flashed in Lucian's eyes. He had enough confidence in his own strength. Even if Zhou Yong and Zhao Zhongyang came, he could resist, not to mention these ordinary survivors. The only trouble is that this group of people discovered the location of their shelter, which poses a great threat to their future survival. If we can't catch them all in one fell swoop, I'm afraid there will be endless troubles in the future. After a little thought, Lucian decided to take the first step. Jiang Weiying and Qiu Suying must be rescued first, and then the others can be dealt with slowly. Qiu Suying was tied to a tree, and the pain in her abdomen was still unbearable for her, but suddenly, her eyes lit up slightly. An icicle grew out from where her hands were bound, and it was extremely sharp. His eyes moved, and he looked around secretly, and soon he found the branch that Lucian had deliberately exposed in a hidden place in the snow. Qiu Suying understood immediately and began to cut the vines with her hands. Lucian watched silently. As long as he was sure that the two could escape and would not become hostages, Lucian would take action without hesitation. Seeing that the vines were cut, Lucian no longer hid, but directly emerged from the snow and approached the man as quickly as possible. The guard reacted quickly, his pupils widened, and he shouted quickly, "The person is here, ah." Just as he opened his mouth, Qiu Suying behind him pulled up an ice spike from the ground and stabbed it into his back, almost piercing his shoulder blade. The ice spikes condensed by Lucian are much stronger than ordinary ice cubes, and are no different from weapons, causing great damage. Lucian did not hesitate, leaned forward and stabbed him again. A thinner black icicle pierced directly through his throat. The scream stopped abruptly and life passed away quickly. However, although most of the screams before death were blown away by the strong wind, they still attracted other people. 7 figures quickly appeared on the hillside above. Lucian whispered, "You guys go back to the shelter first." The two of them did not hesitate and quickly supported each other and hurried back. Not to mention participating in the battle, just the kick from before almost made them unable to stand up. Instead of staying here as a vase, it is better to return to the shelter quickly. Lucian glanced at the 7 people calmly, and he was already certain in his heart that this was definitely a group of survivors with strong strength, and it seemed that there were quite a few of them. A group of survivors includes both combatants and logisticians. Being able to send 8 people out means that their total number is most likely more than 10. On the opposite side, the old cat also had an unpleasant expression on his face. Looking at his companion bleeding on the ground, there was a sharp gleam in his eyes. In a doomsday environment, a strong and trustworthy companion is a huge asset and very rare. The loss of any one of the 8 people would make him feel heartbroken. "Young man, you have such a strong murderous intention. Originally, we could have had a good chat, but since you have come this far, don't blame me for being rude." "You're welcome." Lucian sneered, "Breaking into my shelter and tying up my people. Is this what you call polite?" Lucian's eyes were cold as he stared at the 7 people in front of him. He said, "I'm just a little curious. How did you find this place? Are you here to look for resources? Or are you following the railway? Is this important?" The old cat frowned slightly, then seemed to understand something and said coldly, "You want to delay time and wait for your companions to come back?" Lucian smiled slightly. "You still have some brains." "Hee, I saw with my own eyes yesterday that your companions were heading south, probably to the ruins of the town, right? I just searched around, but didn't find your companions, so they probably haven't come back yet, right?" The old cat spoke coldly as he kept getting closer. The other people around him took out their weapons and slowly surrounded and approached. "Who said? I was waiting for them, not them." A cold smile appeared on Lucian's face. "What do you mean?" Lao He asked puzzledly. Lucian didn't say much, but pointed behind them. However, when they turned around, there was still snow and wind behind them, and nothing unusual happened. "Damn, this kid is playing tricks on me. Don't listen to his nonsense." "Humph, you want to delay time? Don't give him this opportunity, just kill him." "Haha, come on." Lucian's eyes remained calm as he watched the 7 people rushing away. He simply said, "I advise you to look back and see more clearly. Stop talking nonsense. Look at your grandpa." Before he could finish his words, a shrill scream was heard. Even in the wind and snow, it sounded extremely harsh and made people shudder. The old cat, who was walking at the back, was instantly knocked to the ground by a black shadow. Before he could see what was happening, a large amount of blood spurted out on the snow, and the smell of blood filled the air with the strong wind. The others had just taken 2 steps forward when they were instantly startled by the sound. Looking back again, there were more than a dozen figures standing behind him, and suppressed roars from a low level were mixed in with the wind and snow. Rotten corpse? How could this be? Why are there so many rotten corpses? There were none just now. This doesn't seem to be an ordinary corpse. Old cat. The 7 people's faces turned pale with fear, and they retreated one after another. They were all experienced and immediately realized that the corpse in front of them was different. Moreover, if it was an ordinary corpse, it would definitely not have sneak attacked the old cat. Go now. Stay away from these things. They are all level 2 zombies. Lao He shouted madly and retreated again and again. Level 2 zombies? How could there be so many level 2 zombies? Last time we went to the town ruins, there was only one level 2 zombie among dozens of level 1 zombies. You ask me, how should I know? Last time, Brother Cat and Brother Black teamed up to barely kill that level 2 corpse. How come there are so many here? Chapter 158 found a shelter. The sound of panicked conversations echoed, the fear was uncontrollable, and even Lucian behind him was forgotten. Lucian snorted coldly and controlled the corpses to quickly join the battlefield. With faster speed and more terrifying strength, he launched a massacre. A few minutes later, there were 5 bodies lying on the ground, and only 3 figures ran away in panic. However, there was no regret on Lucian's face. He just waved towards Lucier. Afterwards, 2 level 2 corpses quickly followed. Train carriage shelter. Lucian, did you let them go back on purpose? Will there be any trouble? Chiao Suiying leaned on the earthen Kong in the shelter and asked in a low voice with confusion. Lucian looked calm and said casually, killing these people will not do us any good. If we can find their lair, the inventory of a small or medium-sized survivor group, we should be able to gain a lot. That's right, and they know our location. If we don't eradicate them, we'll probably be in trouble in the future. Jiang Yueying also said in a low voice. Lucian nodded slightly and said, you guys take a good rest. I will arrange a few corpses nearby to prevent anyone from getting close. Since the corpses have been exposed, there is no need to hide them any longer. It is just right to leave a few near the train carriage to prevent others from approaching. Northwest of the train carriage, in a rock cave hidden under the snow, the seriously injured Lao He and 2 other ordinary survivors staggered into the cave. Brother He is back? A thin young man walked over with a little fear and said timidly. Lao He's face was gloomy. He slapped the young man in the face. Although the injury was serious, the great force still knocked him back to the rock behind. Then, the voice ordered coldly, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and get the medicine bag and bandage. There were still 7 or 8 survivors in the shelter. They were all thin and skinny. Seeing this situation, they shrank their necks and dared not say a word. A pretty woman hurriedly ran to the depths of the shelter and took out a tightly wrapped package of medicine. It was exactly the same kind that Hu Linyu sold at the gathering place and had already spread in the surrounding area. In addition, there were some low-quality, worn-out bandages, all packed in a simple medical kit, which also contained some worn-out medicine boxes. Brother He grinned, hugged the woman into his arms, and used his hands unscrupulously, allowing her to show a painful expression, and ordered, help us treat the wound. Damn it, what a horror today. We almost all died there. The other man covered his chest and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, with a hint of fear in his eyes. At the same time, he casually hugged a woman, completely ignoring the fear and disgust in her eyes. Brother Mao couldn't even fight back, let alone us. We are lucky to have escaped alive. Snort. Lao He snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, he is just borrowing a bunch of rotten corpses to bully others. If we fight openly, how can that pretty boy be our opponent? Brother He, what should we do now? Should we go again? The situation this time is indeed quite unexpected, someone said in a low voice. There's no need to take this risk. Lao He thought for a while, shook his head, and said, we still don't know the talent of that kid, nor the situation of those rotten corpses. What should we do? Can we just let this matter go? Of course we can't just let it go. Lao He snorted coldly. Since we are not suitable to take action, let's find other people to help us occupy the ruins of the train with the help of others. At worst, we can just share the benefits equally when the time comes. As he spoke, a sinister smile appeared on Lao He's face. He took out the survival radio and found a name in the friend list. Sister Qin, we want to discuss cooperation with you. If the plan is successful, the benefits will be great. A few minutes later, a slightly charming female voice sounded, an abandoned train from the old world and a group of survivors of average strength. It's not really a big deal. Yes, there are many rotting corpses wandering around his shelter, so they need to be extra careful. Today, they were accidentally killed by him, resulting in heavy losses. Hiki, there was a hint of sarcasm in the charming laughter. With your little brains, it's normal for others to scheme against you. Leave this matter to me, but after it's done. I want 90. Lao Hei's face froze, and he gritted his teeth and said, aren't you a little too dark? It has to be 50-50. Aha, did I give you face? The voice on the other side was a little colder. I'm giving you face, 20 to 80. Don't be shameless. You. Lao Hei looked grim, but he seemed to have thought of something, and finally said in a deep voice, okay, but this time we will only show you the way, and you will be responsible for the rest. We will split it 20 to 80 after the task is completed. It's settled. Tomorrow, during the exploration, I will lead people to your broken cave first. You will be responsible for showing me the way then. Okay. The next day, around 2 in the afternoon, Lucian was ready to go, with Lucier following him, and 9 other level 2 zombies following behind him. I hope everything goes smoothly. After dealing with this small group of survivors, we should be able to obtain a lot of resources. Lucian muttered to himself, then glanced at Lucier. Lucier gave an order and began walking towards the snowy field in the northwest direction. He was able to identify the paths of the 2 zombies yesterday based on the small amount of residual scent and the advice from his own and his subordinates' rotting corpses. But this alone is not enough to find the exact location. However, when the 2 zombies were tracking us yesterday, they would drop a radiation core on the snow every once in a while and stick a wooden stick next to it. Thanks to the land corpse's sensitivity to radiation, the path becomes clearer and there is no need to take any detours. Even on the road along the way, you can see that the snow layer in some areas is obviously lower, which obviously means that someone walked on it yesterday. After walking for about 30 minutes, Lucian, stepping on ski boots, finally found the 2 rotten corpses along the way. Nearby, there are some scattered trees with sparse leaves, and there is also a very conspicuous huge rock, which is more than 10 meters long and seems to be an exposed mountain. And in a corner somewhere, there is a narrow hole with obvious signs of life around it. Huh, found it. Lucian rubbed his hands and narrowed his eyes slightly. Instead of breaking into the cave directly, for safety reasons, Lucian checked the terrain and planned to sit back and wait. All the corpses were scattered and hid in the surrounding snow, surrounding the entrance area. Chapter 159 Old Acquaintance. As long as anyone comes out of the shelter, we can quickly surround and attack them. Lucian also found a suitable location and hid behind the rocks, avoiding the cold wind while paying attention to the surrounding situation at all times. However, after waiting for 5 minutes, no one in the cave came out. Instead, he saw several figures approaching in the snow not far away. And as he got closer and saw the person's face clearly, a strange look appeared on Lucian's face. Hey, why is it her? Could it be that the group of survivors yesterday were her people? A hint of doubt appeared on Lucian's face, but after a little thought, he hid himself and wanted to see what was going on. Qin Hong had cold eyes and an arrogant look. She was wearing an extremely thick winter cotton-padded jacket and a thick hat and scarf on her head. Judging from the style, it should be made of the fur of wild beasts, and certainly medium to large beasts of considerable size. Behind him, there were 6 sturdy men, 2 of whom were obviously those with awakened talents, and most likely had physical talent, and their aura was quite extraordinary. The 4 ordinary survivors behind, although a little weaker in momentum, are equally strong and powerful, and can be considered survivors who have done well in the apocalypse. Such a team, with 3 talented awakeners and 4 elite survivors, is definitely a powerful force. They deserve to be valued wherever they go. A group of people approached, and Qin Hong stood in the cave, took out the survival radio, and said something. Soon afterwards, a figure emerged from the cave. Lucian was hiding in the dark. As soon as he saw the man's face, he knew that he was one of the people who visited him yesterday. Moreover, they are the only 2 people with awakened talents, and their names seem to be Lao Hei. Seeing the 2 parties whispering, Lucian quickly understood the situation and sneered, "You're really quick. 5 people were killed yesterday, and you immediately found help today. It seems like I haven't hurt you enough." Then, he saw Lao Hei walking in front, leading Qin Hong and his group, heading towards the southeast, which was the direction where the train carriage was located. Qin Hong had just taken 2 steps when her expression changed slightly. She looked around in doubt and asked in a cold voice, "What's going on? Why is there a pungent smell of decaying corpses around? Are there any decaying corpses around you, Lao Hei?" The old black man who was leading the way was also stunned when he heard this. He shrugged his nose and asked in confusion, "No, could it be the smell of radiation in the air?" "Impossible." Qin Hong frowned and looked around. "This is definitely the smell of a rotting corpse, and it's not just an ordinary rotting corpse. This." Lao Hei shrank his neck. "Could it be your smell?" Qin Hong's expression froze, and a dangerous light appeared in his eyes, but the next moment, he was attracted by the movement in the snow in front. "Who's there?" Qin Hong shouted coldly. The others behind him immediately became alert when they heard the sound, and looked at the snow layer ahead with sharp eyes. Then, in the eyes of everyone, a level 2 corpse slowly crawled out, letting out a low roar, and its stronger arms trembled slightly, shaking off the snow on its body. It really is a level 2 corpse, Lao He said with some surprise. Qin Hong and the others frowned slightly. A man beside them grinned and said, I thought it was something else, but it turned out to be a level 2 corpse. The radiation core in its brain is of great value. Hiki, not bad. We are really lucky to encounter a lone level 2 corpse in the wild. No, under normal circumstances, these second-level corpses are hidden in the ruins of towns with many corpses. No, something's wrong. Stop talking. A terrified roar interrupted the conversation. Lao He looked horrified and turned around to look around, his eyes full of fear and disbelief. The others were stunned and looked behind them. The next moment, his originally calm eyes immediately contracted, a look of fear emerged, and his body muscles tensed, ready for battle at any time. Around them, more than a dozen rotten corpses emerged from the snow one after another, surrounding everyone. The strong smell of rotten corpses instantly filled their noses. How is this possible? How can there be so many corpses? And they are all level 2 corpses. Qin Hong looked at this scene. Her originally cold face turned pale with fright, and she took precautions in panic. However, the shock brought by the 11 level 2 corpses made her legs tremble uncontrollably, and her standing figure swayed slightly. If a level 2 corpse appears, it would be like pie in the sky, picking up a level 2 radiation core for free. If there are 2 or 3 of them, it is not a big problem. Although it will be difficult for them to deal with it, they can still be dealt with by joining forces, and the gains will be greater. But there are exactly 11 level 2 corpses. With all kinds of combat power, let alone dealing with the few people present, even if they directly attacked the gathering place, there was a high probability that they would be able to sweep all the way through as if they were in an empty space. Among the 8 people present, only Qin Hong, by chance, had his strength improved, barely reaching level 2. He was able to deal with 2 level 2 zombies and win. The others can unite to deal with 2 to 3 at most. Even if they racked their brains, they couldn't think of any way to deal with the number of level 2 zombies in front of them. Just as everyone was panicking and thinking about how to deal with the situation, another figure walked out from the rocks behind, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Qin Hong was stunned. Seeing the familiar winter warm clothes, she said in a deep voice, Are you a human survivor? The scene became quiet for a while, and everyone else gradually calmed down, realizing that something was wrong. A total of 11 level 2 zombies gathered together and surrounded them. If this was a spontaneous behavior of the zombies, it would be too incredible. In this case, there is a high possibility that someone else is secretly controlling everything. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of me could explain it. Lao He turned even paler and took several steps back. How could he not be familiar with the scene before him? After all, he had just experienced it yesterday. What's more, what terrified him even more was that he discovered that these corpses might not have appeared by accident, but were actually controlled by someone. Qin, Sister Qin, the person in front of me is the person in the train compartment shelter I mentioned. Qin Hong's face turned green when he heard that. The level 2 corpses around him couldn't help but twitch. Then, he showed a flattering smile and said in a soft voice, Brother, we were blind and did not recognize the great man. We bumped into him by mistake. I hope you will forgive us. As he spoke, he punched out, knocking Lao He to the ground and controlling him. This man wanted to seize your shelter, and we caught him. How about we just let this matter pass? Lucian chuckled and said, Qin Hong, let's not worry about that person for now. We haven't seen each other for a while, so you can't recognize me. Chapter 160 Drain. Qin Hong was stunned at first. A trace of thought appeared in her eyes, and then her pupil shrank slightly, and she screamed in disbelief. You are someone from the gathering place? Lucian. Lucian smiled faintly, a hint of indifference appeared in his eyes, and said, It seems that you haven't suffered enough from the loss last time. Are you planning to bring this group of people to raid my hometown? Qin Hong's face froze, as if she recalled what happened when they last met. Her breathing suddenly became unstable, and her face turned red from her ears to her neck. Since you have a bad memory, let me help you recall it again. Lucian's eyes were cold. He casually took out the purple leaf thorn vine, input some radiation energy into it, and threw it directly at Qin Hong. Seeing this familiar plant, Qin Hong's legs trembled slightly and she hurriedly shouted, No, but it was too late. Sensing the strong radiation, the purple leaf thorn vine spread out its vines and landed on her neck in a perfect arc. Immediately afterwards, a familiar feeling filled my whole body. The uncontrolled feeling of being pulled out drew the radiation energy from the body at an extremely fast speed. Just as I was about to resist, I felt powerless all over. As the strongest among the crowd, Qin Hong fell to the ground in the snow in just a few seconds. The others were all horrified when they saw this scene. Lucian did not hesitate and directly ordered the corpses to attack everyone in the encirclement. There were only 3 level 1 talent awakeners, and Lao He was seriously injured, so they could not resist 11 level 2 zombies at all. The whole process was one-sided. The sharp claws of the corpses were merciless and pierced their chests. The warm scarlet blood poured into the snow, emitting hot steam. Lucian showed no mercy to these people. After all, they had awakened talents. If he didn't wipe them out completely, they would pose a threat to him. It was better to kill them once and for all. Until finally, Qin Hong was the only one left in the snow. At this moment, she no longer lived up to her previous arrogance. She curled up in the snow, and the snow around her legs melted. Apparently, after the radiation was completely extracted from the body, the same situation as last time occurred again. Lucian took action and took down the purple leaf thorn vine that had absorbed a large amount of radiation energy to prevent it from sucking people to death. Qin Hong was still lying limp on the ground, her eyes red and filled with tears. She looked less ashamed and more fearful and numb. The second time she encountered the purple leaf thorn vine, she still had no ability to resist and was completely restrained. Lucian just glanced at her, then tore off a piece of cloth and tied her up. After the energy in her body was sucked dry, her strength was not even as good as that of an ordinary person, so there was no need to worry about her escaping. What's more, there are so many level 2 corpses standing around. Afterwards, Lucian walked into the shelter with excitement. This is the nest of a medium-sized group of survivors. It can support more than a dozen people, so it must have a lot of food stored. As soon as we entered the cave, several frightened and thin faces appeared before our eyes. Most of them were covered with stains, and a large number of them were women. A rough count revealed that there were 9 people in total, 7 women and 2 men. The 2 men were both younger teenagers and looked equally thin. Lucian could roughly guess the structure of this group of survivors. Lao He and Lao Mao, the 2 leading gifted awakeners, should be the leaders of this group of survivors. They are also the 2 most powerful people in the guarantee of everyone's survival. The other stronger men serve as the main combat force, responsible for going out to explore and search for food. The woman and boy in front of him belonged to the lower level of the group and were mainly responsible for serving others. It can be clearly seen that they're all very thin, naked, and only wrapped in torn cotton quilts, and there are many scars on their bodies. Lucian's eyes darkened as he asked, "Where's the food in the shelter?" A few seconds later, a pretty woman pointed her finger at a box. Lucian opened it and found that it contained a lot of wild vegetables, roots, earthworm-like insects, and several large pieces of meat. There were also meat patties made with wild vegetables and insects, which looked pitch black. Lucian couldn't help but frown. Apart from the larger pieces of meat, the other food looked disgusting, and I had no desire to eat it at all. Next to the food, we saw some condiments such as salt and soy sauce, as well as daily necessities such as bowls and chopsticks, but both the quality and quantity were very poor. After just one look, Lucian shook his head in disappointment. I miscalculated. I didn't expect this group of survivors to be so poor. I wasted my exploration time in vain. With a helpless sigh, Lucian turned around and prepared to leave. But when he was about to walk out of the cave, a timid voice suddenly came from behind him. Big brother, can you take us with you?" The person who spoke was the pretty woman who had pointed out the location of the food. She looked to be only about 20 years old, but there were bruises all over her body, and it was obvious that she had been abused a lot. "I've killed those who abused you. You can inherit their supplies and start surviving on your own," Lucian said calmly. The woman shook her head slightly. "Although we were abducted, we are physically weak and have no knowledge of survival. It will still be difficult for us to survive in the future." Lucian frowned slightly. He just wanted to loot some supplies, but he had no intention of bringing a group of people back. There is only so much food in the shelter. If there is one more person, there will be one more mouth to feed, and the food consumption will increase. And what value can they provide? If the value is not as good as the gain, they are negative value. As if she could see Lucian's disdain, the woman immediately said, "Don't worry, big brother. We are not lazy. We just lack the ability to go out and explore. If we have to do some work of digging wild vegetables, we can still do it." Hearing this, Lucian thought about it for a while. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of a good way to place them. He turned his gaze towards the woman and asked, "I do know an area with a lot of resources. If we build a shelter there, we can get food and other things without having to travel far. I wonder if you are willing to go there." The 9 people looked at each other. A hint of determination appeared in their numb eyes, and then they all nodded. Lucian smiled faintly, waved to the few people, and said, "Pack up, find some clothes to wear, and then follow me." They stripped off the clothes of the dead people such as Lao He and gave them to them to change into, and took the only few useful items in the shelter, and the 9 people followed carefully behind. Afterwards, they arranged a rotten corpse and carried the limp Qin Hong all the way towards the train carriage. He planned to arrange these women and boys together at the edge of the glacier and build a semi-permanent shelter there. Chapter 161: Gray Shell Shrimp and Green-Eyed Mussels. On weekdays, they can catch fish for food, dig velvet to keep warm, and even look for other usable resources around the glacier. To ensure safety, Sherlay can be arranged to stay at the glacier and use it as another shelter. The train carriage shelter, as the main shelter, is responsible for planting, digging wild vegetables, cultivating corpses and other combat forces, and is still the base camp for everyone. In addition, the candles made and the wild vegetables collected can also be provided to the glacier shelter. The glacier shelter will also send people back to the train carriages to take refuge on time and transport back fish and velvet. The two shelters, each with its own value and use, will be of great help to future survival and can completely complement each other. When they returned to the train carriage shelter and saw the sturdy and imposing ice brick fortress, the 9 people behind them all showed surprised expressions. Lucian was too lazy to care about them and waited outside the ice brick fortress for a while. Not long after, he saw several figures returning not far away. It was Sherlay and others who had been away for 2 days. This was our second trip to the glacier, so we were not out for long to avoid any accidents. When we got back into the carriage, there were suddenly 9 more people and it gradually became crowded. Lucian briefly explained the identities of several people and what happened in the past 2 days. Sherlay couldn't help but be amazed after listening. This story is indeed legendary. They encountered a group of foreign survivors, followed them overnight, and killed them the next day, and also kidnapped Qin Hong, a second-level talent awakener, and took her home. This ability is enough to demonstrate terrifying strength. Even Sherlay was a little curious about how strong Lucian was now. After all, after moving to the shelter in the back mountain, Lucian had accumulated enough zombie combat power in order to hide his strength, and he did a good job of concealment and would not reveal much to others. Brother Shin, do you have any plan for bringing them back? Sherlay asked, touching his chin. I plan to build a permanent shelter next to the glacier and collect important resources near the glacier, Lucian said calmly. As for the personnel, you will be the main one, and Tong Yun and Tang Zhongxiang will be added. You can choose some others from among these 9 people. Sherlay was stunned and asked, so I will stay at Binghe from now on? And not come back? Come back every once in a while and exchange supplies. After all, the 2 shelter areas have different resources that can be collected. Sherlay thought for a moment, his face a little hesitant, but finally nodded slightly. There are indeed many precious resources in the glacier. If we can build a permanent shelter there, it will be of great benefit to us. As he spoke, he took out a huge bamboo basket from his side, placed it in front of Lucian, and continued, Brother Shin, take a look. This is our harvest this time. There are many new items. When Lucian opened it, he found that there were indeed a lot of aquatic food inside. In addition to the big-bellied fish he caught last time, there were 2 other kinds of food. One type is finger-sized, gray shrimp that looks plump but has been frozen hard. In addition, there is a kind of black-green river clam, which is only half the size of a palm. The pattern on the shell is like green eyes, which looks very strange. Lucian's eyes lit up, and he asked, Are you sure you can eat these things? Well, we've tried feeding it to insects, and we've also eaten it ourselves. It tastes good and is not poisonous. Sherlay grinned. Lucian was also quite surprised. The addition of 2 more edible ingredients made the establishment of the glacier shelter even more necessary. Sherlay, rest for 2 days, and then continue to the glacier shelter. Find a way to expand the area of the ice brick fortress and try to make it a permanent shelter. Lucian ordered in a deep voice. It's okay. I can go there tomorrow. There is indeed a lot of food there, and a lot is caught every night. I have to go and check it out as soon as possible. Okay. After simple arrangements, the 9 new people were temporarily placed in the train carriage. This place has become a collective dormitory. Almost all the bunk beds have been moved in and are densely packed together. However, most of them are concentrated within 20 square meters. After all, the area of the 2 independent shelter cores is only 20 square meters. In addition, Chiao Suiying, Jiang Yueying, and others had to live in underground shelters because they did not have an independent shelter core, which made their survival much more difficult. Without resistance to radiation, it is ultimately impossible to build a permanent shelter. The reason why Sherlay was sent to the glacier shelter was not only because of his strong strength, but more importantly, he possessed an independent shelter core. Without him, the others would not be able to survive. Lucian was also considering the need to produce a batch of black ice bricks as soon as possible to wrap the shelter and create a radiation-free area. Or at least ensure that the area where you sleep at night is radiation-free. After everything was arranged, Lucian returned to the shelter in the back mountain, bringing Chiao Suiying and Qin Hong with him. Taking Chiao Suiying along was out of personal necessity, and as for taking Qin Hong along, it was purely out of worry. Qin Hong was tied up and thrown into the corner of the shelter. She couldn't help but let out a hum and looked at Lucian with hatred. Lucian, I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Zhao Zhongyang and Zhou Yong are looking for you all over the world. If they know your location, do you know what the consequences will be? A gritted teeth voice came out, full of previous hatred and humiliation. Lucian sat on the bed, glanced at her calmly, and said calmly, Since I defeated you, tied you up, and took you back to the shelter, I have not taken back your survival radio. Can you guess why? When Qin Hong heard this, her pupils suddenly contracted and she looked up at the person in front of her in shock. If my guess is correct, you should have secretly sent a message to Zhao Zhongyang and Zhou Yong about the approximate location of my shelter, right? Lucian said calmly with a calm look. You. Qin Hong's face turned pale for a moment. She swallowed and stammered, not knowing what to say. Lucian walked forward, reached out without hesitation, and tore off Qin Hong's thick coat. Then he saw that there was something bulging inside the white sweater. He tore open the sweater and found a survival radio, hidden inside in addition to the black lace item. You. Feeling the coldness invading, Qin Hong's chest began to heave, and humiliation and anger surged up in her. He turned on the survival radio and found that the content was no different from what he expected. Qin Hong had already informed Zhao Zhengyang of the location of the train carriage shelter. In response, Lucian just smiled coldly and asked, "Do you think they can be my opponent with just the two of them?" Chapter 162. The zombies besiege the gathering place. Without waiting for Qin Hong to reply, he kicked her in the stomach with great force. Qin Hong, who had lost all radiation energy, let out a wail and soon lost the ability to move. For safety reasons, he took out the purple leaf thorny vine and once again absorbed the remaining energy in her body and placed her in the core of the independent shelter so that she could not absorb radiation energy. Chiao Suying stayed quietly aside, silently lit the fireplace, lit a candle, and then sat next to Lucian. The temperature in the shelter gradually rises, and the ice brick fortress is made with velvet and clay in the middle, and there is also a layer of wooden boards, so the warmth-keeping effect is extremely good. Soon, Chiao Suying took off her coat. Dim light and warm environment. A few minutes later, Qin Hong was dragged and pushed into a corner, and her head was covered with a cloth. However, the voice in her ears still made her face turn black, and she cursed them inwardly as a couple of bastards. However, his face soon turned slightly red, and the lavender vine suddenly came to his mind, and his leg muscles couldn't help but exert a little strength. Gathering place. Zhao Zhongyang looked grim. Sitting upstairs in the independent accommodation area, he asked in a deep voice, "Old Bai, what's the situation now? Has the corpse come over?" The situation is not optimistic. A large part of the rotting corpses in Jingning Town have already left and gathered around the gathering place. It is impossible for us to deal with them all with just a few people. Bai Linen replied breathlessly, his body covered in snow and water. How many are there? What's the situation in Jingning Town? There are at least 100 of them. The situation in Jingning Town is not good either. All the corpses inside are spreading. This matter. Zhao Zhengyang rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Due to the negligence of the security team, a huge commotion was caused inside, leading to a riot of rotting corpses throughout Jingning Town. Afterwards, the people in the gathering place fled in all directions and all fled back to the gathering place, which attracted a large number of corpses and surrounded the gathering place. Even Zhao Zhengyang feels very troubled by the current situation. There are hundreds of zombies, including several level 2 zombies, and their number is still growing. It is simply impossible for a few talented awakeners to deal with them. More importantly, Hu Linyu, Wang Haishan, Zhang Shua, and other talented awakened people in the survivor group had left a few days ago as if they had agreed on it. Now, in the gathering place, apart from his own awakened talents, only the security team can be used. Although the corpses will not break into the gathering place if it is besieged for a long time, and they are unable to go out to explore for resources, and if they also prevent the survivors outside from entering. The gathering place will become an isolated island, and the people will be besieged to death. Bai Linen wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a deep voice, "Officer Zhao, why don't you contact Mr. Zhou?" Before he finished speaking, the survival radio beside Zhao Zhengyang started to ring. Then, Zhou Yang's voice came from it. "Zhao Zhengyang, I now know Lucian's location. I will send people out tomorrow to get rid of him completely. You can also act together. How many talented awakeners can you send?" Zhao Zhengyang frowned slightly and responded, "Brother Zhou, we can put aside the matter of besieging and killing Lucian. The gathering place is in some trouble now. A large number of corpses are trapped here. We need your support." The shadows fell and the room was silent for several minutes. Zhou Yokai replied in a cold voice, "Your situation is not urgent. Lucian is more important. If we don't take action to eliminate him as soon as possible, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Lucian is just one person. His threat is not to be feared. There are nearly 100 people in my gathering place. Once we are trapped here, do you know what the result will be?" Zhao Zhengyang's voice this time was obviously filled with a hint of anger. However, Zhou Yong had no intention of indulging him. "Humph, there's no need to yell at me. It was your bunch of rubbish that lured the corpses back from the town ruins. Do you think I should clean up your mess?" "You." Zhao Zhengyang's face flushed. "This is your gathering place, not mine. There is no need for me to take the risk of hundreds of corpses unless..." Zhou Yong's voice softened a little. "Unless what?" Unless from now on, 50 of the shelter's income belongs to me, and I can send people to help clean up after dealing with Lu Xun. Otherwise, there is no point in discussing this. After he finished speaking, Zhao Zhengyang remained silent for a long time, but his breathing became heavier. Officer Zhao, this. Bang. Zhao Zhengyang slapped the table, cracking it directly, and the anger in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. The cold words echoed in his mind, making him suddenly see the truth. The gathering place is now truly isolated and helpless, and has also attracted a jackal, which is trying to take a bite of this not-so-fat piece of meat. A slightly hoarse voice sounded. Old Bai, what do you think of Zhou Yong? Bai Linen hesitated slightly and said, we can talk about interests, but not human feelings. Then what I did. Is there something wrong? Zhao Zhengyang's eyes suddenly showed confusion. Shouldn't a stable and long-term refuge remove all privileges and focus on equal loss? Bai Linen was silent for a long time, not knowing what to say for a moment. Finally, he pursed his lips and said, Officer Zhao, who is the privileged class? You are. I am. Our people are also. Including the security team. As long as there is any privilege, a privileged class will inevitably be formed, that is, the human heart. It is an inevitable situation. However, in today's apocalyptic environment, it is these privileged groups that can bring the greatest benefits and help the settlements grow and develop. Now that Lu Xun has left, there is no fresh water supply in the settlement. Many people can only drink radioactive water. The erosion has become more serious, and their bodies have begun to decay. Many people are complaining about you. After Hu Lingyu left, the pharmacy has not been open for a day, and most people have left. In the future, they will probably gradually leave the gathering place. They're all privileged people, but once they leave, what will be left in the gathering place? A group of beggars like tuberculosis? For a moment, Zhao Zhengyang felt a loud bell ringing in his mind and his scalp felt numb. How could he not feel it? After forcing Lu Xun away, the other members of the survivor group also felt threatened and left one after another. Without these powerful groups of survivors with special resources, the shops would naturally be unmanned, leaving only ordinary survivors living in poverty. As a result, the commercial district, which had been on the rise, suddenly became like a stagnant pool of water, no longer able to stir up any waves. Well, Chapter 163 Artificial Awakening. Bai Linen pondered for a moment, and finally advised, Officer Zhao, I rarely give you advice, but this time I want to advise you. If Zhou Yong wants to surround and kill Lu Xun, you should not get too involved this time. Let's guard our own piece of land. Zhao Zhengyang nodded slightly. Now that Zhou Yong knows the location of Lu Xun's shelter, he will definitely go all out. With the many talented awakeners under his command, Lu Xun will definitely not be able to stop him. We don't need to get involved in this matter. Officer Zhao, I'm still a little confused. What kind of strength does Zhou Yong have that made you give up Lu Xun without hesitation? Bai Linen asked in confusion. It's okay to tell you about this. Zhao Zhengyang's eyes deepened. He did enter the deep corruption zone and gained something amazing from it. He has 11 talented awakeners under him, and 4 of them have reached level 2. Hiss, Bai Linen couldn't help but take a breath and shook his head slightly. If it is this level of combat power, I'm afraid Lu Xun will definitely die. So, when he decided to attack Lu Xun, I didn't refuse. Near the train carriage, in the shelter on the back mountain, Lu Xun caressed the warmth in his arms and let Xiao Suiying hug his arms. In his other hand, he held a deep black radiation core, his eyes filled with excitement. A level 3 radiation core. I didn't expect it could actually be manufactured successfully. After 2 days of hard work, he consumed the remaining innate energy every day and created 2 pseudo-level 3 radiation cores. And this morning, one of them finally succeeded in reaching level 3. This was also the highest quality radiation core he had ever seen. He took out the survival radio, and the information on this radiation core appeared before his eyes. Name, Level 3 Corpse Radiation Core ×1. Introduction, Level 3 corpses and cores, which have consumed a lot of radiation energy, and their energy is pure and richer. Survivors can absorb the energy to improve their talents, but there is also a small chance of being corroded by radiation. Exchangeable for 200 survival coins, plus a special store refresh card. Judging from the introduction, it is not much different from the secondary radiation core. However, after swallowing, the probability of improving talents is higher, and the probability of being attacked by radiation is greatly reduced. At the same time, the value of the third-level radiation core has also increased significantly, and you can also obtain a special store refresh card. I just don't know if the refresh card exchange for the third-level radiation core will be of higher quality than the second-level one. However, Lu Xun does not intend to sell this radiation core to the store. Compared to 200 survival coins, this radiation core has a more important function. Try to infiltrate the power of solidification into the interior of this radiation core. The extremely rich radiation energy came towards him, making Lu Xun frown. If this level of radiation energy were to come into direct contact with ordinary survivors, they would probably be instantly corroded by the radiation, mutated, or even turned into corpses. However, in this extremely dense radiation energy, Lu Xun vaguely sensed that there were also wisps of pale white liquid mixed in it. This white liquid is completely different from radiation energy. It feels extremely pure and exudes a desirable power. However, the white liquid is mixed in with the radiation energy and the amount is very rare, so it is very difficult to purify it. If ordinary means were used, it would likely cause an internal radiation energy riot or even explode directly. But fortunately, the power of solidification is very subtle, and it slowly wraps around the white liquid in a subtle way. It took nearly an hour, and Lu Xun devoted himself to it. The amount of condensation energy consumed was not much, but the process was extremely mentally exhausting, and he needed to be extremely careful. Until finally, a very fine strand of white liquid was pulled out of the radiation core, wrapped in an invisible force, floating in the air, twisting slightly, as if it had life. Of course, Lu Xun knew that this kind of energy was not a living thing, but because it had great activity, it seemed to have life. Chiao Suing tidied up the hair on her forehead and asked in surprise, "What is this? It smells so fresh." Lu Xun smiled. After living in a doomsday environment for a long time, even in the shelter, the pungent smell of radiation would remain. This white liquid has its own fragrance, so it is particularly obvious. This is something many survivors dream of, but cannot obtain. Lu Xun explained lightly, then separated 1/20th of the white liquid, a very tiny amount, and placed it close to Chiao Suing. Don't move, it's good for your health." Lu Xun put his arms around her fair shoulders and introduced the liquid into Chiao Suing's body. At first there was no change, but after just a few minutes, Chiao Suing's body began to heat up, her skin turned noticeably red, and energy was constantly growing in her body. Seeing this scene, Lu Xun's eyes moved, and he hurriedly got up from the bed and quickly helped Chiao Suing up, putting her in a semi-leaning position. This scene before my eyes is so familiar. At that time, after he used Talent Awakening, the state of the awakened talent stone was exactly the same as it is now. The excitement instantly spread from the depths of my heart, and an idea came to my mind. This kind of energy can help survivors awaken their talents. Lu Xun just felt his heart beating fast. If a third-level radiation core is directly swallowed, ordinary people will be directly corroded because of the large amount of concentrated radiation energy contained in it. However, he used his talent to guide this white liquid out and gave it directly to ordinary people, and the effect was extraordinary. He was also a little curious. Could Chiao Suing really awaken her talent? According to his original idea, those who still have not awakened their talents after using Talent Awakening are likely to have no talent at all. But the current situation seems to prove that his guess was wrong. Chiao Suing's abnormality lasted for several minutes. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at her hands in surprise. "How is it? Have you awakened your talent?" Chiao Suing was stunned for 2 seconds, then nodded slightly. "It seems to be a physical quality talent. Strength, endurance, physique, speed, toughness seem to have improved. Not bad. Although it is the most ordinary talent, at least it is above the level of ordinary survivors." Lu Xun nodded with satisfaction. Chiao Suing could not hide her excitement, and Qin Hong in the corner was so surprised that she was speechless. Artificially awakened talent? What does that mean? This means that those with precious talent and awakening will be of no value to Lu Xun. The strong ones who could serve as the core in other survivor groups are just average here. Qin Hong's worldview was suddenly shattered. Chapter 164, Subjugating Qin Hong. Lu Xun looked at the white liquid in his hand with a hint of desire in his eyes. He pulled it into his mouth and swallowed it. The effect of this white liquid is not much different from that of the soul condensing potion. It contains extremely rich power. After taking it, the body will have a noticeable feeling of fullness and the body's innate energy will be greatly increased. Lu Xun silently felt that his own strength was slowly improving. Although it was not as obvious as the soul condensing potion, at least he had found a way to improve his strength. When this strand of energy was completely absorbed, the innate energy barely increased by about 5. It may not seem like much, but it is still gratifying. Moreover, he is already a second-level talent awakener, and the effect of swallowing this white liquid will be slightly reduced. However, if Sherlay and Chiao Suing take it, the effect will be very obvious. TSK, what a great thing. If we make a few more level 3 radiation cores, We should be able to train more talented awakeners and allow more people to reach level 2. Lu Xun thought silently, but he was also secretly alert in his heart. Things like this must never be known to outsiders. Otherwise, it will inevitably attract the covetousness of other survivors and cause unnecessary trouble. Even in the shelter, it is not suitable to help everyone awaken their talents, and this matter still needs to be kept secret. Only those who are truly trustworthy and join the shelter with all their heart are qualified to awaken their talents. While thinking, Lu Xun turned his gaze to Qin Hong. Qin Hong, you saw everything that happened just now, right? How do you think I should deal with you? There was a hint of coldness in Lu Xun's voice. Qin Hong, who was lying in the corner, paused when she heard this, and trembled slightly with fear. Ew. You want to kill me? You should know that this is the best option. The cold voice was like a knife, and Qin Hong's breathing couldn't help but become heavier. Out of her survival instinct, a trace of fear flashed across her eyes, and finally she pleaded with a trembling voice. Ew. Don't kill me. I can surrender to you, and I will do anything you ask me to do. I'm worried about you. Qin Hong was embarrassed, pursed her lips, squirmed her bound body, crawled to Lu Xun, lowered her head with humiliation, and said, I can do what you did with this person. As long as you can let me go, I will be yours. As she spoke, Qin Hong raised her head slightly, her face flushed and a hint of charm appeared in her eyes. Qin Hong is not very old, just over 30 years old. With a charming face and a pair of peach blossoms, her appearance is quite good. Lu Xun glanced at her and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect that she was willing to do this. However, he was not so hungry that he would eat anything. Moreover, when he saw this face, he would be reminded of how she looked when she was absorbed by the purple leaf thorn vine, which was really a bit disgusting. However, this is after all a person with awakened superpowers who is quite powerful. It would be a huge loss if he were killed in vain. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xun paused, looked at Qin Hong, and asked, Your talent can absorb radiation energy? Yes. Then you should be similar to the corpses and also have a radiation core, right? Qin Hong curled up on the ground, shook her head, and explained, I don't have a radiation core. All the radiation energy flows in my body. On the contrary, my head is a completely radiation-free area in order to keep me in human form. Oh, it's very different from the situation with the rotting corpses. Lu Xun's eye showed thoughtfulness, and finally fell on Qin Hong's head. So what would happen if radiation invaded your brain? Qin Hong pursed her lips. This was the most private thing in her body, and also the secret that she could not allow outsiders to know. But now that we are still under the eaves and facing the crisis of life and death, we can only speak out such private matters. Once radiation enters my brain, I will transform into a corpse, and during the transformation, I will probably die or even fall into a coma. So that's how it is. Come your head over here. Lu Xun was half lying on the bed, his left hand around Chiu Suiying, and he gave the order casually. Qin Hong lowered her head in humiliation, got up from the ground with difficulty, and put her head in front of Lu Xun's hand. Afterwards, Lu Xun condensed a ray of radiation energy from the third-level radiation core, and with the help of his solidification talent, he guided it directly into her mind. Almost in an instant, Qin Hong's body trembled violently, and she felt almost uncontrollably. Because at this moment, the radiation energy invaded her mind and made her lose control of herself. For ordinary humans, even if a little radiation enters the brain, it may not have a big impact. However, Qin Hong's special talent made her mind the only pure land, making her even more sensitive to radiation energy. It's true, Lu Xun muttered to himself, then pulled out the radiation and placed it in an area outside his brain. It had not yet entered his brain and was only a thin line away from his brain. However, with just a slight collision and traction, this radiation energy would directly invade his brain. Instinctively, Qin Hong also felt a great danger, as if a knife was being held over his head. It's not over yet. Lu Xun used his talent again to compress the energy in this third-level radiation core. He had to take into account that Qin Hong was an expert at using radiation, and if he slowly dissipated this radiation, it would most likely be swallowed up. However, the radiant energy that had been deeply compressed by him reached an extremely high level of quality, and it was like a needle that penetrated into the area outside of his mind. From now on, if he wanted to kill Qin Hong, he only needed to randomly draw this beam of radiation energy to instantly penetrate into her mind and make her lose her ability to resist. After Qin Hong discovered this, her face turned pale. This was like a chokehold on her throat, which could take her life at any time. But after the fear, there was a hint of fear and awe in her eyes when she looked at Lu Xun. This strange method made her dare not resist. From now on, you will stay here with me. I will check the radiation energy in your brain every day. Once I find out that you use your own radiation energy to erode it, I will kill you immediately. Lu Shun said in a cold voice. No, I don't dare. From now on you will be my master. Qin Hong was lying on the ground, all her pride gone, and she said words that made her blush. Lu Shun was also stunned, while Chiu Suiying smiled secretly and glanced at Lu Shun teasingly. Lu Shun could only smile helplessly. Although it sounded a bit embarrassing, at least the effect was good. He completely controlled Qin Hong and not only solved a problem, but also gained a great general. Qin Hong's talent makes her equivalent to a rotten corpse with wisdom. Her value is extremely high. Chapter 165 discovered. He also made plans to keep Qin Hong by his side and supervise her at all times to avoid any trouble in the future. After all, only his own ability can suppress Qin Hong. After finishing the job, they also untied the ropes on Qin Hong's body, but she was still very cautious, keeping herself very low and lying on the ground, not daring to move. When she looked up, there was a hint of inexplicable charm in her eyes. Lu Shun's mouth twitched. Could this thing be some kind of letter? Why does it feel so inappropriate? Don't call me master. Speak more normally next time. He reminded her helplessly. Qin Hong's lips moved slightly, and she raised her head and thought with a little doubt. Then I should call you big brother, or boss? Lu Shun was so upset that he waved his hand and said, the boss is the boss. Boss, I sent your location to Zhao Zhongyang and Zhou Yong before. If nothing unexpected happens, we will lead a team here in the next few days. We have to be careful, Qin Hong said softly. Lu Shun's eyes moved. Come if you want to. It's just right to solve the previous matter and save trouble. Qin Hong chuckled. That's right. With your strength, even if Zhao Zhongyang and Zhou Yong come together, they will be in trouble. Lu Shun glanced at Qin Hong and was not used to her change. Almost in an instant, he gave up all his dignity and became a loyal lackey. This made him feel a little uncomfortable, but he couldn't tell what it was. After lying in bed for a while, he did not stay there any longer. He got up, dressed, and went to the corpse room. All the remaining radiation energy in the third-level radiation core will be drawn into Lu Shi's mind to help it improve its strength. No one knows when Zhou Yong will come, so we must prepare in advance and accumulate enough strength. The effect of the third-level radiation core is also stronger than expected. After Lu Shi absorbed it, both his strength and IQ were greatly improved. In the afternoon, at a shelter somewhere, nearly 10 people wearing thick clothes stepped into the vast snow. They all looked extraordinary, with ruddy complexions and well-developed muscles, which were very different from ordinary survivors. The leader was Zhou Yong. Brother Zhou, do we need so many people to capture Lu Xun? Isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Zhou Yong looked calm and said calmly, everything is based on safety. Besides, this person has a very special talent. If we can plunder him, it will be of great benefit to our future development. Indeed, just the radiation in the clean fresh water alone is worth a fortune. More than that, Zhou Yong shook his head and said, since it can cleanse, the radiation in fresh water must be close to the radiation in food or plant seeds. In short, in today's world, his ability to control radiation is definitely a bug. As he spoke, Zhou Yong looked around at the people around him and said in a deep voice, today, 8 of us are going together, and there are 3 of us with level 2 talents awakened. We must capture this man. However, everyone, don't let your guard down just because we are in large numbers. This person is extremely perceptive and will take precautions if he finds anything unusual, so you must be extra cautious. Do you understand? The other 7 people all nodded heavily. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. We are well aware of this matter. How could we have ever let you down in the past? Well, let's go then. Train carriage shelter. It's still time for exploration every day. Sherlay led a team and prepared to set off for the glacier shelter. The personnel have been selected. In addition to Sherlay, the core member, there are also Tang Zhongqiang and Tong Yun. 3 women and 2 teenagers were selected from the 9 survivors brought back yesterday. A total of 8 people went there together, and a group of them will stay in the glacier shelter for a long time in the future. Lu Shun is still the main person in charge of the train carriage shelter, but most things should be handled by Chiu Suiying, Shuiya, and Jiang Yueying. The other 4 newcomers will also follow Jiang Yueying and do what they can. Moreover, among these 9 survivors, the beautiful woman is also a smart and capable person who can be responsible for some things. Lu Xun also knew her name, Yanging Lu, 25 years old, a student who had just graduated from college a year ago. However, she had suffered a lot in the past, so she was much more mature now. As the exploration time came, the people in the gathering place split into 2 groups. and Sherlay led the group to move south. Here in the train carriage shelter, Zhang Yueying also led people to collect wild vegetables on the surrounding hillsides. However, for safety reasons, Lu Shun did not take away all the corpses this time. Instead, he ordered them to wander around and be alert to the dangers around them. 30 minutes later, Lu Shun was taking Qin Hong to check on the dead leaf bird in the dead leaf forest when suddenly his eyes moved and he looked towards a place not far away. I saw a level 2 corpse running towards me from not far away. Is there someone coming? Lu Shun quickly alerted, glanced at Qin Hong and Lu Shi beside him, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go and check the situation. There should be someone approaching the shelter." When they arrived at the hillside southwest of the shelter, Lu Shun could see from a distance a group of people wearing black winter warm clothes walking towards them. Looking at the way they walked in the wind and snow, you could tell that they were not ordinary survivors. Every step they took was very solid and no one was left behind. Are they all gifted awakeners? And their target is so clear, it seems they are Zhou Yong's men. Lu Shun looked downcast and snorted coldly. He had never met this man before, but Zhou Yong wanted to take his life and had already put it into action. There was no need to explain the hatred between the two. Now that they met again, and he was on the shore while the enemy was in the open, Lu Shun had a huge advantage, so he had already developed the intention to kill. He quickly ordered Lu Shi to start mobilizing the rotten corpses, hiding them in the surrounding snow and ambush them on the path they had to pass. The distance between the two sides is getting closer. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Lu Shun was already prepared. Black ice needles began to emerge from the surrounding snow, and the dragnet had been set up. However, just as Zhou Yong and others were about to fall into the trap, they suddenly stopped and carefully looked around. Lu Shun frowned slightly. What's going on? Did he find something unusual? Or is it just an accident? However, Zhou Yong remained where he was, looking around. Another of his men was whispering something nearby. Until the end, Zhou Yong seemed to be completely sure and said loudly, "Lu Shun, you should be here. No need to hide. Come out." Lu Shun's pupils contracted, and there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. How is that possible? Chapter 166 Peace Talks. Long before the ambush, he had checked the location many times and found it to be very hidden. All the corpses were hidden deep in the snow, and there was no way they could be discovered. Unless someone leaked the information. Thinking of this, he looked at Qin Hong with cold eyes. Qin Hong saw this. A trace of anxiety appeared on his face, and he whispered, "Brother, I am yours now. How could I do such a thing? And my survival radio has been confiscated by you. You can search me yourself." As he said this, he leaned forward and tried to unzip his coat. Lu Shun stopped him and said, "Don't get feverish. It's good that it's not you. If I find you doing something messy, don't blame me for cleaning you out." He thought about it carefully. All the survival radios on Qin Hong had been confiscated by him, and she had been staying in the shelter. She had no time to leak the secrets under his nose. In this case, there are only two explanations for the current situation. Or, the other party didn't notice it and just wanted to trick you. Or, the other party really has special means and has discovered his ambush. Seeing that no one came out, Zhou Yong said coldly, "You don't need to hide anymore. One of my subordinates has awakened talent and has a perception talent. Even if you ambush here, I can easily find you." As he spoke, Zhou Yong picked up a snowball and threw it in a certain direction. The seemingly ordinary location made Lu Shun gasp, as this was exactly where the corpse was hiding. His face couldn't help but look a little ugly. He didn't expect that under Zhou Yong's command, there was actually an awakened person with perception talent. This made his good situation collapse in an instant. After thinking for a moment, he slowly stood up and looked at Zhou Yong calmly. "Long time no see, Zhou Yong." "It's true," Zhou Yong smiled faintly. "Everyone else hiding around here, come out as well." Lu Shun smiled and clapped his hands, and Lu Shi nodded in tacit understanding. Then, 5 figures stood up in the snow. After seeing these 5 rotten corpses, Zhou Yong was visibly shocked. After sensing the strength of the corpse, his expression changed drastically. "This is a level 2 corpse." Even the voice of the speaker increased a few notches. Zhou Yong looked deep and said in a hoarse voice, "There should be more than 5. From what I sense, there should be 7 more auras." At this moment, Lu Shun smiled bitterly and no longer held any hope. Afterwards, the 6 second-level zombies and Qin Hong, who was hiding beside them, also slowly crawled out of the snow. Hiss! Not only Zhou Yong, but also the others behind Zhou Yong, all took a deep breath and slowly took a step back, their eyes full of vigilance. They have already seen that the 12 zombies and 2 human survivors in front of them are at least level 2 in strength. This almost terrifying force almost destroyed the worldview they had established during the Doomsday. Being able to control corpses is shocking enough. And it is even more amazing that he can control a level 2 corpse. But the most important thing is that there are 12 level 2 corpses. The combat power this represents is even stronger than all the people in their entire shelter combined. Zhou Yong's face turned slightly pale, and he secretly thanked himself for being alert and not moving forward. Otherwise, if he had taken one more step forward, he would have been dead. At this moment, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes when he looked at Lu Shan. These corpses should be cultivated by you using your own talents, right? Zhou Yong asked with a faint smile. Lu Shan's eyes remained calm as he replied coldly. You came all the way to my shelter just to chat with me? It certainly wasn't the case before, but looking at the current situation, it doesn't matter if we chat for a while, right? Zhou Yong also said frankly. Lu Shan's eyes moved slightly. This was indeed the current situation. Although he is stronger, with 13 level 2 fighters and a level 3 land corpse, he can 100 crush Zhou Yong and his 8 men. However, the two sides were dozens of meters apart, and the opponent was also a strong man with awakened talent. Perhaps he could not defeat him in a head-on confrontation, but if he wanted to escape, it would not be difficult. In the current situation, no one can do anything to anyone else, and the situation immediately becomes deadlocked. I really didn't expect that you would have such a strong, murderous intention towards me. I just got the news yesterday and rushed here with people today. Lu Shan said helplessly. Zhou Yong said calmly. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. You have something we want, so it's only natural for us to snatch it away with our greater strength. That does make sense. Lu Shan did not refute. But looking at the situation now, your strength is far beyond my imagination, and you can even crush me. Then it would be wrong for me to plunder you, or even want to kill you. Zhou Yong was extremely frank. He looked at Lu Shan and said, I can apologize to you because I was reckless and bumped into you before, which caused some minor conflicts. I hope you can forgive me. What if I don't understand? No understanding? Zhou Yong smiled and said, if you insist on fighting to the death, I can only run away. I don't think you can catch us. The worst that can happen is that we can live in peace in our own places and have no dealings with each other in the future. If you insist on chasing me, I can just run away. You can't keep chasing me and killing me, right? The corner of Lu Shan's mouth twitched. He didn't expect the other party to say that. Zhou Yong continued, although I have the intention to kill you, after all, no actual damage has been caused. There is no need for us to fight to the death. What do you think? Haha, you've come to my doorstep and you want to end it all. Zhou Yong said calmly. If you feel uncomfortable, I can compensate you with 50 kilograms of salt, and the previous hatred will be written off. We can even have some cooperation in transactions. How about it? You are really adaptable. Lu Shan knew that he couldn't afford to fight today, so he restrained his murderous intent. Zhou Yong smiled and said, before, you were too weak to be on equal footing with me, so naturally I would not give you face. But now, we are equals, and you are even superior to me, so naturally we have to talk nicely. Lu took a deep look at this. Such sophisticated egoism could be said to be a kind of wisdom. Okay, I can accept your proposal. 50 kilograms of salt, and all previous matters will be written off. However, I have another condition. You say, Lu Shan said in a deep voice, terminate the cooperation with Zhao Zhongyang and stop providing salt to the gathering place. If I take action against the gathering place, I don't want to see you appear. Zhou Yong's pupil shrank slightly, and he said, well, the gathering place has no value anymore. After you and the other survivors left, the gathering place is like a pool of stagnant water. It has no value to me. Chapter 167. All things are unfavorable. And you may not know that an accident occurred when the gathering place was exploring Jingning Town. Now they are surrounded by rotten corpses and can't save themselves. As he spoke, Zhou Yong slowly retreated with the people behind him. Finally, he said, I will send someone to deliver 50 kilograms of salt tomorrow and put it where it is now. But I hope you will keep your word and not harm my men. The sound drifted farther and farther away, and Zhou Yong's figure became smaller and smaller in the wind and snow, until it gradually disappeared. Lu Shan stared at Feng Shui, and finally uttered a sentence slowly. Zhou Yong is quite a figure. Only people with sophisticated egoism, flexibility, clear goals, and extreme caution can survive in this doomsday land. Lu Shan sighed deeply. It was indeed a great pity that he didn't kill this man despite having such a good opportunity today. However, the results today are pretty good. At least, now we have firmly established our foothold and no longer need to fear external threats. He also had confidence that no matter what methods other people used to improve their strength, it was highly likely that they would not be able to improve as fast as the corpses. Judging from his combat power alone, he no longer needs to be too afraid. Next, the focus will be on expansion and development to increase income from resources. I took out the mechanical alarm clock and checked the time. There was still plenty of time for exploration. Lucian left 2 or 3 corpses behind to patrol near the shelter, alert to possible dangers to the west, northwest, north, and south. The successive invasions by Old Cat and Zhou Yong also reminded him that the location of the shelter was by no means completely safe. If other survivors find the railway, they will most likely follow it and find the shelter of the train carriage. Even for the vast majority of survivors who are strong enough, it is possible for them to explore eastwards, towards the mountains and forests. After all, there are very few resources on the vast snowfield. After the initial development stage, if you want to improve further, there are only 2 goals: large cities to the west and mountains and forests to the east. From this perspective, train carriages are relatively safe only in the short term, but as time goes on, they will surely be discovered by more and more people. Therefore, special attention needs to be paid to future prevention work. He also had enough confidence that he could defend the shelter with the power of the corpses. As he thought about this, he walked towards the east. The purpose of today is very simple. The land corpses are responsible for stealing things in the forest, and the other rotten corpses are responsible for picking up feces. The sunken wood in the forest contains rich radiation energy that can help improve your strength. The feces of mutant wild boars and mutant giant elephants are enough to make nutrient solution to help the plants in the shelter grow quickly. These 2 are the most important things for the current shelter. But the result this time doesn't seem to be very good. In the back mountain shelter, Lucian looked at Lu's corpse, which was covered in wounds and had several broken ribs, and shook his head helplessly. The previous 2 times I went to the forest, I was able to bring back a few pieces of dark wood. But today not only did I gain nothing, even Lu Shur was seriously injured. These precious sunken woods must be of great significance to the zombies. Those powerful zombies will naturally not allow them to be taken away. On the other side, a level 2 corpse picking up feces in the northeast also unexpectedly encountered mutant wild boars, and there were 2 of them. After continuous collisions, 1 level 2 corpse was actually killed. This gave Lucian a headache. Wasn't it just picking up some feces? But a level 2 fighter died. In fact, they only picked up a few pieces of feces, a total of 6 or 7 pounds, which was not a big harvest. This also made him determined that it was necessary to get rid of this mutant wild boar. Otherwise, it would be likely to be attacked if it moved around in the surrounding area. Moreover, based on current observations, there should be 3 to 4 mutant wild boars, belonging to a small family. If we could clean it all up, there would be at least 300 or 400 kilograms of meat. If we eat it sparingly, it would last us at least several months. And whether it is the wild boar's tusks or thick fur, they are extremely precious materials. I originally thought that I was the only one having troubles. In the evening, Sherlay sent him a message, reporting today's situation, and found that the situation in the glacier shelter was also not optimistic. On the first day at the glacier shelter, Sherlay encountered other survivors and had a conflict with them. The other side had 2 talented awakeners. Although they were not very strong and could not match Sherlay in a one-on-one fight, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, so they were still at a disadvantage. In the end, Tang Zhongqiang helped Sherlay take a punch, which gave Sherlay a chance to fight back. But Tang Zhongqiang was also seriously injured. The unfavorable situation immediately made the atmosphere in the glacier shelter much more depressing. Lucian also understood that although there were 8 people in the glacier shelter, only Sherlay and Tang Zhongqiang were capable of fighting. Tang Zhongqiang is just an ordinary person. Facing a battle with someone with awakened talents, he cannot participate at all. Therefore, if they were attacked by other groups of survivors, Sherlay alone would probably be unable to hold on. It seems that it is indeed necessary to help others awaken their talents and improve their overall strength. Lucian thought silently. Today, the number of people in the shelter is increasing, having reached 16 people, and the demand for food is also increasing. If we cannot expand the harvest and obtain more food, our situation will become increasingly difficult. The resources that can be found in a single shelter are limited, so territory expansion is essential. The expansion of territory will inevitably lead to the occupation of resource-rich lands, which will naturally lead to conflicts with other survivors. At this time, strength is very important. Beside her, Chiao Suiying, with her fair shoulders exposed, whispered, "If the glacier shelter is short of people, I can go over and help." Lucian shook his head slightly. "Just stay by my side and help me develop the train carriage shelter. There is a plantation industry in the underground shelter, which is more important than the glacier shelter. As for the glacier shelter, leave it to Sherlay. He is strong enough and intelligent. He looks big and strong, but he is actually very cunning. Don't worry about him." Chiao Suiying also nodded honestly. At this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted and said, Sister-in-law can go to the glacier shelter. I can just accompany brother." "Shut up." Shut up. Lu Xun and Qiu Suiying spoke at the same time. Qin Hong shivered with fear and huddled down on the small bed. He already felt a little regretful about letting Qin Hong stay in his shelter. He found that after he conquered Qin Hong was a little too enthusiastic, calling him Big Brother every day, and even had some improper thoughts, which really gave him a headache. Chapter 168 Hunting Mutant Wild Boar. He had secretly planned that it would be best to open another shelter and send Qin Hong to manage it so that she wouldn't be an eyesore in front of him. The group of survivors originally managed by Qin Hong seemed to be a good choice. Lu Xun thought for a while and asked, Qin Hong, are there any valuable resources around your original shelter? Qin Hong stroked his chin, thought for a while, and said, there are indeed some resources, such as wild vegetables, insects in the soil, wild fruits, etc., but there are no resources of particularly high value. So how many people are there in your shelter? Originally there were about 20 people, but there should be no more now. Qin Hong answered honestly, and then added, after I was abducted by you, other gathering places around me should have known about the situation, and they may have annexed my gathering place. Now even if I go back, I'm afraid I will only come back empty-handed. Lu Xun frowned and nodded. Qin Hong's gathering place was too far away, at least 5 kilometers away from the train carriage, and there was really no way to gather them together. Otherwise, a dozen or so survivors would definitely be a very abundant labor force, and perhaps they could even open up a new gathering place in the north and obtain some other resources. Under the current circumstances, I can only keep Qin Hong by my side for now. Lu Xun thought about it and decided that the priority now was to deal with the dangers around the shelter, especially the mutant wild boar that often wandered around, making it unsafe to pick up feces, which seriously affected the development of the planting industry. However, this wild boar is too cunning and moves very fast, making it difficult to trap it. But he didn't expect that the opportunity would be in front of him so soon. The next afternoon, the second-level corpses were still sent out to collect feces from the surrounding hillsides and to provide vigilance. But not long after, the painful howlings of rotting corpses were heard. Lu Xun's eyes lit up, and he immediately put down what he was doing and quickly rushed over with Lu Shi. From a distance, I could see 2 wild boars, one big and one small, surrounded by rotten corpses. There were obvious injuries on the little wild boar's body, most likely left by a rotting corpse. In order to protect the little wild boar, the big wild boar was also restrained, resulting in it not escaping immediately. Lu Xun's eyes lit up immediately. What a good opportunity. As long as we can hold it back, the strength we have now is enough to deal with it. Rushing over at an extremely fast speed and quickly hiding behind the mutant wild boar's retreat route, Lu Shi was also ready for battle. Lu Xun's talent quickly came into play in the snow. He set up many traps in the surrounding snow. Once the mutant wild boar escaped from the encirclement, it would be quickly tripped or stabbed. The mutant wild boar obviously sensed danger, and it kept kicking with its 2 hind legs and making heavy gurgling sounds from its nose, trying to break out, but it couldn't find a suitable position. 8 level 2 corpses, plus Lu Xun and Lu Shi, have surrounded it tightly. Lu Shi, restrain him. Lu Xun controlled the overall situation and issued orders secretly. If a level 2 corpse attacks, it will be very likely to be injured because of the huge gap in strength between it and the mutant wild boar. However, Lu Shi has successfully reached level 3, enough to fight the mutant wild boar head-on. As the 2 sides collided, Lu Shi was not knocked away this time, but instead withstood the impact of the mutant wild boar. The powerful force of the collision blew away the surrounding snow. Control it. Don't let it leave. Lu Xun ordered quickly and attacked. Suddenly, 3 snow walls appeared around the mutant wild boar, surrounding it. Without waiting for the wild boar to approach the snow wall, Lu Xun kicked it directly. Immediately, snowflakes flew away, and sharp black ice needles pierced directly into the mutant wild boar's body. Lu Xun specifically controlled the angle of the ice needles' penetration, stabbing it all from underground upwards, attacking the abdomen where the defense was the weakest. Phew. The attack was so unexpected that the black ice needle pierced into the abdomen. The next moment, the mutant wild boar howled in pain and struggled backwards, but crashed into the surrounding snow wall again, and more ice needles pierced its body. Coupled with the restraint of the land corpses, the mutant wild boar was unable to escape even if it wanted to. After being seriously injured, the surrounding level 2 zombies swarmed over, continuously hitting the wild boar's head with their fists and sharp claws. However, Lu Xun soon discovered that it was not appropriate to let the second-level corpses attack because their IQ was too low. Not only was their attack efficiency relatively low, but the wounds caused by their rotten claws would likely affect the quality of the mutant wild boar's meat. So, he immediately gave another order, asking them to be responsible for catching the little wild boar and controlling it to minimize its force. Lu Xun cooperated with Lu Shi to continuously consume the mutant wild boar's physical strength and life. Black ice needles pierced the belly, snow sand smeared the face, axes chopped off the head. Lucian used every possible method. Although it is difficult to completely deplete the mutant wild boar's vitality in a short period of time, the continuous attacks have already left the large beast seriously injured, and it continues to howl in pain. Finally, when its struggling became less intense, Lucian found the right opportunity, condensed a longer black ice needle, and stabbed it at a tricky angle, directly into the heart. Phew! Blood gushed out and flowed along the black ice needles. The mutant wild boar twisted violently again, but this time it did not last too long. It soon stopped slowly and gradually became motionless. Seeing this, Lucian let out a breath. It's finally solved. Looking at this huge mutant wild boar, a look of joy appeared on Lucian's face. A wild boar weighing at least hundreds of kilograms, which represents a huge amount of resources. Meat, fur, teeth, bones, are all rare treasures and have great significance for the entire shelter. And more importantly, he also caught a little wild boar. This little wild boar had been pinned down by a second-level corpse and was unable to move in the snow. It weighed nearly 20 kilograms. Without much hesitation, he arranged for the zombies to lift the two wild boars and transport them to the shelter in the back mountain. He planned to keep this large wild boar in the shelter behind the mountain and cut it up himself. After all, meat, a precious ingredient, is extremely rare in the Doomsday. If he puts it directly in the train carriage, he can't guarantee that there will be no accidents. As for the little wild boar, he personally led it back to the railway carriage shelter. Chiao Suiying, Jiang Yueying, Shueya, and several other female survivors were picking and washing today's wild vegetables on the ground. When they saw Lucian returning with a wild boar, their eyes lit up. Brother Shin, this is... Chiao Suiying stood up in surprise and pointed at the little wild boar. Chapter 169, Wild Boar Farming. Lucian didn't explain too much, and said casually, what we caught today is just right for raising, and the breeding business can start smoothly. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Yueying also stood up quickly, looked around the mutant wild boar, and said with a little surprise, no problem, it's a small wild boar of very good quality, with a strong body and a very young age. If we raise it from a young age, it should be successfully domesticated. I walked around the little wild boar twice and became more and more delighted the more I looked at it. In this doomsday environment, it is already very difficult to start a planting industry. Jiang Yueying had never thought that the breeding industry could be started so smoothly. But soon, Jiang Yueying frowned and asked, Chief, where are you going to keep this little wild boar? Underground shelter? I'm afraid that won't work. Jiang Yueying shook her head and said, the underground shelter is already full of crops, so there's no room for breeding. And if we keep this guy in the underground shelter, it's likely to ruin the surrounding crops. Hearing this, Lucian stroked his chin and thought for a while. Take me to the underground shelter first to check the situation. If I keep it in the train compartment, I'm afraid the temperature will be too low. Walk to the back of the train car, through the passage, and down to the underground shelter. Soon you can see that the 3 plots of land are neatly laid out and planted with crops. Jiang Yueying began to introduce. We have opened up 3 plots of land, 2 for potatoes and 1 for ivy. Each plot is about 10 square meters, just enough to fill the entire shelter. Lucian checked and found that this was indeed the case. All the daily necessities left behind when they lived here had been moved away, and this place had completely become a planting base. This made him frown, and he lowered his head to think for a moment, then said, the little wild boar has a strong vitality, is not afraid of radiation, and is also resistant to cold. What do you think if we keep it directly in the ice brick fortress? Jiang Yueying thought for a moment and said, we can build another small ice brick fortress to use as a pigsty. After padding the inside with velvet grass, it should be barely enough. Lucian nodded and immediately began to arrange the action. Chiao Suiying was in charge of arranging the survivors in the shelter and started collecting snow to make ice bricks. Lucian also called the corpses over and rebuilt a small ice brick fortress on the right side of the original ice brick fortress, which was behind the ice brick fortress where Chiao Suiying, Shueya, and Jiang Yueying lived. Nowadays, the facilities around the train carriage shelters have become much richer. The original train carriage was shrouded in an ice brick fortress, and behind it was connected a 30 square meter cube ice brick fortress, which was where firewood was usually stored and was also the entrance to the underground shelter. On the right side of the train carriage, there is also a large ice brick fortress. This ice brick fortress is similar to the shelter in the back mountain. It is filled with clay, velvet straw, and wooden boards. It has excellent thermal insulation effect and is completely habitable. Moreover, the classes in the shelter are still very clear. Lucian and Sherlay, as the 2 people with the highest status, usually live alone. After all, the entire shelter belongs to them. The second group of people who joined, Jiang Yueying, Tang Zhongqiang, Chiao Suiying, Shueya, and Tong Yun, have relatively middle-level status and are usually responsible for some affairs, so they also live alone. For example, for women including Chiao Suiying usually live in this ice brick fortress. As for those who had just joined, such as Yanginglu, they had the lowest status and were usually squeezed into the train carriage. Some small matters and chores were also assigned to them. Behind the ice brick fortress of Chiosuying and others, there is an open space, which is just right for building a new ice brick fortress and raising mutant wild boars in it. Moreover, the configuration of the ice brick fortress is consistent with that of human habitation. In addition to the thick and sealed ice bricks, a layer of clay velvet is also added to maintain the internal temperature. Finally, a small earthen kong was built inside, which was only about 2 square meters and had a flue inside, so it could be used directly. As for the size of the ice brick fortress, for future considerations, it should be made as large as possible, probably around 30 square meters. Due to the sufficient number of people, both the production of ice bricks and the construction of the ice brick fortress were not very difficult tasks. It took about half a day to successfully complete it. This mutant little wild boar also successfully settled in and became the first member of the shelter's breeding industry. Jiang Guiying is responsible for both planting and breeding, and her tasks have become increasingly busy. By the way, Lucian also asked about the situation of the planting industry. Jiang Guiying was extremely professional and reported the situation in detail. The first batch of potatoes has been planted for half a month. They are currently growing well and have sprouted. The second batch of potatoes had just been planted a few days ago. However, according to previous experience, as long as the temperature, nutrition, and soil quality meet the requirements, it would not be difficult to grow them. As for the last green vine, nothing can be seen at the moment. Jiang Guiying just planted it. This mutated plant, which originally grew in the Doomsday, has a high degree of adaptability to the environment and has a high probability of surviving. However, Jiang Guiying was not sure how many days the growth cycle of the green vine was, and it might take a long time to mature. However, the advanced nutrient solution does have an effect. According to Jiang Guiying, after watering the potatoes with the advanced nutrient solution, the growth rate was significantly faster. There is a high possibility that a batch of potatoes will mature in about 30 to 40 days. The yield may not be particularly high, but it will not be too low. This will be the first crop harvested in the shelter. Lu Xun was also quite satisfied. The shelter was on the right track and was developing steadily. After ensuring that everything was fine, he took Chiosuying and braved the wind and snow to return to the shelter in the back mountains. After all, some things are inconvenient to do in a train carriage. Moreover, there were many things he needed to do in the train carriage. He first came to the corpse room. As soon as he entered, extremely dense radiation energy hit him in the face, making him sneeze involuntarily. He quickly put on a gas mask, carried the independent shelter core, and attached his innate energy to his body before he dared enter. Here, 6 pieces of dark wood and a large number of radiation cores are stored. After a rough calculation, there are now a total of 3 pseudo-level 3 radiation cores, plus more than 50 level 2 radiation cores, which have been accumulated over the past few days. The second-level corpses no longer continue to absorb the second-level radiation cores. This is mainly to prevent their strength from increasing too quickly and thus escaping from the control of the land corpses. Therefore, the most important thing at the moment is to make a third-level radiation core to help Lu Xun improve his strength, while collecting white liquid to help improve his own strength. Chapter 170 Trouble at the Glacier Shelter. At the same time, he also planned to collect the white liquid. Perhaps he could create a few more talented awakeners to enhance the overall strength of the shelter. Using the remaining innate energy, Lu Xun drew the radiation energy from the darkwood and once again created a pseudo-third-level radiation core, and then put them together for a slow incubation. After doing all this, he returned to the shelter and began to clean up the corpses of the mutant wild boars. However, the mutant boars are too large, and if they decompose in the shelter, they will most likely stain it. Lu Xun thought about it for a while, and ordered the corpses again to extend an area outward along the door frame of the original shelter. Outside the house, a yard of about 10 square meters was rebuilt without an insulation layer. It is just the most ordinary ice brick fortress that can be used for daily activities. By the way, several large freezers were also built specifically for storing meat. Then, the mutant wild boars began to be divided. Behind him, Chiosuying and Qin Hong were responsible for helping. When the two saw the mutant wild boar for the first time, their expressions were almost identical, full of surprise and disbelief. On weekdays, they eat meat in 2 ways at most. One is canned meat found in the ruins of the town, and the other is small prey they catch. However, this is the first time to see such a huge wild boar. Moreover, the amount of food that can be decomposed from a huge wild boar is far beyond the reach of small animals. After a quick inspection, Lu Xun discovered that the mutant wild boar's fur, although very thick, was made entirely of hard steel hair and was not suitable for use as a warming item. Therefore, it is better to just burn the hair directly, which will make subsequent processing more convenient. Then, he used an axe to chop the huge mutant wild boar into different areas and parts. He was not a professional butcher and could only cut it roughly. The 4 pig legs, which are the most fattening and largest parts of the meat, were divided into 2 parts and stored in the freezer. He could open the stomach and took out the internal organs, then gave them to Chin Hong and Chiao Suiying to clean. He then cut the pork in the trunk into small pieces and stored them in the freezer. The amount of meat in this part is no less than that of pork leg. Although it carries a lot of bones, the meat is just as tender and is a rare ingredient. Moreover, this wild boar looked strong, but a large piece of fat was taken out of its stomach. The importance of oil and fat is self-evident. Lucien put it aside and planned to boil it into lard for daily use in the future. The remaining pig heads were simply processed and then stored directly in the freezer. Almost every part of a whole wild boar is useful, and the huge amount of meat weighs several hundred kilograms, which is enough to eat for a long time. As for today's food, Lucien cut some pork chops, fried them with lard, sprinkled some salt on them, and added some wild vegetables. It was exquisite and rich. No matter whether it was Chiao Suiying or Chin Hong, their eyes were a little dazed when they looked at the food on the table. These most common dishes have become the biggest luxury in this era. Chin Hong couldn't help but sighed. It seems that being caught by you is not a bad thing. Lucien's face darkened, and he said, if you continue to eat for free every day without contributing anything of value, get out of here tomorrow and stop eating and drinking for free here. In the past few days, Chin Hong has completely put aside her previous dignity and has been working hard as a subordinate. She has become more and more leisurely on weekdays, allowing Lucien to beat and scold her, still smiling, and even saying a few dirty words from time to time. This made Lucien seriously suspect that some of her potential attributes must have been fully stimulated. Lucien was helpless about such stubborn and shameless behavior. More importantly, Chin Hong has great abilities but is lazy and has no self-awareness at all. Chin Hong also curled her lips and ate the pork chops as usual, looking nonchalant, which gave Lucien and Chiao Suiying a headache. Lucien has made up his mind that he must find a job and get rid of this guy so that he won't be an eyesore around him. After all, he is a person with awakened second-level talent, and he used to be the leader of a gathering place. He must have abilities, but now he has given up on himself and fallen into depravity. Over the next few days, the shelter continued to develop steadily. Zhou Yang sent the salt, once again emphasizing that the two sides could live in peace and were willing to communicate and trade with each other. After the mutant wild boar was killed, it became much easier to go out and pick up feces, but there was a lot less feces. The combat power of Lucien's subordinates is also constantly expanding and improving. They can obtain more than 100 first-level radiation cores every day. This huge resource has greatly contributed to the improvement of the corpses. The corpse on land absorbed 3 level 3 radiation cores, and its aura became stronger again, reaching the middle stage of level 3. The increase in strength also means that the number of corpses under his control is increasing, and now has reached 20. 10 level 2 zombies and 10 level 1 zombies are guarding the shelter, greatly increasing its overall strength. The shelter's infrastructure, planting and breeding industries are also gradually getting back on track and do not require too much worry. And another shelter, the glacier shelter. For days have passed since Sherlay left, and he currently has no plans to return, but he contacts Lucien every day through the survival radio to report the general situation to him. The resources in the glacier are indeed very abundant. A lot of big-bellied fish, gray-shelled shrimps, and green-eyed clams can be caught every day. In addition to daily consumption, a large number of them can also be stored. And every day, you can get a lot of velvet grass. So in the first few days, they would find it difficult to survive outside because of the cold. However, as the number of velvet grasses continued to increase and the construction of the shelters became more and more complete, they were finally able to survive for a long time. However, the only problem lies with the other survivors. In order to compete for limited resources, the group of survivors often caused conflicts and tried to plunder the food and resources harvested by Sherlay and others. This also made Sherlay very annoyed. He got angry and wanted to kill the opponent several times, but he was suppressed by the opponent because 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. Lucien was also very curious. With such a long glacier, where can't you fish? Where can't you dig velvet grass? Why did they have to come here to snatch Sherlay and others? In response to this, Sherlay gave a headache-inducing answer. This group of survivors had no tools to cut through the ice, so they could only wander around on the ice and had no way of getting food. They didn't have pickaxes or shovels, and couldn't get a lot of velvet grass without digging through nearly 2 meters of snow and frozen soil. That's why they often come here to plunder. In other words, their real purpose has never been to plunder food and wool, but to plunder tools. Chapter 171 News from the official gathering place. After hearing this, Lucien felt both ridiculous and annoyed. A large amount of resources were laid out before his eyes, but because he had no tools, he had to suffer from the cold and hunger every day. However, This may also be the true situation for many survivors. This land is not without resources, but because of the harsh environment, sophisticated tools must be used to effectively obtain these food and resources. In the doomsday world that has been abandoned for many years, there are only a few tools left, and many of them are broken. The value and importance of the tools have risen to a very high level. Lu Shun pondered for a long time and felt that it was necessary to go there in person to understand the situation in the glacier shelter. That group of survivors must be dealt with, otherwise there will be constant trouble and development will be affected. Compared with Lu Shun's smooth sailing, Zhao Zhongyang's recent situation is obviously a bit worrying. Underground gathering place. Zhao Zhongyang's eyes were gloomy, and his breathing became heavier as he looked at the security team that had suffered heavy losses. At the side, Bai Linen had his hand wrapped in gauze and his face was equally gloomy. Moreover, because of the serious injury, his face was unusually pale. Old White, what's the situation outside now? Bai Linen said in a low voice. There are still a lot of corpses. Almost all the corpses in Jingning Town have gathered here and are wandering around the gathering place. According to your request, a Talon Awakener will lead 3 security team members to go out and hunt the corpses, but the efficiency is very low and the probability of injury is too high. Zhao Zhongyang closed his eyes slightly and asked, how is the damage? We have 4 talented Awakeners in total, including you and me. There are 3 outside talented Awakeners in the shelter, and you are the only one who has reached level 2. Bai Lin stated silently. Over the past period of time, 3 people have been injured, and 1 person has been trapped and died in the group of corpses. Now there are only 3 to 4 people who can participate in the battle. Although the security team has expanded to 30 people, it is already difficult for us to feed them. In addition, in the recent battle, 7 people died and 16 were injured. The situation is very troublesome. As the words fell, the room fell into silence, leaving only heavy breathing. Bai Lin sighed, and finally looked up and asked, Officer Zhao, when will the support from Chief Zhou arrive? If this continues, I'm afraid the shelter can't hold out. Zhao Zhongyang remained silent and did not answer Bai Lin's question. Instead, he asked with a slightly trembling voice. I asked you to contact Zhang Shua, Wang Haishan, Hu Linyu, and other nearby survivor groups. What was the result? Bai Lin's face darkened. Although he didn't hear the answer, he roughly understood the situation and replied, no chance. They just agreed perfunctorily at the beginning, but now they directly refuse. Besides, they hope that we will be besieged by corpses all the time. All the corpses in Jingning Town have left now. The survivors in the surrounding areas have just entered to collect resources and mutant willow branches. They have no time to care about us. Also, the consequences of Lu Shun's incident have not been eliminated yet. The stronger survivor groups have lost trust in us and are not willing to support the gathering place at all. As for the ordinary survivors, we are stronger and will naturally support us when we can provide benefits. But now, they all just want to escape from the gathering place and don't want to be trapped here and die. What finally woke him up was still Zhao Zhongyang's long silence. After several minutes, Bai Lin spoke again to remind him, Officer Zhao, we need to make plans as soon as possible on what to do next. Zhao Zhongyang said in a hoarse voice, how many survivors are there in the shelter now? About 60 people, almost all of them were from the security team and labor team. Most of the others left or died. Notify everyone and prepare to evacuate the gathering place. Zhao Zhongyang spoke out the final plan as if he had drained all his strength. Bai Lin was obviously stunned, but I didn't show any surprise. Really, do you want to give up this place? Even if we suffer heavy losses, it's better than being trapped here forever. Zhao Zhongyang's eyes were a little dull, and he said, we can force our way out of the circle of corpses and start over somewhere else. We still have a chance. We can't let all the survivors die here with us, right? That's right. Bai Lin nodded. But if they escape, I'm afraid the reputation of this gathering place will never be established again. Forget it then. Perhaps I alone cannot support a gathering place. Establishing a small survivor group to protect the remaining survivors may be enough. Bai Lin took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, I'll notify them right away. After saying that, he dragged his injured body away, leaving only the hunched figure of Zhao Zhongyang in the room. After a moment of silence, a hoarse and heavy murmur was heard. A gathering place cannot survive without a strong group of survivors. Perhaps what I did was really wrong, but there is no room for turning back. Recalling the news he received a few days ago, a young man's figure emerged in Zhao Zhongyang's old eyes. Lu Shun, I still underestimated you. Zhou Yong almost used all his strength, but for unknown reasons, he didn't dare to attack you. In the end, he even compensated you with salt and took the initiative to show goodwill. Haha, I ended up losing more than I gained. I forced my biggest ally away and tried to cling to Zhou Yang's thigh, but in the end I got nothing and destroyed such a large gathering place. At this moment, it is completely impossible to say that I have no regrets. Zhao Zhongyang sighed helplessly and took out this survival radio from his arms, which had a message on it. However, the source of the information was not the survivors in this area, but a message he received unexpectedly when he headed west and tried to approach a large city. Other official personnel have already gathered a group of survivors and successfully established a gathering place to the west of Yiling City. Moreover, relying on his official status and sufficient strength, he gathered a large group of survivors and gained the ability to explore the ruins of the city. At the same time, we are also trying to contact survivors in other areas around the city. When Zhao Zhongyang received this message, he could hardly hide his excitement, and he looked forward to the day when he could lead the team from the gathering place to the city ruins and meet with other gathering places. Unfortunately, not long after, the corpses in Jingning Town rioted and surrounded the entire gathering place. They were busy with this matter and had no ability to explore the ruins of the city, so the matter was shelved. Chapter 172: Escape to the East. His lofty ideals were gradually shattered as the gathering place was besieged by rotten zombies, and he was eventually forced to flee the gathering place. Zhao Zhongyang sighed. Forget it, let's escape first, so that everyone in the gathering place won't be buried here because of my fault. 2 days later, all the people in the gathering place gathered at the entrance, and everyone had a solemn and dignified look on their face. All the talent awakeners, as well as members of the security team, held wooden spears or rusty iron tools tightly in their hands, looking outside the gathering place. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. The remaining survivors were mostly members of the labor team, most of whom were carrying heavy resources. These are the remaining supplies in the gathering place. They have decided to abandon this place completely and will naturally take away all the useful things. When the exploration time came, everyone, led by Zhao Zhongyang, quickly rushed out of the shelter. All of a sudden, all the zombies wandering outside came together and tried to surround the survivors. Zhao Zhongyang also made arrangements quickly, letting the stronger talent awakeners and security team members stay on the periphery to take precautions, not aiming to kill the corpses, but only to protect the formation and leave. However, they still underestimated the combat power of the zombies and overestimated their own travel speed. Most people, with only a few pieces of bark under their feet, and the quality of that was not very high, walked very slowly in the snow. Moreover, there are a lot of injured and sick people in the team. Some are injured from fighting with zombies, while others have health problems due to long-term consumption of radioactive fresh water. The seemingly solid team immediately became precarious under the impact of the zombies. Even after taking just a few steps, someone couldn't withstand the impact and was knocked to the ground by the corpses, and the formation immediately became scattered. Faced with this situation, Zhao Zhongyang frowned slightly, knowing that if he did not take action, the entire team would be doomed in a matter of minutes. He sighed helplessly and began to use his talent. As he stepped on the ground with his right foot and stomped hard, the snow on the ground began to shake rapidly and over a wide area. The snow layer collapsed in an area of nearly 50 meters in radius. Both the corpses and the human survivors could hardly stand steadily. There was surprise and fear in everyone's eyes. Their impression of talent was greater strength and greater speed, but this was the first time they had seen such a special and powerful talent. Zhao Zhongyang said in a cold voice, "Don't just stand there. Get up and head east immediately. Make sure your formation is in good order. I will take care of the rotten corpses for you." When everyone heard the sound, they hurriedly got up from the ground and gathered in formation again. Zhao Zhongyang stood alone behind the team, using his ability of vibration to continuously use the accumulated snow to block the path of the corpses. But after just a few seconds, Zhao Zhongyang's face turned pale and his body began to become unstable. The exhaustion from several shocks had already made him a little exhausted. His ability is mainly directed at soil and rocks. When his feet are on the ground, he can make the soil and rocks vibrate at a certain frequency, thereby controlling the land. Whether it's forming a pit in the ground, digging out a shelter, or building a wall, he can do it. However, if the vibration does not touch the ground and is instead attached to other substances, its power will be much smaller. Bai Linen stood aside and quickly assisted Zhao Zhongyang. Zhao Zhongyang looked calm and whispered, "Arrange the team to evacuate immediately. According to the original plan, retreat to the eastern mountains." Bai Linen nodded solemnly. "Someone is in charge of leading the team forward. Everything is going according to plan. I need to ensure your safety, Officer Zhao. If you die here, even if we escape from here, we will not be able to survive anywhere else." Zhao Zhongyang glanced at the rotting corpse behind him, nodded slightly, and said, I know. After several continuous vibrations, a 2-meter-high snow wall had been built in the snow ahead. Although its strength was not very high, it just blocked the route of the corpses. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the survivors in the gathering place evacuated eastwards as quickly as possible. But many people don't know where the destination is this time, and they just keep heading east. Near the train carriage, next to the dead leaf forest, Lu Shun was observing the situation in the dead leaf forest, with Qiu Suiying standing beside him. Lu Shun, there is a message on the survival radio. It is said that Zhao Zhongyang has abandoned the gathering place and led the remaining survivors to flee to the mountains in the east. Lu Shun looked calmly at the few little birds in the dead leaf forest. He was in a good mood and just frowned slightly after hearing the sound. Although he has left the gathering place, he still keeps abreast of the situation there. The experience of escaping from the gathering place still comes back to his mind from time to time. In order to take root in the gathering place, he paid so much price and spent a lot of time and energy on the construction of the gathering place. But in the end, it ended up like this. How could I be willing to accept it? There was a sharp edge in the depths of his eyes, and Lu Shun said calmly, being trapped by a large number of rotten corpses for many days, the gathering place is no different from being abandoned. It is reasonable for Zhao Zhongyang to want to escape. Qiu Suiying's brows were filled with a trace of worry as she said, but the direction they are evacuating from seems to be towards us. For the gathering place, there are only 2 ways to go. Either go west and enter the city ruins, or go east and survive close to the mountains and forests. They have no other options. Then, should we make some preparations in advance? They say they have quite a few people, as many as 60 or 70. Lu Shun waved his hand and said, just be more vigilant. If a conflict occurs, I don't mind getting rid of Zhao Zhongyang once and for all. As he spoke, Lu Shun continued to look at the dead leaf bird. Compared to Zhao Zhongyang, he still attached more importance to the development of the shelter. After all, with his current strength, he can easily handle Zhao Zhongyang, let alone Zhao Zhongyang, even if Zhao Zhongyang and Zhou Yong were combined. However, he did not want to affect the normal development of the shelter because of revenge. Many things can be done slowly. The dead leaf forest is now obviously more lively than before. The artificially created safe environment made it difficult for the leaf bird to be captured by predators, and the bird had a warmer nest, so its number increased significantly immediately. Even some leaf birds from other places seemed to have come over, so there seemed to be quite a lot of them. Looking around, there are 5 or 6 dead leaf birds on just a few nearby trees. They have transformed themselves into dead leaves and are hiding in bird nests woven with velvet grass. Chapter 173 Shelter Fixed Card. And among the branches and leaves, you can also see a few bird eggs in the bird's nest. Although the number is not large, it is enough to make people happy. However, Lu Shun did not intend to take the bird eggs away. Jiang Yueying came here specifically to see that there were several leaf birds in the nests incubating eggs, which is a good sign. If you take the eggs out and hatch them yourself, it will be extremely difficult. It is hard to control the temperature in such low temperatures, and there is a high probability of failure in the end. However, the results would be better if the leaf birds could be allowed to hatch on their own, wait for the chicks to hatch and grow for a while, then be forcibly captured and taken back to the shelter for breeding. As long as you catch 3 or 4 leaf birds, and make sure there are both males and females, the leaf bird breeding project can start smoothly. Now, every day, people are sent to monitor the situation of the dead leaf bird and keep records to ensure that everything is under control. After Lu Shun took a look, he didn't disturb him too much. After collecting the pine resin from the pine forest with Qiu Suiying, they went to the surrounding hillsides to help Jiang Yueying dig wild pine resin. Now that the number of people in the shelter has increased, and there is also a mutant wild boar that eats more than humans, we must increase food as much as possible. On the hillside, the 2 main wild vegetables are green bracken and ground ear. Green bracken tastes average and has coarse fibers, but it gives a good feeling of fullness and can also supplement nutrients such as chlorophyll, so it can almost be used as a staple food. Moreover, if you want to feed mutant wild boars, green fern is the staple food. The number of ground ears is relatively small, and they only grow in areas with humid environment, sufficient water, and loose soil. However, the taste of ground ear is very good, crispy, and somewhat similar to a deer. If it is cooked with fish soup, the taste is very delicious. Today, the 7 female survivors in the shelter spend almost all of their time collecting wild vegetables when they go out to explore, but the quantity is still not enough. Jiang Weiying had even planned to transplant these 2 wild vegetables into the shelter. Lu Shun also strongly supported it, but the only problem was that the space in the underground shelter was too small and was already full of potatoes and vines. I had originally planned to plant velvet grass, but because there was not enough space, and I could get a lot of velvet grass from the glacier shelter, I delayed it. However, as the situation develops day by day, the demand for food grows, and the work of expanding the shelter becomes more and more important. After the exploration time was over and Lucian returned to the train carriage, he also made a special trip to the underground shelter. Jiang Huiying was a little worried. Leader, the underground shelter still has big problems. Radiation has begun to penetrate, and the area is indeed a bit small. Lucian nodded slightly. He had a general idea of the situation. First of all, the area is too small and needs to be expanded. Secondly, the effect of the mutated willow branches is gradually dissipating as time goes by, and their role in isolating radiation is becoming smaller and smaller. When he walked in, he vaguely felt that the radiation energy here had begun to increase. Lucian frowned slightly. He didn't expect that after so long, the most important factor affecting development was still the safe area without radiation. At this time, Chiao Suiying suddenly said, "By the way, I heard a piece of news about the Independent Shelter Corps from the survival radio a few days ago. I don't know if it's true or not. Maybe it can help with this situation." Lucian's eyes moved. "Is it about the fixation of the shelter?" Chiao Suiying nodded, and Lucian also showed a look of understanding. He had also heard this newsletter, which had become very popular among survivors recently and was often mentioned. Some survivors, after having an Independent Shelter Corps, will refresh an item from the store called Shelter Fixed Card. The function is very simple. It can fix the Independent Shelter Corps in a certain area to form a shelter that blends in with the surrounding environment. And once it's fixed, the area will expand tenfold to 100 square meters. The disadvantage is also very obvious, that is, once it is fixed, the shelter can no longer be moved. However, for many survivors, the advantages definitely outweigh the disadvantages. A 100 square meter shelter is enough for one survivor. If a group of survivors is formed by multiple survivors, they may be able to use this method to build a shelter of thousands of square meters. This is much more solid and durable than man-made gathering places and can effectively prevent radiation, unlike the mutated willow branches, which become ineffective after a period of time. After hearing about this situation, Lucian smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that after so many twists and turns, he still had to rely on the Independent Shelter Corps in the end. But if you think about it carefully, this seems normal. If any random item can replace the function of the Independent Shelter Corps, then why bother launching the Independent Shelter Corps? However, Lucian still believed that there must be some ways to effectively isolate radiation. For example, his black ice bricks that were compressed to the extreme use their extremely high density to isolate the radiation and make it impossible to penetrate. There is probably other items that can achieve this effect, but they have not been discovered yet. He also thought that if a fixed card could be refreshed in the store, it would be a good idea to buy one. Building a 100 square meter shelter could solve a lot of problems. It's just a pity that he hasn't released this extremely special product so far. If there is really no other way, he can only spend time and effort and consume a lot of his natural energy to make black ice bricks to isolate the radiation. After thinking for a moment, Lucian said, "After you finish exploring, you will be responsible for digging the second floor of the underground shelter. If we dig out another floor, the area should be much larger." Jiang Huiying nodded. "I think so too. In the shelter now, except for potatoes that need to live in a radiation-free environment, other plants such as ivy, velvet grass, green ferns, and ground ears can live in a radiation environment. After opening up the second floor of the underground shelter, it should be able to be used directly even if it is not isolated from radiation. Well, leave this to Chiao Suiying. Don't rush, just dig slowly. I'll come over every once in a while to compact the soil and reinforce the shelter." After Lucian gave a brief instruction, he did not say anything else and returned to the shelter in the back mountain. As usual, I went to the corpse room to check the development of the radiation core. This time, 2 third-level radiation cores were successfully produced again. In the dense radiation environment of the dark wood, he has more than enough radiation energy and can now stably create a large number of secondary and tertiary radiation cores every day. Chapter 174: 3 Rotten Corpses. Using his talent, he drew the radiation energy in the dark wood into the first-level radiation core, creating a pseudo-second-level radiation core. At the same time, the 2 second-level radiation cores were turned into pseudo-third-level radiation cores through traction, just enough to use up the innate energy. This has become his daily job, continuously creating a large number of radiation cores. However, the ultimate goal is always to create a third-level radiation core to help himself and Lucier improve their strength. As for so many secondary radiation cores, they are actually quite cumbersome and not that valuable. Return to the shelter with 2 level 3 radiation cores. He planned to use these 2 radiation cores for 2 purposes. One of them, just like before, drew out the white liquid inside to help improve his strength. The remaining radiation power is left for the land corpse to devour. As for the other one, I plan to sell it directly to the store and get a special store refresh card. He also wanted to see if the refresh card exchanged using the third-level radiation core would be different. If you can create high-quality products, you will definitely make money. For example, corpse slaves, soul-condensing potions. These are precious commodities that cannot be measured by survival coins. As the exchange is completed, 200 survival coins appear on the desktop, plus a special store refresh card. After taking a look, Lucian's expression became slightly excited, because this special store refresh card was obviously different from the second-level one, and the pattern was more complex and strange. With excitement, Lucian used the refresh card, and the 3 items quickly began to rotate with a faint glow, which was very different from the usual refresh. Soon, 3 items appeared in front of us. Name: Fixed Commodity Position ×1. Introduction: When a certain product is refreshed, you can use this item to fix the product in the store so that it will not be removed during the refresh process. You can purchase it multiple times, but the price will double for each additional purchase. Price: 100 survival coins. Name: Shelter Expansion Card. Introduction: The fixed, independent shelter core can be expanded with this item to an area of 50 square meters. Price: 100 survival coins. Name: Corpse Slave ×1, price 100 survival coins. Tip: Since you use a special refresh card to refresh, you can choose one of the 3 items and get it for free. If the price of the item exceeds 200 survival coins, this function will not take effect. The 3 items made Lucian fall into a long silence. There is no doubt that all 3 items must be purchased, but how to purchase them becomes the biggest problem. Which of these 3 items is the most precious? It was definitely not the corpse slave, but that ordinary fixed commodity position. The value that this product can bring is far greater than you can imagine. This means that you can buy a certain product multiple times, and although the price will double, the significance of some products cannot be measured by survival coins. For example, the second item, the Shelter Expansion Card, if purchased for a long period of time, can significantly increase the area of the shelter. Even if you spend a few thousand survival coins to increase the shelter area by 50 square meters, it is actually worth it. After all, as things stand now, survival coins are not particularly rare and precious resources, and there are many ways to obtain them in large quantities. The same goes for 3 items. Lucian never thought that a second corpse slave would appear today. To others, corpse slaves are just useless, but to him, they are the foundation of development and the core combat power of the entire shelter. His talent combined with the corpse slaves is a perfect match made in heaven. It can greatly expand the role of his talent, and its significance is extraordinary. Just one land corpse can allow his strength to expand rapidly to its current level. What would it be like if you had 2, 3, or even more? After hesitating for a moment, he decided to use the fixed commodity position on the corpse slaves. Although the Shelter Expansion Card is also very valuable, it cannot be used at present. After all, the independent shelter core must be fixed before the second expansion can be carried out. Get the fixed product slot for free, then spend 100 survival coins to purchase the Shelter Expansion Card. Then use the fixed product position to fix the product of Corpse Slave. The next moment, a black border appeared on the item Corpse Slave, which means that this item will not be refreshed in the next refresh. Looking at the corpse slaves, Lucian became excited again, and his hand that clicked to buy began to tremble slightly. After spending 100 survival coins, a level 1 corpse appeared in front of you. The price of the goods reached 200 survival coins. However, this price was not very high and Lucian could fully afford it, so he made another purchase. The next time, the price flipped again and reached 400 survival coins. This time, Lucian had to grit his teeth to buy it. After all, he didn't have many survival coins left. If he spent another 400, it would almost be all gone. But after a slight hesitation, he resolutely bought the third corpse slave. The price then jumped to 800 survival coins. This price was beyond his ability. At least in the short term, he was completely unable to buy it. But in the long run, there is still a chance. He put away the survival radio and looked at the 3 rotten corpses in front of him. They looked slightly different, but they were all level 1, so the interest was relatively high. The muscles on the body were rotten, revealing the white bones. The eyes were dull and lifeless, and the movements were slightly stiff. It was just an ordinary first-level rotten corpse. However, Lucian didn't care, because Lucian looked similar at the beginning, but as his strength increased, everything would slowly change. Lucian gave these 3 corpses names, Lu 1, Lu 2, and Lu 3, for easy identification. Since their innate energy had been used up and their strength could not be improved, they were thrown into the corpse room first and improved in the area with rich radiation energy first. Wait until tomorrow and then give them one-on-one upgrades. With full of expectations, Lucian fell asleep. Outside the house, the cold wind howled, corpses swarmed, and endless darkness and cold enveloped the shelter in the wilderness. Roar. Roar. But this night did not seem peaceful. The roars of the corpses were one after another, more frequent and louder than usual. Even among the large number of low roars, there were also the cries of level 3 corpses, which carried extremely strong momentum, like a huge bell. Even in the middle of the night, Qin Hong and Xiao Suiying were awakened from their dreams by the horrific roar and looked out the window anxiously. Chapter 175 Special Corpse. This is a high-level creature that naturally poses a threat to lower-level creatures with weaker strength. In the end, even Lucian frowned and sat up from the bed, realizing that something was wrong. What's going on? The roars of the corpses tonight are many times more frequent than usual. After a little thought, Lucian hurriedly got up and left the shelter. The almost terrifying gale made it difficult for him to leave the shelter. He could only look outside through the reserved hole. Then we saw that near the corpse room, there were a huge number of rotting corpses, so densely packed that we couldn't see their number clearly. This is actually not surprising. As long as there is no severe snowstorm, there are so many rotting corpses almost every night. However, the noise they make is far less loud than today. However, he soon discovered that the source of the sound did not seem to come from these ordinary corpses. Instead, it came from the land corpse and another level 3 corpse. Outside the corpse room stood a rotten corpse with a special appearance. It was lean, with sharp claws and a slightly raised back, but because it was too dark, it was difficult to see its specific appearance. Just the aura made Lucian frown. The strength was definitely much stronger than that of ordinary corpses and was comparable to Lucian. And in the howling wind, it kept making sharp roars that seemed to pierce the eardrums, and its sharp claws kept grabbing at the ice brick fortress, causing great damage. On the other side, the land corpse in the corpse room seemed to sense the danger and also roared inside. How could there be a third-grade corpse? It's really weird. Lucian's face looked grim. This was the first time he saw a corpse of such high quality in the wild. Comparing the strength of the land corpse, we know that this special third-level rotten corpse must be extremely strong. And there is a great possibility that this third-level zombie also controls dozens of first- and second-level zombies. It itself is equivalent to a group of zombies, and its combat effectiveness can be imagined. But as of now, he doesn't seem to have a good solution. After hesitating for a moment, he returned to the house and decided to wait until tomorrow morning to decide what happened. Maybe this third-level corpse will also leave with the corpse group. However, when I woke up the next day, I could still hear the roars of the corpses, and they were getting more intense. Looking outside again, he saw that special level 3 corpse was still surrounding him, its scarlet eyes glowing dangerously. It can be clearly seen that it looks completely different from the land corpse. Its body is dark, like charcoal that has been burnt by fire, its hands are almost dragging on the ground, and its face has no human image at all, like a beast. A large number of jagged teeth are exposed and intertwined together, like a monster. A special corpse? Why is it staying outside the corpse room all the time? Lucian frowned, feeling a little confused. But soon there was a guess that if there was something in the corpse room that would attract other corpses, it must be the sunken wood. Containing rich radiation energy, the corpse only needs to stay next to the dark wood and absorb the energy that overflows from it, and its strength will increase rapidly. For land corpses, this is a rare treasure, and for other third-level rotten corpses, its value is also very high. Xiao Suiying looked at the situation outside and said worriedly, "What should we do now? This level 3 corpse is blocking us outside. We can't leave at all." There was also a trace of sadness in Lucian's eyes, and then he said in a cold voice, "It doesn't matter. Lucian is also level 3, and his strength is not much different. At worst, I can kill him." In order to prevent the door from being blocked, Lucian quickly contacted Lucian and ordered him to leave the corpse room and expel the third-level corpses. As soon as the two sides met, a deafening roar was heard quickly. Both sides were facing a powerful enemy. Lucian also widened his eyes and bared his teeth in a defensive posture. Soon, the two sides collided with each other quickly, like mortal enemies, and launched attacks without hesitation. The battle was so fierce that Lucian frowned slightly. Lucian's body is more robust, both in terms of the toughness of his skin and the development of his muscles. He is stronger than the opponent. In terms of strength and defense alone, he can easily repel the opponent. However, the special corpse on the opposite side was obviously more flexible, and the claws on its hands were as long as 10 centimeters, like daggers, which could easily cut through the muscles. In a short period of time, a lot of damage was caused to the land corpse. On the contrary, Lucian, although possessing more powerful strength, was unable to launch an effective attack. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lucian knew that he could not continue and quickly joined the battle. He didn't even need to leave the ice brick fortress. He could influence the battle situation by simply controlling the surrounding snow. With both hands attached to the ground, the snow layer ripples slightly. Freeze the snow at the feet of the third-level zombie to stop its movement at the moment it is about to run. Snap. Bang. Although the third-level corpse used its terrifying strength to kick the ice into pieces, its body still stood and fell to the ground in the snow with a bang. Oh woo. Lucier didn't hesitate and quickly flew forward. The muscles on his arms bulged, and he smashed hard into the third-level corpse, hammering it directly into the snow. I thought the battle would end there, but just a few seconds later, the third-level zombie climbed up and slashed horizontally with its sharp claws at a tricky angle, directly cutting a huge gash in Lu's chest. Then it rushed out of the snow, jumped up quickly, and jumped directly onto the corpse, attacking its brain with its sharp claws. Lucian's pupil shrank slightly and he cursed inwardly, but he still quickly stepped forward to help. If the radiation core in Lucier's mind was attacked or even destroyed, he might be seriously injured or die, which would be a huge loss. As the main fighting force in the shelter, once something happens to the land corpses, the overall strength will drop significantly. Moreover, the intelligence and combat power of the third-level zombie opposite him were completely beyond his imagination. It was extremely cunning and intelligent, completely different from an ordinary zombie. During the Lu corpse's resistance, Lucian also used solidification to form black ice needles around him to attack. The extremely sharp and hard ice needles pierced the skin of the third-level corpse at a tricky angle, causing black blood to flow out. Feeling the injury, the third-level corpse quickly retreated, making low gurgling sounds, and was obviously quite afraid. With the cooperation between Lucier and Lucian, they showed equally strong combat effectiveness, which made this third-level corpse feel quite threatened. After a slight hesitation, the third-level zombie took a reluctant look at the corpse room, then turned around and left with a dozen first- and second-level zombies around him. Chapter 176 Improving Strength. Lucian then breathed a sigh of relief. The threat posed by a level 3 zombie was far greater than he had imagined. If he encountered such a monster in the wild, Lucian believed that it would be difficult for him to fight against it effectively with his own strength, and he would most likely die at its hands. What's more troublesome is that this level 3 corpse did not seem to return to the forest in the east. After leaving for a distance, it found a small forest and crawled in it. Lucian's face darkened. It looked like they were going to argue with each other. There is always a level 3 zombie lurking around the shelter, which is a headache just thinking about it. Arriving at the corpse room, he examined Lu's wounds with a gloomy face and found that they were quite serious. The entire chest was torn open, and sharp claws penetrated into the bones. What a strong strength. They are both level 3 zombies, but Lucier was almost crushed. Lucian couldn't help but sigh. He estimated that Lucier's current strength had just reached level 3 not long ago. Although he had absorbed 2 level 3 radiation cores, he was not very strong among the level 3. The third-level corpse on the opposite side with a special appearance is likely to be a strong one among the third-level corpses, and its combat power suppression is very obvious. Lucian sighed helplessly. If he wanted to leave the shelter in the future, he would have to be extra careful. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to encounter that level 3 corpse alone. At the same time, he also has to consider whether it is necessary to put the sunken wood in a safer place. This kind of precious item obviously has great significance to the zombies. It only attracted a level 3 zombie, so the situation is not particularly bad. But if next time he attracts a level 4 zombie, he will have no place to cry. The development that had just been on the right track was once again shrouded in a gloom due to the appearance of this level 3 corpse. Lucian planned silently. If the third-level zombie never left, he would need to arrange Lu corpses to guard around it at all times to prevent that special zombie. As a result, the combat power available to him was obviously greatly reduced. Fortunately, he bought 3 more corpse slaves yesterday. If they can be upgraded to level 2, they will still be a strong fighting force. I took a look at the radiation cores in the freezer. Among the 5 pseudo-level 3 radiation cores, 3 have been officially converted to level 3. Lucian did not hesitate. He extracted the white liquid and put it in a bottle. Then he drew out the remaining radiation energy and fed it to Lu's corpse. I don't ask it to reach a higher level in a short period of time, I just hope it can improve as much as possible so that it can fight against the third-level corpse outside. As long as he can maintain a situation of equal strength, with the convenience of his talent, his strength will definitely grow faster than that of the corpse. After absorbing 3 radiation cores, Lucier's injuries were completely healed, his skin became tougher, and his aura became stronger. In the wild, how long would it take for a level 3 corpse to absorb the energy of a level 3 radiation core? 1 month? 2 months? Or even longer? However, for the land corpse, the speed is hundreds of times faster. The special corpse outside may not even have recovered from its injuries, but the strength of the corpse on land has been improved again. As long as he can hold on to the first wave, when the battle time is prolonged, Lucian is still very confident that he can get rid of that special third-level zombie. Then he turned his gaze to the 3 level 1 corpse slaves. With the radiation energy he now possesses, it would be easy for him to increase the strength of these 3 corpse slaves. The only problem is that most of the cores he has now are level 2 radiation cores, which cannot be used directly on level 1 corpses. Fortunately, we killed a lot of zombies last night and accumulated more than 60 first-level radiation cores. Based on the usual income, I can get about 100 first-level radiation cores every day, but because of the 3rd-level corpse, yesterday's harvest was reduced a lot. Lucian began to pull in radiation to help these 3 first-level zombies improve. The not-so-dense radiation energy was drawn into the mind and wrapped around the radiation core within. Lu Yi's dull eyes trembled slightly, and his body was twitching. His corrupt and broken body became increasingly tough and strong under the nourishment of the rich radiation. After absorbing 7 first-level radiation cores, Lu Yi's strength has reached the peak of the 1st level, and he is only 1 step away from the 2nd level. Logically speaking, he should be allowed to adapt for a period of time, and then absorb the dissipative radiation in the air and break through naturally. However, Lucian did not have such good patience, so he directly took out a 2nd-level radiation core and drew more concentrated radiation energy into its brain. At an almost terrifying speed, he helped Lu Yi reach level 2 in less than an hour. Afterwards, he absorbed 3 more level 2 radiation cores for it, allowing it to barely reach the middle level of level 2. The energy in its body reached an extremely rich level before he stopped his actions. In fact, he could still continue to absorb it, but Lu Yi's body could no longer support it. His body's functions could not adapt to the rapidly growing radiation energy and began to break down, so he had to stop temporarily. The same situation happened to Lu Er and Lu San next. There was enough radiation energy. As long as they could absorb it, Lucian would provide it endlessly. In just over an hour, the 3 corpse slaves all reached the middle stage of level 2, and their combat power increased by several times. Strictly speaking, he should be stronger than Sherlay. After all, Sherlay has not taken any soul-condensing potion or white liquid so far, and his strength has not improved at all. Lucian was also considering that it was necessary to help Sherlay improve himself so that he could be stationed in the glacier shelter, which would be safer. Next, the arrangement was also very simple. Let Lu Shi hold back the 3rd-level zombie and maintain a relatively stable situation. In addition, help the other 3 corpse slaves to reach level 3 as quickly as possible. In this way, many troubles can be solved. As the afternoon approached, the wind and snow gradually subsided. Lucian looked at the time and left the shelter cautiously. The first thing is to arrange for Lu Shi to take the 2nd-level corpses to find the 3rd-level zombies hidden around. After last night's battle, it is likely that it has not recovered yet, so we can take this opportunity to harass it again. Moreover, instead of letting it hide in the dark, it is better to find it out directly and put the danger out in the open. Not long after, the roar of corpses was heard from the hillside not far away. Lucian breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Shi's strength had been improved again. Although he couldn't 100% defeat this level 3 zombie, he would definitely have no problem protecting himself, so he didn't need to worry too much. Chapter 177 Meet again. At the same time, the number of level 2 zombies under Lucian's command is far greater than that of the opponent, which can also form a suppression effect. Lucian himself has 3 level 2 corpse slaves in his hands, which are more than enough for daily use. Just as he was planning where to explore today, a message came back from Jiang Weiying. In order to facilitate daily communication, Lucian also gave Jiang Weiying a survival radio. When Lucian saw the information, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. A group of survivors are coming from the west side of the railway? This is no small matter. A large number of survivors are close to the train carriages. If not handled properly, the same situation as last time will occur. Lucian thought about it and felt it necessary to go and check out the situation, so he took Qin Hong and Qiu Suying and quickly rushed to the train carriage. From a distance, I could see a group of survivors approaching on the snow-covered railway tracks to the west, and there were quite a few of them. Lucian frowned slightly and muttered to himself, there has been a recent migration, the number has reached more than 50 or 60 people, and they are heading east. Is this Zhao Zhongyang? He had some vague guesses in his mind, but his expression remained normal. Qiu Suying asked in a low voice, if they continue to move forward, they will probably find our shelter. Lucian nodded and said, you guys go and dig wild vegetables, leave this to me. Qiu Suying and the others nodded and didn't say much. They were still very confident in Lucian's strength. Lucian looked at the figure in the distance, thought for a while, and then walked forward. Behind him is the train carriage shelter, which is also the main part of his shelter. Although he thinks he is strong and does not need to be afraid of Zhao Zhongyang, it would be best if the location of the shelter could be kept secret. Now the railway track is also the only way for Zhao Zhongyang and others, so the other party can naturally discover his presence. Sure enough, not long after, the team not far away stopped. Then, 2 figures came from a distance, and when the distance was close enough, a familiar face appeared in front of them. Zhao Zhongyang had a complicated expression. He looked at the calm face in front of him and didn't say anything for a long time. Lucian glanced at him calmly and said in a deep voice, "Long time no see. I didn't expect it to be rebuilt in this way." "Long time no see, Lucian." Zhao Zhongyang smiled bitterly and greeted him. "Everyone should be in a hurry, so there's no need for too much small talk." Lucian said in a cold voice, "You enter my territory, and then, this road is blocked." "Your territory." Zhao Zhongyang was stunned at first, then he looked into the depths of the railway, a look of understanding emerging in his eyes. "It's backed by the railway, close to the mountains and forests, and you can also develop towards the town ruins to the east. You found a good location." Lucian did not respond, but looked at him coldly. "For the sake of the more than 60 survivors behind you, I will not kill you today. Go in another direction, otherwise don't blame me for not giving you face." Zhao Zhongyang showed a bitter expression, bowed and saluted, and said, "Thank you very much. I have no doubt about your strength, as you have made Zhou Yong be cautious and evacuate on his own initiative. But, can you show me a way forward?" Lucian showed impatience on his face, feeling that Zhao Zhongyang was being too arrogant. But after thinking about it, he decided not to attack him. After all, once Zhao Zhongyang died, the 60 or 70 survivors behind him would be a huge trouble. Kill them all? That's really not justifiable, and it won't do any good. But if he keeps them, these survivors who have no ability to survive will most likely stay here stubbornly, which will also be troublesome for him. Therefore, Lucian could only sigh helplessly and said, "Go north, don't go near the railway. This is my territory." Zhao Zhongyang nodded and responded, "Okay, thank you very much." Knowing that Lucian had always intended to kill him, Zhao Zhongyang didn't say much. He turned around and returned to the team and started walking north. The location in the north was not something Lucian pointed to randomly. When Jiang Weiying was digging wild vegetables around, she specifically studied the surrounding terrain. The difference between being close to forests and mountains is that the soil is more fertile and there are more plants and animals living there. Whether it is the north or south side of the train carriage, it is actually very suitable for living because there are more living resources. On the contrary, there seem to be a lot of resources near the town ruins, but in fact the materials in the town ruins are very scarce. As for why Zhao Zhongyang was not allowed to go to the south, the reason was very simple, because he planned to develop in the south. With the existence of the glacier, a large amount of fish resources and abundant velvet grass can be obtained. If Zhao Zhongyang were allowed to go there, it would be equivalent to finding an enemy for himself. In comparison, the situation in the north is more complicated. Although he was always exploring near the train carriage, he also had some understanding of the situation to the north. There are actually quite a few groups of survivors living there, including Hu Linyu, Wang Haishan, and Zhang Shua, all on the north side of the train car, but their exact locations are unclear. But this is enough to prove that the living environment in the north is relatively more dangerous. Moreover, the north is mainly composed of mountains. Compared with mountains, Lucian would rather develop around forests. The reason is very simple. There are many mutated creatures near the mountains, such as mutated giant elephants and mutated wild boars, which are extremely powerful. God knows if there are some dangerous creatures living deep in the mountains. If we have to be on guard against these dangers all the time, it will not be good for development. There is also a great danger near the forest, that is, the huge number of zombies. However, this danger is troublesome for others, but for Lucian, it is not only not a trouble, but also a huge help. With the existence of Lu Shi, Lu Yi, Lu Er, and Lu San, it can not only effectively prevent the threat of rotten corpses, but can even transform these rotten corpses into its own combat power. A level 3 land corpse can control 20 corpses, so what if it reaches level 4? Or even level 5? Level 6? One day, it will be able to control hundreds or even thousands of zombies, and then the surrounding zombies will become his umbrella of protection. Therefore, his plan for the future is very simple. He will develop southward with the train carriage as the core and gradually explore the deeply corrupted area of the forest. As for Zhao Zhongyang, since we can't kill him for the time being, let him go to the north to develop. It just so happens that I can take this opportunity to find out the details of the survivors in the north and learn about the situation of my neighbors. Seeing Zhao Zhongyang walking further and further away, Lucian did not let his guard down, but specifically instructed Qiu Suiying that during future explorations, someone must be arranged to stay nearby to monitor the situation in the north. Chapter 178 Report on the current situation. After these experiences, Lucian became more vigilant and had to stand guard around the shelter to prevent other survivors from approaching. During this trip, we brought back a total of 56 big-bellied fish, about 12 kilograms of gray shell shrimp, 13 green-eyed clams, and 36 kilograms of velvet grass. In the shelter, everyone gathered together, and Tong Yun's soft voice echoed, reporting the harvest of the glacier shelter. Then, Sherlay touched his bald head and said, "This time, we also expanded the shelter. There are 2 ice brick fortresses of 10 square meters in total. However, due to radiation, everyone can only sleep in one room at night, and the other is used to store goods. Lucian nodded, then asked, "Where is the group of survivors nearby?" Sherlay curled his lips, a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. Those beasts still don't change their bad habits. They came a few more times later. Although I fought them off, I couldn't kill them. Tong Yun also nodded and said in a baby voice, "We hurried back this time to prevent them from having resources." Lucian nodded slightly and said, "I will find a way to deal with this matter." Chiao Suiying, tell me about the recent situation of the train carriage. Chiao Suiying also spoke leisurely, holding a notebook in her hand, reporting the situation in the shelter. Recently, I collected 32 kilograms of green bracken, 24 kilograms were used, and 8 kilograms were left. I also collected more than 5 kilograms of ground ears. There are currently 4 ice brick fortresses and 3 independent shelter cores. Upgrading the shelter cost 100 survival coins, but the living area is still a bit lacking. Teacher Jiang is in charge of both the planting and breeding industries. Everything is going smoothly, but it will take some time to harvest. Lucian listened silently. As the scale of the shelter expanded and the number of people reached 16, the subdivision of various tasks became more complicated, and a careful check was needed every once in a while. After thinking for a moment, Lucian looked at Sherlay and said, "The glacier shelter is very important. It is our second base, and it is necessary to continue to expand it. And some potential dangers must be eliminated. Next time I go there, I will go with you and deal with the trouble." Sherlay nodded. "Okay, Brother Shen, if you take action, you should be able to clean them up directly." Lucian nodded slightly, but his thoughts were surging in his heart. He did not intend to use overly cruel killing methods, but was thinking about more reasonable ways. Then, he turned his gaze to Qin Hong and said, "In addition, I plan to open a new shelter, and you will be in charge of it." Qin Hong was stunned, stopped trimming her nails, and looked at Lucian in confusion. You just want to kick me out, right?" "Ahem. I definitely don't mean that." Lucian said seriously. Zhao Zhongyang went to the north to develop, and there are still many survivor groups and ordinary survivors in the north. The situation there is more complicated, but we also need to understand it. So you take some resources and go to the north to build a small shelter. Try to integrate into the northern environment and understand the forces and resources there. Qin Hong blinked. "How often do you come back to report?" "If we can collect a certain amount of resources, we can send them back. If you can't collect it, then you don't need to come back?" Qin Hong looked at Lucian in surprise, her face darkening a little. Lucian also had a headache. He thought that capturing Qin Hong and adding a second-level talent awakener to the shelter was a good thing. But who could have thought that this guy was so lazy and gluttonous? He was either being lazy or on the way to being lazy, and from time to time he would come up with some fierce words. What's more troublesome is that he needs to carry it with him at all times, which may easily affect his daily life. After thinking for a moment, he said, "It's up to you whether you want to come back or not. If there is any situation, you can report it through the survival radio." Qin Hong was obviously a little reluctant. "I don't want to go. You can arrange for someone else to go. I feel good staying in the shelter. I feel a sense of belonging." This time, it was Lucian's turn to get angry. He said in a cold voice, "This is not a discussion with you, but an order. By the way, find out if there are any important resources near the mountains, and inform me as soon as possible." Seeing that Lucian's tone was getting heavier, Qin Hong had no choice but to nod. After the report, Lucian brought Sherlay to the underground shelter and handed a small wooden bottle to him. Sherlay touched his head out of habit, and when he saw the milky liquid inside, his eyebrows twisted together. "Brother Shen, what are you doing? It shouldn't be what I thought." Lucian was immediately furious. "Stop imagining. This is a special substance extracted from the third-level radiation core, which can enhance the strength of the gifted awakeners." As soon as he finished speaking, Sherlay's eyes lit up immediately, and he looked at the bottle in his hand in disbelief. "Improve your strength. Is it similar to the potion I took last time?" Lucian nodded. "The soul-condensing potion in the store is probably made of this substance. Take it now and improve your strength as much as possible. Then you can go to the glacier shelter, which will be safer." Sherlay nodded heavily and drank it all in one gulp without any hesitation. "Slow down. Drink half a bottle first." Lucian felt his scalp tingling and hurriedly spoke out to stop him, but he failed to stop her. This small bottle of liquid condenses the white liquid in a third-level radiation core and has abundant energy. Even for him, it would take quite a while to absorb it, let alone for Sherlay who was at level 1. As expected, 2 seconds after Sherlay swallowed the white liquid, his muscles began to twitch uncontrollably, as if a small snake was crawling under his skin, and his breath became erratic. Beads of sweat appeared on Sherlay's bald head, and a look of pain appeared on his face. In this regard, Lucian had no choice but to use his solidification talent to forcibly wrap the part of the white liquid in Sherlay's body that had not yet been absorbed, in order to slow down the absorption rate as much as possible. In this way, Sherlay gradually slowed down, began to slowly absorb energy, and improved his strength. 30 minutes later, Sherlay's bones began to make a crackling sound, and his height and body size also increased slightly. The muscles in the body became noticeably tougher, as if they were condensing explosive power. However, there are no particularly obvious muscle masses, but he looks extremely smooth, and is the type that has both strength, speed, and endurance. After about 40 minutes, Sherlay successfully broke through and reached level 2. About 2/3 of the white liquid was consumed, and then Lucian completely let go of his control and allowed Sherlay to absorb it to further enhance his own strength. Chapter 179, Sherlay Level 2. However, after reaching level 2, the speed at which it improved slowed down a lot. It only improved slightly, and then the aura stopped growing. This feeling is so powerful. Looking at his body, which had undergone considerable changes, Sherlay's eyes widened in disbelief. Lucian smiled and said, "After all, only a few of the survivors have reached level 2. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to defend the glacier shelter." "Yeah." Sherlay nodded and said, "Those 2 talent awakeners also have physical talents. They are no match for me when they are 2-on-1 at the same level. Now that I am stronger, beating them is like beating chickens. It's better to act cautiously, try not to reveal your own strength, and don't invade intentionally. Focus on your own development," Lucian still reminded. However, he immediately added, "If the benefits are really great, then contact me in advance and I will bring the corpses to support you." With the current strength of the zombie swarm, most of the enemies can be easily eliminated without taking any risks. Sherlay agreed, but a few seconds later, he suddenly said, "Brother Shin, I want to ask your opinion on something." As she spoke, she actually blushed slightly for the first time ever, which surprised Lucian. "What is it?" Sherlay scratched his head shyly and said coyly, "Do you think Yun and I are suitable?" Yun? Tong Yun. Lucian's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but curse. "Are you still a human being? How old is Tong Yun? Are you an old cow eating young grass?" Sherlay's face turned red, and he spread his hands and said, "Brother, I'm not eating young grass. I'm 19 this year, and Sister Tong Yun is 20 this year." Well, Lucian was also stunned when he heard this. Although Tong Yun had joined the shelter for some time, he didn't know her very well. The limited impressions are that she is short, has a baby voice, has a lowly face, and is not very old. Unexpectedly, he was actually 1 year older than Sherlay. Lucian's face turned strange. Seeing that Sherlay had reached a height of more than 2 meters, he couldn't help but ask, "Have you asked Tong Yun for her opinion?" "I'm pursuing you, but Sister Tong Yun is still hesitating." "It's a good thing to hesitate. She also has to consider her own safety." Lucian said with a sigh, "You decide for yourself, don't force others. If it doesn't work, go find Qin Hong." "No, I don't like old women." The next day, the 2 teams were ready to go. Chiao Suiying and Jiang Weiying continued to stay in the train carriage, responsible for the daily operations of the shelter. At the same time, Lucian also left Lu Shi behind to be responsible for protecting the safety of the shelter and being on guard against the 3rd-level corpse. Qin Hong was alone, carrying a backpack, walking towards the north with a resentful look on his face, with a mission to build a shelter. But judging from her appearance, she might not be particularly willing. Sherlay and Lucian, with the 7 people who were originally in the glacier shelter, set out again on the journey to the southern glacier. As for why they brought everyone back, it was because they were too weak and they were worried that after Sherlay left, the others would be attacked. However, from now on, if we can solve the troubles around us, we can live in the glacier shelter for a long time, and there is no need to run around. As the glacier appeared in front of us, there were no accidents on the road. If nothing unexpected happened, an accident would have happened soon. Sherlay was wearing a rabbit fur hat and looking around with sharp eyes. "Hey, I remember it was nearby. Why can't I see the shelter?" At the side, Tong Yun puffed her lips and shouted loudly in the strong wind. "I have told you several times that you should go east. You insisted on leading the way by yourself. Now you are done." Sherlay scratched his head, "But I remember it is here. Is it my mistake?" Looking at the vast wasteland in front of him, Lucian couldn't help but feel dizzy, and he knew that he shouldn't trust Sherlay. Once this guy leaves the house, he won't even be able to find his way home. In the end, it was Tong Yun who led the way and walked along the glacier to the east for a while before they found the fishing nets left by everyone. It is still intact, and it seems that no one came here yesterday. This is good news. However, when Lucian saw the ice brick shelter built by Sherlay, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. It covers an area of about 10 square meters, but is only 1.5 meters high and looks like a grave. "This is the permanent shelter you built?" Sherlay grinned and said, "How is it?" "It's not bad, right? There's a layer of clay velvet in the middle, so it's really good for keeping warm." Lucian. His original plan was to return to the train carriage shelter as quickly as possible after dealing with the group of survivors. But now it seems that he may have to stay for a few more days. The members of the shelter began to work in an orderly manner. Tong Yun took the female survivors and began digging in the surrounding snow to continue collecting enough velvet grass. The shelter has accumulated a lot of velvet, which is enough if it is only used for mattresses. However, velvet grass has more than just this function. After the down spikes are taken separately, their texture is similar to that of cotton and can be used to make clothes and bedding, which consumes a lot of down grass. The remaining velvet stalks can also be used to build ice brick fortresses or bird nests. These are the focus of the future development of the shelter, and the consumption of velvet will be even greater. So, no matter how much Lucian collects, it will never be too much. On the other side, Sherlay, Tang Zhengqiang, and 2 other teenagers were mainly responsible for fishing. Every time the ice is broken, a lot of time and effort is consumed, and pulling the fishing net out of the water is also a time-consuming and laborious task. But this time, it was relatively easier because of Lucian's help. 6, 2, and 3 level 2 zombies joined the work. Their strength and endurance were far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. They could easily chisel through the ice, and their work efficiency was very high. Sherlay was also sent out by Lucian to look for the group of survivors around him. However, before Sherlay could walk away, he quickly sent a message. Brother Shin, there is no need to go out to look for them. They will bring their own people here. You should be ready. Lucian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the frequency of the other party's harassment was not low. They were treating the glacier shelter as a fixed resource plundering point. Soon, Sherlay returned, followed by a team of 6 people. Hey, this big guy got scared after we beat him, so he ran away when he saw us. Everyone hurry up and catch up. Don't let him get away. Damn it, we have to take them down this time. If we take all their tools, how can we worry about food and drink in the future? All 6 of them were pale and thin. They ran all the way to the vicinity of the glacier shelter and surrounded Lucian and others on the ice. Looking at the ice surface, they saw a lot of big-bellied fish and gray-shelled shrimps entangled on the fishing nets woven from tree bark. The eyes of several people were shining, and there was even more ferocity in their eyes. Chapter 180: Cleaning up the survivors. However, when they saw Lucian and the 3 rotten corpses, they became more alert. Everyone be careful, there are 4 more people on the opposite side. It's okay, as long as he's not a gifted awakener, it's not a big deal. I can tell at first glance that he's a gigolo. We'll deal with him together when the time comes. 6-1, 6-2, and 6-3 were all wearing thick clothes. If you didn't look closely, they looked no different from ordinary humans, so they were also treated as survivors. Lucian looked at the 6 people, sized them up silently, and quickly realized their strength. Among the 6 people, there were actually 3 people with awakened talents, one more than the 2 mentioned by Sherlay. Sherlay whispered, Brother Shin, there is a new member on the other side, a stranger. It doesn't matter. Let's solve it once and for all to avoid trouble in the future, Lucian said calmly. Haha. Good boy, you dare to speak so arrogantly when we meet for the first time. I will not let you kneel on the ground and sing conquer. My name is written backwards. As he spoke, the leading man rushed up quickly with a rusty machete in his hand. The rest of the people also surrounded them, holding various weapons in their hands, ready to rush forward at any time. However, looking at this group of weak opponents with crude weapons and even low cunning, Lucian no longer had the mentality to take them seriously. He simply waved his hand and ordered 3 level 2 zombies to take action. In less than 5 minutes, the battle ended at an incredible speed, without leaving any suspense, and the opponent didn't even cause any waves. 3 talented awakeners were stuffed directly into an ice cave on the glacier, with only their heads exposed. I was conquered by you just like that. I drank the poison you hid. My story has come to an end. The high-pitched singing, echoing on the ice surface where the wind was howling, gave off a sense of desolation. Brother, you, please spare us. Aye. We are blind and don't recognize a great man. Please don't bother with us. That's right. I just joined them and had no idea about the previous conflicts. They forced me to come here. Please let me go. Woowa. My wife is still waiting for me to come home. Brother, you. Lucian just glanced at them indifferently and didn't say much to them. He just arranged the corpses and buried them directly. Their lower bodies were submerged in the glacier, with only their heads exposed. Within a few minutes, all 3 of them died of hypothermia. Brother, should we clean them up? It's creepy with 3 heads sticking out. Sherlay shrank his neck and asked. No, just put the fishing net down as usual. This will save us the work of digging the ice tomorrow. The calm voice sounded like the whisper of a devil to the ears of the other 3 survivors. Using human bodies to block the ice surface just to avoid digging tomorrow? This inhumane practice brought great trauma to the hearts of the 3 people. Brother. No, Grandpa, please let us go. We are just following orders and want a chance to live. Yes, yes, we. Sherlay, stuff their mouths and throw them outside to freeze for a few minutes. Let them see me after they've frozen quiet. The faces of the 3 people who were tied up suddenly changed, but before they could beg for mercy, a handful of frozen soil was stuffed into their mouths. Sherlay was even more rude. He directly took off their coats and threw them on the ice. In just 1 minute or so, the 3 of them were already frozen unconscious, and Lucian led them back to the shelter. Next to the portable fireplace, Lucian warmed himself by the fire and said calmly, "I'll ask you a question, and you answer it. Tell the truth, or you'll keep throwing it back. Do you understand?" Obviously. How many people are there in the shelter? One of them was trembling, his whole body twitching uncontrollably. 12 people. What do you usually do for a living? Wild vegetables. Why are you so obsessed with attacking here? Tools, food. The other party answered several questions in a row honestly. Lucian also understood that this was indeed a smaller group of survivors, nothing special about them, similar to the previous Lao Mao and Lao He. Even in terms of strength, this group of survivors is weaker. Even with 2 talented awakeners, they are still in a situation where they don't have enough food or warm clothes. He threw the clothes back to them and instructed, "Put on your clothes and lead the way back to your gathering place." The 3 of them didn't dare to resist at all. They wrapped themselves in clothes and led the way to the shelter. Lucian took the 3 zombies and followed them alone. When he saw their shelter, Lucian was also a little surprised. He didn't expect it to be an ice brick fortress as well, but the style was slightly different. The ice brick fortress they built was mostly embedded in the ground and was semicircular in shape. The entrance hole was relatively large and was tied up with a lot of sturdy wood, giving it a strong primitive style. However, when you look inside these woods, you can actually see a layer of ice bricks. It seems that the outer layer of wood is used to block wind and snow on the one hand, and hide the whereabouts on the other. In terms of overall size, the shelter is not large, only about 15 square meters. This is in line with the style of a small settlement, with 1 to 2 independent shelter cores, a 10 square meter area for living, and a 5 square meter area for storing goods. Around the shelter, the remaining 6 survivors were digging wild vegetables in the surrounding area. When they saw Lucian's figure, they all showed a hint of fear, especially seeing the 3 survivors around me. Obviously, this is also a group of survivors with clear class divisions. Generally speaking, people with awakened talents have the highest status and absolute say. The survivors who have strong labor force and can go out to explore resources and fight are in the second class. Most of the survivors who stayed around the shelter and dug wild vegetables were women and children. They were physically weak and often at the bottom of the society. Moreover, as long as they want to survive, they must stick to this group of survivors and cannot escape even if they want to. Lucian took a quick look and saw that everyone was very thin, for women and 2 men, and they were severely malnourished. Without much communication, Lucian made direct arrangements to collect the useful resources in the shelter, and then left together, taking them all back to the glacier shelter. But in reality, there are very few useful resources in the shelter. Apart from an independent shelter, a dozen survival radios, and some worn-out daily necessities, there was almost nothing else useful. Even the basic salt, fresh water, and wild vegetables were running out. No wonder these survivors all looked half dead and had probably been hungry for several days. Chapter 181 Black Ice Glacier Shelter. They all looked dazed until they were brought back to the glacier shelter. Sherlay said with some difficulty, "Brother, these survivors are half dead, have weak working ability, and need to consume food. I am afraid that the glacier shelter cannot afford to support them." Lucian waved his hand and said, "It's just that we need to accumulate less food. Now is the period of expansion of the shelter, so it's a good thing to have more manpower." However, Lucian didn't say anything else. That is, for other people, survivors without awakened talents are indeed meaningless and are likely to die from cold, disease, and other factors, and cannot bring any value at all. But that was not the case for him. Using the white liquid in the 3rd-level radiation core, he can help ordinary people awaken their talents. This means that any survivor can become meaningful and valuable in his hands. Therefore, he only needs to select those who are loyal enough from these survivors and train them specifically. As for abilities, he has the capital to cultivate them. He can even make everyone a gifted awakener. Since then, the total number of people in the entire glacier shelter has reached 14. The ice brick fortress of only 10 square meters is no longer habitable. Therefore, Sherlay had no choice but to clear out another ice brick fortress, then cover it with velvet grass, light the fireplace, and use it for living. After all, I already have 2 independent shelter cores in my hands. If necessary, I can even upgrade the shelters for others and obtain more independent shelter cores. That night, Lucian stayed in the glacier shelter. However, he was not idle, but was busy building an ice brick fortress. The ice brick fortress built by Sherlay was too small and could not meet the needs of long-term living. He really couldn't understand his train of thought. He had to crawl into the 1.5-meter-high ice brick fortress by himself. Didn't he feel stuffy? Therefore, he planned to build several qualified ice brick fortresses in the next 2 days and cover them with black ice bricks to isolate them from external radiation. When he is unable to go out, Sherlay will arrange for people to make ice bricks. Lu Xun also compressed a part of the ice bricks to the thinnest state, presenting a deep black color. As for the manufacturing method of the ice brick fortress, Lu Xun thought for a long time and decided to use a semi-underground method. In the original ice brick fortress, continue to dig down about 1.5 meters, then lay the foundation and lay ice bricks. However, this time, the layer in the middle of the ice was not made of clay and velvet grass, but a layer of black ice bricks. The density of black ice bricks is extremely high, and even radiation can be easily isolated. Needless to say, their sealing and warmth-keeping effects are excellent. As for the size of the ice brick fortress, it is still the standard 10 square meters, mainly to ensure the stability of the shelter. The height of the shelter is also an astonishing 3.5 meters, with 1.5 meters above the ground and 2 meters above the ground. Even Sherlay can walk around freely in it. Moreover, if the number of people continues to increase in the future, we can directly make double beds with bunk beds. He used up all his innate energy to create a layer of black ice bricks about 0.5 centimeters thick for the entire ice brick fortress. At the end of the exploration time on the second day, he finally completed all the construction. It was almost pitch dark inside the entire ice brick fortress. The black ice bricks blocked all light and radiation. The interior is a completely isolated area with only a few fireplace chimneys reserved. However, the current ice brick fortress is still a rough house, and Sherlay will need to lay wooden boards, make furniture, and enrich the internal facilities later. Such an ice brick fortress also means that the glacier shelter has been officially established and has truly become a long-term shelter where people can develop and survive. At the same time, Lu Xun also specially built a passage to connect this black ice brick shelter to another ice brick fortress where goods were stored. However, black ice is also used to separate the two to ensure that the main body of the shelter is not affected by radiation. That night, Lu Xun lived in the black ice brick fortress and deeply experienced the benefits of this ice brick fortress. The density of black ice is too high, so it has an extremely good warming effect, and the temperature inside cannot dissipate at all. By simply lighting 2 portable fireplaces, the heat fills the entire shelter, keeping the temperature at 5 to 6 degrees Celsius. Cover the bed with velvet and improve the quilt provided in the truck shelter to keep you warm all night long. While sleeping in bed at night, Lu Xun also contacted Xiao Suiying and Qin Hong to find out about their situation. Everything is going well for Qin Hong. After heading north, she didn't wander around for long before she ran into a small group of survivors. She then easily joined them with her strength as a second-level talent awakener. It shouldn't take long before he can become the leader of this survivor group. However, since she had just arrived in the north, she did not know the situation there, so she did not bring back much news. As for the train carriage, everything was normal. Xiao Suiying specifically mentioned that there were constant roars of rotting corpses in the back mountain, and the number of rotting corpses had increased a lot, causing them to not dare to approach when collecting wild vegetables. In response to this, Lu Xun also frowned slightly. The impact of the zombie swarm has become too big to ignore. If level 3 zombies visit frequently, I'm afraid there will be no peace in the future. However, there is still a long way to go to truly solve the impact of corpse decay. In addition, Xiao Suiying also brought good news. The planting industry in the underground shelter has made new developments. The first batch of potatoes have been planted for nearly 25 days and have now successfully sprouted and are not far from maturity. The growth rate of potatoes is actually not that fast, but the influence of other factors has caused its growth rate to increase a lot. On the one hand, it itself is a mutant plant that can survive in harsh environments and grow faster. On the other hand, it is the nutrient solution that deserves credit. When they dig wild vegetables, they will deliberately pick up feces. And now there are mutant wild boars providing a lot of feces, so they can make nutrient solution stably. After a few days of watering, the crops are growing very well. According to Jiang Yueying, the first batch of potatoes can be harvested in 10 days at most. Lu Xun's inner excitement was almost hard to suppress. The smooth development of the planting industry is equivalent to giving him a reassurance. This is also the foundation for the development of the shelter. No need to rely on the weather anymore. The next day, Lu Xun did not continue to stay in the glacier shelter. Instead, he took advantage of the exploration time to immediately return to the train compartment shelter. Whether it was the planting industry or the situation of the corpses on land, he was more worried. Chapter 182. The Mutated Corpse. When he approached the hillside near the train carriage, he saw from a distance that Lu Shi was leading a group of zombies and confronting another level 3 zombie. The overall scale reached more than 70 corpses. As Lu Shi's strength increased, he controlled more and more corpses, which was enough to compete with the opponent. After several continuous fights, both sides showed their strength that was not inferior to that of the other. The two sides fought back and forth, and both suffered serious injuries. However, it was obvious that the third-level corpse on the opposite side was obviously a little timid and did not dare to easily accept the attack from the land corpse. This may be due to biological instinct. After reaching level 3 zombies have a certain degree of intelligence and know that once they are injured, it will take a long time to recover. But Lu Shi is just the opposite. He has no worries at all. Lu Xun is his greatest confidence. Not to mention recovering from his injuries. As long as the radiation energy is enough, his strength can be improved rapidly. This resulted in the fact that the strength of the third-level zombie might be stronger than the land zombie, but after many battles, it had gradually fallen into a disadvantage. After just a few glances, Lu Xun didn't pay any more attention. Now that both sides are evenly matched, it will be very difficult for anyone to kill the other. It would be better to take advantage of this time to continue to strengthen their strength. He returned to the corpse room, took out dozens of second-level radiation cores, used his talent to pull them, and fed them to Lu 1, Lu 2, and Lu 3. With the feeding at all costs, their bodies changed rapidly, their muscles became tougher and stronger, and their aura became stronger and stronger, gradually approaching the peak of level 2. However, at the moment of reaching the peak of level 2, some unexpected changes suddenly occurred. Lu Yi's body was seen twitching and changing uncontrollably, and the radiation energy that had been already full was depleted again. It seems that some changes in the body are consuming its energy to a great extent. What's going on? Is he going to break through to level 3? That's impossible. Lu Xun frowned. The corpse could not absorb the radiation core infinitely. Its body had a tolerance limit. But the situation before him seemed beyond his expectations. But after a little thought, he took out a few secondary radiation cores and pulled the radiation energy. At this moment, Lu Yi seemed to have been hungry for a long time, madly devouring the radiation power. His body also changed drastically, and he curled up on the ground with a hideous face and trembling muscles. After more than 10 minutes, and after absorbing 18 secondary radiation cores, changes finally began to occur. I saw a huge gash on its chest, which looked scarlet, like torn flesh. Lu Yi's body also became bloated and his appearance was very strange. Lu Xun's eyes also turned into surprise. Is this a mutation? The current Lu Yi is somewhat similar to the third-level corpse opposite. His appearance is similar to that of an ordinary corpse, but he has some unusual characteristics. And it can be clearly felt that although they are both at the peak of level 2, Lu Yi's aura and combat power are obviously much stronger, and he shows signs of crushing Lu Air and Lu San. After realizing that it was not a bad thing, Lu Xun also tried to control Lu Yi and use its special abilities. Lu Yi let out a heavy roar, and the crack in his chest opened and closed like a pair of eyes, and then spewed out a large amount of gray-black gas. Lu Xun vaguely sensed a sense of danger and quickly retreated. Then he saw an astonishing scene. These gray-black gases caused extremely severe corrosion when they approached the snow on the ground. The snow seemed to be doused with sulfuric acid, melting and turning black quickly, emitting light black smoke with a pungent smell. Highly corrosive. Such a horrible poison. Lu Xun couldn't help but sigh that this strange biological virus would be difficult to resist even if he came into contact with it. A look of surprise appeared on his face. This special type of zombie was stronger than ordinary zombies of the same level, which enhanced his strength once again. Even if these three were to join the battle against the third-level zombies, it would be enough to increase the chances of winning and help Lu Zombie defeat the enemy. However, Lu Xun didn't bother with Lu Shi for the time being, but returned to the train carriage. Level 3 zombies are easy to deal with, but planting is more important. When we arrived at the underground shelter, it was still dark inside, and we could only see clearly after lighting a candle. The first batch of potatoes are in good growth condition, with emerald green leaves full of vitality. They have already covered the entire land, so densely packed that it is heartwarming. Another piece of potato has also grown green sprouts, but they are relatively sparse. As for the green ivy, Jiang Yueying specially built a frame for the ivy to climb. It has grown to the thickness of a finger, is relatively rough, and looks inconspicuous. It will probably take a long time for Qingting to fully mature. This is also a very important crop. Whether it is used to weave daily necessities, make traps, or even make weapons and equipment, It has extremely high value. Later, they saw that a pit had been dug deep in the underground shelter, about 5 meters deep, and the excavation extended downwards. Yes, it seems that they have started digging the second underground shelter. But judging by the progress, it seems to be a little slow. During the time he was away, there were only 7 women in the shelter. With their strength, it was indeed difficult to dig out the shelter. After thinking for a moment, I felt that it would be more appropriate to leave this kind of work to the zombies. By calling Lu 1, Lu 2, and Lu 3 in, they could dig much faster without using any tools and directly use their claws. When he saw Lu Yishur, Lu Shen's eyes moved, and he tried to let it use poison gas to attack the soil inside. As the gray-black air flowed out and attached to the soil, it immediately emitted a pungent smell. A large amount of soil turned black and then fell from the wall like ashes burned by a raging fire. It works. The soil corroded by the poisonous gas is like wood ash, which softens the soil to a great extent. The effect is extremely good. With the help of 3 level 2 peak zombies, Lu Shen only took a few dozen minutes to deepen the second-floor underground shelter by more than 2 meters and expand it by 20 square meters. Such size and depth can be used directly. The distance between the first and second floors is about 3.5 meters. Make sure there is a thick enough layer of soil in the middle and compact it to prevent collapse. The depth of the second underground floor is about 3.5 meters, which is completely sufficient for survivors to live directly in. As for the area of the second floor shelter, after thinking for a while, Lu Shen decided to make it similar to the first floor, about 40 square meters, with safety as the main focus. Use the innate energy to compact the 6 walls and strengthen the surrounding soil. Chapter 183 Second Floor Underground Shelter. Afterwards, some of the soil produced during the excavation will be filled back into the ground to prepare for the subsequent development of the planting industry. When Jiang Yueying and others came back, their eyes widened when they saw the completed shelter. Qiu Suiying was also stunned. Lu Shen, isn't the speed at which you built the shelter a bit too fast? The corpses are just helping. Lu Shen waved his hand, not paying much attention, and made arrangements. Since the potato planting is successful, you should start expanding the planting industry as soon as possible to increase crop yields. Jiang Yueying nodded and said, no problem. Potatoes can be used as a staple food. Planting more is indeed beneficial. But, do we need to plant some other crops? Lu Shen frowned in thought, then asked, what other crops are there? You can try to plant green bracken, ground ear, and velvet grass, but the success rate is uncertain and experiments are needed. No need for green fern. This wild vegetable tastes too bad. Lu Shen decisively rejected the green fern, and then asked, how do you plan to plant ground ear and velvet grass? Is it difficult? He remembered that ground ear was similar to fungi growing on the ground, and strictly speaking, it was not a wild vegetable at all. The living environment of velvet grass was also special, and it was definitely not an ordinary crop. Jiang Yueying smiled and explained, these 2 crops are indeed special and need to be planted in other ways. For example, ground ear needs to live in a humid and warm environment. It's best to find 2 dead trees and bring them back to plant seeds on them. The same is true for velvet grass. It has a high demand for water and needs a layer of ice to insulate it from the temperature. But this is relatively easy to solve. After all, it is underground. Just give it more water and cover it with a layer of bark. Seeing that Jiang Yueying had already made a plan, Lu Shen didn't say anything more. Then you can arrange it. Planting is what you are good at. On the side, Qiu Suiying seemed to remember something and suddenly said, by the way, there is one more good news I haven't told you. Lu Shen raised his eyebrows. What's the matter? We observe the situation of leaf birds every day. The number has increased again. Moreover, we recently found a nest of leaf birds. They have been staying in the nest. They should be hatching their chicks. Hearing this, Lu Shen's eyes lit up. Hatching baby birds? Does this mean that the breeding of leaf birds can gradually get on the right track? Jiang Huiying also said solemnly, in fact, in comparison, it is quite difficult to breed mutant wild boars. After all, there is only one, and it cannot reproduce. Moreover, it eats a lot of food, which consumes a lot of our resources. However, it is very easy to breed leaf birds. They are small, have low requirements for living environment, and are abundant in number. Judging from the current situation, the probability of successful breeding is still very high. Lu Shen nodded. Do I need to prepare anything? It would be best to transplant 2 trees from the dryleaf forest. If we want to raise them, we should try not to destroy the original living environment. Jiang Huiying suggested. Okay, I'll take responsibility for this. Lu Shen was in a very good mood. The planting industry was developing smoothly and he would soon be able to obtain a stable supply of staple food. The breeding industry has also entered a new stage. Once we can breed dead leaves in large quantities, at least there will be no need to worry about meat. In this way, staple foods, meat and fish can be obtained stably, enough to maintain the development and operation of an entire settlement. The only problem is that the quantity is relatively small and it is impossible to stockpile food. And in the next period of time, he also needs to consider the safety of the shelter. In fact, this has become a very serious problem that needs to be improved urgently. The location of the train carriage shelter is a big problem after all. Anyone who walks along the train tracks heading east will 100% pass by a train car. As the survivors gradually gain a foothold in this doomsday world, they will inevitably begin to develop exploration and look for more resources to survive. Whether it is city ruins or mountain forests, they're all great places to explore. It is also obvious that many groups of survivors have begun to move their shelters to areas with richer resources and better suited for survival. For example, glaciers, mountains, forests, and even if my guess is correct, there will also be a group of powerful survivors who will move directly from the edge of the town ruins to the city ruins. There are also a lot of resources there, but the danger is greater. In such an environment, to ensure the safety of the train carriages, one must either move to a shelter or use absolute power to suppress other survivors and prevent them from having any evil intentions. And this requires great strength. After returning to the back mountain for refuge, Lu Shi had also returned. The continuous fighting left him with numerous wounds on his body, and his breath was a little weak. Without saying a word, Lucian used the radiation energy in the radiation core to help Lu Shi recover. At the same time, 3 more level 3 radiation cores were successfully manufactured, and the white liquid inside was extracted. The remaining radiation energy was all absorbed by Louis. If Lu Shi wants to continue to improve, he needs a large number of level 3 radiation cores. Even if he absorbs these 3, it will be difficult to reach a higher level. However, if he could help Louis break through to level 3, the combat effectiveness of his subordinates would be increased exponentially. It was just a good hope, but the result was not as expected. Louis had only absorbed less than 1 pill when the energy in his body had already expanded to its limit, and he could no longer absorb any more. So, in the end, it could only continue to let the land corpse absorb it to help it further improve. As for the 3 portions of white liquid, Lucian swallowed 1.5 portions himself and reached the peak of level 2. The extremely rich innate energy in his body made him feel so good like never before. He has sensed that after a period of incubation, he can absorb these empty energies into his own energy, and there is a high probability that he will be able to break through to a new realm. Whether for survivors or corpses, his solidification talent can greatly speed up energy absorption and solve the biggest problem of improving strength. The only thing you need to pay attention to is the time it takes to improve your strength. It requires a period of waiting and absorption. Lucian also collected all the remaining white liquid so that others could use it. Back in the shelter, it was empty today. Qin Hong was sent away, and Cho Suying stayed in the train carriage because she was unwell. Lucian felt a little uncomfortable in this empty shelter. As a social animal, if one really lives alone in this doomsday wilderness with howling storms, one will indeed experience infinite loneliness and desolation. It is because we are gathered together that we have expectations for the road ahead. When I have nothing to do, I turn on the survival radio, and the communication plays the information around me. Chapter 184 Qin Hong's News. Afterwards, Lucian took out more than 50 survival radios and began to check the stores one by one. He would use up all the daily refresh opportunities, but in most cases, he would not gain much. The situation was similar today. When everything was refreshed, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. But the only items worth buying were a pack of noodles, a can of canned bayberries, and a 20-pound bag of flour, which was quite bleak. Seeing that it was getting late, he could only blow out the candles, add a few more firewood to the fireplace, and fall asleep. For the next week, the shelter operated smoothly. The glacier refuge has gradually stabilized, and we need to return to the train carriage frequently, but news is always coming back. Qin Hong's place was also developing in an orderly manner, but life was not easy, and the quality of the food he got was far inferior to that of Lucian's place. During this period, Lucian did not go out. He stayed near the train carriage to ensure the safety of the surroundings and continued to explore the forest. 3 of the 6 pieces of dark wood that Lu Shi brought back have been used up, and it won't be long before they run out of ammunition and food. However, the difficulty of obtaining sunken wood from the depths of the forest is increasing. Recently, there has been interference from level 3 zombies, which has made it difficult for Lu Shi to deal with the situation. Lucian could only hope that Lu Yi, Lu Er, and Lu San could break through to level 3 as soon as possible, or that he himself could break through to level 3, which would greatly enhance their strength and resolve their current predicament. However, the facts have proved that it is more difficult for him to improve his own strength than for the corpses. This morning, Louis finally broke through the limit and successfully reached level 3. The combat power of a level 3 special zombie is absolutely terrifying. With its corrosive poison gas, ordinary level 3 zombies may not be its match. Lucian showed a look of joy, and as soon as the exploration time arrived in the afternoon, he immediately took the 2 level 3 zombies away and set off. This time, he has made up his mind to eliminate the 3rd level zombie and completely eliminate this trouble. But this time, it was obviously an exaggeration. When he saw the 3rd level zombie again, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The 3rd level zombie was covered with wounds, and his breath was a little weak. His originally agile movements were now a little slow. Lucian touched his nose and thought that perhaps he didn't need 2 level 3 zombies to take action. Just relying on the Lu corpse would be enough to defeat the opponent. In the battles during these days, Lucian fought like he was risking his life every day, constantly inflicting damage to his opponents by exchanging injuries for injuries. It returned to the corpse room, and Lucian helped it repair all its injuries, but the other party could only burrow back into the snow and rely on absorbing radiation energy in the air to repair its injuries. As one side gained strength while the other lost, the gap between the two sides grew larger and larger, leading to the current situation. Lucian no longer held back. Lucian and Louis attacked at the same time. The 2 level 3 zombies joined forces to ensure a complete crushing. Behind them, 20 level 2 zombies surrounded them, blocked all escape routes, and cleared out the opponent's zombie group. It was a battle without any suspense. It lasted only 7 minutes and then everything ended. Lucian smashed the opponent's head and took out the radiation core inside. All the ordinary corpses around were cleaned up. The trouble that had troubled Lucian for more than a week was finally completely resolved. Turning around and looking at the rotting corpse behind him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of security. Among the 4 corpse slaves, Lucian and Louis have reached level 3, and Luer and Lucan are also at the peak of level 2. Under Lucian's command, he also controls a total of 40 zombies, 20 of which are level 2 and 20 are level 1. With such strength, he can fight head-on against humans, let alone some ruins of towns. Moreover, Louis will be able to control a group of zombies in the future, which means that the power he possesses now can be further expanded. Controlling the huge horde of zombies, Lucian arranged them to spread out and cover the surrounding hillsides. The zombies cannot dig wild vegetables, so they can only be arranged to look for mutant creatures, hoping to catch some prey with their help. Unfortunately, the effect is not very good. Until the end of the exploration period, most people come back empty-handed without any gain. At night, in the shelter in the back mountain, a pork chop was fried in lard and served with some flour dumplings as food for tonight. Now that there is sufficient food, complete combat power, and a solid shelter, Lucian's living standard has also improved a lot. Just as he was eating leisurely, the survival radio vibrated. Qin Hong's voice rang out. "Boss, there's something going on in the north." Lucian stopped what he was doing and asked, "What's going on?" Ever since Qin Hong went to the north, he has not sent back any useful information, most of which are trivial matters in the shelter. Occasionally, information would be sent back about other groups of survivors or discovered wild vegetable resources, but most of the time they were unimportant. Qin Hong said solemnly, "There is a group of survivors to the north, called the Black Axe Camp. They are quite strong, with about 50 survivors, and most of them are gifted awakeners. It is said that they went deep into the mountains recently and took 2 days to come back. They suffered heavy losses, but also gained a lot." "Go deep into the mountains?" Lucian's eyes moved slightly, and he asked in confusion, "Why do you say that the losses are heavy, but the gains are huge?" 12 of them went in, and only 5 came back. Qin Hong said in a deep voice, "But the 5 who came back all reached level 2. And after they came back, although they were very wary of the situation inside, they took the initiative to contact other survivor groups and planned to jointly explore the mountains again." Hearing this, Lucian also frowned deeply. Going deep into the mountains and losing more than half of the people is enough to show the danger involved, but what kind of benefits would make them willing to risk their lives and go again? "What's the situation now? Have they contacted you to go together?" Qin Hong nodded and said, "All the forces with some strength should have contacted each other, including me and Zhao Zhongyang and others. Have they ever mentioned what benefits they gained in the mountains?" Lucian asked again. This kind of important location information is of vital importance to any survivor. "No details." Qin Hong thought for a while and said, "According to what they said, the radiation concentration inside is very high. Even with the independent shelter core, many places are still restricted areas and require multiple detours. Moreover, there are many strange-looking, powerful mutants and corpses inside. Once attacked, even a level 2 talent awakener will have no ability to resist. But there are some precious mutant plants inside. They picked a kind of fruit and ate it when they were about to starve to death, risking their lives. In just one night, they all broke through to level 2. Chapter 185, Heading to the Mountains. Upon hearing this, Lucian fell into deep thought and did not speak for a long time. Boss, do you think I should go there tomorrow? It feels a little unreliable." Lucian pondered for a moment and said, Go. But I'm afraid I'll die in there, so why not just forget it? At worst, we can wait for others to come out and then take away the resources they've collected. Lucian shook his head. Don't worry, I will go there tomorrow and go in with you. If there is any danger, it won't be too late to withdraw. You're coming over too? It's settled, you better get ready. After ending the call, Lucian looked deep, sat on the bed, frowned and thought. Behind him, Chiyo Suiying frowned slightly and said, We are developing smoothly now. There is no need to risk our lives for such a small benefit, right? Lucian shook his head. No, this time it means a lot. Others may not understand, but he knows it very well. Whether it is a forest or a mountain, the interior should belong to the deep corruption zone range, and there must be many secrets hidden in it. The radiation concentration in this forest is too high, and no one has ever entered it. He doesn't dare to go in and explore easily, and only dares to let Lu Shi go there occasionally. Just on the outskirts, we found the extremely precious resource of sunken wood. Now, the zombie combat power of the entire shelter is all built on the radiation energy in the dark wood. If there weren't these pieces of sunken wood, there wouldn't be the corpses today. All along, Lu Shi has been trying to enter the forest to explore and secretly investigate the secrets therein, but he has never made up his mind and has no way to enter. But this time, someone actually managed to enter the mountains and even gain some benefits from it. How could he give up this opportunity? No matter what the reason was, he had to go and take a look to truly experience the deep corruption area. A peaceful night. The next morning, Lu Shi got up early and returned to the shelter of the train carriage in the strong wind and snow. He attached great importance to today's outing and planned to do some more preparation. At the same time, 4 corpse slaves followed behind. Under Lu Shi's arrangement, they entered the ruins of the train carriage and tore off the better quality iron sheets. Lu Shi used the angle to compress the iron sheets and change their shape to make them into the shape of armor. These armors are made for zombies and mainly consist of 3 parts: helmet, breastplate, and weapon. The helmet is the most important. After all, the radiation core is the root of the corpse. Once the radiation core is destroyed, death is inevitable. Therefore, the helmet made by Lu Shi is a fully enclosed type, leaving no holes and completely covering the eyes, nose, and mouth. Moreover, the material of the helmet is the thickest, with the iron plate being 2 centimeters thick, making it difficult to break even with the attacks of a gifted awakener. As for whether it will block the line of sight, there is no need to worry about it, because the zombies do not rely on their eyes to move. They have an independent perception system. As for the breastplate, it's actually not particularly important. After all, there is no weak point that needs to be protected. However, due to its large area, it may become the enemy's main attack site, so it is necessary to take some precautions to reduce the possibility of being injured. Finally, Lu Shi also thought a lot about the production of weapons. For most zombies, they do not use weapons such as swords. Their most powerful weapons are claws and teeth. So, in the end, he used iron sheets to make some sharp claws and wrap them around the corpses to increase the strength of the attack. He made a total of 10 sets of equipment like this. The cost of compressing steel is too great, especially for making the thickest helmets, each of which consumes a lot of talent. Lu Shi swallowed several strands of white liquid in succession before he replenished the radiation energy. Otherwise, he would be exhausted to death after making 2 or 3 sets. And this time when he went out, he didn't plan to take all the corpses with him. Only brought 4 zombie slaves and 6 level 2 zombies. As for the remaining zombies, they will all stay around the shelter to be alert to possible dangers. After working until the afternoon, Lu Shi finally entered the vast snow and wind under the protection of 10 powerful zombies. These 10 zombies not only have an average strength of level 2 or above, an extremely powerful individual combat power, but the steel armor they are equipped with further enhances their strength. Judging from the overall strength, any one of them is capable of dealing with or even defeating a level 2 talent awakener. The 4 most powerful corpse slaves should be able to crush most of the talented awakeners, even including Lu Shi himself. He didn't think that with his own strength, he could easily get rid of a corpse protecting the radiation core. This is almost the most powerful force he can muster, just to ensure the success of this operation. After crossing the northern hillside, there are undulating hills in front of us. The terrain is relatively flat, which is in sharp contrast with the tall mountains in the east. The already gloomy sky, coupled with the oppressive feeling of the mountains, made the weather feel even more gloomy. Not long after, Lu Shi saw Qin Hong in a conspicuous grove. Seeing 11 figures in total, all of them were tall and burly, and their murderous aura was awe-inspiring. Qin Hong couldn't help but take a few more glances. Boss, this battle is not simple. The mountains are dangerous, but they are also important. We must handle them with care. Qin Hong was a little confused. If it's dangerous, then just stay away from it. Why do you have to go there? What if you die in there? Lu Shan shook his head. So many people have died in the Black Axe camp you mentioned. Why do you continue to enter? That means the things inside are enough for them to risk their lives and continue to explore. But there is one thing he didn't say, which is, in today's doomsday environment, what is worth risking your life to find? Maybe only two: survival resources and strength improvement. He predicted that there was a high probability that both of these things existed deep in the mountains. Qin Hong curled her lips helplessly and said, Okay, what should we do next? Just follow the main group. I will follow behind secretly. Don't worry about me. After a brief explanation, the two men headed north. The further north you go, the more oppressive the mountains become. The height is at least 2 to 3 kilometers. The deep color is like an abyss, covered with dark green plants, making it impossible to see the inside. It is surrounded by a faint gray-black mist, with a hint of deep and distant breath, which brings great shock to the soul. Lu Shan's sense of it was no weaker than that of the forest, and even stronger. Chapter 186, In Death. When they got close to the mountains, Lu Shan hid with the corpse. From a distance, I saw dozens of survivors gathered in the snow not far away, forming small groups of 3 or 4. They should be people gathered by the Black Axe camp. And among them, he also saw Zhao Zhongyang. Sure enough, with the power Zhao Zhongyang possesses, he is always the most powerful person wherever he goes. And it seems that in just a few days, Zhao Zhongyang has completely established his foothold and taken root in the neighborhood. Hiding in the dark, I saw more than a dozen people gathered together, talking about something. After waiting for dozens of minutes, when the number of people reached more than 20, they started to head east. Lu Shan frowned slightly. Could it be that a group of people just walked straight into the mountains? Then he saw a group of more than 20 people filing into the mountains. Lu Shan hesitated slightly and hurriedly followed them. When I got closer, I found that the situation here was different from that in the forest. The radiation energy was not extremely dense, but was maintained at a normal level, about the same height. It seems that the deeply corrupted areas in different regions are still very different. While thinking, Lu Shan followed behind the team, hiding his own whereabouts while also exploring the surrounding situation. There was hardly any light in the dense forest. The branches and leaves inside were already very dense, and the outer layer was covered with thick snow, making the inside as dark as night. In front, the group of people at the Black Axe camp can light torches for lighting. In order to avoid being discovered, Lu Shan had to move forward in the dark, letting the corpses lead the way and almost surround him. But after only a few steps, Lu Shan became alert. In such an unfamiliar environment, not being able to see the surroundings was definitely a taboo. Moreover, this is a mountain range and most of the area is uphill and very steep. If you can't see the road clearly, you are likely to fall. So he had to slow down his pace, keep a distance from the large group in front, and then take out a candle from his pocket. The faint light illuminated the surrounding environment, and I could just barely see the surrounding situation. The ancient and sturdy trees were completely different from the grove outside. A rich vitality is overwhelming, the ground is covered with plants, and the surrounding temperature is much higher than outside the mountains. Under the shade of lush branches and leaves, this place seems like another world. Lu Shan's eyes moved. The environment here seemed to be too good to be true. There are abundant wood resources, various unknown mutant plants, and relatively high temperatures. If my guess is correct, there are probably quite a few mutant animals living here. If the shelter could be moved here, it would be much more convenient to obtain living resources. However, after walking for a while, Lu Shan frowned again. The environment here seems too beautiful, too safe, and too quiet. The vast snowfield outside may look harsh, but it actually gives people a greater sense of security. It was not what was happening right before his eyes. Everything seemed so normal that it was a little abnormal, which made him even more nervous. He kept paying attention to the dangers around him and slowed down his pace. While walking, he also left marks to avoid getting lost in the completely dark forest. This process lasted for several hours. Walking in the darkness, I could hardly feel the passage of time. When Lu Shan reacted, the exploration time was over. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. In this environment, his perception of the surroundings decreased a lot, and he needed to be more vigilant. I took out the mechanical alarm clock and set the time so that it would ring every hour. But he couldn't help but sigh that the inside of the mountains was indeed good. There is no violent snowstorm, nor is there any overwhelming radiation. Even outside of exploration time, as long as you bring the independent shelter core, you can move freely inside. But isn't this journey a little too far? Lu Shan frowned slightly, vaguely worried. Large team ahead. There were more than 30 people in the group, most of them walking in pairs or 3 abreast. The person at the front of the group, holding a machete in his hand, was responsible for clearing the weeds on the road and clearing a path. The overall speed of travel was not fast, and the person was extremely cautious, but the route was winding. Someone frowned and asked, "People from the Black Axe camp, do you still recognize the road? We have been walking for more than 5 hours. Why haven't we reached our destination yet?" The leader looked calm and said calmly, "Don't be anxious. If you want to find good things, how can you not pay a price? We all understand the principle, so give me an accurate answer. How far is it almost?" Someone in the team was still very cautious and asked. The middle-aged man looked back with a calm gaze at the deep mountains and said, "After climbing over 2 more hills, we should be almost there." Zhao Zhongyang was also a little impatient, frowning and asking, "Is it so far? The first time you entered last time, did you dare to climb over multiple hills to explore deep inside?" After these words were spoken, a trace of doubt appeared on the faces of the others, and they glanced at the people in the Black Axe camp with some caution. The middle-aged man from the Black Axe camp simply snorted coldly. "Do you think we are stupid enough to go so deep into a dangerous, unknown area for the first time? Isn't this your first time here? Have you already explored the area in advance?" "No." The people in the Black Axe camp pursed their lips. "We got lost last time." Everyone's mouth twitched, and they cursed him inwardly for pretending to be stupid. But some people still asked worriedly, "So you guys won't get lost this time, right?" "That should be it. I made a special mark this time. We just need to follow the mark and go back." "That's good." The team kept moving forward and showed no signs of stopping. After all, in such an environment, it doesn't matter whether you travel during the day or at night. Instead of wasting time resting in such a dangerous place, it is better to hurry on and complete the exploration as soon as possible. Everyone has awakened talents and good physical fitness, so even if they don't sleep for a day or 2, it won't have any impact. However, the further he walked, the more Lu Xun frowned, and he even had the idea of turning back. Along the way, he discovered quite a few resources, such as edible fruit trees, wild animals living nearby, and some functional plants like velvet grass. Although he did not check them specifically, he knew they were of great value just by taking a few glances. But the team in front had no interest in these things and just kept moving forward. So what are they looking for? According to Qin Hong, they should look for something that can help improve their strength and can be used as a staple food. However, not much was revealed about the Black Axe camp. How come it's so far away? Something is wrong. Chapter 187 Weird Situation. Lu Xun's brows were furrowed, and his solidification talent was already activated, attaching to the surrounding air and detecting abnormalities in the surroundings. Traveling for several hours in a row put a great strain on his spirit. When it was past 3 in the morning, the vague abnormalities around him suddenly caught Lu Xun's attention. Lu Shi and Lu Yi, who were in the lead, were clearly on alert. They seemed to sense the danger around them and kept making low, suppressed, and deep cries. "What's going on? Is there something unusual around us?" Lu Xun frowned slightly and soon discovered that the number of creatures around him seemed to have increased without him noticing. The originally quiet and silent world was now often heard with rustling sounds, but they were still very faint. At the same time, the large team in front seemed to have stopped. Lu Xun instantly became alert and looked around calmly. This was a remote valley with a large amount of dense woods. The surrounding environment was very harsh. However, there was some commotion in the large group ahead at this time. In the valley, a group of more than 30 people looked at the dozens of trees in front of them, with curiosity in their eyes. "Is this what you said? A mutant plant that can quickly improve strength and can be eaten as a staple food?" All eyes were on these trees. The trees were not big, only about 3 meters tall, and some of them were similar to peach trees. And on the tree, there are small fruits hanging. They are yellow in color, have a crystal-like texture, look very tender, and have regular hexagonal patterns. Even from a long distance away, you can smell the faint fragrance wafting from the tree. It's really amazing. This fruit is extraordinary at first glance. That's for sure. The people in the Black Axe camp will never forget it. Even if they suffer heavy casualties, they will come again. This thing must be something special. This fragrance. However, some people showed vigilance and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, be careful. The more precious the things are, the more likely there are dangers around them. It is better to be careful." I think you are still too nervous. We have more than 30 talented awakeners. With this kind of strength, even heading to the city ruins is not a problem at all. Not to mention taking a trip to this mountain. What Zhang Laohe said is right. With so many of us gathered together, even if we encounter some troubles, there won't be any problems. Although most of the others were quite cautious, since they had already reached their destination, they naturally had no intention of retreating. Moreover, for the vast majority of people present, There is no concept of deep corruption area. In their eyes, this is just an unknown mountain range. There may be dangers and precious resources there, but the degree of danger is nothing compared to the ruins of the city. After all, the danger from the zombie swarm is real. Zhao Zhengyang and his companions gradually approached the tree, their eyes full of surprise. Even though they had not tasted it themselves, they had a vague premonition that this fruit must be of very high value. This is a natural perception of organisms towards things that are beneficial to them. However, as he got closer, he suddenly frowned slightly. Hey, the trunk of this tree is very strange. It doesn't feel like wood at all. Lucian, who was hiding in the dark, frowned slightly when he heard the noise not far away. It looks like we have reached our destination. Lucian thought for a while and whispered to Qin Hong. Qin Hong, what's the situation? After a few seconds, a message came back. Brother, where are you? Take me away. Hearing the voice, Lucian's pupil shrank slightly. He clearly sensed that Qin Hong was definitely not joking with him, and there was a slight tremor and fear in her voice. He suppressed his doubts and asked, what's going on? Qin Hong whimpered softly, I sense that there are a lot of biological auras around here. You know my talent. My perception ability is similar to that of a corpse. I am very sensitive to humans, animals, and other creatures. There is something abnormal in the surrounding area. Even the people in the Black Axe camp seem to be a little abnormal. After listening to those few paragraphs, Lucian's brain was confused. He could understand every word, but when they were put together, it was a little confusing. But he heard one thing clearly. Something was not normal here. At least in Qin Hong's perception, this place is very abnormal. At this time, he also turned his gaze to the rotten corpse beside him. Creatures like corpses do not have very high intelligence, and their reactions are usually very slow. But at this moment, the 10 corpses around were obviously abnormal. They were all very alert and kept looking around, showing a very unstable behavior, as if they were alert to some danger. No, there must be something wrong here. Lucian's eyes moved slightly, and he became more and more aware that something was wrong. He felt his hair stand on end, as if danger was approaching. In other words, the danger had always been around, but it was only at this moment that he vaguely sensed it. In the distance, there was a faint noise. Hey, where are the people from the Black Axe camp? Why can't I see any of them after I get here? Didn't they secretly go out to collect good stuff? I don't know. Let's look for it. It shouldn't be far away. If you ask me, what are you looking at? They are right there. But what are you doing here? It was originally a relatively normal conversation, but the next moment, a heart-wrenching scream was heard, piercing the silence. Everyone's heart suddenly jumped up at this moment. What is that? What the hell? What is this? The scene instantly became chaotic, with unbridled screams echoing, and the crowd that had originally gathered together instantly scattered around. Zhao Zhengyang and Qin Hong were almost the first ones to run away. Because of her own talent, Qin Hong had already noticed the abnormality a long time ago, so she didn't get close at all. She just hid on the edge and didn't dare to escape easily. When Zhao Zhengyang approached the tree and carefully observed the bark texture, he may have realized something was wrong, so he stepped back. Even from a distance, Lucian could see the fear and anxiety on his face. Lucian frowned at the noise ahead, moved a little closer, and looked through the gaps in the trees. And the next scene made him even more horrified. I saw those people from the Black Axe camp lying on the ground. When they turned around, their facial skin had been torn off, revealing hollow muscle tissue that had been completely corroded, leaving only rotten flesh and blood, and black liquid with mucus. A hideous insect, with long legs covered in slime, clung to the face tightly, glowing with a strange fluorescence, and looked extremely terrifying. Chapter 188, Mountain Terror. The constantly twisting tentacles and legs make one's scalp tingle. After seeing this scene, almost all the survivors around took a step back, their eyes filled with horror and fear. The survivor from the Black Axe camp who came with them actually had a bug in his head. Did they get parasitized by the bugs after arriving here? Or were they already parasitized before? Or were they parasitized on the way? Damn, there's something wrong here. Everyone, be alert. Is there a problem? Can't you see this? What the hell is going on? They were obviously normal at the beginning. There is definitely something wrong here. Everyone noticed something was wrong and immediately ran back to avoid being attacked by the bugs. The same was true for Lucian, but the moment he turned around, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Now, in the deep forest around him, figures were slowly approaching. Various mutated creatures in the mountains and forests have surrounded the surrounding area. A strange monkey with half of its head missing, exposed teeth and bulging eyes. An unknown animal with a broken spine, a twisted and folded body, dull eyes and drooling saliva. A mutant wild boar, its chest cavity completely hollowed out, with only a hideous insect, and a large number of tentacles and legs vaguely exposed outside. Lucian only took a few quick glances and was horrified to find that most of these wild animals had dull eyes and incomplete bodies, and were most likely parasitized by this kind of insects. But this unknown horrible insect manipulates the remains of these corpses in a peculiar way. Looking around, where the candlelight shone, Wu Shuang's empty and pale eyes were staring intently, and a cold and terrifying aura spread, which made people shudder. Lucian quickly took a few steps back and felt his lips dry. The scene before him was so unbelievable even to him. He has always been extremely cautious. After entering the mountains, he has been paying attention to the surrounding situation. Only after he was sure that there was no danger did he dare to go deeper into it. However, there were so many terrifying existences hidden around him that he didn't notice, and he suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Not far away, people from the Black Axe camp made strange noises like insects. Hee-hee-jilla-jilly. Zizizi. Yiri-yiri. At first there were only one or two sounds, and then the whole mountain and plain, my devilish hell-like rustling sounds began to spread. Run! Someone shouted, waking up everyone who were in shock. Their faces turned pale and they ran backwards frantically, trying to escape from this place of trouble. But when he turned around, he saw in the dark jungle pairs of rotten and pale faces lying in the jungle in a daze, crawling in twisted and weird postures. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone murmured to themselves, feeling a chill from behind and stepping back unconsciously. At this moment, Lucian's eyes were deep and his teeth were clenched. He also understood that it was absolutely not advisable to stay here for a long time. However, when he turned around and looked at the horrifying scene behind him, he almost burst into a curse. Everyone was already surrounded. Where should they run? At this time, he no longer cared about hiding and retreated repeatedly. The rotten corpses around him surrounded him tightly, also showing fear and tension. Qin Hong was so frightened that her face turned pale. She quickly approached Lucian and forced her way into the circle of corpses. Compared to the surrounding scene, the horrifying rotting corpse seemed a little cuter and not so scary. Zhao Zhongyang's pupils also shrank slightly, and he murmured, "Lucian, he's here too." At this moment, many people noticed Lucian, but not many people cared because the situation was becoming more and more tense. The corpses controlled by the insects were gradually approaching. A large number of twisted empty shells of creatures made rustling sounds, shrinking the encirclement smaller and smaller. Everyone's first thought was to run back, but the road they came from was already crowded with a large number of insect-controlled bodies. Finally, someone couldn't stand the pressure anymore and let out a scream. Then, he took the axe in his hand and chopped directly at the people in the Black Axe camp. Phew. The body was lifted up easily, and it could be seen that, apart from some active muscle groups on the surface, the inside of the body was completely hollowed out. After the body is destroyed, the worms inside extend densely packed long tentacles, which sew up the split parts like needles and threads. Like a rag doll that had been randomly sewn together, its limbs had been twisted, leaving only a broken shell, but it was still approaching. Damn, attacking the outer shell is useless. The bugs inside are the main body. Attack these bugs. Someone shouted loudly, and others responded. A young man, who was relatively close to the people in the Black Axe camp, took the knife in his hand and thrust it directly into the shell, stabbing straight into the body of the insect. Success. This thing is so deadly. A smile appeared on the young man's face. Be careful. Several people behind him shouted hurriedly, but it was too late. The bug that was originally on the chest had already crawled to the face, like a facehugger, with its slender legs crawling out, a faint fluorescent light emerging from its body. And then it directly followed the iron knife and crawled onto the young man's body at an extremely fast speed. In just a few seconds, a small cut was made on the face, and the insect drilled into it, followed by a noticeable chewing sound, followed by a horrible scream. The young man's body began to twist uncontrollably, as if two consciousnesses were fighting for control, but in the end, he slowly lost movement and his eyes became empty. What a weird thing. Lucian murmured something and no longer thought about counterattacking. Instead, he quickly retreated and tried to evacuate under the protection of the corpses. At some point, Zhao Zhongyang and his men had already approached quickly. Lucian, there is no hope of going back. We must break out from somewhere else. If we stay here, we will surely die. Zhao Zhongyang looked nervous and also had no intention of resisting. Not only was the situation dangerous, but more importantly, they had no idea about this creature and had no way of dealing with it. Lucian didn't care about the previous grudge and said coldly, "Go south." "South?" Zhao Zhongyang asked puzzledly. Lucian didn't say much. He turned his head and looked to the south. Under the protection of the corpses, he cleared the dangers in front of him and kept trying to break through. At this time, he obviously discovered a good news. That is, these strange insects seem to have no effect on corpses. It's true. Chapter 189 Escape to the Forest. Lucian's expression changed slightly. From the moment he entered the mountains, he had been letting the zombies surround him and let the zombies do everything. The main reason is to avoid touching certain things in the mountains. After all, many things may seem normal, but they may hide dangers. The corpses can occupy the forest, so they must have extraordinary characteristics. Even if they come to another deeply corrupted area, they must be able to survive. Now it seems that the strange insects did not show any desire to hunt after encountering the rotten corpse. Lu Xun breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly sought evacuation. If we retreat and want to completely leave the mountains, it will take at least 7 or 8 hours, and the path is blocked by the bodies controlled by these strange insects, making it impossible to pass through. However, if we go south, it shouldn't take long to reach the area where the mountains and forests meet, and perhaps we can find a glimmer of hope. There were not many options for him to choose from, and he didn't have time to think too much, so he could only grit his teeth and rush out. Although Zhao Zhongyang looked unhappy, he was also aware of the current situation and could only follow Lu Xun and force his way out. Without the protection of the corpses, Zhao Zhongyang could only rely on his own talents to find a safe path. The ground beneath his feet kept shaking, knocking all the bodies controlled by the surrounding insects to the ground. Behind him, another person with awakened talent also showed a special talent, rock skin. The surface of his skin was covered with a thick layer of yellow rock, which was extremely solid and heavy. Even that special insect had no interest in this pile of stones. Relying on this characteristic, he repelled all the shells around him and cooperated with Zhao Zhongyang to escape. In addition to the two of them, there were other survivors who also followed with gritted teeth. Some awakened people with special talents can barely protect their own lives by relying on their innate abilities. However, there was also a group of people who had only awakened their physical fitness abilities. Facing these strange insects, they had no ability to resist at all. Their tough skin was torn apart directly, and the insects drilled into it and roamed under their skin and flesh. In fact, if it weren't for the protection of the corpses, Lu Xun would not have a better way to completely resist this kind of insects. Lu Shi led the way in front. Wearing a suit of iron armor, his strong body pushed aside all the terrifying bodies and forced his way through. Lu Yi guarded the rear, while Lu Er and Lu San were on the left and right, respectively, to defend the area strictly. Lu Xun had no time to look at his surroundings. This mountain range that was like hell left him no attachment. He had only one thought in his mind: run away. With his head down, he rushed towards the south. As they walked further and further, the number of survivors following them became fewer and fewer. A large number of talented awakeners who act alone are unable to resist the dangers around them and are restrained by these shells, and are eventually penetrated by the insects. Only a few groups of survivors, because they had many awakened talents with extraordinary talents and they helped each other, were able to barely save their lives. Some people, seeing that they could not escape, tried to squeeze into the group of zombies. Faced with this kind of person, Lu Xun did not hesitate and directly ordered Lu Yi to take action and kill him with poison gas, which would also serve to intimidate others. During his escape, Lu Xun hardly thought much. He just kept rushing forward. No matter whether he was going down the mountain or up the mountain, or encountering rocks and trees, he just kept rushing forward. I didn't even dare to look into the woods on either side, because wherever the candlelight illuminated, there were pale faces and twisted limbs. Lu Xun ignored the yellowish wax from the candle in his hand dripping onto it. I kept rushing forward for nearly an hour, and only after crossing a valley did I feel that the oppressive atmosphere around me had finally weakened a little. When I looked up again, the thick and dense forest had disappeared, and there was a little light under the sparser trees. The terrifying bodies around were becoming fewer and fewer, but when I looked back, I could still see pairs of creepy eyes. Surrounding it is a relatively low valley, and the heavy and oppressive mountains are right behind it, still giving people a strong sense of oppression. And in front of us is an equally dense forest. I finally got out. Lu Xun let out a breath and checked the current situation in the dim light, and couldn't help but take a breath. There were 10 corpses, and each one was seriously injured. Lu's body was covered with densely packed tiny wounds, many of which were caused by insects. He was still badly injured during the collision. The situation is not much better for other level 2 zombies. Perhaps this strange insect will not regard corpses as food, but it does not mean that it will not attack. As you can imagine, running southwards is a relatively short distance, so one can escape with the help of the rotten corpses. But if I run back and walk for several hours, I would probably be eaten alive along the way and buried completely in this terrifying mountain range. The survivors behind him had either died or fallen behind, and only 8 people were left. 3 of them are members of Zhao Zhongyang's team. I didn't know the remaining 5 people, but they seemed to be strong. However, they were already panting and their eyes were full of fear. The terrifying escape that night was like a nightmare to everyone present, and it took a long time for them to calm down. "That's great. We finally got out," said a survivor. Zhao Zhongyang glanced at him and sighed. "Don't be too happy too soon. The trouble is not over yet." After Baiyin fell, he raised his head and looked around, looking at the forest in front of him with vigilance. "This place is not simple either." An older survivor also laughed bitterly and said, "Everyone knows that there are mountains and forests in the east, and everyone thinks there are abundant resources here. Who would have thought? This place is not much worse than hell. We have managed to escape the mountains, but this forest..." Someone looked unsightly, his face already pale due to consuming a lot of talent. Lu Shun looked deep in thought and said, "We are now at the junction of the mountains and the forest. The danger should not be that great. There is still hope of getting out." The others nodded and felt slightly relieved when they saw the 10 rotten corpses around Lu Shun. On their way out of the mountains, they witnessed with their own eyes the strength of these zombies. It is no exaggeration to say that without Lu Shun, they would never have been able to leave. Zhao Zhongyang's eyes were also somewhat complicated. The speed at which Lu Shun's strength was improving could no longer be described as fast. It could only be described as terrifying. Chapter 190, Unpredictable. Each of these 10 zombies in front of me has a strength of more than level 2. Especially 2 of them. Even he felt threatened. The others also looked at him curiously. It was unbelievable that they had never met a survivor of Lu Shun's strength. However, when he heard the name Lu Shun, it all became clear to him. Then he couldn't help but reveal a strange expression, and at the same time secretly glanced at Zhao Zhongyang. The survivors in the surrounding area knew something about the feud between them. However, the 2 parties involved did not show any signs of hostility, and their expressions even seemed relatively normal. In both encounters, Lu Shun did not find a reason to kill Zhao Zhongyang. The first time was when Zhao Zhongyang was on the run, and for the sake of the 60 or 70 survivors, Lu Shun chose to spare his life. This is the second time, and everyone is busy escaping, so he is not in the mood to attack Zhao Zhongyang at this time. Thinking of this, Lu Shun looked at Zhao Zhongyang speechlessly. The first time they met, he was on the run, and the second time they met, they were on the run together. This bad luck was really too much. However, when he looked at Zhao Zhongyang, his calm gaze suddenly fluctuated slightly, and his brows furrowed slightly. After a pause of a few seconds, he suddenly said, "Officer Zhao, do you want to settle some of the grudges between us this time?" As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Zhongyang frowned and looked at Lu Shun strangely. There was no fear or terror in his eyes, only wonder and thought. He knew that Lu Shun wanted to kill him, but he didn't know how strong his murderous intention was. If he really had to kill him, then after the 2 encounters, Lu Shun would have just killed him without caring about anything else. Moreover, looking at Lu Shun's current strength, he did not doubt that Lu Shun had the ability to kill him. However, it was at this point in time that he said he wanted to settle the grudge. After just thinking for a second, and then meeting Lu Shun's slightly narrowed eyes, Zhao Zhongyang's eyes suddenly shook, and he vaguely understood something. He said in a deep voice, "Okay, you and I have a life and death feud. Let's end it here today." "What?" Another young survivor nearby almost burst into a curse, saying incredulously, "What the hell are you 2 doing? Don't you think the situation is messy enough?" Lu Shun glanced at him and didn't pay any attention to him. With a thought, Lu Shun beside him took a step forward, and the aura of a 3rd-level corpse was fully displayed. A middle-aged survivor saw that both sides were really ready to fight, and immediately frowned and asked, "Mr. Lu, Officer Zhao, there is no need for us to fight among ourselves at this time, right? Whatever grudges we have, we can slowly resolve them after we leave here, okay? I think it will be safer if we solve it now." Lu Shun looked calm and spoke meaningfully. Then the next moment, Lu Shun attacked without hesitation, and his hard fist flew out like the wind, so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Before anyone could react, he struck them in the chest with such force that even the air was shaking. However, the target that was hit was not Zhao Zhongyang. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Lu Sherdao delivered a powerful punch, hitting another survivor behind Zhao Zhongyang. This person is a survivor brought by Zhao Zhongyang. He should be a member of the previous gathering place. He looks middle-aged and his talent is just ordinary physical fitness, but his strength is still pretty good. Lu Shi's punch hit him hard in the chest, but to everyone's surprise, he was not knocked away, but stayed where he was. The chest hit by the fist was like a piece of white paper, which was instantly pierced through, revealing the empty chest cavity inside. There was no dull sound of fists hitting flesh, nor was there any trace of blood flowing out. Even the middle-aged survivor who was hit did not scream, but instead showed an eerie smile. At the critical moment, Lu Yi also acted quickly, and the poisonous gas from his chest gushed out, instantly enveloping the middle-aged survivor. The bugs inside were about to escape when they felt the attack of the poison gas and were restrained all of a sudden. They were then caught by the land corpse and crushed deeply. A large number of hairy, slender tentacles and foot segments are constantly shaking and struggling in the air, and sticky fluid is constantly flowing out of the body, which can easily cause physical discomfort. After more than 10 seconds, the insect slowly stopped moving. The pupils of several survivors around suddenly contracted, their breathing became heavier, and they looked at the insect corpses on the ground vigilantly. This creature is so scary. It's impossible to guard against it at all. Everyone had a grim look on their faces. Zhao Zhongyan glanced at the corpse on the ground and sighed deeply. Fortunately, Mr. Liu found it in time. Otherwise, we would have to take this bug back to the human shelter. Damn, the people in the Black Axe camp must have been in the same situation. They were parasitized by these bugs, and then they tricked us into the mountains. It's really. Alas, Lu Xin's face was not good either, and he said calmly, "Let's leave here as soon as possible. The situation in the mountains is more complicated than we thought. It is a blessing in disguise that we can escape this time." As he spoke, Lu Xun was too lazy to continue resting and started walking outside. This place is at the junction of mountains and forests. Neither the insects in the mountains nor the corpses in the forest seemed to have deliberately come here. However, in the mountains, a large number of corpses that had chased them before were still lingering on the outskirts of the mountains. Their pale, empty eyes made people feel creepy. For safety reasons, Lu Xun chose between the mountains and the forest and ultimately chose to stay close to the forest. At least, the corpses in the forest are a more familiar creature. Although they are equally scary, they are not as creepy as insects. The environment in the forest has obviously changed greatly and is completely different from that in the mountains. First of all, the radiation concentration here has more than doubled, which means that everyone has an independent shelter core. Otherwise, they will be unable to move forward. Even with the independent shelter core, a large amount of radiation spread in, and they could only use their bodies to withstand it. And the trees here are completely different from those in the mountains. The trees in the mountains are of various types, of all heights and thicknesses, and are very similar to the trees in normal mountains. But the trees in the forest were like the claws of a demon, spreading in all directions, and their branches were twisted and distorted, as if they had undergone extremely serious mutations. Lu Xun clearly felt that the degree of variation among the tree species in the forest was extremely high. This was definitely a very special situation. And when he walked for more than 10 minutes and went a little deeper into the forest, he saw an even more shocking scene. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Fuck, it's so big." Chapter 191, Giant Forest Tree. Looking around, you can see an extremely tall and sturdy tree, which stands out in the entire forest. According to conservative estimates, the height is at least hundreds of meters, because when you look up, you can't see it at a glance. In the vast wind and snow, you can vaguely see a standing figure. But the thickness is very clear. Roughly estimated, the diameter of this tree is at least 10 meters. Trees of this level are extremely rare on Earth. Standing at the roots of the trees, it feels like you have arrived in another world. However, Lu Xun and others only dared to watch from a distance and did not dare to approach easily. Because next to the giant tree, there were a large number of corpses surrounding a pool, standing there quietly. Moreover, the radiation concentration around has reached a new high, and everyone's survival radios have all sounded the alarm, indicating that the radiation concentration here has exceeded the limit of the independent shelter core. As expected, the forest is not a safe place. TSK, and why do the rotting corpses here feel a little different? Indeed, it feels a little different. Everyone hid under the dense jungle and observed from a distance. They vaguely realized that the rotting corpses here were obviously different from normal rotting corpses. Lu Xun also frowned. After walking a little closer, he saw the rotten corpses surrounding him and couldn't help but gasp. What is this? Even he couldn't help but shiver after seeing this scene. Normal corpses are basically in human shape and walk upright. Although their bodies are rotten and their limbs are stiff, their appearance is not much different. But the rotting corpse in front of me is obviously not like that. A second-level corpse, its swollen head almost bursting, one of its eyes drooping outside, with only blood-red meridians connecting it, but it was still spinning around in the air. There are no lips in the mouth, and the exposed teeth are uneven. They have grown wildly and have pierced into the chin, constantly leaking sticky liquid, which is extremely hideous and weird. The other corpse had half of its body the same as an ordinary corpse, but the other half was extremely strong and tall. His muscles were like rocks, his claws glowed with a faint cold light, and his entire palm was like that of a wild beast, in stark contrast to the other half. There were also several rotten corpses with slender bodies like the limbs of insects, twisted and folded at creepy angles. When they moved, they crawled on the ground with their entire heads turned over. What kind of monster is this? Zhao Zhengyang's pupils contracted as he looked at this group of monsters, and for a moment he couldn't speak clearly. After the initial panic, Lucian tried his best to calm himself down. He looked towards the black pool of water in the middle of the zombies and vaguely sensed something. This pool of water should have condensed and compressed to the extreme to radiate energy and has become liquid, looking completely black. There is a high probability that when Lucian went to the forest before, he picked up the sunken wood near the pond. Strictly speaking, the radiation energy contained in these black pools of water is dozens of times more concentrated than that of the sunken wood. When his gaze shifted to the giant tree beside the black pool of water, he saw the pitch-black bark on the tree, and a hint of understanding emerged in his eyes. The black bark of the giant tree has been severely carbonized because it has been deeply affected by the radiation energy due to being near the black pool of water for a long time. It looks pitch black and is surrounded by extremely rich radiation energy. If you peel it off, it should be not much different from the sunken wood. Lucian's breathing couldn't help but become heavier. These items in front of us are not only terrifying substances that pose a great threat, but also extremely precious treasures that can help the corpses improve their strength. However, he was still somewhat confused by the situation before him. Why did the corpses in this area mutate so severely? In fact, some corpses do undergo some abnormal changes, such as Louis, who has a huge crack in his abdomen that can release extremely terrible poisonous gas, and his strength is greatly improved during the battle. Although this mutation is a bit scary in appearance, it is still within an acceptable range. Moreover, this mutation is intended to enhance strength, so it is a benign mutation. However, this is clearly not the case with the rotting corpses in the surrounding area. Perhaps, there is indeed a small number of corpses that are undergoing some benign mutations, but there is still a large number of corpses that are obviously mutated too much. This weird and peculiar body structure is a completely uncontrolled mutation and has even affected its movements. It is very likely that due to long-term proximity to this black pool of water, some uncontrollable mutations occurred under the influence of the extremely concentrated radiation energy. Moreover, among ordinary corpses, mutation is an extremely rare phenomenon. Only one mutated corpse or one with special abilities will appear among hundreds or thousands of corpses. But here, looking around, it is found that most of the rotten corpses have undergone mutations, which is obviously an extremely abnormal behavior. Well, should we leave here quickly? The rotting corpses here are really creepy. Someone suggested. Zhao Zhengyang frowned slightly. Everyone wants to leave as soon as possible, but these rotten corpses are blocking us. If we go out, we will definitely attract their attention. What should we do then? After Lucian thought for a moment, he said, go around from behind the giant tree. There are generally first-level corpses there. With our strength, we should be able to make a way out. However, he didn't say a word. That is, based on his experience, during the day, these corpses would stay in the forest for some unknown reason and would not move around. The time now is a little after 7 in the morning. The group walked carefully, and under the cover of land corpses and other rotten corpses, they approached the giant tree. When we got closer, we found that this tree was even larger than we had expected. Although the roots were uneven, the actual area it occupied was probably more than several hundred square meters. After all, a tree with a diameter of 10 meters can cover an area of more than 70 square meters. But at the root, I felt extremely small, like an ant. Lucian also stroked the bark, tore off a few pieces and stuffed them into the bag he was carrying. Although the quality of these barks is slightly inferior to that of sunken wood, they are still rare and good things. Just as everyone was thinking about how to escape and avoid being discovered by the corpses, they suddenly found a hole in the giant tree. Perhaps this hole is nothing to the entire giant tree, but for everyone, this hole is big enough for them to move. Zhao Zhengyang said in a deep voice, can we enter from this hole and dig a passage directly to the other side of the tree? It should be fine. Let's go in and take a look first. Chapter 192. Escape. With Lucian leading the way, the group walked into the interior of the giant tree and found that the space inside was not small. What's even more surprising is that the radiation concentration outside is extremely high, but once you get inside the giant tree, you can hardly feel the radiation. Hiss. This place is really great. If it weren't for the large number of rotting corpses living around, it could definitely be used as a shelter. Someone exclaimed, his eyes full of surprise but also a little regretful. Lucian also narrowed his eyes and looked around curiously, but was not in a hurry to leave. It can be seen that the outer layer of wood of the giant tree, about 20 centimeters thick, is like a layer of charcoal, with a pitch-black color and a strong radiating smell. But inside, it's just normal hardwood, with a patterned yellow color, and the texture is very hard. It seems that this giant tree has autonomously formed a protective film in order to resist the invasion of radiation thereby protecting the normal tree body inside. Lucian thought silently in his heart. Therefore, there is no radiation inside, but rather it is an area isolated from radiation. He couldn't help but sigh. This was truly a strange sight. In this doomsday filled with radiation, all the mutated plants and creatures were trying to find a way to survive. But for him, this giant tree is really a good place. The surrounding radiation energy is rich and can be used to cultivate corpses. Almost all local materials can be used, and the energy source is endless. There is no radiation inside, so it can be used for daily living. Even black ice bricks are not needed, as the interior itself is able to isolate radiation. The only drawback is that the location is too special. It is deep in the forest. If you live around here, the danger level is extremely high. Sighing helplessly, Lucian focused his energy on escaping. He expanded the entrance of the cave and forcibly opened a passage inside. By the time they came out, they were already far away from the black pool of water. There were only a few first-level corpses in it, and the environment was relatively safe. Under the protection of the zombies, they evacuated cautiously, daring not to make any noise. The whole process was relatively smooth. They evacuated all the way until they were far away from the pond. The number of corpses around them decreased, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Zhengyang was a little curious. These corpses should rely on their hunting instincts to find prey. They have probably discovered us. Why don't they show an offensive attitude? Indeed, it seems that they don't have a strong desire to hunt. They are all surrounding the pool of water, and no one knows what is in it. Lucian looked calm and said lightly, perhaps their desire for the black water is far greater than ours. That makes sense, that thing. Maybe it can help them improve their strength or mutate. Everyone left the forest while discussing. Because it is extremely deep in the mountains, it is also a very long journey to walk out. However, the terrain of the forest is relatively flat, so it is relatively easier to walk. After what happened just now, they didn't dare to go deeper into the forest and only dared to walk on the periphery. The current situation is a dilemma. If we go north, there are strange insects in the mountains. If we go south, there are severely mutated corpses. None of them are easy to deal with. We can only survive in the cracks. Now everyone has no other thoughts in their minds. They just want to leave this troubled place as soon as possible and return to the vast and boring snowfield. In this blizzard apocalypse, a place without wind and snow does not mean it is suitable for survival. It may be an extremely unique and dangerous area. Fortunately, the strange insects and the rotten corpses seemed to be wary of each other, so the two sides kept their distance from each other and formed a safety zone in the middle. Everyone walked in it, not daring to stop for a moment. Along the way, we saw many shocking scenes. There were different types, all kinds of carcasses controlled by insects, mutated corpses with strange appearances and pungent smells, and extremely huge trees, several of which we saw along the way. Moreover, wherever there are giant trees, there is usually a pool of black water, and around it are a large number of severely mutated corpses, making it an extremely dangerous area. Lucian also guessed that the fact that this tree could grow so large was probably related to the black pool of water and was also a kind of mutation. But no one knows the specific situation. The most important thing now is to leave here. It took no more than 6 hours for everyone to travel a long distance and finally see a vast snowfield outside the forest ahead. An inexplicable sense of security was born in their hearts. Finally back. It was not until they stepped into the deep snow, felt the cold air, and saw the still dark and depressing sky that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This one day and one night journey was like a trip to hell. During the entire process, if any accident occurred, the person would definitely die. Both the mountains and the forest were like 2,000-pound boulders pressing down on everyone's chest. Even when they looked back again, they couldn't help but shiver all over. If there were number 10 zombies to protect us, I'm afraid this operation would result in a 10,000 chance of annihilation. Likewise, all kinds of amazing insights made everyone feel as if they were in another world. Horrible insects with tentacles and strange appearances, fruits with patterns growing on trees that look like ghost claws, human survivors who can still move normally after being controlled by insects, mutated corpses of various shapes, giant trees as high as 100 meters. When they left this boring snowfield, everyone did see an unimaginably rich world, but if they could do it again, they would rather never see these things in their entire lives. It's almost 2 o'clock. If we wait a little longer, we can go home, a survivor said with emotion while looking at the flying snow. Alas, we were able to escape this time thanks to Mr. Liu, otherwise. Having said this, a look of luck appeared in everyone's eyes. A middle-aged survivor smiled and said, "We have come this far and escaped from this environment together. We are destined to be together. How about we get to know each other? If there is a chance in the future, we can get in touch with each other." This suggestion was also agreed by everyone. There were only 9 people who escaped this time. There are 2 people here at Lucian. There are 2 people at Zhao Zhengyang's place. In addition, A middle-aged man named Qian Fangyu is also the leader of a survivor group, calling himself the Dawn Camp. This group of survivors is definitely not weak in strength. When they came, there were 4 talented awakeners, but now there are only 2 left, which is a heavy loss. Chapter 193, Different Camps. There are 2 other people who claim to be from the Red Maple Forest Camp. They are also a very powerful group of survivors. Both of them are awakened with special talents and are very powerful. One of them should be the leader of the Red Maple Forest Camp, named Liu, a middle-aged man with an elegant appearance. The last young man, with dyed yellow hair but a rather honest look, scratched his head and said, "My name is Zhang Dong Wei, and I come from a small group of survivors, but we didn't give ourselves a name. And how did you guys get your names?" Qian Fangyu looked embarrassed, touched his nose and explained, "I did choose it myself. I usually have to interact with other survivor groups, so it's convenient to call each other by a name. Yes, we don't have many people, so we don't dare to call ourselves a gathering place, so we can only name it Camp XX." Liu also explained. But as soon as he said this, he seemed to realize something was wrong and looked at Zhao Zhongyang apologetically. Everyone knows Zhao Zhongyang. He built a gathering place with great fanfare, but it was eventually surrounded by rotting corpses, and only a small number of people managed to escape. Now that they have gone through this again, their strength must have been greatly reduced again, and their status is no longer as good as before. It can even be said that some of the stronger camps are much stronger than this so-called gathering place. Perhaps many people dare not say it to his face, but it is an indisputable fact that Zhao Zhongyang has become a laughingstock in the surrounding area. However, Zhao Zhongyang looked calm and said, "Everyone should know me. There is nothing much to say about the gathering place. It is indeed my lack of ability." After thinking for a moment, Zhao Zhongyang said, "We have also discussed internally that we no longer plan to call it the gathering place. You can just call us Oasis Camp. I hope we can get along well in the future." Zhao Zhongyang kept a very humble attitude, but people looked up to him. Failure is not terrible. What is terrible is losing one's spirit. Then, everyone turned their eyes to Lucian and asked, "What about you, Mr. Liu? Why don't you introduce the situation of the camp? Maybe we can do some business in the future." Lucian waved his hand and said calmly, "No name, unknown location, unknown number of people. If you need to make a deal, contact me again." When everyone heard this, their mouths froze and they shook their heads helplessly. This master's temper really made them a little confused. However, Lucian was too powerful, so they couldn't say anything. Instead, they secretly thought in their hearts, maybe this is the confidence of a powerful camp. Deep down, Lucian really didn't want to deal with them too much. After all, the example of Zhao Zhongyang had made him extremely vigilant. Regardless of whether it is a gathering place or a camp, they are independent forces after all, and the twists and turns behind them are more than you can imagine. Now that he can survive independently, he no longer wants to have too much contact with other survivors, especially for cooperation. If they are weaker than us, we will just defeat them, plunder their resources and recruit their men. If the strength is equal, then everyone can live in peace and no one needs to care about anyone else. Exchange and cooperation? There are always some unexpected events. Therefore, he only sent Qin Hong to the north to investigate the enemy situation and never thought of showing up in person. Seeing that Lucian was unwilling to say more, everyone didn't know what to say. As the time came to around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the wind and snow gradually subsided. The few people did not stay any longer and began to leave in different directions. Lucian was not in a good mood and returned alone with the rotten corpse. This time, we explored the mountains with great hope, hoping to gain some benefits and deepen our understanding of the deep corruption zone. Unexpectedly, the people in the Black Axe camp had already been controlled by the bugs, which caused them so much trouble that they almost died. He couldn't help but reflect that he was indeed too careless this time. Not only did he not get any benefits, but he also got into trouble. However, it also allowed him to truly see what the deep corruption zone is. This is a real forbidden zone for humans and an extremely dangerous area. Anyone who gets close to it will be life-threatening. If the two deeply corrupted areas were not close to each other, fearing and restraining each other, the situation would probably not be as good as it is now. Forget it, let's go home as soon as possible. Live peacefully in the shelter, away from all this mess. Lucian muttered to himself and started his journey home. The exploration of the mountains seemed to have ended, but it caused a huge storm among the survivors in the north. A lot of details of the process went viral among the survivor groups, and many survivors talked about it with relish. These things have been discussed in all the communications over the past few days. Bugs that can parasitize the human body, deeply mutated corpses, and a team of talented awakeners who suffered heavy casualties. Any one of them taken alone is enough to be shocking. There were more than 30 people with awakened talents. They thought they could handle most of the troubles, but in the end, only 8 of them came back. The powerful Black Axe camp lost all its talented awakeners in just a few days, and its status plummeted. It was even scolded by other survivor groups. At the same time, another name began to spread among the survivors. Many people vaguely knew that the reason why some people were able to escape safely this time, in addition to their own strong strength, there was another important reason. That is, there is an extremely powerful person in the team who even makes the leaders of various camps praise him highly, but dare not mention him too much. Many people have heard of this name before, Lucian. It was even mentioned in just a few words that this person's own strength is unknown, but he is able to control a large number of zombies, and they are all extremely high-level zombies. The power of the corpses alone is enough to defeat most camps. Their strength is beyond imagination. Some people also raised doubts, thinking that Lucian's rotten corpse might have been bought from a store. However, such outrageous remarks were directly scolded by other survivors, and he was speechless. Someone refreshed the zombies from the store, but who could refresh so many? And they were extremely powerful zombies? Many people prefer to believe that this may be some kind of special talent or ability. The rotten corpses are only a part of the strength, not including the group of survivors behind Lucian. Many people suspect that behind Lucian there is a medium to large group of survivors that is no weaker than the Black Axe Camp and Dawn Camp. However, the location of their shelter was too secretive, so no one discovered them. Because of these rumors, the name Lucian has become tinged with mystery, unknown, and powerful colors. Listening to the conversation on the phone, Lucian's face darkened. Not revealing the location of the shelter, not participating in cooperation, and not revealing his own information was all for the purpose of being able to hide quietly and reduce everyone's discussions. Chapter 194. Unrest in the Mountains. Unexpectedly, the result was completely contrary to his wishes, and he became a legendary figure among the survivors in the surrounding area. Even as the information spread more and more widely, in order to facilitate its dissemination, it was forcibly given a name, Corpse King Camp. But when Lucian thought about it carefully, he felt that the name was indeed very appropriate. Although it did not sound decent, it was very intimidating. However, in the short term, Lucian still plans to develop independently, enhance his own survival ability as much as possible, and increase the foundation of the shelter, rather than participate in transactions and competition with other camps. After returning to the shelter of the train carriage, he received good news. The planting and breeding industries in the shelter have entered a new stage. The first round of potato planting was successfully harvested and all potatoes have been dug out. The quantity is not small. Conservatively estimated, there are at least 180 kilograms. This yield is unbelievable to Jiang Weiing, a professional. Even on Earth, about 10 square meters of land can only produce 150 to 200 kilograms of potatoes. This at least shows that the potatoes grown in the shelter have reached normal yield standards. Of course, a large part of the reason is definitely due to the potato variety. No matter what, this is definitely great news for Lucian. It also means that the planting industry can continue to expand, especially potato planting. According to the current situation, the planting cycle is about 40 days, and the harvested potatoes must be able to sustain at least 40 days of staple food consumption, which requires a great expansion of the planting area. And more importantly, today's potatoes are grown in a radiation-free environment. This has very high requirements for planting, and Jiang Weiing has already tried it. In an environment with strong radiation, potatoes do not grow well, which makes planting much more difficult. Lucian was also thinking of ways, trying to find a better way. On the other hand, there is also good news for the breeding industry. In the dead leaf forest, under the protection of everyone in the shelter and without the threat of cold and predators, the dead leaf bird's breeding conditions improved significantly and a nest of baby birds was successfully hatched. Xiao Suying was responsible for bringing the nest of baby birds back to the refuge and has placed them in an underground shelter. Lucian also went to check out the situation himself. The baby bird, only the size of a coin, was lying in the bird's nest made of velvet grass and looked very energetic. As long as the temperature is maintained and a certain amount of food is provided, there is a high probability that the chicks will grow up healthily. Lucian was excited. If things continued to develop at this pace, the shelter would soon get on the right track. There was a bright future ahead of us. However, the arrival of a message interrupted Lucian's good mood. Qin Hong's slightly nervous voice came from the survival radio. Lucian, there's a big trouble. Those things in the mountains seem to have followed us out. Followed them out? Lucian frowned and guessed. Is there another person being controlled by the bugs? Qin Hong shook her head and said nervously it was next to the mountain range. A large number of bodies controlled by insects appeared, and there were signs that they were leaving the mountain range. Hearing this, Lucian's pupil shrank slightly, and he couldn't help but feel a little more alert. Although that strange insect is the main body, the controlled body also has excellent combat effectiveness, and the number is so huge. Once they leave the mountains, it will inevitably bring a huge impact. The area between the city ruins in the west and the mountains and forests in the east is where the human survivors live. If these insects swarm in, there will be very little area left for humans to survive. By then, not only the survivors' camp in the north, but even his train carriage shelter would most likely not be spared. While he was thinking, Zhao Zhengyang also sent a message, the content of which was not much different from Qin Hong's. Lucian, the situation is very troublesome now. A large number of husks have left the mountains and are spreading outward. We must unite as soon as possible to form an effective defense. Otherwise, once they enter our living area, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. Lucian frowned and did not answer for a long time. The information came too fast and too urgently, he didn't react and couldn't come up with any idea for a while. Moreover, if the situation is true, even if he joins the defense, it will be of no avail and may even put him in danger. However, if you want to get away from this place of trouble, where should you escape to? The ruins of a city to the west? Or the forest to the east? Both of these places are good places because they are occupied by zombies, which makes them safer for him. At least, he doesn't have to face completely unfamiliar insects. Moreover, he can also use the resources in the forest to continue to expand his own group of corpses and obtain survival resources. However, after careful consideration, Lucian gave up the idea of escaping alone. He only controls a part of the zombies, not all of them, so even if he enters the forest, he is still an outsider. Once he is besieged by a large number of zombies or faces some more powerful existences, he will be powerless to resist. The same situation applies when heading to the city ruins. Although his innate abilities are strong, they do not mean he is invincible. As fellow survivors of the human race, we must compete with each other, but also support each other, so that we can have a pure land for survival. If one day, all human survivors were hunted down by strange insects and corpses, and only his shelter was left, how difficult would it be to survive? In the short term, escaping from danger as much as possible is naturally the best option. But in the long run, he also needs to hold on to a piece of pure land belonging to mankind and develop within the human system. Thinking of this, he had already made up his mind. But before that, he called another person, Zhou Yong. Zhou Yong, do you know what's happening in the north? Zhou Yong quickly replied, I know a little bit. Zhao Zhengyang has contacted me, but I don't plan to get involved. After all, it's their business in the north. Even if that thing escapes, it won't run to the south. Such an answer was expected. Lucian looked calm and said, Can you guarantee that the zombies in the western city, the zombies in the forest, or other creatures in the deeply corrupted area will stay in their territory and never go out? This. Zhou Yong was obviously stunned. After thinking for a moment, he asked, What do you mean? The deep corruption zone is very special. It gathers a large number of terrifying creatures. This is not a threat to a few people, but a threat to all human survivors. Lucian said meaningfully. Chapter 195 Cultivating Power. Now, we can indeed stay out of it, but I can be sure that what happened today will happen again in the future. If we can't take this opportunity to deepen our understanding of the deep corruption zone, and even find a solution, then the next time we face this situation, even you and I will not be able to deal with it alone. After the words were spoken, the other side fell into a long silence. After a long time, a voice sounded, I didn't expect you to think so far ahead. So according to you, are you planning to participate in it? Yes, I will participate in this matter, and I hope you can participate too. Okay, I'll think about it. Call. After getting the answer he wanted, Lucian exhaled and muttered to himself, Let's trick Zhou Yong over first, so that the situation won't collapse too quickly. As for me, let's make preparations for both situations. What he said to Zhou Yong was naturally half true and half false. With his current strength, it will definitely be much easier for him to escape this trouble than for other survivors. However, people cannot just look at the present, they also need to consider the long term. No one knows how many deep corruption zones exist in this doomsday land, and how many bizarre and strange creatures are in them. If you just keep avoiding it, you will be like a dog being chased around. If we can take this opportunity to deepen our understanding of the deeply corrupted areas, it will also be of great benefit. It's okay to participate in what's going on in the north, but I won't go there myself, to avoid getting into danger. With previous experience, Lucian became more cautious. If it was really unnecessary, he would not bother to show up in public. However, hiding yourself does not mean that you don't have to do anything, but that you need to leave it to others to complete. Therefore, cultivating a backbone force for the shelter is also something that needs to be given special consideration. Back to the back mountain, the corpse room. A huge number of radiation cores were all placed in the freezer, at least several hundred of them. The vast majority are level 2, and 4 are level 3. The white liquid is extracted and the remaining radiation energy is fed to the 4 corpse slaves. The most urgent task now is to upgrade all 4 corpse slaves to level 3 so that they can independently represent a small part of the corpse group and expand the overall combat power. As for level 4, it is still a long way off. and his own strength, after swallowing the white liquid from multiple radiation cores, gradually increased and reached the peak of level 2. He was only one step away from breaking through to level 3. But he clearly felt a bottleneck, and even if he continued to swallow the white liquid, he would be able to make further improvements. Obviously, it will take time to hone your skills and wait for the opportunity for a natural breakthrough. And now, the remaining white liquid can be given to the survivors in the shelter to try to help them awaken their talents. For this purpose, he also contacted Sherlay specifically and asked him to arrange for Tong Yun and Tang Zhongqiang to come back. He planned to arrange the first batch of humans who awakened their talents to be the first people to join the shelter, or those who were more trustworthy in the current shelter. Finally, after screening, 5 people, Shuiya, Tong Yun, Tang Zhongqiang, Zhang Yuiying, and Yang Yinglu, were selected and brought to the train carriage, and a stream of white liquid was guided to them respectively. Soon, their bodies began to change, becoming very similar to Qiu Suying's. This was the process of awakening their talents. The whole process went very smoothly. After about dozens of minutes, the 5 people came out of their daze and their aura became completely different. Successfully awakened? A hint of joy also appeared on Lucian's face, and he checked his talent by the way. However, the result made him feel helpless. Although all 5 people successfully awakened their talents, they were all the most common talents: improved physical fitness. His strength, speed, and endurance all increased slightly, but compared to Sherlay, there seemed to be a world of difference. These people with acquired awakening talents are obviously much worse than the survivors with innate awakening talents. Moreover, his talents are very ordinary, and he has not awakened any elemental talents or special talents like solidity. However, as long as they can awaken, even those with the most ordinary physical fitness will have completely different identities and status from ordinary people, and they are the real privileged class in the Doomsday. Including the 5 of them, the number of people with awakened talents in the entire shelter now reaches 9. Even in many medium and large camps, it is considered a very powerful force without the addition of zombies. This time, which people descend to the north became something Lucian needed to consider especially. First of all, Jiang Yuiying is not suitable to be sent there. After all, she is in charge of the breeding and planting industries in the shelter, which are of very high value. Once they are lost, the shelter cannot bear it. In order to ensure safety, Lucian even planned to strengthen defense to avoid accidents in the shelter. Among the others, Sherlay is stationed at the glacier shelter and is also a very important part of the shelter planning. He's also not suitable to leave. After thinking about it, Lucian decided to let Tang Zhongqiang and Yang Yinglu go. Together with Qin Hong, who was already in the north, there were a total of 3 talented awakeners, which was considered full of sincerity. The only regret is that he can only control the corpses himself and cannot let them take them away, which is a great loss to his strength. In order to ensure their safety outside, Lucian still made some preparations, asking them to absorb more white liquid and improve their strength to the peak of level 1 or level 2 as much as possible. If they can reach level 2, their ability to survive outside will be greatly enhanced. At least in the northern camp, only a small number of camp leaders can reach this level. After all, for the vast majority of survivors, they have not yet found a stable way to improve their strength and have been in a state of just awakening. He called Yang Yinglu and Tang Zhongqiang separately and told them that they needed to go to the north. Tang Zhongqiang touched his nose and said, "Brother Shen, if the situation is really as troublesome as you said, even if the 2 of us go, I'm afraid it will be difficult to play a role, right?" Lucian waved his hand and said, "I'm not really going to do anything. This is just an attitude. I will try my best to transmit useful information back while ensuring my own safety." As he spoke, Lucian's eyes deepened a little, and he said, "Especially about the characteristics of strange insects and the effective methods of killing them, so that we will not be helpless when facing such creatures in the future." Tang Zhongqiang nodded and agreed. Next, continue to improve their strength. Under the rich energy of the white liquid, the aura of the 2 people grew rapidly. In a short period of time, he reached the peak of level 1. Chapter 196, Linjiang Gathering Place. Finally, Lucian gave each of them half a drop of white liquid, and when the bottleneck was about to be broken, they could break through to level 2. On the second day, the 2 officially left the shelter and began to head north. Lucian stood on the hillside of the back mountain, looking at the forests and mountains in the distance, and clearly noticed something unusual. During these few days, there were obvious unusual movements in the mountains and forests. He often saw the mutated giant elephant rushing out of the mountains in an extremely violent manner. At present, this mutated giant elephant should not be controlled by the insects, but it is also extremely afraid of the insects in the mountains. The forest is not peaceful either. Special mutant zombies with strange shapes and hideous looks are often seen running out from the depths of the forest. These scenes made him feel a little heavy. To the north, the atmosphere was even more tense. At the foot of the towering mountains, there are a large number of shell-like creatures with twisted limbs and pale eyeballs. They have walked out of the mountains and spread to the area where the human survivors live. In the surrounding area, dozens of strong survivor camps and a large number of independent survivor groups all felt the oppressive feeling of the impending storm. The stronger camps began to call on the survivors to go to the east to build defense facilities to jointly resist the invasion of these shell creatures. Only those survivors who have actually entered the mountains and seen these strange insects understand how important this is. In terms of strength alone, this strange insect is very difficult to deal with. It can easily cut the skin of a person with awakened talent and drill into it to control the body. Whenever one person is controlled, it is like a time bomb that may explode at any time, causing huge harm to human society. Just like the Black Axe Camp incident, a scam led dozens of talented awakeners into the mountains, and almost all of them died there, suffering heavy losses. Even now, we still cannot figure out how this strange insect controls the human body. Whether it can control people's speech, eating, and cheating, these are all unknown, just like a brand new advanced life form. In order to prevent these insects from entering human society, we must build defense facilities in advance to isolate them as much as possible. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, at least thousands of survivors have gathered, and many of them are talented awakeners. When Lucian learned the news, he couldn't help but be amazed. Due to the isolation caused by the wind and snow, no one knows how many survivors there are in the surrounding area. Now it seems that the number should be more than imagined. Moreover, many people with awakened talents have also begun to show the power of their talents. For example, there is a group of survivors like Zhao Zhongyang who have the talent to control earth and rocks. With their combined efforts, they were able to build a rock wall in a very short time, forming the outermost defense facility. You can also use your talents to dig traps on the ground or build moats for protection. During this process, many small groups of survivors merged with each other to form larger camps, thus ensuring the probability of survival. This is also the first time in history that a large number of survivors have gathered and tried to resist the threat from the deep corruption zone, which is of great significance. After learning the news, Lucian frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. Why would the survivors, each with their own ulterior motives, work together to cope with this difficult time? At least from a human perspective, when faced with this unknown threat, most people's first thought is to run. After all, the threat of insects in the mountains has not really arrived, and there is still room for maneuver, and it does not have to be faced. Just like himself, he can choose to participate in the defense, or he can move to the shelter and find a relatively safe place to survive. There is no need to fight to the death here. If there is no absolute benefit or a reason to take action, Lucian is not willing to get involved. And then, a message Qin Hong sent back made him suddenly realize. The most crucial factor that enabled the survivors in the north to be so united this time may have come from the west. The west here does not refer to the city ruins, but the west of the city ruins, a real official gathering place. When he heard the news, Lucian couldn't believe his ears. Official gathering place? There should be quite a few gathering places that were established under the name of official names as a gimmick, such as the gathering place built by Zhao Zhongyang. However, these gathering places are just empty shells and do not possess the power and prestige that the government possesses and are often difficult to maintain. However, according to Qin Hong, the official gathering place mentioned this time is the real official gathering place. It is led by a group of prestigious government officials and has a strong military force. It also has medical teams, scientific research teams, and construction teams. They are located to the west of Yiling City and successfully established a gathering place after several twists and turns. The initial number of people reached more than 300, and now it is about to expand to nearly 10,000 people. Lucian was almost stunned. He could understand every word, but it was so unbelievable. Only when you have actually experienced it, you will know how difficult this process is. How to build a gathering place without radiation. How to provide food for large numbers of survivors. How to deal with dangers such as swarms of zombies and maintain stability within the settlement. Any one of them alone cannot be solved easily. Although Zhao Zhongyang seemed to have successfully established a gathering place, he actually did not do well in any of these three aspects. It is unable to resist external threats or stabilize the internal situation. It lacks its own capabilities and prestige, and its decision-making has also been seriously flawed. Therefore, the only possible gathering place to the east of the entire Yiling City is now stillborn. However, facing the same challenges and difficulties, another group of survivors overcame them all and established an official gathering place at an extremely fast speed. According to Qin Hong, the gathering place was called Linjiang Gathering Place because the senior members of the gathering place originally belonged to the Jiangnan area, so it was named after a familiar place name. And this is not the most explosive information. What is even more shocking is that after this gathering place was successfully established, it directly set its sights on Yiling City. There are huge ruins of a city, with countless rotting corpses living inside, but the enemy is so confident that they can explore and occupy Yingling City. In the end, he actually forcibly bit off a piece of meat from the rotten corpse and transferred some of the survivors to live in Yingling City. In this regard, Lucian also raised his own doubts. Why did the other party take the time and effort to attack Yingling City? Even transfer the survivors in? Chapter 197: The Benefits of Deep Corruption. Moreover, how strong is the opponent when confronting the city ruins filled with corpses head-on? In response to this question, Qin Hong answered seriously. This is the key point, and it is also the reason why the entire North should work together to deal with the bugs with all their strength. What do you mean? Lucian asked. People from the Linjiang gathering place mentioned that there are some great benefits in the deep corruption zone that are not available in other places. First of all, it's the environment. There seems to be a special magnetic field around the deep corruption area. The overall environment will be greatly improved. Even outside the exploration time, you can go out. Lucian's eyes moved. He also realized that no matter in the mountains or in the forest, he would not be affected by the strong winds and snowstorms and could move freely. Previously, I thought that this was due to the dense trees in forests and mountains, but now I think it is likely a unique characteristic of the deep corruption zone. It does play a vital role in the survival of the survivors. The difference between working 2 hours a day and working 10 hours a day is huge. Secondly, it is the value of the deep corruption zone itself. It is said that the Linjiang gathering area has its own scientific research team. They have studied the corpses and found a way to extract a certain energy from the radiation core, thereby helping those with awakened talents to improve their strength, and even helping survivors with unawakened talents to awaken. However, there is a certain chance of failure and infection. As soon as these words came out, Lucian's face changed drastically. Help those who have awakened their talents to improve their strength? Help those who have not awakened their talents to awaken? Others may not know this, but he immediately understood that this is definitely related to the white liquid in the radiation core. What I have accomplished with my solidity talent, the Linjiang gathering place can actually accomplish with its strong scientific research team. This also made him look up to it. The existence that dared to call itself an official gathering place must indeed have means that should not be underestimated. Qin Hong continued, moreover, the people in the Linjiang gathering area inferred that it is not only in Yingling City that there are resources to enhance the strength of the survivors. It is possible that every deep corruption area has unique resources. Lucian nodded. He had no way of knowing the authenticity of this information, but at the moment, it seemed to be true. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Where did you get this information from? Communications?" Qin Hong shook her head and said, "After the Linjiang gathering area learned about our situation, they sent a team to help us resist the threat from the mountains. They heard all this information from us. Have they been able to move away from the gathering place and provide large-scale support?" Lucian was shocked. With exactly the same development time, the other party's development speed surprised him. This may be the qualitative change that occurs when talents from all walks of life come together. Then what is the average strength of those who come here? Qin Hong said seriously, "There should be a large group coming. Each group has 5 teams. Each team has 5 people, a total of 25 people. The captain has reached level 3, the squad leader has reached level 2, and the rest are the best at level 1. There's already a level 3 expert?" Lucian's face changed slightly, which made him suspect that the method of improving strength discovered by the other party might not be the white liquid. This white liquid only exists in the bodies of level 3 zombies. The amount is extremely rare, and it is difficult to obtain in large quantities. It is indeed level 3, but according to them, even in the Linjiang gathering place, level 3 talent awakeners are extremely powerful, and there are only a few of them in total. Qin Hong explained. However, this made Lucian even more shocked. There were so many level 3 talent awakeners. It really deserves to be an official gathering place. Such strength, TSK. Lucian couldn't help but sigh. "Boss, don't be sentimental yet. What should we do next?" Lucian said helplessly, "What else can we do? We are good citizens, so we will cooperate with you fully. The Linjiang gathering place is very powerful. It calls itself an official gathering place, and it also takes the initiative to help resist insects in the mountains. These actions can prove that the other party did not come with malicious intentions." Moreover, after listening to the experience of the Linjiang gathering area, he became more curious about the deep corruption area. What exactly would be the benefits of nurturing an official gathering place? White liquid? Or something else? This time, since the Linjiang gathering place is taking the lead, even if he is involved, the safety will be greatly improved. You can also try to contact this official gathering place. Just from a few words, you can understand that the strength of this gathering place must be far beyond imagination. This also forced him to replan his next plans. The North still has to participate. With the strength of the Linjiang gathering area, it should be able to barely withstand the attack of the bugs. and there is a certain probability that we can study the characteristics of the bugs and the benefits of the deep corruption area in the mountains. However, with the emergence of a behemoth like the Linjiang gathering place, it is still necessary to continue to improve our strength in order to better engage with it. Finally, if we get the chance, we must explore the forest thoroughly. Planning silently in his mind, Lucian came to the corpse room. The fastest way to improve your strength is to use corpses. Now Lu Shi and Lu Yi have both reached level 3, and they command a group of zombies. There are quite a lot of rotten corpses under Lu Shi's command, almost reaching more than 50, including 22 level 2 corpses. Lu Yi's subordinates also gathered these 23 corpses. They were all collected in the middle of the night. Their strength has not been improved yet, and they are all at level 1. With these combat forces, it is not a problem for him to destroy the ruins of a small town. The strength of 5 to 6 survivor camps may not be stronger than him. However, if you want to rival the riverside gathering area and explore the deep corruption area, that is far from enough. After thinking for a moment, considering that he didn't need to go out recently and didn't need to conserve his innate energy, he began to continue to draw radiation energy to help the group of corpses improve their strength. There is no need to worry about Lu Shi and Lu Yi. They have already absorbed a large amount of radiation energy and are in a saturated state, but are still far from level 4. What they need is not to radiate energy, but to try to break through the bottleneck and reach a higher level under the nurturing of time. Lu Er and Lu San have all reached the peak of level 2 and need to wait for an opportunity to break through to level 3. Only the first and second level corpses can improve their strength. It is not difficult to break through from level 1 to level 2. All you need is enough energy, and almost 90 of people can successfully break through. Chapter 198, Raising the Corpse. Moreover, the first level corpse can be directly allowed to absorb the second level radiation core, and the improvement speed is very fast with almost no bottleneck. More importantly, he has a large number of secondary radiation cores. As each radiation core is used, the first level corpse is upgraded to the second level. The corrupted body begins to repair itself and possesses stronger strength. It took more than an hour, and 50 of the 52 zombies under Lu Shi's command broke through to level 2. The talents of the remaining 2 were too low, so they were directly cleared out. Under Lu Yi, all 23 zombies also reached level 2. A total of 75 level 2 corpses were standing in a neat row in front of him. The powerful aura was shocking. Even his owner felt the air around him was oppressive. Dealing with corpses for a long time has also given him a better understanding of their conditions. Level 1 corpse, the weakest among the corpses. Its body is rotten, its movements are stiff, and its reactions are slow. It can only hunt by instinct. Even ordinary human survivors can easily fight against it. The second level corpse's overall strength has been greatly improved, and its muscle fibers have begun to recover, making its strength not much different from that of a human talent awakener. A third level zombie is considered the elite among the zombies and can command some zombies. At present, the land corpse, which is close to the peak of level 3, can command about 50 rotten corpses. This should be the limit of level 3. It is worth mentioning that in the process of improving their realm, there is a certain probability that the corpse will mutate and become a special zombie, such as Lu Yi. The strength of special zombies is slightly stronger than that of ordinary zombies. There is a big difference in strength between Lu Yi and Lu Shi, but if it is a life and death duel, Lu Shi may not be able to kill Lu Yi. During the upgrade process, 2 of Lu Shi's subordinates showed some subtle changes. One of them seemed to have swollen body and became taller, reaching nearly 2 meters in height, and its strength also increased a lot. This is most likely a special kind of corpse, with changes in strength and size, and overall improved strength. The other one didn't change much in body shape, but became thinner, like skin and bones, but its muscles were extremely tough. Moreover, the speed of this corpse has been greatly improved, and its movements are extremely agile. This also surprised Lucian. He remembered that there were quite a few corpses in the town ruins, at least hundreds of them, and there were almost no special corpses. Unexpectedly, among the group of zombies he cultivated, special mutated zombies appeared one after another. His luck was really too good to be true. But then he thought about it and vaguely thought of something and looked towards the dark forest not far away. Deep in the forest, there are a large number of severely mutated corpses. Could this be related? Lucian lowered his head and thought, with some guesses in his mind. Almost all of the rotten corpses under his command came from the forest. All the radiation energy he used also came from the forest. In this case, such anomalies may be related to the deep corruption zone inside the forest. The special radiation energy increases the possibility of corpse mutation. Although there is no definite answer, he already has some guesses in his mind that the characteristics of this deeply corrupted area in the forest may be related to mutation. But the specific situation still needs further exploration. The corpses under his control are no longer suitable to stay in the corpse room, because there are too many of them. Therefore, except for the 4 zombie slaves, the remaining zombies were all arranged around the shelter to guard and ambush to ensure the safety of the surrounding area. Under normal circumstances, corpses will burrow under the snow in a peculiar posture to hide themselves and avoid being blown away by strong winds. After making the arrangements, Lucian also returned to the shelter. Life is still relatively comfortable. I turn on the survival radio and make dinner for myself while listening to the messages. Not long after, some familiar information appeared in my ears, which was about the Linjiang gathering place. This incident had a significant impact, and many survivors in the north were talking about it, praising it highly. It was obvious that the Linjiang gathering place had a high reputation. At the same time, many people in the Linjiang gathering place also sent out some information. Moreover, the information is quite official. It mainly contains some common sense about the apocalypse, as well as definitions of some place names and object names. This is a strange world after all. Whether it is the ruins of towns and cities, or some special terrains, we can only use some simple words to describe them, and there are no clear names. Therefore, a lot of unnecessary troubles arise during the conversation. The Linjiang gathering place has standardized these names. For example, the city ruins in the west are directly identified as Yiling City, Deep Corruption Area. This is the original name of the city, and it is now standardized. The mountain range, established as the Firefly Locust Mountains, is also a deeply corrupted area. As for why it is called Firefly Locust, it is naturally because of the strange insects among them, so they are directly named Firefly Locust for the convenience of daily calling. The strength of the corpses and human survivors has all been standardized and is currently determined as Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3. Because up to now, the strongest human talent awakener has only reached Level 3. However, the strength of the zombies should be ranked at a higher level. After all, among the huge number of zombies, many people have seen a lot of higher-level zombies. Finally, a rough division of the strength of the human survivor groups was made. Places with fewer people, probably less than 10, are called shelters. A group with more than 10 people and at least 2 awakened talents can call themselves a camp. If the number of people reaches more than 100 and there are at least 5 people with awakened talents, it can be called a gathering place. Of course, many forces call it a camp or a gathering place, but the strength may also vary greatly. For example, under Lu Xun, there are only less than 20 survivors, but their overall strength is stronger than many gathering places. Therefore, the division of strength is not particularly clear, it is just used as a standard. These standards were spread in the Linjiang gathering area a long time ago, but they have only spread here now. The Linjiang gathering place also proposed that all survivor groups living nearby, whether in shelters, camps, or gathering places, can report the information for routine standardized management. They even offered to help build a large gathering place, similar to the Linjiang gathering place. After hearing this information, Lucian couldn't help but look up to the Linjiang gathering place. There must be senior executives within the other party who have extremely broad vision, great ambitions and strong capabilities and are planning all of this. Chapter 199. Hands too soft. Otherwise, it would be impossible to quickly establish rules in such a chaotic situation. Someone with this ability can't be an ordinary person. However, to the west of Yiling City today, there is no one with extremely strong power who can command everyone and have the ability to establish a gathering place. Therefore, it looks like a pile of loose sand, and needs the cohesion and help of the Linjiang gathering place to barely resist the invasion of fireflies and locusts. While listening to the communication, Lucian's mind was full of thoughts. He knew that in the future, with the arrival of the Linjiang gathering place, there would inevitably be a huge change. And he needs to participate in this change as much as possible. After a little thought, Lucian put the matter aside for the time being. Afterwards, he dug out a large number of survival radios and began refreshing the store as usual. After refreshing, most of the resources are useless. However, his luck today was apparently pretty good. When he picked up the 29th survival radio, the appearance of an item made Lucian's eyes light up. Name, Shelter Fix Card ×1. Introduction. Acting on the independent shelter core, it can fix the shelter in a certain place, blending it with the surrounding environment and expanding the area tenfold. The range of the shelter is a radiation-free area. And after using the fixed card, the probability of refreshing the shelter props in the store will increase to a certain extent, worth 100 survival coins. Shelter fixed card. A look of joy appeared on Lucian's face. This prop, which he had heard of but never seen with his own eyes, was finally refreshed. A radiation-free shelter with an area of 100 square meters plays an indelible role for any group of survivors. Whether it is used for daily living or for planting and breeding, it can bring great benefits. But after some thought, he decided not to use the underground shelter under the train car. This has to do with the location of the train carriages. At first, the location of the train carriage was indeed excellent, and it was an ideal shelter. However, as time went on, the railway route became too conspicuous and it lay between mountains and forests, so it must have been an area that many survivors came to explore. If a gathering place is established near the train carriage, that would be very suitable. It can provide a platform for communication and trading for the survivors who come to explore, and also provide them with some daily necessities. However, this place is definitely not suitable as a stable rear base. Therefore, if he really wanted to use this shelter fixed card, he would definitely have to choose a more suitable and safer location. After purchasing the shelter fixed card, Lu Xun continued to refresh the store. Unexpectedly, when he refreshed to the 50-second survival radio, another product caught his attention. Name: Shelter Safety Door. Introduction: after using the shelter fixing card, it can be installed on the door of the shelter, completely isolating the external radiation, and has ventilation and air exchange effects. It also has extremely strong defense capabilities, worth 200 survival coins. It is also a shelter facility, a very special and rare commodity with relatively large restrictions. It can only be used in fixed shelters. However, the effect is unquestionable. Effective ventilation is actually very important for a complete medium or large shelter. The shelter can indeed isolate radiation, but not absolutely. For example, even if you bring an independent shelter core, you still cannot completely resist radiation when you enter the vicinity of the forest. At present, there is no problem in ordinary areas, but once you enter the deep corruption area, the situation will become a little troublesome. If you want to build a shelter in the deep corruption zone in the future, the role of these defense facilities will become very important. After all, according to the Linjiang gathering place, building a shelter in a deeply corrupted area has many unexpected benefits. Without much hesitation, Lu Xun bought it directly. Looking at these two items, Lu Xun was in a very good mood. This almost laid the foundation for the future shelter. Just as he received the goods and was about to go to sleep peacefully, his communication suddenly rang. And when he saw the name of the person who came, Lu Xun couldn't help but frown. Zhao Zhongyang. Why would he look for me so late at night? Soon, a deep and steady voice came from the survival radio. Lu Xun, I'm Zhao Zhongyang, and I have something to discuss with you. Explain. You should know about the Linjiang gathering place, right? They have come to help us resist the invasion of fireflies and explore the benefits of the deep corruption zone. I know. Just say it. Zhao Zhongyang thought for a moment and said, I was temporarily appointed by them to serve as the commander of this operation. I have the right to dispatch camps from all sides just to resist the invasion of fireflies and locusts. I noticed that you only sent 2 survivors to participate in this operation, and they both seem to be level 1. I'm afraid this is a bit inappropriate, right? After all, your strength should be much stronger than this. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xun's face suddenly turned gloomy, and water almost dripped out of it. The aura around the body was suppressed to the extreme, as if it was about to explode completely in the next moment. A slightly gloomy voice sounded. So, what do you mean? Zhao Zhongyang on the other side also obviously heard the change in tone. After a slight hesitation, he still spoke. This matter is extremely important. I hope you can bring the corpse here in person. In addition, this plan is led by the Linjiang gathering place. I hope you can consider the overall situation. If everything goes well, you will also benefit. After a few seconds, Lu Xun said in a voice that was suppressed to the extreme, Are you threatening me? No, this is the best option for both of us after weighing the pros and cons. I need to find a way to resist the fireflies, and you have no reason to refuse the official gathering place. What if I don't agree? Zhao Zhongyang's cold voice came. Sorry, I have already reported your information to the Linjiang gathering place. For a moment, the entire shelter was silent for dozens of seconds. Lu Xun looked at this survival radio with a serious gaze, and the coldness in his eyes almost overflowed. Okay, tomorrow. I'll go there myself. Zhao Zhongyang seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said, Okay, if you can do this, it will be a good thing for everyone. As the shelter returned to peace, Lu Xun sat on the bed and muttered to himself in an inaudible voice. After all, I was too soft-hearted. If I don't kill some people and see blood, the deterrent effect will still be insufficient. Since you insist on me going, then I'll go. It's just right, to see what this so-called official gathering place is capable of. Chapter 200 Leading the Team. Lu Xun did not fall asleep that night. He half leaned on the bed and waited until the next morning. When the alarm clock rang in the morning, he got up immediately and woke up the snow cat sleeping on his body. After leaving the shelter, we quickly went to the corpse room and began to count the number of corpses. And while it was still early, he began to draw energy from the radiation core. Even if all his innate energy was exhausted now, he could recover quickly by absorbing the white liquid. Several level 3 radiation cores were taken out, and the white liquid was directed out and stored in small wooden bottles. In addition to helping survivors awaken their talents and improve their strength, this white liquid can also quickly restore their talent energy, making it a truly strategic resource. Always carry some with you, so that even if you encounter some danger outside or your innate energy is used up, you can replenish it quickly. As for the remaining radiation energy, it was all directed to Lu Air and Lu San. Finally, when guiding the second one, Lu Air successfully broke through the bottleneck of many days and reached a higher level, level 3. Moreover, at the moment of breakthrough, the body actually twisted slightly and some strange changes occurred. I saw that the originally rotten skin on his body now had rough lines on it, covering every corner of his body, and it looked extremely hard and thick. Until finally, a layer of rock-like armor was formed. But strictly speaking, this is not rock, but a turtle shell attached to the body surface piece by piece. Each piece is the size of a palm. The entire body of the rotten corpse also became bloated, and the overall aura became extremely heavy. Lu Xun could clearly feel that Lu Air had now reached a whole new level in both attack and defense. Especially its defensive capabilities, covered with a thick layer of armor, several centimeters thick, giving people a feeling of indestructibility. Another mutated special corpse. The probability of mutation is really high, but it's also a good thing. Lu Xun murmured to himself in a very good mood. With 3 level 3 corpses, this kind of strength is not comparable to that of ordinary forces. In order to further improve his strength, Lu Xun specifically asked Lu Air to go out to the eastern forest and gather a team of zombies. Because he had just broken through to level 2, the number of zombies he commanded was not that many, only 12. Lu Xun was not polite either. He took out a large number of second-level radiation cores and fed them all to the 12 corpses, helping them to upgrade quickly. As expected, 11 zombies broke through easily, leaving only one zombie that failed to break through due to poor talent and was directly eliminated. It seems that we can take Lu Yi to the north today and let Lu Air stay near the train carriage. Safety should be guaranteed. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all arrangements had been made. Lu Air, with 11 zombies, spread out around the train carriage shelter, alert to possible enemies appearing from all directions. Lu Xun went back to the train carriage specifically and told them that they didn't need to go out today and could just stay in the shelter. He himself, with 6 corpses, and 73 level 2 rotten corpses, headed north in a mighty force. Among these 73 second-level zombies, 40 are wearing complete armor, and their overall combat effectiveness will be stronger. However, this time, Lu Xun did not let them wear human clothes or cover themselves up. Instead, he openly revealed his rotten corpse appearance and rushed towards the north. On the way, they met Qin Hong and other 3 people who had been notified in advance. From a distance, when they saw this huge group of people, they almost thought it was an attack by zombies and ran back in fear. Only when he gradually saw who was coming could he swallow his saliva and stop to greet him. But when he got closer, he was still frightened by the terrifying aura. There were more than 72 level 2 or above corpses, which was unbelievable in any group of corpses. Even a level 2 talent awakener can deal with 2 level 2 zombies. So, in order to deal with the zombie group in front of us, at least more than 30 level 2 talent awakeners are needed, not to mention the 2 level 3 zombies. Qin Hong was so shocked that she was speechless. She opened her mouth several times, but when she saw Lu Xun's cold gaze, she finally swallowed her words. Tang Zhongqiang also remained silent, secretly shocked in his heart. What on earth happened? Why is there so much murderous intent? Carrying so many rotten corpses to the north, what is the purpose? Lu Xun did not explain, and, under the leadership of Qin Hong, headed all the way to the front line, where Zhao Zhongyang was. Along the way, he also specifically asked Qin Hong about Zhao Zhongyang's situation and got a positive answer. The Linjiang gathering place did give Zhao Zhongyang great authority, appointing him as the temporary commander. He could mobilize all the camps in the surrounding area to jointly resist the invasion of the mountain fireflies. The main reason is that Zhao Zhongyang's prestige is still relatively high, his overall strength is stronger, and when he was on Earth, he was still a government official. With the support of the Linjiang gathering place, Zhao Zhongyang's status naturally rose. Lu Xun also nodded slightly, said no more, and quickly headed north. Along the way, we also encountered other groups of survivors. However, when they saw this huge team, they couldn't help but change their expression. They retreated hundreds of meters and only dared to watch quietly in the dark. What the hell? Whose team is this? There are so many people. No, this is a group of zombies, right? Could it be that the group of zombies in the south are also taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack? Someone guessed nervously. No, that's not right. Look at the people in the lead. This is obviously a team led by human survivors. One of them was shocked and quickly said, I see. Do you still remember the rumored zombie king camp? Zhao Zhongyang's good friend? His name seems to be Lu Shun. TSK. He is indeed very strong, but he is a bit of a bootlicker. After all, he is still not up to par. Yes, he and Zhao Zhongyang had conflicts many times, even to the point of life and death, but he was able to coexist peacefully in the end. Therefore, he was driven by Zhao Zhongyang. In comparison, Zhao Zhongyang's methods are still more powerful. After all, he is an old hand, well-versed in the ways of the world. It's easy for him to deal with these kids, right? There were also survivors who, after sensing the strength of the zombie swarm, were so frightened that their faces turned pale and bloodless. Level 2. All of them are level 2. There must be more than 50 of them, right? It seems more than that.